I was lost in a dream when out of nowhere, a shrill alarm shattered the silence, dragging me forcefully back into the waking world. The instant that blaring sound startled me awake, my eyes flew open, and I found myself much more alert. Stretching lazily and stifling a yawn, I couldn't help but mutter, "Time for another day as a wage earner." My name is Lee Chuan, a fresh graduate from a conservatory of music. Thanks to my outstanding performance during my senior year internship, I obtained my teaching certificate without a hitch and landed a job at an elementary school. My family life is equally fortunate. Both of my parents hold executive positions at their respective companies, and we even run a private hotel. Honestly, even if teaching somehow doesn't work out, I could always return home and take over family business. In short, I hardly have anything to worry about in life. Just as I was about to leave for school, disaster struck, a deafening crash, and a runaway car barreled straight toward me, sending me flying. When I regained consciousness, my mind was blank with confusion. Where am I? I rubbed my eyes, only to be seized by growing terror. My hand had become tiny, no bigger than child's. What's going on? Why are my hands so small? Pinching my stubby fingers, my eyes darted around, panic mounting. How did I turn into a child? And I can't even speak. That's right, no matter how loudly I screamed in my head, I couldn't make a single sound. Oh no, it just hit me. That car ran a red light. Unbelievable. Just then, an elderly man, his beard peppered with gray and a green cap atop his head, walked over to me. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he exclaimed, "Well now, what's a little baby doing here? Don't tell me this child's been abandoned. How heartbreaking. To think that people still desert babies in this day and age." He sighed repeatedly, unable to hide his sorrow. As the old man drew near, I waved my tiny arms desperately, silently crying out, "Grandpa, do you know where I am? I'm so scared and hungry." But to him, I was just a restless infant flailing helplessly. Seeing my frantic movements, the old man spoke gently. "Little one, waving at me like that, are you hungry? If you are, give me a nod." The moment I heard this, I nodded eagerly, shouting with relief inside, "Thank goodness! He understands me." Now trapped in an infant's body, I couldn't control my emotions. Waving my arms wildly, I burst into loud sobs. The old man stood there, chuckling kindly. Well, since destiny brought us together, I can't just leave you here. If I ignored you, what kind of decent person would I be?" With those words, he gently lifted me into the bamboo basket strapped to his back. When I heard the name Son Gohan, I didn't give it much thought. I simply felt I'd met a kind old man, and, still drowsy, soon drifted off to sleep. The old man glanced over at me, his face full of warmth. "Rest easy, child," he said with a gentle smile. "We'll be home soon." Before long, he took me back to his house. Fans of Dragon Ball might recognize this place. It's actually Goku's home, Mount Paozu. I rubbed my eyes and stretched, spotting the old man busy himself around the house, his back slightly hunched, exuding a sense of quiet diligence. Soon, he ladled out a bowl of steaming porridge from the pot. "Child," he said, "I'm not sure if you're still used to drinking milk. Just in case, I've made you some porridge. If you want some, just nod your head." I wasn't about to be picky. Without hesitation, I nodded eagerly to show I wanted it. To be honest, even though my current home life is comfortable, when I was young, just a bowl of porridge with some salted vegetables was enough to get by. Besides, my body is so small now. What else could I manage to eat? Expect a full serving of meat? That's just wishful thinking. Seeing my nod, the old man's face softened into a kindly smile. Carefully, he fed me the porridge, spoonful after spoonful. Before I knew it, I had finished 5 full bowls. It didn't strike me as odd at the time. I was simply ravenously hungry. After all, in my adult days, I'd only managed 2 bowls at most. When I was done, the old man said, "What a good child you are. As long as you're full, that's all that matters. If you like, I can take you to the orphanage at the foot of the mountain. If you want to stay, just nod. If not, shake your head. I know I'm getting on in years." As he spoke, he still wore that gentle, loving smile. The moment I heard the word orphanage, I quickly waved my hand in refusal. In my heart, I thought, I may not know exactly where that is, but this old gentleman is the first person I met after being hit by that car. Heading off to an orphanage seems far less safe. I'd much rather stick with him. And with 9 years of compulsory education now, plus my college degree from before, maybe I'll even get another shot at life. After a few hours of rest, I was fully awake and finally had to admit I'd really been reborn. What's more, I still retained all my memories from my previous life. So it turns out that reincarnation is real. I sighed inwardly, though sadly, I'll never have a chance to repay my parents' kindness again. Seeing my determination to stay, the old man was overjoyed. Marvelous. At last, I have a grandson. I always heard my junior brother settled down and had a family. I never imagined I'd become a grandpa before him. This feels absolutely wonderful. Tell me, child, what's your name? Do you have a name? A bitter taste welled up in my heart, one I could hardly put into words. Even though in my mind I was already in my 20s, now I was trapped in a child's body, unable to write, incapable of speaking. The old man saw me like this and, pressing his index and middle fingers together, tapped his own head lightly. Muttering to himself, he said, "Look at my memory. You still can't even talk. In that case, let me give you a name. Since you appeared near Bowsy Mountain, at the foot of Empty Mountain, let's use the word Kong for empty. My name is Son Gohan. How about calling you Son Goku?" The moment I heard the name Son Goku, my eyes widened in astonishment. Son Goku? That's right. No wonder this old man felt so familiar. He was none other than Grandpa Gohan from Dragon Ball. My mind raced as I lowered my head and glanced at my small hands. Had I really crossed over, my soul transported into the world of Dragon Ball? And not just that, had I become the main character, Son Goku? It was beyond belief. Goku had always been my favorite character in Dragon Ball. How unbelievably lucky I was. The more I thought about it, the more exhilarated I became. Wait a minute. I remembered that in the world of Dragon Ball, if you cultivate to the highest levels, you can even travel through time and space. If that's the case, maybe I still had a chance to return to my old world, to see my parents again, to go back to that moment before I was hit by that car. At this thought, the shadow cast by that accident vanished completely, replaced by sheer joy in my heart. Back in my previous life, I had to work and struggle just to get by. But here, as long as I grew strong enough, I could live a carefree life. Take Mr. Satan, for example. He was just the strongest among ordinary humans. And with his world championship and the fame that followed Goku and the others' defeat of Cell, he enjoyed immense glory and power. Sorry, but as long as I'm in this world, I have no intention of being as V as the original Goku. And then there's Bulma, the one and only heroine in the Dragon Ball world. Sorry, Vegeta, but she's mine this time. With a secret sense of satisfaction, I waved my little hands, showing just how much I liked the name Son Goku. Seeing how delighted I was, Grandpa Gohan beamed from ear to ear. Good, Goku, you really seem to love your name. Don't worry, Grandpa will take the best care of you. Without realizing it, Li Chuan had now lived in the world of Dragon Ball for 5 years. From now on, you better call me Son Goku. With a childish, eager voice, I asked, "Grandpa, when are you going to start teaching me martial arts? I'm already 5 years old. Didn't you say I could start practicing once I turn 5? Indeed, Grandpa Gohan had once said that when Goku turned 5, he could finally begin his training. Most ordinary 5-year. Olds are still busy playing in the mud, but Son Wukong was different. He could already speak by 6 months old, crawl at 1, and by a year and a half, he was able to walk on his own. He was nothing like a typical child. Whenever Grandpa Gohan practiced martial arts, little Wukong would always be by his side, watching intently and mimicking the basic moves. Thanks to this, Wukong had already laid a solid foundation for himself. As a prize student of Master Roshi, Grandpa Gohan knew well the right age for Wukong to formally begin martial arts training. Around 5 years old, he thought, was just about right. With a face full of affection, Grandpa Gohan said, All right, little Wukong, let me teach you. But before I teach you any martial arts, I should introduce you to our school, the Turtle Hermit School." Wukong's face lit up with curiosity, and he thought to himself, "The Turtle Hermit School, huh?" Grandpa Gohan had trained under the legendary Master Roshi, inheriting the Turtle Hermit School's techniques. There was a story behind the Turtle Hermit School, a tale from long ago. Once upon a time, the earth was plagued by a ruthless villain feared by all as a demon. His skin was entirely green. Two antennae jutted from his head, and his sinister gaze struck terror in the hearts of all. His muscular red arms were bared for all to see. He wore purple robes marked with a character for demon emblazoned across his chest. This was King Piccolo, the great demon king. Driven by a lust for world domination, King Piccolo summoned an army of terrifying green monsters, unleashing them across the land. Towns were set ablaze. The weak were plundered and chaos reigned, leaving the people in utter misery. Eventually, King Piccolo was sealed away in a rice cooker by the martial arts master Mateto, using the powerful Mafubus sealing technique. The seal lasted 300 years, but the effort exhausted Mateto, and he perished as a result of the battle. Mateto had a number of disciples, but almost all fell during the conflict with King Piccolo. In the end, only two survived: Master Rashi, the Turtle Hermit, and Master Shun, the Crane Hermit. Though once close brothers in arms, differences drove them apart over time, prompting them to form their own schools: the Turtle Hermit School and the Crane Hermit School. The Turtle Hermit School, founded by Master Rashi, became a renowned martial arts tradition. At first, Master Shin overshadowed Master Rashi on the path of martial arts. But everything changed when Master Rashi created the Kamehameha, the Turtle Hermit's signature technique. The Kamehameha is a technique that focuses all one's life force into an explosive energy wave. According to Master Rashi, simply reaching the entry level requires at least 50 years of rigorous martial arts training. Master Shin was narrow-minded and could never tolerate being surpassed, especially by a former junior who had suddenly risen above him. Jealousy grew in his heart. To return to the main story, after Mateto's sacrifice, Master Rashi and Master Shin remained as brothers willing to stake their lives for each other. Yet, on the day the Kamehameha was created, everything between them changed forever. Kamehameha, Kamehameha. Master Rashi pressed his hands together, palms forward. In an instant, a pillar of blue light burst forth. It worked. It worked. Did you see that, my fellow disciple? This is a new move I've created. I call it the Kamehameha Wave. Master Crane, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly stunned. Back in those days, the concept of ki simply didn't exist on Earth. To see something like this for the first time, if you didn't know the principles behind it, it would be easy, just like any ordinary person, to mistake it for a magic trick or a clever gimmick. Master Crane asked skeptically, "Brother, is this some kind of trick? Are you hiding a flashlight in your hand or something?" Master Rashi shook his head. "This is not a trick. I'm using what's called ki." "Ki? All I know is inhaling and exhaling. What on earth are you talking about?" Patiently, Master Rashi explained, "This ki, simply put, it's a type of energy that flows inside and outside the human body. In the distant East, in China, there's a theory of meridians. It said that if you can guide this energy throughout your whole body, you can stimulate blood circulation, heal illnesses and injuries, and some even claim it can prolong your life." At this point in his life, Master Crane was pragmatic to the core, and he just couldn't accept this talk of mysterious energy. In his mind, Master Rashi was simply pulling his leg. "Don't try to fool me. We've lived together for nearly 50 years. If this kind of energy really existed, why haven't I ever felt a thing?" Master Rashi shook his head and replied, "That's because you never focus solely on your martial arts practice. You're always distracted by romance and idle pursuits. Of course you can't sense it." At this jab, Master Crane's face reddened in embarrassment. But unable to find rebuttal, he dug in stubbornly. "Stop trying to change the subject. I'm more naturally gifted in martial arts than you are. So how could I not sense it? Let's spar and see who's really stronger." Master Rashi said no more. In truth, he too had long wanted to match his strength against Master Crane's. Their last contest had been 30 years ago, and he had lost then. But things were different now. He struck a Wing Chun stance and gestured for Master Crane to come. "My friend, perhaps you were better than me in the past, but ever since I understood ki, we are no longer in the same league. Best be careful. Today, I might just defeat you in a single move. Don't take it personally." Master Crane had never been so thoroughly challenged. Outwardly, he was revered as Master Crane, always holding himself above others. How could he stomach defeat? He launched forward, arms swinging in a crane-style attack toward Master Rashi. Master Rashi only sighed and shook his head. So many openings. He sidestepped a few blows, and suddenly, in a blur, slipped behind Master Crane and delivered a precise chop to the neck. With a sharp thud, Master Crane was sent flying several meters, crashing to ground and losing consciousness. "Oh no, I overdid it. Wake up, junior brother. Please wake up." Master Rashi hurried over and shook his body, anxious and worried. Slowly, Master Crane opened his eyes. He said nothing. His face was now a silent mask, all expression lost of resignation. He understood perfectly well this time his defeat was absolute, unavoidable. He had been thoroughly outmatched. How did the gap between them grow so vast? It had only been 30 short years. Granted, he'd indulged in a life of pleasure, but he had neglected training entirely. Crane Hermit and Narrow, minded as ever, suddenly recalled their master, Mateto. He spoke. "I remember now, senior brother. That technique you just used wasn't the same attack Master used to defeat Demon King Piccolo all those years ago. That power you wielded, is that what they call ki? I should have realized. It must have been a secret our Master taught only to you, right? Just because my talent was lacking, and I'd need 50 years to master it. The Master refused to teach me. And you never shared it either. You're such a disappointment." Master Rashi replied, "No, you're wrong. Master never taught it to me. I discovered ki myself, simply by persevering in training over many years. The move I used just now was only an imitation of Master style. It wasn't the demon containment wave. The reality was, the method for cultivating ki had indeed been recorded in a notebook left behind by Mateto, although Rashi himself never fully understood this connection. 50 years ago, Rashi had returned to a place where Mateto had trained them. There, he stumbled across an old, tattered book filled with his teacher's notes. Within its pages, the concept of ki and instructions for the demon containment wave were painstakingly detailed. The handwriting mesmerized him. He lost track of time, immersing himself in the book's teachings, not even noticing his hunger as 3 days passed. This experience only deepened Rashi's belief in the reality of ki as described in the book. Yet when he reached the final page, he was struck by a bold warning. "To the one who discovers this manual, you are now the successor. These teachings must be passed down to only one disciple in each generation. Never share them with others, lest disaster befall our house." At that time, Rashi was firmly committed to the tradition of his school. Since the book was so explicit, he resolved never to divulge its contents, even to the junior brother who had stood by his side for years. Because of this, an intense argument erupted between them. In the end, the rift grew so wide they parted ways, never to speak again. All along, Crane Hermit believed Mateto had favored Rashi, personally passing on the secret of ki, and that's why he lost every contest against him. Meanwhile, Rashi knew the truth, yet never found the courage to explain. Now, it was too late for any amends. Nevertheless, Master Crane was a genius in his own right. After witnessing the Turtle School's Kamehameha just once, he spent only 2 years teaching himself the use of ki. Afterwards, together with his brother Tao Pai Pai, he founded a new school, Crane School, and even created his own unique flying technique. With the power of flight under his belt, Master Crane's confidence soared. He believed himself superior to his peers. One day, he sought out Master Rashi and declared, "Brother, it's been a long time. I've already mastered the use of ki, and it only took me 2 years, much faster than you. The past means little to me now. I've established a Crane School, and my brother also wields ki. The 3 of us together could conquer the world. What do you say? Join us." In truth, Master Rashi had never blamed Master Crane. On the contrary, he always felt a lingering sense of guilt. If only I had shared my knowledge of ki back then, would my brother still have chosen to leave? Master Rashi had always understood everything Master Crane had done. After gaining mastery of ki, Master Crane and his disciples roamed the land, causing havoc wherever they went, burning, pillaging, and seeking to bend the world to their will. His actions were a mirror image of what King Piccolo once did. The only difference being that, as a human, Master Crane never openly proclaimed his evil like King Piccolo did. "No, I will stop you. Don't even dream of ruling the world." Master Rashi shouted in righteous anger. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two clashed in an intense battle. In the end, it was Master Rashi, with his command of the Kamehameha, who emerged victorious. Still, he could not bring himself to finish Master Crane, choosing instead to let him live. Later, Master Rashi went on to establish a martial arts school of his own, the world-renowned turtle school. From that day forward, the rivalry between the turtle and crane schools continued for over 2 centuries. The crane school chose a path of domination, while the turtle school made it its mission to save the world. Master Rashi also took on a new name, Master Potato, the title by which he would become legendary. And that's the origin of the turtle school, Grandpa Gohan concluded, gently ruffling Goku's hair. Goku's mind buzzed with thoughts. So that's how it all began? I don't remember the anime ever mentioning these details, but it makes sense when I entered the World Martial Arts Tournament for the second time. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu from the Crane School appeared. There was indeed animosity between our schools, but after our match, Tien realized the true nature of Master Crane and eventually became one of us. To learn martial arts, you must start from the very basics. With that, Grandpa Gohan suddenly produced 2 boxes of milk. The sight of the milk in Grandpa Gohan's hands sent Goku on a trip down memory lane. The scene changed. Wukong was just pulling a big fish out of the river, ready to head home. At that moment, a small car sped straight toward him. The car couldn't brake in time, and in an instant, Wukong was sent flying several meters through the air. Oh no, I hit someone. A blue-haired girl cried out in panic, leaning out of the car window. Is he dead? She muttered anxiously under her breath. Is this a monster trying to steal my catch? Wukong grumbled, and without hesitation, he lifted the car with ease and tipped it sideways onto the ground. You monster! If you dare to steal my prey, then let's fight it out. Wukong pulled out his golden staff, ready for battle. The blue-haired girl poked her head out again and yelled, You wrecked my car, you monster! Suddenly, she noticed that Wukong's belly seemed to hold another monster. She couldn't help but cry out, Wait! Why do you have another monster in your stomach? Completely ignoring Wukong's words, the girl quickly drew a pistol and fired at him in rapid succession. The bullets didn't pierce Wukong's skin, but they caused a sharp, stinging pain. Irritated, Wukong shouted, Ouch, that hurts! What kind of magic are you using, monster? Astonished, the girl exclaimed, He took gunfire and didn't even die. He really is a monster. Wukong replied with confidence, My body is as hard as iron. Your attacks are useless. I'll definitely drive you away, monster. Saying this, he brandished his staff and charged at her. The girl began to protest in a panic. Monster? No, wait, you got it all wrong. Little brother, I'm not a monster. I'm human. She put down her handgun and raised both hands high, hastily surrendering. Curious, Wukong asked, Are you really human? As he said this, the girl jumped out of the car. She wore a pink dress and looked about 15 or 16, a real young lady, it seemed. Of course I'm human, she declared confidently. But you're so different from me. You look pretty weak, Wukong replied, circling around her and studying her closely. That's because I'm a girl, the girl responded. A girl? You mean you're female? Wukong pressed on, puzzled. You country boy, haven't you ever seen a girl before? She retorted, her tone tinged with annoyance. Wukong said, Grandpa told me to always be gentle with girls. Oh, do you live with your grandpa now? The girl asked. But Wukong didn't answer. Instead, he moved behind her and nudged her dress with his staff. The girl's face instantly flushed, and she hurried to press her dress down, glaring at him in displeasure. Softly, Wukong remarked, So, you don't have a tail. I guess you really are a girl. A tail? How tacky. Does he really think a tail is fashionable? The girl covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Wukong paid no attention to her remark. Instead, he pointed at the small overturned car beside them and asked, Is that strange creature something you've tamed? A monster? That's a car. Don't tell me you don't even know what a car is. The conversation that followed was quite lengthy, so we'll skip the specifics here. As they chatted, Wukong invited the girl to visit his home. To his surprise, the girl pulled out a radar device, which immediately pointed in the direction of Wukong's house. Maybe the thing I'm looking for is at this kid's place. No harm in paying a visit, she thought. What happened next was easy enough to guess. Bulma arrived at Wukong's home and soon discovered the 4-star ball. She asked Wukong if she could have it, but he refused. After all, it was his grandfather's keepsake, and he didn't want to hand it over to just anyone. Bulma patiently explained that the 4-star ball was actually one of 7 magical Dragon Balls that could grant any wish when brought together. And so, their adventure officially began. Hey, what's your name? Bulma asked. My name's son Wukong, He introduced himself. At first, Bulma didn't want to reveal her own name. After all, they had just met. But when she saw Wukong's innocent smile, she relented. I'm Bulma. Thousands of kilometers away from Mount Paozu, down in the southern capital, stood the tiny island home of the Turtle Hermit. After 3 centuries, the Turtle Hermit's hair had turned completely white, and his back was a bit hunched with age. Few on Earth could match his abilities now, so he chose seclusion on his island near the southern capital. When the memory faded, Wukong took the milk his grandfather handed him and asked, "Grandpa, where should I deliver the milk?" Son Gohan said, "Your task today is to deliver milk from our home here in Baozi Mountain to the neighboring Jiaozi Mountain. Since you're still very young, only 5 years old, I won't make you carry anything heavy this time. All right, off you go now." "Yes, sir," with a spirited reply. Son Goku dashed out of the house. At that very moment, his eyes happened to fall on the 4-star Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball. The sight of it brought back memories of the very first time all the Dragon Balls were gathered together, and the wish that was made then. That wish, which seems so trivial now, had simply been for a pair of women's underwear. In those early days, the Dragon Balls could only grant one wish each time they were collected. Such a wish was, in truth, a bit of a waste. But back then, thwarting Pilaf's ambition to rule the world was far more important, so they had no choice. After making the wish, Goku traveled to Master Roshi's island and became the very first disciple of his life, under Master Roshi's tutelage. Although, in the years that followed, Goku learned many advanced techniques from King Kai, breaking through limits again and again, and eventually treading into the realm of gods, with Whis' guidance integral to it all. For a martial artist, the most vital quality is belief in one's path. It was this unwavering faith that drove Goku to pursue strength relentlessly. That was a true cornerstone of his growth. All of this he learned from Master Roshi. Even in the era of Dragon Ball Super, when Goku briefly lost his way, it was Roshi's advice that awakened him. During the Tournament of Power, even Beerus expressed admiration for this devotion to martial arts, respectfully addressing Master Roshi as Teacher Mutant. This, more than anything, affirmed just how profound an influence Master Roshi had on Goku's development, no less significant than Krillin's ultimate sacrifice for him. To return to the matter at hand, delivering milk as part training has always been an essential tradition of the Turtle School, and naturally, Gohan passed this exemplary old practice on to Goku. Watching Goku's back as he left, Gohan's eyes glistened with quiet tears. He found himself reminiscing about the days when he had first become Roshi's disciple. Back then, he had spent an entire afternoon struggling to deliver milk, only to return home and find his master thoroughly absorbed in a certain risque magazine. Aside from his penchant for such magazines, Master Roshi was truly admirable in every other respect. These memories stirred a flood of emotion in Gohan, recalling his master's strictness, and his fellow disciple, the Ox King, whose burly frame was 4 or 5 times his own. The older you get, the more you find yourself dwelling on the past. "Master, I promise I will pass your convictions down to Goku." Gohan murmured softly to himself, "This is what it means to inherit a legacy." Baozi Mountain is situated in the southeastern mountain range of Earth in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps Li Chuan's journey through this world caused a fateful meeting between the two, such as mysterious ripples of the butterfly effect. And as their story unfolded, Goku, without even realizing it, had already arrived at the foot of Baozi Mountain. He was breathing steadily, quietly preparing himself for the task ahead. Wukong was clearly already showing signs of fatigue. After all, his body was just 5 years old, though he possessed Saiyan blood. At birth, his combat power had been merely 2. At age 5, all Wukong had done was imitate his grandpa's martial arts. At best, he had only reached the level of an ordinary Earthling, just like the average people Raditz saw on his first visit to Earth. Wukong's home was about 20 kilometers from the base of Mount Paozu, yet it had taken him just 2 hours to walk this distance. Bear in mind, a typical adult would need at least 4 or 5 hours to cover 20 kilometers on foot. For a 5-year-old boy to outpace the average adult by such a margin, more than doubling their speed, was remarkable. With wonder in his voice, Wukong said, "No wonder this is the world of Dragon Ball. Even with this 5-year-old body, I can accomplish things that would have taken me much longer to achieve in my previous life." Before being transported to the Dragon Ball world, Lee Chuan had been just an ordinary college graduate, fresh out of school and still searching for a job. Most modern university students, once they finish high school, barely engage in any physical exercise. Even walking can leave them out of breath. Lee Chuan had been no exception. Yukong glanced back and noticed two people in the distance, seemingly whispering conspiratorially to each other. Did you know? That little girl we saw earlier with the bluish gray hair. Who do you think she really is? One of the kidnappers asked. Bluish gray hair? Oh, I remember her. Why? Is there something special about her? The other kidnapper replied. You really don't know? Dr. Brief has just invented a universal capsule. It can shrink cars, refrigerators, anything, and fit them into a tiny capsule. It's the kind of invention that's worth endless amounts of money. They say this invention alone is valued at $500 million. The first kidnapper said, dropping his voice to a hush. But could Bulma's father really be worth only $500 million? The truth was, his value was far greater. In fact, even the most advanced civilizations in the universe hadn't mastered such technology. Not even Frisia, who would later appear as the Emperor of the Universe, possessed this kind of science. For Earthlings to develop and utilize this technology, it was beyond calculation, truly priceless. The second kidnapper, caught between shock and disbelief, said, 500 million? You mean Dr. Brief, right? But what does that have to do with that little girl? Can't you see? Didn't I make it clear? That little girl has the same bluish gray hair as Dr. Brief's. She's very likely the doctor's daughter. The first kidnapper hinted. The doctor's daughter? Are you serious? The second still sounded unconvinced. The first kidnapper hesitated after hearing this. I'm not entirely sure, but we can give it a try. Let's cozy up to her and find out who she really is. If she's really the doctor's daughter, we'll kidnap her and demand $10 million from Breve. If not, we'll think of something else. With that, the first kidnapper straightened his back as if he'd made up his mind. Hearing this, the second kidnapper began to feel a quiet thrill stirring inside him. After a moment's thought, he added, we can try, but we'd better not hurt the little girl. If she turns out not to be Dr. Breve's child, let's just let her go, all right? Let her go? How could we possibly do that? Of course, once we get the money, we deal with the hostage. If we actually let her go, wouldn't that just spell trouble for us down the line? This is exactly what annoys me about you. We're criminals. Why get soft now? The first kidnapper snapped impatiently. Then, in a firm, commanding tone, he barked. Enough. Just stick to the plan. Let's go. With those words, the first kidnapper grabbed his partner and hurriedly left. All this time, Wukong had been hiding behind a large tree, about 5 or 6 meters from the two men, eavesdropping on their conversation. Although he couldn't quite catch everything, he made out the words kidnap and dispose of the hostage. It sounds like they're planning on kidnapping someone, and maybe even killing her. No, I can't just stand by and do nothing after seeing this. Wukong might not have grasped every detail, but he understood the gist. I'll trail them quietly, but explaining all this to Grandpa can wait. With that, Wukong set his milk aside and crept after the two kidnappers. Moments after Wukong slipped away, another person wandered past and picked up the milk he'd left behind. Not long after, the two kidnappers found their target and launched their plan without hesitation. The first kidnapper pressed his hand over the little girl's mouth, stifling her cries, and drew a knife with the other. He nodded for his partner to help. The second kidnapper quickly slipped a sack over the girl, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and carried her toward the car. Meanwhile, Wukong was already hiding inside the kidnapper's car trunk. Realizing there was a chance they might open it, he anxiously glanced around. Luckily, the trunk was piled high with assorted junk, just enough to conceal a 5-year-old child. Soon after, the second kidnapper shoved the little girl into the trunk as well, failing to notice Wukong hidden among the clutter. The car engine started with a low rumble. This is all your fault. We almost got caught, the first kidnapper shouted, his voice brimming with anger. It turned out that, just before making his move, the second kidnapper had accidentally made a noise, prompting the first to gripe. You never change, always so slow. After this, I'm never working with you again. The first kidnapper went on scolding, frustration clear in his voice. At that moment, hearing the commotion, young Wukong slowly peeked out from his hiding place. He carefully reached out and loosened the sack. Inside the sack was a little girl with blue, gray hair, lying there unconscious, for reasons he couldn't explain. When Wukong saw her face, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if something unfamiliar was about to overflow from within. But with danger all around, he quickly regained his composure. He gently shook the little girl. Affected by Wukong's touch, the girl gradually woke up. Startled to find a boy about her own age in front of her, she began to struggle, hoping he would help her. Their movements soon caught the kidnapper's attention. "All right, boss, calm down, okay? I admit I was wrong. Please don't be mad." The second kidnapper mumbled apologetically. The first kidnapper just shook his head with a sigh. "It's always like this. Forget it. I was just sounding off." Suddenly, he noticed something. Is something moving in the trunk? Hearing this, Wukong quickly drew the sack closed again, pretending nothing had happened. The second kidnapper glanced back, saw nothing unusual, and said, "Boss, maybe you just imagined it?" Perhaps the little girl inside woke up and is fidgeting. The first nodded. "Yeah, kids really are hard to handle." With that, he turned his attention back to driving. Once he was sure no one was watching, young Wukong quietly opened the sack again and put a finger to his lips, signaling the little girl to keep quiet. "Sure, little sister, I'll help you. Just stay still for now, and I'll find a chance to get you out. Do you remember your home phone number? Can you write it on my hand?" He gently stretched his hand behind the girl's bound ones. The little girl nodded and wrote a string of numbers on his palm. 1213-866? What a unique number, he murmured to himself. Unnoticed, the car had already entered a remote mountain area. "We're here. Take the hostage out. I'll make the call," the first kidnapper ordered, pulling out his phone. In truth, the reason the first kidnapper was able to reach Dr. Brief wasn't because he had the doctor's private number. In those days, Capsule Corporation was a household name, and like any big company, their main office number was public for questions and support calls. The kidnapper simply went through those official channels. In contrast, the Wukong of the original story was utterly ignorant of such things. After all, he'd grown up in the remote Pausa Mountains, with only his grandpa for company, hardly meeting any outsiders, not even clear on the difference between boys and girls. The lead kidnapper picked up the phone and spoke in a swaggering tone. "Hello. Is this the Capsule Corp front desk? Go tell Dr. Brief that we've kidnapped his granddaughter. We want $10 million for the ransom. Or else, don't blame us for what happens." The receptionist let out a weary sigh after hearing this. That's over 20 calls like this already this month. Now, they're even using his granddaughter as a story? These scam calls are such a headache. All right, this time I'm snapping back. Maybe my boss will understand. "Oh, his granddaughter, is it? Sure. I'll pass the message to Dr. Brief. But are you sure you only want $10 million? His granddaughter's worth far more than that. Why not ask for a bit more?" There was a hint of challenge and playful sarcasm in her voice. The lead kidnapper, hearing this, felt a smug satisfaction rise inside him. "So we really did grab the right one this time. In that case, let's raise the price." He immediately switched gears and said, "Oh, right, you're correct. I misspoke. How could Dr. Brief's granddaughter be worth just $10 million? I want $1 billion. Prepare the ransom quick, or else." The receptionist responded with a cold laugh. "You're putting on a good act, aren't you? You scammer. It was already the 21st call like this last month, and you still haven't learned your lesson? Now you're making up stories about his granddaughter? Quit pretending." With that, she hung up on him without another word. She took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "Phew, that felt great." The lead kidnapper was momentarily stunned by what had just happened. When he finally came to his senses, he listened to flat, droning beep of the call ending and felt his anger begin to simmer. "Damn woman, how dare she play games with me? Whatever, it's not her. I've been driving all day. I need a break." He shoved the phone into his pocket, gave a few instructions to his partner, and then climbed back into the car to get some sleep. The second kidnapper felt a wave of relief wash over him, too. "Phew, looks like it wasn't them after all. Honestly, I'm a bit tired myself." Sleepiness crept up on him. He glanced at his boss, saw that he was already asleep, then turned back to look at the car's trunk. He shook his head, thinking, there's no way such a little girl could free herself and escape. A short nap should be fine. With that, he found an empty spot nearby, sat down, bowed his head, and quickly drifted off. Meanwhile, back at Capsule Corp, Dr. Brief was standing at the front desk, chatting with a young woman. "Xiang, have you seen Bulma? She's been missing for 6 hours and hasn't called home at all." This young lady, Xiao Xiang, was none other than the receptionist who had just spoken with the kidnapper known as Jia. Xiao Xiang replied, "I haven't seen the young miss, but someone did call earlier, claiming your granddaughter had been kidnapped. Honestly, it sounded rather funny, When did you ever have a granddaughter? Dr. Brief's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Granddaughter? I suppose others, Bulma and I do appear like grandfather and granddaughter. We both have that bluish gray hair. Still, I must admit I am getting on in years. By the way, can you trace where that call came from? Xiao Xiang smiled softly. You know, now that I think about it, Miss Bulma really does resemble your granddaughter. But she's also disappeared for hours at a time before. Maybe she's just off somewhere, playing with one of your inventions again. Dr. Brief shook his head. That time, her sister Tights took her out to play. I hadn't noticed. This feels different, though. Please, help me track down the source of that call. The reason Bulma happened to be near Bowsy Mountain was that Dr. Brief had business to attend to at the regional branch office in East City. On this occasion, he had gone there in person. Seeing the doctor so serious, Xiao Xiang left her teasing aside. Good bosses are rare, but knowing when to joke and when not is important. She started tapping away on her keyboard. With a few quick keystrokes, she managed to locate the kidnapper Jia's phone signal. Xiao Xiang reported, Doctor, that call just now came from Jiaozi Mountain. It's southeast of here, about 300 kilometers away. If Miss Bulma really has been missing for 6 hours, there's a strong chance she's there. Still, just to be safe, you might want to check with Miss Tights first. If she's taking Bulma out for some fun again, that would explain things. After all, she can fly a plane, and it'd only take 40 or 50 minutes to get here from West City. At this, Dr. Brief immediately dialed Tights' number. Hello, Tights? Is Bulma with you right now? Oh, she's not? All right. No problem. Just thought I'd check in. I'm a bit tied up here, so I'll catch up with you later. After hanging up, Dr. Brief's expression turned grave. Xiao Xiang, gather the team at once. We're heading for Jiaozi Mountain. Whoosh, whoosh. Are they asleep? This is my chance. Hearing 2 kidnappers begin to snore, Goku realized it was time to make his move. He carefully and quietly pushed open the car's trunk. Click, click. Huh? Who's there? Ah. Just eel rice, one of the kidnappers mumbled drowsily. Young Goku froze, his heart pounding, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Phew, just talking in his sleep. Seeing that no one had woken up, Goku let out a sigh of relief and quickly started untying the sack. At this moment, Bulma was already fast asleep. After all, in such a dim and cramped space, it was hard for a 9-year-old girl to stay awake. Goku gently nudged her. Bulma woke up at once. Shu, I'll untie you first, but you must stay quiet. Not a sound. Bulma nodded eagerly in response. Little Goku helped her untie the ropes, then slipped quietly out of the car. Phew! Finally I can breathe again. Little guy, why are you here too? Were you kidnapped as well? Bulma whispered her question. Goku replied, No, I saw those 2 sneaking around and thought they looked suspicious, so I followed them. Never guessed they'd actually be kidnappers. Bulma nodded in understanding. She looked around and only then realized it was pitch black in every direction. In a frightened voice, she asked, Where are we exactly? How are we supposed to get back? And if they wake up, will they hurt us? I saw on TV that kidnappers like these often target girls our age. Goku tried to comfort her. Don't panic. Try to calm down. I don't really know where we are either. Do you have a cell phone? Bulma shook her head. No, you mean a phone, right? I accidentally left mine in my room before I left home. Goku whispered. All right. Well, I know where to find one. One of the kidnappers is holding a phone, but there's no way they'll let us use it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of kidnapping us. I'll see if I can deal with the one sleeping on the floor. If we take care of even one of them, there's a chance we can get away. Hearing this, Bulma shook her head in a hurry. No way. You're just a kid. How could you handle a grown-up on your own? We should hide and wait until morning, then try to figure something out. Clearly, Goku didn't agree. He knew the kidnappers were well acquainted with the surroundings and had weapons. Once daylight came, his window of advantage would vanish. After all, no matter how strong he was still just a 5-year-old kid against 2 fully grown adults. The odds weren't on his side. Right at that moment, Goku strode straight towards the second kidnapper without hesitation, a coil of rope in his hands. Huh, who are you? The kidnapper was startled awake. Goku gave him no chance to react. In a flash, he unleashed a fierce series of kicks. Under Goku's incredible strength, the second kidnapper collapsed, instantly knocked out. This is my first real fight, so you'd better remember it. Bulma was utterly shocked by what she saw. Is this really something a 5-year-old is capable of? Even a professional boxer might not have such moves. Is he some sort of monster? Goku noticed Bulma still frozen in place and urgently called out, "Aren't you going to help? Come tie him up. My arms are too short." Oh, right. Bulma hurried over in a quick trot. "How did you do those moves just now? Are you some kind of demon?" Bulma asked curiously. "I practice kung fu." Goku didn't think much of it. He had instinctively used some kung fu techniques he'd seen in movies from his previous life. He had always thought those moves looked so cool, and now he could actually perform them. Secretly, he wondered, is this what having a scion body feels like? I've barely learned anything, and I'm already capable of moves like these. No wonder the Goku in the manga was always thirsty for battle. If I were him, I'd want to test this power too. Actually, isn't that exactly what I'm doing now? With growing confidence, young Goku said, "I've been practicing martial arts since I was little." "Pretty cool, huh? Want me to teach you? Free of charge." Bulma shook her head. "No way. I'm a lady. You can't expect me to learn something so violent. Anyway, what do you plan to do next?" The people in the car are about to wake up. As she spoke, she pointed at the armored kidnapper who was getting off the car. "Hey, kid, where did you come from?" Goku stopped what he was doing and stepped before Bulma, saying, "You should run. I'll hold him off and buy you some time." Bulma shook her head at once. "No, let me stay. You go. My family's rich. If you can get out, just call my dad for help. He'll send people to rescue you." Hearing this, Goku thought to himself, letting a girl stay while I make a run for it? That's not what a real man should do. Besides, didn't that guy have something around his neck? If I remember right, there was something like that in the original Dragon Ball story with that symbol. What was it again? As the thought crossed his mind, Goku realized things were definitely more complicated than they seemed. He knew that if Bulma stayed behind, her chances of survival would be slim to none. "No, you have to run." Goku insisted urgently. This guy is no ordinary opponent. No regular person could handle him. But Bulma refused to budge. "Don't make me go. Let me stay, please. Right now." Goku and Bulma were almost the same height. Without warning, Goku gave her a slap. There was a sharp smack. Bulma was stunned into silence. Fighting back guilt, Goku scolded her angrily. "Idiot! Of course I should stay behind. You're just a girl. Don't start causing trouble now." Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes, and she began to cry. Upon hearing this, Wukong spoke gently. "Sorry, I hit you too hard just now, but you really should get out of here first. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you. Trust me, I'm really strong." Bulma, hearing Wukong's words, felt as if a voice inside was urging her, "Trust this person. He will win." Choking back tears, she said, "All right, I'll go now, but I still don't know your name. Would you tell me?" Wukong jumped forward and pointed at the kidnapper. "Hey, my name is Sun Wukong. I'm going to defeat you and buy her some time." The kidnapper burst out laughing. "Ha, what a cocky little brat. You're much more entertaining than that girl. Come on, let's see what you're made of." With that, the kidnapper lunged and aimed a kick at Wukong. Wukong nimbly dodged, stepping back and avoiding the attack with ease. Bulma, seeing the chance, dashed to the door behind her. "Son Wukong, you have to beat him. Please come back safe." "Hurry, go now." Wukong called back. Bulma managed to slip out of the house. As she disappeared, a turbulent mix of emotions washed over Wukong. "I still don't know her name, and I actually slapped her just now. I hope she's not hurt. It must have hurt. I'm really sorry. I'll have to apologize later." But as his thoughts wandered, the kidnapper struck again, snapping out 2 fierce whip kicks. With sharp, sudden blows, Wukong was knocked to the ground. Smirking, the kidnapper jeered. "So this is all you've got? You think you can take me on?" The pain that shot through Wukong's body sharpened his focus. He realized he couldn't afford to be distracted. He'd have to give his all to the fight. He paused his attacks for a moment to ask, "Hey, who is that little girl, really? Why would someone like you be after her?" At this, the kidnapper flashed a sly grin and waved dismissively. "Want to know? Beat me and maybe I'll tell you." But before the last word had left the kidnapper's lips, Wukong was already on the move. Without hesitation, Wukong threw a straight punch at his opponent. Though the punch was blocked, the force still sent the kidnapper stumbling back several steps, shaken. The kidnapper cried out in shock. "Hey, how can such a scrawny kid be so strong?" Wukong didn't respond. He simply replied coolly, "If you want answers, you'll have to beat me first." The kidnapper chuckled at the challenge. Fine, let me show you what a real punch feels like. With a flash, he darted in front of Wukong and unleashed a flurry of heavy punches. Wukong caught both blows, a small smile playing at his lips. Your punches aren't much. Now try my monkey fist. From that exchange, Wukong was able to judge the gap between their abilities. By his estimate, the odds stood at about 60-40. Wukong pondered to himself. He doesn't seem to have any martial arts foundation. If I make full use of the moves I learned from Grandpa, maybe I can level out that 20% gap between us. The two exchanged a few more punches in quick succession. In that moment, Wukong noticed a flash of red during their exchanges. That's his red scarf? Now I understand who he is. He's with the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong stopped, lowering his fist as he declared, I already know who you are now. The kidnapper, intrigued, asked, Oh? Why don't you tell me? Who do you think I am? Wukong replied, You're from the Red Ribbon Army, right? Someone like you targeting that girl. It could only mean you're after someone from Capsule Corporation. Is she from the company's top management? The kidnapper responded with a round of applause. He clapped his hands smartly, remarking, Well, I didn't expect you to have heard of the Red Ribbon Army. Not a bad deduction. Yes, I am here to capture that girl. I wasn't sure she was from Capsule Corporation until I saw your reaction. Looks like I found my target after all. But since you know so much, I can't let you leave. I'll take care of you first, and then go after that little girl. Upon hearing this, Wukong finally understood. So it's Bulma? No wonder I felt uneasy. A steely resolve formed within him. He was determined to defeat the enemy before him. Wukong was all too aware of how dangerous the Red Ribbon Army was. Dr. Gero was once part of them, and later created those terrifying androids. Just thinking about what might happen to Bulma if she fell into their hands sent a cold sweat trickling down his spine. He dared not imagine the consequences. With that, Wukong grew even more focused. He moved into the classic monkey fist stance, his tail precisely aligned, making him look every bit the part of a real monkey. With a swift, slicing motion, Wukong charged at the kidnapper at lightning speed. The kidnapper stood no chance to react, and in an instant, he received two heavy punches straight from Wukong. He let out a cry of pain, clutching his belly as he sank to his knees, sour bile rising in his throat. Slowly, the kidnapper got back to his feet, fury burning in his eyes. Damn it, I, Josh Xiaobing, will never lose to a kid like you. His voice rang out, proudly declaring his name and his association with the Red Ribbon Army. But anger only made Josh Xiaobing's moves even more disorganized and wild. Wukong, nimble and agile, slipped past several clumsy attacks with ease. Power-wise, the two were evenly matched, but in terms of speed, Wukong was clearly at a disadvantage. In that moment, Josh Xiaobing landed two punches squarely on Wukong's legs, launching him through the air. Wukong crashed hard to the ground, pain flooding through his body. He pondered to himself, This won't do. This guy is way too fast. Even though we're about equal in strength, if I can't land a hit, all that power is useless. I underestimated him. Am I really going to die here? In frustration, Goku slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it, is this really the end for me? He lifted his head and looked toward the doorway. But by now, she must have escaped. She's Bulma after all. She'll make it, I'm sure. But what about me? I wish I could see her just one more time, even if just to say I'm sorry. Suddenly, Josh Xiaobing stomped down hard onto Goku's back. In an instant, Goku was pinned face down to ground, completely unable to move. Josh Xiaobing flashed a menacing grin. You brat, let's see how cocky you are now. Still think you're tough? He kept taunting Goku, kicking down on his back over and over, showing no sign of stopping. At that moment, a voice sounded inside Goku's mind. Goku, I know you've already learned to gather your energy. When your opponent lets his guard down, focus your energy and your dantian, your core. It'll help you take less damage. And when he really drops his guard, seize the chance, aim for his knees, and use your advantage to win. Remember, you only get one shot at this. The voice made Goku's heart tremble. Grandpa's guiding me. Goku struggled to follow Grandpa Gohan's instruction, gathering his energy in his core. He feigned weakness and let Josh Xiaobing keep attacking, pretending he could no longer fight back. To convince his enemy, he cried out in pain. But by concentrating his energy, he managed to withstand the worst of the blows. The desperate performance dragged on. At first, Goku cried out in broken gasps, but after several minutes of non-stop beating, His voice fell silent. No one could have guessed just how many times Goku was struck during those 10 long minutes. Each time Goku went quiet, Josh Xiaobing sneered with contempt. Goku anticipated that Josh Xiaobing would judge his condition this way, controlling his breath and heartbeat. Whenever his attacker paid attention, Goku forced himself to look completely lifeless. With his newfound control over his energy, it wasn't hard, and his gamble worked. Josh Xiaobing was fooled. Seeing Goku utterly still, Josh Xiaobing mocked. Ha! He really held out, but he's finally dead. 10 minutes of this, and I'm exhausted. Did you really think you could beat me? Enjoy rotting here in the wild. This is what you get for crossing me. With that, Josh Xiaobing turned to leave. But just then, Goku's eyes snapped open. It's time, he whispered, before Josh Xiaobing could react. Goku summoned all his strength and kicked hard at his left knee. Ah! Josh Xiaobing cried out in pain, feeling his calf about to give way, as if it might snap at any moment. Half kneeling on the ground, he sensed the shadow of death looming ever closer. Despite his injured left leg, Josh Xiaobing forced himself to use it for support and hastily swung a whip kick at Wukong. Just as Son Gohan had said before, Wukong's height advantage became clear at this moment. Wukong quickly ducked, dodged the strike, and then, gathering all his strength, delivered a crushing uppercut to Josh Xiaobing. The punch landed with full force, smashing straight into Josh Xiaobing's chin. The impact was tremendous, sending his whole body hurtling into the air. The jaw, one of the most fragile spots on the human body, shattered almost completely under Wukong's blow. This Wukong was no longer the soft-hearted child from the original story, prone to forgetting the finishing blow. Sensing Josh Xiaobing's exhaustion after several fierce attacks, Wukong focused all his power, and before Josh Xiaobing could even hit the ground, unleashed a flurry of 10 consecutive kicks, each one landing true. Wukong knew that this ruthless chain of attacks was enough to end Josh Xiaobing's life. With a quick gasp for breath, he finished with one last fierce punch aimed directly at the man's heart. Josh Xiaobing collapsed, unmoving, a life beyond saving. Wukong threw his head back and let out a triumphant cry. I've won. He looked down at Josh Xiaobing's lifeless body, clenching his fists as thoughts ran deep within. My first kill, yet I feel no remorse at all. It seems the blood of the Scions really is changing me little by little. Still, there should be another enemy left here. Wukong turned to face the second kidnapper, who was still tied up. At this point, the kidnapper had tightly shut his eyes and fallen unconscious. Wukong was determined to leave no threats behind. Even though this man bore no sign of the Red Ribbon Army, since he had chosen to conspire with them, he deserved no leniency. With resolve, Wukong began walking toward a bound kidnapper, prepared to finish the job. But just then, a large hand stopped him. Son Gohan spoke gently. Wukong, you've taken one life already. Don't kill another needlessly. It's time for us to go. There's a crowd coming up the mountain, probably because that little girl called for help. If they find out you killed someone here, it'll be hard to explain. Hearing this, Wukong withdrew his hand. Deep down, he wanted nothing more than to wipe out his enemies, but he dared not go against Grandpa Gohan's wishes. He cast one last glance at the scene and then, together with Son Gohan, quietly left Jiaozi Mountain behind. Yet, just after the two had gone, the tied-up kidnapper slowly opened his eyes. With a thunderous shout, he broke free from the ropes binding him. It was clear that his strength far surpassed Josh Xiaobing's. Rolling his neck and stretching his arms, each movement made his joints crackle as he prepared for the next move. He spoke in a gloomy voice. Damn it! So it was that Gohan kid after all. Good thing he hasn't woken up yet. I knew I sensed an unusual energy. With a swift motion, the second kidnapper tore off his human skin mask. Beneath the mask was none other than Tao Bai Bai, the infamous assassin who nearly killed Goku before. Tao Bai Bai was a top-tier assassin, skilled in both the art of flight and the lethal Dodon Ray. Even during his early discussions with Josh Xiaobing about the kidnapping plot, he had been aware of Goku's presence. However, he had refrained from acting immediately because of Gohan's energy. He sensed that overwhelmingly powerful aura. It was on par with his own. To avoid blowing his cover, he feigned defeat at Goku's hands. Tao Bai Bai considered. If Goku had truly attacked him just now, he would unleash the Dodon Ray and end everything in an instant. But just as he was about to charge his energy, Gohan appeared. Clearly, Gohan had seen through his intentions, and that was why Tao Bai Bai couldn't make a move. Afterward, Tao Bai glanced at Jia Xiaobing, who lay collapsed on the ground. Red Ribbon Army, huh? Seems like a wealthy organization. Even though we didn't capture anyone from Capsule Corporation, selling them a bit of information could still fetch a fortune. At that moment, Tao Bai seemed to sense some commotion outside. He picked up Jia Xiaobing's corpse and slipped out through the window. Inside the room, it was as if nothing had happened at all. Goku, Son Goku, I've come to save you. Bulma burst into the room, her voice trembling with worry as she called out for Goku, but the place was completely empty. Suddenly, a terrible thought struck Bulma, and she broke down in tears. Frantically searching the room, she cried out in despair, "Goku, where are you? No, it can't be. You can't be dead." Just as she was on the verge of collapse, Dr. Brief walked in. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders, comforting her softly. "Bulma, you must be strong. That young boy has already escaped." Upon hearing this, Bulma choked out between sobs. "Really, is it true? Dad, you're not lying to me, are you?" Not want to see his daughter in pain, Dr. Brief revealed a secret to her. "I remember there's a legend about a treasure called the Dragon Balls. If you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shinron and have one wish granted. It's said you can even bring the dead back to life. Now, I'm not saying little Goku is gone, but you can use the Dragon Balls to find out where he is. If the worst has happened, Shinron can revive him. If he's still alive, the Dragon Balls will help you find him." As Dr. Bree spoke, he looked into his daughter's eyes with earnest seriousness. Listening to him, Bulma slowly regained her composure. "There Dragon Balls? Dad, do you know what the Dragon Balls look like?" Dr. Brief stroked his chin thoughtfully as he recalled. "It said that Dragon Balls are orange orbs marked with red stars, 7 of them in total. That's what Master Rashi, the martial arts master, once told me long ago." "Orange orbs, is it? I see. I'll definitely find them," Bulma said, wiping away her tears. She tapped her chest softly to steady herself. "But where on earth will we even begin to look for these Dragon Balls?" At that moment, the moonlight poured in through the window, casting its soft glow into a corner of the room. Something there seemed to be catching the light, reflecting it faintly. Bulma followed the direction of the moonbeam with her gaze. "Huh, is that some kind of ball?" She walked over, picked it up, and fished her phone out of her pocket to turn on the flashlight. It was an orange sphere, and inside, 2 red stars were suspended. With excitement bubbling up inside her, Bulma exclaimed, "Could this be a Dragon Ball?" "The 2-star ball." Dr. Brief came over and took the Dragon Ball, examining it closely, but he didn't seem to notice anything all that special about it. A Dragon Ball, you say? It doesn't look all that remarkable." But Bulma felt differently. She was absolutely certain this was a Dragon Ball. Some inexplicable connection made her sure of it, just as she had always believed that Goku wasn't truly gone, just that he had gone somewhere far away. Taking a deep breath, Bulma looked at Dr. Brief and said, "Well, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Dad, could you make some sort of radar to help find the other Dragon Balls based on this one?" Dr. Brief nodded. "A radar, huh? Of course I can build that. But Bulma, finding that boy is your own business, something you're meant to do yourself. If you leave it all to me, don't you think that shows a lack of sincerity? For an inventor like Dr. Brief, creating something like a dragon radar would be an easy task. Yet the prospect of his 9-year-old daughter venturing out alone in search of the Dragon Balls was something he simply could not accept. This incident made him feel a deep sense of unease. He resolved then and there to take Bulma back to West City that very night and not step out again. From now on, every invention would be made at home, and only his closest assistants would know his whereabouts. For security's sake, he even planned to have Bulma change her hair color, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Bulma replied, "You're right, it does mean more if I do it myself. But building a radar like that must take a lot of knowledge, huh? Looks like I'll have to study really hard. All right, Dad, let's get going." With that, Bulma took Dr. Brief by the hand and led him out of the room. At that moment, a quiet voice could be heard. "Did you see her? That little girl, the one you saved this time? She's quite pretty, isn't she?" It was Gohan who spoke. As it turned out, just as Bulma and the doctor were leaving, Goku and Gohan had arrived here as well. Goku, wanting to observe a little longer, asked his grandfather if they could stay for a few more minutes. Seeing the person he liked safe and sound, young Goku was overjoyed. He nodded and replied, "Grandpa, let's go. Now that she's safe, we can leave too." "But Grandpa, could you tell me who the other kidnapper was? How did he manage to escape with Jia Xiaobing's body?" Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression shifted instantly from joy to seriousness. That guy, he's a killer from the Crane School, Tao Pai Pai, our Turtle School's sworn enemy. His key techniques are formidable. His signature move, the Dodon Ray, is a perfect counter to our Kamehameha. In fact, I recognized him right away. If he had made a move, I would have stepped in to deal with him personally, but he's not as strong as I am. At this, Goku broke out in a cold sweat, his heart racing with alarm. Tao Pai Pai, the early stage mini, boss from Dragon Ball. I can't believe I'd meet someone of his level in this world. The butterfly effect is terrifying. Thinking back to how he'd almost decided to attack a moment ago, Goku managed a wry smile. Thank goodness Grandpa was here. Otherwise, not only me, even Bulma might have lost her life this time. This encounter strengthened Goku's resolve to train harder. He didn't want to face such dangers ever again. Had he recognized Tao Pai Pai earlier, he doubted he would have even had the courage to fight. With determination shining in his eyes, Goku declared, "Grandpa, please train me with everything you've got." Moved by the change in Goku, Gohan smiled with pride. "You really are my grandson, but it's late tonight. Let's head home and rest. You've had a long day." Gohan gently patted Goku on the shoulder. "Yes, sir." At the same time, elsewhere, "Hello? Is this the Red Ribbon Army? Your men were killed during the attempt to kidnap the Capsule Corporation heiress. Want intel? You'll have to pay up." Tao Pai Pai's tone carried a hint of arrogant confidence. But on the other end of the line was General Blue, one of the Red Ribbon Army's top officers, infamous for his psychic powers. The Red Ribbon Army's ultimate aim was world domination. Once their plans were complete, the Capsule Corporation would naturally fall into their hands. With this thought, General Blue's anger only intensified. Who exactly kidnapped Dr. Brief's daughter? I need her to cooperate with us willingly. Tactics like this will only push her to oppose us. As a general, he was proud and self-assured, never one to give the order for a kidnapping. He knew perfectly well that this whole affair was entirely Jia Xiaobing's own doing. General Blue forced down his anger and replied coolly, "Who is this person? Just tell me the name, and I can pay you something." Tao Pai Pai didn't quite understand what the other party was asking, so he told everything. "The little girl is called Bulma, and your man is Jia Xiaobing." General Blue, upon hearing the name, found he had barely any recollection of this Jia Xiaobing. After asking someone to look into it, he learned that Jia Xiaobing had once tried to betray the organization. In the Red Ribbon Army, once you're a member for life. Realizing this, General Blue even felt a flicker of gratitude toward whoever had killed Jia Xiaobing. "All right, I'll transfer the money to you. Send me your account number." Not long after, Tao Pai Pai received 1,000,000 yuan. Seeing that amount in his bank account, he gained a deep appreciation for the Red Ribbon Army's financial strength. His anticipation for future cooperation with them grew even stronger. "How about working together? Maybe we find a time to meet in person?" Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 months had quietly slipped by since the kidnapping incident. During this time, Goku had been training under Grandpa Gohan's guidance. His daily milk delivery routine continued, though now, every so often after making his deliveries, Goku would wander over to the small cabin. He sat there in silence as if lost in memories. He let out a long breath and clenched his fists. "Now I must be stronger than that man. If I ever run into someone like him again, I could settle things in just 3 seconds. Well then, time to head home." When Goku got back, the sky was already darkening. Grandpa Gohan glanced at him and said, "Goku, you're coming home pretty late today." Goku replied, "Oh, it's nothing really. I just had a few extra milk deliveries. Got a bit tired, so I came home late." Seeing Goku's downcast look, Grandpa Gohan set aside his work and walked over, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. With a warm smile, Grandpa Gohan said, "Hey now, a 5-year-old shouldn't be carrying that kind of expression. What's troubling you? Want to talk to Grandpa about it?" Goku had always been willing to share his thoughts with Grandpa Gohan. But this time, the words caught in his throat. After a moment's silence, he bit his lip and said, "Grandpa, do you remember that little girl from before? Back then, I pushed her away so she could escape first. I never got the chance to apologize to her. I've been feeling guilty about that ever since." After hearing this, Gohan fell silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, so that's what it was. I see now. In that situation, your choice was really brave. If I were in your shoes, I might not have been as decisive. Letting her escape was the right thing to do." Hearing this, Goku became even more anxious. But will she understand why I did it? What if she ends up hating me? Gohan shook his head gently and, after thinking for a moment, said, "Well, honestly, it's hard for me to say whether what you did was right or wrong. Life is full of choices, and no one ever gets everything perfect. All I can tell you is, don't dwell forever on the regrets of the past. When you have a chance in the future, go and seek your own answer." With that, Gohan rested his large hand gently on young Goku's head and said softly, "I believe in you. I know you'll find the right answer someday. Things have already come this far, and nothing can change that now. Even though you can't see that girl right now, if you get the chance someday, go and apologize to her. I may not know exactly how she feels, but I believe she'll understand." After listening, Goku lowered his head, but after a moment, determination flickered in his eyes. "Yes, I'll pull myself together, and I won't mope around anymore." Hearing Goku's reply, Gohan laughed heartily with relief. "Haha, that's my grandson. Go wash your hands. You must be starving after delivering milk all day. It's time to eat." At that moment, Goku's stomach gave a loud, rumbling growl. All right, I'm going to enjoy this meal to the fullest. Even though he had crossed into this new world, Goku's passion for food remained unchanged. He hadn't expected just how ravenous this new body could get. At every meal, he could finish 3 huge bowls, each big enough to rival his head, and would still have room for fruit afterward. Reinvigorated, Goku turned his former gloom into a powerful appetite, and today, to his own amazement, he broke his record by downing 4 massive bowls. Meanwhile, far away in West City, Bulma was lying on her comfortable bed, staring at the ceiling, one hand pressed gently against the cheek where Goku had struck her. She thought to herself, "Humph, that insufferable Goku. One day, I'll pay him back for that slap. He told me to cover the rear, then just ran off and vanished without a trace. And I never even got to say thank you." Just then, the door quietly swung open, and a gentle beam of light spilled into the room. A clear, cheerful voice called out, "Bulma, you're still awake? Do you want Mommy to sleep with you tonight?" The speaker was none other than Bulma's mother, Mrs. Briefs. At this age, Bulma was still like any ordinary little girl. She needed her mother's company. She stretched out her arms, inviting Mrs. Brief to come closer. Mrs. Brief, as cheerful as always, exclaimed, "Oh, little Bulma's embrace is so warm. I wish I could stay by your side like this every night." Bulma blushed at her words. Her cheeks tinged pink. "Mom, what are you saying? Is my hug really that warm?" Mrs. Brief nodded affectionately. It truly is. Don't overthink it now. Time to sleep," she soothed. With those gentle words, she softly stroked Bulma's head. By now, Bulma had followed Dr. Brief's suggestion and changed her hair color. Her hair, which had once been a bluish gray, was now dyed a vibrant blue-green, just like in the earliest episodes of the anime. Nestled in her mother's safe, warm arms, Bulma quickly drifted off to sleep. Once she saw her daughter sound asleep, Mrs. Brief slipped quietly out of the room. "Honey, did you manage to find out who the Son Goku is that Bulma keeps talking about?" she asked in a low voice. At that moment, Dr. Brief was waiting just outside Bulma's room. Both of them were deeply concerned about the events that had unfolded and wanted to know who had saved their daughter. They were determined to unravel the mystery. Who exactly was this Son Goku Bulma spoke of? Yet no matter how hard they searched, there was barely any information to be found about Son Goku. It was as if he had never existed. They trusted that Bulma wouldn't make up such a story, but their investigation had led to nothing. Even though the city had recently installed surveillance cameras, Goku had followed them closely behind the car the entire way, never once appearing in the camera's field of view. He only showed up once they'd reached the warehouse. For that reason, aside from the 3 others present that day, there was no one who could prove that Son Goku truly existed. Dr. Brief shook his head. "All we know is that someone called Son Goku was involved. We did find fingerprints in the car's trunk and matched them to an identity, but we have no idea where he lives. The police managed to find a registration on file, but it listed no home address." Suddenly, Mrs. Brief seemed struck by a thought. What was the name of that mountain again? Dr. Brief paused to recall. "I think it was called Chaozu Mountain. Could he be a child from those mountains? Think about it. His identity is registered, but there's no home address. It's likely he lives up there." And Bulma said that this boy was incredibly skilled. You'd think people nearby would know about someone like that. With just these scant clues, Mrs. Brief was able to deduce Goku's general whereabouts. The original story may never have mentioned any inventive talent on her part, But she was Bulma's mother. After all, how could she be without her own gifts? Dr. Brief suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Of course! Why didn't I think of that? You always notice the details." With that, he gave his wife a quick kiss on the cheek and hurried off to instruct his staff to investigate further. "Near that mountain, you say? I've got it." A young, clear voice sounded from behind. As it turned out, when Mrs. Briefs left the room, Bulma had already woken up, quietly overhearing the entire conversation. She knew that her parents would never allow her to go to that place alone, so she simply tucked those clues away in her mind. She resolved that an opportunity arose, she would definitely go see it for herself. In truth, Bulma had a remarkable memory and keen powers of deduction since she was little. Even before being bundled into that car, she had already memorized a route they'd taken. After returning home, she had thought hard about it, but her young age meant she couldn't quite identify which mountain it was. The fact that she could remember the whole route already spoke to her extraordinary gift. Drawing from the conversation she had just overheard between her parents, Bulma inferred the likely location of the warehouse and finally wrote down the words Bowsy Mountain. By sheer luck, or perhaps a twist of fate, her guess was right. Was it just an accident, or was destiny quietly at work? 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of Goku's 9th birthday, an unexpected event crept silently closer. When first he'd met Goku, the boy had been only 5. That day was the 20th of April, and Goku's birthday fell on the 9th of May. After their first meeting, he had just turned 6, so reaching 9 after 3 more years made perfect sense. Whenever the moon grew full at night, Goku felt a heightened tension deep inside, thanks to his Scion blood and the tail at his back. Ever since he was able to move freely, he had made a habit of locking himself indoors whenever the big, round moon hung in the sky, never daring to step outside. Goku knew that any change in him would certainly arouse Grandpa Gohan's suspicions. Even though he trusted his grandfather not to harm him, if he spoke his worries aloud, others would surely take it as a joke. After all, who would ever believe a human could become a giant ape? At just 4 years old, Goku had steeled himself and cut off his own tail, knowing it was the key to his transformation. It was a painful experience for him. In the original story, Goku was always unconscious when his tail was removed, and later, thanks to the godly power of Kami, the possibility of it growing back was eliminated completely, so he never really felt much pain. But now, every time the tail regenerated, Goku had to gather every last ounce of courage and cut it off all over again. As time went by, Gohan eventually discovered everything. Goku had no choice but to confide in his grandfather about the secret of his tail, though Gohan found it all hard to believe. After living with Goku day in and day out for 6 or 7 years, he couldn't help but trust his grandson. Yet, each time Goku cut off his tail and suffered that searing pain, it tore at Gohan's heart. Determined, Gohan put an end to Goku's attempts to sever his tail. Before his stubborn grandfather, Goku ultimately surrendered and agreed to stop. But on the night of Goku's 9th birthday, fate could not be changed. Under the moonlight that bathed his face, Goku's eyes turned blood red. Suddenly, his muscles swelled and ripped through his clothes. His body expanded rapidly, and before long, he had transformed into a giant ape 10 meters tall. The commotion startled Gohan from his sleep. He rushed outside, filled with shock and worry as he beheld the massive beast, a flood of memories swirling within him. At that moment, Goku cried out in frustration, "Grandpa, I really have to cut off my tail. Please, don't try to stop me anymore." But Gohan was unwavering. He grabbed onto Goku with his large, strong hands and, for the first time, spoke with stern authority. "Goku, don't do this. Stop right now. And tell me, why are you so determined to cut off your own tail?" Realizing there was no use hiding anymore, Goku set down the machete and explained, "Grandpa, you've seen it yourself. Even though I look like a human, I have this tail. It's obvious I'm not from Earth." In truth, Gohan had long suspected that Goku wasn't from this world, ever since he'd first found the boy emerging from that strange machine. Though he never learned what that device truly was, his years of wandering and adventure had taught him that Earth was no stranger to life from beyond the stars. If even dinosaur people existed here, then the presence of aliens was hardly impossible. Other than the tail, however, Goku was in every way simply a boy from Earth. Feeling Goku's pain, Gohan softened his grip and spoke gently. "Silly child, the day I found you, I knew you weren't from Earth. But what does that matter? You're still my grandson. That's not a reason to cut off your tail." Goku confessed the real reason. his voice earnest. No, Grandpa, this tale is actually extremely dangerous. As soon as I see the full moon, I turn into a giant ape, and I've even got the power to destroy the earth. So please, don't try to stop me anymore. He finished speaking and, slipping free from Gohan's grasp, brought the blade down hard on his own tail. In a flash, his tail was severed. A wave of agony surged through him, but Goku gritted his teeth and made not a sound. Even so, the pain and weakness overwhelmed him, and he fell to his knees. Wukong, are you all right? Gohan rushed forward at once to check Goku's injuries. Then, he too was astonished by Goku's strength. After only a year of training together, Goku's combat ability had climbed to 30, to the point that Gohan himself wasn't quick enough to stop him in time. Seeing his grandfather's worried face, Goku gritted his teeth against the pain and forced a smile. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm fine, it just hurts a little. I'll take some medicine and I'll be good as new. As he spoke, he pulled out a capsule from his pocket. In no time at all, Goku was bouncing around as lively as ever, even breaking into a few sets of martial arts moves. Watching this, Gohan couldn't suppress his curiosity. What is that thing? How could it be so miraculous? And how can such a big object fit inside? Goku replied, "This is called a capsule." Indeed, this was a capsule invented by Dr. Brief, and inside were various medical supplies. But how did Goku get his hands on a capsule at this point in time? It turns out that years ago, when Dr. Brief learned of Goku's whereabouts, he located his home at Mount Paozu in just 2 minutes, a testament to the Capsule Corporation's exceptional intelligence network and swift action. Dr. Brief, without telling his daughter Bulma, secretly flew his plane to Mount Paozu and met Goku in person. At the time, Goku was about to head out to deliver some milk. Seeing the boy match his daughter's description, Dr. Brief was certain he'd found the right person. So he stepped forward, crouched down, and took Goku's hand. With visible excitement, Dr. Brief exclaimed, "You're the little hero who saved my daughter, aren't you? I've finally found you." Hearing this, Goku couldn't recall when he'd ever saved the man's daughter. After studying Dr. Brief for a moment, he asked, "Are you Dr. Brief?" Seeing that Goku recognized him, Dr. Brief let out a breath of relief. He'd worried that showing up unannounced might upset the boy, but now it seemed there was no problem. Dr. Brief hurried to say, "That's right, it's me. Thank you so much for saving Bulma. I came specially to thank you in person." Goku blushed, feeling a bit awkward as though meeting his future father-in-law. "It's nothing, really. I just happened to be passing by and saw someone kidnapping a little girl. Anyone would have stepped in." Dr. Brief, hearing Goku's words, was even more impressed by his character. Goku wasn't like others who tried to curry favor upon learning who he was. Instead, he spoke with sincerity, which made Dr. Brief appreciate him all the more. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Dr. Brief asked an unexpected question. "Hey, kid, do you like my daughter? I don't really mind the two of you being together, but you're both too young now. You mustn't do anything inappropriate." Goku was so startled by this that he toppled over backwards in shock. Seeing Goku's reaction, Dr. Brief became even more convinced of his guess. Now, the way he looked at Goku resembled how one would regard a future son-in-law. Although Dr. Brief had always been easygoing, he was in no hurry to entrust his daughter to Goku. They were still just children, after all. Absently, Dr. Briefs nodded to himself. Goku seemed to sense what Dr. Briefs was thinking. Embarrassment flushed across his face, and he stammered, "Dr. Briefs, is it really all right for you to talk about your daughter like that?" Dr. Briefs merely laughed it off, unconcerned. "Relax. It was just an offhand comment. Besides, I think highly of you. Here, take my card. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call me. That's my private number." With that, he turned and walked away, as if he had completely forgotten the original reason he came here. Goku was left standing there, frozen with surprise, and the milk he'd been holding spilled all over the ground. Just before boarding his plane, Dr. Briefs turned back and called out, "Goku, was it? Should I let Bulma know where you're living?" Upon hearing this, Goku was tempted. He wanted to see Bulma very much. But when he glanced down and caught sight of his tail, a complicated expression overtook his face. He hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fist tightly and declared, "No, Dr. Briefs, please don't tell her I'm here yet." Dr. Briefs, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Because there was a sharp snap with those words. Goku forcefully tore off his tail. It was hard to imagine just how much determination Goku must have summoned in that moment. Enduring searing pain, he walked toward Dr. Briefs and said, "It's because of this." Dr. Briefs was unfazed by the scene. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Are you an alien? But why would you pull off your own tail?" For some reason, Goku felt a deep trust toward Dr. Briefs, so he told him everything he could. When Goku finished his story, Dr. Briefs was visibly shaken. "You came to Earth by spaceship? How old were you then?" "I don't know exactly, but probably not even a year old." Hearing this, Dr. Briefs spoke with some indignation. What kind of parents would send a child, not even a year old, so far away? That's just so irresponsible. Goku knew in his heart that his father, Bardock, had truly cared for him. His mother had hated being separated from him as well. If it hadn't been for those extraordinary circumstances forcing him to send him away, Goku would have perished long ago, destroyed by Frieza's deadly power. At this thought, deep inside, Wukong vowed silently, "Frieza, I will avenge my parents. I will drag you down from your throne as Emperor of the Universe and utterly defeat you." Just then, Dr. Brief deftly took Wukong's tail, as if he'd made up his mind. "I understand now. I'll help you invent a medicine that will prevent your tail from growing back. You're right. Bulma must never know about this. If you turn into a giant ape, it would terrify her to death. But are you sure you want to keep severing your tail this way? Doesn't that hurt terribly?" Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, paid no attention to the pain in his wound and blurted out, "Really? Doctor, you can actually make such a medicine for me?" Dr. Brief burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Although I'm no expert in biology, I should be able to whip something up within 2 or 3 years. Without a moment of doubt, Wukong exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Thank you so much." He bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. For him, this bow was the utmost sign of sincerity in his upbringing. Witnessing this, Dr. Brief hurried over and helped Wukong to his feet. "Still, your tail might keep growing back," Dr. Brief said. "When you pulled it out just now, I could sense its vitality. If you need to do this again in the future, this medicine will help numb the pain. And since you're living out here in the middle of nowhere, entertainment must be in short supply. Here, I'm giving you these capsule kits. They're packed with all kinds of medicine. Keep them in case you need them. I'd better get back to work and try to finish the formula as soon as possible." With that, Dr. Brief handed the capsule case to Wukong and turned to leave. Wukong watched Dr. Brief's departing figure, his heart full of hope for the future. Just then, Grandpa Gohan came outside, stretching with a yawn. "Hey, Wukong, you're still here? Did you spill the milk or what? Today's training will be even tougher, you know." After that, Wukong took the pain medication and dove right into a day of even stricter training. Let's wind back the clock a little. Only now did Grandpa Gohan realize that everything Wukong had said was true. He really could transform into a gigantic ape and unleash devastating energy waves like the mythical beast itself. So, it was all true. Seems Grandpa couldn't help you much after all. But as long as we cut off your tail, you should return to normal, right? In a blur of motion, Grandpa Gohan appeared behind the enormous Wukong, just as a giant ape had finished unleashing a burst of energy. Kame, Hame, Ha! A dazzling Kamehameha struck Wukong's tail squarely. With a thunderous crack, Wukong's tail was severed on the spot, and his body instantly shrank, restoring him to his childlike form. "Phew, we did it. You really are a remarkable child. Grandpa is truly excited to see what you'll become," Gohan exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. But there was something puzzling. Just what kind of fabric was Goku's pants made of? Even after transforming back from his great ape form, they were completely unharmed. Gohan walked over, patting the pocket of Goku's pants and murmured to himself, "Is it this thing?" He opened a capsule. Although he could read the label, he still didn't fully understand what the medicine did. As he rummaged through, he found a business card. Brief, you should know what this stuff does. Gohan tried dialing the phone number on the card. This became the very first contact between the two families. Later, when Goku and Bulma traveled together, no one ever found out exactly what was discussed during that call. It remained a mystery. Note, Grandpa Gohan will never disappear. This is my story, so I get to decide. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch for Gohan to be able to cut off the great ape's tail, but I refuse to leave any regrets behind. If not, I wouldn't be writing this book. Goku slept soundly through the night. Chickens crowed, their calls echoing to the mountains and forests. The first rays of morning sunlight touched Goku's face. Ha! Goku tossed off his blanket and stretched his arms wide. As he looked around, he saw wreckage scattered all over the ground. Rubbing his eyes, Goku mumbled, "What happened? Could be that I turned into a great ape." Judging by the marks all around, his guess became more certain. He began searching frantically for his grandfather. Could it be? Damn it! Am I really unable to change my fate? Goku fell to his knees, tears slipping silently from his eyes. He clenched his fists tight and pounded the earth in anguish. Soon, his hands were stained with blood, his knuckles bruised and battered. Just then, as he was sinking into despair, a broad, warm hand gently rested on his head. Goku looked up, and there he was, his grandfather, Gohan. Seeing Grandpa unharmed, Goku threw himself into his arms, sobbing, "Grandpa, I thought you were gone. It's all my fault. Look, I destroyed our home." But Gohan didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. A house can always be rebuilt, but don't blame Grandpa. I'm the one who broke off your tail." Goku shook his head. "No, Grandpa, you did the right thing. If you hadn't, I might have done something terrible." Before him now was a completely different Goku from the rampaging beast of last night. The boy was gentle and good-hearted, a world away from that wild, violent form. Gohan spoke softly. "Goku, from today on, you have to start training on your own." Son Gohan seemed to have made up his mind. He gently patted Goku on the shoulder. When Goku heard this, he misunderstood, thinking his grandfather was about to abandon him. He hurriedly pleaded, "Please don't. Grandpa, let me keep training with you." Son Gohan shook his head and replied, "No, I can't teach you anything more. In the past 3 years, you've already mastered all of my techniques. Though sparring with me helps, at the end of the day, we are family. Grandfather and grandson, we could never truly fight with everything we've got. If you want to become truly strong, you need to experience real battles where the stakes are life and death." Goku spoke in a low voice. "I want to be stronger, but I can't bear to leave you. Grandpa, what should I do?" Hearing this, Son Gohan felt reluctant as well, but he knew that Goku held unimaginable potential. Just the power Goku showed last night after transforming into a giant ape proved that he was no ordinary person. Over these 3 years, every time he was knocked down and stood back up, his strength visibly grew. If a young eagle is kept locked in its cage, it will never learn to fly. Only by soaring into the open sky can it become a true eagle. Go now. Start your own journey. It's not as if Grandpa is leaving you forever. One day, we'll meet again. Goku, reassured by these words, straightened up and declared, "Then I'll be on my way." He had just turned to leave when Son Gohan suddenly realized he had left something unsaid. He lightly tapped his forehead. "Oh, dear, I almost forgot. Goku, do you have anywhere you want to go?" Goku had already begun packing his things. When he heard the question, he paused and fell into deep thought. The world was vast, and he knew that someday he would have to leave Mount Paozu, especially because of the Scions. His own brother and Vegeta too were threats that could one day destroy Earth. And then there was the original Piccolo, who hadn't even appeared yet. These were all foes he would eventually have to face. After some thought, Goku finished bundling up his clothes and asked, "Grandpa, do you have any suggestions?" Son Gohan mused for a moment and then said, "Goku, there's a place in the world called West City. Would you like to visit it?" At the mention of West City, something stirred in Goku's heart. For the past 3 years, Goku had trained tirelessly day after day. But in his heart, there was always a figure he couldn't forget, Bulma. If he was to choose a new place to start, perhaps West City would be a good choice. Heading west from here would be the perfect beginning for a new adventure. Resolute, Goku said, "Then I'll go to West City." As soon as he decided, he turned back, curious. "Grandpa, how you know about West City?" Son Gohan scratched his head and gave a good-natured laugh. "Heh heh. Didn't Grandpa help take care of your tail injury last night? When you were little, your tail got hurt badly. You lost a lot of blood and were covered in scrapes. That made me think of those amazing capsules you have. What were they called again?" "Capsule of everything." Goku reminded him. Son Gohan clapped his hands together. "That's right, the capsule of everything. Back then, I wasn't sure how effective they'd be, so I contacted a guy on the card you keep in your pocket. His name's brief, isn't it? I asked him how to use the medicine and did everything just as he told me." Goku tugged at his collar and looked over his wounds. Sure enough, there were still a few minor scratches left. He thought, If it hadn't been for that medicine, just one night of rest never would have done the trick. As if realizing something, Goku pressed on, Grandpa, did you only ask about the capsule of everything? Any other news? Of course there's more. Brief also told me that the medicine to suppress your tail is almost finished. He expects it'll be ready in about 3 months. From what I figured, that's just how long it'll take you to reach West City on foot. Hearing that the suppressant was nearly complete, Goku leapt up in delight, grabbing Grandpa's shoulders and shaking them with excitement. Really? Grandpa, is it really going to be done? Son Gohan was pleased to see Goku so happy and thumped his chest with reassurance. Of course. Would Grandpa ever lie to you? So get yourself ready, it's off to West City. All right. Right now. Goku felt as if his whole body brimmed with energy. I'm off. Just as Goku was about to head out, his stomach rumbled loudly. Grandpa, is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Son Gohan burst out laughing. Of course there is. I had everything prepared already. With that, he pulled a capsule of everything from his pocket and tossed it. In a flash, a magnificent feast spread out before Goku's eyes. Goku's face lit up, without a second thought about where these capsules came from. He dove right in, gobbling down the food with wild abandon. The table was piled high with roasted meats, giant bones, stir-fried noodles, every classic dish he'd ever seen in anime from his previous life. In less than 30 minutes, the table was picked clean, leaving behind nothing but a spectacular mess. Goku leaned back, utterly content, and let out a hearty burp. I'm so full. From who knows where. He produced a toothpick and began cleaning his teeth. Son Gohan looked at the battlefield before him and was, for a moment, left speechless, marveling at Goku's astonishing appetite. Just then, his own stomach grumbled involuntarily. At this point, he couldn't figure out a good way to bring it up. Just then, Chang retrieved a bundle from behind him. Wukong. This is the power pole, passed down through the generations of our turtle school. Today, I'm entrusting it to you. And this for Starball as well, consider it a gift. You must keep working hard. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have grown even stronger. Wukong took the power pole and the 4, Starball, turned and walked away without looking back. He was growing weary of farewells. He no longer wished to say words that would bring people to tears. After all, Grandpa was still alive. They'd see each other again someday. The moment Wukong had left, Dr. Brief emerged from the shadows. Hey, Gohan, Dr. Brief began. Are you really sure about this? My medicine is ready. If you need to head to West City, I can give him a lift. Grandpa Gohan shook his head. Wukong needs to grow stronger before he sets off. I know your family lives in comfort, and the girl from that photograph you showed me, she's truly lovely. But dangers like kidnapping can't be solved just by a change of scenery. A person's aura doesn't change. Take that guy Tao Bai Bai from 3 years ago. As much as he disguised himself, I still recognize him. Tao Bai Bai, can you tell me about him? That was a long time ago. Much like Master Roshi, recalling his memories of the martial arts tournaments, Dr. Brief listened intently. When two elders sit down together, their conversations always spark something special. Hold on. Don't wrap up the story yet. Gohan, mind if I call you that? Grandpa Gohan nodded. Of course you can call me that. Are you really sure it's okay not to give Wukong my medicine first? What if his tail grows back and there's no one around to help him? With a gentle chuckle, Grandpa Gohan replied, Actually, I already used your medicine on him ahead of time. I checked carefully. Wukong's tail won't grow back for another year or 2 at least. There's no need to worry. Dr. Brief let out a sigh of relief. Phew, so you already used it. But I don't recall giving you the medicine yet. How did you manage it? What? I thought all those bottles and jars you offer were the suppressants, so I just gave them all to Wukong. What? Some of those contain growth supplements. Oh no, Wukong, come back quick. But by that time, Wukong was already bounding down the mountain, far out of earshot. Let's get going to West City.
Mount Baozi lies about 3,000 kilometers from the western capital. So, if you cover an average of 30 kilometers a day, it would take roughly 3 months to get there. This is a pace that an ordinary person, without any unexpected delays, could manage, and professional hikers would get there even faster. But for Goku, 30 kilometers a day is a walk in the park. For the last 3 years, he's been delivering milk back and forth every single day, his daily route starting at 100 kilometers at the very least. At his pace, Goku could reach the western capital in just 1 month. After asking a passerby for directions to the western capital, Goku made up his mind. Before reaching the city, he would embark on an adventure of his own. It had been 3 days since Goku left Mount Bowsy. Suddenly, he spotted a giant turtle flipped onto its back. Familiar with the characters in Dragon Ball, he could tell right away, this wasn't just any turtle. This was Master Roshi's sea turtle. Goku strode over and gave the sea turtle a pat. He called out, "Hey, big turtle, what are you doing all the way out here?" Hearing a voice, the sea turtle stretched out its neck and looked around. Then it replied, "Could you help me? I got lost by accident. You're so little, I doubt you can pull me along. Maybe you could find a cart instead? Really, I just need to get back to the sea. And by the way, I'm a sea turtle, not just a regular turtle." Goku answered cheerfully, "Sure. I've never seen the ocean before. Let me take you there." Saying that, he flipped the turtle upright and hoisted it onto his back. Weighing over 200 kilograms, the sea turtle posed little problem for Goku. After all, he'd survived his transformation into a great ape, a brush with death that had made him even stronger when he got back on his feet. At this time, Goku's fighting power had reached 30. All he needed was one more opportunity, and he'd be able to learn the Kamehameha. Looking at this small boy who could carry such a massive creature, the sea turtle couldn't help but marvel in his slow, deliberate voice. "Are really human? Most people can't even budge me, and you're carrying me like it's nothing." Goku shrugged the heavy turtle and replied, "I'm super strong. Carrying you is no big deal. But can you sense where the ocean is? I don't know which way to go." In response, the turtle gestured south with a flipper, then pulled itself back into its shell. Turtle species lose energy quickly if they get stuck on their backs, and judging by the sea turtle's state, it must have been stranded here for some time. Goku didn't mind and began heading south. But just then, his path was blocked by a gigantic shadow. A huge bear stood in his way, wielding a massive cleaver. The bear roared, "Hand over that sea turtle, and anything else of value you've got." The great bear had been watching in secret for some time. That little rascal carried a huge turtle on his back. The turtle looked quite appetizing, and to make things even more tempting, the sunlight hit Goku's bundle just so, making the Dragon Ball glimmer with a magical light. Mistaking it for some kind of treasure, the bear decided to snatch it for himself. Of course, unless you bring together all 7 Dragon Balls, each one is little more than an ordinary glass bead. Hardly a treasure at all. Goku slowly set the sea turtle down. The movement startled the sea turtle awake. Stretching out his head, the turtle asked in a slow, sleepy voice, "What is it? Are we by the sea now?" Goku leapt forward, drawing the power pole from his back and pointing it straight at the huge bear. "I will never hand it over to you." Enraged by Goku's defiance, the great bear bellowed, "You brat, I'll chop you to pieces." With a furious swing, the bear charged at Goku with his massive claws. Goku watched his opponent's clumsy attack and shook his head. "You're much too slow. This will be over in a single move." With a swift motion, Goku sprang aside, neatly dodging the bear's swipe. In the next instant, he brought his staff crashing down on the top of the bear's head. There was a tremendous thud, like thunder striking the earth. The mighty blow smashed the giant bear to the ground, leaving a deep crater where he landed. The bear lay there, utterly defeated, eyes rolled back and foam bubbling from his mouth. Shaking his head at the fallen bear, Goku sighed, "Was that really necessary? Why force my hand like this? You poor creature. With a hit like that, you're lucky if you don't die, though you'll probably turn into an idiot. I almost pity you." Having said that, Goku hoisted the sea turtle onto his back once more and continued southward. Watching, the sea turtle spoke up, "Young friend, with skills like yours, you must be a martial artist. Since you saved me, I know a master. Perhaps he could teach you." Goku, knowing full well who the so-called master was, feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, a master? Who might that be?" "He's called the Turtle Hermit." Not long after, Goku finally reached the seashore, the turtle still on his back. Having grown up in a landlocked city in his previous life, Goku had never once laid eyes on the ocean. Excitement surged through him as he gently set the turtle down, then dashed straight into the surf. With a great splash, water sprayed in every direction. "Wow, so this is the ocean? It feels amazing. With the midday sun shining down just like on TV, it really is salty." Goku soaked in the joy of the sea, tasting the water with curiosity. The sea turtle slowly crawled over and remarked, "So, you've never seen the sea before?" Goku nodded. "That's right. If it weren't for you, I'd never have known how close I was to the ocean. Even if the turtle hermit you mentioned never teaches me martial arts, this trip is already worth it." Just then, a raspy, comical voice broke into the conversation. "What's all this talk about teaching and not teaching?" Suddenly, upon hearing the commotion, Wukong looked over and spotted an elderly man with a long, white beard. He wore sleek black sunglasses, a crisp white Hawaiian shirt, and carried a wooden cane. Most striking of all, a large turtle shell was strapped to his back. There could be no mistake, this was the legendary Master Roshi. The great sea turtle, too, seemed to recognize him at last. With tears welling in its eyes, it crawled toward Master Roshi and tearfully relayed some important matters. Master Roshi's gaze then shifted to the staff, slung across Ryukong's back. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that the power pole? Young man, can you tell me who gave this to you?" Ryukong replied honestly, "Oh, this? My grandpa passed it down to me. So it's called the power pole, huh?" Of course, Ryukong knew the name well, but he feigned ignorance, his expression innocent and wide-eyed. "Your grandpa? Could you tell me his name?" Master Roshi's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. "My grandpa's name is Son Gohan. As for me, I'm Son Ryukong." When Master Roshi heard this, he thought to himself, so it's Gohan after all. As I suspected, Gohan, you've entrusted the Kame style to your own grandson, have you? He looks strong and sturdy. Seems you've trained him well. Master Roshi then said aloud, "Ah, Gohan's grandson? Since you're a descendant of an old friend, I owe you my thanks. You saved my turtle, so I'll grant you 2 favors, anything within my power." Having spent countless years alone on that secluded little island with only the sea turtle for company, Master Roshi had become accustomed to solitude. He had intended to offer just one favor, but upon learning Ryukong was Gohan's grandson, he decided an extra promise was only fitting. Ryukong pondered silently. At this stage, the best choice is to train under Master Roshi. But if I go now, I'll miss the chance to get the suppressant medicine, and I do want to see Bulma again. Maybe I can pick a date to leave. How about 4 months from now? After thinking it through, Ryukong spoke up. "I wish to train under you, Master Roshi. My grandfather spoke often of your strength. He said you're Earth's greatest martial artist. I want to study the martial arts with you." Master Roshi stroked his beard, considering. He hadn't planned on taking on any more disciples, but there was a rule with the Kame style. Disciples must be trained in pairs. His last 2 students were Son Gohan and Ox King. If he took in Ryukong, he needed to find another, though he hadn't yet decided who the second student would be. Ryukong truly was a remarkable candidate, but this presented a dilemma. Seeing this, Ryukong bowed deeply. "Please, Master, teach me the martial arts. I'm begging you." Witnessing such sincere devotion to the martial way, Master Roshi decided to make an exception this once. "Very well, Ryukong, I'll accept you as my disciple. But to reach Kame House, we'll need a way to get there." With a smooth flourish, Master Roshi produced a fluffy yellow cloud, the legendary flying Nimbus, as if from thin air. "Let's see if you can ride this. Only those with a pure heart can stand atop the Nimbus. Why, even I can't manage it myself. Do you want it? Consider this my second promise to you." Looking at the Nimbus cloud before him, Goku thought to himself, "A pure heart, huh? In the original story, even during the Z era, I got married and had a child. If others can sit on it, why can't I?" With that, Goku jumped right onto the Nimbus cloud. Worried that he might fall, Goku covered his face, but in reality, he didn't fall at all. The Nimbus cloud accepted him. Feeling the cloud's approval, Goku's heart stirred, and the Nimbus soared straight into the sky, sensing his desire. "Yahoo, this feels amazing. I never knew flying could be this exhilarating." As the wind rushed past him, Goku grew even more delighted, completely immersed in the thrill. Seeing that Goku could ride the Nimbus cloud, Master Roshi became more certain than ever. Goku truly did have a pure heart, and taking him as a disciple would be worthwhile. But then, noticing that Goku was starting to get a little carried away, Master Roshi called out, "All right, that's enough fun, Goku. Follow me back to Kame House." Goku began his descent and replied, "Master Roshi, though I really want to come train with you, I have some things I need to take care of first. Could I come in 4 months instead?" Looking at Goku's sincere face, Master Roshi couldn't help but ask, "Oh, and why 4 months?" Goku knew Master Roshi was someone he could trust, so he told him about transforming into a giant ape and shared a bit about his past as well. Master Roshi, known as the strongest man alive, had sensed that strange energy all the way from the distant Kame Island. That was the moment Goku transformed into a giant ape, unleashing a super attack with destructive power around 5,000. If that blast had struck the Earth, it might very well have destroyed the planet on the spot. Though Master Roshi often lived in seclusion, he was still human. He needed food. He regularly flew into town to buy groceries and occasionally pick up certain adult magazines. And why did Master Roshi fly a plane? Times had changed. He knew he had to keep up, adapt with the world, and he didn't think much of Capsule Corporation's technology. That's why he learned to fly planes and steer boats, and had gotten pretty good at it too. So when he heard that Dr. Brief of Capsule Corporation had developed a medicine to suppress that kind of transformation, Master Roshi immediately agreed to the plan. Still, he asked, Is that medicine safe for your body? Goku answered, no problem at all. Dr. Brief told me his medicine contains no additives and is completely eco-friendly, so it won't cause any harm. With Goku's response, Master Roshi had nothing more to say. Go ahead then. Here are the coordinates to Kame Island. Since it's Capsule Corporation, you might as well pick up some modern knowledge while you're at it. Don't be like your grandfather, stuck in the past and unable to adapt. I approve. You can come look for me in a year. The Kame School of Martial Arts must pass down its teachings to 2 disciples each generation. Once I find your junior fellow student, you can both train together. After he finished speaking, Master Roshi leapt onto the sea turtle's back and departed. Although the old sea turtle talked a bit slowly, he was anything but sluggish in the water. In no time at all, both of them disappeared beyond the waves. Nimbus! Calling out for his flying Nimbus, Goku set off in the opposite direction. It had already been a month since he received the Nimbus, a month filled with globe-trotting adventure thanks to the cloud's incredible speed. He had traveled through jungles, made friends with Oolong, who, at that time, hadn't yet started causing trouble for girls, and with Poir, who had not yet begun following Yamcha. Back then, Poir was actually being bullied by Oolong. Oolong, pinning Poir down, said in a sly tone, Hey Poir, hurry and transform into a human girl, so I can, feel what it's like. It's clear, just as the original story suggests, Oolong and Master Roshi are 2 peas in a pod. Otherwise, why would either of them use a wish on something like that with the Dragon Balls? Poir immediately shook his head in protest. No, I won't transform. Oolong, a bit miffed, scolded, Why, you little brat? How dare you not listen to my orders? At this point in time, Oolong was 3 years younger than when he first appeared in the original story. In other words, Goku was now 9, and Oolong only 6. Maybe it was that piglet blood, making him mature a bit faster? Goku, upon running into them, didn't hesitate. He separated the 2 at once. Well, not 2 people exactly, but rather 2 beast folk. Speaking up, Goku called out, Hey, you 2, cut it out, no fighting. Thanks to constant training, not to mention all the milk he drank, Goku at this age was significantly taller than his counterpart in the original story. Back then, Goku made his debut at a height of exactly 1 meter. Now, at 9 years old, he already stood at a towering 1.3 meters. Setting Poir back down, Goku had Oolong firmly gripped by the scruff of the neck, his fate very much in Goku's hands. Oolong struggled, protesting, Let me go. Come on, put me down already. Poir, grateful to be rescued, offered a sincere thanks. Thank you, big brother. Goku replied, No need to thank me. I just can't stand seeing the strong pick on the weak. Now, kid, what were you trying to do? Oolong, still squirming, insisted. We were just fooling around. I wasn't going to hurt him. I only wanted to see what a girl's chest was like, so I held him down for a minute. That's all. Goku, at a loss for words, found himself curious and asked, You're just a kid. How do you even know anything about girls? Waving his hand dismissively, Oolong responded, Of course I know. We pig-type earthlings develop fast, you get it? I mean, is it really so strange for a 6-year-old like me to know about girls? Pig-type earthling? Goku had never heard that before. So then, was Poir a cat-type earthling? And maybe there were also dinosaur-type earthlings out there? Seeing this, Wukong put Oolong down and said, Even if you really are that so-called pig-like earthling, you can't force others to do your bidding. There are laws on Earth, you know. Why don't I take you to the juvenile detention center for a while? I heard the people in there make a habit of picking on those who don't quite fit in, especially pig-like earthlings. They're their absolute favorite. I bet you wouldn't want to end up there, would you? Hearing that there was a place where pig-like earthlings were singled out for bullying, Oolong was so frightened that he nearly burst into tears. At this point, he had never experienced human society, so he couldn't understand half of what Wukong was talking about. He only understood the difference between male and female. Why did he want Pure to turn into a girl, anyway? So, he began to explain his own story. The reason he kept pestering Pure to turn into a girl was because he'd heard from Pure that, during a time of danger, a human girl had saved him. From then on, Oolong became fascinated by human girls. He pestered Pure over and over, and while it might have been fine a couple of times, after a while, Pure just got emotionally exhausted, especially after Oolong started getting handsy. That made Pure even more unwilling to go along with it. After listening to Oolong's explanation, Wukong realized that Oolong was really just a 6-year-old child at heart. As long as he could be guided onto the right path, even if he had a mischievous streak and liked some risque material, it wouldn't be a big issue, just like Master Roshi. So Wukong replied, I'll let it slide this time. But if you truly want to meet a human girl, you can leave this forest and go see the outside world. Out there, you'll find not only lovely girls, but also delicious food and fun toys. Even Pure started to feel a little intrigued by these words. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about visiting the human world, but they'd always heard from the elders of their tribe that humans outside hunted pigs for their meat. And even though they didn't eat cat meat, they'd lock any strays up in cages. So Pure finally voiced their own concerns. Hey, big brother, may we call you that? Wukong nodded. Of course you can. Hey, big brother, I've heard people out there eat pork, and they even capture cats and lock them up. Is that true? Wukong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huh, where did you hear such strange things? Sure, people out there do eat pork, but your name is Oolong, right? From head to toe, except for your head, you look exactly like a regular person, don't you? Oolong nodded in confirmation. That's right. So Wukong began to share stories of everything he'd seen and experienced during the month he'd spent traveling through the surrounding world. According to some scientists, don't worry about who scientists are, just think of them as elders in your own tribe. They say that there once existed a peculiar form of humanity. These beings had the faces of animals, but the bodies of humans, and had evolved to walk upright, just like people do. They even enacted a law. It was forbidden to eat animals displaying human traits, such as those you'd call pigmen. If anyone broke the rule, the punishment was severe. Their heads would roll. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong ran a finger across his neck, mimicking a beheading. Having heard this, Oolong seized Wukong's hand with excitement and asked, "Does that mean I can go free now?" "Yes," Wukong affirmed with a nod. Oolong's sense of relief was so evident that Pure couldn't help but look on with envy. "Congratulations, Oolong, you can leave now. That just leaves me behind," Pure said, a note of longing in his voice. When Oolong heard Pure's complaint, he turned to Wukong again. "Big brother, what about Pure? Can he go out too?" Wukong nodded reassuringly. "Of course he can. He's much safer than you are. He's a cat, and among regular humans, one of their greatest joys is keeping cats. It's nothing like what you called imprisonment. On the contrary, they cherish and care for them, giving them delicious food and fun toys. Some people even mourn for years after losing a beloved cat. A cat as adorable as Pure, even the wealthiest folks would compete to adopt him. Didn't you mention Pure can shapeshift, too? Before heading out into human society, I'd advise you to learn this art from him. I've told you about the law, but sadly, there are always those willing to take their chances." With this thought, Oolong turned eagerly to Pure. "Please, Pure, teach me your shape-shifting magic. About what happened before, I'm really sorry." Pure, who was kind-hearted, accepted Oolong's apology. He decided to teach Oolong the secrets of shape-shifting. But as the two of them turned around, hoping to thank Wukong, they found he was already gone, having made his exit with effortless grace. After Oolong mastered the art of transformation, he was the first to leave the forest. He made his way into human society, but as a pigman, he was met not with kindness, but with cold and unfriendly stares. For a moment, he began to doubt Wukong's words. Was the human world really so wonderful? But then, when he was lying hurt and helpless by the roadside, an elderly woman took him into her home and cared for him as if he were family. Deeply moved, Oolong could feel the old lady's warmth and goodness. It all came from her heart. After this experience, he realized the forest had its own kind of peace, none of the cunning or deceit of the human world. Yet despite all the beauty he had seen, he no longer wished to go back. He stayed to care for the old lady until her last breath. When she passed away, he finally left. Afterward, he chose a new path and became king of the mountain. On the other side, Pure hadn't suffered much harm. Unknowingly, he wandered into the Devil Desert. Dehydrated after days without water, he passed out, only to encounter someone he'd long wished to follow for his entire life. Yamcha. After leaving the forest, Goku also arrived at the desert. That's right, the very Devil Desert where Yamcha was known to dwell. Goku's purpose this time was to visit Frying Pan Mountain. His grandpa's fellow disciple, the Ox King, lived there. In the original story, after the Ox King parted ways with Master Roshi, his mistake led to a raging fire spreading across Frying Pan Mountain. Though Goku's heart was currently set on Bulma, and he felt nothing for Chi-Chi, the Ox King was still considered like a grandmaster to him. Helping him wouldn't be out of the question. But passing through the Devil Desert, Goku was tempted to spar with Yamcha, as he was now. He wanted to relive that early Dragon Ball story arc. Even though Bulma wasn't with him, he could still come and experience it firsthand. Part of his reason for going to Frying Pan Mountain was just that. Though he already knew the locations of all the Dragon Balls in the early part of the story, he didn't want to be the first to find them. He planned to wait for a future opportunity to search for the Dragon Balls together with Bulma. That would make for a wonderful memory. So, riding his flying Nimbus, Goku circled the Devil Desert, searching as he went. Why can't I spot anyone? Could it be that Yamcha isn't here at this point in time? The Nimbus flew at around 800 meters per second, and the Devil Desert spanned only about 200 square kilometers, so Goku swept across it a few times in no time. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over the land below, and he spotted a lone figure. Green clothes, orange pants, and the character for joy on his chest. It's definitely him. Slowly, Goku descended. Yamcha had already noticed something was amiss, sensing someone was flying overhead, back and forth. At this time, Yamcha knew nothing of flying techniques and had never seen anyone soaring through the sky. Fearing danger, he hid himself away. But seeing that he could no longer stay hidden, Yamcha called out, "Hey, you in the sky. You've been flying up there for 2 or 3 hours. What are you looking for?" Goku laughed in reply. "That's right. I'm searching for someone." "Searching for someone? I'm the only one out here in this desert. You must have come to the wrong place." Yamcha replied. "No, you're exactly the one I'm looking for." With that, Goku raised his hand and pointed straight at Yamcha. Yamcha pointed at himself. "Me? You must be mistaken. What do you want with me? You're a martial artist, aren't you? Want to spar? I'm pretty strong." Yamcha was indeed a martial artist. Every night, the desert was filled with predators, like the silver wolves that roamed beneath the moon. The silver wolf is a breed even fiercer than the ordinary gray wolf. In order to survive encounters with such a beast, Yamcha at first could only hide atop the giant rocks scattered across the desert. Only when dawn broke and the silver wolves retreated would he dare climb down from his stony fortress. But as time passed, he realized he couldn't keep hiding. Some nights, fierce desert storms would sweep through. They could blow him away with ease, leaving him no choice but to pick up a wooden stick and face the wolf packs head-on. At first, he was left battered and bruised, but after finally defeating his first silver wolf, and then a second, his confidence grew. Even entire packs no longer intimidated him. Through this desperate struggle, Yamcha developed a signature move he called the Wolf Fong Gale Fist. Now, he had just fully incorporated the Wolf Fong Gale Fist into his arsenal, though he was still a step away from true mastery. Looking into Goku's fiery eyes, Yamcha seemed to see a creature even mightier than the Silver Wolf. He wanted to use Goku as a stepping stone, to perfect his Wolf Fong Gale Fist by pitting it against a worthy opponent. His martial instincts surged within him. Yamcha's expression turned resolute as he struck a battle stance, his posture and manner reminiscent of a wolf. "Come on, I accept your challenge." Goku's face lit up with delight. On his travels, every foe so far had gone down with a single punch. At last, he found someone he could truly spar with. He set down his bundle, planting his feet shoulder-width apart, knees bent, hands open and facing each other at his waist. Elbows flared outward, his body leaned forward just slightly, eyes locked on his opponent. He radiated a sense of poised anticipation. This was the Turtle School's ready stance. "Thanks for your support. When I reach level 4, I'll be able to add images. Hopefully that'll make things more enjoyable. Let's do this." Goku spoke but didn't rush in. A true duel between skilled fighters was like this. No room for even the slightest misstep. It was a test of nerves, waiting to see who'd break first. Goku, trying to gain an edge, subtly adjusted his footwork. A feint. Yamcha took the bait, seeing his opening. A gap. Now's my chance. He exploded forward, closing the distance to Goku in a blur. He swung once, twice, 3 times. Yamcha's attacks flowed with relentless force, but Goku handled them with ease. He dodged each blow effortlessly. Though Goku had grown taller, he was still much smaller than Yamcha. Seizing his moment, Goku ducked low, evading Yamcha's whipping sidekick. Then, channeling about a third of his power, he struck at Yamcha's exposed midsection. The blow landed cleanly. Yamcha clutched his stomach, reeling. He gagged for a moment, sour bile rising in his mouth. How is this possible? Why can't I land a single punch on you?" Despite the pain, Yamcha couldn't help but ask. Goku, dropping his stance and standing straight, replied, "You're strong but slower than I am. Let me tell you something. A mountain of strength means nothing if you can't land a hit. It all comes to nothing." Yamcha listened, his body trembling, as that familiar wave of fear washed over him. It was just like the first time he'd encountered Silver Wolf. His opponent's aura completely overwhelmed him. Though the figure before him was much shorter, the presence radiating from him was utterly terrifying. Resigned, Yamcha spoke. "You really are far stronger than me. It's true, I can't land a hit on you. Do as you please. Kill me or spare me, it's up to you." Goku replied with a gentle smile. "Who said anything about killing you? I just want a sparring partner. Still, you have one more move. Don't you mind showing it to me?" Yamcha was taken aback. "How did you know I had another move?" Waving his hand, Goku said, "Just a guess." "Well, are you going to use it? If you don't give it your all this time, it'll be hard to improve your technique in the future." After 3 years of training, Goku had become more and more like a martial arts master. He could often spot flaws in the techniques of those weaker than himself. Since Yamcha could become a future ally, lending him some guidance seemed only natural. Yamcha pressed further, All right, but this move, I dare not use it lightly. If it hits you, it could be fatal. Are you sure you want me to try? Go ahead, Goku encouraged. No longer hesitating, Yamcha unleashed his Wolf Fang fist at Goku. In that moment, Yamcha seemed to transform into a starving wolf, relentlessly unleashing everything he had against his foe. Goku calmly blocked each and every strike. Rapid, powerful blows hammered against Goku's palms, beating out a wild rhythm in the air. When the Wolf Fang fist finished, Yamcha was left panting and gasping for breath. Yet Goku stood there as if nothing had happened, not winded in the slightest. A monster! That move of mine could take out a whole pack of wolves, and you handled it like it was nothing, Yamcha marveled. He collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Goku shook his head. You're far too weak. Your problem is shaky fundamentals. You focus on moves, but not on form. Let me show you the real Wolf Fang fist. With that, Goku dashed toward a massive boulder. He copied Yamcha's technique move for move, his blows perhaps lacking grace, but carrying a whole different level of power. With each strike, the 4-meter-tall, 5-meter-wide boulder shattered and crumbled under his assault. Yamcha realized at once, this was Wolf Fang fist performed to utter perfection. Goku's words echoed in his mind, and in that moment, understanding dawned. Seeing this look on Yamcha's face, Goku knew he'd gotten through. And so with a call, Nimbus. A golden cloud raced toward Goku, who leapt onto it. As Goku was about to leave, Yamcha scrambled up and called out, Hey, what's your name? Wukong flashed a broad grin. Came school, son Goku. If fate allows, we'll meet again. With that, Wukong hopped onto the flying Nimbus and soared away in the direction of Furnace Mountain. Son Goku, came school. Nowadays, there wasn't a soul in a martial arts world who didn't know of the Kame School, and Yamcha was no exception. So that's it, a top student of Master Roshi. Pause for a note here. Some fans of the original might criticize what I'm about to do, but I have to mention it. For example, I might tweak a few characters, such as changing their gender. Yes, some of you probably guessed it already, gender swapping Chi-Chi. Since this book's intro already states Bulma is the sole female lead, it wouldn't make sense to include Chi-Chi as a love interest, and forcing her into another role just wouldn't feel right. So why not simply make her a brother instead? As for what name this new, gender-swapped Chi-Chi will have, keep reading and find out. And what would you think about pairing Android 18 with a new Chi-Chi? It sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Sorry, Krillin, my friend. Now, let's jump back into the story. Soon after, Wukong arrived at Furnace Mountain. He pondered, if I remember right, the Ox King's home was supposed to be a castle, wasn't it? Well, time to start looking. Not long after, Wukong heard the desperate cries of a young boy. Somebody, please help. Cough, cough. Am I going to die here? Alerted by the voice, Wukong looked over and saw someone trapped within a raging sea of flames. Seeing the situation was urgent, Wukong quickly called out to the flying Nimbus. Nimbus, I know you're afraid of fire, but there's a young boy who needs saving. You don't have to stay in there long. Just dash in, and I'll grab him. It'll only take a second, I promise. Please. Though the flying Nimbus was just a cloud, it was kind-hearted. It could only be ridden by those pure of heart. After all, the Nimbus gave a gentle wobble, signaling its willingness. In a flash, the flying Nimbus carried Wukong straight into the inferno. Wukong didn't waste the chance. He reached down and pulled the boy up in one swift motion. All right, let's make a clean escape. Nimbus go. With a whistling whoosh, the flying Nimbus shot out from the heart of the fire. Well done, Nimbus. Wukong patted the flying Nimbus proudly as they emerged. Spurred on by the praise, the Nimbus soared upward through the clouds, bubbling with excitement. While Wukong himself seemed fine, the boy he was holding started spinning his eyes, clearly dazed from the ride. Hey, Nimbus, let's pause for a moment. You've knocked this kid out cold. The Nimbus slowed down, hovering as if to check on the unconscious boy, then gently descended to the ground. Seeing the boy still unresponsive, Wukong remembered a first aid technique from his previous life, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. To save him, he was willing to sacrifice his first kiss in this world, though in his past life he'd never kissed a girl anyway. Wukong quickly checked the boy's heartbeat and sighed with relief, realizing he hadn't inhaled much smoke. He then performed CPR and artificial respiration on the boy. Before long, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Am I in heaven? Hearing this, Wukong gently touched the boy's forehead. Little brother, you're not in heaven. It was me, your big brother here, who saved you. The boy rubbed his eyes, realized he had been rescued, and with trembling hands, slowly rose to his feet. He made a deep bow. Thank you, big brother. You saved my life. My name is Neo Mo Chi-Chi. Wukong quickly helped him up in surprise. What did you say your name was? Chi-Chi replied. My name is Neo Mo Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi as in strange. A flash of thought crossed Wukong's mind. And he continued, "Is your father the Ox King? Do you have an older sister or maybe a younger one? Maybe someone called Chi-Chi?" At this, Chi-Chi shook his head emphatically. "No, I don't have a sister, neither older nor younger. But my father really is the Ox King. I have heard about that Chi-Chi you mentioned. According to my father, when I was born, I looked so much like a girl that they almost named me Chi-Chi, but when they saw I was a boy, they changed it to Chi-Chi, same sound, but a different character." Wukong felt his head spin. He thought to himself, "Is this really the Dragon Ball I know? Chi-Chi turned into a boy. Could this be the butterfly effect? Did my coming here cause all these changes? But now that Chi-Chi's become a boy, I've finally crossed over that barrier in my heart. No matter what, I'll treat you as my real brother. I won't let anyone bully you." Realizing he'd been lost in thought for some time, Wukong shook his head. Sensing its young master's confusion, the flying Nimbus nudged him gently. Wukong stroked the cloud and quickly pulled himself together. With his usual cheerful smile back, he clapped Chi-Chi on the shoulder. "So that's how it is. Well, your name suits you, Chi-Chi. Not strange, but miracle. Being saved from such danger truly is a miracle." Chi-Chi smiled serenely and nodded. "Yes, Chi-Chi for miracle." Wukong ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, a moment that would remain etched in time. Mark this scene, it will be important later. From then on, the two became as close as brothers long separated. There was nothing they wouldn't share, dreams, hopes, even the girls they liked. According to Chi-Chi, he had a childhood friend named Lazili and a best buddy named Lapis. Lazili and Lapis were siblings. Wukong thought their names sounded familiar, but couldn't quite remember from where. Before he knew it, lost in conversation, he completely forgot the most important thing he was supposed to do. Mark this bit too, it's important. Chi-Chi also learned that Wukong's grandfather and her own father had once been fellow disciples under the same master, so it was no exaggeration to say the two of them were practically family. After that, Wukong took Chi-Chi up onto the flying Nimbus. Just like the original story's Chi-Chi, she turned out to be pure-hearted, though, of course, their genders were a little different. Before long, Chi-Chi brought Wukong to meet the Ox King. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Ox King made a request. "Wukong, could you borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi? The flaming mountain is making it impossible for us to survive here." Hearing this, Wukong thought to himself, "Looks like this event is happening ahead of time. Still, I can bring Bulma along. Wasn't there a Dragon Ball here, the 7-star one, if I recall?" With the Ox King's permission, Wukong took Master Roshi along as they set out for Kame House. Wukong considered Klein's talent and thought maybe Master Roshi would make an exception just this once, allowing Chi-Chi to begin her training there and even become a senior disciple. However, Wukong didn't know which way to go to get to Master Roshi's house, so he pulled out his phone. "Is this Dr. Brief? It's me, Wukong. Could I trouble you for something? Could you turn the coordinates I send you into a sort of map?" Yes, this was the origin of the legendary Universal Map. Dr. Brief heard the request and thought, just a map on a phone with a bit of guidance? That's child's play compared to the complexity of my Universal capsules. In just 10 minutes, he sent Wukong the initial version of the Universal Map software. Upon receiving it, Wukong couldn't help but marvel. "Dr. Brief, you really are a genius. This took only 10 minutes? In my previous life, I remember scientists spent at least 50 years on something like this." With a map guiding them, Wukong and Chi-Chi set out for Kame House. It only took them 2 hours to arrive. Just like in the original story, but faster this time, since Master Roshi had already accepted Wukong as his disciple and wanted to impress him. And so, he tagged along for the journey. When they reached the Boiler Mountain, Master Roshi took off his shirt and, with a mighty Kamehameha wave, wiped out the flames completely. Unfortunately, the Ox King's house was reduced to rubble in the process. "Ox King, this is the consequence of your actions. You can atone by rebuilding your home," Master Roshi declared, his back turned to the Ox King with an air of mystery and wisdom. But deep down, he thought otherwise. "Phew, that did it. Maybe I overdid a bit." The Ox King, hearing his teacher's words, could only nod in agreement. After all, this was Master Roshi. Surely, he wouldn't destroy his home without a reason. Then, Wukong asked, "Master, can the rest of us use your move?" Master Roshi shook his head. "That technique is called the Kamehameha. It takes at least 50 years of training to master." But Goku didn't seem to notice. He brought his hands together, focusing his energy, and then unleashed his Kamehameha wave at a massive boulder. With a shout, a beam of blue energy shot forth. A tremendous explosion followed. The boulder was instantly shattered into pieces by the force of Goku's Kamehameha wave. "Whoa, looks like my training still has a long way to go," he exclaimed. On the sidelines, the Ox King and Master Roshi were left utterly dumbfounded, almost like they turned to stone. A 9-year-old able to use the Kamehameha? What a monster. Meanwhile, that day at Bulma's house in West City, something else happened. Bulma grabbed Dr. Brief by the hand and pointed accusingly at a piece of software on her computer. Hey Dad, why did you use my computer to make this map program? As it turned out, this software was actually a map application that Goku had asked Dr. Brief to design for him. It all started when, for some reason, Dr. Brief's own computer had crashed and was being repaired. Right at that moment, Goku happened to call him with a request. This was the first time in 3 years that his chosen son-in-law had ever asked him for help. So Dr. Brief was anxious to get it done. He remembered there was a computer in Bulma's room, so he went in and got to work. What he didn't expect was that, after finishing the program, he forgot to delete it. Scratching his head, he explained, "Oh, that software? An old friend asked me to make it. Said he wanted to visit an island and had the coordinates, but wasn't sure which direction to go. So, I designed this program. Apparently, it's called navigation, a navigation program. You just enter the coordinates or the name of the place, and it'll show you the way. Makes sense, doesn't it?" Bulma, on hearing this, thought to herself, "Really? So if I look up Mount Paozu, it'll show up on here? But if I tell Dad what I'm after, it'll be too obvious. Maybe I can try something else." A mischievous grin spread across her face as she said, "Dad, you went into my room without my permission and messed with my computer. If you don't agree to a little request, I might just have to throw a fit." Dr. Brief thought, exasperated. Honestly, this girl never listens. All I did was use her computer. Goku's so much more lovable. He quickly waved his hands and said, all right. Don't be like that. Tell me what you want. I promise I'll do it." Bulma jumped at the chance. "Our teacher assigned us a project to design a map application. Since you already finished one, and while I checked it out, it's good but a bit rough. Just give me the source code, and I'll make some adjustments." Dr. Brief ruffled Bulma's hair with a smile and said, "Huh? Bulma, are you feeling okay? Usually you're the last person to care about assignments." Bulma's face turned beet red at once, flustered and furious. "Hey, you're my dad. Am I really as bad as you say? Hand over the original code right now." Seeing Bulma getting worked up, Dr. Brief hurriedly pulled out a USB drive and handed it to her. All right, don't be mad. It's all my fault, okay? The whole program is on this USB drive. Go ahead and take a look yourself." With that, Dr. Brief left Bulma's room in a hurry. Bulma took a moment to calm herself, patting her chest. "All right, now let me have a look at this navigation system." She plugged the USB into her computer, and her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Lines upon lines of dense code filled the screen. Most people would have been completely overwhelmed by the sight, but not Bulma. She just let out a light-hearted remark. "Huh, is it really that simple? I thought it'd be much harder. Here, and here, and here. Oh, Dad, why'd you make it look so ugly? This part really needs a little touch-up." And so, with Bulma's touch, the second-generation Universal Navigator was born, sleek, practical, and user-friendly. Much like the modern navigation systems we use now, complete with graphics, targets, and distance indicators. She even deleted the clunky first-generation program without a second thought. Meanwhile, the one Goku had was just like the original Dragon Radar. It only blinked tiny dots, utterly confusing for anyone who couldn't read maps. So the one in Goku's hands became a collector's item, one of a kind. You might be wondering about Bulma's skills. 3 years ago, she was only 9. Now, at 12, she's managed to design a fully functioning graphical navigation system. How is that possible? Well, even in school, Bulma never listened in class or did homework. Not because she was lazy, but because everything was far too easy for her. Despite that, she aced every subject with perfect scores, so the teachers learned to just let her be. After all, for a genius child prodigy who understood everything already, was there any need for more basic lessons? Simply put, there was nothing left for school to offer her. Building something as advanced as the Dragon Radar made those fundamentals look utterly trivial. So Bulma started teaching herself. Inheriting Dr. Brief's extraordinary intellect, she mastered computers and mechanics, delved into all sorts of complex knowledge. In just 3 short years, she'd published countless academic papers. And thanks to her research, even a few products at Capsule Corporation got major upgrades. In fact, Bulma had finished the Dragon Radar a year ago. She just hadn't bothered to tell her parents about it yet. So Bulma entered the 3 words, Bowsy Mountain, into the new software she had just developed. The screen flickered, and she saw that her home was 3,000 kilometers away from Bowsy Mountain. With that realization, Bulma made a decision. She wanted to learn how to fly a plane. She snuck into Dr. Brief's laboratory in secret and managed to steal a capsule containing an airplane. Afterward, she hailed a taxi and left Capsule Corporation. Ever since her last experience, Bulma never left home unless she was going to school without bringing her truth with her. This was a type of laser handgun she had invented herself. It didn't require traditional bullets, using solar and electric energy instead. 10 minutes of charging was enough for a full charge using electricity, though with solar power, it took twice as long. Of course, she had only managed to make this laser handgun by sneaking into the lab while Dr. Brief and his wife were fast asleep. Bulma had already tested its power. It could easily bring down a bear, proving just how formidable it was. As long as she didn't run into someone who could use ki, she could take them down at any moment. Soon, Bulma arrived in a mountainous area. It was obvious from the look in the cab driver's eyes. Seeing Bulma emerge from Capsule Corporation, he figured she must be rich, so he deliberately drove her to a remote mountain. Realizing something was wrong, Bulma didn't panic or reach for her weapon hastily. After all, the driver was still at the wheel, and things might get dangerous. The car came to a stop. The driver tried to take advantage of the moment and reached for Bulma. Still unhurried, Bulma pulled out the laser handgun. She spoke in a cold, steady voice, "Don't move. Bullets don't discriminate." At the sight of Bulma's gun, the sinister driver scoffed, thinking it was just a toy. He sneered, "Just a toy. Don't try to scare me." Without another word, Bulma pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot straight towards the windshield. The laser pierced through the glass in an instant, its power undeniable. Sweat broke out on the nefarious driver's forehead. He thought to feign submission, planning to grab her gun as soon as he could. But Bulma didn't buy into his act. Her hand lowered slightly. At that moment, the wicked driver believed his opportunity had finally come. Yet Bulma had already seen through his intentions. In one swift motion, she raised the gun and fired. A sharp crack filled the air as the laser cut through his body. Bulma remained composed. Clearly, this wasn't her first time firing a weapon, and she'd anticipated this very outcome. She picked up her phone and dialed. Come take care of the body. Ever since that kidnapping incident, Dr. Brief had hired a bodyguard named to look after Bulma. Less than 10 minutes after she hung up, and a group of men in black arrived on the scene. "Miss Bulma, your orders, please." In that moment, Bulma exuded the unmistakable presence of a mafia princess. But the truth was, ever since the last kidnapping incident, that red scarf, she was sure she had seen it somewhere before. So, without telling Dr. Brief, she quietly mobilized the family's intelligence network. The Red Ribbon Army. That was the name of the group who fought against Goku. She found out one of their members was involved. The information she uncovered left her utterly shocked. The Red Ribbon Army was a terror organization, notorious for launching attacks in certain regions, including bombings and destruction. She could feel a storm of uncertainty rolling toward her. In fact, the narrator would like to point out it's all just her overthinking things. That Jia Xiaobing was acting completely on his own, without approval from above. Then again, it makes sense. With a Dragon Ball hidden there, Bulma, Goku, and the Red Ribbon Army were bound to clash eventually. Only now their conflict had shifted from accidental to intentional. So she asked Ada to train her, teaching her how to handle a gun and pick up some fighting skills. No longer as defenseless as in the original story, she ended up, almost by accident, taking control over West City's underground crime world. She watched as a group of men in black buried the wicked driver. Bulma spoke up. "Ada, could you teach me how to fly a plane?" Ada replied, "Of course." And within a single day, Bulma had mastered the basics of piloting. The very next day, she set off in her plane, heading straight for Mount Bowsy. Bulma piloted her aircraft at incredible speed, determined to reach her destination. Meanwhile, Goku was on the road, returning to Mount Bowsy with Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Chi-Chi had insisted on following Goku to train with Master Roshi, but she couldn't bear to leave her father behind all alone in the harsh conditions of Furnace Mountain. After all, what if her father ended up trapped in a sea of flames like she once was? So she pleaded with Goku to bring the Ox King along to Mount Bowsy. After all, as disciples of the same master, surely Ox King and Grandpa Gohan would have plenty to talk about. Goku agreed to Chi-Chi's request. Master Roshi had used his Kamehameha wave to put out the castle's fire, but Furnace Mountain still blazed in places. Without the Bansho fan, it just couldn't be fixed. Breathing in too much smoke was unhealthy, and Goku didn't want to leave the Ox King behind in such a place. And so, the three of them made a trip back to Mount Bowsy. Goku and Chi-Chi traveled by flying Nimbus, towing the heavy Ox King with them. Martial artists or not, carrying such a burden for a long while was exhausting. Seeing how drenched in sweat both Goku and Chi-Chi had become, the Ox King called out, "Hey Goku, Chi-Chi, why don't we stop for a little rest?" Goku and Chi-Chi replied in unison, "Sure." They descended to the ground. Panting, Goku said, "Phew, Gramps, you really should think about losing a little weight." Chi-Chi chimed in as well. "I agree with you, Yukong Neeson. Dad, you really should lose some weight. Being too fat isn't good for your health either." The Ox King scratched his head and patted his round belly, letting out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. Yes, you're right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll start working on losing weight." So, Wukong suggested cutting back on a few food items. After all, the three of them hadn't eaten anything since early morning. The other two agreed, and they decided to split up to find food. Wukong strolled along, deep in thought. I can use the Kamehameha now, so I must have mastered the basics of Ki, right? Should I try the flight technique? Just then, he thought of the scene from the original story where young Gohan taught Videl how to fly. As Gohan's father, he figured he should be able to pick it up easily himself. He found a clear, flat spot, sat down cross-legged, and spread his hand apart. Carefully, he guided the flow of Ki through his body. He recalled his grandfather once telling him to let Ki sink deep into the lower abdomen. And as Wukong focused, a soft glow appeared between his palms. Delighted, Wukong exclaimed, "So this is Ki? It isn't that hard after all." He concentrated and shaped the Ki into a solid ball. In no time, he had formed an energy sphere, which he then hurled toward a large tree. With a loud boom, the tree was blasted apart in an instant. Wukong flexed his fingers. The power's not bad at all. The tremendous noise drew the attention of Chi-Chi and the Ox King. Chi-Chi rushed over, anxious. "Wukong, what happened? What was that explosion?" The Ox King echoed her concern. "Yeah, Wukong, was that some kind of attack?" Wukong shook his head and smiled. "No, it was just me practicing a new move called the Ki Blast." He then gathered another ball of energy, this time even faster than before. A bright yellow light flickered in his hand, and soon enough, another tree fell victim to its force. Both of them had seen Master Roshi and Wukong use the Kamehameha before. They understood these were genuine techniques, not mere magic tricks. Amazed, Chi-Chi asked, "What do you call this technique, brother?" Wukong replied, "This is called a Ki Blast. You gather Ki into your palm and release it as a ball of energy. The Kamehameha you've seen is another way to use Ki. It just requires more precision." I wish I could learn it. It looks so cool. Do you think I could do it, Wukong? Wukong placed his palm gently on Chi-Chi's head. "Of course you can, but you'll have to go through some pretty rigorous training. Are you ready for the challenge?" Chi-Chi answered without hesitation. "Of course. I want to be the second strongest in the world. I'll train hard." The Ox King, curious, asked, "Chi-Chi, did you say you wanted to be the second strongest? So who's the first?" "Of course it's Brother Wukong," she replied. "No matter how hard I train, I don't think I could ever catch up, so I had to settle for aiming for second place instead." Wukong and the Bull Demon King exchanged amused glances and shared a hearty laugh. After finishing their meal, they decided it would be best to take a nap before continuing their journey, seeing as Mount Bowsy was already not far ahead. Both Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King soon lay down on the grass and drifted off into sleep. But Wukong found himself too restless. He was eager to try something. Could he perhaps master the sky dance technique? So Wukong wandered almost 50 meters away from the others and began to contemplate the possibilities of the sky dance. Since he had already learned to use energy blasts, surely flying wouldn't be that much harder. Maybe start by gathering my energy into the soles of my feet, he mused. Wukong closed his eyes tightly in concentration. Suddenly, the wind howled around him, the air currents swirling, drawn toward him as their center. A soft humming filled the air, and Wukong began to float upward. Realizing he had succeeded, a surge of delight bubbled up, and he let his energy burst forth. In a flash, he shot straight up toward the clouds. Laughing out loud, he cheered, "Ha ha! I've learned how to fly. Woo! This is amazing. The gentle wind is brushing against my face. It feels completely different from riding on the somersault cloud." The moment Wukong mentioned the somersault cloud, it appeared at his side without delay. Sensing that its master now had the same ability it did, the cloud quirked upward, clearly perplexed. It seemed to be asking, "Master, how are you flying on your own?" Wukong gently patted the somersault cloud, explaining, "Somersault cloud, I've just learned a brand new trick called the sky dance. Now that I can fly myself, I won't have to bother you so often. That way, you won't get so worn out." Upon hearing this, the somersault cloud seemed to misunderstand, thinking Wukong no longer needed it. Instantly, it transformed into a black rain cloud, pouring down as if in tears. Seeing this, Wukong realized there had been a misunderstanding. He hurried to comfort it, saying, "Somersault cloud, it's not that I don't need you anymore. I just don't want you to get too tired." He spent some time gently stroking the cloud and spoke to it at length until finally, the somersault cloud was consoled and returned to its golden form. Once the cloud had cheered up, Wukong suggested they have a race. "How about this?" Wukong proposed. "Let's race from here to the top of that hill and see who's faster, okay?" The somersault cloud instantly perked up at the idea of a speed challenge, eagerly waiting for Wukong's signal to start. After all, it was the legendary somersault cloud. It couldn't possibly lose to a human, could it? 3, 2, 1, go. At Wukong's word, Both he and the cloud shot toward the hilltop, 500 meters away. The somersault cloud, capable of flying at 800 meters per second, left Wukong far behind. After all, this was his first time using the sky dance. The cloud reached the hill in half a second, while Wukong, moving a bit slower, arrived in about 3 seconds. Wukong exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder you're the flying Nimbus. Looks like I'll be relying on you for quite a while. All right, let's head back. The other two are probably waking up soon." Instead of flying on his own, Wukong rode the Nimbus back to where Chi-Chi and the Ox King were resting. Right at that moment, the two of them were just waking up. Without missing a beat, Wukong grabbed them both and set off again, soaring in the direction of Mount Baozi. It wasn't long before Wukong and his companions returned to Mount Baozi. Just as they were touching down, an airplane happened to land nearby as well. Wukong watched curiously as the plane came in. From its cabin emerged a young girl. For what happens next, stay tuned for the next chapter. She wore a pink dress, her ponytail a striking teal tied up with a red ribbon. Her blue eyes sparkled, and her gentle smile only added to her youthful beauty. Of course, the girl was none other than Bulma. This bright, vivid image was enough to leave Wukong momentarily spellbound. After all, 3 years before, on that night in the warehouse, it had been pitch dark. Bulma had only managed to glimpse Wukong's height and perceive that he was quite young. She hadn't really seen his features clearly. Back then, Wukong was just 5 and still hadn't reached a meter tall. No wonder Bulma failed to recognize him at first. She stepped up and waved a hand in front of Wukong's dazed face. "Hey there," Bulma teased. "Never seen a pretty girl before? Why are you staring like that?" Wukong's cheeks flushed instantly. He shook his head and stammered, No, I'm sorry." He quickly bowed deeply to her. Bulma found this amusing. She reached out her finger and, with a playful flick of her nail, gently scratched Wukong's ear. With a soft laugh, she said, "All right, little guy, it's fine. Actually, I wanted to ask for directions, or maybe for someone's whereabouts." At that, Wukong's mind went totally blank, but only for an instant. He quickly straightened up and replied, "Go ahead, miss. Who are you looking for?" Wukong had already guessed Bulma's identity. At this age, Bulma looked almost exactly like the 16-year-old version who first appeared in the original Dragon Ball story. Although she was only 13 now, she was already well over 1.5 meters tall. Bulma spoke up, "Do you happen to know if there's a boy named Son Goku living around here?" Far off in the distance, Chi-Chi and the Ox King seemed to be deep in conversation. Chi-Chi whispered to her father, "Daddy, look, Goku's making such a weird face. Isn't that strange?" The Ox King nodded. "You're right. Goku's been with us for a little over a month now. He's always so steady and decisive. I've never seen him make that kind of expression before." Chi-Chi scratched her head, puzzled. What could have made him act like this? The Ox King pondered for a moment, rubbing his beard, and said, "I've seen that look before, you know. Chi-Chi, when you're with that girl named Launch, you have the exact same expression." At the mention of Launch, Chi-Chi pictured the girl in her mind, a gentle, soft-spoken child who did, indeed, make her feel a bit bashful whenever they spent time together. It was just a pity that, ever since moving to Mount Frying Pan, she hadn't seen her again. Then Chi-Chi remembered a name that Goku had once mentioned. Bulma? "Dad, big brother Goku, and I talked about her once. He has someone he likes very, very much, and her name is Bulma. Is that the girl you're talking about?" The Ox King glanced back and forth between Bulma and Goku, his eyes darting meaningfully. And he made up his mind. Chi-Chi, you might be right. Let's go inside for now and give Goku a bit of space." So the Ox King took Chi-Chi by the hand, tugged at the door, and, much to his surprise, it opened right up. He turned and led Chi-Chi into Goku's home. At that moment, Grandpa Gohan was taking his afternoon nap. Ever since Goku had left a few months back, he never locked the door, always fearing that if he went out or slept too deeply and Goku came home, the boy wouldn't be able to get inside. Thoughts of Goku often occupied his mind. Sensing someone entering the house, Grandpa Gohan opened his eyes and saw the Ox King. For a moment, he thought he must still be dreaming, so he rubbed his eyes again, only to discover it really was the Ox King. He hurried over, clasped the Ox King's hands, and exclaimed, Ox King, what are you doing at my house?" Seeing his old master, the Ox King was just as overcome with emotion, tears springing to his eyes. "Gohan, it's been so long." The two of them spent some time catching up, and soon Grandpa Gohan understood why the Ox King and his family were there. He nodded thoughtfully. "I see. So that's Goku's decision, is it? Well, Ox King, you can stay with me for the time being. But where is Goku? I haven't seen him yet." At that, the Ox King gestured towards the window for Grandpa Gohan to take a look. Still a bit puzzled, Grandpa Gohan walked over to the window, where he caught sight of Bulma. He recognized her at once, for he'd once received photos of Bulma from Dr. Brief. And just beyond her was Goku. "Bulma? What's she doing here?" That's a journey of 3,000 kilometers. How in the world did she get here? I should give Dr. Brief a call to check on things. Ring ring. In just a few seconds, Dr. Brief picked up. Hello, Gohan, old friend. What prompted you to call me today? Dr. Brief's voice sounded as if he'd just been woken up. Grandpa Gohan spoke up. Hey, Dr. Brief, could you check if Bulma is home? Dr. Brief stretched his neck with a yawn. Bulma? Of course she's at home. Let's take a closer look. With that, son Gohan activated his phone's projection function. Outside the window stood Bulma, but Dr. Brief was not surprised in the slightest. For the past 3 years, Dr. Brief had been keenly aware of everything Bulma did. As a man of high intelligence, how could he not notice when someone had meddled with his lab equipment? It was only this time, on her way to Goku's house, that she caught him off guard. Still, when Bulma asked him for the source code of the navigation system, there was at least a clue to follow. He wasn't worried about Bulma's safety. With the kind of firearm she carried, even the military would love to get their hands on it. But Dr. Brief was quite curious as to how Bulma managed to get all the way there. So he said to Grandpa Gohan, Old friend Gohan, I have to ask you to look after Bulma for the next few days. Let her have some fun there. Maybe you'll become friends. I have something to take care of here, but I'll come pick her up in a few days. Grandpa Gohan thought for a moment before replying. All right, I promise I'll make sure she stays safe. Don't worry. After a few more words, they ended the call. Back on Dr. Brief's end, he asked, Hey, Ada, do you know what Miss Bulma's been up to these days? Ada replied, Granddad, Miss Bulma said she wanted to learn to fly the plane. I couldn't exactly refuse her, so I taught her the basics. After hanging up, Dr. Brief went to his lab and, sure enough, noticed that a Capsule Corporation plane was missing. Seeing that Dr. Brief wasn't saying anything, Ada became a little anxious and stammered, Is this something wrong, Granddad? Did I do something bad? Dr. Brief knew that Ada couldn't really be blamed. After all, Bulma was the Capsule Corporation heiress, and saying no to her could easily get someone fired. So he softened his tone. It's fine. I just wanted to check. Go ahead and take care of your own work. After that, Dr. Brief ended the call and gazed out the window toward the sky. Meanwhile, Goku, having heard everything, pulled himself together and said quietly, Son, Goku, that's me. Bulma looked him over, skepticism in her eyes. I don't believe you. How can you prove you're really Son Goku? Goku responded by recalling some telling details. Well, let's see. 3 years ago, you were kidnapped. I was the one who rescued you, wasn't I? Nobody else would know just how it happened. To let you get away, I even hit you. Do you remember? At that, Bulma finally believed him. This was something she'd never told her parents or anyone else. It was clear, the boy standing in front of her was indeed the boy from her memories. Yet, seeing him again, all the words she wanted to say got stuck on her lips. Sensing Bulma's embarrassment, Goku spoke gently. It's not surprising that you didn't recognize me. After all about that slap, well, it was pretty bad. Maybe you can think of it as my punishment. Bulma, feeling a bit flustered, hurriedly said, No, that's not it. I've always remembered you. It's just that you've grown so tall and changed completely since 3 years ago. I simply didn't recognize you for a moment. That's all. Goku shook his head, then reached out his hand and said, It's all right. I don't even know your name yet. Could you tell me? Let's introduce ourselves again and become friends. My name is Son Goku. When Bulma didn't react, Goku asked, looking puzzled, What's wrong? You don't want to? Bulma quickly took Goku's hand in hers and replied, No, I'd love to be your friend. My name is Bulma. Please take care of me. Goku grinned widely at her words. All right, let's take care of each other. Now that they had broken the ice, it seemed like there was no end to the things they could talk about. The two of them lay side by side on the lawn, gazing up at the sky. Bulma asked, Hey, Goku, did you say you've been suffering from some strange illness? Goku nodded. Yeah, I actually asked your father, Dr. Brief, to make a special medicine for me. When Bulma heard Goku mention Dr. Brief, she turned to him in shock and said, Wait a minute. Goku, you know my father? How come I never knew about this? Goku thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Huh? Wouldn't it be stranger if I didn't know him? After all, following that serious kidnapping incident, as the heiress to Capsule Corporation, of course Dr. Brief would look into it. Just a couple of days after everything happened, he flew to my house himself. So that's when I learned your name, Bulma. As Goku finished, his gaze softened and he looked kindly at her. Bulma, unaware of anything amiss, grumbled with slight annoyance. Geez, what's with Dad anyway? He found out where my lifesaver lives and didn't even take me to meet you. How unreasonable. I have to call him and get to the bottom of this right now. With that, Bulma pulled out her phone, intent on calling Dr. Brief. But Goku quickly stopped her. He said, Bulma, don't be angry at Dr. Brief. Maybe he was just worried I was some kind of bad guy and didn't want to let you know. But hearing this only made Bulma more determined to confront her father. No way. You saved me. How could you possibly be a bad guy? I have to ask Dad and get a clear answer. Goku saw that there was no use stopping her now. When the call connected, Bulma cut straight to the chase. Hello? Dad? Did you already know where Goku lives? Honestly, that's so unfair. He's my lifesaver, you know? Her tone was forceful, leaving Dr. Brief sighing and covering the phone with his hand so Bulma wouldn't hear. Afterwards, pretending to be all smiles, he said, Yukong. Huh? Bulma, you know how forgetful your father is. Once I start an experiment, I tend to forget these little things. Hearing him call it a little thing, Bulma responded with a trace of anger. A little thing? Are you actually telling me this is just a minor matter? Maybe for you, but to me, this is a huge deal. Dad, you really are impossible. Her words carried a growing edge of irritation, and soon, tears welled up in her eyes. She had always wanted to hear news about Wukong. Not knowing the truth made her worry that he might have died, which seemed very likely, especially considering he was just a kid facing adult dangers. Then came the stories about the Red Ribbon Army, which only made Bulma more and more concerned about him. She almost thought about it every day. She was only 13 years old. She didn't even understand what these emotions meant. All she knew was if she ever got confirmation that Wukong had died, it would probably break her heart. Bulma's voice trembled with sobs, making Wukong's heart ache for her. Stepping closer, he said, Hey, Bulma, are you all right? Please don't blame Dr. Brief. I was the one who asked him to keep these things from you. Still sniffling, Bulma replied, What? Wukong, are you just making this up? Are you just trying to cover for my dad? You don't have to do that. On the other end of the line, Dr. Brief could hear Wukong too. He quickly spoke up, Hey there, Wukong. You don't have to defend me. Let me be the one to explain. Wukong shook his head, gently took Bulma's hand, and said, Let me explain it. So Wukong began to tell Bulma about his tale. He didn't mention his transformation into a giant ape. Instead, he simply explained that if he saw the full moon, he would lose control and might hurt others. The world had its own legends, stories of werewolves who looked perfectly ordinary most of the time, but transformed whenever the full moon rose, leaving destruction in their wake. There had even been news reports of police taking down such creatures. For a 13-year-old girl like Bulma, stories like these always caught her attention. Bulma had heard those tales. Even so, she still suspected Wukong was just trying to defend her father. Trying to steady her voice, she asked, Wukong, is that really true? You're not lying to me, are you? Because I've never heard of anyone with a tail. In response, Wukong pointed to the spot where his tail used to be. Seeing the place where it had been cut off, Bulma finally believed him. Her voice full of sympathy, she said, It must have hurt a lot. Wukong, did you cut off your tail so you wouldn't go wild anymore? I've heard in the news that some werewolves say losing their tails is like a fate worse than death. But even after that, something in their blood still makes them turn into werewolves. Wukong, how could you do something so reckless? Bulma's words held a hint of reproach, but in response, Goku just shook his head and laughed softly. Not at all. It's just that I could feel what I was like when I lost control, so I wanted to see if cutting off my tail would prevent anything bad from happening. Turns out, I was right. Once my tail was gone, no matter how much I stared at the moonlight, nothing happened. I've actually cut my tail off 3 times, you know? Pretty impressive, right? Hearing this, Bulma shook her head and tapped Goku gently on the forehead. Are you completely foolish? Doing something so painful 3 times in a row. If you can't look at the moonlight, then just avoid it, can't you? Goku shook his head again and replied, That just wouldn't do. I'm going to get married someday. If I always have to hide from the moonlight and keep myself shut away, I'd miss out on so much, wouldn't I? Bulma burst out laughing when she heard Goku mention marriage. You little rascal, already thinking about getting married? Aren't you a bit young for that? You're growing up way too fast. Seeing Bulma laughing so openly, Goku let out a sigh of relief, thinking, looks like everything's fine now. But then Bulma glanced at the spot where Goku's tail used to be, her worry resurfacing. But Goku, you said you cut your tail 3 times. So it grows back after you cut it off. Does that mean you'll have to keep doing this over and over? To this, Goku pointed at Bulma's phone and said, Of course not. That's why I asked Dr. Briefs to make me a medicine to stop my tail from growing back. Maybe that's also why Dr. Briefs forgot to mention at my house. He once told me biology wasn't really his forte, so it'd take 3 years. I guess he just got caught up in his work and forgot. Bulma fell silent for a moment, lost in memory. Yes, she recalled, over these past 3 years, Dr. Briefs had hardly left his lab. Every time she came home from class, she'd see her father buried in his experiments. Perhaps it really was because of Goku's request for the suppressant. She brought the phone to her ear and asked, Dad, is what Goku said true? Dr. Briefs, understanding at once, answered, That's right. Goku asked me to develop a medicine for him. Sorry, Bulma. You know how forgetful I get when I'm busy. But I got a secret to share. I finished making the suppressant, but to actually use it, Goku will need surgery. I have to remove everything at the root of his tail and then apply my medicine. After that, his tail will never grow back again. Bulma ended the call abruptly, overjoyed. She seized Goku's hands and exclaimed, Goku, did you hear that? Dad says he's finished what you asked for. Although you'll need to have surgery, and it might hurt a little. So, think about whether you really want to go through with it. Dr. Brief, knowing full well that things would be peaceful once this call ended, picked up the phone and made a call himself. Hello? Could you assemble the best surgical team for me? Yes, I need some help for a family member's operation. That's right. Thank you. Afterward, Dr. Brief looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought about something unknown. Meanwhile, Goku, having heard that this would allow him and Bulma to gaze at the stars and moon together in the future, made up his mind. He spoke softly, Bulma, I'll go through with the surgery, not only for myself, but also for you. Upon hearing that it was for her sake, Bulma's heart beat wildly with panic as she exclaimed, What are you saying? Doing it for me? You must be lying, right? Goku looked straight into Bulma's eyes and replied, I would never lie to you. After that, the two of them fell silent, neither knowing what else to say. To break the quiet tension, Goku suddenly called out, Flying Nimbus! A golden cloud appeared by Goku's side without delay. With a gentle smile, Goku reached for Bulma's hand and asked, Bulma, would you like to know what flying feels like? Startled, Bulma replied, Flying? Can we really? And this yellow cloud, it's actually kind of cute. Bulma let go of Goku's hand and moved forward, touching the Nimbus with curiosity. Wow, it's such an adorable cloud. Goku, how did you get it? Goku answered, This is my flying Nimbus, a gift from my master. I guess you could call it a kind of flying machine, but it has a mind of its own. Wanna give it a try? Pointing at herself incredulously, Bulma asked, Me? Am I really allowed? Goku nodded reassuringly. Nervously, Bulma climbed up onto the Nimbus. Unlike what happened in the original story, this time Bulma landed steadily on the cloud. Feeling the soft cushion beneath her feet, Bulma beamed with delight. It's so comfortable. Goku, hurry, get up here and take me flying. Goku chuckled softly. Yes, ma'am. Allow me to be your chauffeur today, Miss Bulma. With that, Goku leapt onto the Nimbus and sat at the front. Hold on tight, Bulma. We're about to take off. Okay. And so, with that exchange, the two of them soared into the sky on the flying Nimbus. Once they had gone, the three people inside the house stepped out. Ox King, watching their figures vanish against the sky, nudged Grandpa Gohan with his elbow and said, Hey Gohan, looks like Goku really knows how to handle things, doesn't he? Grandpa Gohan replied with a smile. Well, he's my grandson after all. Without even noticing, Goku and Bulma had been joyriding on the Nimbus for nearly 2 hours. By now, the sun had already set, and Goku suggested they watch the sunset together. The mountaintop of Mount Paozu was the perfect spot for viewing the sun dip below the horizon. Long ago, Goku had always dreamed that one day he would bring Bulma here to see the sunset. In response, Goku said, Bulma, the sun is almost setting. Time really does fly. The sun's already gone down. Nodding in agreement, Bulma replied, Yeah, it's amazing how fast time passes. I want to go home now. I've been out for so long, my mom and dad must be worried about me by now. Goku offered, How about I take you home? The flying Nimbus is really fast, and it's not that safe to fly your plane this late. This was Bulma's first time piloting a plane. She couldn't quite explain what had compelled her to press on without looking back, flying all the way to Mount Bauzi. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little frightened by her own boldness. After all, she was only 13, a genius, yes, but still a child, no matter how gifted. Compared to someone like Goku, who had the maturity of an adult from his previous life, she simply couldn't compete. So Bulma said aloud, Then I'll be counting on you to take me home, Goku. Goku nodded back, Of course I will. But before I take you home, we need to go somewhere first. Huh? Where are we going? Bulma asked in surprise. Without further explanation, Goku urged the flying Nimbus toward the summit of Mount Bauzi. When they arrived, Goku jumped down to the ground first. He stretched out his hand and said, Come on, jump down. I'll catch you. Without hesitation or complaint, Bulma followed his lead and leapt down as well. And so, that's how their very first embrace happened. Noticing Goku's arms still wrapped around her, Bulma blushed and protested with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Aren't you going to let go? How long do you plan to hold me? Goku scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. Oh, sorry, I kind of forgot. Haha. Bulma didn't push the issue. She waved her hand dismissively and asked, So, where are we anyway? Goku pointed westward, and Bulma followed his gesture. What she saw was a blazing crimson sunset and vibrant clouds ignited by its light. In that stunning moment, Bulma realized Goku had brought her here to watch the sun set. She invited Goku to sit down beside her. He was only too happy to comply, and together they sat side by side. Bulma gazed at the descending sun, while Goku's eyes lingered on her. The evening light painted Bulma's face in shades of red, and for a moment Goku was completely entranced. The girl seemed not to notice his gaze, resting her chin in her hands as she stared into the sunset, lost in thought. Time slipped by quietly. The sky darkened bit by bit. At last, Goku called out to the Nimbus cloud, "All right, Bulma, let's go. I'll take you home." Bulma stood and climbed back onto the cloud. Then Goku pulled out his phone and said, "Bulma, what's your home's coordinates again?" Bulma looked over surprised. "Huh, you got a GPS? Since when did you have that, Goku?" Passing her the phone, Goku explained, "I asked Dr. Brief to make it for me. He's amazing, got it done in just 10 minutes. Bulma took it, and when she heard that it was yet another of Dr. Brief's inventions, she pouted. "Just what exactly is the relationship between your dad and you, anyway? Are you really that close? This gadget is incredibly intricate, you know? Even though I made some changes and upgraded it to a version with visuals, if I had to make it from scratch by myself, it'd probably take ages. I already deleted the original programming, so this might be a one-of-a-kind now." With that, Bulma quickly entered her home coordinates into Goku's phone and handed it back to him, secretly making another mental note about Dr. Brief's generosity. "These are my home coordinates. If you get the chance, you have to come visit and hang out. My house is right at Capsule Corp headquarters. I've saved my number in there too, so call me often, okay?" Goku nodded enthusiastically. "Of course I will." Then Goku switched on navigation and flew off in the direction of Capsule Corporation. Bulma had noticed Goku carrying a bundle and a red staff this whole time, and finally found the chance to ask, "Hey Goku, what do you have in that bundle?" Goku replied, "This is the power pole. My grandpa gave it to me. It's sort of a weapon, I guess." Bulma nodded thoughtfully. During their recent ride together, she'd already learned a bit about Goku, martial arts, energy, flying, things that sounded fantastical, but she'd witnessed them firsthand. This wasn't just some magic trick, it was the real thing. At first, she wanted to ask Goku to teach her, but learning that it required dedicated, rigorous training, she quickly gave up. After all, she was a lady. Picking up a bit of self-defense was already her limit. If she practiced martial arts with Goku and turned into a muscle-bound warrior, that definitely wouldn't be ladylike. She also knew a little about Goku's grandfather by now. Suddenly, Goku said, "Why don't you take a look inside? See if you recognize the glass orb in there." Bulma rummaged through the bundle and exclaimed, "A Dragon Ball! Goku, did your grandpa give you this too?" Of course, Goku knew perfectly well what a Dragon Ball was, but he pretended ignorance. "Oh, so you know about the 4-star ball?" Bulma replied, "These are called Dragon Balls. They say if you gather all 7, you can have any wish granted." "Well, I thought something had happened to you. I actually found a 2-star ball. My dad told me there's this so-called wishing tree, that if you collect 7 fruits, you can get your wish. I used to dream that when I grew up, I'd go find the Dragon Balls and make a wish. But now that I know you're okay, I guess I won't need to do that anymore." Goku seized the moment. "Really? You don't want any more? Bulma, aren't you even curious whether the legend is true or not?" Bulma thought for a while and then shook her head, saying, "I don't really have any wishes I want to make anymore. Now that I know you're safe, there isn't much I'd want from the Dragon Balls. Even if I know they're real, there's no one to search for them with me. Besides, that 4-star ball, wasn't it a keepsake from your grandfather? According to what I've researched, after a wish is made with the Dragon Balls, they're supposed to vanish, aren't they? I'd hate for something your grandfather left you to disappear." Goku replied, "Oh, is that how it is? I heard that after you make a wish, the Dragon Balls turn to stone. But if you wait a year, they go back to normal and you can use them again. I was thinking of finding a partner to go on an adventure and search for them. If someone could invent a radar that could locate Dragon Balls, wouldn't that make things a lot easier?" At Goku's mention of a Dragon Ball radar and the balls restoring themselves, Bulma was startled. "Wait, Goku, what did you hear about a Dragon Ball radar? And do the Dragon Balls really come back?" Goku nodded and said, "It's true. I guess since they're called wishing balls, they probably give off some kind of electromagnetic signal, don't you think? As for the balls restoring, my master, the Turtle Hermit, told me so. He's a hermit. Surely he wouldn't lie about something like this, right?" Indeed, in the original story, it's established that the Turtle Hermit was the first to know about the Dragon Balls. He once tried to use a wish to seal away King Piccolo, and even attempted to gather the Dragon Balls himself. He gave Bulma a 3-star ball in the manga, so of course he would already know these things. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. "But, Goku, do you really want to search for the Dragon Balls? Want to be dangerous?" Goku answered, "There might be a little danger, but I'll make sure to protect myself." Bulma hesitated for a moment, and then, as if resolving herself, said aloud, "All right, that settles it. I'll go with you to find the Dragon Balls. Let's go on an adventure together." Goku looked at her in surprise. "Huh, you want to come along, Bulma? But there'll be all sorts of monsters along the way. Aren't you scared? Thinking about monsters, Bulma shivered involuntarily. She'd fired a gun before, but her fear of ghosts and goblins seemed instinctive and hard to overcome. But seeing Goku's face gave her courage. She smiled and said, I trust you'll protect me, Goku. With you by my side, I think even those evil spirits and monsters won't be any trouble. Goku shook his head and said, Hey, Bulma, when did I become yours? Going with me will be really dangerous. I don't think it's a good idea. Without waiting for permission, Bulma threw her arms around Goku's back. I don't care. I made up my mind. Don't even think about leaving me behind this time. Then the two of them began to playfully scuffle and nearly tumbled off their perch. But deep down, Goku thought to himself, Bulma, I'll protect you. From now on, let's go on adventures together. Before long, the pair arrived at Capsule Corporation in West City. Miss Yang, this is my friend. His name is Son Goku. From now on, if he visits the company, don't stop him. Just let him in, Bulma instructed. The Miss Yang that Bulma referred to wasn't the one from East City. Rumor had it that their family had many women all sharing the same name, Xiang. Think of her like Nurse Joy or Officer Jenny for Pokemon. It just made things easier for the author, who couldn't be bothered to come up with another name. A wink and a smile. The receptionist, Miss Yang, studied Goku for a moment and thought to herself, so this little boy is Son Goku. Dr. Brief did mention him. He matches the photo. He's rather good-looking, too. After this thought, Miss Yang pulled a photo out from a hidden compartment in her desk. Naturally, it was a picture of Goku. As for how it ended up there, that was Dr. Brief's doing, of course. Miss Yang then said, Understood, Miss Bulma. Son Goku, right? Please come with me, so we can register your face in the system. After that, you'll be able to enter simply by facial recognition. Bulma nodded in response, and gave Goku an encouraging pat on the back, signaling him forward. Goku, unconcerned, simply followed along to complete the facial recognition process. Afterward, he and Bulma went to see Dr. Brief, and they chatted for a bit, catching up. Dr. Brief originally wanted Goku to stay the night, so he could schedule the surgery early the next morning, but Goku politely refused. After all, he had 3 people waiting for him at home. They agreed to reschedule for 2 days later. After saying his goodbyes to Bulma, Goku hopped onto his flying Nimbus and made his way home. Bulma even ran out to see him off, calling after him, Goku, make sure you come back soon. I'll be waiting. Goku heard her shout and waved back with a broad smile. By the time he returned to Mount Pozu, it was late at night. The house was dark, so he tried the door handle. Click, click. Didn't lock the door tonight. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. Happy birthday, Goku. Grandpa Gohan rolled out a cake. Turns out, they were celebrating Goku's 10th birthday. Goku's birthday had actually passed during the 3 months he'd been away, but now that he was back, Grandpa Gohan decided they should make up for it. He and Ox King, along with Chi-Chi, had gone down the mountain to buy him a birthday cake. Goku scratched his head shyly and said, Grandpa, didn't my birthday already happen a while ago? Chi-Chi stepped forward, giving Goku a gentle nudge. Goku, even if your birthday has passed, you still have to eat birthday cake. My dad always gets me a cake for my birthday, so Grandpa's right, you have to eat it. If you don't, you won't grow up properly. Goku couldn't help laughing at this. Is that really a rule? Grandpa Gohan spoke gently. Of course there will be a birthday celebration. Over all these years, I've always spent your birthday with you. This year's no exception, but this might be the last time. Soon, you'll be following Master Roshi for training. No telling how long that will take. I suppose it will be quite a while before we can see each other again. That's why I must be with you for this birthday. Hearing his grandfather's words, Goku's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He thought to himself, that's right. After saying goodbye to Grandpa tomorrow, I'll be heading for West City, then staying there for a year before starting my training. Then there's the adventure to find the Dragon Balls, the World Martial Arts Tournament, facing King Piccolo. It really seems that from now on, I won't have time to spend another birthday with Grandpa. Sensing the somber mood thickening in the air, the Ox King quickly broke the tension with a hearty laugh. Come on, don't be so gloomy. Birthdays are meant to be joyful, you know. With that, he lit the candles. Now, Birthday Star, you're supposed to blow out the candles. Goku collected himself, putting aside his worries, and began to enjoy the birthday celebration the 3 of them had prepared just for him. It was a day Goku would remember for the rest of his life. After eating cake and making his wish, Goku invited his grandfather outside to look at the stars and chat for a while. The Ox King and Chi-Chi, understanding the moment, left the 2 of them in peace. Goku spoke up, Grandpa, I'm planning to go to Dr. Brief's place tomorrow for an operation. Grandpa Gohan nodded. He had already heard from Dr. Brief that to use the suppressants, an operation would be necessary. Grandpa Gohan sighed and asked, Goku, have you really thought this through? Are you certain you want to go through with the operation? Goku nodded resolutely. Yes, I do. Otherwise, it'll bring too much trouble in my life. I don't want to turn into a giant ape and end up hurting the people I care about. Wukong naturally knew about and had watched Dragon Ball GT, where in that universe, the tail was considered the true source of Saiyan power. Having a tail meant the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Yet, he didn't hold the same belief because this world was different. Everything seemed to have changed. For instance, he hadn't met Bulma at the age of 5, and in this world, even Chi-Chi's gender seemed to have shifted. Clearly, the world around him was not the same as the original story. Furthermore, despite so many Saiyans having transformed into great apes, some even maintaining their consciousness, not a single one had become a Super Saiyan 4. Take Vegeta, for example. He was a prodigy among Saiyans and could control himself as a great ape early on, yet he never attained Super Saiyan 4. This was why Wukong, now Li Chuan, never really considered GT to be true Dragon Ball canon, only a slightly more thrilling fan work. So from the moment he first encountered Bulma, he resolved that his tail had to go. It was a non-negotiable. At his age, he didn't know the Kami who could painlessly remove the dangers posed by the tail. So for the sake of living safely, even without the foresight of meeting Dr. Brief, he was determined to keep cutting off his tail again and again until the potential threat was finally gone. Grandpa Gohan knew Wukong well. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Nodding approvingly, he said, "When you commit to something, you must see it through. That's the mindset every true martial artist must uphold. Wukong, you're now a worthy martial artist, and Grandpa is proud of you. Now, let me see how much you've improved during your months away." Such was the way of martial artists. Even between grandfather and grandson, sparring was a language of its own. Rising to his feet, Wukong began trading moves with Grandpa Gohan. Their fists collided in rapid succession, the sharp smacks ringing out in the open air. At this stage, Grandpa Gohan's power level stood at around 70. Wukong, having mastered the Kamehameha, had managed to raise his own power to about 50. Don't underestimate a power of 50. He could already pluck bullets from the air with his bare hands. Flight, after all, is more a technique of controlling energy than a direct measure of strength. Yet the gap between 50 and 70 was an abyss, too deep and too wide. Even if Wukong forced his unrefined Kamehameha to boost his power to 60, it would still be far from enough. He needed to truly land a hit to make that difference count. With only 60% of his strength, Grandpa Gohan was able to restrain Wukong with ease. The commotion outside drew Ox King and Chi-Chi to the door. Curiosity piqued. Kiki exclaimed, "Daddy, look. Big brother Wukong is sparring with Grandpa Gohan. They're both so strong and fast." Ox King, who had trained under Master Roshi, might not have had the most impressive talent and had only learned basic martial arts and some rudimentary control over his ki, but his experience lent him a sharp eye for such displays. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with admiration, "Wukong is truly impressive. He's actually able to go toe-to-toe with Gohan when Gohan's only using 60% of his strength." Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment. "Wait, Grandpa Gohan was only using 60% of his power? Wukong's fists moved so fast I could barely see them. Grandpa Gohan must be incredibly strong." And as Chi-Chi reflected on just how powerful Grandpa Gohan was, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of being Master Roshi might be. Things weren't quite the same as in the original story. This time, Wukong no longer had the weakness of a tail. Guided by Grandpa Gohan, he seemed downright invincible among those at his level. Wukong could even hold his own against someone with a power level of 60, but faced with Grandpa Gohan 70, he saw almost no chance of victory. After exchanging a punch, Wukong stopped and admitted, all right, Grandpa, you're just way too strong. There's no way I can win against you." Seeing this, Grandpa Gohan relaxed his stance and offered encouragement. "Don't let this get you down, Wukong. You're only 9 years old, and I'm almost 86. You've accomplished so much already. That's something to be proud of." Wukong silently reflected, "I guess my talent must be considered poor among Saiyans. I was born with a power level of 10. Broly, who was born at the same time as me, had a power level of 1,000. Yet, Wukong was confident he could reach even greater heights. The blood of a Saiyan had gradually changed the lazy, sedentary habits of his previous life, and now Wukong felt energetic and hardworking. He nodded and suggested, "Hey, Grandpa, we haven't had a bath together in a long time. How about we do that tonight?" Grandpa Gohan happily agreed. The two of them prepared the bathwater and soaked together, letting the night slip quietly by. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. As soon as morning came, Wukong woke Chi-Chi up. Watching Chi-Chi rub her sleepy eyes, Wukong said, "Chi-Chi, today I'm heading to West City. Do you want to come with me, or would you rather go straight to Master Roshi's place?" Hearing that Wukong was leaving, Chi-Chi instantly perked up, hurriedly jumped to her feet and grabbed Wukong's hand. No way. Wukong, let me go to West City with you first. I overheard Dad mentioning that Master Roshi looks at all sorts of weird things, and I don't want to be alone with him. I might end up getting weird too. Wukong chuckled and said, It's true that Master Roshi has a few quirks. All right then, I'll take you to West City with me. I think I'll be able to look after you. He added, Okay, you'll come to West City with me, but I'm going to be living there for a year. For the time being, let me handle your martial arts training. Hearing that Wukong would be teaching her martial arts, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up with excitement. Wukong, that's amazing. I'm so happy you'll be teaching me. Chi-Chi looked up to Wukong, not just for his personality, but because his martial arts skills and techniques were so cool. All the commotion woke up Grandpa Gohan and the Bull Demon King as well. The Ox King rubbed his eyes and called out, Chi-Chi, what are you making such a racket for so early in the morning? Chi-Chi replied, Dad, big brother Wukong wants to take me with him to what was it again? Unable to recall the name, Chi-Chi looked over at Wukong. West City, Wukong supplied. That's right, West City. The Ox King, who naturally knew of West City, remarked, West City is a big city, all right. Wukong, what are you going there for? Wukong answered, Master Roshi asked me to go there and get a feel for human society, learn some new things and all that. The Ox King nodded as he processed this. Is that so? But do you two have any money for the trip? Things aren't cheap over there, you know. Wukong went on, Well, this time I'm planning to ask Dr. Brief for some help. I'm strong, so maybe I can lend a hand and see if I can earn some money while I'm there. The Ox King had never heard from Wukong that he knew Dr. Brief and exclaimed in shock, Dr. Brief? You mean the founder of Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief? Yes, that's the one. So Wukong took a moment to explain to the Ox King how he knew Dr. Brief. After taking in all this new information, the Ox King spoke again. The little girl who came by yesterday, was that Bulma? Wukong nodded. Yes, that was her. As their conversation went on, Grandpa Gohan called out, Wukong, while you're over there, don't get too caught up and make sure to spend more time with Bulma. She really knows her way around West City, so learn all you can from her. Wukong answered, I understand, Grandpa. I'll be sure to do that. Well, it's about time for us to go. Chi-Chi, are you ready to leave? By the time Wukong finished speaking, Chi-Chi had already washed up and was ready to go. Yes. With that, Wukong called for the flying Nimbus cloud and hopped on, with Chi-Chi close behind. Having never been apart from his child since he was little, the Ox King suddenly felt a mix of pride and worry now that Chi-Chi was setting out to learn martial arts. Tears welled up as he said, Chi-Chi, when you're over there, be sure to listen to your big brother Wukong. If you don't understand something, ask him. Chi-Chi, now moved to tears, ran over and hugged the Ox King, saying, Dad, after I leave, you have to eat less fatty meat, all right? You like it so much, but it's not good for your health. The Ox King wiped his tears and promised, All right, you have my word. No more fatty meat for me. Seeing this, Wukong reassured him too. Don't worry, Master Ox King. I'll take good care of him. After a moment, Chi-Chi steadied his heavy heart, turned, and leapt onto the Nimbus cloud, calling out, Take care, Dad. Wukong waved to Grandpa. Goodbye, Grandpa. Grandpa Gohan didn't say anything, but quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and waved back at Wukong. With that, the two soared off toward West City. With the speed of the flying Nimbus, they reached West City in less than an hour. As soon as he arrived above West City, Goku called Bulma. Because it was the weekend, Bulma was enjoying a rare chance to sleep in, so the sudden ring of her phone echoed around the room. Awakened by the noise, Bulma, still drowsy and a little grumpy, complained, Who is it? Can't people get any sleep, even early in the morning? She glanced at the number. There was no name saved, then took a deep breath and patted her chest, mumbling to herself, Calm down, I'm a lady, I don't get angry. Collecting herself, she answered softly, Hello? May I ask who's calling? Goku heard Bulma's sleepy tone and replied gently, Did the beautiful lady just wake up? Bulma, recognizing the voice, sounded a lot like Goku's, asked suspiciously, Is that you, Goku? Goku answered truthfully, Yes, it's me. The moment she heard his reply, Bulma sat up straight in her bed. Goku, it's only been one night, and you're already calling again? You're really a clingy little brother. Goku laughed at her words. How am I clingy? I just made a last-minute decision to come to West City. I don't really have any friends here, so I had to call you. Besides, don't you want me to visit? Bulma quickly cut in. Of course not. I'm more than happy for you to come as soon as you like. Didn't you say you'd be here for a whole year? Why not stay at my place? My house is huge. With some embarrassment in his voice, Goku responded, Really? Won't that trouble your parents? Bulma didn't hesitate. Not at all. I'll promise on their behalf. While Goku was talking, Chi-Chi, who had sensed he was speaking someone, called out, Goku, who are you talking to? Goku turned toward her and replied, Oh, I'm talking to Bulma. Chi-Chi glanced around and, not seeing anyone, asked with concern, Goku, there's no one here. Are you talking to Monster? Goku didn't laugh, but on the other end of the line, Bulma couldn't hold back and burst out, Ha ha! Goku, is Chi-Chi your little brother? How cute, he doesn't even know about phones. Shaking his head, Goku began explaining patiently, Chi-Chi, this thing in my hand is called a phone. I can talk to people who are very, very far away with it. Chi-Chi's eyes fell on Goku's cell phone, and he nodded. I see. Dad's told me about cell phones before. So that's what they look like. Bulma, still amused, asked, So Goku, is your brother coming along this time too? Goku replied, Yes, I'm bringing him with me this time, so I hope it's not too much trouble to stay at your place. Bulma thought about how there would now be 2 more little companions at home, which should bring plenty of fun. She said, as long as it's not too much trouble, let's all go together. Here's the plan. You arrive at the company entrance, and I'll come pick you up. All right, give me 10 minutes to get ready. With that, she hung up the phone. Then, as if caught in a whirlwind, Bulma instantly transformed from her pajamas into a dazzling new look. A red top under a light blue denim jacket, paired with jeans, her whole appearance radiating youthful energy. Of course, that rapid transformation existed only in Bulma's imagination. She thought she was quick, but in reality, Goku had already arrived outside and was waiting for nearly an hour. After that, she walked out of her room. As Bulma passed by, dressed for the day, Mrs. Briefs was holding a plate of breakfast and sighed, Oh my, Bulma always sleeps in on weekends and wakes up naturally. Why is she up so early today and dressed so beautifully? Is she going out on a date? Hearing this, Bulma blushed a little and replied, Mom, what are you talking about? I always get up early like this. But yes, I do have some friends coming today, and we're going out to have some fun. Bye. Mrs. Briefs carried on, saying, Oh, so it is a date, isn't it? Do you want some breakfast first? Shopping on an empty stomach is never a good idea, you know. Bulma considered it for a moment. Since Goku and the others had arrived this early, they probably hadn't eaten breakfast yet either. If she ate at home before going out, it just didn't seem right. So Bulma dashed towards the door without looking back and called out, No thanks, Mom. I'll have breakfast outside today. Click. Just as Bulma left the house, Mrs. Briefs, a bit stunned, exclaimed, Oh my, did Bulma not see? That's her favorite strawberry cake. Who could possibly make her leave in such a hurry? No, I'll have her father follow along just to check. With that, Mrs. Briefs promptly dragged Dr. Brief out of bed, and together they started following Bulma. The moment Bulma stepped out of the house, she spotted Goku across the street, holding a little boy by the hand. She hurried over and greeted them. Goku, you didn't have to wait long, did you? Seeing Bulma so well-dressed, Goku thought to himself he wouldn't have minded waiting another half hour if she looked like this. He answered, It's fine, we just got here not too long ago. But seeing that Goku's entire attention was fixed on Bulma, Chi-Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She grumbled to herself, Brother Goku, always saying we just got here. We've actually been waiting almost an hour. Doesn't he have any sense of time? I need to see just what kind of girl has him so captivated. Chi-Chi then piped up, You must be Sister Bulma, right? Brother Goku talks about you all the time. While chatting with Chi-Chi, Wukong found himself surrounded by boys, so naturally. The conversation was filled with enthusiastic praise for Bulma, almost as if she'd been put on a pedestal. Nothing negative was ever said. Yet, somehow, hearing these things come from Chi-Chi's mouth felt foreboding, as if something troublesome was bound to happen. Wukong quickly interjected, trying to stop things from escalating. Bulma, don't listen to Chi-Chi's nonsense. I don't talk about you with him all the time. Seeing how anxious Wukong was, Bulma sensed an amusing situation unfolding. She stepped past Wukong and gently tousled Chi-Chi's hair, asking, Chi-Chi, may I call you that? Chi-Chi nodded in reply. Of course, Sister Bulma. Taking Chi-Chi's hand as they walked along, Bulma continued, Never mind him. Chi-Chi, tell me, does Wukong really talk about me so often? I'm pretty sure we've only met 3 times, including today. So what could he possibly have to say? Chi-Chi answered, He does talk a lot about you. Well, it's like this. Wukong realized he was powerless to stop the tune now that the conversation had started in earnest. Resigned to his social doom, he followed along behind them. Though Chi-Chi and Bulma were walking hand in hand, each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Chi-Chi fumed inwardly. Humph. This infuriating woman is trying to steal my Wukong. Unforgivable. On the other hand, Bulma had her own reaction. Why is this brat so utterly annoying? Meanwhile, Dr. Brief and his wife, trailing behind Bulma, witnessed the whole scene and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Without realizing it, Wukong had walked ahead and in a sudden move took Bulma's hand to stroll side by side. Left behind, Chi-Chi protested loudly. Wukong, Why are you holding hands with her? If you're going to hold someone's hand, it should be mine. Bulma's face instantly flushed red. Wukong's gesture had caught her off guard. She was happy to have Wukong hold her hand, but that was something she had only dreamed of when it was just the two of them. Now, with someone else right behind, it was much more embarrassing. Hearing the commotion, Wukong stopped, turned around, and scolded. Chi-Chi, you're a boy. There are cars on the street, you know? It's only right that I protect Bulma. She's a girl. Besides, when have I ever held your hand? I don't remember that at all. Chi-Chi fired back loudly. That's not fair. Wukong, if you're worried about her getting hit by a car, what about me? Chi-Chi's raised voice caught the attention of people all around. Even though Chi-Chi and Wukong were about the same age, Chi-Chi was shorter, barely a meter tall. Having spent so much time together, Wukong knew exactly how stubborn Chi-Chi could be. He leaned over and whispered to Bulma, Bulma, could you take us to grab something to eat? When this kid gets hungry, he starts spouting nonsense. Bulma clearly couldn't stand the stares from the people around her either. Nodding her head, she said yes. Goku, I know a restaurant. They have lots of delicious food. With that, the two of them pulled Chi-Chi along, each taking one of her hands, finally calming the little girl down. Before long, the three arrived at an upscale restaurant. As soon as the staff spotted Bulma, one of them quickly pulled out a pager and announced, Attention, everyone, Miss Bulma is here. Get everything ready at once. Bulma was a regular at this establishment, and over time, everyone from the general manager down to the servers knew that she was the heiress to Capsule Corporation. Whenever she appeared in the line of sight of the doorman, the staff would immediately clear the way and prepare for her arrival. After all, a single meal from Bulma was worth a month's revenue for this high-class restaurant. Wouldn't you do the same? If you were looking for the richest in the world, Capsule Corporation would humbly claim second place, because no one would dare claim first ahead of them. Bulma nodded, saying, please get a table ready for me and my friends. As for the food, let's go with my usual order, but add more. Let's start with 5 extra servings. The boy with me eats a lot, so bring more if it's not enough. She gestured towards Goku as she spoke. The previous night, after returning home, she'd done some research and learned that martial artists usually have a big appetite. Naturally, Goku was no ordinary martial artist, so she took note of it. Since Goku would be staying in West City for a year, and he was just a 10-year-old boy, it was obvious he wouldn't have a job. As his friend, Bulma felt it was only right to take care of him. Goku immediately blushed, his cheeks turning red. Bulma, I never told you I eat that much, did I? Bulma shook her head with a gentle laugh. I made a guess. You worked so hard at your training, of course you must eat a lot. Don't worry about the money. This is just a small part of my allowance. Let's set the currency in this story as Sony, just like many Dragon Ball games use Sony as their currency. Bulma's monthly allowance was 100,000 Sony coins. She rarely had to buy clothes, shoes, or electronics. These were routinely gifted by people eager to please Capsule Corporation's heiress. So, unless she felt like buying something herself for a bit of novelty, there wasn't much she spent on. Plus, with income from academic papers and several patents, 13-year-old Bulma had already amassed a fortune of 50 million. She was, without a doubt, a bona fide young heiress. Hearing this, the waiter smiled at Goku and Chi-Chi. Gentlemen, please come in. Goku and Chi-Chi nodded and followed Bulma into the restaurant. The couple, Dr. Brief and his wife, followed closely behind, both wearing sunglasses and face masks. As they were about to enter, a server stopped them at the door. I'm sorry, but we're not open for business today, the server informed them. Hearing this, Dr. Brief removed his sunglasses and mask. The server's eyes widened in surprise. Dr. Brief. Noticing the server's startled voice getting too loud, Dr. Brief quickly hushed him. Shoo, not so loud. Can you let us in now? But please, arrange seats for us upstairs. At his request, the server tapped his radio and spoke into it. Big news. Dr. Brief is here. Get a private room ready for him upstairs. All right, Dr. Brief, you and your wife can come in now. With a nod, Dr. Brief put his mask and sunglasses back on, gently took Mrs. Brief's hand, and the two walked into the restaurant. At this time, in front of Bulma, Goku, and Chi-Chi, there stretched a 10-meter-long dining table loaded with a lavish variety of exquisite dishes. The sight alone had Goku and Chi-Chi practically drooling with anticipation. Goku pointed at a plate piled high with cakes that looked like strawberries, exclaiming, Bulma, what's that called? It looks delicious. Bulma followed his gaze, beaming. That one? It's my favorite, luxurious strawberry parfait. Try it, Goku. It's really tasty. Nodding eagerly, Goku picked up a knife and fork, sliced off a piece, and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a rush of sweetness flooded his taste buds, rich with the flavor of strawberries, and the creamy plant-based whipped topping just took it to another level. Goku felt like he was floating on air. When When she saw the nearly blissful expression on Goku's face after just one bite of strawberry cake, Chi-Chi hurried over to try it as well. She tasted it and said with mock seriousness, "Big brother Goku, aren't you exaggerating a bit? It's just a strawberry and cream cake." Goku and Bulma immediately turned to look at Chi-Chi, their gazes so direct it made her shiver. Flustered, Chi-Chi quickly sliced off a few more pieces and shoveled them in, defending herself with a hasty reply. "No, it's just really delicious." At that, Goku and Bulma both pouted in perfect unison and grumbled together. "If you don't like it, no one's forcing you to eat it." As soon as the words left their mouths, they realized just how in sync they were. So much so, it startled them both. In their hearts, Goku was thinking, "Wow, Bulma really seems to like strawberry treats. Turns out I do too." Meanwhile, Bulma's thoughts raced. "Do we even share the same taste now? Something inside my heart feels like it's about to burst out." Watching the two from upstairs, Dr. Brief couldn't help but marvel. Hey, her mom is as synchronized as ever." Mrs. Brief nodded in agreement, a knowing Annie smile on her face. "Yes, it's almost too cute to handle." Seeing how enthusiastic Goku was, Bulma beamed with joy and pushed a plate of takoyaki in front of him. Isn't it delicious, Goku? Try this one too." These takoyaki are made with premium octopus, freshly caught from the deep sea. Of course, Goku had seen takoyaki before. He still remembered the one Vegeta made himself back in Dragon Ball Super. At the time, just watching had nearly made his mouth water. Goku popped one into his mouth. "Wow, it's hot, but it's really tasty. The chewiness is amazing. No wonder it's top-grade seafood." After that, there wasn't much conversation, just a peaceful, leisurely half-hour spent eating together. As time went by, Goku gradually let go of his reserved manners and started eating hearty mouthfuls, just as his nature dictated. Seeing this, Chi-Chi couldn't help but try to intervene. "Goku, there are girls here. Could you maybe eat a little more politely?" In truth, Chi-Chi wanted nothing more than to dig in, just like Goku, but she hesitated with Bulma, sitting beside her. However, Bulma didn't seem bothered at all. "Don't worry about it, Chi-Chi. Just eat to your heart's content. There's no need to hold back, especially since we'll all be living together for the next year." With Bulma's encouragement, Chi-Chi set her reservations aside, gave a little nod, and soon joined in, eating without a care for appearances. Bulma herself wasn't eating. She rested her chin on her hand, watching Goku from the side, her gaze soft and attentive. It was as if some new feeling had awakened in her. Watching Goku eat with such gusto filled her with genuine happiness, just like a wife looking on joyfully as her husband enjoys a meal she's made. A thought arose in her heart, unbidden. A wife? That doesn't sound half bad. She couldn't help but blush at the idea. Noticing Bulma's eyes on her, Goku asked curiously, "Bulma, aren't you eating anything? There's so much food, and you're not having any. Won't you feel left out?" For a moment, Bulma felt awkward, her cheerful expression faltering just a bit. "Kiki quickly din. Yeah, Bulma. You should eat too, or I'll feel bad picking at my chopsticks." Bulma snapped out of her daze, glanced at the table littered with the remains of their meal, swallowed hard, and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I already had breakfast at home, so I'm not really hungry." But right at that moment, a loud rumble from her stomach betrayed her, painting her cheeks a deep red. Goku heard it, though Chi-Chi didn't seem to notice. He signaled the server. "Excuse me, could you clear away the empty dishes? And bring us a deluxe strawberry parfait, a plate of fried noodles, and, one more order of takoyaki, please." Bulma, witnessing Goku's boundless appetite, couldn't help but marvel. "Goku, you really can eat. After all that, you're still hungry?" Goku nodded earnestly. "Yeah, I'm still a little hungry. But, Bulma, I won't be able to finish it all. Will you help me eat some? Even if you already had breakfast?" Bulma realized then that Goku had heard her stomach rumbling, and that he was offering her a gentle way out of embarrassment. She chimed in, "Sure thing, Goku. I can split some of the food with you." Soon, as the waiter brought out 3 dishes and set them on the table, Goku placed a small portion of each onto Bulma's plate. Bulma began to eat as well. Seeing Bulma finally eating, Goku let out a sigh of relief. "Bulma, Chi-Chi, I'm just going to the restroom." "Yes," they answered. But instead of heading to the restroom, Goku went to find the waiter to pay the bill. Realizing what he was about to do, the waitress at the counter whispered, "That's not allowed, sir. Since you're Miss Bulma's friend, she'll be upset if you pay first." Goku shook his head and replied, "As a man, the first time I have a meal with a girl, of course I should be the one to pay. Don't worry, I'll talk to Bulma. She won't blame you." Then, Goku pulled out a wad of 1,000-yen Sony bills from his pocket. As for where Goku got the money, it came from his 3 months of training travels. Not long ago, he took down a group of mountain bandits in the south. The police rewarded him with a portion of the loot he turned in. While it wasn't as much as Bulma's fortune, Goku had still managed to save up over 100,000. Coincidentally, this meal cost almost all he had left, just enough to cover the bill. He couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, thinking, well, I'm completely penniless now. Time passed, and as Goku had been gone quite a while, Mrs. Brief, watching from upstairs, turned to Dr. Brief and said, "Dear, Goku's been gone for some time. Do you think something happened? Can you check on him?" Dr. Brief nodded in response and headed downstairs. Soon, he spotted Goku at the counter, just as he was paying. Walking over, he gave Goku a friendly pat on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Goku, why are you settling the bill? Isn't Bulma supposed to pay today?" Hearing Dr. Brief's familiar voice, Goku turned around, surprised. "Oh, Dr. Brief, what are you doing here?" With a wave of his hand and a cheerful smile, Dr. Brief replied, "It just so happens that Bulma's mother and I are dining here as well. Now that I noticed you disappeared, I wanted to check in." Goku nodded earnestly and explained, "Dr. Brief, I figured that since I'll be relying on you all in the future, I should at least pay for this first meal with Bulma myself." Dr. Brief understood at once and nodded. "All right, you'd better hurry back. Bulma's waiting and is already arguing with the manager about your disappearance. Oh, and about the bill, just tell Bulma I paid for it, okay?" Goku was taken aback. "Why is that?" So Dr. Brief leaned in and quietly explained, "Goku, Bulma's a lot like you. She always means what she says. She probably already told you she'd treat today, right? If she finds out you paid first, it could turn into a headache. At best, she'll be upset. At worst, she might give you the cold shoulder for a while." When Goku heard that Bulma might ignore him, he immediately agreed. "I will, if it's for Dr. Briefs." Just as he finished speaking, Mrs. Briefs came out as well. "Oh my, you must be son Goku, right? You're quite the handsome boy. If you weren't so young, I'd be tempted to ask you out on a date myself." Hearing this, Goku greeted her, "Huh? Are you Bulma's mother? You look so young. Can I call you big sister instead?" "Do I really look that young? Well, sure. In that case, I'll have to make you my little brother." Mrs. Brief's words left Dr. Briefs at a loss. Hey, don't you think you're being a bit too forward? What's wrong with that?" But, just as the two were about to start bickering, Bulma appeared carrying Chi-Chi. "Huh, Goku, why are you out here? I was just thinking I'd wait for you outside." She then noticed her parents. "Hey, Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" Dr. Briefs replied, "Oh, Bulma, your mother and I happened to come here for dinner and ran into Goku. The boy even tried to pay the bill, so I beat him to it." Bulma turned a chilly gaze toward Goku. "Goku, is that true? Did you really come out here to pay the bill?" Feeling that cold look, Goku hastily explained, "No, Bulma, I just got lost trying to find a bathroom. Your stare is really scary." "Oh, so that's all? I thought you were just dying to pay. If you had, I'd have stopped talking to you." Bulma relaxed and smiled at Goku. Goku let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, good thing I ran into Dr. Briefs, or my well-meant intentions might have gone wrong." That was Goku's inner thought. Witnessing the scene, Chi-Chi also felt a jolt of fear deep down. Bulma's scary when she's angry. Better not get on her bad side, she thought to herself. Yes, in just these few minutes while Goku was gone, Chi-Chi no longer felt any hostility toward Bulma. After all, this girl was a mega-rich heiress. She still didn't quite compare to her own childhood friend Lazuli, but from this brief encounter, it was clear Bulma was a genuinely good person. But still, suddenly, Bulma's tone frosted over again. "Goku, I know you were really planning to pay this time, but Dad beat you to it. So since you didn't get to treat us, you owe me one. I want you to promise me something." Goku quickly nodded. "Anything, even 100 favors. I don't need that many. I just want you to go to school with me." Bulma's request left Goku completely baffled. "School? But I'm only 10 years old. Bulma, aren't you in middle school already? How could I even keep up?" "You don't have to come with me. Aren't you planning to stay here for a whole year? There's so much you can learn at school. At least you'll get the basics there. As for anything else, I can teach you myself. Trust me, with my brains, there's nothing I couldn't help you master." "But what about Chi-Chi? I still have to guide her in martial arts," Yukong replied, casting a pleading glance at Chi-Chi, as if silently begging, "Help me out here." Bulma immediately caught Yukong's sidelong look at Chi-Chi, and without hesitation, grabbed his head and turned it back towards her. Despite Yukong's strength, he had a power level of 50. It was as if she'd summoned some mysterious force to pull him back. "It's not like you have to stay at school all the time. There's always time after class. You're so strong. You can train her afterwards, right? Isn't that so, Chi-Chi?" Bulma shot Chi-Chi a pointed look. Chi-Chi straightened up immediately and replied, "Exactly. Yukong, you should just go to school and not worry about me. After class, when you teach me, it'll be just as good. I'll hang out with this gentleman in the meantime." "Yes, Yukong, you go ahead and attend school with Bulma. Chi-Chi is in good hands with me." Another voice chimed in. "That's right. Big sister thinks Yukong should listen to Bulma," someone else added. With all three against him, Wukong had no choice but to go along with Bulma's plan, though it was clear he was reluctant. After all, since finishing high school in a previous life, he hadn't touched any middle school coursework. The thought of going back to school left him feeling a deep, instinctive dread. Big sister? Mom, are you really going to let Wukong call you big sister? Doesn't that make me Wukong's niece? That won't do. Wukong, just call my mom auntie, that's all. Even Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were a bit unsettled by Bulma's odd insistence. Though Mrs. Brief would have loved for Wukong to call her big sister, in the end she respected her daughter's wishes and said, "Yes, Wukong. Just do as Bulma says and call me Andy." Wukong nodded, "All right." With that, Bulma grabbed Wukong and pulled him away, tossing over her shoulder. "Chi-Chi, you go home with my parents for now. I have something to discuss with your brother." Chi-Chi had intended to follow, but sensing Bulma's intimidating aura, she relented and looked helplessly at Wukong, her eyes clearly saying, "Wukong, take care. That big sister is scary. I'm honestly worried about your future." Resigned, Wukong let Bulma lead him off. "Uncle, Auntie, you two go ahead. I'll make sure Bulma is safe," Wukong called back before being whisked away by Bulma. Dr. Brief smiled and remarked, "Looks like Wukong will turn out to be the kind of husband who always listens to his wife." "Ah, you can tell he's got that deep-seated fear, just like me," he added. "Oh, so are you saying I have a bit of a temper?" Mrs. Brief asked, her eyes narrowing as she pinched Dr. Brief's waist playfully but firmly. "Grown-ups are just impossible to figure out," Chi-Chi muttered helplessly. On the other side, Goku and Bulma sat in a heavy silence. Bulma lowered her head, the words on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to say them. At last, Goku broke the standstill. He gently took Bulma's hand and said, "Bulma, I'm sorry. I insisted on paying the bill and made you upset. I just thought in the stories I've read, when the main characters meet for the first time, it's almost always the guy who treats. I didn't think it would make you so angry." Bulma looked up, catching the thought. "Huh, the main characters? Goku, are you actually a girl, reading that kind of thing?" "No, not really. I just spoke from the heart. After all, Bulma, you're such a vibrant and beautiful girl. It's easy to imagine you as the heroine in a story. Honestly, I think anyone would see you that way." Goku's words cleared away the knot in Bulma's heart. "You know, Goku, you're the first boy I've ever willingly wanted to be friends with. At school, everyone treats me differently because of my background. Some keep their distance, and others try to flatter me for their own reasons. I can always tell what they really mean, but with you, I just can't read you. I know a lot what you say truly comes from the heart. Even the stuff about leading a story, I get it. But because of that, I'm so afraid I'll slip up, upset you, and lose you as a friend. I know I have a bad temper, too. So when I asked you to come to school with me, you could have refused. I just didn't want to make you unhappy." Goku's heart ached for her as she spoke. Indeed, for the heiress of Capsule Corporation to bear herself so honestly, it was unexpected. He squeezed her hand gently and smiled. "Of course not, Bulma. I'd love to go to school with you. I was never unwilling. Sorry that my needless fuss made you feel so anxious." At his words, Bulma's cheeks grew warm, and she quickly replied, "No, it's not like I was mad at you, Goku. Really? You really want to go to school with me? I've read some stories too, where the main guy and girl always walk to school together. I do, really. I'd love to go with you. But we'll have to wait until after my surgery tomorrow." Bulma remembered then. Goku had come for the surgery to suppress his tail's growth. Guilt pricked her heart. Right, Goku's here for his operation, and I lost my temper. I must have seemed so annoying. Overwhelmed, Bulma suddenly broke into tears, sobs streaming down her face. Seeing all this, Goku immediately understood she was overthinking things. "Don't cry, Bulma. I could never dislike you." Bulma sniffled. "Goku, how did you know what I was thinking? Maybe it's because we're so in sync, like we share a secret bond. Come on, don't be sad. Let's just keep holding hands and walking together. I'm not letting go, you know." Bulma squeezed his hand a little tighter. Clearly, Goku has his head in the clouds when it comes to romance. He barely realizes the promise he's making. Even though this past year was tough in many ways, the memories have become a wellspring of sweetness in his heart. Stay tuned for what happens next. And so, hand in hand, the two of them made their way back to Capsule Corporation. Curious, Chi-Chi called out, "Goku, you and Bulma were gone for ages. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. Walking with Bulma makes everything feel easy," Goku answered cheerfully. Though carrying all this stuff is a bit much. Shopping bags hung from every part of Goku. Clearly, Bulma had gone on quite a spree. Even though she kept insisting she wasn't angry anymore, she'd clearly decided to buy as much as possible and hang it all on Goku. Seeing the half-pleading, half-bewildered look in Goku's eyes, Bulma said, "Oh, Goku, thank you for carrying all my things. You really went above and beyond. You only bought so much because you insisted on it," Goku replied with a wry smile. Most of this is just clothes. You aren't running short, are you? Oh, come on. These are all the latest styles, you know. It's not easy for me to get them so early. And besides, I bought some things for Chi-Chi, and you too. I can't believe you're being ungrateful. That's not what I meant at all. Yes, it is. Their playful bickering had become almost a daily ritual. It was plain for all to see how close they'd grown. Hearing their lively banter, Mrs. Brief poked her head out and called, Bulma, Goku, you're back. The bath is ready. Would you like to clean up? At the mere suggestion of sharing a bath, both Bulma and Goku blushed scarlet. Mom, how could you say that? I'm a girl and Goku's a boy. We can't take a bath together. I agree. That's way too much, Annie. You can't joke about things like that. Yet, somewhere in Goku's mind, a certain image briefly flickered to life. A rush of warmth colored his cheeks, and before he realized it, a little blood trickled from his nose. Goku quickly wiped it away before anyone could notice. Goku, how about I go first? Bulma pleaded, her eyes big and earnest. After walking all day, I'm a sweaty mess. I can't take it anymore. Faced with this, what could Goku say? He nodded. Of course, Bulma. Ladies first. Yay. Bulma pressed a quick kiss to his cheek and dashed off to the bathroom. Goku touched the spot where she'd kissed him, feeling a ripple spread through his heart. Huh, have you two already gotten so close? Mrs. Brief teased from the hallway. Listen, you're both still young, so don't go getting ahead of yourselves, all right? I trust you, Goku, but with Bulma's wild ways, I'm never sure what she'll get up to next. Mrs. Briefs truly had a knack for startling remarks. She nearly made Goku spit out a mouthful of blood in shock. Is it really appropriate for a mother to talk about her own daughter like that? Goku thought to himself. Then, Chi-Chi spoke up. Goku, could you teach me a bit of martial arts today? Even though it's getting late. Naturally, Goku couldn't refuse his little brother's request, even though he was completely exhausted and would rather collapse onto the sofa to watch TV. How could he say no to a request from his own brother? Of course. Let's go. I know there's an open space around here where I can teach you. Auntie, good night then. I'm going to take this rascal out to practice for a while. At this point, Mrs. Briefs was already dressed in her pajamas, clearly ready to go to sleep. Goku bade her good night and, with practiced ease, led Chi-Chi to a garden. Yes, it was the very same garden from the original story, where the Briefs family kept all sorts of small animals, and even dinosaurs. Goku knew the Briefs household like the back of his own hand, thanks not only to the original series, but also to his countless hours exploring their home through various Dragon Ball games. He knew every nook and cranny, having controlled game characters to wander inside more than once. Watching Goku leave, Mrs. Briefs muttered to herself, Huh? Did Bulma actually tell him about every corner of our garden? He seems way too familiar with it. When Chi-Chi first arrived here, Dr. Briefs had taken him out to play in the back garden himself. After all, most kids this age, unlike Goku, are naturally drawn to animals. Chi-Chi, you've had Grandmaster Ox King's guidance, so your fundamentals are solid and your body is already strong. If you want to take your martial arts a step further, you can either work on sensing ki or focus on increasing your physical strength. But considering how young you are, lifting heavy weights could affect your growth. So, think it over. Do you want to learn to sense ki or to strengthen your body? Goku knew exactly where Chi-Chi stood. At this stage, his fighting power was around 20, even stronger than Goku himself was back at that age. And once one mastered ki sensing, their power level could double or more, reaching around 40. A far easier path than painfully grinding away at physical training. Well, easy might have just been Goku's opinion. Later on, even Chi-Chi found himself regretting choosing the ki training route, as it turned out to be even more exhausting. Of course, only those blessed with talent could really sense ki. Take Mr. Satan in the original Dragon Ball story. He simply couldn't do it. But Goku's own daughter, Videl, was capable. After pondering for a moment, Chi-Chi answered, Goku, I want to learn ki sensing. I've always dreamed of using a Kamehameha wave someday. It would look so cool. He didn't want to turn into a muscle-bound brute. Lazuli had already told him that she couldn't stand men with muscles and no brains. His wits weren't exactly his strong suit. If he turned into a Hulk as well, he'd really have no chance. Goku nodded. All right, so what does it mean to sense ki? Come here and put your hand on my stomach. See if you can feel anything. After speaking, Wukong slowly drew out his energy from the Dantian. Chi-Chi stepped forward and felt it with her hand, immediately sensing a warm current surging fiercely, which startled her. Wukong, brother, is this what chi feels like? It's so amazing and so warm. Yes, this is the sense of chi. To get to this level, you don't have to put your body through the same brutal training as when you build physical strength, but you still need to carry weights. With that, Wukong crouched down and removed a heavy iron weight from his ankle. This is the secret to training the body. Watch carefully. Wukong handed the iron weight to Chi-Chi, who thought it was just some trivial gadget and took it without a second thought. But the moment it landed in her hand, she was overwhelmed by its heaviness and dropped it immediately, creating a small dent in the ground. Incredible. Wukong, brother, how heavy is this? It's about 50 gene, I suppose. Honestly, I'm not really sure. I forged it myself when I was 7, and I've never taken it off until now. It feels so light without it. It's such a relief. Finished speaking, Wukong threw a few punches into the air. His speed was so blistering that even Chi-Chi couldn't make out the motions of his fists. Now that the weight was off, Wukong's fighting power surged instantly to 65. In this state, he could probably force his grandpa, Son Gohan, to use 80% of his strength if they sparred. Here, the power is kept a bit lower. It should have reached 80 by now, but at this point, Master Roshi himself is only at about 85. If Wukong advances too fast, the World Martial Arts Tournament would lose its thrill. 50 gene? Wukong, brother, weren't you ever exhausted carrying that around since you were little? Oh, of course I was. When I first delivered milk wearing it, I moved so slowly that Grandpa even punished me. But after a month or two, I got used to it. Eventually, I could even run. Chi-Chi stared at the heavy iron on the ground and swallowed nervously. Wukong, brother, do I really have to wear this thing? Absolutely, but you'll use half the weight, as our bodies aren't built the same. With those words, Wukong snapped the 2 iron weights neatly in half, easily demonstrating his strength. He then pressed one of the new, lighter rings onto Chi-Chi's delicate, almost girlish ankle, molding it into a perfect circle. Give it a try. See if you can move 20 gene. Chi-Chi felt the new heaviness as she took a cautious step, barely managing to move 2 centimeters in a second. It's so heavy. I can't even imagine what carrying 50 gene must feel like for Wukong, brother. My ankles would probably be injured. He's so strict about martial arts, Chi-Chi thought silently. Chi-Chi, you should be able to feel the chi in your dantian now, right? Yes, Wukong, brother. I can sense it, but I just can't get it to flow like you do. So this extra weight is just to push your potential to the limit. As long as you get used to the intensity, you'll be able to manage your energy. That's how I did it, and I'm sure you can do it too. Right after he finished speaking, Bulma's voice came from the hallway. Hey, Goku, are you and Chi-Chi in here? I'm done with my bath. It's your turn now. All right, I'm coming. Before leaving, Goku added, Chi-Chi, your mission today is just to walk back to your room from here. That's all you need to do. And remember, you have to keep wearing that weight, even when you sleep. Don't think about asking Dr. Brief to help you remove it. It's part of your training. With that, Goku followed Bulma out, leaving Chi-Chi alone in the bathroom. Yes, I can do this, Chi-Chi whispered to herself, determination in her eyes. The distance from the bathroom to Goku and Chi-Chi's sleeping quarters was about 100 meters. At a steady pace of 2 centimeters per second, it should take roughly 10 minutes to cover. But could Chi-Chi really keep up that steady pace? All she remembered was that after a bath, by the time she finally made it back to her room, almost 2 hours had passed. She staggered in, drenched in sweat. Exhausted, Chi-Chi collapsed directly on her bed, too worn out to speak a word. Seeing this, Goku climbed down from his upper bunk and gently tucked her in with the blanket. Get a good rest, he said softly. Tomorrow's going to be even tougher. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Goku was already up. Dr. Brief had arranged for a medical team to come to Capsule Corp, and they had already arrived. Chi-Chi, still tired from last night's ordeal, slept through all of it. Goku, why am I more nervous than you? Bulma, wringing her hands, stood next to Goku, who was now dressed in a hospital gown. Don't worry, Miss Bulma. Your boyfriend is in good hands, an elderly doctor in a white coat reassured her before Goku could reply. This was Dr. Tai, the surgical specialist Dr. Brief had invited to help Goku with his operation. Goku offered a bright, comforting smile. It's fine, Bulma. It'll just be a tiny procedure. I'll be out before you know it. Don't worry about a thing. Goku, maybe we don't need to go through with this? It's just a tail after all. If it grows back, it grows back. I know you'd never do anything to hurt me, Bulma said, ignoring his attempt to soothe her. Yeah, Goku, I actually agree with Bulma. Maybe you should think about this a little more, Dr. Brief chimed in, his brow creased with concern for his future son-in-law. After all, no matter the anesthesia, having a piece of flesh cut out of your own body isn't something anyone can take lightly. Neither Goku nor Dr. Brief shared these grisly details with Bulma. They just called it a minor operation. It's all right, Dr. Bulma. Please relax. Dr. Tai must be ready by now, right? Let's go on to the operating room. Yukong was well aware of their concerns. In that moment, he steeled himself and made up his mind. Oh, is Yukong ready? Nurse, please take him in, Dr. Tai said. With years of experience in medicine, he could see the firm resolve in Yukong's eyes. Though he had been invited by the Capsule Corporation to perform this surgery, as a doctor with compassion at his core, whether to proceed with the operation was always decided by the patient themselves. No one else could make that choice. This was his professional principle. "All right, Wukong," the young nurse said gently, "please put on this mask. This tube is connected to the anesthetic. Since we need to put you under completely, you mustn't stay awake. Once inside the operating room, we'll also give you an injection to make sure you don't wake up mid-surgery." Wukong nodded and put on the mask. The nurse had already read some of the reports about this operation. They mentioned that this young boy had a tail on his backside, and that the surgery would involve removing it completely, including its base. Even before lying down on the surgical bed, Wukong had had an x-ray taken. At first, the nurse didn't know what to make of his tail, but after glancing at the x-ray, she found herself lost in memories. One of her close friends had once undergone a similar removal surgery. Her friend's procedure had been because of a tumor, so she assumed Wukong's tail must be something similar. It made her heart ache. How pitiful that such a young child would have to endure a tumor. Before long, Wukong was wheeled into the operating room. Outside, Bulma and Dr. Brief erupted into an argument. "Hey, Dad, didn't you tell me it was a minor operation for Wukong? Why does he need full anesthesia?" "B. Bulma, it is a minor operation." "Oh, really? I don't believe you. Show me the report. I know you have it." "I do not. Liar. You do." Their voices grew loud enough to draw Dr. Tai out of the operating room. "Hey, you too. Even if you're the president and heiress of Capsule Corporation, you can't raise a ruckus out here. This is a surgical suite. Have you no sense of propriety? If I hear another peep, I'll call off the surgery right now." With that, Dr. Tai slammed the door, leaving Bulma and Dr. Brief too terrified to utter another word. Left with no other choice, Dr. Brief quietly led Bulma back to his own laboratory. "What? They're cutting into flesh? Dad, are you sure this medicine you made even works? I'm seriously starting to doubt your skill. If it fails, then isn't Wukong suffering all this pain for nothing?" Bulma's voice trembled with accusation. Dr. Brief stiffened at her words, then replied in a grave tone, "Bulma, you can question anything, but never doubt my inventions. This is Wukong we're talking about. I would never let him use an untested drug. This is something I've worked on, day and night, for 3 years." Hearing this, Bulma took a steady breath. Of course, she knew her father would never let Wukong use anything unproven. "But Dad, this medicine of yours is such a hassle. Having to dig into the flesh? That must be excruciatingly painful." At this thought, Bulma burst into tears. "Boo-hoo. Daddy, if Goku ever blames me for this, I'll never speak to you again." Dr. Briefs grew a bit anxious at the sight. He had never seen Bulma cry before. His heart softened, and he wasn't angry at her earlier accusations. "Bulma, don't worry. I've known Goku longer than you have. He'd never ignore you over something like this. I promise." "Really? But Daddy, you're so useless. Couldn't you make some kind of medicine that would suppress Goku's tail without harming him?" Bulma stopped crying and looked at her father with curiosity. Dr. Briefs shook his head. "I can't. I'm not a medical expert. This is the best I could do. I don't want Goku to get hurt either, but he was willing to go through all this for you." "For me? Daddy, could you tell me what's really up with Goku's tail?" So Dr. Briefs told her everything. The truth about Goku being an alien, and how he could transform into a giant ape. He had witnessed it himself. Goku, in that form, could reduce a whole house to rubble. It was terrifying to imagine. Goku went this far just to be your friend. Even I couldn't understand it at the time. He pulled his own tail off with his bare hands. You two had only met once, and still he went to such lengths. I can't imagine any reason Goku would ever ignore you. Dr. Briefs recalled those years-old memories of Goku wrenching off his own tail. That moment had truly moved him. For a girl he had just met, Goku was willing to go that far. Even love at first sight couldn't explain it. Bulma seemed lost in thought as she listened. For me, how could Goku be so foolish? There's nothing special about me. I'm quick-tempered and have a ton of flaws. I always thought Goku's type would be someone gentle, like Mom. That I can't say, Bulma. Maybe there's something about you that shines in his eyes. Dr. Briefs replied, feeling the same doubts. Beyond her intelligence and her family's wealth, could any boy truly go so far for Bulma? Even before Goku came into the picture, he'd worried about his daughter's future. But Goku was just that kind of person. Hearing all this, Bulma thought to herself, maybe I should study medicine? I mean, I love inventing things, but Goku's bound to keep getting hurt with all his fighting. Besides, we'll be going on all sorts of adventures. If I don't know anything about medicine, that won't do. So it seemed Bulma had made up her mind to start learning about medicine. It was clear that Dr. Tai possessed remarkable medical skills. Goku's tail was not some kind of tumor, and its removal was swift. It took less than half an hour to complete the excision and stitching. The operation was soon finished. A moment later, The nurse wheeled Goku out. At that time, Goku was still fast asleep. Seeing Goku being brought out, Bulma stepped forward and asked, "Nurse, how is Goku? He's going to be all right, isn't he?" The nurse responded with an easy smile. "He's doing just fine. Goku's in great shape. It's just the anesthesia. He'll probably need another half hour or so before he wakes up." Bulma immediately moved closer and wrapped her arms around the still sleeping Goku. "Thank you for everything you've done for me," she whispered. She finished with a gentle kiss on Goku's cheek. At that moment, Goku was completely unaware. Had he known, even in his dreams, he would have surely leaped up with joy. Dr. Tai let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, looks like Miss Bulma and young Goku share quite the bond. Dr. Brief, come here. This is Goku's tale. There are some things we need to discuss." Clearly, Dr. Tai and Dr. Brief were well acquainted, as evidenced by his direct address. "All right, Bulma, you stay with Goku for a bit. I'll go hear what the doctor has to say." Bulma nodded in agreement. Dr. Brief then followed Dr. Tai into the operating room. "Listen, Brief, your son-in-law's tale is real. Even this small piece we took off is still teeming with vitality. When I exposed it to ultraviolet light, just now it swelled a bit. Without your special formula, even if we completely removed it at the root, it would likely grow back. By the way, just what is he? Only by being exposed to Brut's waves can scions transform into giant apes, and a full moon boosts these waves to 17 million units, causing a scion's tail to trigger the transformation. The ultraviolet light just now generated about 5 million units of Brut's waves, which caused a mild reaction in Goku's tail." Dr. Brief replied, "You know as well as I do, over the years quite a few aliens have appeared on Earth. Goku is one of them. Aside from the tail, he's not any different from us. Tai, as my dearest old friend, can I trust you to keep this secret? I'd hate to see my son-in-law being sent off to some dissecting lab." Indeed, Dr. Tai was one of Dr. Brief's oldest and closest friends. 30 years before, Tai was a scientist himself, though he later shifted his focus to medicine. "I see. An alien, is he? Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me," Tai replied with a nod. After all, the son-in-law of a friend was not someone he would ever betray. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi had awakened, her entire body aching from exhaustion. "Oh no, I completely forgot that Goku is having his surgery today." As Chi-Chi tried to get out of bed, the moment her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled and she dropped to her knees. "Ouch, I forgot about this old injury. How careless of me. Looks like I'll have to drag my leg and take it slow on my way out." So, Chi-Chi hobbled toward the door. It was clear that yesterday's training had strengthened her a bit. Though her foot was still sore, she managed to walk with some effort. Before long, she reached Goku's hospital room. "Bulma, is Goku all right?" "Oh, Chi-Chi, you're awake?" Goku hasn't woken up yet. He's still under anesthesia. Chi-Chi found a stool and sat down, waiting patiently for Goku to come around. 10 minutes later, Goku finally opened his eyes. It was obvious that his fighting power had increased yet again. His power level was now 70. "Goku, you're not fully recovered yet. The doctor said your wound will need a week to heal. Don't move around. Just lie down and rest." Bulma pushed Goku, still dressed in his hospital gown, gently back onto the bed. Originally, Goku had planned to teach Chi-Chi martial arts out in the garden. But Bulma had been so worried that she'd skipped school just to be by his side. "Bulma, shouldn't you be in school right now?" But Goku is a scion. He figured a minor wound like this would heal in just 2 or 3 days. After a day, the pain was already gone. Bulma, unconcerned, replied, "It's fine, Goku. With my grades, skipping a day doesn't make a difference. But you, why won't you listen and keep moving around when you're supposed to be resting?" Goku explained, "Huh? Bulma, I really do feel that my wound has healed. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, I listened to you. No strenuous exercise. I just gave Chi-Chi a few pointers of martial arts. That's all." Bulma grew a bit angry. "No way. Do you think you're some kind of superhero? Up and walking around on the very first day after surgery? I bet it's all Chi-Chi's fault. I told him not to provoke you." Just as Bulma turned to storm out in search of Chi-Chi, Goku reached out and gently pulled her back. "That's not it, Bulma. I'm not even human. My body heals differently from people on Earth." "Huh? Is that true?" "Of course. My wound isn't even deep. I'll be as good as new in 3 days. Bulma, have I ever lied to you?" But in reality, Goku was mistaken. When it comes to open wounds, scions and Earthlings heal just the same. The only difference is scions use healing pods for serious injuries. For minor cuts, some healing ointment does the trick. For major ones, it takes about a day of rest in a pod. Goku thought his wound had recovered just because the pain was gone. He just happened to be in better shape than most. In truth, the healing had barely begun. Bulma shook her head and said, "I don't believe it. Goku, jump up and show me if you're so sure." After hearing Bulma's words, Goku jumped off the bed with a bounce. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts. Goku, thinking he was perfectly fine, was quickly taught a lesson. He immediately tumbled to the floor. See what happens, Goku. You're already hurt and still trying to act tough. Let me help you back up. Bulma looked at Goku with genuine concern. Huh, I thought I was okay. Good thing you're here, Bulma. Otherwise, I would have been stuck on the floor for a long time, haha. Oomph. You can still laugh? Just lie down and rest, Goku. I'm sure Chi-Chi can manage her martial arts training without you for a bit. Yes, ma'am. I'll listen to you. At that moment, Goku's stomach rumbled in protest. Looking a bit embarrassed, he said, Is there anything to eat at your place, Bulma? I'm getting a little hungry. When Bulma heard Goku's stomach, it seemed to spark an idea. How about I cook something for you, Goku? What? Bulma, you know how to cook? I don't, but I can learn right now. On hearing her say she'd learn on the spot, Goku, imagining what sort of disaster could unfold, replied nervously, Bulma, maybe we should just order takeout. No need for you to go through all that trouble. But Bulma didn't sense any reluctance in Goku's tone. She patted her chest boldly and said, Trust me, Goku. Don't you believe I can whip up a truly delicious meal? He couldn't very well say no. That would be completely tactless. Of course I trust you. I'd love to try your cooking. But isn't that too much to ask? Really, some bread would do. Your mom should be home soon, so I could just wait for dinner. Bread? Absolutely not. Don't worry, Goku. I promise. I'll make you a meal so delicious you'll remember it for the rest of your life. With that, Bulma left the hospital room in high spirits and headed for the kitchen. Wow, I wonder what she'll make. Why do I feel both excited and a little bit scared? Goku mused, watching her leave, then glanced up at the ceiling. Mom, I want to ask you about some recipes. Huh, Bulma, why do you need recipes all of a sudden? I skipped class to come check on Goku. He's hungry, so I want to cook something for him. Could you share your secret recipes with me? Oh, you skipped class? Well, with your grades, I'm not worried. What do you want to make? I can message you the details. Let's do stir-fried noodles with meat, some beef brisket and sauce, and maybe a codfish dish. All right, Bulma, I'll send them to you now. With that, they hung up, and Mrs. Brief soon sent Bulma the recipes for all 3 dishes. Staring at the recipes on her phone, Bulma took out every ingredient from the fridge. All right, let's make stir-fried noodles with beef, braised brisket, pan-seared cod, and top it all off with a glass of nutritious fruit and veggie juice. Next, Bulma placed a slab of pork on the cutting board. Having never cut meat before, Bulma proceeded to slice carefully, almost timidly. Ouch! In her nervousness, she accidentally nicked her own hand and quickly popped the wounded finger into her mouth. Then, she grabbed a bandage, wrapped it around the cut, and undeterred by her injury, picked up the knife to continue. The fire of her culinary ambition was far from extinguished. Phew! Finally done chopping. By now, Bulma's hands were covered in tiny cuts, some from a knife, others from the fish bones pricking her fingers. Though the pieces of meat and ingredients she'd chopped weren't especially uniform, this was the very best she could manage. She lined up the seasonings. This one's sugar, so sweet. This is salt, so salty. Here's chili paste, wow, that's spicy. Soy sauce tastes salty, vinegar's sour. Ugh, and this one is so greasy, it must be cooking oil. Proud of her own intellect, Bulma had set her mind on doing her best. So, not being familiar with kitchen life or the various condiments, she sampled each one until she sorted them out. With that, she turned the gas knob and lit the stove. Heat up the wok, feel the rising steam. Now drizzle in some oil, toss in sliced garlic and the seasonings for aroma. Following the recipe Lady Brief had given her, Bulma broke into a smile as she began cooking stir-fried noodles with pork. Once the fragrance of sautéed garlic filled the air, she added the sliced meat, then the noodles, pouring in a whole half kilo, thinking Goku could handle a hearty helping. Then came the soy sauce, salt, and other flavorings. Ugh, flipping such a big batch is way harder than I thought. I should have cooked them in smaller portions. With some effort, Bulma managed to stir-fry the hefty panful of noodles, taking them off the heat just shy of burning. She took a taste. Whoa, that's hot, but it's delicious. I bet Goku will love this. Wearing the proud, fond smile of a doting aunt, Bulma went on to prepare braised beef and pan-seared cod. Phew, finally finished. What a workout. But it's all worth it if the food makes Goku happy. Glancing down at her hands, covered in bandages and blisters from splattered oil, Bulma thought of the smile Goku would wear at mealtime, and suddenly the pain seemed to vanish. She packed up 3 generous portions of stir-fried noodles, braised beef, and cod, and carried them to Goku's hospital room. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was outside in the garden, still practicing the moves Goku had taught her, completely missing this sumptuous meal. When Goku saw the 3 lavish lunches before him, his eyes went wide with amazement. It had never occurred to him that Bulma, a pampered heiress, could whip up such appetizing-looking dishes. He asked, Bulma, can I have some? She giggled, of course. Goku, you can eat it all if you'd like. Then, Goku noticed Bulma's hands and quickly reached to hold them. Concern written all over his face, he asked, Bulma, what happened to your hands? Bulma replied with a sheepish laugh. Oh, Goku, I'm such a klutz. I couldn't even chop vegetables without hurting myself. Wukong understood that this wasn't just a simple knife cut. There were also blisters from hot oil splashing onto her hands. Seeing how far Bulma had gone just to make him a meal, his heart ached for her. He said softly, Bulma, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let you cook for me. Bulma replied playfully, No need to apologize. I wanted to do this. But in return, you have to finish every bite, okay? Realizing this was the best way to honor her effort, Wukong stopped protesting. He knew that eating every last bit was the greatest thanks he could offer Bulma. With that, he began to dig in, taking big hearty bites. This is delicious. Bulma, your stir-fried noodles are amazing. And this saucy beef and cod. Are you sure this is your first time cooking? It tastes like it was made by a master chef. Hearing Wukong's praise, Bulma smiled back. You really think so? I was worried these dishes wouldn't suit your taste. Not at all. It's just right. I could eat this for the rest of my life. Really? That makes me so happy. Whenever you want to eat something, just say the word, and I'll make it for you anytime. From that moment on, stir-fried noodles, saucy beef, and pan-seared cod became Wukong's favorite foods, not because the ingredients were exotic or the recipes complicated, but because each dish was infused with the heartfelt care of a young girl. To him, these were treasures he could never forget. And so, Bulma hadn't gone to school for a week, instead staying home to look after Wukong, and to practice her 3 signature dishes, pork stir-fried noodles, saucy beef, and pan-seared cod. Bulma had planned to try new recipes, but Wukong would have none of it. Every time she cooked, he insisted on those 3 dishes. He simply loved them too much. Seeing Bulma playing the perfect caring homemaker, even Dr. Briefs began to feel a pang of envy. Since Bulma was born, I don't think I've ever tasted anything she's cooked. Wukong, you've had 10 meals in just a week, and with the same menu. Aren't you tired of it? Wukong grinned sheepishly as he scarfed down the noodles. Sorry, uncle, but it's the thought that counts. No matter how many times I eat them, I never get tired of it. I thought of sharing, but Bulma wouldn't allow it. Dad, you know Wukong is recovering, right? Besides, I have made cakes for you before. Bulma piped up. Dr. Briefs recalled Bulma's cakes, unsure if those 3 dishes were her only real specialties. In recent days, Bulma also tried her hand at making a strawberry parfait for Wukong. Since her mother didn't have the recipe, she relied on her own memories to recreate it. But every attempt either ended up runny beyond belief or turned into a dry, strawberry-scented dough. Bulma then forced Dr. Briefs to taste the results, which left him with an upset stomach for 3 days straight. Just remembering the taste sent a shiver down his spine. Ah, it really is quite delicious, Dr. Brief said, with a hint of guilt in his voice. By the way, Goku, isn't today the day you get your stitches removed? Goku nodded in response. Yes, Dr. Brief. Should I go to the hospital? Go to the hospital? Nonsense. Leave it to me, Bulma declared, catching everyone by surprise. The people in the room all exclaimed together, huh? Bulma, do you even know medicine? Why would we leave it to you? Bulma, unfazed, waved off their doubts and said, What's with those looks? I've been cramming medical knowledge from books these past few days, studying hard. All I need now is a real-life test subject. Goku, that's you. Goku drifted into memory. Bulma had taken care of him for a long time. He remembered once, while he was sound asleep, Bulma had quietly pulled back his pants to check on his wound. But her movements were too obvious, and of course Goku noticed. He turned beet red from embarrassment. Bulma, what are you doing? Gee, Goku, you're awake? Bulma stammered, her guilt all too obvious as she hung her head, nervously tapping her forefingers together. If I hadn't woken up, you'd have seen everything. Bulma, I didn't know you had this side to you. What side? Really, it's not like that. I only want to check if your wound was healing properly. Now that you're awake, even better. Goku, turn over and let me check your butt. They'd spent so much time together by now that Bulma was no longer the reserved little girl she once was. Her true nature had come out in full force. Bold as ever, Bulma went straight for him, while Goku, naturally embarrassed, tried to stop her, making for a lively scuffle between the two. In the end, Goku yielded, unable to resist her determination. Returning to the present, Goku spoke up. Bulma, let's skip it this time. Next time, practice on Chi-Chi instead. After I get my stitches out today, I'm going to make sure he trains extra hard. He'll definitely be tired and pick up a few bumps and bruises. His well-being will be in your hands. Bulma pondered this for a moment, thinking to herself, true, I probably shouldn't use Goku as a test subject, but Chi-Chi he might do. With that, Bulma's gaze shifted to Chi-Chi, her eyes gleaming like a scientist sizing up a brand new lab mouse. A chill ran down Chi-Chi's spine. Big brother Goku, how could you? How could I what? Chi-Chi, do you not trust your sister's medical skills? Dr. Bulma, of course I trust you, but I'm your only little brother. Please don't practice until I'm gone. Chi-Chi was a lively, outgoing kid and had always gotten along well with Dr. Brief's family. It was obvious to everyone that Bulma would one day become his sister-in-law, so he took pride in being her one and only brother. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, I'll be extra careful. Your legs are sore, right? I learned a new massage technique. Let me try it on you. Without another word, Bulma got up and dragged Chi-Chi off toward the infirmary. Brother, and Grandpa Brief, Auntie, please save me. At this moment, Chi-Chi was still wearing 150 pounds of iron gear, but Bulma could still drag her along. Clearly, a determined woman possesses boundless strength. Seeing that she hadn't had a chance to speak with Goku yet, Bulma hurried out again and said, Mom, Dad, I'll have to trouble you to take Goku to the hospital. Goku, don't be scared. I may not be going with you, but I'll be waiting at home. Don't worry, Bulma. We'll go with Goku. Goku, are you finished eating? It's time to go. Yes, Uncle, I've finished. Then Dr. and Mrs. Brief drove Goku to the hospital to have his stitches removed. Ow, that feels amazing. I never want stitches again. They're so uncomfortable. Uncle, I'm going out for a walk. Dr. Brief reminded him gently. Okay, but Goku, try not to move around too much today. If you get too rowdy, your wound might break open. Goku, do you want to come home for lunch? Yes, Annie, I do. All right. Annie will make extra food for you. Flying Nimbus. It had been a long time since Goku last called for the Flying Nimbus. The moment he did, the cloud appeared instantly outside the window. Without hesitation, he jumped right out. Hey, Goku, wait. Seeing Goku's action, Dr. Brief quickly tried to grab him, but Goku didn't fall. See you later, Uncle. Auntie. With those words, Goku soared off into the sky. Just then, a passing nurse caught sight of the scene. Huh, am I seeing things? Did someone just take off on a cloud? I must be imagining things. There's nobody there. She shook her head and went back to her work. Woo! Flying Nimbus, did you miss me? The Nimbus gave a little shake, showing it had indeed missed Goku a bit. Hee, Bulma's birthday's tomorrow. Let's go find her a present. Let's move out. That's right, tomorrow, August 18th, was Bulma's birthday. I remember there's a 1,000-carat diamond somewhere. Oh, that's right, it's underwater, somewhere northeast of Kame House. Since it's Kame House, after finding the diamond, I should stop by and say hi. It's been ages since I last visited. Goku took out his phone and checked his navigator. 4,000 kilometers? Not too bad. If we hurry, we'll be back in time for lunch. Nimbus, full speed ahead. Whoosh. 2 hours later, Goku was in the sky above Kame House. Northeast, right? All right, here we are. Nimbus, I'm going underwater now. You go have some fun nearby, and I'll call for you when it's time to head back. With that, Goku gathered his energy and dove down toward the deep sea using his sky dancing technique. This must be the entrance. Diving to a depth of 800 meters, Goku discovered a cave. Wow, what a hidden world down here. Beyond the cave was a stone chamber. Then Goku closed his eyes, gathering his energy and focusing it into his mind, and then directing it to his eyes. Yes, Goku had discovered by accident that channeling his energy into his eyes enabled him to see through objects and spot hidden treasures. There's a chest over there. Why won't it open? I can sense there's a diamond inside. If I can't blast it open with ki, I might as well smash it. Goku struggled with the chest for a moment, and when he saw it wouldn't budge, he simply swung his fist straight at it. With a loud crash, even if it was made of iron, with Goku's strength now, he could punch right through it with ease. A sparkling, fist-sized diamond appeared before his eyes, gleaming brilliantly. Wow, it's huge. I bet Bulma would love this. All right, time to head over to Master Roshi's place. With that, Goku dove back into the sea once more. Before long, he arrived on the shores of Kame Island. At that moment, the old sea turtle stirred at the sound, slowly opening his eyes. Goku. Oh, Master Turtle, I just came to visit Master Roshi. He's in the house, you can just go in. Okay. But the moment Goku stepped inside, he witnessed quite an embarrassing scene. Master Roshi was pressed up against the television, eyes dazed with infatuation as he watched a swimsuit model. Oh, honestly, so shameless. Startled by Goku's voice, Master Roshi whirled around, hastily switching off the TV the moment he recognized him. Goku, what brings you here? Master Roshi thought to himself. Oh no, did he see all that? There goes my dignity as his teacher. Oh, Master, I just happened to be passing by today, so I thought I'd drop in, let you know I'm all right. The surgery's already done. Oh, really? So you're coming back for training then? Not yet. I still have a few things to take care of. I'll probably be back in about a year. Alright, but Goku, don't slack off on your training. Goku and Master Roshi then settled in for a chat. Sounds like you and that Bulma girl are getting along, huh? Got any pictures? Let your old master take a look and give you some advice. Goku was, of course, well aware of Master Roshi's usual antics, an incorrigible pervert. He decided not to show him anything for now. That could wait for another time. No pictures, but maybe someday I'll bring her to meet you in person. Anyway, Master, I just came by to say hello. I'll be heading out now. Alright, you go ahead. I won't see you off. Master Roshi, after all, had his own special shows to continue watching and could hardly spare the time. Goku then called for the Flying Nimbus and headed back to West City. By the time he arrived at Capsule Corporation in West City, it was already afternoon. Bulma, I'm back. Huh, Bulma. On hearing his voice, Bulma appeared, drawn by the sound. Goku, you might want to prepare yourself for a bit of a surprise. Chi-Chi might be a little. Noting Bulma's hesitation, Goku replied, it's fine as long as she's not dead. Of course he's alive and well. But come with me and see for yourself. Bulma led Goku by the hand to the infirmary. Inside, Chi-Chi was bandaged up, sitting there staring blankly, still lost in thought. What happened to Chi-Chi? Goku asked. Bulma stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I might have used a bit too much strength. His arm got a little dislocated. But don't worry, I managed to set it for him. Goku shook his head. You can't just fix a dislocated arm like that. Let me handle it. Chi-Chi, hang in there for a second. With those words, Goku steeled himself and gave Chi-Chi's arm a quick, skillful twist. There was a sharp crack. Ah, Chi-Chi cried out. And done. Bulma, can you snip these bandages off? Goku clapped his hands and signaled for Bulma to cut the bandages away. Once the bandages were off, Chi-Chi trembled, barely able to speak. You two, you're absolute monsters. By late night, the brief family was fast asleep. Yet, Goku and Chi-Chi were still training in the backyard. Panting heavily, having trained for almost 4 hours, Chi-Chi was reaching his limit. Seeing how exhausted he was, Goku spoke gently. That's enough for tonight, Chi-Chi. You've pushed your body as far as it'll go. Relief washed over Chi-Chi. Phew. You too, Goku. My arm only just got set back in place, and it still aches. We trained for ages. Goku laughed. Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, I've got some bathwater ready. Want to take a bath together? Really? I've never bathed with you before, Goku. Of course you can. Soon, the two of them slipped off their shirts and went into the bath. Goku gently helped Chi-Chi wash his back. Chi-Chi, did you know it's Bulma's birthday tomorrow? Should we get her a present? Huh, it's Bulma's birthday? How did you find out? I asked her myself. She's been looking after us this whole time, feeding us, giving us a place to stay, and everything. Don't you think we should find a special gift for her? Chi-Chi thought about it for a while, then shook his head. I'm really stumped. Bulma seems to have everything already, and I don't have any money to buy her a gift, either. Goku smiled. It's not about fancy gifts. As long as it comes from the heart, a flower crown, even Bulma will be happy. Hearing flower crown, Chi-Chi was reminded of the shimmering pink lotuses that used to bloom near his old house before they moved to Mount Frypan. Lazuli once took him to see those glowing flowers at night. Thinking of Lazuli, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Chi-Chi's face. Coming back to her senses, Chi-Chi spoke up. Brother Wukong, on the eastern side of our central continent, which is right around where I used to live by Skillet Mountain, there's a place where, at night, pink lotuses bloom and shimmer with light. I think if I could make a flower crown from them, it would be absolutely beautiful. Oh, there's really such a place? Then, come morning, I'll take you to the central continent myself. A gentle splash followed as Wukong poured a ladle of warm water over himself, signaling the bath was over. Just then, Bulma's voice called out, Hey, Wukong, Chi-Chi, why are you two still up? It was Bulma, who had awoken in the night, thirsty and on her way to get some water. Wukong replied, Oh, Bulma, is that you? We were just practicing martial arts, worked up a sweat, and only just finished bathing. Ah, I see. Well, you should head to bed soon. I have school tomorrow, and if I keep missing days, the teacher's going to show up at my house. I'm off to sleep. Good night, Chi-Chi, you two. Good night. Good night, Bulma. Shortly after, Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to their rooms and drifted quickly into dreams. The night passed peacefully. At the break of dawn, Wukong woke Chi-Chi bright and early. He gently patted her cheek, saying, Chi-Chi, time to wake up. We need to get moving. Still sleepy, Chi-Chi stretched lazily. Yawn. Okay, brother Wukong. Then she began her morning routine. Hearing the commotion, Bulma came straight in through the door. Huh? Wukong, Chi-Chi, why are you up so early? Why not get some more sleep? Wukong answered, Oh, it's fine, Bulma. We're heading back to Chi-Chi's old home today. She mentioned missing a friend and wanted to visit. Really? Chi-Chi is friends. The remark left Chi-Chi just a little indignant. Bulma, of course I have friends. Oh, come on, I was just talking. No need to get mad. Honestly, I'm so jealous you don't have to go to class and could just go out and play. With a giggle, Chi-Chi replied, Don't worry, Bulma. When we come back, we'll bring you a souvenir. Thank you, I'll look forward to it. At that moment, Bulma seemed to have forgotten that today was actually her birthday. Her father was always busy, so year after year, it was almost always just her mother for company on her special day. When she turned 11, then 12, then 13, even her mother started to give less attention. Just a cake before heading off to be with Dr. Brief again. Of course, they both wanted to celebrate with Bulma, but were perpetually tied up. In fact, it was at about this time that Dr. Brief was concocting medicines for Wukong. So you could say in some way, it was all Wukong's fault. They'd hand her money to go throw a party with friends, but since Bulma didn't really have anyone to invite, nothing ever came of it. At first she cared, but as the years passed, it simply stopped mattering so much to her. I'm heading out now, okay? Goku, I might not be back until the afternoon. Don't miss me too much. With that, she bounced over to plant a kiss on Goku's forehead, then skipped out the door, radiating cheerfulness. Oh, how sappy. Goku, why is your face all red? Chi-Chi glanced over at Goku with an amused grin. Goku quickly shook his head. I'm Fina, Kiki. Since Bulma's gone out, why don't we go talk to her parents? It seems like Bulma isn't paying much attention to her own birthday. Okay, Goku, you go ahead. I'll just change my clothes. Soon after, Goku made his way to Dr. Brief's laboratory, where Dr. and Mrs. Brief were together. Although Mrs. Brief knew nothing about inventing, she still liked to keep her husband company, quietly sitting nearby, seemingly lost in thought as she enjoyed her tea. Honey, this tea is really good. Is it? I think it must be from the Shuangya Company. They're experts at tea making. Do we have enough? If not, I'll ask them to send some more. Yes, let's have them send a bit more. Watching this gentle scene, Goku couldn't help but think of his parents from his previous life. They'd often squabbled, but bickering was just part of how they got along. After each argument, they'd go back to normal, sharing tender moments in between. He'd always loved them, no matter what. Realizing he'd already spent 10 years in this world, Goku's eyes brimmed with tears as he thought about his parents. Goku, are you okay? Chi-Chi's voice pulled him back to the present. Sniffling, Goku replied, It's nothing. I was just remembering some old times. Oh, overhearing their conversation, Mrs. Brief chimed in. Oh my, Goku and Chi-Chi, you're awake. What brings you to the lab today? Dr. Brief looked up. Goku, did you need something? The weighted devices you asked me to design are finished now. The weight is adjustable, from about 60 to 100 pounds. By the way, Chi-Chi's device is also done, set right at 20 pounds. With that, Dr. Brief handed over 2 devices that looked very much like wristwatches. Goku bowed and accepted them, handing the one set to 20 pounds to Chi-Chi and keeping the adjustable one for himself. Dr. Brief, we didn't actually come for these today. I was thinking, isn't today Bulma's birthday? Shouldn't we get ready or something? Oh, today is Bulma's birthday? Is that right, dear? Well, I can't quite remember. Let me check the date. Oh, it really is August 18th. Thank goodness you reminded us, Goku. Otherwise we would have forgotten entirely. Chi-Chi, a bit shocked, exclaimed, Forgot? How could anyone forget something like that? Dr. Brief looked a bit puzzled after hearing this. Turning to his wife, he asked, Honey, when was the last time we celebrated Bulma's birthday? Mrs. Brief thought for a moment before replying. Maybe it's been 3 years? But things were rather hectic back then. You were tied up in the lab, so tired, hardly eating, and I had to take care of you. Perhaps I did neglect Bulma a bit. On hearing those 3 years, Goku felt a sharp pang of guilt in his heart. Was it because of me? Did that damned serum cause Bulma to go 3 whole years without a birthday celebration? It's all my fault. Why did I bring up her tail? I should have just pulled it off. Once we find a guardian of Earth, he could have solved the problem. I am sorry, Bulma. I promise I'll make it up to you. Noticing Goku's reaction, Dr. Brief could easily read his thoughts. Ahem, Goku, are you overthinking things? Yes, Doctor. I think all of this happened because of me, didn't it? You were all so focused on developing the serum that Bulma's birthday just slipped everyone's mind, right? Even Chi-Chi seemed a little upset as she glanced at Goku. Goku, just because of you, a girl hasn't spent her birthday with her family for 3 years. Seriously, I can't help you here. You have to fix this yourself. If you don't, I'll be really disappointed in you. A super long chapter. Goku bowed his head, overcome with guilt. Mrs. Brief, seeing this, quickly spoke up. All right, let's not be so gloomy. Darling, why don't you take the day off too? Let's give Bulma a birthday she'll never forget. As for you, Goku, don't blame yourself too much, but you have to promise me that from now on, you'll be in charge of Bulma's birthday each year. You can't just focus on your martial arts training. Me? Can I really do it? Uncle, Auntie, I'm worried I won't do a good enough job. Both briefs replied in unison. Of course it should be you. You were the one who remembered today was Bulma's birthday, right? Yes. And you were the one who wanted to celebrate Bulma's birthday, right? Yes. And you even prepared a present, didn't you? Yes. Then show us. Huh. Chi-Chi chimed in as well. That's right, Goku. Since you had me prepare a gift, you must already have yours ready. Come on, let's see it. With no way out, Goku reached into his pocket and pulled out a small treasure chest. He had rescued a blacksmith's family on an earlier adventure, and in gratitude, the blacksmith crafted this for him. When Goku opened the chest, a pink diamond about the size of a fist sparkled before the three of them. Dr. and Mrs. Brief exchanged a look. A diamond? Are you sure this huge thing isn't just a toy? Scratching his head, Goku replied, maybe it's real? I found it in a cave. I was curious myself, so, Dr. Brief, could you check it for me? So Wukong handed the diamond to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief took it, let out a deep breath, and said, phew. He then switched on his equipment. Once he finished his analysis, it was confirmed that the diamond was genuine, a massive 1,000-carat stone. With a diamond like this, you could easily purchase 20% of Capsule Corporation shares. Mrs. Brief, watching all this unfold, remarked a little enviously, I really envy Bulma, having a boy like Wukong who likes her so much. He gives away such precious things without a second thought. Wukong, I think you should take it back. It's just too valuable. Dr. Brief echoed her sentiment. She's right, Wukong. Something like this is too precious. It's worth as much as 20% of Capsule Corporation. Curious, Chi-Chi chimed in. What does 20% of the company mean? That's about 50 billion, Dr. Brief explained. Maybe even more, since this is a rare pink diamond. 50 billion? How much is that, really? Well, with that amount, you could probably buy your own private island. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's concept of money was forever changed. A private island could be bought for 50 billion. Someday, she wanted to have that much too. Dr. Brief went on, which is why Wukong, this gift would make sense as a wedding present, but as a birthday present, it's a bit too much. Wedding. Wukong stammered. I didn't think that far ahead. I just wanted to give Bulma something nice. I may not know much about diamonds, but something big and shiny like this, she'd probably like it. Dr. Brief made his decision with conviction. Well then, I made up my mind. Let's treat this as your wedding gift. I'll hold on to it for now, and when you're older, I'll give it back. Diamonds only get more precious with time. Wukong, a little embarrassed, protested. Wedding? Isn't that kind of early? Dr. Brief feigned a stern voice. What's the matter, don't want to? You think I don't see how you've stolen my girl's heart? Or are you planning to run off and break her heart? No, of course I don't want to break her heart, Uncle. I just don't know what else to give if I don't give this. Dr. Brief nodded, his smile gentle. That's the spirit. As for the gift, think of something on your own. We can't help you with that. It should come from your own heart. Chi-Chi piped up. Yeah, Wukong, didn't you say gifts should be heartfelt? Just because you don't have this big stone doesn't mean you aren't thoughtful, right? At these words, Wukong pondered for a moment, and then an idea suddenly lit up in his mind. I've got it. Uncle, can I leave this diamond in your care for now? Of course. Don't worry, I'll keep it safe. You can count on that. Though, will it really turn out that way? Wukong clearly hadn't considered that Dr. Brief might forget where he put his own belongings, which would lead to plenty of trouble down the line. Though, of course, that's a story for another time. Uncle, Andy, Chi-Chi and I are going to head out and get ready. Is there anything you'd like us to pick up? Wukong asked. Mrs. Brief replied brightly. No need, dear Wukong. We'll handle Bulma's gift ourselves. Wukong nodded. Chi-Chi, the mission to find the perfect birthday gift for Bulma begins today. All right, Uncle Annie, we're off. With that, Wukong and Chi-Chi set off, riding the flying Nimbus toward the central continent. Hey, Bulma, look, there's someone flying in the sky. Indeed, their route to the central continent happened to pass right by Bulma's school, Orange High. Bulma's desk mate was none other than her dear friend Miguel, the very same Miguel who turns out to be Vidal's mother, and thus Gohan's mother-in-law, though this detail never made it into the original story. Judging by their ages, however, it would only make sense. Resting her chin in her hand, Bulma glanced out the window. Flying in the sky? Who could be Wukong? There, floating in the air, was the familiar yellow cloud she herself had once ridden, the flying Nimbus. Without thinking twice, Bulma leaned out the classroom window and shouted, Wukong, where are you going? Naturally, Wukong and Chi-Chi heard her voice. They turned around in surprise. Huh, Bulma, is this your school? Wukong steered the flying Nimbus right up to the window. That's right. Wukong, I'm so bored. Can I come with you? Bulma pleaded. But before Wukong could answer, Chi-Chi jumped in. Nope. Bulma, you need to focus on your studies. You can't skip class. You little troublemaker. Without hesitating, Bulma clambered all the way out the window and tumbled straight down. Shock rippled through the classroom. Students and teachers alike were on edge. This was the heiress of Capsule Corporation. If something were to happen to her, they'd all be in big trouble. Miguel, quick, pull Bulma back. Someone cried. Yeah, why didn't you stop her? But there was no way Wukong would let Bulma get hurt. In a flash, he caught her safely. Come on, Bulma, don't be like that. We're just running errands. Wait for me after school, and I'll come pick you up, Wukong said gently as he set Bulma on the ground, then sped off on the Nimbus. Fine, Wukong, you better keep your word. If you don't come, I'm never speaking to you again. Bulma called after him. Wukong replied with an enthusiastic thumbs up before vanishing into the sky. By now, the entire class, including the teacher, had come racing downstairs. Miguel, near tears, clung to Bulma. Bulma, you're my only friend. Why would you do something so reckless? Bulma grinned. Don't worry about me. Look, I'm perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. With that, she jumped to her feet and bounced up and down, showing there was nothing to worry about. Thank goodness, Bulma. You're all right. I saw that scoundrel dragging you down. He was helping you, wasn't he? Just then, a boy came running over. In a school like this, a star student like Bulma was bound to have admirers, and this one was named Marin. Oof. Marin, I've told you time and again, cut it out with that stupid honorific. I don't want to hear you call my name like that. You stick to people like glue, it's so annoying. That's right. Marin seemed interested in courting Bulma, but his real motive was the resources of her family's Capsule Corporation. His father, after all, was the president of Twin Leaf Company, the same man who had sent tea to Dr. Brief. It was obvious his intentions were far from pure. His father had even ordered him, in no uncertain terms, to win Bulma over by any means necessary while at school. Marin thought Bulma was difficult, but she was useful to his family, so even when she made him angry, he kept up a pleasant facade, all the while hiding a thirst for revenge. It was hard to believe that a 15-year-old could be capable of such scheming. Yet Marin didn't lose his temper. Instead, he pulled out a small jewelry box. Opening it, he revealed a string of lustrous pearls. Come on, Bulma, don't be like this. I heard today's your birthday, so here, this is my gift to you. Let me put it on for you. Inwardly, he was thinking, you little brat, I spent all my pocket money on this. You must be falling for me now, right? The crowd around them erupted with excitement. Wow, that's beautiful. Is this a confession? I can't handle this. Bulma, even a heart of stone would melt. Marin's gone all out for you, just say yes. Yeah, give him a chance. Bulma, however, was unmoved. She snatched the necklace away and sneered. This cheap little trick, and you think you can win me over? Get lost. With that, she hurled the pearl necklace right at Marin's face. Come on, Miguel, let's go. Who needs him, honestly? Bulma's expression was cold as ice. How dare you speak ill of Goku? I won't let you off easy. Yes, Bulma was none other than the underground boss of West City. Lately, she'd reined herself in a bit while spending time with Goku. She didn't want him to see this side of her, but Marin had just crossed the line. She whipped out a black cell phone. Hello, your boss just got bullied. Are you really going to take this lying down? On the other end, chaos immediately broke out. Who did it? Who even dares lay a finger on a boss? This is outrageous. Our boss is so adorable. Anyone who bullies her deserves to have their legs broken. Boss, are you hurt? Please tell us you're okay. Ever since Bulma took over the gangs of West City, her generosity had completely changed things. The gang members, who were just chasing money, had found themselves with full bellies, and many even had homes to live in, all thanks to her. So, thanks to Bulma, even the most fearsome members of the gang were helping old ladies cross the road. It's fair to say her charm, and maybe her fortune, had transformed everyone's behavior. There's a guy named Marin from Twin Leaf Corporation, someone said. He insulted our boss ladies, man. Shouldn't we make him pay for that? What? The boss lady has a boyfriend now. Wait, the boss is married. Hold on, the boss had a baby? For our future brother-in-law. As the gossip grew more and more outrageous, Bulma cleared her throat to reel them back in. Ahem. All right, everyone, let's get moving. Yes, ma'am. It's been ages since we got into action. I wonder if we're out of practice. Little did Marin know, his careless words just moments ago would spell disaster for Twin Leaf Corporation, sending the whole company crashing down. But then, Bulma suddenly remembered something. Wait, isn't today my birthday? She glanced at the date. Well, things feel a bit dull, but with Goku here, I'm sure it'll turn out fine. And with little Chi-Chi around, it'll definitely be lively. But I never told him today was my birthday. What should I do? Maybe I'll just cook for everyone. The usual 3 dishes should do. Meanwhile, Goku and Chi-Chi were already preparing gifts. Goku, you've really outdone yourself this time. If I were a girl, I'd probably fall for you, Chi-Chi said. It's not that special. I just hope Bulma will like it, Goku replied. I'm sure she will. Next to your gift, my lotus flower garland seems pretty weak in comparison. There's no need to compare. You're not Bulma's boyfriend, after all. So you finally admit it, huh? I've always admitted it, all right? By now, dusk had settled. Bulma was sitting on a bench by the school gates, waiting for Goku to come pick her up. Miguel, who was seated beside her, said, Bulma, your ride hasn't arrived yet? I'm heading off. My dad's here to get me. Okay, see you. Sigh. After Miguel left, Bulma let out a quiet sigh. Is he really coming or not? Just as she was muttering to herself and lowered her head, a hand reached out toward her. My princess, let's go home. Goku, she gasped. At that, Bulma dove into Goku's arms, tears streaming down her face. What's wrong, Bulma? Don't cry, don't cry. I thought you wouldn't come. I'd already sent everyone else home. I just couldn't hold it in anymore. For some reason, ever since she'd reunited with Goku, Bulma found herself bursting into tears more often. Whenever Goku wasn't around, a restless sadness filled her heart. So, Goku gently took Bulma's hand, and together they strolled back home at an unhurried pace. He didn't call for the flying Nimbus. He didn't want to miss a single moment of walking beside her. Let's go. Goku, why aren't you summoning the flying Nimbus? It's been so long since I've seen it. I really miss it. Bulma, do you want to ride the flying Nimbus? But I really want to walk alongside you. Huh? Well, all right. Let's walk then. If there's a chance, we can ride it next time. All right, Goku, there's something I wanted to tell you. Huh? What is it? Never mind. Come on, tell me. I want to cook your 3 favorite dishes. Wow, I'm drooling already. And so, with a word here and a word there, the two of them strolled home together, side by side. While things were so warm and gentle here, on the other side, things weren't going well at Double Leaf Corporation. As for Marin, it was even worse. The company went bankrupt, Marin had his leg broken, and left West City in disgrace. But to Goku, little things like this hardly mattered, and he didn't even know about them. As Bulma and Goku pushed open the door to their home. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Sister Bulma. Bulma, trembling with surprise, managed to say, Why you all? Bulma, it's your birthday today. Annie made you a birthday cake. Go make a wish. Before Goku's words had finished, Bulma, her voice trembling on the verge of tears, asked, Goku, how did you know? Of course I have my ways. I've always known. Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, letting out a choked cry. It was Bulma's second time crying today, and she hugged Goku tightly again. Goku gently patted her back and said, Bulma, make a birthday wish. Everyone has gifts for you. Gifts? Bulma repeated, surprised. At that moment, Chi-Chi brought out a pink lotus garland. Sister Bulma, this garland is for you. Bulma took it without a hint of disdain for its simplicity, placing it gently upon her head. Thank you, Chi-Chi, I love it. But that's not all, Bulma. Just step outside and take a look, Chi-Chi said. Though puzzled, Bulma followed her outside. The garland upon her head shimmered with a rosy light. Under its glow, Bulma looked more than ever like a fairy descended to earth. Goku, do I look pretty? She called out, turning to share the moment, only to find Goku had disappeared. Just then a shout echoed in the air. Bulma! Bulma looked up and saw Goku, gathering all his energy, unleashing a mighty Kamehameha toward the sky. In an instant, the sky blossomed with the light of his ki, drawing 2 figures, just like the first time Goku and Bulma ever met. Even if Bulma couldn't see Goku's face clearly, he could see hers, and the memory inspired him to create this gift. Thus, the fireworks made from ki were born. Staring up at the image painted in the sky, Bulma instantly understood. This is my birthday present for you. Do you like it? Goku asked with a smile. But draining all his energy had left Goku weak and wobbly. The flying Nimbus floated down, catching him gently. Flying Nimbus, it's been so long since I've seen you. Wukong, are you alright? You look exhausted. Wukong forced a smile and replied, Hee, I'm fine, just out of energy. So, you finally got to see the flying Nimbus, right? Bulma looked at Wukong in silence, her eyes full of concern. Oh, right, and there's this, Wukong went on, his voice cheerful. It took me quite a while to make these. With that, he handed Bulma 2 little dolls woven from grass string. See, Bulma, the one with flowers is a girl. I made her to look like you. The other one's a boy. I know I'm not very good at this, but that's supposed to be me. Bulma took the dolls, and once again, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Wow, Wukong, I really love them. Thank you so much for my birthday present. She hugged Wukong tightly once more. After planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, she said softly, I want to keep the little Wukong doll. Let's keep yours here with me. That way, even if a year from now you have to go, I'll still have your little doll with me. And I'll be keeping you company too. Of course. Though, I'll still come to see you often. Being in training doesn't mean there's no time for breaks. And so, Bulma celebrated an unforgettable birthday. Oh, By the way, Bulma, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? I've already asked Uncle, and starting tomorrow, I'll be able to go to school with you. Really? That's amazing. But Wukong, tonight I'm going to cram all this middle school stuff into your head. So don't even think about going to bed early. Huh? You want to study even on your birthday? What's wrong, Wukong? Can't you grant a birthday wish for me? Bulma's large, sparkling eyes gazed straight into Wukong's. Unable to resist, Wukong gave in. There was just no way to refuse her. All right, Bulma, I'll study. And so, Wukong experienced a very long night. Bulma, do I really have to wear these clothes? At that moment, Wukong was dressed in the Orange Junior School's uniform. But this was no ordinary uniform. Oh, Wukong, you look so cute in those girls' clothes. Just like a real girl. That's right. The uniform Wukong wore was one of Bulma's old ones that she could no longer fit into. Orange Junior School had both primary and secondary divisions. Bulma had attended this school ever since she was young. Her family could have sent her to a top private school, but Dr. Briefs didn't want Bulma mingling with children of the rich and powerful, fearing they'd be a bad influence. So, he chose Orange Junior School for her. He even donated a building to the school. It was in fact the very building where Bulma had all her classes. From primary school to middle school, her classroom location never changed. When Bulma was a primary student, it was part of the primary division. When she became a middle schooler, it was simply renamed for the upper division. Bulma always loved sitting by the window, and her seat never changed from childhood onward. Maybe this is what the world of the wealthy is really like. So Bulma's spare set of school uniform ended up on Goku's body. A white shirt with a black skirt. This is the standard school uniform style from Japan. Bulma examined Goku for a moment, feeling that something was missing, then ran into her room. When she reappeared, she was holding a pink bow. And so, for the first time in his life, Goku found himself dressed as a girl. He wanted to refuse, but when Bulma gazed at him with those big, pleading eyes, he simply couldn't say no. Goku thought to himself, who could possibly understand the fear of being at a woman's mercy like this? The hopeless feeling of wanting to resist, but being unable to. Complaints like that, Goku could only whisper inside his heart. He knocked on Bulma's bedroom door and called out, Bulma, can you hurry up? What if Chi-Chi sees this? How could I ever be her big brother again? Don't be impatient, Goku. That kid was so exhausted by her training, he fell fast asleep. Remember? It's only 7 a.m. There's no way he'll wake up now. Last night, after the two of them spent some time snuggled up together, Bulma had seized the opportunity to bring up the idea of Goku wearing girls' clothes. No way, Bulma. I'm a man's man. How could I possibly wear a dress? Please, just this once. And besides, you have to wear a school uniform to class, and you don't have one yet, so you'll just have to wear mine. But can't they let me off the hook for the first day? I'll buy my own uniform that day, can't I? No way, absolutely not. I want to see you dressed up, or I'm not giving you money for a new uniform, so you won't be able to buy one anyway. Is that even allowed? Bulma, you really are. What's wrong with me? I just want to see it, that's all. Can't you grant me this tiny little wish? With that, Bulma pretended she was about to cry, sniffling a few times for effect. Goku simply couldn't stand to see her like that, not even if he knew she was faking it. All right, Bulma. I'll do it, okay? There's no need for all this. Yay, Operation Victory is a success. Bulma raised a fist in triumphant celebration. Hey, at least make your act a little more convincing. But if I'm going to do this, I get something in return. Bulma nodded eagerly, patting her chest. Don't worry, Goku. As long as you put on a uniform for me, I'll agree to anything. I want you to kiss me. Bulma froze for a moment. Inside, Goku was cracking up. Bulma, now this is my victory. All the earlier times you kissed me, it was because you got too excited, but now you're not caught up in the moment. Let's see if you can really go through with it now. My strategy wins. Just as Goku was quietly reveling in his triumph, a cool but slightly warm sensation touched his face. He opened his eyes and saw. It was Bulma's lips pressing softly against his cheek. Blushing fiercely, Goku stammered, Bulma, you actually went along with that condition too? Bulma touched her cheek, which was now flushed bright red. It's not even our first kiss, so why are you acting like this, Goku? Do you want to change your condition? As he gazed at the lovely girl before him, Goku hardened his resolve. Without another word, he pressed a quick kiss to Bulma's lips. For a moment, time stood still. Bulma didn't push him away. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut. Only after a while did their lips part. Goku, I can't believe you kissed me there. Coming back to her senses, Bulma, flustered and embarrassed, rushed forward, furiously pounding her tiny fists against Goku's chest. But her blows were soft and lacked any real strength. Seeing this, Goku no longer held back. With one motion, he swept her into a bear hug. Bulma, will you be my girlfriend? Hearing Goku's earnest words, Bulma stopped what she was doing. Her cheeks were crimson as she shyly replied, Goku, why would you confess at a time like this? You're so annoying. Goku scratched his head with a goofy grin. Ah, well, you're just so beautiful, Bulma. If I don't tell you early, what if someone else tries to steal you away? You're so annoying. As if anyone would steal me. Goku, are you sure? If you want me to be your girlfriend, you're not allowed to change your mind. Not ever. Of course, Bulma, my feelings for you will never change. I promise. If I ever let you down, may lightning strike me where I stand. Bulma quickly covered Goku's mouth. Don't. There's no need to go that far. I couldn't stand to see you hit by lightning. Okay, I won't say it again. So, Bulma, does that mean you agree? With her face still burning, Bulma nodded. Goku cheered, woo. Bulma's my girlfriend now. Bulma, startled by his outburst, hurried to cover his mouth. Shush, my parents aren't asleep yet. If they hear you, I'll die of embarrassment. Okay, I'll keep it down. But still, the mood shifted in an instant as Bulma seized the moment. Goku, even if you've confessed, I'm not letting you off the hook. The cross-dressing is non-negotiable. You finally made me your girlfriend, and you can't even agree to this tiny little request? Makes me wonder if you'd keep your promises about bigger things. That was the finishing blow. Goku had hoped that by confessing, he could make Bulma forget all about the whole cross-dressing thing, but there was no escaping it. Click. Who's there? Goku quickly asked, alert. Meow. Meow. Phew, it's just a cat. Hey, Goku, don't change the subject. Are you agreeing or not? If you don't, I'm really going to be mad. Goku quickly replied, I agree, okay? Don't be mad, Bulma. But can we get up a little earlier tomorrow? I really don't want your parents or Chi-Chi to see me in a dress. That actually made sense. After all, it was fine if her boyfriend cross-dressed in front of her, but letting other people see? Absolutely not. Not on her watch. All right, let me figure out a way to make sure Mom and Dad wake up a bit later. Goku, you take care of Chi-Chi. Train her hard. She's not allowed to get up early, no matter what. Goku agreed to the plan, and the two of them went their separate ways. Meanwhile, 3 people were eavesdropping from the side. I can hardly believe it, dear. Bulma actually has a boyfriend. It really is unbelievable. I always thought Bulma wouldn't find a guy until she was 30. Well, Goku is someone you can rely on. And trusting Bulma to him isn't a bad idea. That's right. He's considerate and always has surprises up his sleeve. And as for money, no one's richer than our Capsule Corporation. Their conversation showed no interest in Goku dressed as a girl, focusing entirely on their daughter's relationship. But Chi-Chi, worried and anxious, quickly spoke up, Doctor, you have to help me. Otherwise, Goku is going to train me to death. Dr. Briefs nodded understandingly. I can help, but how? The training Goku puts me through is already tough, but with these leg weights, I just can't keep up. And after the way he looked at me earlier, I can't even imagine it. If you could just change the gravity setting and make it a regular electronic device, that'd be enough. All right, I can do that, but you'll have to keep it a secret from Goku. If he finds out and tells Bulma, I'll get in trouble too. And so, that day, Chi-Chi's training workload doubled. She pulled off her act convincingly and fooled Goku completely. The next morning, she dragged her tired body out of bed and managed, with a clever angle, to snap a perfect photo of Goku in his girl's outfit, face and all. Afterwards, Goku, still dressed as a girl, left the house with Bulma. Come on, Goku, let's take a picture together. Goku stiffly posed for the photo, which ended up as the only wallpaper on Bulma's phone. All right, Goku, I've got a boys' school uniform here. Got it specially from a friend. Go to the bathroom and change into it. Looking at the boy's uniform in his hands, Goku couldn't help but shed tears. The stares he'd endured from passersby along the way had left him both physically and emotionally drained. Goku's appearance in girls' clothing was certainly striking, drawing glances from everyone around. Far more so than when Oolong had once tied him up in the original story, unnoticed. Once he changed into the new clothes, Goku felt instantly refreshed, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. The two of them walked side by side into the school. Bulma was already a star on campus, and with Goku at her side, all eyes naturally turned to them. Look, Bulma actually brought a little boy to school. He looks so young. Is he your little brother? Probably your cousin or something. They don't really look alike. Bulma, take me to the office. Let me register first. You don't need, Goku. I've already talked to them. No need to check in. Goku nodded and followed Bulma to the classroom. Miguel was Bulma's desk mate, and he had already settled into his seat early in the morning. Xiaomi, could you move over to that empty seat? Hearing this, Miguel looked aggrieved and said, Oh, Bulma, are you abandoning me? No, it's just that my little brother here is new, and he likes to stick close to me. I can hardly shake him off. Wait, isn't that Marin's seat? Marin? Who's Marin? Bulma spoke as if she had never even heard of this person before. Oh well, it is Bulma after all. She can never remember people, but don't worry, I'm in charge of this class. If we want to switch seats, we just switch. At this, Goku finally spoke up. Bulma, let's not trouble this classmate. I'll just sit in the empty seat over there. No way. I need to supervise your studies. If you go sit all the way back there, how could I keep an eye on you? Goku glanced at the seat at the back. It reminded him of his dream spot from his middle school days, perfect for sneaking a nap. Just as Goku was about to walk over and sit down, Bulma forcibly pulled him back. Nope, you have to sit right next to me. Xiaomi, hurry up and move. All right. It's the first time I've ever seen you so serious, Bulma. Good luck, little brother. You're going to need it. Miguel squeezed Goku's ear playfully before heading to his new seat. In this class, besides Bulma, the only other student excused from studying was Miguel himself. Miguel was a math prodigy, collecting awards ever since he was little, and his mind for invention was almost on par with Bulma's. When Goku sat down, he immediately sensed a tense and heavy atmosphere. It was coming from Bulma's direction. Goku whispered, "Hey, Bulma, don't be like this. Isn't she your good friend? It was just a little joke, right? A little joke? Even if it's Xiaomi, that's no excuse. Why are you taking her side?" Goku hadn't expected Bulma to have such a jealous streak. Quick to respond, he apologized. "Bulma, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken her side." Clearly, Miguel had been watching their whole exchange and their every move. Miguel smiled slyly, his eyes narrowing. There's something unusual about their relationship. They don't seem like ordinary siblings at all. It took all of Goku's persuasion skills to finally calm Bulma down. Before long, it was time for class to begin. A young female teacher walked into the classroom. "Wow, I just remembered. It's Ms. Xiaowi's class today. She's so cute. I've never seen Ms. Xiaowi dress like this before. Yeah, that white dress is so elegant. She looks just like a fairy." And it wasn't just the boys making a fuss. The girls were excited too. This teacher, Ms. Xiaowi, is Bulma's favorite, not just for her elegant presence, but also for her eloquence and refined manners, all of which are perfectly to Bulma's liking. That's why the school assigned her as the homeroom teacher for Bulma's class. Ms. Xiaowi walked up to the podium and spoke. "Today we have a new student joining our class. He's a little boy sitting next to Bulma. Would you mind standing up and introducing yourself?" Upon hearing his name called, Goku stood up. It had been a long time since a teacher asked him to speak in front of class, and he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his hesitation, Bulma gently prodded Goku's leg with her pen. "Oh, hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. My name is Son Goku. I'm a distant cousin staying at Bulma's house, and my hobby is martial arts." With the introductions done, the day's lessons began. As soon as the bell rang for break, Miguel came over and sat in front of Goku. Goku, mind if I talk to you for a bit?" By this time, Bulma had already gone to the restroom. It was clear that her man had caught the interest of her best friend. Goku didn't actually sense what Miguel was up to, but he understood the basics of being a good boyfriend. Never have a private chat with your girlfriend's bestie when she's not around. That just avoids unnecessary trouble. "Sorry, I can't. Bulma told me not to chat with people I just met." Miguel wasn't upset about being turned down. Instead, she asked gently, "Do you always just listen to your sister like that?" "Of course I do. She's my one and only sister." The implication was clear. Bulma is special to him, and he wasn't interested in chatting with anyone else. Miguel picked up on that instantly, but before she could respond, Bulma returned. Bulma called out, "Hey, Xiaomi, why are you sitting in front of us?" Miguel replied, "Oh, I saw that Goku is your cousin and thought I'd chat with him, but he doesn't want to say a single word to me. Honestly, it's a little frustrating." Bulma laughed and answered, "Haha, that's just how Goku is. He barely talks to girls except me." Miguel added, "A bunch of girls tried chatting him up just now, and he wouldn't budge. He said he can't talk to strangers, even to me, and I'm your best friend. How could he not talk to me?" Hearing how obedient Goku was, Bulma felt delighted and praised him with a smile. "Good job. Goku grew up in a really remote place and hardly knew anyone, so I told him not to trust random women, for his own sake." "You did great, Goku." Goku nodded in agreement, echoing, "Yep, just like sister said." At that moment, 3 male voices rang out. "Hey, Wukong, right? Want to join us for a game of soccer?" 6 aside. Wukong turned his head at the invitation. When he caught sight of the 3 boys, his eyes widened in surprise. "Hey, aren't you called Fat Tiger?" he blurted out. The slightly chubby boy replied, "Huh? I haven't even introduced myself yet. How did you know my name, Wukong?" "Oh, I just made a random guess." "That's some guess," chimed in the boy who was the complete opposite in build to Fat Tiger. "Can you guess who I am?" Are you Siofu?" said Wukong. "Absolutely," Siofu replied, brimming with excitement. "And the one with glasses, you must be Daishion." It was uncanny. These 3 boys looked almost exactly like the trio from Wukong's previous life, the ones from Doraemon. Fat Tiger then turned to Bulma for the first time and said, "Hey, you seem pretty cool." "Boo. LMA, You don't mind us inviting your brother to play, do you? This was the first time Fat Tiger had ever spoken to Bulma directly. Because of Marlene, almost all the boys in class had been threatened not to talk to Bulma. At first, Fat Tiger didn't take it seriously, but the one time he tried approaching her, a dozen boys surrounded him and gave him a good thrashing. Even though Fat Tiger was tough enough to handle one or two, maybe even three at a time, that beating was more than he could take. Bulma had been aware of the situation. She had sent someone to deal with all those who listened to Marlene. But Fat Tiger didn't know this, so he had never dared say hello to Bulma until now. Bulma nodded when she heard his question. Boys need their own sports, that's fine. But Fat Tiger, I have a mission for you. Complete it, and I'll pay you, okay? For some reason, when Bulma spoke, she carried the air of a natural leader, and Fat Tiger found himself eagerly agreeing. Truth be told, it was really about the money. Fat Tiger's family was far from well off, and he'd been working odd jobs to support them. Even though most people in class didn't interact much with Bulma, everyone knew she was generous with her money. Fat Tiger thumped his chest in assurance. Don't worry, just tell me, what's the mission? I want you to keep an eye on Wukong. Don't let any other girls get close to him. How about a reward of, let's say, 100,000 yen? 100,000. Siofu exclaimed, even though his family was fairly well off. Even he would hesitate before handing out that much money so casually. Fat Tiger immediately grinned from ear to ear. Deal. Bulma, you're the boss. I'll take care of it. Come on, Wukong, let's go. Wukong wasn't bothered at all by Bulma's arrangement. In fact, he didn't want to get too involved with any girl apart from Bulma anyway. Plus, he genuinely wanted to play. Back in high school, he used to play soccer all the time. But after starting college, especially since he was at an art school, it had been ages since he'd been on the field. Bulma, I'm going out with him now. With that, Goku grabbed Fat Tiger and hurried out of the classroom. The four of them walked side by side. Goku glanced at the bespectacled Big Bear beside him and asked, Hey Big Bear, do you have a blue robot cat as a friend? Big Bear replied, A robot cat? I don't. What's that? Oh, no reason, just asking. At that moment, only Bulma and Miguel were left inside the classroom. Bulma, can you tell me now? What exactly is your relationship with Goku? He's my boyfriend. What? You call that little guy your boyfriend? Are you even serious? Hey, what do you mean? Goku confessed to me first. Okay. Oh, sounds like there's a story here. Care to share it? I'm really curious about your love life. Well, how should I put it? It all started when I was 9. Then, Bulma recounted to Miguel how she and Goku met and how they eventually got together. Miguel looked rather intrigued. Wait, Bulma, Goku had his eye on you when you were a kid? Wasn't he only 5 back then? Actually, Goku had explained this to Bulma before. He said he once had a dream. In that dream, there was a little girl who looked exactly like me. Plus, the first time we met, he acted so much like a grown-up that I actually believed it. Miguel teased. That explanation sounds straight out of a romance novel. Isn't this supposed to be a shonen manga? Well, I believe him, because nothing else makes sense. I mean, can you even imagine someone who can fly? Compared to that, believing Goku doesn't seem so strange. Of course, Miguel had actually seen Goku, with a small child in tow, flying through the sky on a yellow cloud. Flying? That's got to be some kind of magic trick, right? Nope, it's completely real. All right, I kind of want to go watch Goku play soccer now. I've never actually seen him play. He must be amazing. You coming? Honestly, I don't feel like it. It hurts that my best girlfriend has just been snatched away. And look at you, swooning like that. If anyone else saw your love-struck face, they'd probably be shocked. Bulma just ignored her, instead grabbing Miguel and dragging her toward the soccer field. They arrived just in time to see Goku kick the ball with astonishing force, sending it rocketing straight into the net. The soccer ball shot past the kids, who were only 3 or 4 years older than Goku, at a speed of nearly 100 kilometers an hour. There was simply no way they could stop that ball. The goalie stood frozen in place, stunned. Fat Tiger's eyes went wide in disbelief. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Goku, that kick was pro-level speed. Goku realized he'd overdone it a little and gave a sheepish smile. Was it? That was probably just luck. Big Bear chimed in, clearly doubtful. Luck? Even if it was, I bet not even Fat Tiger could pull that off. Fat Tiger nodded. My shot speed is around 40, maybe 50 if I really push myself. Even so, the coach calls me a genius. Goku smiled lightly at that. Maybe it's because I've been practicing martial arts since I was little. My strength is about 70. That kick just now was really just good luck. Say, 70? Goku, you're a monster. If someone took a full kick from you, wouldn't they be sent straight to the afterlife? Little Sunio trembled as he spoke. Goku giggled. Maybe I shouldn't be a striker anymore. How about I play as goalkeeper? Otherwise, you guys won't even get a chance to enjoy the game. Indeed, Goku wasn't just strong. His speed was off the charts too. Once he had the ball under control, no one else could even get close. Fat Tiger scratched his head at that. But, is that really okay? Goku, you love playing at the front, don't you? It's fine. We're all classmates. If I ruin the balance on the field, the game won't be any fun for anyone. All right, Goku. Since you put it that way, sorry, but we'll have to let you be the goalkeeper this time. So Goku played keeper for a while, though out of fairness, he even let the other side score a few goals. Huh, that was a blast. Yeah, Goku, I can't believe you're this good, even as a goalie. The one speaking was Big Bear. Just then, a big fist landed right on Big Bear's head. It was Fat Tiger's. Fat Tiger scolded, "Hey, this is on you. You're supposed to be our defender," and the other team kept breezing right past you, making Goku throw himself all over the place. Seeing all this, Goku thought to himself, honestly, other than not having Dorman around, it's all the same. The way Big Bear plays sports, words can't even describe it. By then, the game had finished. Goku, Fat Tiger, Sunio, and Big Bear lay on the field's grassy turf, chatting idly. Before they knew it, the sun was already setting. "Goku, do you want to walk home with us?" Fat Tiger and the others invited Goku as they were about to leave. Goku apologized, "Sorry, I need to wait for Bulma, so I won't join you." Sunio blinked in surprise. "Wow, you and your sister really are close. My cousin and I can't stand each other." Goku waved them off. "See you around." After that, Goku lay back down on the grass, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Right then, Bulma appeared in front of him. Seeing her, Goku asked, "Hey Bulma, what brings you here?" "Of course, I came to bring you some water." Bulma handed Goku a bottle. "How's school life treating you so far, Goku?" Goku took the bottle, sat up, and replied, "It's great. Honestly, anywhere you are, it can't be all that bad. I never knew you could play soccer too, Goku. That's a first for me. That's just how it is at school, isn't it? Going to class, playing soccer, and having fun with classmates. Thanks to you, I made 3 really good friends." Bulma nodded as she listened. "Goku, do you think I should try to make more friends?" "I hardly have any. Just Miguel and Chi-Chi. And now, with you as my boyfriend, that makes only 3. I think you should, but you'll have to do it yourself, you know? Like me, I met those 3 friends today, and even though it's only been a day, it's been good." "Huh, but they're boys, Goku. Do you really not mind if I make friends with other guys?" Ever since the kidnapping, Bulma had grown wary of almost all men, except for Goku and Dr. Brief. She'd only become friends with Chi-Chi because of Goku, and as for the underworld gang she led, those boys were really just subordinates she didn't meet often. Most of the gang's affairs ran smoothly thanks to Ada taking care of everything. Goku thought for a moment before replying, "Well, I can't say I don't mind at all, but I just don't think you'd ever fall for any other guy but me, right? It would be pretty sad if you did." "Of course not. Goku, I'd never like any other boy but you. But I just feel like I can't really do it." Bulma fidgeted with her fingers. "It's all right," Goku reassured her. "I'll be by your side the whole time. And you know how strong I am. I won't let anyone pick on you." With that, Goku took Bulma's hand in his. "Then you have to protect me, Goku." "Of course I will." Just then, another voice interrupted them. "Hello, you two. Did you forget there's a third person here? You're laying it on a bit thick with the lovey-dovey stuff." It was Bulma's best friend, Miguel. Goku looked over in surprise. "Oh, Miss Miguel?" Miguel raised an eyebrow. "What do you know my name?" "Bulma told me," Goku replied. "She said she had a best friend, so of course I remembered." Bulma smiled at Miguel. "See? Goku always remembers what I say. I realized I never properly introduced you to. Goku is my boyfriend. You guys should shake hands and say hi." "Hello. I didn't realize you were Miguel before. Sorry if I wasn't very polite," Goku said, reaching out his hand. Miguel met his handshake with a warm, straightforward grip. "No worries. I didn't take it personally." Seeing her boyfriend and best friend finally meet, Bulma was delighted. "Great. Now that we're all together, why don't we go out for a meal at Meiji to celebrate?" Bulma was referring to the very first place where she and Goku had shared meal. The restaurant was called Berry Home, famed for its signature dish, the luxurious strawberry parfait that Bulma adored. That's why the place was named Berry Home, essentially the House of Strawberry. Naturally, Miguel had been to Berry Home with Bulma before. Aside from the fact that it was a bit too expensive for her to treat herself, everything else about the restaurant was delightful. Miguel spoke up. "Bulma, is it really necessary to eat somewhere so pricey? That's spending way too much." Goku chuckled softly. "Miguel, you should just go along with Bulma. If she doesn't get her strawberry parfait, she'll be upset for the rest of the day." Bulma grinned. "Exactly. Goku gets me like nobody else. Come on, Miggy, don't make excuses. It's on me today." With that, Bulma pulled out her phone. "Hello, Ada, could you come pick up me and Goku at school? Oh, and Miggy too. We'll go to Berry Home. 5 minutes should be enough, right?" On the other end, Ada replied, "Of course, second miss, I'll be right there." Goku knew well enough that Ada was Bulma's personal bodyguard. In a hushed voice, Goku leaned over to Bulma. "Bulma, isn't it too much trouble to call Mr. Ada for this?" How could that be? Otherwise, how is Miggy supposed to get there? We could just ride the flying Nimbus, you know? No way. What if Miggy doesn't have a pure heart and falls off? That'd be a disaster. Bulma said this quite loudly. Miguel, hearing every word, flushed with indignation. Bulma, I'm standing right here. I can hear everything. What do you mean I don't have a pure heart? Bulma stuck out her tongue, her voice playful and sweet. Oops, Miggy. Didn't mean it, sorry. But seriously, only 2 people can fit on Goku's flying Nimbus, so sorry about that. Ah, Phoenix. Bulma, just go spend your entire life with Goku, will you? You two have barely just gotten together, and you're already like this. Aren't we supposed to be best friends with no secrets? Are you mad? I'll show you. Bulma pounced, launching a merciless tickle attack on Miguel. It wasn't long before Miguel surrendered, giggling breathlessly. Huh, Bulma, stop it. I was only joking, I give in. With a triumphant clap, Bulma declared, see, you can't get away from me, you little rascal. Oh right, didn't you mention last time that a boy's been trying to woo you? What's up with that? Miguel's reply was thoughtful. You mean that guy? His name's Satan. At that moment, Goku took a sip of water and nearly choked, spraying it everywhere. Bulma quickly handed him a handkerchief to wipe it up. Goku, what happened? Nothing, Bulma. I just suddenly thought of something funny. What's so funny? Tell me. Then Goku turned to Miguel, curiosity in his eyes. Miguel, is this Satan guy from the school's martial arts club? Black hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes. Miguel nodded upon hearing this. That's right. Why, do you know him, Yukong? Also, just call me Mimi like Bulma does. There's no need for all that Miss Business. It just sounds strange. Bulma was curious too, and asked, Wukong, you know this Satan? Wukong nodded. Yes, I do. Didn't I tell you before that I set out on a journey before meeting you again? That Satan was someone I met along the way. He's been training in Taekwondo since he was a kid. One time, I went to one of their dojos in South City and challenged them. After I won, Satan insisted on becoming my disciple. I taught him a few moves. Let's just say he's a disciple in name. What? That really happened? At that moment, a voice called out, Miss Bulma, Master Wukong, and Miss Miguel, please get in the car. The voice belonged to Ada. Seeing this, Wukong said, let's get in. I'll tell you more about Satan on the way. Okay. Girls are natural-born gossipers. It wasn't just Bulma who was curious about Satan. Miguel was just as eager to know more. Once they boarded the car, Wukong found himself lost in memories. He recalled that this took place about a month after leaving Mount Pozu. By then, he already had the flying Nimbus, which made the journey much easier. Originally, he wanted to visit Yamcha, but took a wrong turn since he didn't know the way that well, and ended up in Orange City instead. Yes, the very place that, in the future, would get renamed to Satan City. Huh, did I go the wrong way? I remember the Devil's Desert is supposed to be this way. How'd I end up in a town? Well, since the Nimbus already brought me here, let's land and ask for directions. With that, Wukong walked into Orange City. That was when he witnessed a bullying scene, someone preying on the weak. With a strong sense of justice, Wukong couldn't just stand by. He flew right in and took care of the bully in a flash. From that incident, he learned about the Orange City Dojo, a notorious place where no evil deed was too low. So, Wukong decided to check out this dojo himself. Before he knew it, he'd arrived. The sound of punching and kicking sandbags echoed from within. Orange City Dojo. Well, let's see what's going on here. Wukong knocked on the door. It was answered by a burly man, easily 7 feet tall. Hey kid, this is a dojo. You can't just walk in here. Wukong was puzzled. Shouldn't a dojo welcome guests? The burly man answered, sure, but you have to pay. Do you even have any money, kid? If not, get lost. Wukong thought to himself, I've never heard of having to pay just to enter a dojo. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't hand it over. Well, looks like they need a lesson. Out loud, he declared, actually, I'm here to challenge the dojo. The burly man laughed, clutching his stomach. You? Challenge the dojo? I run like you. Care to try me? Wukong beckoned with his finger. Seeing this burly man getting a little riled up. Damn it, you brat, you sure talk big. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, the burly man swung his fist straight at Goku's face. But Goku effortlessly caught the punch, cool and unruffled. With a twist, a sharp crack rang out. It was the sound of bones being wrenched. The 7-foot-tall Hulk dropped to his knees, unable to stand. Af! His cry of pain immediately drew the attention of the people inside Orange Plains Dojo. Brother Yagyu, what happened to you? In an instant, 4 or 5 of the dojo's students rushed out. Supported up by others, Yagyu's face was flushed with anger. You, name yourself. My name is Son Goku. I'm here to challenge your dojo. You have 1 hour to prepare. Someone looked like he wanted to rush out and pick a fight, but Yagyu quickly stopped him. Don't. He's no ordinary kid. None of you stand a chance. Go tell the master that someone's here for a formal challenge. Son Goku, follow me inside to our training hall. Sure, take me there. Goku was then led to the training arena. At that moment, a youth had been watching them intently ever since Goku had first swooped in and played the hero. That youth was none other than Satan. Satan had grown up in the Orange Plains dojo, immersed in martial arts since childhood. But the atmosphere had changed. Back when his father was alive, the dojo was always bustling, with crowds training and visitors allowed to observe. Ever since his uncle took over as master, the glory days were gone. Some students even used the dojo's name to bully others outside. Although he was the former master's son, no one would listen to him, nor could he fight them, so all he could do was watch from the sidelines. But he had a dream, to become a world champion and transform the Orange Plains dojo. Before long, a middle-aged man in black martial arts attire walked over. So, you're the one here for a challenge? The speaker was Satan's uncle, the current master, named Sabi. Goku saw Sabi standing at the head of the disciples and pointed right at him. You must be the master of this dojo. I am Sabi, at your service. When Goku heard this, he burst into laughter. Sabi? Is that really your name? Huh, a bunch of rabble led by a Sabi. How did you even manage to run a dojo? But Sabi wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, he smiled slowly. So your son, Goku? You're so small. Are you even weaned yet? My name is Sabi. Remember it. All right, Sabi. So are you all coming at me at once? Or do you want to take turns? With Goku's current fighting power of 40, while the dojo master before him could muster at most 25, there really was nothing for Goku to be concerned about. Master, you don't need to step in. Let me handle this. I will avenge senior brother Liu Shang. The speaker was a skinny man. He looked so frail, it seemed like a gust of wind could knock him over. Sabi shed his facade and said sternly, Gon, you spar with young Wukong. Remember, don't strike to kill. At our dojo, we never go that far. I will avenge senior brother Liu Shang. With that, Gon charged straight at Wukong. In a flash, Wukong took Gon's punch head-on and said, Is that all you've got? And you call yourselves a dojo? With skills like these, you may as well close up shop. Gon shook out his hand. Impossible. Why did my punch take you down? Indeed, Gon had struck with deadly intent. My turn. Since you tried to kill me first, I won't hold back. Wukong unleashed a devastating punch, driving it straight into Gon's stomach. Gon's ribs snapped instantly. He couldn't even cry out before he blacked out on the spot. That one punch, if it didn't kill Gon, it meant he'd spend the rest of his life bedridden. Wukong then kicked the unconscious Gon off the stage. Casting a cold glance around, he demanded, Who else? Seeing one of their own already down, Sabi, though a bit out of practice, could tell that this kid was at least as strong as he was. Sabi barked a command, Everyone get him! It was clear these people obeyed Sabi, but just then, Satan's voice rang out. Stop it! He's only a child. You can't all gang up on him. Oh, it's this traitor speaking up again. Honestly, aren't you supposed to be with Orangefield Dojo? Why are you helping an outsider? Sabi spoke to Satan. Enough. You can fool around any other day, but today, that kid must die here. Otherwise, where's the honor of our Orangefield Dojo? Hearing this, Wukong thought to himself, so there are decent people at this dojo after all. Looks like he's in trouble. I'd better help him. In a blink, Wukong darted behind Satan and landed a swift chop to the neck. Satan slumped to the ground, unconscious. Sabi, the meddler's out of the way. Tell your ragtag bunch to come and keep fighting. Sabi thought to himself, You didn't actually kill that kid, did you? Satan, you'd better not be dead. Or else, how will I ever get my hands on your father's inheritance? You dare hurt my nephew. I'll handle you myself. As Wukong had guessed, Sabi's fighting strength ranked at 25. His punches were far faster than the previous two opponents, but only a little faster. Wukong dodged with ease, mocking, Is this all there is? And you dare run a dojo? Admit defeat. With that, Wukong pulled out his staff from behind his back. This is my very first time using the golden staff. I hope you make it interesting for me. And then, with a mighty swing, Wukong brought the staff down. Sabi was startled and instantly leaped aside. The floor collapsed, leaving a massive hole. Seeing this, Sabi cried out in alarm. Everyone attacked together. Forget about martial etiquette. Today, we must make sure he doesn't leave here. At once, 50 people charged at Wukong. A rabble. Just a rabble. No matter how many of you there are, it's all the same. Wukong swung his golden staff. Wham! Crack! Whoosh! With each swing, he sent 2, sometimes 3 opponents flying. Teeth on the other side and splatters of blood littered the floor. Just then click, click. It was the sound of a gun being cocked. Sabi was aiming the weapon straight at Wukong. That's where Wukong paused in telling his story. Bulma quickly chimed in. What? Wukong, are you alright? Let me see. By now, The three were already eating in the dining hall, and upon hearing this, Bulma frantically started checking Wukong all over. Miguel added nervously, "Bulma, hurry, check if Wukong has any bullet wounds." Without hesitation, Bulma lifted Wukong's shirt and inspected him. Finding no bullet holes, she let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness you're okay." Wukong didn't stop her, but after she finished, he said helplessly, "Bulma, are you even listening to my story anymore? When you were taking care of me, apart from that one spot, wasn't there anywhere on me you haven't already seen?" Miguel, sensing there was something juicy, said eagerly, "Oh, Bulma, is there more to the story? I want to hear it." Wukong's words made Bulma blush furiously as she stammered. "Wukong, there are other people here. Why are you telling everyone everything?" Miguel said with a straight face. "Am I just other people now?" Nearby, Ada was also eating, but when gossip was in the air, he paused with his chopsticks mid-bite. But Bulma glanced at him, and that was enough to make him lower his head. "I'm not interested," he mumbled. Bulma nodded and urged, "Wukong, keep going. What happened after that guy pulled out the gun?" Wukong nodded and continued recalling. Looking at Sabby's handgun, Wukong shook his head. "That kind of black market hardware is useless against me. In the original story, even a farmer with a shotgun was nothing. His combat strength was just about 5, so no matter how you look at it, a handgun still has less power than a shotgun. At most, a shotgun could give you a power level of 5. Maybe a handgun would add just a tiny bit more." "Kid, I won't be pulling any punches," Sabby sneered. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. Wukong tilted his head, dodging the bullet, and began walking towards Sabby at a calm pace. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." Bang! Bang! Sabby fired 2 more shots. With a twist of his waist and a quick shift of his hips, Wukong dodged both bullets with ease. Bang! Bang! Now Wukong stood right in front of Sabby. At that moment, the pressure radiating from Wukong, along with those dazzling moves he'd used to dodge the bullets, left the disciples who hadn't yet been knocked down wide-eyed with terror. Standing right in front of Wukong, Sabby was so terrified that he wet his pants. Just as Wukong was about to deliver a punch. "Please spare me. I was wrong. Hero, big brother, I shouldn't have done so many evil things. I shouldn't have gone against you." Sabby dropped straight to his knees before Wukong, begging for his life. Wukong looked at Sabby with eyes as cold as ice. "You've committed countless crimes. You shot at me. And yet you want me to show you mercy?" At this moment, Sabby glanced over at the unconscious Satan and, his eyes flickering with calculation, said, "Oh, that kid. That kid's father left him a huge inheritance. The entire Orange Plains dojo's assets. If you take him, you'll be rich." "Oh, his father? And who are you to him?" "I'm his real uncle. If you don't believe me, just ask him." Hearing this, Wukong walked over and gave Satan a gentle tap on the face. "Hey, wake up. Where am I?" Wukong's voice brought Satan back to consciousness. "It's you. You have to leave quickly there." Before Satan could finish, Wukong interrupted. "Look over there." Satan turned his head and saw 4 or 5 dozen people lying sprawled across the floor, their teeth and blood scattered everywhere. He gasped, "Unbelievable. You're amazing. Did you really take down all those guys?" Wukong nodded and scratched his nose modestly. "They were too weak. All it took was a few moves, no big deal." Suddenly a shout erupted. "Die you!" Click, click. Sabby had seized the moment while Wukong and Satan were distracted, trying to shoot them both. He figured that by eliminating his enemies and making Satan disappear, he could become the sole master of the dojo and claim all the wealth for himself. But things didn't go his way. The whole reason Wukong woke up Satan was to let him see his dear uncle's true colors. In a blur quicker than the eye could catch, Wukong had already removed the bullets from Sabby's gun. "Ow, how is this possible? Why won't the gun fire?" As the realization hit, Wukong loosened his hand and 5 bullets dropped to the floor. "Oomph. Did you really think I didn't see through your little tricks? I took out your bullets long ago." Despite this setback, Sabby grinned menacingly. "But you don't know, I have another gun." With that, he drew a second pistol from his waistband and aimed at Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong spoke up. "Care to make a bet with me?" Sabby laughed wildly. "Ah, with this pistol, I know you're fast, but that kid over there, Satan, doesn't have your speed. I'm betting a righteous guy like you would do anything to protect him. Wouldn't you? Now, tie yourself up. I'm going to make you suffer." Hearing these words, Satan broke down in tears. "Uncle, how did you become like this? We've always been so close. Why are you trying to shoot me?" Sabby sneered. "Humph. You brat. All these years I've played along with you for one reason. To get my hands on the assets of this dojo. If you hadn't clung so tightly to it, I'd have taken care of you already, if not for your cop friends who were close with you and your father. Otherwise, they'd have thrown me in jail by now. You mean to say that after all these years, you never truly cared for me? Not even a little? Care? Don't make me laugh. This city disgusts me. This dojo should have been mine. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As he spoke, Sabby ripped open his shirt, revealing a long, cross-shaped scar on his chest and a web of old wounds. With a guttural roar, he seemed to vent everything bottled up inside. These are the scars I took out there in the world. Every time I look at them, I can't help but hate the one who stole my inheritance. Your father, my dear elder brother. That's not true. Father was always searching for you. You're the one who refused to come home. By now, Satan's voice was hoarse from crying, as if smoke rose from his throat. Lies. All of it. Crocodile tears. Enough, son Wukong. Tie yourself up now, or I'll shot him on the spot. Wukong, upon hearing this, just grinned and raised his voice. Ha ha. I told you. Let's make a bet. No. A wager. Sabby, oblivious to the fact that Wukong had tampered with the pistol, felt full of confidence. In truth, Wukong had secretly channeled his energy and ruined the gun. Maybe the first shot would be fine, maybe even a few more, but by the fifth shot the barrel would overheat, and with any more, well, sorry, but the gun would explode in your hands, blasting your face and shattering your hand. I accept your wager. With that, Wukong drew out a coin. Let's bet $1. I won't move. You can pull the trigger. My bet is there's not a single bullet in your gun. If I lose, take my life, and this $1 too. But if you lose, you die. Sabby, alarmed, double-checked the magazine. He'd seen Wukong's speed before. Finding bullets inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I accept. He pulled the trigger. No, cried Satan, trying to stop him. Click. That was the sound of the jammed mechanism. Click, click, click. For shots. Nothing happened. What's going on? Why won't it fire? Asterisk click. Click, click. Asterisk. Suddenly, bang. A burst of thunder. The barrel blew apart, sending shrapnel flying. Sabby's hand was severed in an instant. His face blackened by the blast, and a shockwave hammered his skull. He died that very moment. There was nothing Wukong could do. He didn't want to leave evidence for the police. Something as strange as this, it's unlikely anyone would ever figure it out. No. Unable to accept what had happened, Satan broke down and fainted, sobbing. You all, from this day onward, the Qingyuan dojo is finished. Get out of here. With their master dead and their limbs broken or crippled by Wukong's precise blows, the second-rate gangsters and students had nothing left to stay for. Stripped of their power, they limped away, no longer a threat to anyone. Living like that would probably be even more painful. Afterwards, Goku took care of Satan until he finally woke up. My name is Son Goku. What's yours? My name is Satan. Could I ask you to teach me martial arts? I really want to learn. Satan. Satan looked puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something strange about my name? Goku thought to himself, is it that Satan? It could well be. Nothing. It's just that your name is quite distinctive. Is it? Well, would you be willing to take me on as your student? Goku didn't refuse. After all, this one might just become his future-in-law. Teaching a little martial arts should matter. All right, but I can only teach you for a few days before I have to leave. If you want to learn more later on, come find me in West City. Oh, and by the way, you should go to school too. Don't spend every day just training. What if you end up all brawn and no brains someday? Satan nodded earnestly. Yes, Master Goku. He said, Master, instead of the more formal title, to avoid any awkwardness with addressing each other down the line. Goku spent 3 days giving Satan his guidance, then headed off to the Devil Desert. So that's what happened. I told Satan to come find me in West City, but I never expected he'd end up at our school. Miguel was so moved by the story, he even shed a tear. I never realized Satan had it so hard. Coming all the way to West City on his own, he must have had a tough time. Bulma overheard and sighed. Miguel, you sound just like me. Huh? Bulma, why did you call my name? I got interested in Goku because of some things that happened. Didn't you also get interested in Satan thanks to all this? As Bulma spoke, Miguel remembered the goofy but honest smile on Satan's face. They'd met a few times before, and the impression wasn't bad at all. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks. No way. My dear Miguel, just because of a story Goku told, you've fallen head over heels? Oh, come on. That's not what this is. This time it's my turn. Miguel leapt up and launched a tickle attack at Bulma. In the end, Bulma prevailed, and Miguel conceded defeat. After dinner, Bulma asked Ada to see Miguel home safely. Bulma and Goku then decided to ride the flying Nimbus back to their own place. Without realizing it, Goku had been at school for almost a month. During that time, Bulma became friends with 4 new classmates: Fat Tiger, Little Fu, Big Bear, and Satan. Getting along with these 4 was so easy. They spoke freely, treating Bulma as a true friend, and not once letting her family background stand in the way. Of course, They all quickly learned about Bulma's friendship with Goku. At school, Goku's personality and martial arts skill quickly won everyone over. Even though he was still so young, the others started following his lead and calling him Big Brother. After attending school for so many days, Wukong had barely spent any time with Chi-Chi. So, on this particular weekend day, Wukong now wore his orange martial arts uniform, tied at the waist with a blue belt. Both on his chest and on his back, a single character, Kame, was emblazoned. This was the Turtle School uniform, which Wukong had longed to wear for quite some time. He had specially asked Dr. Brief to have one made for him. Clenching his fists, Wukong said, "All right, Chi-Chi, after all these days of training, you're finally used to carrying a weight of 20 Jin, aren't you?" Chi-Chi nodded earnestly. "Yes, Brother Wukong. I've gotten used to it already. I can even start running like this." "Good. Today's training will be a sparring match with me." Chi-Chi hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Brother Wukong, I can't. You're way too strong. I wouldn't stand a chance." Wukong shook his head. "No, you can't think that way. Having power, but not knowing how to use it is no good at all. Don't worry. I'll adjust my energy to match your level." At this, Chi-Chi swallowed nervously. "All right, but even if you lower your power to match mine, I doubt I could really stand up to you." "Chi-Chi, let me ask you, why did you start learning martial arts?" Chi-Chi had never really thought about why he began practicing martial arts. All those dreams about being second best in the world were just things he said offhand. Truthfully, he began training simply because it seemed fun, and he wanted to be able to fire ki blasts like Wukong. That would look so cool. Surely Lazuli would admire him for it. Wukong's question left him momentarily silent. At the very least, you need to have an answer. Didn't you once say you wanted to become the second strongest in the world? Isn't that a goal? Chi-Chi shook his head, flustered. "No, that was just something I said without thinking. I haven't really found my real goal yet." "Then let me give you a goal." "What is it?" "Lazuli." "That's right." Wukong remembered now. The human name for Android 18 was Lazuli. It had been just last month. Wukong and Chi-Chi had gone to Central Continent to prepare a birthday gift for Bulma. After finishing preparations, they visited Lazuli's home only to find that she was gone. So, the two of them climbed over the wall and entered Lazuli's house. It was clear that no one had lived there for a long time. Chi-Chi, hands trembling, pushed open the door. Inside, the place was completely empty. He began searching frantically, as if desperately hoping to find something. Just then, a glint of light caught Chi-Chi's eye. He turned toward it. It was a photograph. Chi-Chi rushed over and picked it up. It was a group photo of himself, Lazuli, and Lapis. As he stared at the picture, Chi-Chi couldn't help but shed tears. "How could you just leave like that? I didn't even get to say goodbye to you." Wukong, seeing this, comforted him gently. "Hang in there, Chi-Chi." He glanced at the photo. In the picture was a girl with long, golden hair and remarkably delicate features. In his previous life, as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he naturally recognized her at a glance. She was his second favorite female character in Dragon Ball, though unfortunately Krillin had won her heart first. Yet seeing her here, now, left Goku feeling somewhat wistful and lost. "Number 18, huh? It's a pity that after meeting Bulma, no other woman could ever catch my eye. But because of the butterfly effect, has number 18 grown up as childhood sweethearts with my Odo Odo? How surprising. Could it really be?" At this moment, Goku suddenly remembered the Red Ribbon Army. This is bad, judging by the state of this house. No one's lived here for at least a month. Could it really be? Without another thought, Goku burst straight out the door, searching everywhere. No way. No way. Based on the timeline, number 18 and number 17 shouldn't have been taken back at this point. If they grew up with Chi-Chi, they should be 9 years old now. In the future, number 18 and number 17 are at least 18 or 19, practically adults. How could things turn out like this? All these thoughts raced through Goku's mind, though none of them left his lips. Seeing Goku's estate, Kiki quietly approached. Her voice trembling with tears, Chi-Chi asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" To keep Chi-Chi from worrying, Goku replied, "It's nothing. Chi-Chi, maybe Lazuli already moved away with her family. Don't be too upset. As long as we keep looking, we'll meet again one day." Chi-Chi nodded at his words. "All right, brother. I understand." But Goku knew she was only agreeing outwardly. Deep down, she was surely heartbroken. With that, the two climbed onto the flying Nimbus together. "Damn you, Red Ribbon Army. You better pray I don't find you." Though Goku had a rough idea where the Red Ribbon Army was, his strength was nowhere near enough. Even if he knew where number 18, Lazuli, was, he wouldn't dare go. Going there now would be walking into a death trap. Turning his thoughts back, Lazuli, that familiar name stirred Chi-Chi's memories. Moments from their childhood, those days playing together with Lazuli, rose vividly in her mind. "Why, brother, why did you mention Lazuli?" Goku answered, Since you asked, let me tell you about the Turtle School. And so, Goku began to speak of the Turtle School and of a certain Demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo is real. He's been sealed away inside an electric rice cooker, but nobody knows when he might break free. What I do know is, if he ever does, the world will fall into utter chaos. When that day comes, how would you look for Lazuli? Even if you find her, could you protect her? Look up and meet my eyes. Goku's words carried such force and intensity that Chi-Chi could not help but look up to meet his gaze. Tell me, do you want to protect the girl you care about? After so many days, Chi-Chi had witnessed all the different ways Goku cared for and paid attention to Bulma. He couldn't help but imagine himself in Goku's place, dreaming of a similar life with Lazuli. Gradually, Chi-Chi set aside his usual boisterous demeanor. Looking Goku straight in the eye, he said, "Big brother, I want to do it. I want to protect my own girl. So please fight me." Goku was delighted and laughed heartily, replying, "Haha, excellent. Chi-Chi, let's have our very first brotherly duel." Yes. With that, the two of them separated, taking their positions. Just then, Bulma happened to walk by. "Huh, Goku, Chi-Chi, are you two actually going to fight? Can't you two ease up? What if you get hurt?" Goku didn't look over at Bulma, but kept his gaze firmly on Chi-Chi. "Don't worry, Bulma. We're not fighting, really. This is just a little spar between brothers. You've never seen us go all out, have you? Why not act as the referee? Set some ground rules for us." He then drew a circle, measuring about 40 centimeters in radius with himself at the center. "Chi-Chi, if you can push me out of this circle, I'll take you to the amusement park with Bulma." How about that? Chi-Chi had been longing to visit the amusement park, but Goku and Bulma were always too busy with classes, and Dr. and Mrs. Brief were older and quite occupied as well. The moment he heard his brother's offer, excitement surged through him. "Yes, I'll do my best. Hey, Goku, this is the first time you've ever said you'd go to the amusement park. Usually you turn us down every time. Chi-Chi, go all in. You have to push Goku out of the ring." "Yes, here I go." As soon as he spoke, Chi-Chi charged straight at Goku. At that moment, Goku had lowered his own energy level to match Chi-Chi's, a fighting strength of about 30. He dared not underestimate Chi-Chi, carefully watching his every move. With a powerful thud, the two brothers' fists collided. "Ow, ow. Goku, didn't you say you'd use the same strength as me? Why is your fist so tough? Don't be silly. My body's always had better natural conditioning than yours. I've already matched your fighting power, so quit your whining and keep those punches coming." Okay. Chi-Chi launched a flurry of punches at Goku. But with sharp reflexes, Goku dodged every attack with ease. Chi-Chi thought to himself, "What's going on? Why can't I even touch the hem of Goku's clothes? This is so frustrating." Then Goku spoke up. "Haven't I told you about controlling your energy? I'm not focusing with my eyes. I'm sensing your wild, impatient movements with my mind. My body just reacts on its own. You're still far from it. Try again." "What? Mind and spirit? Big brother, that's too much. I don't believe I can't hit you." Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Chi-Chi attacked Goku with renewed ferocity. Their motions sliced through the air with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wukong dodged a few punches, and now, because of his evasive maneuvers, he was barely a hair's breadth from the edge of the ring. Inside, Chi-Chi let out a cold, silent chuckle. "Oomph. My goal isn't to hit you. What I really want is to force you out of the ring." Just as Chi-Chi was about to push Wukong outside, Wukong flickered and shifted his position. Chi-Chi lunged forward and missed, and Wukong returned once again to the center of the circle. "Oh, forcing me out of bounds with non-stop attacks? Not bad, but did I ever say I wouldn't fight back?" As he spoke, he caught hold of the back of Chi-Chi's neck, like fate taking hold, and gave a gentle kick. "Too hasty with your assault. Did you really think I'd be caught off guard?" Suddenly, Chi-Chi broke out in laughter. "Brother Wukong, you've lost." Wukong looked down at his own feet, still inside the ring, and shook his head. "How have I lost? I haven't stepped out at all." Just then, a gigantic shadow fell over Wukong's head. He looked up, and, to his astonishment, saw a massive dinosaur. With a stomp from the dinosaur's huge foot, Wukong had no choice but to leap outside the ring. Realizing something was wrong, Wukong called out, "Hold on. Chi-Chi, what did you do?" "Victory. Mission accomplished." Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma nodded with approval. "Well done. Not bad at all." "Bulma, what did you all do?" Bulma flashed a mischievous smile. "Hee hee. Wukong, you've got some of my special powder on you. It attracts dinosaurs." Only then did Wukong recall. "That was this morning, so that's why Bulma insisted on me sparring with Chi-Chi. She planned this all along. Bulma, you set me up." Bulma stuck out her tongue playfully. "Serves you right. Who asked you not to take me to the amusement park? Even Satan and Miguel went. I want my man to go with me, too." Earlier that morning, Bulma had told Wukong that lately, he he hadn't been properly training with Chi-Chi. To keep Chi-Chi from feeling left out, she decided Wukong should seriously spar with him today. Little did anyone know, Chi-Chi didn't really mind any of it. What did it matter to him if his brother and sister-in-law spent time together? So, Bulma and Chi-Chi secretly cooked up this plan. No one was sure it would work, but it was worth a try, right? Now, seeing how things had played out, the luring powder sprinkled on Wukong and him being forced out of the ring, it was clear Bulma's scheme had succeeded. Hey, Bulma, fine, I promise I'll go with you. But when does this stuff wear off? This big guy won't stop licking me. I'm covered in slobber. At that moment, the enormous blue dinosaur had Wukong wrapped in a bear hug, licking him all over. I'm about half a day, I guess. Wukong, I'll go prepare sunscreen then. We're going tomorrow. See you later. With that, Bulma left the backyard, leaving poor Chi-Chi alone to deal with the aftermath. Chi-Chi. In the blink of an eye, Wukong wriggled free from the dinosaur's embrace. He immediately gave Chi-Chi a heartfelt lesson on brotherly love. No, stop. Big brother. I'm one of the good guys, remember? Then, with Chi-Chi's face sporting a fresh set of bruises, Wukong led him away. The blue dinosaur from who knows where pulled out a handkerchief and waved it at Wukong, waving goodbye with what appeared to be a few tears sparkling in its eyes. Huh, sis, are you coming to the amusement park too? Bulma was on a call. On the other end of the line was a woman with blonde hair and features somewhat resembling Bulma's. That was none other than Bulma's older sister, Tights. It was obvious that Tights had inherited both her hair color and much of her personality from Mrs. Brief. I'm just curious about my sister's boyfriend. That's all. Thought I'd stop by and see if he's handsome, maybe even consider asking him out on a date. Oh, come on. Sis, you're unbelievable. Wukong is all mine. He can't go on a date with you. What a lovely name. Wukong was it? Well, now I simply have to go on a date with him. Clearly, she was just teasing. Cut it out. Bulma huffed, slamming down the phone in exasperation. Who told my sister I have a boyfriend, anyway? She turned her suspicious gaze to Mrs. Brief, who was knitting quietly nearby. Mom, it was you, wasn't it? Mrs. Brief started sweating. Sorry, Bulma. I did tell Tights, but honestly, it slipped out from your father first. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Note, adjusting Tights' age here. According to the records, she's actually 12 years older than Bulma. That makes sense with Dr. Brief's age, but if she's really 12 years older, what about Vegeta? If he comes to Earth in the future, he'd never marry an ordinary Earth woman, right? That would be too much to ask, not just for the guy, but for the girl as well. Imagine marrying someone whose husband's whole life is about fighting, and who constantly has Wukong on his mind. Let's tweak this. Let's say Vegeta is 7 years older than Wukong, so Tights is also 7 years older than Wukong and 3 years older than Bulma. That makes a lot more sense. Sigh. I was hoping to show off a little when my sister came home. Mom, you've ruined all my plans. Bulma sounded a bit forlorn. Ever since she was young, every time she acquired something new or accomplished something, she'd always want to brag to her big sister, though she'd never won once. She had always known her sister didn't have a boyfriend, so this time she thought she could finally claim victory. At that moment, Wukong happened to pass by. Bulma, what's wrong? You seem so upset. Are you ready to go to the amusement park? Chi-Chi's all packed up. Bulma straightened up and said seriously, Wukong, I need to ask you something. Seeing how solemn Bulma looked, Wukong immediately grew serious, too. Of course, Bulma. Go ahead and ask. Okay, Goku, imagine this. Just imagine. If you had an older brother and you were always a step behind growing up, but one day you finally surpassed him. How would that make you feel? Goku paused, sinking into thought. Bulma, you really hit the nail on the head. It's not just an if. I actually do have an older brother. He's probably out there with Vegeta, taking over planets right now. Power level? Maybe 500 or 700. Right now, I can't really compete with him. If he showed up on Earth, with his personality, he'd probably destroy the whole planet. But someday, I'll be stronger than him. Well, I guess if I had an older brother, if I'd always lag behind, but one day managed to outshine him, I think I'd be really happy. Bulma pouted a little at this. Exactly. See, I have an older sister, and I've never managed to beat her at anything. But when it comes to finding a boyfriend, I've won by a mile. I could have boasted about it right to her face, told her loud and clear that I'd finally come out on top. But what happened? Mom went and told her in secret. There was no suspense left at all. Goku couldn't help but give a sheepish grin. Huh, show off? You really think I'm worth showing off, Bulma? At that, Bulma tapped Goku lightly on the head. Goku, sometimes you're so clueless about these things, but then you surprise me with so many thoughtful little gestures. You even manage to say the most heartfelt things. But listen, you have to know, in my eyes, you're the best. Do you realize how romantic it was when you made fireworks with your ki, or created those little woven figurines? Tell me, Quills could pull off key fireworks like you do. If that's not worth bragging about, I don't know what is. Honestly, just thinking about it gets me fired up. Goku moved, spoke up right away. Bulma, am I really as great as you say? I still feel like there are things I could do better. A sudden kiss, soft, cool, and warm all at once, landed right on Goku's cheek. You're worth it. Hoo-hoo. At that, Goku couldn't help himself. He swept Bulma up in his arms like a princess and spun her up into the air. Wait. What's with all the excitement? Ah, I can't help it. I'm just so happy. Just one more kiss, please. No way. You've already ruined the mood. I'm not kissing you again. Come on, just one more. The two of them were so wrapped up in each other. It was as if Mrs. Briefs didn't even exist nearby. Mrs. Briefs, for her part, just smiled indulgently, the look of a doting aunt. Such a lovely couple, aren't they? After a moment lost in their own little world, Bulma finally seemed to remember her mother was still there and wriggled out of Goku's arms. Okay, Goku. Mom, we're heading out now. Have fun, you two. Auntie, we're off. At that moment, inside the car, Chi-Chi complained, Hey, brother Wukong, sister Bulma, I've been waiting for you two for almost an hour. Wukong immediately apologized. Sorry, Chi-Chi. I just had to use the restroom. Liar, brother Wukong. Obviously, it was sister Bulma who made you say that for her. Bulma, not pleased at all, shot back. Listen, you brat Chi-Chi, is this how you talk to my man? The moment Chi-Chi heard Bulma's voice, he shrank back, clearly intimidated. He mumbled, feeling aggrieved, Sister Bulma, I was talking to you, you know. What? And that's the tone you use with me. With that, Bulma reached over and pulled Chi-Chi out of the front seat, immediately unleashing her famous spinning tickle attack. Bulma, go easy on him. Wukong tried to intervene. No way. This little rascal is getting more and more out of hand. He needs to learn a lesson. As Wukong pleaded for mercy on Chi-Chi's behalf, Bulma continued her dizzying tickle assault. The whole scene looked odd, yet seemed completely natural for this lively group. Meanwhile, Ada, who was driving, simply smiled warmly at the antics, quietly enjoying the moment without saying a word. Before long, they arrived at the amusement park. Miss Bulma, young Master Wukong, and Chi-Chi, have a wonderful time, the driver wished them as they got out. By now, Chi-Chi had been wrangled by Bulma the entire way, and she still hadn't let him go. Through a stream of tears, Chi-Chi cried out, I'm sorry, Sister Bulma. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Will you do it again? No, I'll never speak to Sister Bulma in that tone again. Oh, just me? What about Wukong? Brother Wukong, please, do something about your girlfriend. In a flash, Chi-Chi managed to wriggle free. He bolted away, making his escape. That little rascal. How dare he trick me? Bulma huffed, taking off after him. Wukong, where's Bulma? Came a voice. It was Miguel, with Satan by her side, helping to carry her bag. Thanks to a little matchmaking from Wukong, there was unmistakable chemistry between the two. It was only a matter of time before they'd confess their feelings. As for why they were at the amusement park, it was Wukong who had secretly arranged for them to meet here. After all, these two would one day become the mother-in-law and father-in-law of his future son. Before leaving West City, he was determined to bring them together. Oh, hello, Master Wukong. Miguel Gritif. Oh, Xiaomi, Satan. How long have you two been here? Wukong asked. Not long, we just arrived. Where's Bulma? Just then, Bulma came back, dragging Chi-Chi behind her. Huh? Xiaomi, Satan, what brings you here? Bulma was surprised to see them. Miguel smiled gently. Oh, didn't Wukong tell you? Seeing this, Wukong quickly pulled Bulma aside. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. Bulma, I invited them here today on purpose. Don't you think they make a perfect match? Bulma turned her head, taking a good look. Miguel smiled and waved. Bulma then turned her attention to Satan. Hey there, Bulma. That's right. Goku hadn't asked Satan to call Bulma Master's wife, just her name. Bulma didn't want to hear that title either. It would make her sound so old. Bulma glanced at the two of them. She could definitely see some sparks flying. She replied softly, All right, Goku, today isn't just about our amusement park date. It's also about Operation Matchmaker for Xiaomi and Satan. No set plan. Let's just adapt as things happen. Yes, ma'am. Understood, Chief. With that, the two split up to carry out their tasks. After all, they'd been together long enough that, even though the honeymoon period was still going strong, a brief separation was no big deal. Bulma was in charge of Miguel's side. Goku took charge of Satan. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they'd forgotten all about Chi-Chi. Unbelievable. Those two really went too far. How could they run off and leave me here alone? I'm definitely going to give them a piece of my mind. She called out, Hey, Satan, after all this time, and you still haven't succeeded? Satan's face turned red with embarrassment. Master Goku, I really do want to be with Miguel, but for some reason, when the words reach my lips, I just can't say them. Goku waved it off. All right, enough. Let's count how many opportunities I've set up for you this past month. The first time, during the swimming class, I let you teach Xiaomi how to swim. You said you couldn't swim. The second time, Xiaomi fell and I told you to carry her to the infirmary, but you got too shy. Fat Tiger swooped in and beat you to it. The third time, Bulma and I invited Xiaomi out for dinner, and I called you to, didn't I? And you? You overslept. No matter how many times we tried to wake you, you wouldn't answer. What's up with that? It was noon already. Are you some kind of sleep god? Maybe you should just give up on Xiaomi. Even Fat Tiger seems interested in her. If I called him now, he'd probably show up in an instant. As he spoke, Goku pretended to reach for his phone. Seeing this, Satan rushed to stop him. Please, Master Goku. Boss Goku, don't call Fat Tiger. It's true that Fat Tiger had a bit of a thing for Miguel, though only as a friend. But Satan didn't realize that. With Xiaomi being so adorable, how could Fat Tiger just see her as a friend? Besides, Fat Tiger was the type to take action. If he came to the amusement park today, Satan would stand no chance. Goku replied, all right then. No matter if you're shy, or your stomach hurts, or whatever excuse you try to make up today, just hold it in. If you mess this up again, I'm calling Fat Tiger. No questions asked. All right, don't get so worked up. Bulma will help you too. Today is your big date with Xiaomi. Are you ready, Satan? Ready. Ready for what? It was Miguel who spoke. She'd walked over to check on them, seeing the two stuck in the same spot. Bulma responded as well. Let's go, Goku. Let's try the roller coaster first. At her words, Goku exchanged a look with Bulma. Oh, that's just like you, Bulma. A roller coaster plan, huh? Exactly. As long as the two of them are together, their relationship is bound to grow. Besides, Mimi is terrified of these rides. If Satan just takes the initiative, it'll definitely work out. Miguel noticed Bulma's actions and asked curiously, Hey, Bulma, is something wrong? Your eyes keep twitching. Do you feel okay? It's nothing really. Oh, can we maybe skip the roller coaster? Heights are my greatest fear. No way. Mimi, today you have to ride the roller coaster with me. Don't worry. Someone will be there to protect you, right, Satan? Hearing this, Miguel glanced at Satan and gave a gentle smile. Oh, Satan, will you look after me? If you do, I won't be afraid at all. She turned to look at Satan. At that moment, Bulma also cast a glance at Satan, as if to say, here's your chance. Are you going to seize it or not? Satan's mind was in turmoil. What am I going to do? I'm scared of roller coasters too. But, despite himself, his trembling hands were spotted by Goku. Goku whispered quietly, Satan, when you're on the roller coaster, you could take the opportunity to hold Mimi's hand. Are you sure you don't want to go? Hearing this, Satan snuck a furtive look at Miguel's hand. He thought to himself, this is truly the hand of a goddess. Could it be? Suddenly composing himself, Satan nodded gravely, saying, Miss Miguel, allow me to protect you. I was planning to protect Mimi myself, but Satan, you're quite the gentleman. All right, I'll leave Mimi in your care. Without another word, Bulma took Miguel's hand and placed it into Satan's. As Satan wrapped his hand around that gentle warmth, all his shyness vanished. He felt as though he never wanted to let go, wishing this moment could last forever. Satan, you're gripping a bit tightly, you know. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I got a little carried away. It's fine, really. Satan's face was now bright red, and Miguel's wasn't much better. Naturally, Bulma noticed what was going on and shot a glance at Goku. She sidled up beside him and whispered, Hey, aren't those two acting like something's already going on? Did I miss something? Goku nodded. That's right, Bulma. Since Mimi is your best friend, and she could be our future daughter-in-law's mom, I've been working behind the scenes to set them up. Bulma's face turned crimson in an instant. What? Our son? I haven't even thought about all that. Goku, do you really mean it? Marriage and children with me? Goku calmly patted his chest. Of course I do. In this life, there's no one I'd marry or have kids with except you. Or is it not what you want? No, of course. I'm more than willing to marry you, Goku. But this one doesn't count as a proposal. I want you to propose to me properly, openly, before the whole world. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Goku responded with a gentle laugh. Of course I will. Come on, Bulma. Let's go ride the roller coaster. Yes. She immediately linked her arm with Goku's. Sigh. Satan, Goku, and Bulma have such a wonderful relationship. I wonder when I'll meet my true soulmate. With those words, she sneaked a glance at Satan, being careful not to let him notice. In his heart, Satan thought, Xiaomi, I may not have Master Goku's fighting skills or his romantic words, but I will use my genuine heart to protect you. Satan, let's go too. She took the initiative, grabbing Satan by the hand and heading toward the roller coaster. Whoosh! The roller coaster sped along the track. Although Bulma was known for her courage, once she was seated on the roller coaster, The rush of wind and that sudden free-falling sensation filled her with fear. She couldn't help but scream along with the crowd. Goku, long used to such speed from riding the flying Nimbus, felt completely at home. Could a roller coaster even reach 800 meters per second? He tenderly took Bulma's hand in his. His big, warm hand enveloped hers, filling her with a calming sense of security. Bulma glanced at Goku, her gaze soft and brimming with affection. 2 rows behind sat Miguel and Satan. Satan, for his part, showed no sign of fear, keeping his hand in Miguel's the whole time. Xiaomi, what? Will you go out with me? I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. Xiaomi, please be my girlfriend. I still can't make out what you're saying. Their exchange naturally reached the ears of Bulma and Goku, sitting in front. Sigh, we could hear everything, so why couldn't Xiaomi? I think maybe Xiaomi wants to hear Satan confess to her down on the ground, not up here. Huh, is that really a thing? Isn't it fine to accept on a roller coaster? I think Xiaomi probably feels it's not serious enough here, not enough of a sense of occasion. But from her tone, she isn't refusing. Sigh, I can't really tell. It's probably because of the wind. I'm used to this kind of speed, so it's easy for me to catch what's being said. Wow, Goku, you really are something else. That's my man. Before long, the roller coaster ride was over. Miss Miguel just now. Before Satan could finish his declaration, a slender, delicate finger pressed gently against his lips. Not yet. Let's just enjoy ourselves first. Whatever you want to say, save it for the last ride on the Ferris wheel. Just us. Hearing this, Satan felt a surge of hope. There's still a chance. Yes, let's go have some fun. At that moment, Kiki happened to be passing by the roller coaster. Roller coasters are so scary. They definitely wouldn't be here. The little airplanes. I really want to ride those. Without realizing it, dusk had arrived. Beneath the setting sun, Satan and Miguel found themselves sitting face to face inside the Ferris wheel. With just the 2 of them in this private space, Satan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A gentle silence settled between them. Miguel didn't say a word. She simply kept gazing at Satan with a gentle, smiling expression. Seeing this, Satan knew that if he stayed silent any longer, he wouldn't be able to call himself a man. Miss Miguel, please go out with me. What? You don't want to? Then I guess I do. I want to be with you. Then she held Satan's hand in hers. Feeling that warmth in his palm, Satan wished he could hold that hand forever and never let go. Hooray! Goku's great dating operation. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Bulma and Goku weren't on the Ferris wheel at all. Instead, they sat together high in the sky atop the Nimbus cloud, watching everything unfold below. Bulma, let's go ride the Ferris wheel together. Then, I want to confess my feelings to you. Goku, do you still need to confess? I'm already your girlfriend. That doesn't matter. I want to tell you 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,000 times? Wouldn't that mean you'll still be confessing when I'm old and gray? Won't you get tired of it? With you, it'll never be a bother. Why not? Because you're the love of my life. Goku, you're my one true love too, for a whole lifetime. And as the moment swept them up, their lips met in a tender kiss. When their lips finally parted, the first round on the Ferris wheel had come to an end. Miguel stepped out arm in arm with Satan. Thanks to Goku's matchmaking, it's your turn now. Operation Date Night. Total success. At that moment, Kiki transformed his heartbreak into an appetite. So unfair. Where did you all go? If you don't show yourselves soon, I'll just eat myself to death. The end. And just like that, without realizing it, Goku had already been in West City for nearly a year. On the day of his 1-year anniversary with Bulma, yes, it was Bulma's birthday, he decided it was finally time to visit Master Roshi's island. Kiki had already been gone for almost 3 months, but today was Bulma's birthday, and he absolutely had to be there. He'd made a promise with Mrs. Brief. From now on, every one of Bulma's birthdays would be in his hands. This time, Bulma wore a beautiful princess dress, and the party was held at Maiga, the place Goku had specially chosen for Bulma's celebration. Unlike before, Bulma's birthday this year was bustling with guests. Her parents, Dr. Brief and his wife Miguel, Mr. Satan, Fat Tiger, Little Nobu, Big Bear. Even though her sister Tights was far away and Chi-Chi couldn't make it, they both sent her heartfelt birthday wishes. Yet it was on this day that Goku happened to be the very last person to arrive. Bulma, where's Goku? On such an important day. How could he be late? The speaker was Bulma's sister, Tights. Yes, over the past year, Goku had come to know Bulma's sister Tights as well, and quite a few amusing events had unfolded between them. There was that memorable trip to the amusement park. After Bulma and Goku finally found Chi-Chi, they discovered him devouring a meal with amazing fervor. Chi-Chi, why are you here eating? Bulma called out to him. We haven't seen you riding any of the amusement rides." At her words, Chi-Chi suddenly burst into tears, his eyes welling up. "You want to talk? You all ran off to play and left me here. I even saw Mr. Satan and Sister Miguel. You were all together, right? It's fine to play with others, but you left your own little brother behind." Goku quickly apologized, flustered. Saw the. Today was supposed to be about setting up Satan and Miguel. "I'm really sorry, Chi-Chi. We didn't mean to make you feel left out." Chi-Chi, however, grew even more upset. "What? Gentle, kind Sister Miguel actually ended up with that goofy-looking Mr. Satan? Is there no justice left in the world?" Indeed, over the past month, Chi-Chi had met Miguel. She'd visited Capsule Corp to see Bulma, and that's when Chi-Chi had gotten to know the gentle big sister. If it weren't for Lazuli and the others, he would have chased after her himself when he got older. But he'd also met Satan. After training with Goku, Satan had become even tougher than Chi-Chi, at least while Chi-Chi was still wearing his weighted gear. Without the weights, things might be different. To Chi-Chi, seeing this burly, rough around the edges Satan together with gentle Miguel was simply unbearable. "Hey, Chi-Chi, don't insult my boyfriend like that." Miguel's voice came from behind, and before Chi-Chi could react, she gave him a flick to the forehead. It was the very first time Miguel had ever used such force. Unbelievably, all on account of Satan. "It's all right, Miguel. Chi-Chi isn't completely wrong," Satan said, still the honest fellow he'd always been. Miguel, however, was having none of it. "Oomph. Satan, don't defend him. Even the most easygoing person has their limits," and Miguel clearly reached hers. "I'm done with all of you." Chi-Chi, already overwhelmed by his grievances, ran off with tears streaming down his cheeks. "Huh, why is that kid crying?" Hearing the commotion, Bulma turned to look, a trace of curiosity in her voice. "Cease." "Ah, Bulma-chan." Bulma, who hadn't seen her sister in so long, dashed forward and threw her arms around her. "Hee, I can't believe you actually came. I missed you so much, sis." Taichi patted Bulma's back and said, "Of course. I always keep my word. By the way, who's that child?" "Oh, that little rascal? He's Goku's younger brother. Let me introduce you." With that, Bulma pulled Taichi over for the introductions. "Big sister, this is Goku." Goku bowed formally and said, "Hello, honored sister." Taichi turned her head and whispered, "Is he always like this?" "No, not really. Goku's just very polite." "Goku, you could just call her sister. You don't need to add honored." "Yes, Bulma. It's just our first time meeting, so I was a bit nervous." Bulma went on with the introductions. "This is my best friend, Xiaomi, Miguel, the one I'm always telling you about." Miguel also bowed and greeted her. "Hello, sister." "Hello. I've heard so much about you from Bulma. She says you're her best friend." "Thank you for your kind words," Miguel replied with a smile. "And this is her boyfriend, Satan. He's also Goku's apprentice." Satan gave a small wave at the mention of his name. "And the little scamp who just ran off is Goku's brother, Chi-Chi. He can be a bit of a handful sometimes." Goku quickly explained, "Sister, he's not usually like that. Maybe we ignored him a little today, so he got upset." Taichi glanced at Bulma. "Is that so?" I guess so. Well, leave it to me. I'm great with kids. Give me a few minutes, and he'll be all smiles again." Goku looked doubtful. "Sister, I hope we're not troubling you. I could go myself." "No need. You stay here with Bulma and have something to eat. I'll bring that little one to you shortly." Drawing on the gentle nature she inherited from Mrs. Brief, Taichi completely won Chi-Chi over. In fact, after spending more time together, Chi-Chi started to see her as his idol. The real reason Chi-Chi had left so early that day was this. He was afraid that if he spent too much time with his idol Taichi, he'd end up falling for her. Not that it would be impossible. After all, that's just the charm of the Brief family. Goku could clearly see how Chi-Chi felt about Taichi. If Chi-Chi didn't already have his childhood friend, Lazuli, Goku wouldn't object, even if one day his little brother ended up as his own brother-in-law. But what about Lazuli? That photograph left behind was proof that Chi-Chi cared deeply for her. If things went wrong later, wouldn't it be too cruel? A childhood spent as an android, and then even your first crush fall for someone else? If that happened to him, Goku thought he might even consider wiping out humanity. So before things got out of hand, he decided to nip it in the bud. Returning now to Barika's banquet. "I think Goku is planning a surprise for me. He was the same way last year, leaving early and coming back late every day." Taze nodded as she listened. For the past year, she had seen with her own eyes just how well Wukong treated Bulma, and she couldn't help but feel a touch of envy for her little sister, blessed with a man who loved her so deeply. "All right, sis, do I look beautiful today?" Bulma spun around as she spoke. Today marked her 15th birthday, and for the first time, she had put on her own makeup. She wasn't sure how her efforts had turned out. Taze, of course, understood exactly what was on her sister's mind. Bulma had clung to her relentlessly since early morning, pleading for lessons in makeup. You look wonderful. You're truly beautiful today. I would never have imagined that the little girl I once knew would grow into such a radiant young lady, she said warmly. Hee, I look so good. Do you think Wukong might just get mesmerized staring at me? Just at that moment, a voice rang out. Miss Bulma, please lift your head and look up. It was the host of the event speaking. Following his cue, Bulma looked up, and there, above the skylight, Wukong was soaring through the air. Yes, in the years since, though he had always been by Bulma's side, Wukong hadn't let himself stagnate. His fighting power had already climbed to 80, giving him the freedom to fly at will. What followed was his signature display, Wukong's key fireworks. This time, Wukong had made improvements. The original fireworks had been a single color, but now he could conjure 5, brilliant red, pure yellow, deep blue, vivid green, and fresh teal. Happy 15th birthday, Bulma. Those glowing words appeared in the sky. Even now, Bulma couldn't hold back her tears. Every single time she saw that message, her eyes would well up with emotion. This was Wukong's unique gift to Bulma. All eyes were drawn upward. Everyone except Bulma was left wide-eyed and astonished. Is this some kind of magic trick? How in the world does Wukong make his hands glow like that? Satan, who had spent quite some time learning martial arts from Wukong by now, wasn't surprised at all. Though he'd never mastered energy blasts, he had pestered Wukong until he taught him how to fly. Now, Satan often took Miguel on flights for their private dates. Master Wukong never ceases to amaze. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. Wukong then slowly descended from the sky. He wore a sweater, lovingly hand-sewn by Bulma herself. Embroidered on the front were 2 dolls, one representing Bulma and the other Wukong. It was a birthday present Bulma had made for Wukong's 11th birthday. Wukong, now 11 years old, Wukong was nearly as tall as Bulma. She stood at 155 centimeters, while he was 152. Thanks to his spiky hair, the two were practically eye to eye. Wukong wrapped Bulma in a warm embrace. What have you been up to these past few days, Wukong? I missed you so much. Wukong replied, I've missed you too. Now, please close your eyes. Here we go. I'm ready. Wow. Wukong, you're absolutely the most handsome guy in the world, someone exclaimed. It was clear that, other than Dr. and Mrs. Brief and Taze, everyone present already knew about Wukong's surprise. So Taze quickly asked Xiaomi, what else has Wukong prepared? Can you tell us? It was obvious that Dr. and Mrs. Brief were interested as well. Miguel pretended to be mysterious and replied, sorry, big sister, uncle, aunt, but you'll have to find out the rest on your own. Wukong won't let you down. Ugh, I really want to know. Next, Wukong gently covered Bulma's eyes. He led her to a grand doorway. My princess, once you arrive, please open this door. Your gift is waiting for you inside. Bulma slowly pushed the door open. What greeted her was a room filled with gifts and an array of photographs. Here, use this phone to scan these photos. Each one holds a surprise just for you. Wukong handed a phone to Bulma. She scanned the first photograph. That year, you were one. A little angel descended to Earth. Wukong explained, I thought, when Bulma was 1 year old, she must have needed a pacifier, right? That's the gift I chose for the 1-year-old you. 1 year old? I barely remember anything from then. An angel descending. That's a bit much, don't you think? My Bulma is an angel. Heaven sent you to my side. Wukong. Moved, Bulma hugged Wukong once again. There. Next comes age 2. When you were 2, you just learned to crawl. This photo, which Annie and I found, is just adorable. These knee pads are to protect your knees, and you can still use them now, especially since I know you love skiing. And here are a pair of skis too, as your gift. At 3 years old, you learned to walk. Back then, you'd hold your sister's hand as you toddled along. These shoes can shield you from any stray shards or broken glass. When you were 9, that was the year we first met. I fell for you at first sight. A boy met a girl, and fate seemed to set things into motion. This crystal has both our names engraved in it. It's a protective charm that can shield you from any mortal danger. Though if I have my way, you'll never need to use it in your lifetime. Bulma wasn't crying anymore. Now, she was filled with eager anticipation. Wukong, is this what you've been busy making all these days? Wukong nodded and replied, Yes, Bulma. I'm leaving soon. I'm so afraid you'll have to go through anything like that again, and I don't know what would happen if I'm not around. I think I'd go mad. Now, whenever you have this with you, just give it a little squeeze. Try it. Bulma nodded and squeezed the crystal charm. In an instant, a protective shield formed around her. Yes, this was the move Wukong had racked his brains to develop, inspired by the memory of how 17 had once created a protective barrier in his previous life. It can withstand attacks from anyone with a power level under 140. Right now on Earth, except for King Piccolo, there's no one who could reach that strength. Not even the Red Ribbon Army. As soon as this shield is activated, I'll be able to sense it and rush to your side immediately. Let me wear it. I promise I'll take care of myself. Goku, are you leaving now? As she spoke, Bulma's eyes filled with tears. Seeing this, Goku gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Yes, I am, but don't be too sad. Whenever you miss me, just press this, and I'll appear by your side. It won't be long before we see each other again. And remember, you have to join me for new adventures too. That's right. Goku, you promised when I turn 16, we'll go search for the Dragon Balls together. So, you need to study medicine well this year. I'll be counting on you to treat my injuries. Got it. I'll work really hard. Oh, and also, this is for you. With that, Goku walked over and presented her with her 15th birthday gift. When she opened it, she found a luxurious strawberry parfait. Bulma, I made this myself. Try it. Huh? You made this, Goku. Bulma stepped up, tasted a spoonful, and then went quiet. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Without any concern for her image, Bulma suddenly jumped onto Goku. Goku, I don't want you to leave. I really don't. I love you so much. I love you too. But don't worry, I'll always be by your side. That night, Goku stayed with Bulma until she fell asleep, then slipped away quietly. Bulma opened her eyes, and after spending this year together, she knew Goku well enough to stay silent, only watching his shadow disappear into the distance. Hey, Nimbus, take me straight to Kame House. Full speed ahead. Before dawn, Goku had arrived at Kame House. It was 4 in the morning, and even from the sky, he could spot 2 figures below. A little bald boy in an orange outfit, and a young boy with purple hair. Chi-Chi's appearance was never really described, so imagine her with purple hair, the same features as the original Chi-Chi, just with a bit more determination in her eyes, and, of course, a change of gender. Oh, is that Krillin? I never thought he'd be at Kame House at this hour. Goku remembered searching the Shaolin Temple for traces of Krillin before, but after visiting a few, he lost track of him. Maybe Krillin had been confined at that time. Hey Chi-Chi, are you alright? Chi-Chi looked up, delighted. Big brother Goku, you're finally here. Hearing this, Krillin asked, Hey Chi-Chi, who's that flying up in the sky? Chi-Chi replied, He's my older brother, the son Wukong I mentioned to you before. He became Master Roshi's disciple a bit earlier than you did. Technically, you could call him senior brother, but I doubt he'd agree to that, especially since he's actually a year younger than you. So just call him by his name. After all the bullying he suffered at Shaolin Temple, Krillin was rather wary of any kind of senior brother relationship. Hello, senior brother, he greeted a bit nervously. Wukong heard this and hopped down, saying warmly, There's really no need to call me senior brother, just as Chi-Chi said. Just use my name. I'm Son Wukong. Nice to meet you. He reached out his hand to Krillin with a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, Krillin felt certain that this person in front of him was completely different from the senior brothers at the temple who had bullied him. My name's Krillin. Nice to meet you too, Wukong. Hey, what are you kids doing out there? Why haven't you delivered the milk yet? What's all this racket? Master Roshi had clearly been woken up by the commotion outside and was grumbling a bit from being disturbed. Oh, Wukong, you've arrived already. I thought you wouldn't be here until morning. So, have you sorted things out with that girl? Wukong nodded and replied, Yes, Master. It's all settled. You have the 3-star Dragon Ball here, right? Later on, maybe you can use it as a gift to welcome my bride. Master Roshi nodded at the mention of the 3-star ball. The Dragon Ball, huh? Are you planning to gather all of them and summon Shenron for a wish? According to the original story, Master Roshi was always aware of the Dragon Ball's power and had tried to collect them in the past to defeat Demon King Piccolo. But without a dragon radar, knowing what they looked like and the incantation for the wish wasn't enough, you couldn't gather them all, so he eventually gave up. Wukong nodded, Yes, Master. That's the plan. But you need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls for them to be any use. I gave Gohan a 4-star ball, and I still have the 3-star ball here. You can have it. After speaking, Master Roshi pulled a 3-star ball out from inside his turtle shell and handed it to Wukong. Thank you, Master. I know we need all 7. I have the 4-star ball, Bulma has the 2-star ball, so that's already 3. With the help of the Dragon Radar, we should be able to find the rest. Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. What? You've already developed technology like the Dragon Radar these days? Wukong nodded. That's right. Bulma's a genius inventor. She created the Dragon Radar by harnessing the electromagnetic signals within the Dragon Balls. Look, I've got one installed on my phone. See? He turned on his phone and showed Roshi the radar screen, clearly displaying 2 Dragon Balls at their current location. Incredible. If I'd had one of those in my youth, my master wouldn't have died. Back in those days, when King Piccolo was rampaging across the land, the Guardian of the Heavens took down the power pole, along with a 3-star and a 4-star Dragon Ball, and sent them down the Karen Tower. Then, through the words of Master Karen, the story of the Dragon Balls was passed on to Master Roshi. The hope was for Roshi to gather the Dragon Balls and defeat King Piccolo. Master Roshi did as told, but no matter how hard he tried, the Dragon Balls always seemed out of reach. Time has moved on. After so many years, the task of searching for the Dragon Balls should now be entrusted to the younger generation. Understood. Goku, I suppose by now the milk delivery training no longer offers much challenge for you. Today, let me teach you a new technique. With that, Master Roshi darted back and forth with impossible speed until suddenly, another image of himself appeared, a single afterimage. This was the afterimage technique. However, the version Master Roshi demonstrated was the multiple afterimage technique, creating several illusions at once that made it nearly impossible for his opponents to strike the real one. By harnessing extreme speed, the performer seems to split into multiple bodies. This is the essence of the afterimage technique. Goku, with your skill level, you must have figured out the principle behind this. Producing a single afterimage should be quite easy for you. Chi-Chi, Krillin, you two watch your elder brother carefully. Hearing this, Goku recalled Master Roshi's moves in his mind. With a swift movement, he created a blurry afterimage of himself. But the technique was far from as easy as Goku had imagined. Even with his battle power of 80, performing it left him drenched in sweat. Wow, it's like I've actually split into two people. Master Roshi nodded toward the other two. Why don't you two go and try touching them? Chi-Chi and Krillin both reached out and touched the two Gokus. Incredible. One is solid, but the other, you can't feel at all. Goku then released the technique, surprised by how exhausting it was to maintain. He panted heavily, dripping with sweat. Phew, Master, you're truly amazing. I could only manage one afterimage, and I'm already worn out. How does Master do it? In fact, even Master Roshi was taken aback by Goku's feat, thinking to himself, as expected of Goku, such natural talent. He actually sustained his afterimage for so long, at least 3 minutes. I've never seen an afterimage technique last this long. Normally, it only flashes for an instant. How am I supposed to teach him at this rate? But maintaining the dignity of a master, Roshi spoke sternly. Very good, Goku. You did well. The single afterimage, no problem for you. But do you know how to perform the multiple afterimage technique, like the one I just demonstrated? Goku pondered for a while, but couldn't make sense of it. I don't know, Master. Please teach me. You are truly a promising student, teachable and humble. But don't get ahead of yourself. To master the multiple afterimage technique I just demonstrated, you must learn to precisely control your energy. Your ability to manipulate energy at such a young age is impressive, and mastering the Kamehameha wave gives you a unique advantage. However, the speed required for multiple afterimages is many times greater than that of a single afterimage. 2 afterimages require double the speed, 3 require triple, and 4 require quadruple. Keep in mind, these are not just simple additions. That's your energy consumption being multiplied as well. Were you paying attention to your energy control during that last attempt? Maintaining afterimages for so long, if used recklessly as you just did, could even put my own life at risk. Hearing this, Goku broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder I felt like I was running out of strength. Master, please teach me. Very well. Next, we will focus on rigorous energy control training. This will be even more exhausting than delivering milk. Goku, are you prepared? Yes. Goku's enthusiasm was contagious, sparking excitement in both Chi-Chi and Krillin. Without delay, they launched into the milk delivery training again. But this time, Goku had a new task, to use his energy to wrap chopsticks and pick up eggs. Crack! The eggshell broke instantly. Arg! Darn it! Goku, you'll have to cover the cost for any eggs you break. So, you need to keep doing milk delivery as well. Once you run out of eggs, it's your job to restock. And since you've learned the flight technique, fly over to pick up the milk. Oh, and wear this while you do it. With that, Master Roshi produced a turtle's hell that weighed a hefty 50 pounds. Put this on for your deliveries. Goku hefted the shell, and with the added weights already on him, his total burden now approached 80 pounds. Feeling that long-lost heaviness, the Saiyan blood in his veins started to surge with excitement. All right, today's training starts right now. Whenever training grew particularly tough, Goku would think of Bulma. The thought of her sweet smile made everything worthwhile. For the sake of their shared future, he poured his all into getting stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma was also working hard. She began studying medicine, determined to help Goku avoid injury in his future battles. Now the real story is about to begin. Stay tuned, everyone, and look forward to what's next. And so, Goku continued his training on Kame House. By this point, his power level had already reached 100. He could manipulate his energy with agility and perform the multi-afterimage fist with 10 afterimages. Once he dropped his weights, his power level could reach 110. In this weighted state, he could go toe-to-toe with Master Roshi himself before the latter removed his weights and shirt. Master Roshi's normal power level was 100, but when he took off his turtle's hell and shirt and focused all his energy, his muscles would swell to 3 times their usual size. In this state, his power level could reach 120. The rapid muscle growth did not hinder Master Roshi's speed. In fact, it made him the perfect balance of strength and speed, a true super warrior. On Earth, only Demon King Piccolo could rival him. Besides him, Roshi was second to none. Wukong, you truly are the most talented person I've met in my 300 years. In just 1 year, you've mastered the multi-form after-image fist to such an extent. I have nothing more to teach you. From here on, the road is yours to walk. However, 3 months from now, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament will be held. I hope you'll participate, taking it as your graduation test from my tutelage. But before that, go pay a visit to your little girlfriend. She must be waiting impatiently for you. At that moment, Wukong was doing push-ups with a boulder weighing 30 kilograms strapped to his back. This year, Wukong is 12 years old. He's already reached a height of 175 centimeters, just as tall as the adult Wukong in the original story, but he still lacks the distinct maturity of adulthood. All he has is the height. Over the past year, Wukong's training regimen meant he consumed at least 100 eggs a day, so practically every meal was eggs, with milk on the side. So growing so tall wasn't entirely unexpected. While Master Roshi and Wukong himself didn't think much of this egg-heavy diet, the other two, Krillin and Chi-Chi, suffered quite a bit. Wukong, being obsessed with training, never cared about what he ate, and Master Roshi, having lived through years of famine, would eat whatever was available. As a result, both Krillin and Chi-Chi developed a real fear of eggs. The aversion became so intense that the mere sight of a raw egg would make them gag. When he heard his master's words, Wukong paused his training. Phew, the day has finally come. Yes, today was August 18th, Bulma's birthday. Throughout the year, thoughts of her had never left his mind. Master Roshi had noticed as well. He'd seen Wukong quietly gazing at an old photo of himself and Bulma more than once. Their bond was so strong. Even a normally stoic, elderly Master Roshi felt moved. He had tried persuading Wukong to go and see her, but Wukong always refused. For reasons even he couldn't explain, he enjoyed the ache of longing. Whenever he thought of Bulma, he pushed himself harder in his training, until his muscles cramped and his body was covered in bruises. This longing was what drove him. He feared that if he returned to her, he'd lose this motivation. So he decided to honor the promise he'd made with Bulma. When she turned 16, and he turned 12, they would set out to search for the Dragon Balls together. And if that meant half a year of self-imposed hardship, so be it. Yes, Master. Then I'll go say goodbye to Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Launch. That's right. Launch was still living on Kame Island, brought there by Krillin. He simply couldn't take the monotony of an all-egg diet with 4 guys in the house. Of the lot, only Wukong could cook, if you could call frying eggs cooking. True, Wukong could make a strawberry parfait, but he viewed that as something exclusively for Bulma. What did 3 grown men care for a strawberry parfait? Could they really appreciate such delicate sweets? Fried eggs would have to do. One day, Krillin simply couldn't take it anymore. How could they live without a proper cook? And that's how the gentle, blue-haired Launch came to join them. The arrival of blue-haired Launch was something Master Roshi was quick to agree to. After all, having such a gentle, beautiful young woman around was quite a pleasant sight, even if he couldn't get too close. On top of that, she could cook. But as soon as blue-haired Launch sneezed, everything changed. She would switch into her tough, golden-haired form. And then, except for Goku, none of the men in the house had an easy time. Golden-haired Launch, on the other hand, had a real soft spot for Goku. He was strong, good-looking, and knew martial arts, so they got along like close friends. Master Roshi spoke up. Goku, go and say your goodbyes to everyone. We'll meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 months. With that, Goku walked into the house. At that moment, blue-haired Launch was preparing lunch. Hey, Launch, Goku called out. Launch paused, turned around, and said, Oh, Goku, lunch is nearly ready. Go wash your hands so you're all set to eat. The gentle, blue-haired version of Launch was also quite fond of Goku, and had even started thinking of him as a little brother. Actually, I won't be staying for lunch today. I came to say goodbye. Launch looked surprised. Huh? Where are you going, Goku? I'm heading out to find someone important to me. That girl, Bulma, right? All right, big sis approves. Goku felt a pang of sadness at Launch's cheerful support. After all, this blue-haired sister had always cooked for the 4 of them without complaint, never turning anyone down. That's right. But before I go, could you let your other self know? I'd like to say goodbye to her, too. By now, blue-haired Launch had already come to terms with having a second personality. She actually felt a kind of affection for her unseen little sister. Of course, I'll call her out. If she didn't know you were leaving, she'd never forgive me. With that, she brought a lock of her hair to her nose. A sudden sneeze rang out. Instantly, blue-haired Launch transformed into her volatile, golden-haired self. Huh, my sister was cooking again? Didn't she realize how much I hate aprons? Wait, Goku, what are you doing here? Aren't you usually off training? Goku replied, Launch, I'm heading out on an adventure. I came to say goodbye as your friend. An adventure? Oh, I'd love to go with you. But my sister never lets me. Hey, you gotta listen to her, alright? Try not to cause too much trouble. But causing trouble is what I do best. Goku covered his face and gave an exasperated laugh. Do me a favor and put the gun down, will you? Honestly, I have no idea where you keep getting those machine guns. Right then, golden-haired Launch, out of nowhere, produced not one, but 2 machine guns. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? These pack a punch. Back when I used to rob banks, everyone was terrified. Since you're off on an adventure, you'll probably run into all sorts of bad guys. Here, take one with you. With that, she handed a machine gun over to Goku. Goku, well aware of Launch's fiery, golden-haired personality, accepted the staff with a grin. Wow, usually I'm not even allowed to borrow it, but today I finally got my hands on it. Not bad, the grip feels great. He weighed the fire poker in his hand, enjoying the sensation. Haha, pretty fun, right? Launch teased. It is. Well, I'd better get going. I still need to say goodbye to Krillin and Chi-Chi. All right, Goku, you go on ahead. I'll call out my sister. Otherwise, there'll be no dinner tonight. With that, Goku made his way to a mountaintop. Whack, whack. At that moment, Krillin and Chi-Chi were sparring. After a full year of training, both of them had reached a battle power of 80. Their matches were always neck and neck. If they both kept their trump cards hidden, Krillin might edge out a narrow victory. Sensing Goku's presence, the two stopped their training. Goku, Krillin called out. Brother Goku, Chi-Chi added. Goku simply smiled and said, What's the matter? Keep going, don't mind me. Krillin stepped forward, his tone a little shy. How could we ignore you? Goku, could I trouble you for a favor? Goku replied right away. A favor? No need for such formalities. We're brothers, aren't we? Whatever it is, just say the word. Krillin nodded. Yeah, brother, would you mind sparring with me and Chi-Chi? When it's just the two of us without any special moves, we always end up in a draw. Please. Would you, Brother Goku? It's been ages since we last trained together. Chi-Chi pleaded, her eyes full of hope. Looking into Chi-Chi's earnest face, Goku couldn't refuse. He patted her on the head and said, All right, Chi-Chi, Krillin. Let me see just how much you two have grown over this past year. Yes, sir, they replied. The two glanced at each other, then leaped back until they were about 20 meters from Goku. They understood that Goku's speed was such that if they stood any closer, he could reach them in an instant. They took positions 2 meters apart, so that if Goku attacked one, the other could immediately respond and try to catch him off guard. Seeing their clever formation, Goku smiled to himself and shot forward in a blur. In a flash, he appeared right between the both of them. Goku shouted, his voice sharp and forceful. He lashed out with both palms, unleashing a rush of powerful air. The blast surged straight at Krillin and Chi-Chi. Both of them crossed their arms to block the attack. The force was so great that it knocked the two apart. Your strategy was solid, Goku commented. At this distance, you'd have time to react if I attacked one of you, giving the other a chance to strike back. But now that you've been separated, what will you do? Krillin and Chi-Chi knew well that this trick wasn't likely to faze Goku. Chi-Chi, use that move. Krillin called. Right, Chi-Chi responded. She clasped her hands together and thrust her palms forward. Kamehameha. The energy wave not only boosted her own power, but sent it soaring. With a battle power of 80, Chi-Chi's Kamehameha surged all the way to 100, a force strong enough to make Goku take notice. Feeling the energy coming from behind him, Goku smiled warmly and said, Chi-Chi, you've grown up. Can you use the Kamehameha now? With those words, Goku leapt into the air. Power alone isn't enough in a fight. Without speed, you can't hit anyone, and that makes your strength useless. Hovering midair, Goku called out, Now what else can you do? Show me your next move. At that moment, Chi-Chi's Kamehameha didn't pause in the slightest. She kept channeling it, launching it straight at Krillin. Krillin, this is your moment. Right. Krillin responded by sending his own Kamehameha racing toward Chi-Chi's attack. The two streams of Kamehameha crashed into each other, locked in a fierce clash. Krillin shouted, Chi-Chi, you're going too strong. Dial it back a bit. Obliging, Chi-Chi eased off, and their Kamehameha blasts came to a peaceful balance. What are they up to? Aren't they teammates? Why are they sparring like this? Suddenly, both of them lifted their hands above their heads. The two Kamehameha waves merged into one. The power of the resulting blast was close to 120. It surged toward Goku at lightning speed. They've even learned to control the direction of their Kamehameha. Chi-Chi, Krillin, you've both improved so much. Looks like I don't need to go all out against you. With that, Goku braced himself and unleashed his own Kamehameha, meeting theirs head-on. What? No way. How could Goku know? Goku actually realized the Kamehameha can counter another Kamehameha. You two little runts still have a lot to learn. With a cry, Goku poured on more power, overwhelming the combined blast with a thunderous roar. In an instant, he forced their joint Kamehameha right back toward them. Just as it was about to hit the ground and potentially injure both of them, Goku's large hand released, and in a flash, he darted to the ground. With a casual wave of his arm, he deftly neutralized the force of the three-way Kamehameha duel. Phew, that was close. I thought we were goners this time. Goku, you're amazing. Both Krillin and Chi-Chi were completely exhausted from channeling that merged attack. Goku didn't scold them for their risky stunt. After all, he'd had no trouble handling a clash of that level. Instead, he admired them. Truly unbelievable. The two of you have come up with such a powerful new move. Excellent work. Receiving Goku's praise made their exhaustion feel worthwhile. Afterward, the three of them lay down on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Chi-Chi spoke first. Goku, you're leaving today, aren't you? Goku nodded. Yes, I am. Krillin quickly glanced over in surprise. Leaving? Goku, where are you going? Well, I'm guessing Goku is heading back to West City, right? Oh, Chi-Chi, how did you figure that out? Come on, I don't even have to guess. Today is Bulma's birthday. Not showing up for that would be the strangest thing of all. Yukong scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Huh? Ha ha ha. Was it really that obvious? These last few days, how many times have you looked at Bulma's photo? You think I wouldn't notice? After spending so much time together, Krillin naturally knew his good friend already had someone he liked. When he first found out that Yukong, only 11 years old then, actually had a girlfriend, it upset him so much he skipped 2 bowls of rice. Normally, he'd eat 4. Krillin called out, Hey, Yukong, is that girl named Bulma pretty? Yukong rubbed his chin and answered, How should I put it? She's like a fairy descended to the mortal world. That's how I describe her. That's not true at all. Bulma's so fierce. She's nothing like a fairy. Yukong, you're just exaggerating, aren't you? You guys have been together 2 years already, and you're still in the honeymoon phase? Yukong laughed, a hint of mischief in his voice. Well, that's just how she seems to me. What can I say? Then, Yukong, help me say hi to Bulma for me. Wish her a happy birthday, and greet Ties for me too. Sure, I will. Anyway, it's about time for me to head out. I'll see you at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 months. With those words, Yukong launched himself off, soaring toward West City using his cloud technique. By now, with a power level of 100, Yukong was far faster than any flying cloud. He wanted nothing more than to appear at Bulma's side in an instant and sweep her into a tight embrace. Dr. Bulma, please take care of this. At that moment, Bulma, dressed in a pristine white lab coat, was in the consultation room at the hospital. Just as Yukong had made great strides in his own field, Bulma too had worked with incredible dedication. Through her effort, she had already reached the level of department director in medical skills. It was truly astonishing for someone just 15 years old to achieve so much. She wore glasses, clearly a result of late nights spent poring over medical texts. HM, we already checked last time, didn't we? I told you everything was fine. Why are you back at the hospital? Sitting across from her was an elderly man. He'd previously come in after breaking his leg and sought out an orthopedic surgeon. Bulma specialized in surgery with a focus on orthopedics. Within this domain, she was an expert, and she had easily set the old man right. Ah, Bulma, you really saw right through me. Bulma covered her face, letting out an exasperated sigh. Sir, even if your family's wealthy, there's no need to run to the hospital every day, right? This is a top-tier hospital. A single registration fee alone costs tens of thousands. How long are you planning to keep spending money like this? Hey, Bulma, I just wanted you to meet my grandson. He's about your age. You two should have plenty to talk about. Next time, I'll bring him so you can meet. At that, Bulma firmly rejected his offer. No way. You stubborn old man. How many times do I have to say I already have a boyfriend? Why do you keep insisting? If you keep this up, I'll have you thrown out. I'll even report you for harassing the chief physician. Bulma had gradually grown into a gentle temperament, but at heart, she was still very much the pampered young lady she had always been. The old man was startled to hear this, for he had never once seen Bulma utter a crude word. In his eyes, she was a person of mild disposition. That was why, time and again, he tried to persuade her into considering his grandson for marriage. You, I'm going to file a complaint. A complaint. How dare you shout at a patient like that? The old man hoped that his threat would force Bulma to submit. But what kind of person was Bulma? Once provoked, she would not back down. She was only here to gain more medical experience. Truth be told, she had dealt with her fair share of harassment already, though anyone who tried usually ended up badly beaten by her. As a result, many had filed complaints against her. But she was, after all, the cherished daughter of the Capsule Corporation. No hospital would dare fire her on a whim. Besides, Ever since Bulma joined this hospital, she had invested heavily in new medical equipment. No matter how the hospital director mulled it over, he would never forsake such a golden goose over a few troublesome complaints. Go ahead and file your complaint. I quit. With that, Bulma shrugged off her white coat and strode away without looking back. With her skills, she could easily have been head of surgery. But because of her infamous temper, she'd always remained just an attending physician. Even the tamest person has their breaking point. She simply couldn't take it any longer. Some people will always test your limits. In real life, there are many like that. Treat them kindly, and they'll just push further. Why did Bulma choose to specialize in orthopedics? It was all because Goku was obsessed with martial arts. Whenever the two of them were together, they would train side by side. Once she saw Goku doing push-ups with a massive stone on his back. She meant to stop him, but seeing how effortlessly he handled it, she couldn't help but ask, Goku, doing push-ups with such a huge stone, doesn't it tire you out? Aren't you worried you'll hurt your back? Goku just smiled lightly and said, I'm not tired, and it won't hurt my back. But the first time I tried it, I really couldn't even catch my breath. Oh, who told you to train like that? It was a method my grandpa taught me. It not only strengthens my core, but also builds up my strength. Eventually, I just got used to it. Huh? Was he your real grandpa? Yeah, my actual grandfather. He was really good to me. Hey, are you saying I'm not good to you? Bulma was half-jokingly jealous. What are you talking about, Bulma? Don't start competing with Grandpa over me. Of course you're good to me. Why else would I have fallen in love with you? Hearing this, Bulma was delighted, but she couldn't help blaming Grandpa Gohan a bit for turning Goku into such a training fiend. She quietly made a mental note. Still, watching Goku handle everything with such ease, she made up her mind. Her main field of medicine would be orthopedics. Back at the hospital, Miguel happened to be looking for Bulma. Huh, Bulma, why are you out already? Isn't it still work hours for you? Ever since graduating from middle school, Fat Tiger, Little Fu, and Big Bear had chosen to go to high school. Because Goku had left, Bulma rarely chatted with them anymore, and as time passed, they eventually lost touch. But Miguel and Satan were different. Satan had chosen the same path as Goku, training. However, he didn't leave West City. After all, how could he abandon his sweet girlfriend who was always by his side, encouraging his dreams? Of course, he couldn't. So, using all his savings, he opened a martial arts dojo right in West City. Miguel, on the other hand, made a choice similar to Bulma's. Instead of going to high school, she retrained to become a lawyer. She was always worried. What if Goku or Satan get into trouble and someone sues them for fighting? Sure, Bulma would be there, but Miguel wanted to be useful too. Was that so wrong? Xiaomi, what brings you to see me today? Aren't you supposed to be keeping Satan company? How's business at his dojo these days? The two of them found a corner table at a cafe and started chatting. Satan's dojo is doing all right recently, but Bulma, do you know what day it is today? Bulma seemed perplexed. What day is it? It's your birthday. Did you really forget? At that moment, the figure of Goku flickered in Bulma's mind. Is it? Goku's been gone a whole year now. I really miss her. I wonder what she's up to, if she's eating well. Miguel could hear the sadness in her best friend's voice. Bulma, do you think Goku might come back today, since it's your birthday? Bulma nodded, then shook her head. I don't know. Maybe he's forgotten? It's been so long. 3 years. We've all grown up. I doubt we'll celebrate birthdays like before. That's impossible. Goku loves you so much. He's sure to come back. Come on, let's go. Look at you, so disheveled. If Goku comes back and sees you like this, he'll be heartbroken. Indeed, ever since Goku left, Bulma had barely worn makeup. She felt there was no need to dress up for people who didn't matter. Is it really necessary? Won't it be weird if he doesn't come back? Not at all. I believe Goku will definitely return. With that, Miguel grabbed Bulma by the hand and whisked her out of the cafe. They caught a cab back to Capsule Corp. Upon arriving home, they found Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief waiting expectantly in the foyer. As soon as they saw Bulma enter, they greeted her with something between a conspiratorial smile and a warm, motherly grin. Bulma, there's a surprise waiting for you. Bulma felt her heart tremble at their words. In the blink of an eye, tears welled up and slipped down her cheeks, drop by drop. She rushed through the doorway into her home. Miguel asked Mrs. Briefs, Auntie, has Goku come back? Mrs. Briefs nodded as she replied, Yes, that's right. And he's changed so much. I don't even know if Bulma will recognize him. At first, I didn't either. Huh? Did something happen to his face? Poor Goku, Miguel exclaimed in concern. Dr. Briefs interjected, It's not an injury. He just grew taller. I've watched Goku grow up since he was little, and just a few years ago, he wasn't even a meter tall. Now he's almost as tall as I am. Hearing this, Miguel pictured the Goku he remembered, but scaled up to Dr. Brief's height, and an odd image of a big-headed, long-necked creature popped into his mind. He shook his head, his curiosity about Goku's new appearance growing stronger. Just then, Bulma pushed open the door to her room and saw that the small figure she remembered was gone. In its place stood a boy who was a full head taller than herself. Bulma knew her parents would never let a stranger into her room, so she blurted out, Goku. Upon hearing her call, Goku turned around. Yeah, Bulma, I'm back. Once she heard that familiar voice, she was sure it was her Goku. Without a second thought, she ran up to him and leapt into his arms. She began to sob uncontrollably, her tears streaming down. Goku, I missed you so much. I really, really missed you. Goku gently patted Bulma's back and murmured softly, I missed you too. I missed you so much. Then Bulma lifted her head from Goku's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. Goku, how did you get so tall? Goku smiled. I grew taller just so I could hold you even better, Bulma. I really love you so much. I love you too. So much. Bulma replied without hesitation. Then, caught up in their reunion, the two began passionately kissing, desperate to make up for a year's worth of longing. They kissed for nearly an hour, and yet showed no sign of growing tired. Finally, their lips parted after a long while. Happy birthday, Bulma, Goku whispered. Goku, you're the greatest birthday present I could ever ask for. I don't want anything else this year, Bulma replied, her voice full of joy. Goku, can we never be apart again? I really hate that feeling. I hate it too. Let's promise, we'll never be apart again, Goku responded earnestly. At that moment, Bulma became acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. Her face immediately flushed red in embarrassment. Goku, don't look at me. Why not? Goku asked, puzzled. I look such a mess right now. Not pretty at all. That's not true. In my eyes, you're always the most beautiful. I don't mind at all. No. I have to tidy myself up and look beautiful for you. Go on, step outside. Just wait for me a moment. But Bulma, you're beautiful just as you are, Goku protested. Please just go. Goku, please, she pleaded, adding a soft, Goku, big brother. Hearing her call him big brother, Goku felt a rush of blood to his head. With a surge of emotion, he bent down and kissed Bulma's rosy lips once again. The incident happened so suddenly that Bulma had no idea why Goku was acting this way. She quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, Goku, what are you doing? There wasn't even a warning. Goku just gave a goofy laugh and said, Haha, Bulma, who taught you to act all coy like that? Calling me big brother and everything. It's almost too tempting. Bulma felt her cheeks burn at his words. Really? Does that work on you? Goku, big brother. Hearing her say it again, chills ran up her spine, and she almost wanted to kiss him again. Noticing the situation, Bulma pushed him off hurriedly. Enough. Goku, big brother, please, just let me get dressed and ready. Once I'm done, you can have all the kisses you want, okay? As soon as he heard that, Goku dashed out of the room and closed the door behind him. His muffled voice came through the door. Bulma, I'll be waiting for you. Bulma, relieved, patted her chest and let out a breath. Phew, honestly, haha. Now I've got another way to keep Goku in check in the future. Stepping out into the hall, Goku saw Miguel standing there. Hey, long time no see, Xiaomi, he called out. Miguel gave Goku a closer look, almost in disbelief. It really is you, Goku. You've gotten so tall. If I hadn't heard your voice, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. So where's Bulma? She's inside getting ready, Goku answered. Having heard Miguel's voice, Bulma cracked the door open a little, wrapped in a towel at the moment. Xiaomi, come in quick. I've been trying to get in touch for days. Why are you still standing out there? Tiny beads of water clung to Bulma's hair, making her look positively radiant. So much so that Goku was completely entranced. Noticing the look in Goku's eyes, Bulma knew perfectly well that she'd caught his attention. She seized the chance to pull Miguel into the room. Goku, just wait a little while longer, okay? Xiaomi's gonna help me with my makeup. I haven't put on makeup in a year, and I'm out of practice. I'd hate to come out looking like a mess. Be good and wait outside for me, okay? Mwah. With that, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Goku's forehead before closing the door. As Miguel brushed Bulma's hair, she commented, Bulma, your hair's in such great condition. Your short hair used to look so nice. Why did you decide to grow it out? Bulma answered with a bright smile. Haha, it's because Goku said he really liked my hair long. So I let it grow, but I have to admit it's a pain to take care of. Every wash takes forever. Actually, I wanted to surprise him when he got back, but I don't think he noticed. Huh, I've been hanging out with you for ages and I never noticed either. At that, Bulma pulled out a wig with a flourish. Da-da. Look, this is the wig I wear when I go out. Doesn't it look just like my old hairstyle? Miguel took the blue wig from Bulma and examined it. You're so dedicated, Bulma. Wearing this in the middle of summer must get awfully hot, doesn't it? Bulma nodded, then shook her head. At first, yeah, it was pretty hot. I was sweating buckets. But after a while with the hospital's fan blowing, it wasn't so bad. Huh, sweating like that, and you still used a fan? Weren't you afraid you'd catch a chill? I did get sick once, just a slight fever, nothing serious. After that, I asked my dad to make a second version of the wig. He improved it so much. It's not like an ordinary wig at all. It's breathable, keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. This is actually a new product from Capsule Corp. Are you interested? I've got loads of styles I can give you. There seems to be a natural fascination among girls with hair colors. Miguel, too, had wanted to try something different with her hair, but ordinary wigs always felt so stuffy. So knowing her best friend had something this good, she had no qualms about picking out several different colors. But Bulma's illness wasn't nearly as simple as she made it sound. In truth, she'd been gravely ill, something her parents, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, along with her sister Tights, had kept secret. Back then, Bulma's fever was dangerously high, over 39 degrees Celsius. The relentless fever put her life at risk, but she still tried to go to work as usual. She collapsed in the entryway, and it was her sister Tights who found her and nursed her through the night until she finally woke up. Strangely, Bulma seemed to have forgotten the ordeal entirely. So, the first person to see Bulma's long hair was Tights, followed by her mother and father. Miguel began to carefully gather Bulma's hair and braid it. Migs, you know how to braid hair. Miguel herself always wore her blonde curls and had never changed her style, so Bulma was curious. Let me make yours look beautiful. Goku's bound to love it when he sees you. With nimble fingers, she wove the strands together into a plait, then wrapped it into a braided updo, finishing with a bun. The soft blue color of Bulma's hair, combined with her gentle smile, brought out an air of serenity and grace. The author adds, "There's a picture, but I can't share it here. If you're interested, try searching for elegant braided updo. It's really quite beautiful." Miguel handed the mirror to Bulma. "Wow, Migs, you're so talented. Will you teach me how to do this? I want to be able to braid my own hair for my wedding someday. Hee hee. But let's stick with straight hair for now. It'd be a shame for Goku to see it before the big day." She touched her little bun, already picturing how surprised Goku would be to see her like this. Reluctantly, she removed the hairpin. Her carefully styled hair came undone. "Migs, would you mind doing my hair one more time, please?" Looking at her best friend's pleading eyes, Miguel could only smile in defeat. All right. You know I can never say no to you." At this moment, Goku was growing a bit impatient. He knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Bulma, how much longer are you going to be? I'm coming in." "Don't. I'll be done in just a second." Miguel chimed in, "Goku, hang on a bit longer. Bulma's always like this. She tends to take her time." "All right, I'll wait," Goku replied. Listening to their exchange, Miguel slowly set down the comb in his hand, and in an instant, Bulma's tangled hair looked perfectly smooth and silky. "Your hair is done, Bulma. With a face like yours, just a bit of lipstick is enough. Too much makeup would only take away from your natural beauty." He then picked up a tube of vivid red lipstick and carefully applied it to Bulma's delicate lips. A touch of gloss added a sparkling shine, so enchanting that Miguel almost felt the urge to steal a kiss himself. Go on now. Your boyfriend's getting impatient out there." Bulma nodded and gently began to open the door. She peeked her head out, only to realize Goku wasn't waiting outside after all. Puzzled, she stepped out and called, "Goku, I'm ready. Where are you?" She wandered around the house, searching for him. Could he be in his own room? She pushed open Goku's bedroom door, but it was empty. Just then, Goku suddenly wrapped his arms around Bulma from behind. "Who's my little sweetheart looking for?" he whispered softly. Goku's warm breath brushed against Bulma's ear, sending a shiver through her and instantly turning her cheeks a bright shade of red. She spun around in flustered protest. "Goku, hey, that's not fair. Why are you blowing in my ear?" Goku turned her fully to face him, nuzzling her gently. "So you're ticklish there, huh? Looks like I've just found a new way to tease you." "Oomph. My Goku is still the best. Way better than your little tricks." Yes, you outdo me in every way, Bulma." "Goku, haven't you noticed there's something different about me?" She slipped out of Goku's embrace and did a little twirl. Her flowing hair fluttered, captivating Goku completely. "Long-haired Bulma is even more enchanting," he managed to say, thoroughly mesmerized. Giggling, Bulma teased, "I grew it out just for you, Goku. So, do you like it? Goku darling." Her playful words nearly overwhelmed Goku, and he pulled her close, pressing a deep, passionate kiss to her soft, tender lips. "I love it," he declared. Feeling the intensity of Goku's affection, Bulma responded just as passionately. "Let's take things to the next round," she whispered. But it didn't take long before Goku's stamina left Bulma, thoroughly outmatched. "Geez, you're terrible. My lips are totally numb after all that kissing." Cuddling her in his arms, Goku apologized. "Sorry, I just love you too much. I couldn't help myself." Bulma giggled. "I'm not really mad at you. And hey, Goku, it's been ages since you've had my signature dishes. How about I make them for you tonight?" Stir-fried noodles with beef, braised beef, and pan-seared cod are classics. Sounds great. And in return, I'll make you a deluxe strawberry parfait. Long live. This is the best birthday ever. After returning to West City, Goku stayed for a few days. Then, just as they had promised, the two of them officially set off on their adventure. Seeing Bulma with so many bags and pieces of equipment, Goku asked, "Bulma, do we really need to bring all this stuff?" Bulma nodded decisively. "Of course. You've got to be prepared for anything. Let me tell you what all these things are for. First, clothes. There's no way we can just bring 1 or 2 outfits. You're a boy, so maybe you don't mind, but I'm a girl. Okay? So, I've packed about 40 or 50 pieces of clothing. Don't worry, Goku, I packed some for you too. And we won't have any trouble carrying them. I'll just put them in a wardrobe capsule. Easy as pie. Next, we have all sorts of medicines and a medical kit. Lots of them. We'll be out in the wild, and mosquito bites can give you a fever. We really need to bring plenty. And what if you get hurt because you love to fight so much? I'd be so worried. So the more medical supplies, the better. I've also packed some dried foods, though not a lot, and some kitchen supplies too. Hee hee, with your hunting skills, I'm sure you'll catch something delicious. I can't wait to try some wild game." Bulma's mouth started to water at the thought of those delicacies from the mountains and forests. Goku gently patted Bulma's head, looking at her affectionately. All right. I'll hunt and cook for you. Yay, you're the best, Goku. Love you. Next are some all-purpose capsules. House capsules, plane capsules, car capsules, and motorcycle capsules. After all, what's a trip without a few road adventures? Driving adds to the fun. With the house capsule, we'll have somewhere to sleep and even take a shower. Though there's only one bed, guess we'll have to snuggle up a bit. That's about everything, I think. Goku, is there anything you want to bring? Just let me handle it. Goku shook his head and said, "My little girlfriend has already got everything covered, so I'm all set." Great. Let's get going. Bulma, before we start searching for the Dragon Balls, could you come with me back to Mount Paozu? I want to introduce you to Grandpa. Here she was about to meet Goku's family. Bulma panicked. What? Meet your grandpa? What should I do? What I need to prepare? Do you think he'll like me? Goku shook his head, gently pinching Bulma's nose. Don't worry, Grandpa's already seen your pictures, and he likes you a lot. Though they were heading out soon, Goku hadn't forgotten about Grandpa Gohan. He often called home and had already told him about his girlfriend. When Grandpa Gohan found out that Goku's girlfriend was Bulma, he was so overjoyed he hardly slept for 3 days. He was proud that his grandson was so capable. Only a year away from home, and he'd already managed to win the heart of a lovely girl. Bulma was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh, Grandpa Goku actually knows who I am? I didn't even realize that myself." "Of course he does. He's known about you since I was very little. Didn't Uncle go to Mount Paozu a long time ago? Grandpa saw some photos from him and praised you, saying you're very pretty." Hearing Goku's reply, Bulma patted her chest in relief and let out a sigh. "Phew, that's good. So, Goku, what is your grandpa like? Should we bring him something?" Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. After spending so many years with his grandpa, he was well aware of his interests, like fishing, for instance. He remembered those big, fat fish he'd eaten as a child, always freshly caught by Grandpa. Maybe bringing a fishing rod would be a good idea. I remember Grandpa really enjoyed fishing. How about we bring him a fishing rod? Bulma considered it for a moment. A fishing rod, huh? Dad is pretty fond of fishing, too. With more free time these past couple years, he's often gone out to fish. Why don't we ask my dad? He knows all about this kind of thing. Great idea. So, do you know where he is today? At that moment, 2 elderly men sat together by a fish pond. "Hey, Brief, my friend. Not having much luck today, are we?" "Right you are, Gohan. Hours have gone by, and not a single bite." Dr. Brief was sitting side by side with an elderly man dressed in an orange cotton coat and sporting a small green hat. The very same Grandpa Gohan, Goku's grandfather. Standing behind them was a burly figure shading them with an umbrella. It was the Ox King, dutifully watching over the two. Listening to the easy banter of the pair, it was clear Grandpa Gohan had been in West City for quite some time. "Ox King, thank you for your trouble. You deserve a cold drink." Noticing the Ox King sweating profusely nearby, Dr. Brief handed him a bottle of chilled soda. "Thank you, Dr. Brief." Popping open the soda, the Ox King leaned forward and watched those fishing. Here comes the alert. Looks like Goku and Bulma are heading this way. At this, Grandpa Gohan instantly tossed aside his fishing rod. "Brief, could you take the fishing rod home? We need to go now." For reasons unknown, Grandpa Gohan seemed to be purposefully avoiding Goku. Dr. Brief was baffled. Wasn't this just Grandpa and grandson meeting again? What would be wrong about that? Lost in thought, Dr. Brief was suddenly startled as Bulma tapped him on the shoulder. "Dad! Bulma, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Bulma continued, "Dad, Goku and I are heading out on a trip today. Our first stop is to visit his grandpa, who loves fishing. Do you have a good fishing rod you'd recommend? I want to bring one along. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief thought to himself, what? Don't tell me they're heading back to Mount Paozu? If Grandpa isn't there, Goku's going to be terribly disappointed. As he pondered, his eyes fell on the little green hat Grandpa Gohan had left behind on his seat. Wukong, take a look. Do you recognize this hat? Hearing the voice, Wukong turned and saw the little green hat. This is Grandpa's hat. Uncle, why is Grandpa here? Dr. Brief chuckled heartily and said, haha, for some reason, your Grandpa Gohan arrived here 2 months ago. He came to visit me and also wanted to see how you were doing. But you'd gone off to that Kame Island of yours, so you weren't around. Since he had time, I arranged for him to stay here. Usually your grandpa, the Ox King, and I go fishing together every so often. Hearing this, Bulma suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, wait, could have been that old man. I thought he was just one of my dad's friends. Turns out he's Wukong's grandpa. That explains why he kept smiling so kindly at me. Indeed, Bulma had seen Grandpa Gohan before. But, as she often tended to forget people, the memory had slipped away. Especially with Wukong's return, she didn't think of it again. That's right. And didn't I send you out to buy a fishing rod? The rod you bought was actually for Wukong's grandpa. So you've already given him a gift, quite ahead of time. What? That's not fair. Dad, you're so mean. This is such an important thing, and you only tell me now. Oh no, Wukong. I just remembered how casually I treated him that day. I thought he was just one of Dad's drinking buddies, so I picked out a random fishing rod from an ordinary shop. Do you think he'll blame me? Blame me for being thoughtless? Yes, the fishing rod Grandpa Gohan used was the very one Bulma had bought on a whim. Not some fancy or valuable item, just an ordinary plastic rod. Watching as Bulma began to cry, Wukong said helplessly, Grandpa, you'd better come out. Why didn't you tell Bulma who you really were when you showed up? Now, if she cries, it's your job to comfort her. No sooner had Wukong finished speaking than Grandpa Gohan and the Ox King came out with a grin. Grandpa Gohan beamed. Well, Wukong, you still managed to catch me. Hey, long time no see, Wukong. Wukong greeted him with a smile. It's been a while, Master. By the way, Bulma, come over for a second. I'd like to formally introduce you to my grandpa today. Taking Bulma by the hand, Wukong led her toward Grandpa Gohan. Feeling shy, Bulma didn't step forward but stood slightly behind Wukong. Seeing the way Bulma hesitated to speak, Wukong gave her an encouraging look. Realizing there was no escape, Bulma braced herself and said, Hello, Grandpa. I'm Bulma, Wukong's girlfriend. I'm so sorry. Last time, I didn't know who you were and ended up buying you a rather poor fishing rod on purpose. Grandpa Gohan chuckled softly, unfazed. Haha, Bulma, there's no need for anything so fancy. With just this ordinary fishing rod, I was able to catch a fish weighing over 30 pounds. Really, I should thank you. Without it, I couldn't have caught such a big one. Don't be afraid. Come here and let Grandpa give you a hug. Seeing Grandpa Gohan's gentle and warm smile, Bulma, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, ran forward and threw herself into his arms, sobbing as she poured out her feelings. Wah, I'm so sorry, Grandpa. It was all my fault. Grandpa Gohan patted Bulma's back and comforted her in a light voice. Good child, it's all right. These are just small matters. As long as you and Goku are doing well, that's all that matters. After a while, Bulma managed to dry her tears and then eagerly tugged at son Gohan's arm, saying, No way, Grandpa. I'm taking you shopping. No matter how expensive it is, I'll get you whatever you want. Tell me, anything at all. No, let's talk about it on the way. Hearing Bulma insist on buying something valuable, Grandpa Gohan firmly refused. No, I can't let you young folks spend your money on me. That just wouldn't do. Disappointed by Grandpa Gohan's refusal, Bulma turned her pleading eyes to Goku. Noticing this, Goku spoke up. Don't say no, Grandpa. This is all from Bulma's heart. But you can use my money instead. Then you won't feel guilty at all, right? After considering this, Grandpa Gohan nodded. If it's Goku's money, then that's all right. Hearing this, Bulma looked at Goku with an expression that seemed to ask why. Goku leaned in and whispered, Bulma, that's just how Grandpa is. I'll host, and you pay. That's how we do things, right? Bulma nodded in understanding, resigning herself to the arrangement. Next, she turned to look at another person, the imposing Ox King. Goku, who's this big fellow? That's Chi-Chi's dad. Oh, Chi-Chi. It's been ages since I've seen her. I kind of miss that little rascal. Hee. You'll see her again soon enough. And so began a lengthy shopping trip, once again delaying Bulma and Goku's journey. Still, although Grandpa Gohan had come to West City, their first destination remained Mount Paozu. Just like that, Bulma started the car with Goku riding shotgun, and their adventure officially began. Once they arrived at Mount Paozu, Goku personally went out and hunted a dinosaur. Wow, Goku, you're incredible. I've never eaten dinosaur meat before. Is it good? At this moment, Goku was examining a sizable chunk of dinosaur tail. Only the tail of a dinosaur tastes good, best grilled, while the rest of the body is a bit too gamey. He sprinkled some barbecue seasoning on it and handed a piece to Bulma. Careful, it's hot. Bulma, glancing at the crimson dinosaur, collapsed beside them, bit into the juicy meat and mumbled through a mouthful. Why do you only eat the tail, Goku? It's so plump. Shouldn't the belly meat be even better? Wukong replied. These dinosaurs are like lizards. Their tails will slowly grow back if they break off. The meat on their bellies is quite gamey, so it needs to be marinated with strong spices and then stewed for a long time. The best part is definitely the tail. Leg meat comes next, then the front feet. Usually, when we hunt them, we only eat their tails. We knock them out, cut off a piece of tail, and let them go. They survive, and it's rare for anyone to eat the whole thing. Hearing this, Bulma nodded enthusiastically. That's right, it's so delicious. If we ate them all to extinction, there'd be nothing left to enjoy. Watching Bulma pout as she stuffed her mouth full of meat, Wukong couldn't help but reach out and pat her on the head. All right, Bulma, I'm going to take this big guy far away. If he wakes up and starts stomping around, it'll cause all kinds of trouble. Just give me 2 minutes. Bulma nodded. Wukong, go quickly and come back soon. I'll take good care of myself. She then threw out a universal capsule, and, in a flash, a whole armory appeared. Wukong gave a nod, picked up the unconscious dinosaur with one hand, and soared into the sky. It wasn't long before Wukong returned. Wukong, you're back. I missed you so much, even though it's only been 2 minutes. Bulma rushed up and gave him a big, warm hug, and Wukong let her hug him as much as she liked. It had already been a week since they'd left home, traveling together day and night. Bulma depended on Wukong now more than ever. They ate, drank, played, and slept side by side, sharing every moment. By now, they had already left the area around Mount Baozi and were hunting for the 4th Dragon Ball, the 1-star ball. I missed you too, said Wukong. Let's go, it's getting late. Time for bed. Driving all day must have worn you out, right? Hearing this, Bulma yawned. I really am a bit tired. Wukong, I want you to sleep with me. All right, whatever you say. With affection, Wukong playfully tapped Bulma's nose. Come on up, my princess. Let me carry you. Yes, my prince. Then Wukong carried Bulma to the bed. They snuggled up together and soon drifted off to sleep. Holding each other was their favorite way to sleep. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, Wukong had already woken up and started his morning training. Let's start with one-handed thumb push-ups, 100 sets to begin with. Gotta make the most of it while Bulma is still asleep and get in some extra practice. He breathed in and out with focused energy. Each set was 10 reps, making a total of 1,000. He finished in just half an hour. Phew, that's enough exercise for this morning. Let's let Bulma sleep a bit longer and make some breakfast. With that, Wukong locked the door from the outside and headed out to the river to catch some fish. He took off his clothes and dove straight into the water. Suddenly, a massive fish, easily weighing 40 kilograms, spotted Wukong and charged right toward him. Sigh, I wasn't planning on catching such a big fish. Too much for breakfast isn't good. But since you picked a fight with me, well, sorry, I won't hold back. With that, Goku sent a swift fist wind straight toward the giant fish. The surface of the lake shook with a powerful disturbance. Yes, now I can make some fish soup for Bulma to enjoy. Soon after, Goku slung the massive fish over his shoulder and headed back to camp. Once he was back at the camp, he started preparing the fish right away. Fish liver is good for you. They say it's even good for beauty. Let's toss that in too. He gathered some wild green onions, dropped everything into a big pot, and set it to simmer. Slurp. This is delicious. I should get Bulma up. Goku walked inside to find Bulma still fast asleep. He leaned down and gently woke her with a kiss. Bulma mumbled, still half asleep. Goku, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. It's fine, sweetheart. Up you get, wash your face, and come have breakfast. At that moment, the aroma of fish soup slowly drifted towards Bulma's nose. That smells amazing. Bulma immediately jumped out of bed, tempted to try a bite before even washing up. But Goku stopped her. No skipping your morning routine. Wash up first, then you can eat. MMPH. So unfair. But Goku, you'd better not eat it all before I get back. Once she was done with her morning routine, breakfast officially began. Patting her now satisfyingly round belly, Bulma remarked, Goku, your fish soup is amazing. I eat so much I feel stuffed. If I get chubby, will you still want me? Silly, no matter how you change, I'll always love you. Hee Goku, I love you too. After sharing a loving moment, it was time to start their adventure for the day. True enough, with the help of the Dragon Radar, they found themselves quite close to a Dragon Ball, though they weren't sure which star it was. Soon, The two arrived at the entrance of a village, where they decided to put away their small car and continue on foot. Right then, they spotted a burly figure bullying a young village girl. Goku instantly recognized him. It was Oolong using his shape-shifting trick. "Ah, old lady, your granddaughter looks pretty cute. I think I'll marry her," Oolong cackled, tugging at a girl wearing a bright red hood. The grandmother had no intention of letting her granddaughter go. After all, this was already the 10th time. A year ago, Oolong showed up in this village and discovered the girls here were all quite lovely. He started turning himself into a fearsome monster and carried off village girls one after another. He wasn't exactly powerful, but his transformation magic was convincing. The villagers believed a creature that huge was impossible to stand up to. So time and again, Oolong took away the girls. In truth, though, their lives with Oolong were actually better than in the village. His 9 wives bossed him around constantly, and every bit of money he had, he handed over to them. Nevertheless, he still thoroughly enjoyed it, for all these girls would hold his hand. He was more than happy to keep doing this. Why did the 9 girls, after seeing Oolong's true appearance, choose not to resist? It was because Oolong, despite his roguish thoughts, completely lacked the courage for real villainy. He was considerate, and on top of that, wealthy. Compared to marrying a stranger back in their village, this was much better. Besides, it wasn't as if they were forbidden from returning home. Every now and then, they would go back to visit their parents. Upon learning the good fortune their daughters had found, the parents also chose to keep silent, each understanding what was at stake. For their daughters were bringing home far more riches than ever before. What if, with a few more girls, there wouldn't be enough to go around? Staring at the hulking figure before them, Bulma whispered softly, "Goku, do you think you could help them?" Goku nodded in response. "Sure, but take a look at what that guy is hanging on his belt." Following Goku's gaze, Bulma was surprised to see a Dragon Ball. It looked like it had just 1 star. Was this the 1-star ball? Goku leaned in again and spoke in a low voice. "I know this guy. He isn't very strong. All he knows is how to transform. To tell the truth, Bulma, you could probably beat him yourself." Bulma shot a disbelieving glance at the big man and said, "No way. Is there really such a transformation technique?" "Absolutely," Goku reassured her. "Here's the plan. We follow him, and when the moment's right, I'll snatch the Dragon Ball and you can take him down." With no better option, Bulma nodded. "But, Goku, how do you even know someone like this?" "I met him a while back while traveling. His name's Oolong. He's a pig-like earthling who knows transformation techniques." "A pig-like earthling?" "Yeah, you could just think of him as a talking pig." "Oh." Following that, Oolong led the girl in the red hood back to his house. As soon as Oolong stepped through the door, a pillow came flying at him, instantly popping him back to his original form. "Hey, Oolong, you brought home another one? That's the 10th girl already. Isn't that enough?" The speaker was a young woman with delicate features. "Aha, Xiaowen, this is the new little girl I brought back." "Oh, and what's your name?" "Oolong." Now all porcine features turned to the Red Riding Hood girl. Shivering, the girl pleaded, "My name is Red Riding Hood. Please, Master Oolong, don't eat me." Xiaowen stepped forward with a curious look. "Huh, where did you find such an innocent girl?" Oolong explained with a chuckle. "Heh, she's Granny Wong's granddaughter from the end of the village. None of you are allowed to bully her, understood? Let's all get along." Just at that moment, a figure darted past, snatching the 1-star ball from Oolong's belt. "My glass ball. Oolong, long time no see. What's this? You're resorting to abducting maidens now." Oolong looked up in confusion, not recognizing the newcomer. "Hey, who are you and how do you know my name?" Wukong listened and replied with a light chuckle. "Me? My name's Sun Wukong." Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. "Wukong? You're Wukong? Incredible. In just 2 years, you've grown almost twice my height." "Yeah, it's me. Oolong, I wanted to ask, what's with all these girls?" As he spoke, Wukong pointed to the group of women behind Oolong, some playing cards, others fast asleep. Oolong hurried to explain. "They're women I brought up from the village down the mountain." But before Oolong could finish, Bulma rushed out and pinned him to the ground. She declared, "Humph, how dare you abduct innocent women? Miss Bulma won't stand for that." Her words, a bit dramatic and self-assured, left Wukong staring in bewildered amazement. Held down by Bulma, Oolong couldn't transform and started begging for mercy. "Please, miss, I swear I didn't kidnap anyone. I just brought them here, and none of them want to go back." Bulma paused in surprise. "Wait, what? There's really something like that in this world?" With Oolong pinned under Bulma, several of the women hurried over upon seeing the commotion. "Hey, you old hag, let go of Master Oolong." "Yeah, let him go. He's so small. How can you bear to bully him?" "That's right, I agree too." It was clear that after all this time together, these women could tell, apart from his lechery and pig-like appearance, he was a decent guy. Since their own man was being mistreated, they raced to his defense. Seeing this, Wukong quickly pulled Bulma away. He didn't want Bulma to get caught in a fight. Fuming, Bulma scolded, "Hey, what's going on here? I came to rescue you, you know. Isn't it a bit much to repay kindness with hostility? We never asked for your help. Yeah, we don't need rescuing. We just want to live with Oolong." Witnessing the women protecting Oolong so fiercely, even Wukong felt a bit envious. Noticing the look in Wukong's eyes, Bulma twisted dramatically at her waist. "Uh-huh, Wukong, are you jealous?" Wukong rushed to explain, "No, not at all. There's no way I'd be jealous." "Bulma, you're overthinking things." Bulma pursed her lips, pouting, "You'd better not be, or you're in big trouble." Sensing the bristling tension, Oolong hastily stood up and tried to calm things down. "Please, let's not fight. You two are my friends. Ladies, go back to your mahjong or whatever you were doing. This is all just a misunderstanding." Hearing Oolong's explanation, the women finally backed down. "Oolong's friends, huh? You should have said so earlier. I thought you were troublemakers. Seriously, girls, let's go, let's go." With that, Oolong stepped up to Wukong and began sharing everything that had happened in the past 2 years. At first, he was shunned by others. Then, an elderly lady took care of him for a long time, and afterward, he found himself in this place. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flickered across Wukong's face. It had been his idea for Oolong to leave the forest, yet Oolong ended up suffering so much. He apologized, "I'm sorry, Oolong. I had no idea that venturing into human society would bring you so much hardship. It was my suggestion that led you down this path." Oolong didn't seem to mind. Yes, in the beginning, he did resent Wukong. He had felt deceived back then. But that very misfortune led him to meet the kind old lady, and then brought him here. The girls here were pure-hearted and gentle. Just a small treasure would make them willingly stay by his side, offering him their sincerity. He could feel their genuine affection for him, so he decided never to leave again. The warmth of this feeling was truly wonderful. Moved by all of this, he made his decision. He would remain here. By using his shape-shifting skill, he managed to drive away all the nearby bandits and seize their treasure, which is why he could afford to care for 9 wives. After hearing his story, Bulma spoke up, "Hey, Oolong, may I call you that?" Oolong replied, "Sure. But Wukong, what's your relationship with this young lady?" He turned to Wukong, who answered, "She's my girlfriend." "Huh? Wukong, you have a girlfriend now." Bulma cut in, "Oolong, since you're Wukong's friend, that makes you my friend too. Could you give us that orb?" With that, Bulma took out the 1-star Dragon Ball. Oolong waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a glass ball. You can have it." Bulma, eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "Wait, Oolong, don't you know what this is?" Oolong shook his head and said, "No, what's so special about this glass ball?" So Bulma explained to Oolong the story of the Dragon Balls and how they could grant any wish. "What? They can grant any wish? Is that even possible?" he gasped. "Of course. Wukong and I already have 3 Dragon Balls. With yours, that's 4. We only need 3 more, and our wish can come true." Bulma then took out the 3 Dragon Balls she had collected. Gazing at the 4 identical orbs, Oolong started to believe her. "So, do you still want to give it to us?" Oolong thought for a moment and then replied, "Yes, I don't mind. I'm happy with my life now. There's nothing more I truly wish for." Just then, Shaowen came over, carrying 2 cups of tea for Wukong and Bulma. Her purple hair framed her delicate face. With her high-bridged nose and unpainted, unblemished features, she radiated a natural, gentle beauty, a softness that was utterly captivating. "Please have some tea. Forgive us if our hospitality hasn't lived up to your expectations as Oolong's friends." After offering a deep bow, she returned to the group of girls. Wait, not 8, but now 9, as Little Red Riding Hood had just joined them. The newcomer had quickly been won over by the others and decided to stay as well, though she still wanted to inform her grandmother about her decision. Watching the gentle new girl, Bulma couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Oolong, how did you come and know this girl?" With a mischievous grin, someone spoke up, "He's got a favorite girl, you know." So the story began. Shaowen was the first person Oolong ever brought back to the mountain. Her parents, preferring sons over daughters, had tried to force her into marriage with a local tyrant. By pure chance, Oolong rescued her just in time. Ever since then, Shaowen had followed Oolong faithfully. Moved by the story, Bulma said, "All right, Oolong, I'll give you 10 million yuan. Just think of this Dragon Ball as something I'm buying from you. With so many girls to take care of, it can't be easy. Do you have a bank account number?" Oolong quickly tried to refuse. Hey, 10 million isn't chump change. How can you talk about that kind of money so casually?" Goku chimed in, "Oolong, just accept it. Otherwise, Bulma will feel uncomfortable." By now, as mentioned before, Bulma's scientific papers and patents, including developing visual navigation, had been a phenomenal success. After perfecting the software and marketing it, it became a standard feature in every car on the planet. Bulma's wealth was immeasurable. Let's just say she had about 5 billion for now. Oolong thought about it for a moment, then went over and whispered something to Xiaowen. Xiaowen gasped in surprise. What? 10 million? Oolong, how much is that really? Well, it's like 100 stacks of 100,000. Xiaowen, do you think I should take it? Xiaowen pondered, then replied, That's a huge amount. Oolong, you should decide for yourself. It's hard to believe a glass bead could be worth so much, but taking it means we owe them a big favor. They're still looking for other Dragon Balls, right? You should go with them for a while and come back later. But I don't want to leave. I don't want to be apart from you. It's all right. You can ask them how long the journey will be. If it's too long, then just don't go. Honestly, we'd hate to see you leave, too. With that, Xiaowen pulled Oolong into a warm embrace. Hey, big sis, that's not fair. If you're sneaking hugs, I want in too. Me too. Suddenly, Oolong was surrounded by 9 girls, wrapped in a flurry of laughter and embraces. Little Red Riding Hood, being the newest member, felt a bit shy and hung back. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiaowen told everyone that Oolong might have to leave for a while. At first, there were cries of dismay from the group. But when they heard that Oolong's friends had offered a fortune and needed help finding something important, they agreed. After all, the girls in this village believed in returning kindness with kindness, and it made sense for Oolong to accompany them on this quest. Afterward, Oolong accepted Bulma's 10 million yuan reward. Then, together with Goku and Bulma, he discussed setting out to search for the Dragon Balls. At first, he was quite reluctant, but with his 10 wives gazing at him hopefully, Oolong could only agree in the end. Yes, I finally got the 1-star ball. Bulma made a victorious gesture as she held up the 1-star ball. Goku thought silently to himself, does she think the Dragon Balls are like Pokeballs? Now Bulma, Goku, and Oolong found themselves wandering in the desert. It had already been 3 days since they left Oolong's house. Hey Bulma, I know I look like a pig, but I'm still a person. Why didn't Goku get to sleep inside the room while I have to stay outside in a tent? Don't you know there are man-eating beasts prowling at night? Oolong voiced his protest. Bulma replied without hesitation. Huh? Oolong, Goku, and I need to stay up whispering at night. How can we let you come in and sleep with us? Oolong was instantly at a loss for words. Every time he suggested coming inside, Bulma would reject him with this same excuse. He could only shoot a pitiful look at Goku instead. Goku had also suggested letting Oolong sleep inside, but this wasn't a house where Goku got to make the rules. Bulma had the final say, and as someone thoroughly henpecked, Goku naturally went along. So all he could do was offer Oolong an apologetic smile, saying nothing more. Oolong, quit worrying about wild animals. That tent was designed by our family. It's beast-proof, flood-proof, crush-proof. How many times have I told you? Don't be so scared. Aren't you a grown man? I bet you actually just want to spy on me and Goku's private affairs. I can see right through you, you dirty pig. Bulma's fierce words startled Goku so much he spit out the water he was drinking. Goku thought helplessly to himself, I'm only 12. What private affairs could we possibly have? She's just making wild accusations. But he knew better than to argue with a girl in this state. Experience had taught him that much. Oolong was panicking inside. Damn it. She's onto me. Live, and in front of everyone. This woman's no ordinary one. With a temper like this, I'm not sure Goku can handle her. He shot Goku a sympathetic glance. Of course, Bulma noticed this look and fired back furiously. So it's true. You really do want to spy on what Goku and I do at night. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, she grabbed Oolong sharply by the ear and yanked him up. Ow! 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 Bulma, have mercy. I'll never mention it again. Watching Oolong's predicament, Goku sighed and scolded. Come on, Oolong, that's way out of line. Trying to sneak a peek? You really are a dirty pig. Even I can't help you this time. Oomph. Begging for mercy won't help you now. Take that. She kept twisting his ear for a full hour. Phew, I am exhausted. Remember, if something like this happens again, our luck might not hold out. Goku, let's go. With that, Bulma grabbed Goku and hurried back to their room. Oolong, clutching his burning red ears, whimpered softly through teary eyes, terrified that Bulma might storm out again. Ouch, that really hurt. What a scary woman. What is Goku thinking, liking someone so violent? She's not cute at all. Inside the room, Goku spoke up. Hey Bulma, what were you talking about earlier? I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. Bulma's cheeks flushed at his words. Oh Goku, I was just talking nonsense. Why are you so worked up about it? Oomph. My little girlfriend dares say something so wild. I need to punish you. Huh? Punish me? Don't hit me, I'm scared of pain. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Goku leaned in without another word. Their kiss was deep and fervent, as though he wanted to devour her whole. You're bullying me. How could I bully you when you're so adorable? Come on, let's kiss again. No way. You're so rough, you'll split my lip. Relax. It'll just be a gentle kiss, I promise. Well, all right then. Bulma puckered her lips, and Goku met them with his own. At last, their lips parted after a lingering kiss. Goku drew Bulma into his embrace. Resting against Goku's chest, Bulma asked, Goku, do you think your friend's upset with the way I treated him? Goku replied, Nah, Oolong's thick-skinned. He won't take it to heart. Guys like him, when perverts get roughed up a bit, it's nothing out of the ordinary. How do you know so much about it, Goku? My teacher's the same. He spends all day reading dirty magazines. Honestly, I don't even want you meeting him. What? Didn't you say he's almost 300 years old? He still thinks about that stuff? Bulma had faith in Goku and believed he would never do such things. Yep, if you ever meet him, and he gives you that lecherous look, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. He's even stronger than me, you know. Ha, deal. I'll remember that. Right then, Oolong was eavesdropping outside the wall. Why are their voices so quiet? The soundproofing in this room is way too good. The night passed without incident, and by morning, they had arrived at the Devil's Desert. All right, there should be a Dragon Ball in this desert. Goku, let's head in, okay? Hearing this, Oolong chimed in. Hey, Bulma, are you sure there's a Dragon Ball here? There's nobody around at all. Your dragon radar isn't broken, is it? Smack! Bulma's fist landed in a flash. Don't you dare question my dragon radar. Ugh, Oolong, you're so infuriating. Sometimes I just can't resist giving you a good whack. Oolong held his head, tears shimmering in his eyes. Yes, I'll keep quiet now. Soon after, Goku spotted Yamcha from a distance. Hey, Yamcha. Hearing the familiar voice, Yamcha turned around. Are you Son Goku? Yes, it's me. I didn't expect we'd run into each other right after entering the desert. Bulma noticed and glanced over. Huh, a man with a flying cat? Goku, do you know him? Goku replied, Yes, we've met before and even sparred here once. Bulma took a look at the dragon radar. Goku, the Dragon Ball is right on that guy. Yamcha overheard this and looked their way. All this time, he'd set Goku as his rival. He used to have a weakness. He'd get nervous and shy in front of women. But ever since Puar arrived, who could transform into anything, Yamcha had Puar turn into a woman to help him overcome his fears. Now, in his own eyes, he no longer had any weaknesses. Dragon Ball? Lady, are you talking about this glass orb? With that, Yamcha took out the 5-star ball. Upon seeing it, Goku spoke up. Yes, Yamcha, we're looking for these orbs. Could you give it to us? I suppose I could. It's not that big a deal. But Goku, I want to have a match with you. No matter who wins or loses, I'll give you the ball. How about it? Hearing Yamcha's words, Goku reached out with his senses to gauge Yamcha's energy. He thought to himself, impressive. Training on his own, he's pushed his fighting power up to 80. Chi-Chi and Krillin only reached this level after almost 2 years of training with Master Roshi. Remarkable. Still, he's not too skilled at using his energy yet. I could give him some pointers. When the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament comes around, Chi-Chi and Krillin will have a real rival. Of course, Goku never considered Krillin or Chi-Chi his real opponents. He reserved his true effort only for his master, Master Roshi. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, his master would enter under the alias Jackie-chan to test his disciple's progress. So for Goku, his main goal at the tournament was to surpass Master Roshi. Hearing Goku and Yamcha were about to fight, Bulma hurried to interject. No way. Mister, I'll pay you 10 million for that Dragon Ball. Bulma wasn't really trying to stop the fight. She just worried that if Goku hurt the other guy, they might not get the Dragon Ball in the end. Yamcha frowned, hearing this. Goku, who is this woman? How can she interrupt a showdown between men? Goku couldn't help but furrow his brow and think, oh, Bulma's sore spot has been hit. Bulma had never interfered in Goku's affairs, so she really hated being accused of it. Back in the day, there was a period when Goku was busy teaching both Chi-Chi and Satan martial arts, always training one, then the other, leaving no time for his girlfriend. Naturally, Bulma voiced her displeasure, but Satan just brushed her off with, don't meddle in men's business. That didn't end well for him. He got beaten up so badly that he landed in the hospital. Even Miguel's boyfriend was no exception. So how could this stranger expect Bulma to forgive so easily? Her face darkened and, without hesitation, she brought out her entire arsenal. Seeing this, Goku quickly called out, Bulma, don't. Yamcha, just give me the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, this could end badly for you. Yamcha had never seen Bulma's arsenal before. He had no idea just how deadly her high-tech guns could be. Even catching bullets would be a piece of cake for her. Oomph, rude woman. I like to see what that gun of yours can actually do. Yamcha dismissed the warning, sticking to his condition. As long as Goku agreed to spar for the Dragon Ball, fine. Otherwise, there'd be no deal. Bulma wasted no time and pulled out a massive jet black cannon, the kind anyone who's played Crossfire would recognize. Yamcha just figured it was an ordinary sniper rifle. If he couldn't deflect the shot, surely he could dodge it, right? Goku, alarmed, shouted, "Apologize! Unless you want to die." He had seen what Bulma's cannon could do. She'd asked Goku to train her specially just to use it for a few days. Goku had witnessed its power firsthand. This jet black cannon was actually a laser cannon, with crazy recoil and blistering speed. It could flatten a whole mountain with ease. With a crisp click, Bulma positioned the cannon, locking onto her target. The air at the muzzle shimmered and shrank, gathering energy with a dangerous hum. "Everyone get down now!" Goku's urgent command rang out. At once, everyone dove for cover, including Yamcha, who had been boasting just moments before. The cannon fired. An earth-shaking boom echoed, slicing through the air. A devastating blast shot out toward a rock formation, and in a heartbeat, it was reduced to nothing but dust. Yamcha trembled, his pants soaked in fear. If it had hit him, he might as well be starting a new life. Panicking, Yamcha tossed the 5-star ball straight to Goku. He burst into tears, pleading, No, please don't kill me. Goku, take the glass ball. Just please talk to your friend for me." Yamcha scrambled up off the ground, nearly flying over to Goku's side, hands shaking as he handed him the 5-star ball. Goku took it and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. Bulma, your plan worked perfectly." Bulma's intimidating glare instantly melted into a playful grin. "Haha, so Goku, what do you think? Wasn't my acting spot on?" Goku teased her, gently flicking her nose. "Silly girl, it was just a little fight. Are your hands sore? Look at you. You're practically dislocating your arm." "Hiss. Goku, it hurts so much." Bulma's expression shifted from fury to a grin, then quickly twisted into a crying face. All of this happened in just about 2 minutes. Goku could only sigh and gently patted Bulma on the head. "All right, let me bandage that up for you. Hold still, or you might really get your arm dislocated. Then I won't have the heart to set it back." Bulma stuck out her tongue. "Blah, Goku, you're the best. You're not mad at me, are you?" Goku shook his head. "No, I'm not. Yamcha, wait a moment while I help Bulma with her bandage. Go change your pants, and we'll spar afterward." Yamcha, on hearing this, was only eager to escape. Yes, his fear of women returned in full force. With such a terrifying woman docile before Goku, it was obvious just how powerful Goku truly was. "Goku, I'm done fighting for today. I'll head back first. See you next time." As Goku rummaged for the first aid kit to tend to Bulma, he called out, "Huh? You're not fighting anymore." "I'm really not. That lady boss completely listens to you. It's clear you outclass me by a long shot. I don't see any point in competing." "Well, then, by the way, have you heard of the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Seeing that Yamcha was about to leave, Goku seized the chance to ask. "Of course I have. That's where all the greatest martial artists in the world gather." "Great. Since you know about it, will you participate?" "I will. I suppose you'll be joining too, right, Goku?" "Yes, I'll be there." "Then let's compare our strength again when the time comes." With that, Yamcha took Puar and left. Soon after, everyone arrived at Mount Frypan. Curiously, Yamcha continued to tag along with Goku's group in their search for the Dragon Balls, claiming he was fascinated by the idea of wish-granting orbs. After a round of apologies, Bulma, showing generosity, forgave him and agreed to let Yamcha join in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Thus, the very first Dragon Ball search party was formed. And so, everyone found themselves at Mount Frypan. Aside from Goku and Bulma, the other three were streaming with sweat, tormented by the searing heat all around. Breathless, Yamcha turned and called out to Goku, "Hey, Goku, how come you and Bulma aren't sweating at all?" Goku explained, "Oh, Bulma and I are wearing heat-resistant suits. Before we set out, we figured there might be volcanoes along the journey. So, I asked my uncle to make us these special clothes." Hearing this, Oolong hollered, "What? Goku, do you have any more? I'm a pig, you know. If I sweat too much, I'll keel over." Goku looked toward Bulma. Bulma shook her head and waved her hand dismissively. "Sorry, I only had enough made for the two of us." Who could have guessed a 2-person trip would suddenly become a 5-person one? "If it's too much for you guys, you're free to leave Mount Frypan for now." Actually, Bulma did have more, but she wanted to spend some time alone with Goku. After all, the heat-resistant suits wear out. They're single-use items, lined with special coating that can withstand temperatures up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Sigh? "All right then, I really can't take it anymore. I'll head out first, but how will you find me later?" Oolong wasn't interested in arguing whether they had any more. He was simply too hot to care. "This is a tracker. After we find the Dragon Balls, we'll use it to come find you." Bulma handed Oolong a green tracking device. As he took it, Oolong stared in surprise. "Huh, Bulma, why do you have a tracker on you?" Bulma replied, a little embarrassed, I actually prepared this for myself. In case I accidentally got separated from Goku while traveling, he'd be able to find me with it. After hearing this, Goku took Bulma's hand and said, I'd never let you get lost. Standing by, Oolong felt like this sudden display of affection made the room even hotter. He then turned to Poir. Hey, Poir, you're a cat-type earthling, worse with heat than I am. Are you sure you want to keep staying here? Poir was drenched in sweat by now, and looked like he was on the verge of heat stroke. Yamcha's still here. I can't leave before he does. Poir insisted, looking feeble. Seeing him in such a state, Bulma pulled out a medical capsule from her case, taking out some medicine for heat stroke and a few glucose sachets. Hey, Yamcha, you need to take better care of your pets. Here's some medicine for heat stroke. Let Poir have it, and make sure he drinks plenty of glucose. He'll be fine. Hearing Bulma's words, Yamcha finally noticed just how unwell Poir was. He took the medicine gratefully. Thank you so much. I wouldn't have even realized Poir was getting heat stroke if not for you. Sorry about earlier. Bulma had already let go of any grudge she held and waved it off with her hand. Then Yamcha picked up Poir and left the room. Oolong quickly followed behind. Once the three of them had gone, Goku leaned in and whispered, Bulma, you clearly had enough to share. Why didn't you give some to them? Bulma laughed softly. Hee hee, Goku, it's been forever since we got to enjoy some time just for us. This was always meant to be our little journey. Now that they're gone, it's easier to relax. Besides, I've heard that fierce flames like these often create naturally heated springs. I've never soaked in a real hot spring before, and honestly, I was hoping to do it with you. As Goku imagined Bulma in a swimsuit, his mind went blank and suddenly, a rush of blood spurted from his nose. Seeing this, Bulma quickly grabbed a tissue. Goku, are you alright? Don't scare me like that. After a moment, Goku collected himself and replied, I'm fine. Forget about them. Let's have you plan the rest of today, Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma bounced with excitement. Yay! Looping her arm through Goku's, Bulma led the way as they began searching for a natural hot spring. Before long, they found what they were looking for. Wow, there really is a natural hot spring here. Goku, wait for me. Bulma quickly tossed out a capsule, which unfolded into a house. She dashed inside, while Goku tried to follow, but was stopped at the door. Goku, just wait outside for a moment, okay? I need to change into my swimsuit. At Bulma's words, a vivid image flashed through Goku's mind, and blood trickled from his nose again. It wasn't long before Bulma emerged wearing a pink swimsuit. Her cheeks flushed as she looked down shyly. Goku, what do you think? Do I look good? Goku noticed her instantly the moment she stepped out, his eyes blank with astonishment. Bulma saw his expression and thought he was displeased, her mood falling. You don't think it looks good? Goku snapped out of his daze and hurried to reassure her. It looks great. You look amazing. Heh, I've never seen you like this before. It just took me by surprise. Bulma broke into a smile at his words. That's wonderful. Goku, go change into your suit. I'll wait for you in the hot spring. The water will help you recover from your injuries. The bruise on Bulma's arm from the cannon's recoil was mostly healed, though it still hurt a bit. Goku nodded and went inside to get changed. After a while, Bulma called out loudly, Hey, Goku, what's taking so long? Goku had already changed, but he hesitated. This was his first time sharing a hot spring with a girl. When he heard Bulma's voice, he hurried his steps. I'm coming, I'm coming. He leaped straight into the water. Their eyes met across the steamy surface. Hey, look at you. Are you stunned already? Bulma reached out and playfully traced her finger across Goku's chest, then pressed her cheek against him. The two fell silent, quietly enjoying a rare moment of tranquility together. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. Goku sensed the danger at once. Without hesitation, he swept Bulma up in his arms and carried her out of the spring. His face was grave. Bulma, this is bad, an earthquake. Hurry back inside and get dressed. At a moment like this, there was no time to feel embarrassed. Their first truly candid encounter slipped by in a blur. With the tremors came a burst of flames shooting skyward, a pillar of fire erupting right from the hot spring, before it quickly died back down. Luckily, Goku and Bulma had jumped out in time, and Bulma's capsule house was fireproof. Otherwise, they would have been in real danger. Bulma patted her chest in relief. Phew, Goku, you really have fast reflexes. We almost died out there. Just then, the dragon radar began to beep. Bulma looked in its direction. Goku, look. It seems like the Dragon Ball is right beneath the hot spring. Goku followed her gaze. Well, what do you know? It really is. Seeing this, Bulma began to lose her desire for the Dragon Balls and spoke up. Goku, maybe we shouldn't go after the Dragon Ball. It's just too dangerous. Goku shook his head when he heard this. No, we have to get the Dragon Ball. In his heart, Goku thought, I have to get this Dragon Ball. Otherwise, when the Scions and the androids come in the future, as well as Cell, so many people will die. If I don't get it this time, I'll have to get it next time anyway. Bulma didn't understand why Goku was so intent on the Dragon Balls. To her, it was just a legend. She no longer firmly believed in them as she did in the original story. Because Goku had appeared in her life earlier, she already had a wonderful boyfriend and lacked nothing. What use would she have for so many wishes anyway? While Bulma didn't understand Goku's obsession with the Dragon Balls, she didn't want to push him too hard for answers. It wasn't as if she hadn't asked before. Goku had always dodged the question. Still, she knew he must have his own reasons. Taking a deep breath, Bulma asked, Goku, do we really have to get this Dragon Ball? Goku was unyielding. Yes, we must. All right, then do you need my help? Goku heard her question and smiled gently. No need. I'll go by myself this time. You fly the plane and go find Yamcha and Oolong. I'll catch up with you soon. Hearing these words, Bulma's voice trembled as she pleaded. Why, Goku? Why do you insist on getting the Dragon Ball, no matter how dangerous it is? Can you please tell me the reason? Seeing the tears in Bulma's eyes, Goku felt a deep ache in his heart. At last, he decided to reveal a little about the Saiyans. Bulma, you know that I'm an alien. Sniffling, Bulma responded, I know, but what does that have to do with wanting the Dragon Balls? No, it's very much related. My race has a name. We're called Saiyans. Scion? That sounds like a group of fierce fighters. That's right. My people are born warriors who love to conquer and plunder worlds. I was sent here to Earth as a conqueror. Bulma was shocked at Goku's words. What? That can't be. You came here to conquer Earth. Yes, at the beginning, that was my mission. At the beginning? Yes. My original purpose in coming to Earth was to conquer it. But then I met Grandpa, met Chi-Chi, met my teachers. But above all, I met you. I fell deeply in love with you. So I can't do it. I can't harm the world that you love so much. Listening to Goku's unusual confession, Bulma ran up and hugged him tightly, ignoring the fact that he had come to Earth as a conqueror. With an innocent smile, Bulma said, Goku, I love you too so much. Can you not conquer the Earth? Goku stroked Bulma's head gently and smiled warmly. Silly, this is my home now. Why would I ever want to conquer it? Hee, I knew it. Goku refused to take over Earth just for my sake. I saved the world, but that doesn't mean other Saiyans won't come to invade Earth. What? Are there really other Saiyans coming to conquer the planet? Goku then shared some stories about the Saiyans. So, for the sake of the Earth, I really want to know if these Dragon Balls are real. If they truly can grant wishes, that would be the best thing ever. After digesting Goku's news, Bulma finally understood why he was so obsessed with the Dragon Balls and why he trained so relentlessly. Goku wanted to protect the world, to protect her. Still, if someone truly powerful enough to destroy Earth in a single blow were to appear, no amount of training or wish-granting would be enough. Would it? She didn't know how to face this possibility, so she decided to put her faith in her man. With that, Bulma piloted her plane and left Mount Frypan with determination. Watching Bulma fly away, Goku steadied himself and turned to the nearby hot spring. With a splash, Goku leaped into the water. Beneath the surface, red flames flickered restlessly. It looks like the fire here isn't ordinary at all. To be able to burn underwater, if the Dragon Ball isn't visible, it must be hidden within the flames. Maybe I can use a Kamehameha to shake the area, cause a tremor, and force the Dragon Ball out. Good thing I practiced controlling my energy at Master Roshi's place. Lost in thought, Goku was swept up by a memory. He recalled how he'd practiced balancing eggs. It had already been 5 days of training. Crack! Goku's hands trembled. Damn, that's the 300th egg, and I still haven't succeeded once. Damn it. He pounded the ground with both fists, and blood seeped out as his knuckles burst open. All these days, Goku hadn't managed to balance a single egg without crushing it. Even with all his knowledge of the Dragon Ball story, this was the first time he'd ever been so frustrated by training. Too much force, and the egg shattered. Too little, and it still broke. When Goku tried to channel energy into his hands, it was too unstable, sometimes too weak, cutting the egg clean through. From this, Goku came up with a new energy technique, an early version of the energy disc from the original story. He had perfected the move, but this time his real goal was to master the afterimage technique. If he could control his energy better, maybe he could develop the true energy disc. As Goku sat with a look of utter defeat, Master Roshi walked over. Gently, he asked, Goku, how many times have you failed now? Goku looked up, his voice full of frustration. Exactly 300 times. Come, let me show you once more. Master Roshi gathered a golden aura in his right palm. With a furrowed brow, he called out, Ho! With that powerful shout, the energy flowed calmly around Master Roshi's hand. Steady, not a hint of chaos. Come on, Goku, give it a try. Hearing Master Roshi's words, Goku reached out and grasped it. A gentle aura wrapped around Goku's hand. Goku exclaimed in wonder, Amazing! Such a warm energy, not a hint of it leaking away. Then Master Rashi infused that aura into a pair of chopsticks. At first, the energy enveloping the chopsticks surged wildly, but under Rashi's control. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic energy calmed, and he used the chopsticks to pick up an egg. He waved it lightly before Goku, casual and at ease. Goku, the key to mastering your energy comes down to these 4 words: release, gather, control, and stabilize. Take your time to understand them. After returning the chopsticks to Goku, Master Rashi went off for a good nap. Goku immediately grasped the meaning of those 4 words from Rashi's teaching. The scene shifts back to the hot spring. First, release. Goku gathered his energy between his palms. This was the meaning of the first word, letting it flow outward. A restless, blue energy crackled between Goku's hands. Next, gather. To gather means to draw it back. Powerful energy can intimidate opponents, but using it all at once without recalling any of it is reckless. Goku then shrank the 20-centimeter energy sphere down to just 10 centimeters. Now control. To control is to hold that contracted energy firmly in your grasp. And finally, stabilize. To stabilize means calming the tumult within the compressed energy. Only then, when released, will its power be truly formidable. A glowing blue sphere formed steadily between Goku's palms. A pillar of blue light shot straight to the bottom of the hot spring. This time, Goku's Kamehameha was far more sustained and steady than his first attempt. Its destructive force was overwhelming. A deafening crash. Goku ramped up the Kamehameha's strength. A thunderous boom followed. Sensing the changes beneath the surface, Goku pulled back. Flames instantly blasted chunks of stone from the pool's bottom, as if the earth itself were throwing punches back at him. In a flash, Goku darted from place to place. This was the result of his training, the multi-image technique. A dozen Goku afterimages danced as rocks flew through them. Look, it's a Dragon Ball. Goku flickered again and snapped. Got it, the 6-star ball. Suddenly, a huge rock hurtled straight at Goku. This was the force of the earth itself. Even with Goku's near 100 combat power, he couldn't avoid injury. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A choking gasp escaped his lips. Nimbus Cloud. The powerful force hurled Goku skyward. By now, he'd completely run out of strength. It was the first time he'd unleashed such a perfect Kamehameha, and the backlash had taken its toll. The Nimbus, hearing its master's call, didn't mind the heat and swept in at once, catching Goku out of the air. Wukong lay sprawled atop the Nimbus Cloud, gently stroking it as he murmured, "It's been so long. Nimbus, how'd you been all this time?" Sensing Wukong's words, Nimbus wanted nothing more than to whirl joyfully in the air. But feeling the injuries on Wukong's body, it only gave a gentle, reassuring wobble. "You miss me too, huh? I need your help. I'm really tired. Take me to Bulma, will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong patted Nimbus fondly, then drifted off into a deep sleep. A small adjustment. While his combat power didn't increase, his control over his ki improved. At that very moment, far away in her cockpit, Bulma suddenly felt a stab of distress in her heart, as though something had happened. Glancing behind her, she called out, "Wukong." She quickly caught sight of the familiar yellow Nimbus, and without hesitation, engaged the autopilot. Opening the cabin door, she hurried outside. Bulma wrapped her arms around Nimbus in a brief, heartfelt embrace. "Nimbus, it's been ages. What's happened to Wukong?" Nimbus jumped and shivered as if trying to explain, but Bulma couldn't quite decipher what it meant. Smiling politely, she replied, "Thank you for bringing him. I really appreciate it. You must be tired." Nimbus bobbed up and down in a gesture meant to mimic a nod, then floated away. Bulma approached the still-sleeping Wukong and gently brushed his forehead. "Why do you have a fever?" Wukong, what's wrong with you?" She gave him a delicate nudge. Slowly, Wukong opened his eyes and smiled. "Hey, Bulma, I'm just a bit sleepy. Let me rest, okay? Don't fuss." "No way. Your temperature's up. I don't know what happened, but let me check you over." Ignoring Wukong's feeble protest, Bulma lifted his clothes. Her heart wrenched at the sight. Wukong's body was riddled with puncture wounds from fragments of stone, blood still oozing from them. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she broke down sobbing. "Oh, Wukong, how did you get so badly hurt? You're covered in blood. Hold on, let me help." "Don't move, I can't treat you." Bulma never imagined her medical training would be needed so soon. She'd seen this kind of injury before. Clean out the wounds, disinfect, then stitch everything up. But today, Bulma decided against the usual method. She had something special, a potent growth factor serum developed by Dr. BRYF's friend, Taichi, during their research to suppress Wukong's tail growth. This serum stimulated rapid wound healing, though it was rare and expensive. On minor injuries, it could heal in 2 days. For serious trauma, for days at most. Wukong, this will sting a bit. I have to disinfect your wounds, or your fever will get worse. It might hurt, but don't be scared, and don't hold back if you need to cry out. All right, I'll leave it to you, Bulma. Bulma set to work, carefully disinfecting Wukong's injuries, applying the healing serum, and hooking him up to 4 antibiotics. Only after seeing his fever subside did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the tears welling up in Bulma's reddened eyes, Goku gently brushed aside a stray strand of her hair. You've really worked hard, Bulma. Goku, can you promise me you won't be so reckless anymore? I'm so scared of one day losing you. Bulma's tears spilled over as she held Goku's arm softly, seeking comfort. There, it's just a little scratch. Oh, and by the way, I got the Dragon Ball, the 6-star ball. Bulma looked at the 6-star ball in Goku's hand, but her heart felt uneasy. Noticing her silence, Goku asked gently, What's wrong, Bulma? Aren't you happy? She wanted nothing more than to throw that Dragon Ball away. To get it, her Goku had gotten hurt, but it was something Goku had risked his life to retrieve. She couldn't do that. Forcing a smile, she accepted it. I got the 6-star ball. Afterwards, Bulma waited until Goku had fully recovered before they went to meet up with Oolong, Yamcha, and the others. That was 3 days later. Wait, Goku, you've only just recovered. You can't train that hard yet. Inside their room, Bulma was trying to stop Goku from starting his usual exercises. Huh, Bulma, I feel like I'm all better now, Goku protested. No way. You have to stay right there and rest. If you behave, maybe I'll give you a reward. That immediately piqued Goku's interest. A reward? What kind? Bulma pursed her lips and gave Goku a quick kiss on the cheek. Does a girlfriend's kiss count as a reward? She asked playfully. It was always like this. Whenever Bulma wanted something from Goku, just a peck on the cheek would do the trick. No matter how overboard the request, Goku could never refuse. It counts, but just a kiss on the cheek isn't enough. This time, let me do it my way. With that, Goku pulled Bulma into his arms and kissed her deeply. After a long moment, their lips parted. All right, I promise, Bulma. No training for me today. Hee, good boy. Then, copying Goku's usual gesture, Bulma reached up and gave his hair a playful ruffle. But at that moment, Goku suddenly said, Bulma, aren't we forgetting something? Huh? Are we? They met each other's gaze. Oolong. Bulma quickly pulled out the tracker and glanced at the screen. Huh? Why have they gone so far away? They're really far from us? Goku asked. Bulma tapped her chin in thought. Yeah, really far. Probably about 1,000 kilometers from here. 1,000? How did they end up that far away? Could something have happened to them? Meanwhile, on the other side, Oolong, Yamcha, and Poir were locked up in a cell. My, are you sure your informant heard about the Dragon Balls from these people? Yes, according to our scout, their companions have 5 Dragon Balls. The one speaking was a short, monster-like earthling named Pilaf. The person speaking to him was a tall woman dressed in a gray-blue military uniform, Xiao Wu. There was also a dog-shaped earthling named Ashu. With Yamcha's combat strength of 80, how could he have been caught by these 3 weaklings? It all began when they just left Mount Frypan. Oolong, thirsty, went off in search of water, only to be spotted by Pilaf's Raven robot. The robot learned about the Dragon Balls from Oolong himself. Relying on a cloud of sleeping gas, the trio, Oolong, Poir, and Yamcha, were knocked unconscious and captured, with Pilaf planning to lie in wait for Goku and Bulma's arrival. Purely by chance, Pilaf had come across an ancient record from which he learned of wish-granting orbs. As long as all 7 balls were gathered and the incantation was spoken, Come forth, Shenron, hear my wish. Any wish could be realized. His ambition was to summon Shenron, make his wish, and use the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. In recent years, he had built a dragon radar, but his luck searching had been rotten. All he'd managed to find was the 7-star ball. Collecting all the Dragon Balls had become his obsession, a mission he had to fulfill. At this moment, Yamcha slowly opened his eyes, muffled groans escaping his mouth. He was trying to ask, Where am I? His hands bound with iron rings, he was unable to break free, so he gave Oolong a firm kick. Oolong immediately jolted awake from the blow. Realizing he'd been tied up, Oolong instantly transformed into a small mouse and squirmed out of his bonds. Long ago, back in human society, he'd once been locked up and nearly boiled alive. In his panic, he'd leveled up his transformation technique, becoming a mouse and escaping. Once freed, Oolong removed the cloth gags from Yamcha and Poir's mouths. Poir, Yamcha, do you two have any idea where we are? He asked. Yamcha shook his head and replied, I can't remember. I just recall being overcome by a thick cloud of smoke, and when I woke up, I was here in this cell. Poir said with concern, Lord Yamcha, are you all right? I'm fine, Yamcha reassured him. Oolong looked at Poir in disbelief. Poir, Couldn't you just turn into something small and get yourself out? Or do you like being tied up? Poor flushed, embarrassed. Sorry, Oolong, I'm not as skilled at transformation as you. I can't turn into animals. Having known each other since childhood, Oolong grumbled at Poir's lack of progress. Idiot. You could have turned into scissors or something and gotten out that way. All this time among humans, and you still haven't learned any of these tricks. Taking the advice to heart, Poir swiftly transformed into a pair of scissors and cut himself free from the ropes. Just then, a sinister, cackling laugh echoed through the room. The three of them looked toward the voice, and there they saw Pilaf, monstrous in appearance, who burst out laughing. What kind of creatures are you? Short stack. Oolong, he's even shorter than you, isn't he? I don't know either. Hearing the imaginings and ridicule of the three, Pilaf erupted in fury, shouting, Silence. Do you want to die? He immediately thought about pulling out his gun to deal with the three captives. Just then, Xiao Wu quickly interjected, Lord Pilaf, don't shoot. It's best to keep these three as hostages. We still need them to trade for the Dragon Ball. Hearing that it was for the Dragon Ball, Yamcha couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. The idea that a little twerp, a dog, and a woman actually think they'll snatch the Dragon Ball from Goku? What a joke. The dog-like man, Shu, leaned in close and said quietly, Lord Pilaf, from what they're saying, it sounds like this Goku fellow is really strong. Pilaf, however, wasn't bothered in the slightest. He pressed a button, and a combination robot emerged. With this gizmo I snagged from the Red Ribbon Army, what could possibly go wrong? Their stuff is top tier. As for this so-called Goku, if he knows what's good for him, he should hand over the Dragon Ball now. Otherwise, I'll blast him to pieces. With that, he leaped into the robot and fired a laser cannon out towards the great mountains outside the castle. A thunderous explosion tore through the mountain, sending debris flying. Watching this display, Yamcha thought to himself, is that it? Bulma's cannon packs a bigger punch than that. She could level an entire mountain with just one shot. Feeling reassured, Yamcha relaxed, stretched out, and prepared to rest. Don't worry, Oolong Poir. With Goku and Bulma around, I'm sure they'll get us out of here. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap. Wake me when they show up. Hearing this, Oolong and Poir stopped worrying too. They curled up and drifted off to sleep beside Yamcha. Meanwhile, outside the castle, Goku and Bulma had already arrived. Goku, was that fireworks just now? Looks like it, and pretty strong ones at that. They managed to blast open a whole mountain, though their aim is terrible. Can't even shoot straight. Bulma glanced down at her tracker. Goku, Oolong, and the others are right inside this castle. And the Dragon Ball is here too. What luck. We might really collect all 7 today. Goku vaguely remembered this place from the original story, but couldn't recall the details. Maybe it was just one of those minor side character points. Wait, Goku, I'm seeing infrared surveillance here. Oolong and the others were probably kidnapped. I've got anti-infrared gear. Let's suit up. Bulma had actually prepared this gear long ago, just in case they ever faced off against the Red Ribbon Army. She'd always had a hunch that adventuring with Goku would eventually mean running into them, so she came well prepared. Her level of professionalism was outstanding. Once both of them donned the anti-infrared suits, they strolled boldly into the castle. Sure enough, Bulma's gear was top-notch. Even the detection devices Pilaf had scavenged from the Red Ribbon Army failed to pick up a trace of them. Bulma handled the infrared sensors while Goku took care of the surveillance. Goku could have just destroyed them outright, but to avoid alerting the enemy, he simply disrupted the signals with his energy. Meanwhile, the Pilaf trio, completely unaware of the infiltration, were fast asleep. In Pilaf's dream, he had already conquered the world. Shu was lost in his own dream, happily savoring delicious food all by himself. As for Mai, in her dream, she found herself in miniature, chasing after a little boy with purple hair. Before long, Goku and Bulma located Yamcha, Oolong, and the others. Goku bent the main gate right out of shape and strode straight in. The noise finally startled the trio awake. Goku, hurry up and untie me. I need to teach these three a lesson. Yamcha shouted at the Pilaf gang. Pilaf woke up with a jolt. Who are you? With barely a word, Goku fired off a ki blast, sending the three of them flying through the air. Once Yamcha was untied, Goku asked, Yamcha, how did you end up getting kidnapped? Yamcha replied, those 3 villains were also hunting for the Dragon Balls. They had the 7-star ball. Oolong accidentally gave us away when he went for water, so they knocked us out and brought us here. By this time, Bulma had found a 7-star ball and walked over to Goku's side. Goku, here's the 7-star ball. What should we do now? Goku took it and said, all right, let's head outside. Something unusual is bound to happen when we make our wish. The castle won't stand a chance. So everyone left Pilaf's castle together. Night had fallen. Goku arranged all 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, readying himself to recite the spell. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed through the darkness. Ha. Thank you for collecting the Dragon Balls for me. I'll just help myself now. It was Pilaf's voice. Instantly, everyone turned to look. The Pilaf trio appeared, piloting a clumsy, 3-in-1 robot that looked absolutely ridiculous. Goku turned to Bulma, puzzled. Bulma, is the workmanship on that as rough as it seems? Bulma nodded with a laugh. It's pretty shoddy. Aside from the tiny laser cannon, the rest is complete junk. Hearing his precious, hard-won robot called junk, Pilaf lost his temper and roared, "How dare you look down on me? I'll blast you all to smithereens." He immediately fired up the laser cannon. Goku was about to take it out with Ki Blast, but Yamcha jumped forward saying, "Goku, leave this one to me. After being tied up, I'm really mad." Goku nodded and backed off, carefully gathering the Dragon Balls. Then he took Bulma, Oolong, and Por several meters away from the battleground. Pilaf, mistakenly thinking the 4 of them were trying to run away, drove the robot in pursuit. But Yamcha had no intention of letting them get past him. A tremendous explosion shook the night. Yamcha launched a punch at the robot with incredible speed. In an instant, the robot's body caved in where it was hit. "Oh no, Lord Pilaf, the triple fusion robot has taken a severe hit." Hearing this, Pilaf wildly fiddled with the joystick, but Yamcha's strike had already damaged the robot's control center, leaving it completely motionless. "Damn it, my robot. I'll blow you to pieces." With that, the robot's arm swung back, activating its laser cannon mode. A thunderous blast erupted as a laser shot straight at Yamcha. But with a power level of 80, Yamcha found the laser cannon's speed laughable. He easily dodged the beam with a quick movement. Wolf Fang Fist. As Yamcha let out a fierce shout, his form blurred. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the robot, unleashing the upgraded version of his Wolf Fang Fist he'd perfected over 2 years. This time, his strikes were even more ferocious and his stance unbreakable. Blow after blow, the robot couldn't withstand the force and exploded spectacularly. The resulting blast sent Pilaf and his 2 companions flying out of sight, unlikely to return anytime soon. Witnessing this, Goku marveled quietly in his heart. Amazing. That surge of energy just now must have reached 90, right? Even I'd have to take him seriously. As the 3 of Pilaf's gang vanished into the distance, Yamcha lowered his guard and walked over to Goku. "So Goku, what do you think? My Wolf Fang Fist is pretty powerful, right?" "Yeah, I have to hand it to you. That move is really something. From here on, I'd say you're the strongest." Yamcha had always trained so hard, seeking recognition, especially from Goku. Overcome with emotion, he rushed over and threw his arms around Goku, exclaiming, "Goku, you!" Seeing her man being hugged, Bulma marched over and landed a hefty slap on Yamcha. Her Goku was for her alone. No one else, not even another man, could have him. After sending Yamcha flying, Bulma brushed off her hands and apologized with a smirk. "Sorry about that. There was a mosquito. You should have dodged better." Yamcha knew full well Bulma did it on purpose. He thought about lashing out, but a quick memory of her terrifying temper made him back down immediately. "Let's not get sidetracked. Why don't we try making our wish on the Dragon Balls now?" Goku hurriedly stepped in to ease the tension, bringing up the task of summoning the dragon, which, after all, was their main goal, though no one was quite sure if the legend was even true. Bulma spoke up, "So Goku, what should we do?" "Just watch. Bulma, you can have the very first wish. Take a moment and think about what you really want," Goku replied. With that, he placed the 7 Dragon Balls gently on the ground. He raised both hands and looked up at the sky. "Come fort, Shenron, grant my wish." As soon as Wukong finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls instantly burst into radiant light, their glow merging together and shooting straight up into the sky. In the next instant, a Saiyan dragon of immense size appeared before Wukong and the others. The dragon spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You who have summoned me, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant it, but only one wish." Faced with this awe-inspiring being, the group could only stare in amazement. Yamcha exclaimed, "It's actually real? Do the Dragon Balls truly grant wishes?" Oolong muttered, "What a gigantic dragon. I've never seen anything like it." Por could only gasp silently. Bulma slowly walked over to stand by Wukong's side. "Wukong, are you really giving me the very first wish?" she asked. "Of course it's yours," Wukong replied without hesitation. "Whatever wish you choose, I'll support you." Bulma nodded, and turning to the dragon, she spoke, "Oh, mighty dragon, my wish is this. Can you destroy the evil person who wiped out Wukong's home planet?" That's right. Wukong had previously shared with Bulma details about Frisia. The dragon shook his massive head and responded, I am sorry, but I cannot grant your wish. Bulma was taken aback. What? I thought the dragon was all-powerful. My power is limited to what I can achieve. The one who destroyed Son Goku's planet is 10,000 times stronger than I am. Such a being is far beyond my reach. Hearing this, everyone except Wukong was visibly shocked. They could sense the immense power of the dragon. So if someone stronger than the dragon existed, just what kind of terrifying being could that be? For reference, the Earth's dragon's battle power is set at 10,000. Lord Frisia's initial appearance in the Z-series at full power is around 120 million, 1,000 times more, give or take. Recovering from her shock, Bulma thought for a moment. Then, is it possible for you to wipe out all other Scions except for Wukong? Bulma asked, presenting her second wish. Once again, the dragon shook his head. Wiping out an entire race disrupts the balance of the cosmos. Besides, apart from Son Goku, there are only 6 Scions left alive. For these reasons, I cannot fulfill your wish. For clarity, Vegeta and his 2 companions, Vegeta's brother, Broly, and Broly's father, not including movie-only characters. Hearing that only 6 of his kin remained, Bulma felt a pang of compassion and gently patted Wukong's shoulder. Wukong shook his head and said, "It's all right. I barely know those people. Right now, I'm an Earthling. Bulma, you don't have to worry about me. Think about what you want for yourself." After listening to Wukong, Bulma fell into thoughtful silence. The dragon, watching as they lingered without making a wish, started to grow impatient, and beads of sweat appeared on his brow. "Please, make your wish soon, or I will have to disappear." At last, Bulma spoke up. "Dragon, I'd like to wish for the ability to fly. Is that possible?" The dragon inclined his great head. "That is within my power. Do you wish to fly by growing wings, or by mastering control of your inner energy?" Bulma turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, what was that technique you just used?" "It's called the flight technique. It's a way of flying through controlling your ki," Goku replied. "Great. Shenron, I wish to master the flight technique, just like Goku," Bulma declared. Hearing this, Shenron gave her an okay hand gesture. At once, Shenron's entire body glowed brilliantly. Then, from his fingertip, he sent a beam of light toward Bulma. Bulma was instantly enveloped by Shenron's divine energy. Moments later, the dazzling light faded away. "Okay, your wish has been granted. Farewell," Shenron announced. With those words, Shenron vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone, scattering in different directions. Quick as lightning, Goku leapt into the air, intercepting one of the stones. Glancing down, he noted, it's the 4-star ball. At that moment, Bulma felt a powerful energy surging inside her, eager to burst forth. Seeing this, Goku gently placed his hands on Bulma's back, offering comfort. "Don't worry, Shenron should have given you the memory and understanding needed to practice the flight technique. Just try to slowly draw out your ki." Bulma nodded in agreement. A gentle breeze swirled at her feet, and soon she was gracefully floating into the air. Oolong, witnessing the sight, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's real. That dragon actually granted Bulma's wish. She's really flying." With this, we move on to the World Martial Arts Tournament arc. The Dragon Balls have been gathered, and their wish granted. Now, another wish would have to wait a year. So Goku made a pact with Yamcha and Oolong to meet again at the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. After seeing off Oolong, Yamcha, and the others, he began a new journey, a true adventure across the land. There was still a month to go before the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thanks to the divine gift of Shenron, Bulma's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Even her appearance changed markedly. Her skin grew fairer, smooth, and radiant like jade. Goku was momentarily dazed by the transformation. Bulma waved her hand in front of Goku's blank stare. "Goku, it's been a week, hasn't it? Are you still not used to how I look now?" Goku shook his head. "No, I'm not. I had no idea learning the flight technique from Shenron would have beauty-enhancing effects, too. Bulma, if you walk down the street now, I bet everyone would turn their heads to look at you." Bulma giggled. "You're exaggerating. Am I really that pretty now?" "Absolutely. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Bulma's laughter twinkled. "You sure know how to sweet-talk me. Here, let me give you a kiss as a reward." With that, Bulma pressed her warm lips gently to Goku's cheek. And so, a month quickly slipped by, and the Grand World Martial Arts Tournament arrived right on schedule. Training is finally over. Krillin, why isn't Big Brother Goku here yet? Registration is about to close. Chi-Chi anxiously scanned the crowd at the tournament's sign-in spot. Krillin shared her concern. "Yeah, where could Goku be?" Hearing someone call out Goku's name, Yamcha and Puar, who had arrived at the venue earlier, walked over. "Excuse me, do you know Son Goku?" Yamcha asked politely. "Krillin, Looking up at the much taller Yamcha, replied, Goku? Yes, I know him. And you are? Yamcha sized Krillin up and down. At that moment, Krillin was dressed in the martial arts uniform of the Turtle School. I'm Yamcha. I've been through some adventures with Goku. We're good friends. You're wearing the Turtle School uniform, so I guess that makes you his junior disciple, right? Krillin nodded. Yeah. Have you seen Goku lately? It's been 3 months since I last saw him. I have, but it's been about a month since I saw him. Hasn't he signed up yet? Just then, 2 voices rang out. Bulma, I'm off to sign up. Wait here for me. The 3 of them turned toward the sound. Goku, big brother Goku. Chi-Chi rushed straight into Goku's arms. Goku laughed and praised them. Hey, Krillin, Chi-Chi, you both look so much stronger now. Krillin replied, Of course, Goku. I'm really strong these days. Chi-Chi chimed in. Me too, big brother Goku. Hearing Chi-Chi's voice, Bulma came running over, her excitement plain as she squeezed Chi-Chi's cheeks in her hands. Chi-Chi, it's been ages. Chi-Chi protested. Bulma, you haven't changed one bit. Always picking on me. Bulma grinned. That's what big sisters are supposed to do. Tease their little sisters. As they chatted, Goku had already registered for the competition. Once Bulma finally released Chi-Chi, she turned to Goku and said, Goku, I heard from Xiaomi that she's coming to watch the matches with Mr. Satan. Goku responded, Huh? Mr. Satan isn't competing? Bulma explained, Xiaomi said Mr. Satan planned to sign up, but once he heard you'd be competing, he backed out. Said as long as you're here, there's no way he could win. He'll wait for next time. Goku nodded in understanding. Goku, you made it, came a voice from behind. It was Master Roshi. Master, aren't you going to compete this year? Master Roshi cleared his throat. This is your generation's time to shine. I'll sit this one out. Krillin let out a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing Master isn't competing. Otherwise, I'd have to face 2 big contenders. But in truth, Master Roshi was planning to enter the tournament under a different name, Jackie-chan. Goku, is this old man really your teacher? He doesn't look all that special, Yamcha remarked. Just then, Bulma's voice reached Master Roshi's ears, so he turned to look. Bulma was dressed simply today, wearing jeans and a denim jacket, with a blue baseball cap on her head. Clearly, she'd chosen the cap to tone down her looks, a bit of clever camouflage she'd planned in advance. Ever since Bulma received the blessing of the Eternal Dragon, it was as if she radiated a dazzling light from within her, irresistibly attracting others wherever she went. There was always someone eager to strike up a conversation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and, more importantly, to keep Goku from growing jealous, Bulma invented this cap to mask her radiance. At first, the baseball cap couldn't fully hide her glow, but as Bulma gradually learned to control her power, the shine diminished, and the cap began to have some effect. Ordinary people might not notice anything, but Master Roshi was hardly an ordinary man. He spotted it immediately. His head went hot, and a sudden nosebleed burst forth. Sigh, what's with this old man? Goku, your master is having a nosebleed, Bulma said, gesturing at Master Roshi. It wasn't just Goku. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Yamcha all turned to look. Krillin, fully understanding Master Roshi's state, hurried over, leaned close, and whispered, Hey, you old perv, you're not getting ideas about your student's girlfriend, are you? Master Roshi shook his head, coming back to his senses. He pulled Krillin aside and squatted down to explain, Goku's girlfriend is no ordinary girl. You can't see the light around her, but I can. That light comes from the Dragon Balls. Divine energy is inherently alluring to humans, and that girl is glowing with the dragon's blessing. Krillin glanced at Bulma again. Finding nothing unusual, he shook his head. Then, Master Roshi stood up and pulled Goku aside to talk. With a solemn face, Master Roshi asked, Goku, did your girlfriend make a wish on the Dragon Balls? Goku nodded. Yes, Bulma wished to learn the art of flight, and then a beam of light entered her body. She's even learned how to use ki. Whoa, Goku, don't you realize that light is not easy to dispel? Goku pondered for a moment before replying. Well, I trained Bulma for a few days this past month. She's managed to control some of her power. The radiance is weaker now and keeps fading. I think before long she'll rid herself of it altogether. Besides, the cap helps keep it at bay too. Good, that's a relief. If training can erase it, all the better. But do you know why that light gave me a nosebleed? Goku shook his head, mystified. Master Roshi went on to explain, I read about this in an ancient text. Legend says that long, long ago, someone gathered the Dragon Balls and wished for immense power. That wish was granted, and he became the strongest of his age. But he was a man, glowing all over, and his light drew scores of women to him. He was surrounded by beauties. So Goku, do you see what I'm getting at? Goku nodded. You mean Bulma's light can attract people of the opposite sex? Master Roshi nodded. Yes, I'm quite sure. I have seen all kinds of women in my life. Do you think I would ever be interested in my own disciple's wife? Goku, do you really think I'm that type of person? Goku nodded. Master, I trust you. But secretly, Goku thought, as expected, great power never comes without a price. Just a simple flying technique already carries such risks. If someone were to wish for immortality, the consequences must be unimaginable. He then walked over to Bulma. Bulma, could you promise me something? Bulma heard the seriousness in his words and replied, Goku, honestly, we're a couple, aren't we? There's nothing I wouldn't promise you. Just say it. Bulma, would you train together with me? What? But you know I don't like fighting at all. It's not about fighting, just regular exercise to stay fit. It's actually good for your beauty and health. Trust me, after all, I am a martial arts master. Beauty and health? Goku, you have to show me. No wonder Chi-Chi suddenly became so pretty. She must have been training with Mr. Satan. If even Satan can improve, and you're so much better than he is, I want you to train me too. Goku, please don't hold back. I want to get the full training. Goku, hearing this, couldn't help but shiver inwardly. He thought, somehow I doubt it's really martial arts training she wants. Still, he said gently, all right, I'll teach you. Meanwhile, Goku's friends standing nearby watched the exchange with mixed feelings, whispering among themselves, hey, are they really talking about martial arts training here? Because that sure didn't sound like it. Bulma piped up, Goku, do you think they'll let family members inside? Goku asked one of the staff, but the answer was no. During the preliminary rounds, only the contestants were allowed inside the arena. So, after saying goodbye to Bulma, Goku entered the arena together with Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Yamcha. As they entered the room, they were greeted by the sight of 4 large fighting platforms. Standing in the center was an elderly man, who spoke up, today begins the once-in-5 years World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you all, heroes, for journeying so far to be here. This tournament will determine who is truly the world's strongest. 137 fighters have gathered here from every corner of the country. Krillin couldn't help but remark, 137, huh? Too bad. Most of them are just here to make up the numbers. After training with Chi-Chi and Goku, Krillin had also learned a few things about sensing energy. As he scanned the room, he realized that aside from their own group, everyone else was frankly pretty weak. At Krillin's comment, 2 huge, rough-looking bruisers glared over at him. With threatening voices they snarled, hey kid, you got a big mouth. Guess we'll have to teach you a lesson. Krillin replied with scorn, muscle heads like you. What's there to be so cocky about? Why, you little brat. You're asking for it. One of the brutes charging at Krillin was a burly, bear-like earthling. Upon seeing this, Goku grabbed the bear-like earthling's hand. Stop. Do you want to be disqualified from the competition? Sensing Goku's overwhelming strength, the bear-like earthling broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, what's with this guy? The aura radiating from him is like that of a wild beast. Then he spoke up, let go. I don't want to get disqualified from the tournament. Goku then released his grip. The commotion caught the attention of those around, but Goku paid no mind to the stares and carried on listening as if nothing had happened. Out of the 137 participants here, only 8 can contend for the title of champion. To select those 8, there will be preliminary matches. The preliminaries are one-on-one bouts. The rules are no killing, no weapons, and if you fall off the ring, you lose. Each match lasts 1 minute. If there's no clear winner after a minute, the judges will decide. Now, please come up to draw lots, then proceed to your designated division. Everyone turned to look at the matchup board. There were no names on it yet. It was obvious that the pairings would be determined by the lottery. There were 4 groups, and the top 2 from each would advance. The drawing began. Goku drew number 70, Krillin drew number 93. Both were placed in Division 3. Yamcha was number 35 in Division 2. Chi-Chi drew number 10 in Division 1. Master Rashi, using the alias Jackie Chun, drew number 102. He was assigned to Division 4. The group had all managed to avoid being paired with one another. Krillin glanced at the list of matchups and let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, I'm not up against Goku right from the start. Otherwise, I'd be finished in the first round. I know I can't win the championship, but I still want to see how far I can go. By coincidence, Krillin's first opponent was the very same bear-like earthling who had just tried to pick a fight. The 2 of them stepped onto the ring. The huge height difference quickly drew comments from the crowd below. What a ridiculous difference in size. Strange, they let kids sign up? Is there no age limit for the tournament? Isn't he going to get beaten to a pulp? Ha ha ha. Take it easy on him, Bear King. Bear King. That was the name of the bear-like earthling, who was somewhat famous in the martial arts community. Glaring at Krillin, who was about a quarter of his own size, Bear King sneered, you little brat, I'm not going to kill you. I'll just leave you broken and beaten. With that, he lunged straight at Krillin. Krillin shook his head. Honestly, you're way too weak. Bear King lashed out with a sweeping kick toward Krillin's head. With a swift, light leap, Krillin dodged the kick and countered with a straight punch. In an instant, Bear King was knocked clean out of the ring by the force of Krillin's punch and lost consciousness on the spot. Only Krillin's back remained in the ring. So boring, utterly boring. In the meantime, Yamcha also dispatched his opponent with ease. So did Chi-Chi. Goku, on the other hand, was clearly enjoying himself, holding back and testing his skills against his adversaries. Hey, that's Crane style, isn't it? Nice technique. Goku offered words of praise, but in reality, he laid his opponent flat with a single punch. Snake style, not bad. That's a clever technique. What's this style? Never seen it before. In this way, Goku managed to spar with all these ordinary fighters and, with his sharp eyes, secretly learned every single one of their fighting techniques. Each time he saw a new style, he would immediately pick it up, then fight them back with their own moves. Gradually, the fighters on Goku's side of the ring started giving up on challenging him altogether. This guy's an absolute monster. Did you notice? Whoever spars with him, he learns all their moves instantly. How is something this bizarre even possible? Is it imitation? No, it's even more than that. Sometimes his punches are fiercer than those old veterans. By the time Goku had defeated his seventh opponent, the rest on his side forfeited. None of them wanted to keep letting Goku learn from them, especially since most of the techniques were secret skills from their own dojos. If Goku mastered them all, how could their dojos continue to stand out? And so, in the first group, Chi-Chi and a monk named Namo advanced. In the second group, Yamcha moved up along with a dinosaur-like Earthling. Group 3 saw Goku and Krillin qualify, while in the fourth group, Shenlong and a young man with werewolf blood made it to the next round. The quarterfinals ended quickly. Krillin asked curiously, Goku, did you really learn all those guys' fighting techniques? Goku nodded, sort of, but what I picked up was just the basics. I'm only scratching the surface. If I wanted to truly master them, I still have a long way to go. Chi-Chi looked puzzled. But Goku, even just the basics, when you do them, it looks totally real. Like when you used Snake Fist just now, you really seemed like a snake. Goku grinned. Haha, that's the marvel of Ki. I learned how to control my energy from Master Roshi. When you wrap your moves in Ki, it's totally different from an ordinary punch. With energy control, I can make my body move however I want. Let me show you. After saying this, Goku concentrated, and instantly a clear green aura enveloped his whole body. With a sharp shout, the green energy swirled around him, forming intricate patterns. He threw a punch into the air, and a snake's shadow shot straight up toward the sky. Amazing. Goku, can I learn that too? Even Yamcha, who prided himself as a martial arts prodigy, hurried over earnestly. Goku, can you teach me too? What exactly is this ki you use? Goku replied, all right, let's wait a bit and I'll teach you. But first, I need to find Bulma. It's nearly afternoon, and she must be waiting anxiously. As for what ki is, Krillin and Chi-Chi both know, so you can ask them first. Hearing Goku's answer, Yamcha gave up for now and pulled Krillin and Chi-Chi aside to talk about martial arts together. No sooner had Goku stepped out of the arena than a figure in blue dashed straight into his arms. Goku reached out and hugged her. Bulma, you've been waiting for me, haven't you? Bulma shook her head when she heard this and laughed. Hee hee, don't worry, I found Oolong and the others. I've been with them the whole time. So, how did the preliminaries go? Must have been a breeze, right? Goku nodded. Yeah, I've already made it through. Tomorrow's the first half of the quarterfinals. Bulma, I am starving. Let's grab something to eat. Bulma giggled. I've been prepared for this for a while. Let's go. By the way, where are Chi-Chi and the others? Aren't they joining us? I forgot about them. But they should have found a place to eat, especially with Master Roshi around. Then let's not worry about them. As for that pervy old man and Oolong, they were hassling some girls earlier. I taught them a lesson with my fists, and now who knows where they wandered off to. Goku ruffled Bulma's hair. Let's just leave them be. They're adults. Let them figure things out themselves. Let's eat. With that, the two of them headed toward the restaurant. Krillin laughed and patted Yamcha on the back. Ha ha, Yamcha, you really have some deep insights about martial arts. This was the kind of friendship shared among martial artists. After a round of passionate discussion, they found themselves kindred spirits. Krillin asked, Yamcha, want to train with us and our master? Yamcha nodded, but then hesitated and shook his head. Could I? I'm already 16. You and Goku started with Master Roshi when you were kids, right? I doubt he'd accept me as a student. Chi-Chi joined in, saying, Yamcha, Master Roshi is easy to talk to. As long as you're truly dedicated to martial arts, I'm sure he'll take you in. Really? But it's Master Roshi we're talking about. Am I really qualified? On the other side, Bulma and Goku had already met up with Miguel and Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan greeted warmly, Master Goku, it's been ages since we've seen each other. Goku nodded back. Satan, Why aren't you joining the martial arts tournament this time? You know you can't become world champion otherwise. Mr. Satan hurried to explain. No, Master Goku. I've been working hard this whole time. It's just that I've taken a different path from you all. Oh, how so? You once gave me some pointers about ki, Master Goku, but honestly, I'm not that talented. I can use just a little ki, which already lets me outmatch some big monsters, but flying around like you is just impossible for me. Really, someone like you could be called a superhero. You're in a whole different league. Ordinary people just can't comprehend that. If I hadn't met you beforehand, I'd have thought all of this was just illusions and tricks. So, I won't try to chase after the same things you do. No matter how hard I try, I'll never reach your level. I'll win the world championship in my own way, in a way that ordinary people can recognize. Goku listened, smiled gently, and said, a world champion in the eyes of ordinary people. Huh? That's just like you, Satan. You mean to become the champion recognized by everyone on this planet, right? Yes. Even when I display overwhelming strength, gaining the recognition of others remains exceedingly difficult. Your dream is every bit as challenging as mine. It's a wonderful dream, Satan, and I acknowledge you. Let your journey begin with us here. Hearing this, Satan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes. Miguel chimed in. I acknowledge you too. He then nudged Bulma in the arm. All right. I acknowledge you too. Satisfied, the four of them burst out laughing together. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Goku thought, Satan, you can definitely do it. In this way, the quarterfinals were upon them. The first round, number 1 Krillin versus number 2 Dinosaur Man. Second round, number 3 Goku versus number 4 Nam. Third round, number 5 Chi-Chi versus number 6 Werewolf. Fourth round, number 7 Yamcha versus number 8 Shinron. The matches proceeded on schedule. The arena for the World Martial Arts Tournament was packed. Not a single seat was empty. Just then, Sunglasses Bro stepped onto the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the quarterfinals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. I'm your host, Sunglasses Bro. At this moment, all 8 finalists stood proudly atop the ring. Now, let me introduce the top 8 contenders of this tournament. Our number 1 fighter is Krillin. Don't be fooled by his small stature. He possesses tremendous power. He even defeated the mighty Ox King with ease in the preliminaries. Most of the spectators here were at least somewhat familiar with the martial arts world. The Ox King was considered a pillar of the scene, yet now, he had been handily beaten by this little guy. Some were already hailing Krillin as a strong contender for the championship this year. A body that small took down the Ox King? Incredible. So much power hidden in such a little body? Wait, isn't that the Turtle School uniform? What? He's a prized disciple of Master Roshi? No wonder he could defeat the Ox King so easily. Feeling the cheers and excitement from the audience, Krillin couldn't help but blush. Hello everyone. Next up, our number 2 contestant, the reputed assassin, Jiran the Dinosaur Man. Dinosaur Man Jiran was light green in color with purple shoulders. As a dinosaur, he was impervious to cannon fire, a forbidden force in his territory. It was said that a martial artist once strayed through his domain and promptly had a leg bitten clean off. Goku glanced at Jiran. This dinosaur man only has a power level of 70? He's a bit weaker than Krillin, but I remember he's got his bubblegum bind. In the original story, I had to use my tail and flying Nimbus to break free during the tournament. Back then, my power was about 80. Looks like Krillin's in for a tough fight. After introducing Jiran, Sunglasses Bro continued. Our third contender and the hottest favorite of this tournament, Son Goku. They call him the martial arts prodigy. He only needs to see a move once to master it. Remember, never use your secret technique in front of him, or you'll surely regret it. Hearing the host's words, the crowd started murmuring among themselves. I've heard of him before, huh? Turtle School. So, is he also a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, just like that bald little guy? That explains it. He's a student of the Turtle Hermit. No wonder he knows so many fighting techniques. Is it really him? Martial Arts Doctor, what an arrogant title. Upon hearing this, Goku shuddered inwardly, thinking, Hey, I never picked that name for myself. What's going on? Someone mocking her man made Bulma bristle with displeasure. She raised a rocket launcher in defense. Who dares make fun of my man? Bulma was so bold that even Launch, with her wild blonde hair, couldn't stand by and watch. She hurriedly pulled Bulma back down. Yes, just last night, Launch had arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament arena too. Goku introduced her to Bulma, this woman who had fed and cared for him for nearly a year. At that moment, it was blue-haired Launch. Bulma sensed a powerful rival. But with a single sneeze, blue-haired Launch switched to her other personality, and all tensions seemed to dissipate instantly. Blonde-haired Launch was much more Bulma's type, and soon the two became fast friends. Yet when it came to Blue Launch's personality, Bulma kept her guard up. Bulma refused indignantly. No way. Launch, don't try to hold me back. Miguel also held onto Bulma, preventing her from losing her temper. Hey, Bulma, isn't this a bit much? They're just talking. It's not like they really meant to insult anyone. Huh? Wasn't an insult. Of course not. At this moment, the man who had just made the comment about Goku's arrogance had no idea how close he'd come to disaster. Contestant number 4, the host went on, comes from a remote mountain region. He's a strong monk. Nama didn't stand out much. Even his path through the preliminaries was riddled with setbacks before he made it to the top 8, so the host couldn't think of anything more flattering to say. Goku, however, knew all about Namu. He was here because his village needed drinking water. Winning the tournament's 8 million prize money could solve that problem. But this year's competition was full of monsters. He didn't stand a chance. So Goku decided he'd help however he could after winning. When he encountered people like this, Goku always believed in lending a hand, building up a bit of good karma. His plan was to ask Bulma afterward to send some people to drill a well in Namu's village, maybe even toss in a bit more money. Would 10 million be enough? After that, the sunglasses-wearing announcer introduced the remaining 4 contestants, and the first match between Krillin and Jiren got underway. The man in sunglasses proclaimed, "All right, all 8 contestants have been introduced. Please leave the arena. Let's give contestants 1 and 2 10 minutes to prepare. The first round will start in 10 minutes. With that, the 8 fighters returned to the waiting room. Seeing Krillin's nonchalant face, Goku leaned over and warned, "Krillin, that guy's not as simple as he looks." Krillin chuckled softly when he heard this. "Haha, what's so special about that chubby dinosaur guy, Goku? Relax, I'll have him dealt with in a minute." Seeing this, Goku decided not to argue further. He figured he'd let this serve as a lesson. Whether Krillin would lose or not would depend on his performance in the ring. Chi-Chi and Yamcha chimed in enthusiastically. "Don't worry, big brother Goku. Krillin is sure to win. That big fat dino is nothing impressive at all. Goku, Chi-Chi Shidai. Look at that big chubby dino. He looks like every step he takes drains all his energy, huh? Honestly, he's just a pushover." They deliberately raised their voices, making sure that Dinosaur Man, Jiren, could hear every word. Jiren heard them, but his face barely changed. Deep down, however, he seethed, Just keep running your mouths. I'll teach that little bald kid a lesson he'll never forget. Cripple him so badly he can never practice martial arts again." Goku just shook his head, not wishing to get into an argument with the others. Standing off to the side, Master Roshi also shook his head and thought, these kids are nowhere near Goku's level, not even close. And yet they dare to underestimate their opponents so casually. That's a huge mistake for any martial artist. Well then, let Krillin suffer a little so they can all learn a lesson. Yamcha's got potential, but his mindset needs correction. Maybe after he changes, I'll take him as a disciple. I have a feeling Goku is thinking the same. Master Roshi, of course, knew what made Jiren so different. Back in the old days, during his travels in the human world, he'd encountered dinosaur men before. Their species was naturally hefty, but that bulk was nothing to scoff at. Their layers of fat could actually absorb the force of a punch, then bounce it back. To make matters worse, their saliva forms rings that can wrap up prey, squeezing the life out of them. Of course, this was the World Martial Arts Tournament. No killing allowed, but crippling an opponent came with no real consequences. Goku, sensing Master Roshi's gaze, shot him a quick look in reply. Master Roshi quietly admired him. "Oh, he caught me. Goku really is exceptional." Catching Goku's glance, Yamcha looked toward the dragon, his upcoming opponent. "Sir, I look forward to our match," Yamcha said, stretching out his hand politely to Master Roshi. Master Roshi showed no hint of arrogance. He took Yamcha's hand and shook it in return. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Krillin stepped onto the stage, facing off against Jiren. The announcer in sunglasses asked, "Do both contestants understand the rules?" Both nodded to show they did. Still, the announcer explained for the crowd. "In this match, no weapons, no killing, anything goes. No time limit. Fall off the stage, you lose. Knocked out for 10 seconds, you forfeit. Ready?" Both participants nodded. The host backed up to the edge near the rest area. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the words had left his mouth, Krillin made his move. He wanted to use a powerful, weighted kick to send Jiren, the dinosaur man, flying off the ring. But Jiren wasn't about to let such a straightforward attack hit him. With grim determination, he rooted his feet into the cracks of the stone, and then thrust his belly forward to meet the blow. With a heavy thud, Krillin's kick struck Jiren's belly, creating a deep dent and forcing him back several steps. Clearly, the attack had hurt the dinosaur man. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In shock, Krillin exclaimed, "Impossible! That was a kick at 70% of my full strength. Jiren grinned wickedly. You're quite strong, aren't you? Here, let your own strength teach you a lesson. Then, Jiren bounced Krillin's kick right back at him. In an instant, Krillin was struck by the full force of his own powerful kick, now turned against him. He was sent flying across the ring, and nearly fell off, hanging on by just a hair's breadth, his willpower keeping him from slipping over the edge. Clutching his slightly injured ankle and rising slowly, sweat pouring down his face, Krillin muttered in disbelief, "How can this be? His belly actually has that kind of ability. Does that mean all my attacks are useless?" I refuse to believe it. The man with the sunglasses explained excitedly. It bounced back. Contestant Jiren has reflected Krillin's attack right back at him. Krillin looks like he took a serious hit from his own move. Having commentated on so many world martial arts tournaments, he immediately grasped the principle at play here. Fighting through the pain, Krillin braced himself for another assault on Jiren. This time, he learned from his mistake, using his fists instead of launching himself blindly, a clear sign he'd grown wiser from the experience. But even forewarned, his punch was still bounced back by Jiren's formidable belly, sending his own attack rebounding into his fist. Both fighters were sweating heavily now from the effort. Jiren still had about 60% of his strength left, while Krillin, recklessly burning through his energy, was down to only 40%. The sunglasses commentator exclaimed, "Both fighters have used up a lot of stamina, but Krillin is definitely looking more worn down. Who will come out on top in this battle?" Watching this unfold, Chi-Chi and Yamcha finally understood what Goku meant when he said the fight wouldn't be simple. Yamcha thought to himself, if he were in Krillin's place, he might have charged in with his Wolf Fang fist, beating Jiren with all his might. But that kind of approach would be just what Jiren wanted. His belly would bounce the attack back, leaving Yamcha heavily injured. Realizing he had no hope of beating the dinosaur man, Yamcha glanced at Goku with embarrassment and apologized. "Sorry, Goku. My earlier words were arrogant. I never truly saw through my opponent's abilities." Hearing Yamcha's frank admission, Goku praised him, knowing when you're wrong and willing to change your ways. That's the sign of a mature martial artist. After speaking, Wukong looked at the scene before him, wanting to remind Krillin of the danger. But he thought to himself, even if he warned Krillin now, he would face such challenges again in the future. If Krillin never learned his lesson, he'd always be in trouble. Some things he had to figure out for himself. So, Wukong thought silently, "Krillin, you should be able to see through this, just calm down." At that moment, Chi-Chi called out, "Krillin, what on earth are you doing? Get a hold of yourself. You can definitely see through that trick." Wukong and Master Roshi both looked at Chi-Chi in surprise. Wukong mused to himself, "Krillin, Chi-Chi has edged a bit ahead of you this time." Hearing Chi-Chi's voice snapped Krillin back to his senses. Joyfully, he exclaimed, "So that's it, Chi-Chi. Thank you for the reminder." With that, Krillin pressed his palms together. A surge of energy gathered as he unleashed his move. That's right, it was the iconic Kamehameha. While the dinosaur's tough belly could withstand punches, it was simply no match for the force of the Kamehameha. That was one of the main flaws in the dinosaur fighter's approach, though Krillin had only realized this much so far. He still missed other weaknesses. The dinosaur fighter, Kirin, was slow to move and had a tail that swung about wildly. By circling him unpredictably and taking him by surprise, one could strike at his back and overcome the so-called belly technique, or attacking his head, legs, or arms. Those were vulnerabilities too. Unfortunately, Krillin hadn't noticed all of this yet. The sunglasses-wearing announcer shouted, "Aye, it's here. The legendary Kamehameha, Master Roshi's signature technique. His student has inherited the master's will in full." A dazzling blue beam pierced straight through Kirin's belly. Desperately, Kirin tried to use his belly to deflect the Kamehameha, just as he'd done before, but this energy was far more than his body could handle. The beam tore through him, leaving a gaping hole right in his stomach. Krillin sneered, "Humph, now you don't have a belly left. Let's see how I deal with you next." With a burst of anger, he launched himself at Kirin, raining down a relentless barrage of attacks, as if to vent all his earlier frustration. Krillin's fists hammered away in a rapid, pounding rhythm, his fury unleashed at last. But seeing this, Wukong felt a pang of worry inside. "Krillin, if you had just knocked him out of the ring with one punch, you would have won." "Why?" As Krillin brutalized Kirin, the dinosaur fighter flashed a sinister smile. Wukong sensed danger for Krillin. Yamcha cheered joyfully. "Amazing. Krillin, finish him off." Chi-Chi, too, relaxed, thinking Krillin's victory was already certain. Master Roshi, however, shared Wukong's worry. He sensed Krillin was in for real trouble, and might even lose. The sunglasses announcer cried, "The tables have turned completely. The furious Krillin's fists show no mercy as he pours out his emotions on Kieran. Krillin finally stopped his attack, turning his back to Kieran. Oof. To think I spent so long fighting an opponent like you. That was when Wukong shouted, Krillin, watch out. Kieran had already set a new trap. With a sudden flick, before Goku's voice could even reach Krillin's ears, it was completely muffled. Goku shouted in anger, damn it. The announcer with sunglasses called out, tied up. He's tied up. Contestant Krillin has been caught by the bubble ring created by contestant Jiren. Seeing this, even those below the ring, Launch, Oolong, and Bulma, instantly understood what had happened. Frustrated, they exclaimed, Krillin, how could you be so careless? And seriously, why didn't you just kick him out of the ring earlier? That extra move was totally unnecessary. At that moment, Jiren got up with a menacing look on his face. Stupid brat. Had your fun? Now it's my turn. I'm going to finish you off. He then stomped fiercely on Krillin's back, a move straight out of a battlefield. Bang! Af! Krillin cried out in pain. Jiren laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Hurts, doesn't it? Oh, there's more where that came from. Now, where should I hit next? He stomped again and again on Krillin. Luckily, all of Krillin's training paid off. Otherwise, his bones might have been crushed already. Watching this, Goku's anger boiled over, partly because his friend was hurt and partly because he was upset at Krillin's carelessness. With a dark expression, Goku fixed his gaze on the ring. At that moment, he seemed to radiate a murderous aura so intense that Bulma, watching from the audience, cried out in alarm. That's not good. She quickly flew to Goku's side, gently took his hand, and whispered, Goku, calm down. She remembered this state from their travels together. Once, when she and Goku stumbled upon a Red Ribbon Army outpost, Goku's rage completely took over, and a single, explosive energy wave destroyed everything. She knew what could happen when this anger surfaced. Hearing Bulma's words, Goku calmed down instantly. Everyone around was watching now, including Jiren and Krillin on the stage. Wanting to ease their worries, Bulma took off her hat, and immediately a soft light shimmered from her. Let's all continue watching the match. Bulma's words seemed to carry an undeniable authority, instantly dispelling everyone's anxiety over Goku's earlier outburst. She put her hat back on, the glow faded, and everyone returned to normal. Goku, in a gentle voice, said, Sorry, Bulma. I made you worry. Bulma laughed lightly. It's okay, Goku. Just try not to get too worked up, all right? Snapping back to the present, the announcer spoke up. It's all right, everyone. Let's continue watching the match. Meanwhile, Jiren had stopped attacking Krillin and lowered his foot. Just then, the sunlight, previously hidden behind clouds, shone down on the arena. Krillin shouted, Now's my chance. Solar Flare. Even with his hands tied, Krillin could still use Solar Flare. After all, he was bald. Everyone in the stadium, except the announcer and Master Roshi, were instantly blinded by the dazzling light. Krillin seized the opportunity to gather his energy. Kamehameha. Drawing on his last reserves of strength, Krillin unleashed the Kamehameha, and the recoil from the blast sent Jiren flying off the ring, leaving Krillin standing alone as victor atop the platform. The announcer with sunglasses proclaimed, Jiren is out of bounds. Krillin is the winner. Though he had claimed victory, Krillin knew in his heart that without Goku and Bulma's earlier assists, and if the sunlight hadn't happened to reflect off his bald head, he would have lost, perhaps even been crippled, his martial arts talent ruined. He lowered his head and made his way toward Goku. I'm sorry, Goku, I let you down. As a friend, there was little more Goku could do than offer solace. With a gentle smile, he said, Krillin, your new technique was impressive. Even I might have been caught off guard by it. You did your best. This defeat is a valuable lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. That's your weakness. I know you can overcome it. Hearing not criticism, but encouragement from his closest friend, Krillin was visibly moved. At this moment, Goku sent a silent message to Master Roshi. Master, I play my soft part. Time for you to play the tough one and show your true colors. Master Roshi needed no further prompting. He knew it was time for stern criticism. After all, if one day Krillin were to die from carelessness, the old man's heart would not bear the grief of outliving his young student. So, in a secluded spot, Master Roshi shed his Jackie Chun disguise and walked over. Krillin. The sound of Master Roshi's voice made not only Krillin, but even Chi-Chi tense up. And Master, you saw everything? Master Roshi rebuked him. Of course I saw. You were careless, turned your back to the enemy. Every mistake, I saw them all. And Chi-Chi, you too. Kiki bo din remorse. Master, we realize our mistake. We should never underestimate an opponent. Master Roshi then turned to Yamcha. You're not my student, so it's not my place to scold you. But as a genius, let me give you a piece of advice. Carelessness and overconfidence are faults peculiar to the young. I don't see this in Goku. You all should learn from him. If you attack in haste without measuring your opponent's strength, you're simply courting disaster. Remember this. With these words, Master Rashi left to change back into his Jackie Chun persona. Taking his admonitions to heart, the three friends each reflected deeply on their behavior. Well, Master only scolded you for your own good. It's my turn now. Wish me luck. Meanwhile, over in the spectator stands, Bulma, Launch, and Miguel chatted among themselves. Miguel exclaimed, Bulma, you look stunning just now. You practically glowed like a fairy. Feigning ignorance, Bulma replied, Huh? A fairy? What does that got to do with me? You must have been seeing things. Huh? Is that so? At that moment, the blonde Launch decided to take off her hat. Whoosh. She had seized it, but no matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't take it off. Bulma chuckled softly at this and said, Ha ha, Launch, you still want to sneak up on me? Let me tell you, this hat of mine can only be taken off by myself. No matter how strong someone else is, even with 1,000 tons of force, it just won't budge. Hearing Bulma's explanation, Miguel remarked in amazement. So, Bulma, your hat is actually sealing away your beauty. If it were mine, I'd be taking it off every day. Bulma shook her head at that. It's not that I don't want to take it off. I can't. The shine you all saw just now attracts far too much attention. I don't want a swarm of annoying men coming over. At Bulma's explanation, Miguel and Launch finally understood. Just moments ago, when Bulma's brilliance was visible, a lot of men were staring at her with greedy eyes. If they were stared at like that, they would certainly feel extremely uncomfortable. But once she put the hat back on, that unsettling feeling disappeared completely. Miguel pointed out, Bulma, look, your Goku is up. But Bulma had already noticed, even without Miguel's reminder. She shouted loudly, Goku, go for it. Hearing her, Goku responded with a gentle smile, All right, I'll win this. The contestants then locked eyes, ready for the match. Sunglasses Guy couldn't help but stir things up, announcing to the crowd, Contestant Sun is actually flirting with his girlfriend at such a crucial moment. What a passionate couple. The audience, caught up in Sunglasses Guy's banter, all turned to look. With such a handsome man and beautiful woman, it was hard not to root for them together. Namu watched Goku and remarked out loud, It seems Mr. Sun has his own reasons for having to win, too. Goku turned and answered, That's right, Mr. Namu. I bet you have your reasons for having to win as well, don't you? Yes, you're very strong, but I still have to win. I promised all the children back home. Goku smiled warmly. All right, then I'll give it my best, just for you. Sunglasses Guy commented. Looks like this match won't be as tense as the last one. This is going to be a friendly competition between martial artists. Are both fighters ready? Both responded in unison. Ready. Sunglasses Guy began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. The two fixed their gazes on each other. With Goku's battle power at 100 against Nama's 75, he could have ended the match easily. But he had no intention of crushing his opponent. He'd hold himself back, since Namu was such a reasonable person. Goku then assumed the Turtle School's signature stance, locking his eyes on Namu with unyielding focus. At that moment, Namu suddenly felt as though he was facing a wild beast on the hunt, staring him down. The sensation was like a lamb facing a hungry tiger. Cold sweat instantly poured down his body. The sheer intensity of Goku's presence almost left Namu struggling to breathe. Back in the waiting room, Krillin felt sorry for Namu. Honestly, Goku's being a bit much. His opponent's not that strong, but he's still going all out. Hearing this, Chun, who was actually Master Rashi, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He brought his staff down with a sharp thwack. Damn it, your master just told you not to underestimate your opponent. How could you forget so quickly? Son Wukong handled it perfectly. Krillin winced as tears welled up in his eyes from the pain. Hey, old man, who are you? That really hurt. Riding Dragon replied with a huff. Oomph. I'm your master's old friend. It's only right that I teach you a lesson on his behalf. Huh, you know my master? Could you please not tell him what just happened? I promise I'll never do it again. Nam no longer cared about Wukong's intimidating presence. He dashed forward without another thought. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Wukong, slicing downward with a knife hand strike. Wukong caught it barehanded, and in an instant, the two of them were locked in a stalemate. Nam pressed down with all his strength, while Wukong met him with an all-out effort. The sunglasses-wearing announcer shouted, He caught it. Contestant Sun has caught Nam's knife-hand attack. Nam's speed is every bit as fierce as Krillin's was a moment ago. Hearing the announcer drag him up for another comparison, Krillin wanted nothing more than to sink into the earth in embarrassment. Wukong grinned and said, Hey, you're pretty strong. Nam replied, You're not bad yourself. Now, take a few more of my knife-hand strikes. 5 sharp, rapid chops in a row whistled through the air. Wukong did his best to block each one. All right, now that you've attacked, it's my turn. With those words, Wukong darted before Nam in a heartbeat, launching a quick uppercut. Nam brought his palms together to defend, but is that the best you've got? That attack was nothing. I blocked it effortlessly. Nam's words seemed confident, but the sharp pain racing through his hands made cold sweat break out across his brow. Wukong flashed a toothy grin. Oh, that's not all I've got. Suddenly, blue light surged from his right fist. This move is called Tiger Fist. A fierce blue tiger's head appeared around Wukong's hand, crashing directly into Nam's palms. The announcer exclaimed, "What's happening?" It looks like Sun's hand has transformed into a blue tiger, like it's clawing right through Nam's defense. This is Tiger Roar Dragon Chant. A green dragon's head now emerged around Wukong's left hand, joining the tiger. Together, tiger and dragon struck. A technique Wukong had adapted from fighters he'd faced before. Tiger form borrowed from his opponents, while the dragon punch was a twist on the classic serpent fist. Originally, it was the golden dragon fist. What a sight that was. If Wukong had gone all out with this move, Nam would have been knocked out cold, maybe worse. But Wukong held back, using just enough force to launch Nam high into the air. Krillin gasped in shock. What kind of move is that? First a dragon, then a tiger. Did our master keep this a secret from us? Even the usually logical Chi-Chi couldn't help but doubt, wondering, did Goku go through the same training as us? Even Master Roshi was left in a daze, thinking to himself, that's energy manipulation. I can't believe Goku has grown to such a level. Even as his teacher, I never imagined such a delicate way to control energy. It seems you've opened up a whole new realm of your own, Goku. The announcer with the sunglasses exclaimed, Nam is sent flying. What a brilliant move from contestant Goku. The audience roared with approval at the sight. Son Goku, Son Goku, Son Goku. That's amazing. Is that some sort of magic trick? The turtle school is really terrifying. His fists turn into dragons and tigers. It's incredible. At this moment, it felt as if Goku's image was planted in the hearts of everyone present, never to be forgotten. Bulma gazed at her man on the stage, utterly infatuated by his heroic presence. She thought to herself, I really have an eye for men. I knew he was the right choice. My man never disappoints. As Nam was being launched into the sky, a thought passed through his mind. Did I really lose to a man like this? No, I still have one last move. At this point, Nam had been punched 80 meters into the air. He began plummeting downward, accelerating as he fell. Son Goku, this is my final move, the X strike, he cried out. All right, I'll take it head on, Dragon Fist, replied Goku. This time, the Dragon Fist glowed golden. Nam was even higher than in the original story. Using the momentum from his fall, his fighting power soared to 90. Goku thought, I'll greet your move with 80% of my full strength, Dragon Fist. The golden dragon clashed with the brilliant cross, but in the end, of course, it was Goku who claimed victory. The moment Nam was struck by Goku's punch, he thought, I'm sorry, children, I lost. Tears welled in his eyes as he closed them, letting himself fall out of the ring, motionless. With a resounding thud, he landed. But Goku didn't leave him to the fall. Instead, he used his air dance technique, caught Nam, and gently laid him down outside the ring. The announcer exclaimed, Son Goku is the winner. What an exhilarating match. It's plain to see Goku is far stronger than Nam. But Nam still faced Goku's Dragon Fist head-on. Though he lost, he fought with true spirit. From that height, he clearly could have been killed. And under such circumstances, Goku wouldn't have violated any rules. But Goku didn't stand by and do nothing. Instead, he caught his opponent. What a kind person he is. Let's give a cheer for both Goku and Nam. Goku, 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 Goku. Goku carried the semi-conscious Nam back to the rest area. He set him down gently and gave him a little shake. Hey Nam, wake up. With Goku's gentle shaking, Nam returned to consciousness. But he didn't speak. He just fell silent. Goku softly said, Nam, you fought so desperately. Do you have some hardship you're keeping to yourself? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help. Namo Ting Ting shook his head and said, My village is located beside a vast desert, and we've suffered from water shortages for as long as I can remember. As the desert gradually expands, our water sources are swallowed up. That's why I desperately need to win first prize. The 8 million would solve our immediate crisis. But, Goku, do you understand? Without that 8 million, no one is willing to go into that desert to help us. I can see you're a student of Master Roshi, but you probably don't have much money yourself, so you can't really help me. What are your home's coordinates? Tell me, and maybe in a couple of days, a group of people will show up in your hometown to help out. Though I'm not sure how true that is, Goku replied. Hearing Goku's words, Namo felt a surge of hope. Whether it was genuine or not, he couldn't be sure, but his home's coordinates weren't something to keep secret. so there was no harm in sharing them. After telling Goku the coordinates of his village, Namo left the area. Once Namo was gone, Goku quietly went to find Bulma and explained Namo's situation to her. After hearing the story, Bulma was deeply moved. Goku, how pitiful. They can't even drink water. I want to help them. Touched by her kindness, Goku said softly, My Bulma, you really are so compassionate. I've given you the coordinates, so now I'll leave the rest in your hands. Bulma nodded, then quickly pulled out her phone and got to work. Leveraging her connections and contributing a bit of money, Bulma was soon able to send a rescue team to Namo's hometown. They immediately got to work on relief efforts, planting trees, digging wells, and transforming the area. The rescue team used a plant growth serum developed by Capsule Corporation, and soon the once-parched desert began to show patches of green. A month later, when Namo returned home, it was like stepping into another world. What is this? Is this really my home? Goku, just what kind of person are you? Namo naturally realized it was Goku who had helped and was filled with deep gratitude. The scene shifted to the third round of the tournament, with Chi-Chi facing off against the Wolfman. The sunglasses-wearing announcer called out, 3, 2, 1, begin. Facing Chi-Chi, the Wolfman didn't transform immediately, and at first glance, he seemed a bit frail. But after learning from Krillin's previous experience, Chi-Chi didn't dare underestimate her opponent this time. She unleashed her full power right from the start. With all her might, she threw a punch at the Wolfman's abdomen. There was a thunderous impact. Her strike was fierce, sending the Wolfman flying several meters and nearly knocking him out of the ring. He did it again. Just like in the preliminaries, Chi-Chi always dashes at her opponent and unleashes a powerful punch to send them off the stage. That's why he's earned a unique nickname, Quick Kid. Chi-Chi didn't understand what Quick Kid meant, but it sounded impressive. He relished the title. Hearing this, Goku thought to himself, Quick Kid, huh? That's not exactly a flattering nickname. Looking at the werewolf sprawled on the ground, Kiki turned to the man in sunglasses and said, Why aren't you counting when he's already unconscious? The man in sunglasses stammered, Right. 1, 2, 3. But just as he reached the count of 4, the werewolf slowly got to his feet and wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. You're pretty strong. Almost had me knocked out there. Kiki waved his hand dismissively. I knew that last strike wasn't enough to finish you off. But the next few moves will show you what a real storm feels like. With those words, Kiki sprang forward, launching himself at the werewolf, and then delivered more than a dozen lightning-fast punches. At this point, the old man's fighting power was 50, while Kiki's was 80, a crushing advantage, so it was only natural for him to dominate the fight. Krillin watched in awe. Incredible. Goku, Kiki is going to win. Goku nodded but glanced at Master Roshi, whose face remained grave. He asked, Grandpa, did you notice something? Well-versed in countless books, Master Roshi knew a lot about werewolves. Those with werewolf blood had the ability to transform under the moonlight, doubling their strength instantly. The young man standing before them seemed ordinary, but he possessed werewolf blood. Even though it was broad daylight, Master Roshi sensed that there was something unusual about this werewolf youth. Legend has it, those with werewolf blood can transform by basking in moonlight. Their strength can instantly double. If you ever run into such a werewolf out in the wild, your best bet is to run for your life. Hearing this, Krillin broke out in a cold sweat. Double? Will that really happen? But it's the middle of the day. That's exactly what worries me. That young man is extremely calm. He must have a way to transform. Kiki needs to knock him out of the ring as soon as possible. If they wait too long, things could turn dangerous. The werewolf withstood dozens of Kiki's blows, firmly planted in the ring, refusing to fall out. The man in sunglasses called out, Although Kiki has landed dozens of blows on his opponent, the werewolf Sace is still standing strong. Kiki, not wanting to waste any more time, decided he would finish it with a Kamehameha and blast his opponent out of the ring. He pressed his hands together, preparing to unleash the powerful move. Just then, the look in Sace the werewolf's eyes shifted from calm to determined. Werewolf transformation. In an instant, blue fur sprouted all over Sace's body, spreading until it covered him completely. His human features morphed into the fierce face of a wolf. This was the transformation of legend. The man in sunglasses exclaimed, He transformed. Sace has taken on werewolf form. But aren't werewolves supposed to transform only at night? And shouldn't they lose their minds? But Sace's eyes are cold and clear. What in the world is happening here? Sace the werewolf spoke, his voice steady. I hypnotized myself to see the moonlight and triggered my transformation. I am not one of those half-bloods of my clan. I possess royal blood. My werewolf transformation can't affect my mind. At this moment, the werewolf Sace's fighting power skyrocketed. It was now at 90, and it was clear that with a doubling it ought to reach 100. This was probably thanks to the hypnosis. Though he imagined bathing in moonlight, it wasn't true moonlight after all, and there must be a time limit to it. On the stage, Kiki stared at Sass with a grave expression. Such powerful energy. No matter. My Kamehameha is ready. I'll fire one and see what happens. A surge of blue energy shot straight toward the werewolf Sass. Sass raised both hands. With a powerful burst, he caught the energy wave. The man in sunglasses exclaimed, He caught it. Sass has stopped the Kamehameha. Unbelievable. Kiki gasped in shock. How is this possible? You can catch a Kamehameha? Sass sneered. This kind of attack isn't so hard to handle. Huh. With a swift motion, Sass flung the energy wave high into the air. Oomph. Now it's my turn. In an instant, the werewolf Sass lunged forward, sweeping his massive hand straight at Kiki's head. Kiki didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying from the impact. Just as he was about to fall off the stage, Kiki came to his senses. With the force of a ki blast kicking against the ground, he propelled himself back onto the stage. Kiki thought to himself, what a heavy blow. It felt like my bones were about to shatter. The man in sunglasses called out, no one knows how Kiki managed to get back onto the stage. The match continues. Sass said, you actually made it back? I thought you were finished for sure. Oomph. Don't get ahead of yourself. Kiki shot back. With that, Kiki exploded into action, throwing a flurry of punches at the werewolf Sass. Sass met him calmly, even managing to land a few hits of his own on Kiki in the exchange. Sweat poured down Kiki's face. He was clearly burning through his stamina and approaching his limit. Just then Goku called out, Kiki, take it off. All eyes turned toward Goku, wondering, what exactly did he mean take off? It was obvious that Goku hadn't worried for a moment that Kiki would lose. Kiki had yet to unleash his full power. His ankle weights had remained untouched the entire match. Hearing Goku's words, Kiki's serious look broke into a grin. I thought I could make it to the quarterfinals without removing these, but looks like I have no choice. He crouched down and unfastened the weights from around his ankles. He tossed them, and instantly, the ground caved in where they landed. The man in sunglasses marveled. Those must be heavy. Kiki looks so much lighter already. With the weights removed, Kiki felt invigorated all over. He'd never realized he could feel this unburdened. He threw punch after punch, creating fierce gales as his fists sliced through the air. His warm-up completed. Kiki's fighting power now reached 95. Master Roshi, seeing this, turned to look at Goku and thought to himself, does Chi-Chi really wear weighted gear? Was this Goku's idea? All these years, I never noticed it at all. What impressive training method. Weighted resistance, huh? Back in the day, we used to train with turtle shells. These wearable weights temper the body, hold back one's true strength. And once they're removed, there's a surge of power. Krillin, upon hearing this, glanced over at Goku. Goku, what's the story with the weights Chi-Chi is wearing? Goku gave a quick explanation. What? You two have been wearing them since you were 10? Seriously? You found such a convenient way to train, but didn't tell me? That's just not how friends should act. Goku grinned sheepishly. I must have forgotten. Tell you what. After this, I'll talk to Dr. Brief and get him to make weighted gear for both you and Yamcha. Yamcha, delighted to hear his name, cheered, awesome. Goku, you're the best. Back in the ring, now free of her burdens, Chi-Chi launched a fierce attack. The werewolf, SARS, couldn't defend himself any longer. From the start, his transformation had relied on hypnosis. His fighting power was never enough. At last, with a heavy punch from Chi-Chi, SARS was knocked out of the ring in defeat. Chi-Chi claims victory, declared the announcer with his sunglasses gleaming. After her win, Chi-Chi flashed Goku a bright smile and gave him a thumbs up. Goku responded with a thumbs up of his own before stepping down from the ring. Krillin rushed over to meet her. Chi-Chi, that was amazing. You sent that big werewolf flying in one hit. Chi-Chi giggled softly. Not bad, right? I have to thank Goku's weighted training for this win. Without it, I might have lost badly. Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately jumped onto Goku, pleading, Goku, you have to teach me your training methods. Otherwise, I'll just hang on to you like this forever. Goku sighed, resigned. All right. When the tournament's over, I'll teach you. Happy now. He set Krillin down and walked over to Yamcha. Yamcha, that old man is strong. You might lose. Just give it everything you've got and see what you can learn. Yamcha nodded in understanding. Yeah, he's Master Roshi's friend. He must be really powerful, but I won't give up easily. Goku, I'm heading in. The announcer spoke up. Up next is the last match of the day. Yamcha's Wolf-style fist was impressive in the preliminaries. He's earned the nickname Wolf Fist Guy, and his opponent is a bit of a mystery, Mr. Dragon Rider. Like Goku before him, he seems to have mastered several martial arts. For now, let's call him Mystery Fighter. After a bit of clever disguise, Master Roshi did look a few years younger, but was calling him Mystery Fighter really that convincing? Master Roshi wasn't bothered in the slightest. Instead, he pressed his palms together and gave a deep, respectful bow. All right, both fighters are ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Master Roshi didn't deliberately unleash his aura to intimidate the opponent. After all, that would ruin the fun. At this point, his normal fighting power sat firmly at 100, equal to Goku's. And if he tore off his shirt to power up, he could raise it to 120. So, when faced with Yamcha, whose power level was just 80, Master Roshi had no trouble effortlessly handling Yamcha's signature move. Yamcha thought to himself, strike first to seize the advantage, hit him with my ultimate move, and catch him off guard. Wolfang Fist. In an instant, Yamcha seemed to transform into a fierce wolf as he lunged at Master Roshi. The announcer with sunglasses exclaimed, "There it is. Who would have thought that Yamcha would open with his ultimate technique, the Wolfang Fist? How will the Dragon Rider respond?" Whoosh, whoosh, swish, 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 swish. Master Roshi dodged the flurry of attacks with graceful ease, letting each of Yamcha's blows narrowly catch only his clothing. Yamcha grew anxious inside. How is this happening? Not a single punch landed? I was so close, just a hair away. Am I really too slow? Fine, then I'll go even faster. Thud, thud. Just as Yamcha tried to accelerate his punches, Master Roshi seized his fist in an instant. Yamcha cried out in shock. What? He actually grabbed my fist. Master Roshi chuckled. Young man, a hasty attack is never wise. Time you learned that the hard way. Crack. Ah. With one sudden twist, Master Roshi forced Yamcha's wrist into a 180-degree turn. Yamcha collapsed to his knees in agony, the pain overwhelming. The announcer shouted, "The Dragon Rider has twisted Yamcha's right wrist. Even a regular sprain hurts like crazy, but a full 180-degree bend must be excruciating." All around the arena, the spectators could hardly bear to watch. They almost felt the pain themselves, as if they were the ones suffering it. Poor cried out anxiously, "Master Yamcha, hang in there." But as Poor was about to dash forward, Oolong and Bulma pulled him back. Oolong intervened. "Hey, Poor, do you want Yamcha disqualified? Stay put." Poor struggled, but then Bulma grabbed him more firmly and pinned him down. "Oh, come on, you silly pet. Don't you know martial artists aren't allowed outside interference during a match? Sit still." Bulma's words stopped Poir's struggle. Indeed, usually he could do as he pleased, but meddling in Yamcha's fight, Yamcha would surely be furious. Slowly, Yamcha pushed himself back to his feet and managed a grin. "Hey, thanks, Bulma. Poir, I'm not giving up that easily." Crack. With that, Yamcha snapped his wrist back into place. Something inside him seemed to shift, as though he'd undergone a transformation. Huh. With a powerful shout, Yamcha charged at Master Roshi once more. Master Roshi thought to himself, has this good kid broken through right at the crucial moment? Excellent. Let me witness your true strength. With a sudden impact, Yamcha's breakthrough strike forced Master Roshi to retreat several steps. Well done. Now it's my turn to get serious. Master Roshi then displayed the opening stance of Wing Chun, moving his hands into position. The announcer in sunglasses shouted, "There it is. The signature Wing Chun stance from our Dragon School fighter. Wing Chun, is it? Knowing the difference between us, there's no way I'll give you a chance to fight up close. Watch my Kamehameha." Yamcha, aware of the gap in their abilities, did not let his modest breakthrough make him overconfident. This Kamehameha move, he'd seen Goku use it first, then Krillin, and then Chi-Chi. After observing it 3 times, he finally understood it himself. The announcer exclaimed, "That technique, the Kamehameha of the Turtle School. Does this mean Yamcha is also a disciple of Master Roshi?" Master Roshi pondered. So that's it. Just like Goku, he managed to learn the Kamehameha by observation alone. Another prodigy. Suddenly, there were sharp, explosive sounds, a rapid succession echoing through the arena. A flash of blue light shot straight at Master Roshi, so fast it almost tore the air apart. Master Roshi shouted, "This isn't good." In an instant, explosions erupted all around him, shrouding the stage in thick smoke. Krillin cheered in delight. He did it. Yamcha, too. When did he learn the Kamehameha? That guy. Kiki Kaim the enthusiastically. Yeah. At this rate, we're all going to be part of the same school soon. Watching all this, Goku thought, as always, where there's smoke, there's rarely real harm. Hang in there, Yamcha. I did it. Ref, start the count. Yamcha called out, his hopes surging. Hearing Yamcha's words, the announcer finally snapped to attention. Indeed, no one could survive a direct hit from the Kamehameha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, the referee counted. Just as the count approached 10, a voice rang out. Hold on, I'm not out cold yet. Out of the swirling smoke, Master Rashi emerged, not a scratch on him. Only his clothes were a bit tattered. Yamcha, struggling to accept it, exclaimed, Impossible! Not even a scratch. The announcer echoed the amazement. Incredible! The Dragon School fighter endured Yamcha's Kamehameha head-on. Seeing this, Yamcha readied himself once more, gathering his energy. This time, I'll use every bit of my strength. If you can take my full-powered Kamehameha, then show me, he declared. With those words, Yamcha channeled all his energy between his hands. At that moment, his fighting power reached 100. Not to be outdone, Master Rashi took a matching stance. The announcer exclaimed in excitement, Look at that! The Dragon School fighter is preparing to unleash the Kamehameha too. Who would have thought so many Turtle School disciples would appear in this tournament? It looks like this move will decide the winner. Oomph, take this. Huh, Yamcha cried, unleashing a Kamehameha wave straight at Master Rashi. Just as they were about to reach Master Rashi, Kamehameha! The announcer with sunglasses exclaimed. Chunlong counters Yamcha's Kamehameha with his own Kamehameha. Yamcha cried out in shock, What? Using the Kamehameha to counter the Kamehameha? Could you be? Yes, Yamcha had realized just from that technique. The person before him was none other than the legendary Master Rashi himself. With a shout, Master Rashi's booming voice echoed as he unleashed his energy. Since time immemorial, in a clash of energy blasts, the one on the left always loses. By sheer misfortune, Yamcha happened to be on the left. Yamcha was defeated. In an instant, Yamcha was blasted off the tournament stage and was knocked unconscious. Master Yamcha, Puar immediately rushed to the side of the arena. Since the match was over, Bulma and Oolong didn't try to stop him. Yamcha slowly lifted his head, forcing a pained smile as he said, Puar, I lost. With that, he collapsed and didn't wake. The announcer announced, Chunlong is the winner. That means we have our 4 finalists, Krillin, Son Goku, Chi-Chi, and finally, Chunlong. The semifinals will begin tomorrow. The audience buzzed with excitement. This year's tournament is amazing. It's all high-energy matches. All 4 semifinalists are Master Rashi's disciples. This is going to be a real show. I can't wait to see who among them will claim the title of World's Strongest. After the match, a dinner gathering took place. Krillin asked Master Rashi, Master, who is this Chunlong? He can use the Kamehameha, too? Is he your disciple? Master Rashi stroked his beard and replied with a calm smile. You could say he's a disciple of mine in name. I haven't seen him in ages. Never expected him to be so powerful. He joined the school before Goku, so you should call him senior brother when you see him. Krillin sighed and glanced at Chi-Chi. So that's how it is. He's our senior brother. Chi-Chi, looks like we're both out of luck. One of us has to face Goku. The other has to go up against our senior. At that moment, Yamcha, now heavily bandaged, was lying unconscious in the medical bay and didn't attend the dinner. Bulma leaned in and whispered in Goku's ear, Goku, I figured out. This Chunlong is just your master in disguise, isn't he? Honestly, at his age, he still wants to compete against his own students. Goku laughed softly, ruffling Bulma's hair. Nope, Master's here to test the results of our training, so he dressed up for the occasion. If he entered as himself, Krillin and Chi-Chi probably wouldn't have the confidence to fight him. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Is that old lecher really that amazing? She shot a quick glance Master Rashi's way. Their conversation was quiet enough that Krillin and Chi-Chi didn't hear any of it. Not long after, for reasons unknown, Chi-Chi managed to find Goku and Bulma, and the 3 of them began chatting about the Dragon Balls. Curious, Chi-Chi asked Goku, Goku, is it really true that if you gather all the Dragon Balls, any wish can come true? Goku nodded in response. Yes, but there are still some limits. Why? Chi-Chi, do you have a wish you want granted? Chi-Chi pondered for a moment before speaking up. I want to find Lazuli. Goku, is that sort of wish possible? Oh, Lazuli, is it? I see. With the power of the Dragon Balls, it's indeed possible to help you find your childhood friend. But Chi-Chi, what made you think of this? Hearing Goku's answer, Chi-Chi paused to reflect, then replied, Yesterday I had a dream, brother. It felt like Lazuli was reaching out to me, calling for help, almost as if she was sending me a message through the dream. I can't be sure if it was real or not, but I have this uneasy feeling that something bad is going to happen. So when I heard you 2 talking about the Dragon Balls just now, I thought I'd ask. A little foreshadowing for the next arc. After hearing this, Goku glanced over at Bulma and gestured toward his little brother. Understanding immediately, Bulma said, Chi-Chi, searching for the Dragon Balls is full of dangers, and it could put your life at risk. Are you sure you want to do this? Chi-Chi answered without hesitation. I'm sure. I have to go. There's still a year to go before the Dragon Balls are restored, Goku said. Once the time comes, I'll go with you to search for them. Hearing that Goku was planning to search for the Dragon Balls again, Bulma shook her head, then gave Chi-Chi a light punch. Thump! Chi-Chi clutched his head, grumbling in protest. Ow, Bulma! That really hurt. Why'd you hit me all of a sudden? Bulma replied with a huff. You just dragged my boyfriend off on another quest to find the Dragon Balls. Isn't it only fair for me to let off a little steam? It's a dangerous journey, you know. Huh? Then Bulma, why don't you give me the Dragon Radar and let me go on my own? No way. Bulma and Goku spoke in unison. Suddenly, Bulma's tone shifted. She narrowed her eyes and grinned mischievously. It's not like I'm stopping Goku from going. Besides, you're our little brother after all. So, it's all for finding a girl, is it? Is she really that important to you? As soon as he heard that, Chi-Chi's cheeks turned visibly red. She means a lot to me. Please, Bulma, help me with this. Bulma feigned surprise. Well, would you look at that? The kid actually knows how to ask nicely. Now I'm feeling a bit persistent myself. Let's see just what kind of girl could steal my dear little brother's heart like this. Goku, why don't we help Chi-Chi search for the Dragon Balls? Goku burst out laughing. Ha ha. Chi-Chi, you'd better thank Bulma. If she hadn't agreed, we wouldn't be able to go at all. I will. Thank you, Bulma. The very next morning, Goku and the others arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds. Krillin and Goku were already standing atop the tournament stage. The announcer with sunglasses called out, Hey, the first match of the semifinals is between Krillin and Goku. Who will come out on top? Are both fighters ready? Ready. The announcer. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two clashed in the blink of an eye. Thud. Wham. Crack. Their fists collided in rapid succession. Goku asked, Krillin, you're going all out, aren't you? Krillin replied with a grin. I know just how strong you are, Goku. I might lose, but I want to fight you with everything I've got. With that, Krillin unleashed his full power, his fighting strength surging from 80 to 90 in an instant. Although Krillin hadn't undergone weighted training like Chi-Chi, by pushing himself, he still managed to boost his power level to 90. Solar Flare. Suddenly, Krillin launched his Solar Flare attack. In a flash, Goku was blinded by a dazzling light. Catching a split second when Goku dropped his guard, Krillin threw a powerful punch. Wham! The heavy blow crashed into Goku. Even with Goku's fighting strength at 100, taking a hit like that unguarded was seriously painful. Goku clutched his stomach. Oh, wow, that hurts. Krillin, your Solar Flare is really something. Don't hold back. Show me every technique you've got. When the light faded, Krillin called back, Goku, even you can't take too many of my strong punches in a row. Here comes another. The announcer kept a close watch on every move. Krillin lands a hit. Somehow, he boosted the sunlight's intensity. The blinding glare forced Goku to shut his eyes, and that punch landed with real force. The crowd, unaware of the details, erupted into conversation. What? Sunlight? I couldn't see a thing. It's not fair to blind someone before attacking. How sneaky. Seriously, how can you fight if you can't even see? Bulma, however, seemed completely unfazed, watching calmly. Miguel leaned over and asked, Hey, Bulma, aren't you worried about Goku? Bulma shook her head. Nope, I know how strong my man is. This is nothing he can't handle. Solar Flare. Krillin used the Solar Flare again, launching another blinding flash. This time, he aimed to defeat Goku in a single blow. He gathered his energy. Kamehameha. With his power ramped up from his previous outburst, Krillin's strength reached 90, and adding the Kamehameha brought it up to a full 100. If Goku took this attack unguarded, he was sure to lose. But would things really go as Krillin imagined? Just as the Kamehameha wave was about to hit Goku, whoosh, it seemed as if Goku were still standing exactly where he was. That's right, the afterimage technique was unleashed. This made Krillin mistakenly believe he'd landed a hit on Goku, and he exclaimed with delight, I did it. If we were just training together, there's no way I could ever beat you, Goku. But this is a tournament. Falling out of the ring means losing. Just then, Bulma's voice called out, What are you doing? Look behind you. Krillin turned around, and there was Goku, arms crossed, standing calmly. Hey there, Krillin. Goku greeted him. No sooner had he spoken than Goku swept his leg out in a wide arc. Krillin was sent flying several meters through the air. The announcer said, Contestant Son dodged Krillin's Kamehameha. For a moment there, it looked like Goku had split into two people, and he suddenly appeared right behind Krillin. What technique is this? Some kind of duplication move. Krillin slowly picked himself up. The afterimage technique. Goku, shouldn't your eyes have been blinded by my solar flare? How are you still able to move? Goku chuckled lightly. That trick won't work on me a second time. I knew you'd use the solar flare again, so I closed my eyes and used the afterimage technique to make you think you'd hit me. In reality, I was already behind you. Announcer, that wasn't a duplication move, just my afterimage. The announcer responded, so that's it. An afterimage left behind by extreme speed? I didn't expect contestant Sun to know such a technique. Krillin realized that his solar flare tactic had been completely countered. Now, all he had left was the Kamehameha. Without wasting words, Krillin took the stance for the Kamehameha. The announcer exclaimed, "It's the Kamehameha!" Folks, you might not know that just moments ago in the sunlight, Krillin already fired one Kamehameha. Now, he's unleashing a second one so soon. Can his stamina hold out? Even the announcer could see it, so of course Goku noticed too. 2 solar flares and 2 Kamehamehas. Just 2 years ago, even Goku himself couldn't have pulled off using so much energy this quickly, but Krillin dared to try. Goku was already preparing to deflect Krillin's Kamehameha if it came his way. Kamehameha! Krillin unleashed the Kamehameha, but this time, instead of aiming it at Goku, he fired it behind himself. Using the recoil from the Kamehameha, Krillin instantly shot forward, appearing right in front of Goku. Thud! But that kind of attack was still within Goku's ability to respond. He met Krillin's move head-on. Dragon Fist. A golden dragon's head appeared upon Goku's right fist as it collided with the force of Krillin's Kamehameha-powered punch. Boom! The 2 waves of energy clashed and exploded in an instant. Neither side had the advantage. By now, Krillin was panting completely out of breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Krillin was utterly exhausted. Goku, meanwhile, was still as calm and composed as ever. Krillin had run out of options. His solar flare tactic had been countered, and his Kamehameha recoil punch had been blocked. I surrender. At Kiririn surrender, Sunglasses Guy announced, contestant Kiririn has conceded. Contestant Goku advances to the finals and becomes one of the contenders for the title of the world's best. From the audience's perspective, the match between Goku and Kiririn felt dull. It's over already? I couldn't see a thing. So this is what happens when students of Master Roshi face off? That wasn't thrilling at all. I want my money back. Refund. 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 Enough. Quiet, all of you. It was none other than the blonde-haired Launch who shouted to quiet the crowd, joined by Bulma. Both women raised their submachine guns and sprayed the air with bursts of gunfire. In an instant, the scene fell silent. No one dared to argue anymore. After all, these were real bullets. Who would be foolish enough to get involved? For Launch, she simply couldn't stand by and let people insult the kids she'd watched over for a whole year. And as for Bulma, well, that was a man out there. How could she let these ordinary folks gossip about him? Once Sunglasses Guy finished announcing Goku's victory, Goku helped Kiririn down from the ring. Go, Kiki, do your best. Both Goku and Kiririn cheered Chi-Chi on as she prepared to take the stage. Chi-Chi nodded and stepped up. Looking toward Shinron, she called out, "You're actually our master, aren't you? There's no need to keep pretending. I figured it out long ago." Upon hearing this, Shinron dropped the act and revealed his true identity. Sunglasses Guy exclaimed, "So that's it. Contestant Shinron is actually Master Roshi in disguise. A master challenging his student. What a turn of events." Chi-Chi's thoughts drifted back in time. It was 2 years ago. "Chi-Chi, this time you're going to leave and train away from here," she'd been told. "It's not fair for Sister Tights to keep looking after you, so it's time you start your training under Master Roshi." Chi-Chi protested, "But I want to train with my brother." Goku replied, "No, I go to school with Bulma most of the time. I barely have any time to guide your training. It would be a waste if you just waited around." The truth was, Goku wanted to get Chi-Chi out from under Tights' care, but also, after 2 or 3 months in West City, he'd realized Chi-Chi hadn't improved at all, aside from basic resistance training. His own training methods just didn't seem to work for her. Faced with this logic, Chi-Chi gave in. "Fine, I'll go say goodbye to Sister Tights then." But Goku didn't give her the chance. He pulled her straight over. "No need for long farewells. Nothing's more important than training. I'll talk to Sister Tights." Ignoring Chi-Chi's protests, he whisked her away on the flying Nimbus. Though Chi-Chi pouted for a bit, she was still a child and easy to appease. Curiously, she asked, "Goku, what is this master like?" Goku replied, "He's a true martial arts master, strong, and a great teacher. In that respect, I can't even hold a candle to him. But he has a few bad habits. Don't pick those up, or your childhood friend Lazuli might never forgive you." "Huh, Master Roshi has flaws too? What are they?" "He's actually quite the lecher. He often looks at inappropriate magazines and the like. You definitely shouldn't pick up that habit." Chi-Chi nodded earnestly upon hearing this. "Don't worry, brother. I promise I won't imitate him." After a short walk, the two of them arrived at Kame House. Goku handed Chi-Chi over to Master Roshi and took his leave. And so, Chi-Chi arrived a day earlier, while Krillin came the next day. Their very first training task was to retrieve some stones. Master Roshi took Chi-Chi and Krillin to the top of a mountain. He picked up 2 stones, marked them, and handed one to each of them, telling them to pay close attention. Chi-Chi, Krillin, remember the mark on these stones. At that moment, neither Chi-Chi nor Krillin realized what kind of training it was. They both studied the stones carefully, thinking it was something special. Master Rashi nodded, took the stones back, and tossed them down the mountain. Your training task for today is to find these 2 stones and bring them back. If you don't, you won't get any dinner. With that, he turned and left, leaving the 2 boys in bewilderment, standing alone in the wind. Chi-Chi looked at Krillin. Krillin, did you remember the details of the stone? Krillin shook his head. I forgot, but let's go down and take a look anyway. Chi-Chi agreed with a nod. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain, only to see a large pile of stones that looked exactly alike. Krillin's face fell. So many stones, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing this, Chi-Chi didn't say much. Instead, he threw himself into the pile and started searching. He had promised Goku that he would listen carefully to his master and train hard, facing any challenge with enthusiasm. Only by sticking to that could he truly learn great skills. Krillin was moved by Chi-Chi's dedication, and he too began to search alongside him. Time ticked by as they rummaged through the stones, and soon the sun was about to set. They still hadn't found what they were looking for. Both their stomachs began to growl with hunger. Krillin clutched his belly and said, Chi-Chi, I just want to go home. I am starving. Chi-Chi kept searching, answering as he worked, but we haven't found the stones yet. Krillin knew they couldn't eat unless they succeeded. With a sigh, he took out a pen from his pocket. He picked up a random stone and drew a mark on it. Haha, Chi-Chi, look, if we do it this way, we can both go back and eat. I'll draw a mark for you too. Problem solved. But Chi-Chi shook his head. No, that's cheating, isn't it? I want to find the real one. Krillin, you should keep searching too. Even if we don't get to eat, we need to take our training seriously. We shouldn't try to cut corners. At this stage, Krillin didn't see things the same way. To him, getting a good meal was far more important. After all, back at the Shaolin Temple, he'd often gone hungry, and now that he was on Kame Island, he didn't want to starve again. After spending a few days together, the two had become good friends, but Krillin just couldn't persuade Chi-Chi otherwise, so, in the end, he left to go home first. Master Rashi observed the entire scene in secret, quietly contemplating whether Krillin should stay. Later, he returned home ahead of Krillin, prepared a meal for him, and after Krillin had finished eating, he pretended to put on his lecherous old man act, watching a risque program and beginning to play a part. Krillin, noticing there was still plenty of food left on the table, suddenly remembered Chi-Chi, who hadn't returned yet. Sneaking about, he quietly packed up the leftover dishes. Soon after, he made his way to the foot of the mountain. By then, it was already late. In the moonlight, Chi-Chi was still stubbornly searching, painstakingly sifting through stones, looking for the one with the mark. Chi-Chi, come get something to eat. Chi-Chi turned her head at the sound of Krillin's voice. Come on, eat while it's still warm. Chi-Chi, hearing this, asked in surprise, Krillin, what are you doing here? Krillin grinned. I pulled it off. Master didn't notice a thing. After I finished eating, I packed some food for you, so you wouldn't go hungry. Once you're done, I'll help you keep searching. Chi-Chi thought to herself. So Krillin hasn't given up so easily after all. My stomach's really growling. I can't hold out much longer. No point struggling. I'll eat first and then get back to searching. With a smile, Chi-Chi said, Thank you, Krillin. I really was starving. Hee hee. Hurry up and eat, Krillin replied. Chi-Chi wasted no time, quickly finishing all the food Krillin had brought. Once she'd eaten her fill, she got back to her search, now joined by Krillin. Watching from the shadows, Master Rashi nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Even if they bend the rules, they think of their friends. Fine, I won't drive him away. The spirit of martial arts in Chi-Chi is so much like Goku's. Maybe he really can change Krillin. Back at the arena, Chi-Chi was the first to move. Unlike her fight against the werewolf SARS, she didn't bother with her heavy training gear this time. For now, she was facing her own master, Master Rashi himself. So even before stepping onto the stage, she had already shed all that heavy equipment. Master Rashi's normal fighting strength was 100, and Chi-Chi's current strength was 95. The two of them, almost evenly matched. Their blows crashed against each other, stroke after stroke. Master Rashi, please, said, those are some fine punches. The growth you've shown these past 2 years has certainly gained my approval. He hit his reddened, swollen fists behind his back. Silently, he reflected, such rock-solid punches. How much did those heavy training costumes hold her back? She's nothing like the Chi-Chi who used to train with me. In a flash, Chi-Chi darted behind Master Rashi, landing a sharp kick. The full force of the blow struck him from behind, making Master Rashi stumble forward. Feigning annoyance, he called out, Hey, you dare, kick your master in the back. Chi-Chi laughed playfully. This is a tournament, master. There's no room for ceremony up here. I'll apologize properly after the match. Their exchange rang out across the arena, punch after punch. Zonas's man exclaimed, Unbelievable. For a student to reach such a level with his own master, the Turtle Hermit, is simply astounding. You have to understand, the reason the Turtle School is held in such high esteem is that the Turtle Hermit himself was champion in several world martial arts tournaments. Calling him the former world's #1 is no exaggeration. Indeed, the Turtle Hermit had competed in the World Martial Arts Tournament multiple times and had taken the title of champion. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, it was clear the two were evenly matched. However, owing to his advanced age, the Turtle Hermit was burning through his stamina much faster than Chi-Chi. It could be said the Turtle Hermit still had about 70% of his strength left, while Chi-Chi was down to just 50%. It had been a long time since the Turtle Hermit had fought with such vigor. Now, sweat soaked through his clothes, and he said slowly, Chi-Chi, let me show you your master's drunken fist. With that, he staggered toward Chi-Chi, his steps disorderly, as though he were truly drunk. Chi-Chi thought to herself, drunken fist? Though the steps seem unsteady, all the exposed weaknesses are just a ruse. If I strike first, he can easily dodge and counterattack when I expose myself. I'd better hold back and not act rashly. Sweat dripping and breathing hard, Chi-Chi called out, Master, bring it on. Witnessing this, Krillin in the waiting room couldn't hide his shock. Chi-Chi, are we really following the same training? Just how strong are you truly? It wasn't just Goku. Chi-Chi, who had started training at the same time as Krillin, had surpassed him by so much that Krillin couldn't help but question his own path. Seeing his friend's confusion, Goku patted Krillin on the shoulder and said, Looks like Chi-Chi trains incredibly hard. Krillin turned to Goku and protested. Come on, Goku. Chi-Chi and I always train together. We both know each other's techniques well. There's no way your weighted gear alone could create such a huge gap between us. Just what sort of secret training has he been doing behind my back? At the very moment when the Turtle Hermit's drunken fist struck, the air seemed to tremble. With a piercing shout, Afterimage technique, activate. With Chi-Chi's shout, his form blurred, and right as the Turtle Hermit landed a blow on his clothing, the Afterimage technique took effect. Using this move, Chi-Chi managed to confuse the Turtle Hermit. In a blink, he slipped to the old master's side. There was a crack, a bleat, another sharp crack, another startled bleat, a burst of force. A blue energy blast shot straight at the Turtle Hermit. Krillin was astonished. What? When did Chi-Chi learn the Afterimage technique? Quickly, Krillin looked to Goku, who responded with a gentle smile. Clearly, Goku had long known that Chi-Chi had mastered the Afterimage technique. Sunglasses Man announced the Afterimage technique. Contestant Chi-Chi has used the same move that Goku employed previously. Its ability to deceive is so strong that even a martial arts master like the Turtle Hermit has fallen for it. After a quick sidestep, Chi-Chi landed a Kamehameha right on the Turtle Hermit. Will this attack be enough? A thick cloud of smoke billowed, obscuring the outcome. As the smoke finally cleared, drip, drip, the Turtle Hermit was bleeding. Clutching his wounded right arm, the Turtle Hermit gave a wry smile and said, Chi-Chi, you've really grown. The pain in his hand had snapped him out of his drunken fist state. In truth, the Turtle Hermit had reacted as quickly as he could. The very moment Chi-Chi used the Afterimage fist, he sensed it. But Chi-Chi's Turtle School Kamehameha was so unbelievably fast. So fast that even he couldn't avoid it entirely. To lessen the damage from the Kamehameha, he could do nothing but take the blow with his right hand. If he'd let it hit his body directly, he would have been knocked out of the match. The scene shifted, rewinding to when Goku first arrived at Turtle Island and was learning to control his energy. At that time, Chi-Chi had just finished delivering milk. Goku burst with joy, exclaiming, I did it. After failing 9,999 times, Goku had finally managed to use his energy to wrap around a pair of chopsticks and pick up an egg. He was absolutely thrilled, but excitement disrupted his concentration, and the egg slipped, shattering. Got carried away. I forgot to put the egg back. Seeing Goku muttering to himself, Chi-Chi walked over and asked, Goku, what are you doing? Hearing this, Goku turned his head and grinned. Haha, Chi-Chi, I just managed to pick up an egg with my chopsticks for the first time. I'm over the moon. Chi-Chi was delighted to hear of Goku's progress in his training. That's wonderful. Goku, does that mean we won't have to eat eggs anymore? Huh, you're happy about not having to eat eggs? I thought you'd be glad that my skills had improved. Oh, don't mind me. I'm happy either way. Now that you've learned how to control your energy, Goku, do you think you could teach me the Afterimage fist technique? It looked really cool. Goku was surprised. Huh, Afterimage fist? Chi-Chi, you don't quite have the power for it yet, do you? But, Goku, just tell me the basic idea. I'll figure out the rest myself. Maybe I just need to remove my weighted gear. Without it, I'm sure I can master the afterimage fist. As soon as he heard Chi-Chi suggest taking off her weighted gear, Goku refused firmly. No way. Resistance training is a must. Think about it. If you can pull off an afterimage fist while wearing those weights, won't you be able to do double or even multiple afterimages once you take them off? Trust me, Chi-Chi, don't let impatience trip you up. Chi-Chi's face fell in disappointment. But I really want to learn. Goku considered for a moment. He still needed to keep training, and if he didn't offer to teach her something, this persistent kid would never give him any peace. Tell you what, I'll teach you the key points of the afterimage fist. But, Chi-Chi, you have to promise not to remove your weighted gear. If you can do that, I'll teach you. If you can't, then I won't. Hearing that Wukong was going to teach him the afterimage fist, Chi-Chi agreed immediately. Right after that, Wukong slowed the afterimage fist down to 1/100th of its normal speed. At this pace, it looked as though he was merely skipping along. Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Wukong, is this really the afterimage fist? It doesn't look like it at all. This is just a basic version of the afterimage fist, slowed down 100 times. Right now, what you see is just skipping at normal speed. Next, we'll do it at 5 times the speed." Wukong's footsteps suddenly became much quicker. His movements grew more subtle, with only small rises and falls in his steps. Now for 10 times the speed. At 10 times the speed, Chi-Chi could no longer clearly see Wukong's feet. And now 50 times. At this point, Wukong seemed to be perfectly still, yet in reality, his movements had become so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye. This is my jump step at 50 times speed. You might not be able to see it, Chi-Chi, so come a little closer and try to feel it for yourself. Chi-Chi walked over as instructed and instantly felt a breeze swirling around Wukong. This was the effect of moving at 50 times normal speed. All right, now 100 times. The jump steps grew so fast that it looked like Wukong hadn't even moved, but in fact, he had already traveled some distance. 2 forms of Wukong appeared right before Chi-Chi's eyes. In astonishment, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Amazing! Brother Wukong, is this the secret behind the afterimage fist?" That's right. In theory, if you can make your skips reach 70 times the normal speed, you'll be able to pull off a single afterimage fist. What you just saw at 100 times speed is already considered a multiple afterimage fist. By moving quickly, stopping, and then starting again, I can create several afterimages. This is what's called the multiple afterimage fist. After listening to Wukong's explanation, Chi-Chi began practicing skip steps himself. From that day on, he used skipping to deliver milk as part of his training, and he succeeded. He reached 70 times the normal speed, mastering the single afterimage fist. Since he could already reach 40 times at the start, his movements quickly became invisible to the naked eye. That's why Krillin mistakenly thought he and Chi-Chi were undergoing the same training all along. In reality, ever since Wukong went to Kame House, Chi-Chi's training had been 10 times harder than Krillin's, but Krillin simply couldn't tell the difference. Master Roshi spoke up. Just as Wukong said, once a technique is used, it's never the same. I've also learned your afterimage fist. Chi-Chi, what will you do now? In an instant, Master Roshi seemed to split into 10 duplicates, surrounding Chi-Chi from all sides. Chi-Chi thought to himself, the multiple afterimage fist. Even though these are afterimages, it truly looks like there are 10 people. Master's afterimage fist is so realistic. Just how many times faster is this? Suddenly, there was a flurry of blows, and a muffled cry escaped his lips. Ah! At this moment, Chi-Chi looked as if she were being attacked by 10 people at once. Yet in reality, every strike came from Master Roshi alone. Master Roshi's fist showed no mercy. Chi-Chi doubled over, clutching her stomach in pain. With a gasp, she spit out a mouthful of blood. Sunglasses Guy spoke up. Master Roshi's afterimage technique makes it seem like there are 10 of him, but it's actually just his own fists landing blow after blow. Just as Master Roshi was about to repeat his maneuver, the injury to his right arm began to take its toll. Chi-Chi noticed the opening and, ignoring the pain in her stomach, seized the moment. Kamehameha! She took the opportunity to unleash a Kamehameha wave. The attack came so swiftly that there was barely time to react. Master Roshi shouted as well, "Kamehameha!" In that instant, Master Roshi fired his own Kamehameha back at Chi-Chi, the 2 energy waves colliding head-on. Both fighters were pushing their strength to the limit. The force of the beams locked together, neither side giving an inch. With a deafening explosion, the tension broke. The blast sent both fighters flying from the ring in the blink of an eye. Sunglasses Guy exclaimed, "They're both out of the ring. Who'll come out on top? Let's take a look at the replay." The footage showed Chi-Chi hitting the ground first, with Master Roshi following just after. Sunglasses Guy announced, "So the winner is Master Roshi. There's no substitute for experience." At this point, Chi-Chi's strength was utterly spent, and she had collapsed in exhaustion. Master Rashi rose slowly, thinking to himself, if Chi-Chi were an adult, she might have one. That final energy clash drained us both. Unless I used that special move. What Master Rashi was referring to was the Thunder Shock Surprise Palm, an ultimate technique he used against Goku in the original story, created as a variation of the evil containment wave. He hadn't needed to use it, nor his full muscular transformation. He couldn't really blame anyone but himself. He hadn't even realized the student had mastered the afterimage technique. Sunglasses Guy called out, "The final match is about to begin." Just as the announcement was made, Goku's voice rang out. "Excuse me, announcer. I don't want to take advantage of my master. He's already exhausted. Could we postpone the match for 3 days?" Goku could have easily claimed victory right then and there, but he refused to. Winning that way would disrupt the integrity of his martial arts spirit. Hearing this, Sunglasses Guy was shocked. What? This is the best chance to win the title. Goku, are you sure you want to change the schedule? The champion gets not just the glory, but 8 million in prize money. The runner-up only gets 3 million. That's a huge difference. Are you really willing to let this slip through your fingers? Goku smiled lightly. Of course I am. I want to fight my master at his fullest. This is my chance to see how far my training has taken me. I can't miss such an opportunity. So, announcer, I'm all for it. I believe the committee will agree to. Having hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament for so many years, Sunglasses Guy was more than capable of handling it. Sunglasses Man declared, "Excellent. Since contestant Wukong isn't looking for an easy victory, the final match is now scheduled for noon, 3 days from now. Everyone, get ready to witness something incredible. Tomorrow's going to be a super chapter." Wukong gently lifted the unconscious Chi-Chi in his arms, signaling Krillin with a look to go help their master. Krillin immediately hurried over, supporting Master Rashi and asking, "Master, are you all right? Ouch, be gentle. Are you trying to do me in?" Master Rashi winced as Krillin's movements were a bit rough. Out of nowhere, Rashi produced a cane and tapped Krillin on the back of the head. With a pained but sheepish grin, Krillin said, "Sorry, Master. That was my mistake." After a short while, Chi-Chi came to, and when she realized she was in Wukong's arms, she gave a soft laugh. "Big brother Wukong, how did I do?" Wukong nodded reassuringly. "You did amazingly well. To go toe-to-toe with Master for this long is no small feat. I'm really proud of you." Just then, Bulma bounced over and exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, you were fantastic out there." Chi-Chi, wide-eyed with surprise, replied, "Wait, a compliment from you. Bulma, is the sun rising in the west today?" "Oh, no you don't." A playful punch landed. Bulma dusted off her hands, her cheeks flushing, and muttered, "Honestly, you get a little praise, and you're already full of yourself. Ack, don't forget, I'm an injured person right now." Chi-Chi protested. Over in the infirmary, Yamcha suddenly jolted awake. Puar, quick to notice, hurried over and said, "Yamcha, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for a whole day." Rubbing his eyes, Yamcha asked, "Really? Say, how did today's matches go?" Puar shook his head. "I don't know either. I had to stay and take care of you, so I missed the whole thing." Yamcha nodded, feeling disappointed. What a shame to have missed their matches. Just then a nurse walked in. Yamcha immediately asked, "Nurse, do you know who won the semifinals today? And who's the champion?" The nurse smiled kindly and replied, "Well, I heard that Sun Wukong and someone named Chenglong won their matches. But the final to decide the champion is in 3 days. By the way, you shouldn't be getting out of bed yet. You still need rest." Ignoring her warning, Yamcha hopped down from the hospital bed. "Nurse, I have to go check on my friends," he said. With that, Yamcha grabbed a crutch and started off in the direction of Wukong and the others. Before long, he ran into them as they were bringing Chi-Chi and Master Rashi to the medical room. "Hey, Wukong, how are you guys holding up?" Wukong turned at the sound of his voice. "Hey, Yamcha, why are you out of bed? You haven't fully recovered yet." Yamcha grinned. "I heard your match was over, so I came to meet you." "Wait, Master Rashi, how did you end up getting hurt?" Soon after, Yamcha spotted Master Rashi being supported by Krillin. Master Rashi, not want to say anything reckless in front of his students, spoke honestly. "Well, I got hurt during my match with Chi-Chi and need to go to the infirmary to get bandaged up." The news struck Yamcha like a bolt of lightning. He thought to himself, what? That little kid named Chi-Chi actually managed to injure Master Rashi. I'm really curious what happened during their fight. If the younger sibling could hurt Master Rashi, just how strong has Goku become? Once the two injured were sent to the infirmary, Goku said his goodbyes to the others. With 3 days left before the finals, he decided to spend some time with Bulma on Papaya Island. After all, with the continuous matches, he felt he'd been neglecting Bulma a bit. "Bulma, how about we go shopping?" Goku suggested. Bulma was surprised and replied, "Huh, you want to go shopping, Goku?" Goku smiled gently. "We haven't had any time alone together these past few days, my dear girlfriend. Let's take advantage of this break and stroll around this little island." Bulma shook her head, smiling. "No way, Goku. You need to win the championship. I don't want to distract you. Sightseeing can wait until after the tournament." Feigning disappointment, Goku pouted. "Ah, so Bulma doesn't want to go shopping with me? That makes me really sad." Hearing this, Bulma quickly protested. "It's not like that. I just want what's best for you. I don't want you to lose to that pervy old man." Goku smiled and reached out to ruffle Bulma's hair. "You're so sweet, I know, but I don't want to neglect you just because I'm busy with fighting. Come on, let's go out shopping. And don't worry, you should have confidence in your man. I promise I'm going to win." And with that, Goku took Bulma's hand and they set off, wandering wherever their feet led them. Bulma, of course, wasn't about to refuse him now. With Goku so insistent, she finally let herself go and entered full-on shopping mode. She thought to herself, "Isn't carrying heavy things also a kind of training? I'll just load Goku up with all my clothes. Hee, these clothes are really cheap. I can help Goku get in some extra training with just a little money spent. I really am a great wife. Wait, why am I calling myself his wife? Oh no, I haven't even agreed to marry him yet. How embarrassing." Lost in her own theatrical thoughts, Bulma's inner monologue left Goku thoroughly puzzled. Goku wondered, what's up with Bulma? How did she suddenly start blushing? If anyone should be blushing, it's me. Look at all these clothes. I'm buried under a mountain of shopping bags here. By now, Goku was carrying 40 or 50 shopping bags, every single one filled with clothes. Passers-by gawked as they walked past. That guy's a weirdo. Aren't all those bags going to crush him? Hey, isn't that Son Goku? Who's Son Goku? He's one of the top contenders for this year's World Tournament. Huh? He still has to carry so many things, even as a guy like that. You just don't get it, do you? That's his girlfriend. I've heard that the stronger a man is, the more he's under his wife's thumb. And so, Goku strolled through the shops with Bulma, burdened by clothes weighing 40 to 50 pounds on his back. The weight just kept piling up. In this way, 3 long days went by. Each of those days, Bulma insisted on dragging Goku out shopping for clothes, and every time they returned, the load had grown, never less than 70 pounds of clothing. Now, Goku and Master Roshi stood face to face atop the tournament ring. That's right, it was the final match of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, Master Roshi had fully recovered, overflowing with energy. In this fully charged state, his aura was almost overwhelming, and he ramped his fighting power up to 105 right from the start, though he hadn't yet unleashed his full strength. Bulma called out, "Go get him, Goku! You have to win!" Her voice rang out so loudly that Miguel and Chi-Chi, sitting beside her, hurriedly tried to hold her back. Chi-Chi said, "Bulma, aren't you overdoing it a bit? I mean, even cheering has its limits, right?" Miguel chimed in too. "Yeah, Bulma, sit down, would you? Isn't this a bit embarrassing?" But Bulma simply shrugged it off, replying, "Why should I be embarrassed to cheer for my man? I want the whole world to hear. Let's go, Goku." The announcer with the sunglasses laughed. "Looks like there's some real love between Goku and his girlfriend. No matter who comes out on top today, let's give it up for both Master Roshi and Son Goku." Son Goku. Son Goku. Master Roshi. Master Roshi. "All right, Master, please take this next move," Goku called out. And with that, Goku unleashed the afterimage technique, splitting into over a dozen ghost-like figures that surrounded Master Roshi. Master Roshi fell into a defensive stance, his eyes darting all around. Goku's fists came at him, wild and furious, like an unrelenting storm. Master Roshi dodged and took a few hits, but Goku's speed was incredible, and before long, even he couldn't evade every blow. Stumbling back, Master Roshi thought, "Those punches are heavy, like taking a hit from a block of iron. Looks like I can't hold back any longer. If I take a few more of these without going all out, I might just get knocked out." He knew Goku wouldn't go so far as to actually hurt him, but even so, the pain was no joke. With a deft motion, Master Roshi tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular frame that, though aged, was impressively well-defined. A fierce shout erupted from Master Roshi, and his muscles instantly swelled to more than 3 times their size. Moving at full power now, Master Roshi's fighting strength soared to 120, and his speed increased dramatically. Goku, caught off guard, crossed his arms to shield himself. With a tremendous impact, Master Roshi landed a mighty punch, driving Goku back to the edge of the ring. "Sunglasses guy," announced excitedly. Master Roshi's muscles suddenly ballooned to several times their original size. It's unbelievable. Getting bigger didn't slow him down at all. In an instant, he landed a punch on Son, nearly knocking him off the stage. Whoosh! Master Roshi didn't give Goku a chance to react, and once again charged right up to him. just as his fist was about to land squarely on Goku's face. Whoosh. Yes, Goku once again used the afterimage technique, slipping past Master Roshi's attack. With an easy smile, Goku said, "As expected from you, Master. I almost got knocked out of the ring." Master Roshi knew better than to underestimate Goku as an opponent who could be defeated easily. Returning the smile, he said, "Haha, your afterimage technique is really something, Goku." Boom! At that moment, Goku's hands had already gathered his energy. A crisp snap, a bleat, a snap, another bleat, an explosive shout. Goku's Kamehameha wave now packed a strength of 120. That was enough to match Master Roshi's current power. The wave shot out blazingly fast. Roshi had no time to counter with his own, nor dared he take it head-on. At the last split second, he leapt up into the air. He dodged, and now Goku's Kamehameha was barreling straight toward the spectators. A chill ran down Master Roshi's spine. If he hurt someone in the audience, it would be considered a foul, and he'd lose the match on the spot. Not to mention, a Kamehameha could kill an ordinary person in a heartbeat. At Goku's level, this wave could be fatal to everyone within 50 meters. But Goku would never make such a blunder. With a sharp shout, "Ha!" Thanks to his mastery of energy control, curving the flight of his Kamehameha was child's play. Raising his hands, Goku effortlessly redirected the attack. Master Roshi gasped in shock. What? Boom! In the next instant, Master Roshi was struck squarely by Goku's Kamehameha. Sunglasses Guy exclaimed. The Kamehameha turned mid-air. How did Sun pull that off? The audience erupted. Amazing. Mr. Goku's move just now was incredible. Phew, I thought we were goners. But of course Goku could even bend a Kamehameha. He's unbelievable. Son Goku. Son Goku. Son Goku. Son Goku. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball crew watched with awe. Krillin whispered, "Hey Chi-Chi, are you kidding me? The Kamehameha can turn corners." Chi-Chi responded, equally mystified, "I don't know either. How did Goku manage that?" Yamcha was stunned. "Goku's just too strong." Bulma, eyes sparkling with affection, declared, "That's my man. He's so cool." Even though his Kamehameha had landed on Master Roshi, Goku's expression remained intent and vigilant. Kamehameha! Through the haze of smoke, a blue beam hurtled toward Goku. It was Master Roshi's Kamehameha, returning fire. Goku had always wanted to clash waves with Master Roshi. No man can resist a beam struggle. Kamehameha! Boom! The two blue beams clashed together in a dazzling collision. As the smoke cleared, not a scratch could be seen on Master Roshi. It was clear that Master Roshi had taken the blow head-on. However, it had cost him a great deal of stamina. Goku increased his energy output, and in an instant he pushed Master Roshi's Kamehameha right back at him. Boom! The collision of their energies became too much for the Kamehameha to contain, and it exploded. But this time, unlike what had happened with Chi-Chi, neither of them was knocked out of the ring. Goku burst into laughter and said, "Haha, Master, let's have a good, all-out fight." With those words, Goku took off the heavy gear he'd been wearing for so long. The weights Goku had on him now totaled 50 Jin, about 25 kilograms. The moment he took them off, Goku felt a refreshing lightness course through his body. At this point, Goku's fighting power was already on par with Master Roshi's. Both stood at a power level of 120. Looking down at the weights on the ground, Master Roshi sighed inwardly. "Goku, you've completely surpassed your old master. Now it's time for the final move." The commentator exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Contestant Sun hasn't even been fighting at full strength yet. Wow, this is beyond exciting." It looks like the results of today's match are becoming clear. Everyone who had seen Chi-Chi's last match against Master Roshi knew. Once Chi-Chi had removed her own weighted gear, she gained the power to rival Roshi. Even with a bit of an advantage thanks to her background, to last that long against Roshi was already remarkable. But Goku, from the very start, had been giving Master Roshi a run for his money, even before shedding his weighted gear. Now that he had, how powerful would he be? The answer was clear to all. At the Dragon Ball team's area, Krillin marveled. "I can't believe Goku's already this strong." Chi-Chi, when did Goku start training with weighted gear? Chi-Chi replied, "He's probably been training with weights since he was little. I heard from Goku that he started wearing a 10 Jin weight when he was just 5. Yamcha was shocked. "What? At 5 years old? Then how old is Goku now?" Chi-Chi answered, "He's 12, just about to turn 13. You could say Goku has kept up this training for 8 years straight. This is the first time I've ever seen him take off those weights. He's truly incredible." Hearing Chi-Chi's words, the audience around them was stunned as well. "What? That man? He looks about 175, he's only 13? You'd never know. He looks like a grown man, but he's just a kid. So 13 years old, and already aiming to be the world's best." Master Roshi smiled with pride. Goku, your progress makes this old master very happy. The next move will be the last. Let's see if you can withstand it. Goku nodded. To be honest, he could easily defeat Master Roshi now, but he still wanted to test the legendary power of the Thunder Shock surprise from the original story. In a gentle tone, Goku said, "Yes, Master, please make your move." Thunder Shock Surprise. A yellow-green orb of energy materialized in Master Roshi's hands as he prepared his ultimate attack. Then, with both hands, he thrust forward. A surge of ki, swift as lightning, shot straight at Goku. Boom! A crackling, searing sound filled the air. The instant it struck Goku, he felt as if all his senses had been stripped away. The pain was excruciating, and the yellow-green lightning danced relentlessly across his body, making the agony all the more unbearable. Yet Goku didn't cry out. He gritted his teeth and bore the pain with sheer willpower. Master Roshi called out in warning, "Goku, even for you, it's nearly impossible to withstand this move. You can surrender at any time." But surrender was the last thing on Goku's mind. He steadied his spirit and relaxed his mind. In that instant, Goku's energy exploded, and his power level soared to 140. The fierce surge of his aura shattered the mighty world-shaking palm. Bracing himself against the pain, Goku flashed forward, appearing right in front of Master Roshi, and gave him a gentle push. Master Roshi, drained after using the world-shaking palm, had nothing left to give. He was pushed off the stage by Goku with ease. Goku then leapt to the center of the arena. He raised a hand to signal, "I've won." The announcer, sunglasses gleaming, declared, "The results are in. The champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Son Goku." The crowd erupted. "Son Goku! Son Goku! Son Goku! Son Goku!" The 13-year-old world champion. As soon as the announcement was made, Bulma leapt from the audience and rushed straight into Goku's arms. Tears glimmered in Bulma's eyes as she said, "Goku, you did it." Goku patted her gently on the back and replied, "I told you I'd win this time. That was my promise to you." Almost everyone had stormed onto the platform to congratulate Goku, except for Master Roshi, who was still down and wanted to join in. Master Roshi shouted, "Krillin, aren't you going to help your master up?" Krillin ran over at once. "Master, can't you get up yourself? I want to go congratulate Goku." Master Roshi grumbled, "You fool. Your master wants to go too. Hurry up and get me over there, or there'll be no room left." After Krillin helped him up, the two of them joined Goku. "Goku, you're the strongest in the world now. This volume ends here." Having achieved the title of the world's greatest, Goku did not lose himself in the empty applause. Instead, he promised Chi-Chi that they would search for the Dragon Balls together a year later. Yamcha also became a disciple of Master Roshi, becoming Goku's junior. After sharing his method of training with heavy equipment with Krillin and Yamcha, since the Dragon Balls and the tournament had kept them too busy to enjoy their travels, Goku and Bulma decided they would really take time to have fun together in the coming year. Of course, even while traveling, Goku still wore his heavy gear. He didn't let playtime get in the way of his training. By increasing the weight to 80 Gene, he started to feel the strain. The familiar heaviness returned at last. A whole year had passed since Goku won the title at the World Martial Arts Tournament and claimed the honor of being the world's best. By now, the weight Goku carried had risen to 90 Gene. With his heavy gear on, his power level was 120, but in reality, it had reached 150. Goku and Bulma rode the flying Nimbus, heading toward Master Roshi's house. Thanks to Goku's guidance, Bulma had gradually learned to harness the power granted by Shenron. The radiant sacred light hadn't disappeared entirely. It became a technique she could wield, an act of sheer willpower. At that moment, neither of them realized that this very light might one day become their lifeline in a moment of crisis. But that, of course, is a story for another time. It wasn't long before they hovered above Kame House. Yamcha, Chi-Chi, and Krillin were sparring below. Yes, over the past year, Yamcha had become Master Roshi's disciple, officially making him Goku's junior. Goku had also passed his weighted training regimen on to Krillin. Now, both Krillin and Yamcha wore 50 Gene weighted gear. A year ago, their power levels were 70, but now, with the heavy weights, both had reached 100, and their real power was 120. Chi-Chi outmatched them both by 5 points at 105, with a true power of 125. Goku called out in greeting, "Hey Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha." They paused mid-spar, looking up toward the sky. Chi-Chi shouted, "Goku, you're back." Yamcha followed, "Goku." Krillin grinned. "It's been so long, Goku." The four of them reunited in a warm embrace. Bulma, rather than interrupt the friends' reunion, stood aside and watched quietly. Chi-Chi glanced at Bulma and asked, "Hey Bulma, long time no see. What brings you both to Kame House all of a sudden? Is your journey over?" Bulma responded with mock annoyance, "You little rascal, Did you forget what you asked Goku and me to do a year ago? Chi-Chi suddenly remembered. The Dragon Balls? Has everything been restored? At that, Goku produced the 4-star ball. Yes, it has. The sight of the orange crystal stirred Yamcha's memories. For a moment, he could almost see the emerald dragon rising before him, leaving him in a daze. Chi-Chi asked eagerly, Big brother, so when are we going? Goku scratched his chin. Pack your things and we'll leave right away. I have a feeling this trip will take a while, so the sooner we go, the sooner we'll return. Krillin, Yamcha, do you want to come along? Krillin shook his head. I think I'll sit this one out, Goku. Goku nodded in understanding. Yamcha added, I'm going to stay too. Goku blinked in surprise. Oh, why Yamcha? Chi-Chi explained, Brother Wukong, you've been away traveling for a year, so you might not know about the changes to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The tournament used to be held every 5 years, but now it's every 3 years. It's all because you claimed the World Champion's title at the age of 13 and sparked a surge of interest in martial arts. So, they changed the tournament schedule from every 5 years to every 3. That's why all of us have been training hard for the next tournament, which is now only 2 years away, not 3. We're trying to close the gap between us. If it weren't for needing to use the Dragon Balls, I might have just decided not to go this time. Wukong scratched his head as he listened. Huh? I had no idea about all that. Okay, Brother Wukong, Sister Bulma, just wait for me a moment. I need to pack my clothes and say goodbye to Master. Then we can head out. With that, Chi-Chi hurried inside to get her things ready. After Chi-Chi went into the house, Master Roshi, hearing the commotion, stepped outside. Oh, Wukong, you're back from your travels. Wukong replied, Yes, Master. We just finished our journey, and this time we're planning to take Chi-Chi with us to look for the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi nodded. All right, go ahead. It was only then that Master Roshi noticed that not a trace of Wukong's energy was seeping out. He thought to himself in amazement, Wukong has grown even stronger. He never neglected his training, even while traveling. Once Chi-Chi had finished packing, the 3 of them officially set out on their journey. The scene shifts. Pilaf is dreaming. In his dream, he has gathered all the Dragon Balls and is about to make his wish, when suddenly Wukong interrupts, sending him flying. This nightmare jolted him awake, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing this, Shu hurried over with concern. Emperor Pilaf, are you all right? Pilaf shook his head, took a heavy breath, and replied, I'm fine. It's been a year and 15 days, and I've never once forgotten what you look like. This time, I will get the Dragon Balls and make my wish come true. Pilaf stared solemnly at the image of Shenron on the wall, swearing his vow. He then walked over to the window. This time, no one will stand in my way. I'm going to rule the world. With a determined tug of his little hand, he flung open the window, forgetting he was high up in the air. The rushing wind yanked Pilaf right out of the window. Meanwhile, another group was also searching for the Dragon Balls, the notorious Red Ribbon Army. Having learned from Pilaf of the Dragon Ball's existence, they went into overdrive, dispatching their men everywhere to hunt and seize the orbs. Now, in a rural village, their henchmen rumbled forward in tanks. Their scouts had once spotted an orange jewel in this very village, clearly matching the description of the Dragon Balls that their superiors had given. Thus, the village became the focus of 3 factions, Pilaf's group, the Red Ribbon Army, and, of course, Wukong's party, who will ultimately get the Dragon Ball first. Goku and the others were the second to arrive. According to the Dragon Radar, the location was a shop. Goku pushed open the door and walked in. Shopkeeper, I'd like to buy something. In a desolate place like this, any shop that stayed open was surely run by someone skilled in deception and trickery. The shopkeeper greeted them with a phony smile. What can I get for you, sir? Goku nodded and replied, Do you happen to have an orange color bead here? The shopkeeper thought to himself, Haha, another sucker today. That orange bead must be some kind of treasure. Lucky I put out a fake. Time to make a hefty profit. With feigned enthusiasm, he said, Plenty, sir. I have lots of those right here. With that, he pulled aside a black cloth, revealing dozens of Dragon Balls on the shelf, all of them with 2 stars. Bulma saw this and quickly pulled Goku aside, whispering, Goku, this shopkeeper is shady. The radar shows the real one is in the top right corner of the shelf. Goku nodded, taking Bulma's advice, and picked up the genuine Dragon Ball. Shopkeeper, I want this one. The shopkeeper actually had no idea which one was real. In the process of making replicas, he'd accidentally mixed the real one in with the fakes. Seeing Goku select that ball, the shopkeeper snatched it back for a closer look. Seeing nothing special about it, he assumed it was one of his copies and announced, That one will be 100,000 yuan. Goku wasn't good at bargaining. Although the real Dragon Ball was definitely worth far more than 100,000 yuan, if he agreed on the spot, the shopkeeper would sense that something was up. So instead, Goku tugged gently on Bulma's sleeve. Bulma stepped forward and said sharply, You greedy crook, For a glass bead like this, 100 yuan would be too much. I'll be generous. Give me everything on that shelf for 10,000. She produced a crisp 10,000 yuan bill as she spoke. The black-hearted merchant thought, what? She actually offered 10,000? The cost of these is only a couple of yuan each. The last weirdo who came to buy one nearly haggled over 100. I see. These two must be rich kids. I shouldn't refuse, though. Maybe I can squeeze a little more out of them? That's right, before Goku arrived, Pilaf had come to this shop a day earlier. At that time, only 3 fakes had been made. Pilaf had simply liked the look of the bead and had one copied, never expecting it could fetch 100 yuan. After selling a fake to Pilaf, the shopkeeper began churning out more and more replicas. With a pained expression, the greedy shopkeeper exclaimed, "But this is a family heirloom. Miss, it belonged to my grandmother. 10,000 really is the lowest I'll go." Seeing the shopkeeper ramp up his act, Bulma was secretly delighted. Right into the trap. She then took out another 5,000. All right, 15,000. Stop boasting about your grandmother's heirloom. Even if I add another 5,000, you're still making a tidy profit. It's a sure deal. So are you selling or not? Forget it. I don't want it anymore. Come on, Goku, let's go. With that, Bulma prepared to pull Goku away. The black-hearted merchant grew anxious and cried out, all right, I'll sell. 15,000, it's all yours. But Bulma kept on walking, unfazed, with Goku whispering, Bulma, are we really not buying it? Bulma replied softly, someone like him will definitely sell it in the end. At this point, both of them had their backs to the greedy merchant, so he didn't hear a word of their exchange. The merchant clenched his teeth and called out desperately, fine, 5,000, just 5,000, and it's yours. Take it now. As soon as Bulma heard 5,000, she spun around, snatched the real Dragon Ball from the merchant's hand, tossed down a wad of cash, and hurried off with Goku. Hey, wait, there's still more over here. Don't you want the rest? Oh no, I've been tricked. Now, the merchant finally realized the woman had taken the real treasure, and it was worth a small fortune. He dashed out the door, but they had already vanished without a trace. Frustrated beyond words, the merchant let out a curse. By now, Goku, Bulma, and Chi-Chi were already on the plane. Chi-Chi, turning the 2-star ball over in her hands, asked, Big brother, how did you manage to find a Dragon Ball so quickly after leaving? Goku explained what had happened, and Chi-Chi burst out laughing. That guy must be furious. Bulma, are you really okay with tricking people like that? Bulma just shook her head with a wry smile. This wasn't trickery, it was brains over brawn. Besides, even 5,000 is more than generous. In a remote place like this, that money goes a long way. Meanwhile, the Red Ribbon Army arrived at the shop only to find every Dragon Ball on display was a fake. They threatened the merchant and learned that a demon-like person and a pair, a boy and a girl, had already taken the real Dragon Ball. The leader of the troop immediately grasped the situation and made a call. Commander Ed, Pilaf may have taken a Dragon Ball, and those two have appeared as well. On the other end of the line was a red-haired man dressed in black, his nose hooked like an eagle's beak. Son Goku, don't make any rash moves. Track Pilaf down first, follow that lead. It was clear that during their travels, Goku, Bulma, and the Red Ribbon Army had already crossed paths. On his airborne fortress, Pilaf gazed longingly at the counterfeit 2-star ball he believed to be genuine, lost in pleasant fantasy. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the fortress shuddered under a heavy blow. In a panic, Pilaf shouted, Shu, what's happening? Go check quickly. Shu peered out the window, and his voice trembled. It's not good, Lord Pilaf. The Red Ribbon Army has us surrounded. Pilaf, hearing this, pounded his fist against the wall in frustration. Bang! Pilaf shouted in anger. Damn it! How'd they find us so quickly? Are we really going to just hand over the Dragon Ball like this? In his agitation, Pilaf accidentally dropped the Dragon Ball onto the floor, and in an instant, the fake second star cracked apart. Seeing this, Pilaf's face went utterly pale. What? The Dragon Ball broke. Now, it was truly over. Whether he handed these over to the Red Ribbon Army or not, the Dragon Balls were useless now. Pilaf, of course, didn't know that the real Dragon Balls can't be smashed so easily. Otherwise, they would have shattered long ago, flying off after every wish and plummeting back down from the sky. He took a deep, steadying breath. Phew! Ashu, go summon their commander in here. Ashu promptly brought the air fortress to a stop, opened the hatch, and raised his hands to show peace. Ladies and gentlemen of the Red Ribbon Army, please stay calm. Where's your commander? King Pilaf requests your presence. The attacking fighter jets called off their assault, and from among the Red Ribbon helicopters descended a young man. A striking figure with vivid red hair, clad in a blue trench coat. The right side of his face was handsome and youthful, but the left side was mechanical, clearly the result of a serious injury and later augmentation. Pilaf immediately recognized who this was, Colonel Zibaloo of the Red Ribbon Army. He'd met him once a few years ago. In those days, Zibaloo still had his original human face. Pilaf, you little rat. Bring me the Dragon Ball right now. Don't you dare pull any tricks. Pilaf had never faced someone like this before. Unnerved, he trembled as he spoke. Colonel Zibaloo, sir, the Dragon Ball is already broken. Even if I gave it to you, it would be no use. At the mention of the Dragon Ball breaking, Colonel Zibaloo threw back his head and laughed, a harsh, metallic sound. You pathetic little worm. Did you really think you could compete with the Red Ribbon Army for the Dragon Ball? The Dragon Ball isn't that easy to smash. Clearly, you don't have it. Then Zibaloo's voice turned even more mechanical, crackling with rage. Son Goku, it must be you. It was obvious there was some deep-seated grudge between Colonel Zibaloo and Goku. The incident dated back to a month into Goku and Bulma's journey together. One day, the two were having a meal. At that time, Bulma had already learned to restrain her holy light a bit, so she didn't usually pay it much mind. But with the weather sweltering that day, she took off her hat. In that brief moment, she failed to hide the light. It shone directly on Zibaloo's face. For most people, a fleeting flash of that holy light would be forgotten in an instant. But martial artists were different, they remembered. And so, Zibaloo came right up to them, intent on striking up a conversation. Naturally, Goku couldn't possibly let him get away with such boldness. What followed was a savage thrashing. Right away, Goku could tell Zibaloo was no ordinary fighter. His combat power was at least 50. Goku beat him black and blue, then calmly took Bulma by the hand and walked away. For Colonel Zibaloo, a ranking officer of the Red Ribbon Army, such humiliation was intolerable. In his fury, he assembled 100 fighter jets and 100 tanks to intercept Goku and Bulma. With a furious shout, Zibaloo barked, "You damned inferior human! How dare you defy the Red Ribbon Army? Today, I'll blow you and this woman to bits. I'll finally put an end to this burning hatred. Open fire." A barrage of shells rained down on Bulma and Goku. Smoke erupted and filled the air in an instant. Zibaloo burst out in mad laughter. I destroyed you both. When the smoke cleared, Goku stood with his arms spread wide, shielding Bulma. A blue barrier shimmered in front of them. It was Goku's key shield, a technique he developed. This barrier could withstand blasts several times stronger than his own power. These shells were mere child's play. Though Goku could ward off the attack, the sight of this red-haired man was unsettling for Bulma. The fact that he belonged to the Red Ribbon Army only stoked her fury. Goku lowered his arms and gently turned to Bulma, speaking softly, "Bulma, close your eyes." He didn't want Bulma to witness what would come next. Though, truth be told, Bulma herself had fired a gun before and wasn't so concerned. She calmly tugged at Goku's sleeve and said, "You'll protect me, won't you, Goku?" Goku nodded, then adjusted the heavy setting on his weapon down to 0. At this moment, Goku's fighting strength was 120. When he unleashed the Kamehameha, his power reached 140, enough force to rival a small nuclear bomb. A sharp click, a high-pitched hum, another sharp snap, another hum. Goku bellowed. Unleashing the full fury of his Kamehameha, Goku swept the powerful wave across the surroundings without mercy. Every single fighter plane and tank was reduced to rubble in a series of deafening explosions. Nearly everyone in the attacking force perished. Zibaloo, by sheer luck, managed to cling to life, though only half his body remained. Dr. Gero soon rebuilt him as a half-cybernetic warrior, raising his power from 50 to 70. The Red Ribbon Army learned from Zibaloo's report that it was Son Goku who had wiped out their forces. Son Goku, the reigning champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Red Ribbon Army had long known of him in their ambitions for world domination and had even wished to recruit him. But now, Goku had annihilated 100 fighter jets and 100 tanks, all at the Army's expense. Any hope of winning him over was destroyed. Within the Red Ribbon Army, the name Son Goku became taboo. No member could engage him lightly. He possessed the terrifying power to destroy entire armies and fleets in an instant. Just then, Supreme Commander Red called in. With a mechanical tone, Zibaloo responded, "Supreme Commander Red, I've confirmed that the real Dragon Ball is in Son Goku's hands. Please give your orders." Upon hearing the news, Commander-in-Chief Rit scoffed coldly. "Sun Wukong, is it? I understand. Zibaloo, don't act rashly. Last time should have taught you a lesson. Someone else will take care of him. Come back right now. We've already found a 6-star ball. He's bound to show up. You want to face him, don't you? If you're striving for the title of the best under the heavens, then let's move your battleground to Misruta." When Zibaloo heard this, his heart leapt with joy. "Misruta, Son Wukong, that will be your grave." At that moment, Wukong was completely unaware of the trap set for him. He was roaming a dense forest, searching for the Dragon Balls. Sigh, these monkeys treat the Dragon Ball like a precious fruit, clinging to it so tightly. It's hard to get it from them, he muttered. Right now, Wukong, Kiki, and Bulma were standing before a troop of 40 to 50 monkeys who barred their way. Hearing this, Kiki made a suggestion. Brother, why don't we just chase them away? I don't really want to use force. I might end up hurting them. For some reason, even though Wukong was a scion, he felt a special fondness for monkeys. He really didn't want to resort to violence. He turned to Bulma and asked, Bulma, is there anything we could use that would put the monkeys to sleep without hurting them? Bulma thought for a moment. There is. Wukong, give me a little time, and I'll mix something up. This was when Bulma's medical skills became truly useful. Thanks to her expertise, she concocted a potion in under 2 minutes, something that would gently put the monkeys to sleep without harming them. She sprinkled the liquid onto some tree resin and set it alight. Wukong, Kiki, let's move back. If we're not careful, we'll all fall asleep. Let's come back in 5 minutes. The trio quickly left the area. 5 minutes later, the sleeping fumes had faded away. The monkeys were now all sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. We got the 5-star ball. Pursuing their wish and following the tracking of the dragon radar, Wukong and his friends next found themselves in the distant north. Little did they expect that they had wandered straight into one of the Red Ribbon Army's most important bases. Wukong, Bulma, and Kiki traveled on foot, and before they realized it, they reached the village of Jianjilu. Achoo! Kiki suddenly sneezed loudly. She rubbed her sore nose and grumbled, Wukong, Bulma, how come you two are both carrying down jackets? Wukong replied, well, Bulma packed them for us. After all, we're on a year-long journey, so we're bound to hit winter sooner or later. It's just being prepared for anything. Kiki, a bit exasperated, said, I do have a down jacket, you know, but why didn't anyone tell me we'd be coming to such a freezing place? I'm almost frozen solid. Just as Kiki finished complaining, Bulma's fist suddenly landed. Thud. Bulma replied in a rather annoyed tone. How could we have known that the Dragon Ball would end up here at the farthest northern edge? We never planned to come to this place when we started traveling, did we? Even in down jackets, it's freezing. As Bulma breathed out, her breath instantly crystallized into tiny ice particles. That's how bitterly cold it was in the far north. Right now, Chi-Chi was dressed for summer, just a thin t-shirt. If not for her high fighting power, she'd have become an ice sculpture by now. She didn't even feel any pain from Bulma's punch just moments ago. She suddenly looked dazed, her eyes unfocused. Seeing this, Bulma grew anxious. This isn't good, Goku. She's about to go into shock. We're in a village. Let's see if any kind-hearted folks will let us stay the night. Otherwise, Chi-Chi might not make it. Hearing this, Goku quickly hoisted Chi-Chi onto his back. Her whole body was ice cold, and even through the down jacket, the chills seeped straight into Goku himself. That only made Goku move faster, knocking on door after door, one house at a time. At last, a mother and daughter opened their door, agreeing to take the 3 travelers in. It was none other than Suno, the red-haired little girl who had once saved Goku in the original story. But why were the villagers so reluctant to open their doors? It turned out the Red Ribbon Army had been here before, seizing a Dragon Ball and leaving chaos in their wake, barging into homes and looting as they pleased. So when the villagers saw Goku and his friends, they assumed they were from the Red Ribbon Army. To make matters worse, Chi-Chi was wearing an orange scarf that, at a glance, could easily be mistaken for red, reinforcing their suspicions. When the red-haired girl opened the door, Goku spoke up. Little sister, my friend has frostbite. Could we please have some hot soup to warm her up? Although she was clearly afraid of the Red Ribbon Army, the girl leaned in and checked Chi-Chi's breathing. It was faint. If her body got any colder, she would surely die. Kind-hearted Sinnoh couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She welcomed Goku, Bulma, and Chi-Chi into her home. Mom, someone's got frostbite. Hurry, can you make some hot soup? Hearing her daughter, Suno's mother came in, looked the travelers over, nodded silently, and promptly began making hot soup. Inside the ice house, it was wonderfully warm, and the 3 guests finally relaxed a little. Before long, the hot ginger soup was ready. With the warmth of the soup and Bulma's medical care, Chi-Chi's complexion soon began to recover, color returning to her cheeks. Watching the still unconscious Chi-Chi, Suno asked, What are your names, big brother and sister? And what about your unconscious friend? Goku and Bulma each gave a brief introduction. When Suno heard where they'd come from, she said with a trace of envy, Oh, you really came from south? I've never seen anything but snow since I was born. Bulma looked at the 10-year-old girl and felt unexpected fondness for her. She reached out and ruffled Suno's red hair, surprised by how soft it felt in her hand. No wonder Goku was always messing with her hair, Bulma thought to herself, a smile on her lips. Bulma, Why did you all come here? Hearing such an innocent question, Bulma replied, gently, I, along with these two friends, am searching for something called Dragon Balls. At the mention of Dragon Balls, mother and daughter's faces filled with sudden alarm. Dragon Balls. Are you people from the Red Ribbon Army? They clung to each other, casting wary glances at the three visitors. Hearing this, Goku finally remembered the events that played out in the far north, Mashru Tower. He had thought that by intercepting the four-star ball in advance, he could change the course of things. But, judging by the reaction of the mother and daughter, it seemed the Red Ribbon Army must have already gotten hold of one of the Dragon Balls, though which star ball it was, he couldn't be sure. Seeing how terrified the two were, on the brink of tears, Goku and Bulma exchanged a look. Goku quickly spoke up, We're not members of the Red Ribbon Army. All we need is the Dragon Balls. Look, we already have two of them right here. As he finished, Goku signaled to Bulma to show them the 4-star, 2-star, and 5-star balls. It was the first time the mother and daughter had ever seen a Dragon Ball with their own eyes. They had only ever heard tales. Suono's mother suddenly realized, had these three been with the Red Ribbon Army, today could have turned out much worse for her and her daughter. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, Son, Goku, what exactly do the Dragon Balls do? Goku thought to himself, it seems Suono's mother does know a little about the Dragon Balls. Andy, have you ever seen a Dragon Ball? If you gather all 7, you can summon Shenron, the eternal dragon, who will grant a single wish to whoever calls him. Suono's mother was taken aback. Grant wishes? Isn't that just something from fairy tales? Can wishes really come true? Goku nodded. It really can grant wishes. Then he shared a little about the time he gathered the Dragon Balls and made a wish himself. Suono could hardly believe it. To think such a miraculous thing could actually happen. Goku then asked, Auntie, do you know where the Dragon Ball they took ended up? Upon hearing this, Suono's mother began to recount a past event. The Red Ribbon Army had come and stolen one of the Dragon Balls. Back then, Suono's father was still alive. He and all the men from their village were forced by the Red Ribbon Army to go into the mountains and search for the ball. She believed it had been a 6-star ball. Once the Red Ribbon Army obtained it, they locked up everyone involved in the search inside Muscle Tower. Goku thought to himself, so that's Muscle Tower. Once the Dragon Radar is fully charged, I'll have to go there myself. After a moment of thought, Suono's mother said, if you're planning to go, you'll be pitting yourself directly against the Red Ribbon Army. That's almost certain death. Upon hearing this, Goku thought to himself, Muscle Tower? Just a ragtag bunch, really? I doubt anyone inside even has a battle power above 50. But for Bulma, it would still be dangerous. I can't let her go with me. Better she stays here to look after Chi-Chi. It won't take long anyway. Goku then discussed his plans with Bulma. Naturally, Bulma understood and willingly agreed to stay behind. Since the Red Ribbon Army had taken the Dragon Ball, it was inevitable that Goku would end up fighting them. The tower was likely cramped inside, which meant even if she went, she wouldn't be any help. In fact, she might just hold him back. Just then, 2 Red Ribbon Army soldiers barged in, destroying the door as they entered. Have you two seen these people? One of the soldiers demanded. He pulled out photos of Goku and Bulma. Mother and daughter exchanged glances. Why are they after Goku? Whatever it is, it can't be good news. Sensing the soldiers' rudeness, Bulma's anger flared. Here they were, offering the mother and daughter shelter on such a cold day, and yet the soldiers dared to break down their door. With a swift motion, Bulma gripped the laser pistol she developed, instantly ready for action. She fired several times in rapid succession. Beams of light pierced through both soldiers, felling them in an instant. What rotten luck, she muttered. Thanks to some recent improvements Bulma had made to the laser pistol. Now, when the laser shot through the body, the wound would be instantly cauterized, leaving flesh seared and dead on contact. With Bulma's current abilities, anyone with a battle power below 60 stood no chance against her. Following Mrs. Suno's directions, Goku soon arrived at Muscle Tower. Just as Goku was about to push through the door, a broadcast voice rang out. Son Goku, what are you doing here? The voice sounded strangely familiar, but for a moment, Goku couldn't place it. Who are you, he asked. It was Colonel Silver speaking. I am Colonel Silver. You defeated me last time. After the Dragon Ball, are you? If you've got the guts, come to the top floor. But Goku still couldn't remember his name. After all, he'd beaten so many foes before. This must be one of the Red Ribbon Army's minor characters. This time, Goku's mission wasn't just to retrieve the Dragon Ball. He was also here to rescue the villagers of Jingle Village who'd been imprisoned in Muscle Tower. Taking in the view outside the tower, he noticed it was bristling with turrets. Wanting to avoid damaging the tower itself, Goku unleashed a few small ki blasts. All the turrets around Muscle Tower were swiftly destroyed. Goku mused aloud. It's really tricky to control such low-powered ki blasts. I nearly hit the tower by mistake. Watching through the monitors, Silver was furious, smoke practically shooting out his ears. Unforgivable. My turrets. Son Goku, I swear you're finished. The white-haired major and a ninja in purple, standing to the side, didn't even dare to breathe. Ever since Silba's transformation, his invisible pressure seemed to seep into the room. And now, with his irritation rising, he was even more terrifying. Silba glanced at the white-haired major. Hey, Major, your men should be able to give that man some trouble, right? Upon hearing this, the major answered with a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, that so-called Sun Wukong won't get any further. You can rest assured, Colonel Silba. Silba nodded and kept his eyes on the surveillance footage. In truth, Silba was merely someone with a paltry battle power of 70, and he'd never experienced anything like he. If he had truly understood what Sun Wukong could do, he'd never have let him in at all. On the contrary, he would have used the village folk of Jinagru inside the tower as leverage to force Sun Wukong's hand. But, trapped in his own narrow world, and having become even more arrogant and self-important after Dr. Gero's modifications turned him half-machine, Silba couldn't see beyond his own experience. The first 2 levels of Muscle Tower were filled with nothing but ordinary criminals. Having committed serious crimes and seeking to evade prison, these people had thrown in their lot with the Red Ribbon Army. Looking into their eyes, full of ferocity, with hands gripping knives, guns, and clubs, Sun Wukong considered his options. He had originally thought to save himself some trouble, just release a bit of his energy, and it would be enough to knock everyone out cold. But the more he looked at their faces, the more he realized they'd only cause more harm if left alive. So Wukong changed his mind and struck without mercy. Each blow delivered enough force to shatter the criminals' bones, guaranteeing their demise. Watching this play out on the monitors, Silba flew into a rage. These are your men? They're flattened with a single punch. What kind of training are you giving them? The white-haired major stiffened with fright. See, Colonel Silba, those are just run-of-the-mill criminals. The real soldiers are waiting further ahead. Just be patient. At that, the ninja in purple chimed in. The moment that man struck, the afterimages looked like a cloning technique. He's formidable. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. Silba nodded, accepting their explanations. And so, Wukong fought his way unhindered up to the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, a hulking figure awaited him. The Metal Warrior, a combat robot. The white-haired major picked up the microphone with a chuckle. Metal Warrior, go easy on him now. Wukong looked up at the enormous opponent and mused. So, even at this stage, Dr. Gero was already making androids. I remember there's an Android 8 somewhere higher up in the tower, but this one's just a standard robot. 1 punch should be enough to break it. The white-haired major then gave the command. Use the laser cannon. Obeying the order, the Metal Warrior's fist transformed into a cannon, and in an instant, a beam of yellow light began to gather as it powered up, ready to strike. There was no way Wukong would let it have a chance to be released. Even if that cannon wasn't powerful enough to hurt him, what if it accidentally collapsed the floor? In a flash, Wukong darted in front of the Metal Warrior, delivering a mighty gravity punch straight at the weapon's muzzle. With an explosive force, the Metal Warrior blew apart on the spot. Fortunately, the interior of Misruta was sturdy enough, so no collapse occurred. Wukong then set off towards the 4th floor. The white-haired major cried out, "What? The Metal Warrior has actually been destroyed." Silba shook his head. Seeing how confident you were, did you really think a robot of that caliber would be any use? What's waiting on the 4th floor? Wiping sweat from his brow, the white-haired major barked at the nearby ninja in purple. What are you waiting for? Go guard the 4th floor. A sly grin spread across the ninja's face. They call me the Angel of Death. No one has ever seen my true face, and not a single soul has survived even catching a glimpse of my shadow. When Wukong arrived on the 4th floor, the scene had changed completely. The concrete floor was now replaced by a dense jungle, with streams and mountains crisscrossing the terrain. Just then, 2 shuriken came whistling toward Wukong. He caught them effortlessly with his bare hands. Standing in the shadows, the ninja called out, "I am known as the Angel of Death, the ninja in purple. You're lucky to have made it to the 4th floor, but this is where your luck ends. I will kill you now. Entering Misruta was the gravest mistake of your life. Regret it while you can." Wukong thought to himself, "Shuriken? Such outdated tricks, and still acting tough. All right, let me show you. This is Dragon Ball." Instantly, he focused his senses through his eyes, using his energy to scan the area. He immediately detected the ninja hiding amidst the jungle. In a blink, Wukong appeared right in front of the purple-clad ninja. The ninja gasped, "What? How'd you find me? My art of concealment is unmatched, impossible." Wukong didn't give his opponent any room to react. With a swift, powerful kick, He struck the ninja squarely in the abdomen. The ninja was sent flying and fell dead on the spot. Wukong shook his head. Honestly, how can someone be this weak? Having dispatched his foe, Wukong continued on to the 5th floor. The white-haired major was stunned. What? The purple-clad ninja defeated with a single kick. How is that possible? Saluba watched the major's frantic performance with calm detachment. He was no longer angry. Instead, he was curious just how many useless subordinates the major still had left. So who's on the 5th floor? The major declared. The 5th floor holds Dr. Gero's masterpiece, android number 8. They say this android possesses limitless energy. I'm sure he'll be able to bring down Son Goku. I'll order him released immediately. With those words, the major hurriedly made a phone call. Meanwhile, Saluba thought to himself, an android, huh? That blonde woman and the black-haired boy. Memories of suffering best forgotten. Saluba was speaking of none other than Chi-Chi's childhood friends, Lazuli and her best pal Lapis, though now they were better known as number 18 and number 17. Even though Dr. Gero had already transformed them into androids, things weren't quite like those years depicted in the original Z era. That time had long passed. At this point, the two of them had only recently undergone their transformation, still retaining memories of their previous lives. Now, with access to infinite energy, their strength had soared. Ordinary humans one day, indomitable warriors with power levels of 130 the next. They could have easily escaped, but they were at the mercy of Dr. Gero due to the explosives he'd implanted inside them. After his own enhancement at Dr. Gero's hands, Saluba felt stronger than ever and itching for a test of his new abilities. So, he got into a scuffle with 17 and 18. Number 17 was restrained, careful not to go too far, but number 18 was a different story. She would never pass up a chance to give someone from the Red Ribbon Army a proper beating. Saluba barely survived, coming within an inch of death. So when he thought back to that golden-haired woman, Saluba's stomach seemed to ache all over again just from the memory. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Goku came face-to-face with Android 8. Android 8 was one of Drive Gero's failed projects. Even after being transformed, he had managed to keep his kind heart and abhorred fighting others. In their conversation, a friendship began to blossom between him and Goku. With Android 8 as his guide, Goku made his way through the labyrinth, finally reaching the 5th and final floor. There, Goku encountered Saluba. He recognized him instantly. Goku might not remember every Kara he's defeated before, but anyone who went after Bulma was seared into his memory. Gazing at the mechanical visage of Saluba, Goku spoke out loud. You've died already. Why not just stay dead? Why come back just to stir up trouble? And look at yourself. Do you even count as a person anymore? Saluba burst out laughing. Ha ha. Son Goku, still as cocky as ever. I came back for one reason. To kill you. Major, stick me and Son Goku in the same room. The Major nodded, pressed a button, and in an instant, all 4 of them were transported to the 4th floor. A massive, bloated dragon stared hungrily at Goku. The white-haired Major announced, Big fat dragon. Dinner served. Android 8 called out, nervous. This is bad, Goku. I've seen this monster before. It eats people. What do we do? Goku gave a soft, reassuring chuckle. Don't worry, 8. I told you you're strong. If you're facing bad guys, you don't have to hold back. Let me show you how it's done today. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku flashed right in front of the fat dragon. The dragon's twin feelers crackled and released a bolt of lightning. The white-haired Major chortled gleefully. Son Goku, let's see you survive this. Fat dragon, crank up the power. Saluba, seeing this, made no move. He was electrically resistant anyway. Instead, his eyes turned to Android 8. A punch was thrown toward 8. 8 held his face and didn't fight back. Seeing this, Goku decided to stop enjoying the electroshock. With a jolt of both hands, he blasted the lightning away in an instant. He then casually kicked Saruba. Goku clapped his hands and said, Hey, 8, you're just going to let yourself get beaten up without fighting back. The white-haired Major exclaimed, What? 8 spoke up. Goku, are you all right? Goku beamed with satisfaction. That just felt amazing. Was that electrotherapy? Come on, can you do more? Give me a few more rounds. Saying this, Goku looked at the fat dragon with anticipation. He felt that a few more shocks like that, and he might just break through his limits. But the fat dragon had never seen anything like this before. In the past, any of its prey would die the moment they were electrocuted. Ignoring Goku's request, the fat dragon threw a heavy punch at him. Goku shook his head. Honestly, I wanted to spare you, but if that's your choice, then I guess I'll just finish this. He placed his right palm against the fat dragon's enormous belly and sent out a shockwave of energy. The energy pierced straight through the dragon's belly, killing it instantly. Goku then blinked forward and, with a single kick, sent the white-haired Major to the afterlife. Only Saruba was left. Seeing that everyone else who could get in the way was dead, Saruba tore off his clothes, revealing half of his metallic body. Son Goku, I owe all of this to you. Prepare yourself. Goku looked at Saruba as if watching a clown. His expression relaxed as he threw a casual punch. Boom! His fist punched straight through Saruba's metal body. What? Impossible. How can this be? Goku shook his head. You're too weak. You couldn't even withstand one punch from me. Maybe you should blame yourself for making the wrong choices. Just then, Goku seemed to remember something and said, Hey, Saruba, let me ask you, have you seen any other androids besides 8? If you tell me, maybe I'll let you die with your body intact. Saruba burst out laughing. Androids? I know about a blonde woman and a black-haired boy, huh? Let me tell you, son Goku, with them around, even without the Dragon Balls, the Red Ribbon Army will still rule the world. Curse your fate. Wail for not being one of us. With those words, Saruba breathed his last. Goku mused to himself. Their brainwashing really runs deep. Who in their right mind would envy being part of a terrorist organization? He then freed all the villagers of Jinagru from Muscle Tower and used the Dragon Radar to find the 6-star ball. After that, he fired a Kamehameha and utterly destroyed Muscle Tower. Now, Goku had collected 4 Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Goku turned to Chi-Chi, who had already recovered, and asked with a smile. Bulma's curiosity was piqued as well. What exactly had happened during the search for the 6-star ball? Chi-Chi gazed at Goku, surprised to see such a serious look on his face. It was the first time Goku had shown her an expression like this. She immediately straightened up and replied, Goku, what's happened? Why do you look so serious? Goku shook his head. This really is serious. All right, let me ask you, do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? After a moment's thought, Chi-Chi decided to do what most people would. I want to hear the good news. Your childhood friend has been found, the girl named Lazuli. Chi-Chi, overjoyed, leapt up and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Goku, where is she? Bulma couldn't help but smile too. Back when Chi-Chi lived at her place, she'd often catch him staring at old photos of himself and Lazuli, lost in thought. Though Bulma used to beat up her annoying little brother all the time, she truly cared about him and wanted the best for him. She spoke up, Oh, Goku, where is she? Chi-Chi's big, dewy eyes were fixed on Goku, expectant. Seeing this, Goku hesitated. He didn't want to ruin Chi-Chi's happiness, but things had reached a point where the truth could no longer wait. Chi-Chi, there's also some bad news. It might be hard for you to accept. As Goku finished, Chi-Chi felt a chill run through his heart. Bulma's own smile faded into concern. Don't tell me that, girl. Oh no, Chi-Chi, you poor thing. Bulma's emotions got the best of her, and she burst into tears. Chi-Chi couldn't even imagine what he would do if something had happened to Lazuli. He blurted out anxiously, Goku, just tell me. What's the bad news? You've already seen him, the big guy I brought to Sinnoh's house. His name is Android 8, rebuilt by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. And from what I learned, your friends Lazuli and Lapis have also been turned into androids. Chi-Chi felt as if the sky were collapsing. The thought of beautiful, fair-skinned Lazuli turned into one of those hulking androids broke his heart. He could hardly breathe. He collapsed to the ground in tears. No, how could this happen? Goku, tell me it's not true. Please tell me it's not true. Bulma ran to Goku and sobbed into his chest. Goku could clearly see what Chi-Chi was imagining, so he went on, but, catching wind of a glimmer of hope, Chi-Chi scrambled up and clung to Goku's trouser leg, blurting, But what? Your childhood friend is different from Android 8. She hasn't changed in appearance because she was only recently converted into an android. I suspect that Dr. Gero hasn't gained complete control over her yet, and she still retains her consciousness. But she has a bomb inside her. If the switch is pressed, she'll truly be gone. That's why this time, we not only need to use the Dragon Balls, but also go to the Red Ribbon Army's base and rescue her. After hearing Goku's words, Chi-Chi was visibly shaken. My brother has become an android. Can he still live like a normal person? Just then, Android 8 walked in. Of course, I can eat and sleep just like anyone else. I've actually been listening for a while. Other than having unlimited energy, androids really aren't any different from normal people. Goku turned and looked over. Huh, Android 8, what are you doing here? Android 8 smiled sheepishly. Yeah, I want to thank you, Goku. The villagers didn't push me away at all. In fact, they've treated me really well. I've decided that I want to protect this village. Chi-Chi, eager to know more, hurriedly asked, Android 8, are androids really no different from regular people? Android 8 nodded. That's right, there's really no difference. Chi-Chi felt a bit more reassured upon hearing this. Bulma wiped away her tears and said rationally, But we don't even know where the Red Ribbon Army's base is. Even if we know Lazuli is alive, how can we save her if we don't know the location? Android 8 added, I think I might know, but Dr. Jero built in a blocking program in me, so I've forgotten some things. If someone could unlock it, I'd be able to remember. At the mention of program, Bulma and Goku exchanged a glance. Dad, Uncle. This time, Chi-Chi will definitely save your childhood friend. Goku, you go search for the Dragon Balls. Chi-Chi, come with me back to West City, and we'll ask my dad for help. When it comes to programs and such, there's nothing Dr. Briefs can't handle. Even if Dr. Jero erased the base's location from the system, Dr. Briefs could still recover it. That's the confidence of a top-tier inventor. Goku continued, while Bulma's searching through the data, let's also see if your dad can make a device to block the remote control. That way, Dr. Jero's bomb trigger will be useless. Chi-Chi, moved to tears, cried out, "Thank you, Goku, and thank you too, Bulma, for helping me like this. I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life." With a gentle motion, Goku placed his large hand on Chi-Chi's head. "What are you talking about? You're my brother, after all. How could I ever turn you down if you asked for help? There's no need to thank us. That would be way too formal." I'm sure Bulma feels the same way. Suddenly, Bulma landed a punch. Bulma said in a slightly tsundere tone, "Humph. You little brat. What's the point of saying thank you and all that? Hurry up and wipe your nose in tears. What a mess you are." The scene was so funny, the four of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bulma quickly added, "I'll hold on to the Kiki Dragon Ball for now. The Red Ribbon Army also has a dragon radar, and it'd be trouble if they made their way to West City." Without warning, Bulma threw herself into Goku's arms. "Goku, we'll be apart for a while again. You have to miss me, all right?" Goku gently stroked Bulma's hair and reassured her. "I will. As soon as I have all the Dragon Balls, I'll come find you. It won't take long." After letting go of Bulma, Goku pulled Kiki aside to speak privately. "Kiki, I'm counting on you to look after Bulma. I have a feeling the Red Ribbon Army will head to West City. With your strength, you should have no trouble fending them off." Kiki pounded her chest and replied confidently, "Don't worry, big brother. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to Sister Bulma." "All right, there's no time to waste. I'll get going now." With those words, Goku launched into the sky using his signature flight technique, shooting off at full speed. Bulma, too, made preparations. "8, I'm counting on you. Come with us to West City, would you?" Number 8, of course, didn't hesitate. Helping his friends was something he would never refuse. Full of determination, Bulma pulled out an airplane capsule. With that, Bulma, Number 8, and Kiki set off in the direction of West City. Now, with both groups heading off in opposite directions, what sort of fantastic adventure awaits? Stay tuned to find out. Unforgivable, my muscle tower base. And Silver, not only is he dead, but we lost a Dragon Ball as well. Now the other side has 2 already. The speaker was none other than Commander Red, Supreme Leader of the Red Ribbon Army. Someone, bring Blue in to see me." Commander Red then summoned General Blue. General Blue was, on the surface, the strongest member of the Red Ribbon Army. The real strength behind the scenes, of course, was the androids under Dr. Jero's control. However, at this stage the androids weren't stable yet. If they were let loose without a remote to control them and decided to run off, it would mean a massive financial loss. Even Dr. Jero couldn't afford that, nor could Commander Red. And then there were trust issues. If someone else got their hands on the remote, what then? If the underlings turned against them, who would they have to blame? It was true the Red Ribbon Army's brainwashing methods were formidable, but you could never truly control people's hearts. After all, their ultimate goal was world domination. Did it really matter who was at the top? Why did it have to be Commander Red? Soon, General Blue was brought in by a subordinate. "Commander Red, you called for me?" General Ritter nodded and spoke up. "Saluba has already been taken out. You are my most trusted and most promising subordinate. Go and find Sun Wukong and snatch back the Dragon Ball. But before you set out, make a trip to West City." The Capsule Corporation has been left alone all this time because I valued Brief's inventive abilities. That's no longer needed. Brew, your new mission is to destroy Capsule Corporation. Since General Ritter had issued the order, General Brew naturally accepted without question. After saluting and taking his leave, he set off towards West City. Brew, who possessed supernatural powers, had a fighting strength of 100. In the original story, when Wukong fought against him, he suffered a heavy defeat. However, by the time Wukong awakened again, the natural Scion ability to grow stronger through battle meant that, after recovering from the brink of death, Wukong's power level reached about 120. At that point, Brew's abilities had no effect on him, and Wukong defeated him with ease. Right now, Kiki's true power has already reached 125. Even when weighted down, his fighting strength was still 105, enough to withstand Brew's powers. This is precisely why Wukong asked Kiki to protect Bulma. It was the only reason he could trust him with her safety. After all, Isn't it only right for these early-stage sub-bosses to serve as practice targets for his little brother? If he took out every boss effortlessly himself, how would the other Z fighters ever grow stronger? Thus, Bru piloted his aircraft and sped in the direction of West City. Meanwhile, Bulma, Kiki, and Number 8 had already returned to Capsule Corporation. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Bulma shouted as soon as she walked through the door. Hearing the commotion, Mrs. Brief appeared, saying, "Oh, Bulma, has your journey with Wukong finally come to an end? You two haven't been home in almost 2 years." "Mom, where's Dad? I've got something I need his help with," Mrs. Brief replied. "He's in the courtyard with Mr. Gohan, playing chess. The Ox King is here too." When Kiki heard that the Ox King was there, he immediately exclaimed, "Auntie, did you say the Ox King is here?" "Oh, Kiki, long time no see. Yes, the Ox King is at home." It had been nearly 3 years since Kiki last saw his father. Without hesitation, he dashed straight for the backyard. Mrs. Brief looked puzzled and asked, "What's the rush? And who is this big fellow with you?" Bulma quickly answered, "Mom, the Ox King is Kiki's father. And, well, this is my friend. Just call him Number 8. He's an android." "Oh, what's an android?" "It's a type of robot. Basically, a bad guy turned a real person into a robot. But the androids keep their human consciousness and some of their behaviors." That sounds frightening. The mother and daughter had been apart for so long that once they started chatting, they just couldn't stop. Meanwhile, Kiki threw himself into the arms of the Ox King. "Wow, Chi-Chi, you've gotten so much stronger. Looks like you really dedicated yourself to Master Roshi's training." Chi-Chi, her voice trembling with emotion, replied, "Yes. Daddy, I've been training earnestly, I promise." "Oh, and Daddy, I know where Lazuli is now." "Huh, that little girl? You've mentioned her so many times on the phone over the years. So where is she?" Chi-Chi then explained everything about the androids and the Red Ribbon Army. What? Even Dr. Brief and Grandpa Gohan, who were standing nearby, looked quite surprised. When Dr. Brief heard about human experiments, his face darkened with anger. Androids? Are people really making things like that? Who on earth would do such a thing? Chi-Chi answered truthfully. According to what Goku said, that person's called Dr. Gero. "Uncle, have you heard of him?" Dr. Brief searched his memory, but came up empty. "No, I haven't." "Well, Chi-Chi, let me help you out this time. Hurry, bring Android 8 over. I'll get to work right away." After Chi-Chi finished explaining, she invited A8 inside. Bulma came over and said, "Daddy, let's get started. It's been ages since I've worked on any coding, so I might be a bit out of practice, but I can be your assistant." Dr. Brief nodded. With Bulma's genius mind, even if she hadn't been hands-on for a while, she'd be more than capable as his assistant. Without delay, Dr. Brief ushered everyone out of the lab except for Bulma. Scanning the dense lines of code on the computer, Dr. Brief quickly searched for what he needed. "Ah, there it is. Oomph. So, Dr. Gero, your formatting program isn't all that impressive. Watch how I restore it." He started typing away at the keyboard with flying fingers. Bulma glanced at the screen and nodded in agreement. "Oh, so it's actually that simple? The Red Ribbon Army. Huh, what's Karen's sanctuary? Wait, isn't the Southwest not far from here? In the forests to the southwest." Suddenly, the computer flashed with red warning lights. Dr. Brief called out urgently, "Bulma, jot down the coordinates now. This program actually has a self-destruct function." Bulma reacted in a flash, quickly recording the coordinates for the Red Ribbon Army's base. Moments later, the computer crashed completely. Dr. Brief studied the screen with a sigh. "So, the computer's done for? This Dr. Gero is crafty, I'll give him that. Luckily, I used one of our backup machines for this. There's nothing important on it, so we haven't leaked any info." Out of caution, Dr. Brief had used a backup, an empty machine with absolutely no installed software, and it was hooked up to a network thousands of kilometers away from West City. Don't doubt it. For someone who can build a spaceship by glancing at one, setting up an isolated network is a piece of cake. On Dr. Gero's end, what happened? They actually activated the self-destruct protocol? Android numero 8? Never mind, just a piece of scrap, not worth worrying about. It was clear there was an information gap between Dr. Gero and Commander Red. If Dr. Gero were told that Musruda had been destroyed, he would certainly make some connections. But for some reason, Commander Red hadn't shared this news with Dr. Gero. Perhaps he had started to harbor some suspicion towards him. Those in positions of power and influence could hardly tolerate having subordinates as formidable as Dr. Gero. This all started ever since Dr. Gero successfully transformed Lazuli and Lapis into the perfect androids number 17 and number 18. Commander Red had always felt that Dr. Gero was simply too terrifying. Even with his own ambitious nature, he would never stoop to conducting human experiments. That was a line he couldn't cross. What if one day Dr. Gero decided to turn him into an android too? Would he even remain himself? Then, meanwhile, on the other side, Goku had already found the fifth Dragon Ball. It was inside a sperm whale. So that's where the Dragon Ball's been hiding? No wonder it kept moving. You swallowed it, didn't you, big guy? Sorry about this. It might hurt a bit. Goku then activated his energy sensing ability and quickly pinpointed the Dragon Ball's exact location inside the whale. With precise control, he pressed down with just enough force. His strength was perfectly measured, enough to make the whale spit the Dragon Ball out, but not enough to harm it. The moment the whale felt the discomfort, it immediately coughed up the Dragon Ball. Then, picking up speed, the whale swam off into the distance. All right, the 3-star ball is mine. Now, where's the next one? At that moment, Bulma contacted Goku by phone. Goku, we've located the Red Ribbon Army's base. It's in the dense forest next to Sacred Karen Land in the southwest. How's your search for the Dragon Balls going? Goku replied, Sacred Karen Land. Huh? I've just found a 3-star ball. The next Dragon Ball seems to be in the southwest too. Is the sonic device ready yet? We could tackle everything at once. Not yet, I'm afraid. We probably need another day to finish it. Once you've got the Dragon Ball, just wait for us at Sacred Karen Land. Got it. They exchanged a few sweet words before hanging up. Meanwhile, General Blue finally arrived at West City, standing in front of Capsule Corporation. West City was the Earth's largest metropolis, boasting the most advanced technology and strongest police force, especially around Capsule Corporation, where police patrolled frequently. If you slip the police 10 million a year, they could be just as cooperative. Although General Blue boasts a combat power of 100, with his superpowers sealed, he can only reach a maximum of 80 at best. With such a weakened body, he simply can't withstand a barrage of gunfire and artillery. If he dares to do anything suspicious in front of Capsule Corporation, hundreds of guns and cannons would instantly be trained on him. He wouldn't even have time to react before being blown to smithereens. General Blue cursed inwardly. Damn, that Supreme Commander Red. Does he really think Capsule Corporation is so easy to destroy? Why not investigate properly before sending me into action? At this moment, General Blue was disguised in a black jacket. Hidden beneath it were rows of timed explosives. He had noticed that Capsule Corporation had all sorts of sensor devices installed in the vicinity. Any closer, and he'd set them off. What should I do now? Just then, Bulma and Chi-Chi came out from the building. What the? That face. General Blue fished from his pocket a secret photograph he'd once taken of Bulma's face. A wicked delight surged inside him. Huh, fate is on my side. If I can seize this woman and use her as a bargaining chip, taking down Capsule Corporation might not be as impossible as it seemed. He decided to trail behind them. Once they left Capsule Corporation property, he would strike, using his powers to dispatch Chi-Chi on the spot and then kidnap Bulma. But of course, things rarely go so smoothly as they play out in one's head. Chi-Chi leaned in close to Bulma and whispered, Bulma, someone's following us. After so many travels with Goku, there was hardly any crisis Chi-Chi hadn't faced. Being tailed was hardly unusual. Unfazed, Bulma replied, I noticed it too. He was skulking around outside the house for a while now, and with that glaring red ribbon, he's clearly from the Red Ribbon Army. Oof. If they dare come looking for trouble, then Goku was right. They really are coming for us. Chi-Chi, here's what we're going to do. Hearing this sent a chill down Chi-Chi's spine. She whispered, honestly, if I had to choose, I'd rather offend Goku than get on this ruthless woman's bad side. Oh, Red Ribbon soldiers, I know we're enemies, but I'll give you a silent moment of mourning anyway. You're in for a terrible fate. Indeed, Bulma had devised a fiendishly clever trap, the details of which would soon become clear. Suddenly, General Blue sneezed. Achoo! Who's cursing me? Oh, they're getting in the car. Gotta keep up. Bulma and Chi-Chi climbed into a car. It's been a while, Ada. The driver was none other than Ada, Bulma's former bodyguard. Ada nodded in greeting. Long time no see, Miss Bulma. And hello to young Chi-Chi as well. Bulma nodded in return. Ada, did you see what I sent you? Ada's face turned serious as he nodded. I did. Anyone who dares hurt you, Miss Bulma, will have to answer to me. I won't let him get away with it. After being away from West City for so long, Bulma never forgot to keep those gangs under her pay. Just a little money, far less than what her own inventions cost, really. The most basic weapons she sold to the military, the same laser pistol she once used to take out that crooked driver, fetched a price tag of 10 million per unit. And then there was that black cannon, her masterpiece, worth its weight in gold, selling at 500 million each. Compared to that, managing a few gangsters was hardly worth mentioning. This time, Bulma decided to bring the stalker, General Blue, straight to her own arms factory. There, she had prepared 10 of her black cannons, all primed and ready. The moment he entered firing range, they would launch. With the speed of those weapons, if he was caught off guard, he'd never stand chance. He would die without ever understanding what happened. After her 4 years spent with Goku, Bulma had suppressed much of her gangster, Eris aura. But it was merely suppressed, never gone entirely. She could summon it at will. Especially when facing her enemies and the Red Ribbon Army, the group she detested most. She had no interest whatsoever in learning her pursuer's name. Death was all he deserved. General Blue, after hijacking a car, trailed slowly behind Bulma's vehicle. Enough of this. Time to just force him to a stop with my psychic powers. With that, General Blue unleashed his signature move, the Evil Eye. Chi-Chi sensed something at once, unfurling her own energy in response. What? Someone can actually resist my powers? No, I don't believe it. I'll try again. General Blue cast the Evil Eye a second time. Chi-Chi handled it with complete ease. Bulma looked at Chi-Chi, noticing sweat on her brow. Huh, Chi-Chi, why are you sweating? Chi-Chi decided there was no need to tell Bulma about the special ability of the man trailing them. She suspected that whatever power he had, it couldn't be used repeatedly in quick succession. Chi-Chi gave a light laugh. I'm fine, Sister Bulma. It's just a little warm in here. Really? Is it that hot? Duh. Turn the air conditioning up another degree. General Blue nearly choked on his own blood. Curse it. My power was reflected back at me. I don't know who you are, but you can't be feeling great after taking my ability twice in a row. Still, I can't use it again right now. I'll have to give a moment. I'll tail them a bit longer. Once my strength recovers, the third time, we'll finish them. But General Blue would never get the chance for a third strike. His car had already moved into range of the black cannons. The recoil from one of those cannons was tremendous. At least 3 adults had to work together just to barely manage a shot. Bulma believed that it was impossible to reduce the recoil of this cannon without sacrificing a significant amount of power. If its power were decreased, then it might as well just be turned into a regular sniper. What would be the point of calling it a laser cannon? So instead, she upgraded it with a targeting system. As long as a target appeared in the shooter's line of sight, one press of the red button next to the scope, and after firing, the laser cannon would automatically zero in and blast the target. It's time. Ada, activate flight mode. Yes, the car Ada was driving now could cruise on the ground or transform into a flying vehicle. Yes, ma'am. General Blue stared in shock at this scene. What? A flying car? This can't be. I'll have to use my psychic powers directly on the car's engine. Even if it crashes, so be it. Huh, let me show you what I can do. With that, he unleashed the terrifying eye for the third time. Kiki roared, "Get back where you came from." In an instant, Kiki managed to reflect the terrifying eye's third attack right back at General Blue. No way. That's impossible. Bang. Even as General Blue cried out that it couldn't be, lasers from 10 black cannons struck him simultaneously. In a flash, General Blue and his car were obliterated, turned into nothing but debris. After reflecting the third terrifying eye, Kiki's mental strength was completely spent. She collapsed in a faint. Bulma exclaimed, "Kiki, what's wrong? Wake up, hold on." She reached her hand in front of Kiki's nose and mouth, checking whether she was breathing. A soft, steady pace of breath followed. Oh, she's just fallen asleep. Here I was, worried it might be something serious. She sure can sleep. Well, I won't disturb you then. Ada, just fly us back to the company slowly. Keep your movements gentle. Ada nodded and slowed down. Ah, now you made me sleepy too. Ada, wake me when we get home, all right? I'm going to catch a nap. With that, Bulma closed her eyes and drifted off, breathing deeply in her sleep. Soon after, Kiki's heavy eyelids fluttered open, and she thought to herself, Goku, I've kept the promise I made to you, but I'm so tired now. Lazuli, I wish I could see you soon. Wish I could rescue you soon. Meanwhile, Goku had already arrived at Korin's sanctuary. He was surprised to discover a Dragon Ball lying right under the Red Ribbon Army's nose. And they hadn't noticed it all? As for Commander Red, he still hadn't learned that General Blue was dead. He was lost in a pleasant daydream, imagining himself already having informed the entire world. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Commander Red, startled from his sleep and in a grumpy mood, snapped. Who is it? Who dares to wake me? Komin. A Red Ribbon guard stammered. Commander Red, the assassin Tao Pai Pai is here to see you. He says that there's a Dragon Ball in a primitive tribe at Korin's sanctuary, and he'd like to propose a deal. When Commander Red heard the news, he was shocked. What? You mean to say that, right under our noses, there was actually a Dragon Ball, and we failed to notice it? Damn it. And to make matters worse, it was Tao Pai Pai who found it. 9 years ago, Tao Pai Pai had called General Blue, and from that moment on, the two sides began their cooperation. The Red Ribbon Army provided jobs. Tao Pai Pai took them on and collected the reward. But Tao Pai Pai had an insatiable appetite. For every job, his fee was at least $1 million. Tao Pai Pai was a professional assassin. Whenever there was a job, he would take it, and with enough pay, he would always deliver. Back then, 9 years ago, Tao Pai Pai's combat power was about 110. On Earth, few could stand in his way. Now, 9 years later, Tao Pai Pai's strength had risen to 130, making him even more formidable than Master Roshi. Ignoring the guards, Tao Pai Pai barged straight into Commander Red's office. With a hint of mischief in his eyes, Tao Pai Pai looked at Commander Red and said, "Commander Red, I'm a blunt man. Can't be bothered with things like knocking. Hope you don't mind me coming in like this." Commander Red thought to himself, "Patience. I must keep my cool. We're far too close. He could kill me in an instant. For the sake of the Dragon Ball, I have to put up with this." Forcing a smile, Commander Red replied, "No problem at all. Make yourself at home. What brings you here today, Tao Pai Pai? We haven't got any jobs lined up for you at the moment." He feigned ignorance, pretending not to know what this was all about. Tao Pai Pai, unconcerned whether Commander Red was pretending or truly clueless, spoke up. "Isn't your Red Ribbon Army looking for Dragon Balls? Well, I know exactly where one is. How does 20 million for a Dragon Ball sound?" Upon hearing this, Commander Red seethed inside. Unbelievable. 20 million? Why not just rob a bank? But if I refuse, he'll just hide the Dragon Ball. What now? And with General Blue gone, there's no one who can keep Tao Pai Pai in check. Before Commander Red could regain his composure, Tao Pai Pai piped up, "Oh, General Blue isn't here." The first time Tao Pai Pai ever visited the Red Ribbon base, he was amazed at how wealthy the army was. He didn't care for the crude mess of robbing banks, but it was obvious these folks were criminals, so taking from them hardly seemed wrong. So, he tried to help himself to their fortune. But General Blue, with his terrifying stare, managed to paralyze Tao Pai Pai for 3 seconds. That was plenty of time for this band of criminals to overpower him. So Tao Pai Pai surrendered to the Red Ribbon Army and selflessly worked for them for 2 years. Over those years, his strength grew. With time, General Blue's paralyzing stare could only hold him for a single second, which was enough for Tao Pai Pai to react. Taking advantage of this, Tao Pai Pai later managed to capture Commander Red. From then on, they became partners. The Red Ribbon Army supplied the cash, and Tao Pai Pai brought the muscle. "General Blue is out on a mission," someone replied. Upon hearing that even the only person who could hold him off for a second was absent, Tao Pai Pai immediately began to threaten. "If you want the Dragon Ball, I want 50 million in cash. Otherwise, I'll kill you right here." With a swift hand chop, Tao Pai Pai pressed his hand against Commander Red's neck. The guards, seeing this, reached for their guns. Dodon's Ray. With a single blast, Tao Pai Pai instantly finished off the guard. Commander Red was so terrified by the scene that he nearly wet himself. "Tao Pai Pai, sir, I'll give it to you, I promise. Someone, quick, bring 50 million in cash for Sir Tao Pai Pai." Upon hearing the command, the guards hurried off at once. "Commander Red, what happened to you?" Well, the guards called out. Commander Red shouted in desperation, "Bring the money now. Do you want to see me dead?" Soon, the guards brought over a suitcase filled with 50 million in cash and handed it to Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai let out a satisfied laugh. "Ha ha, Commander Red, I'll accept your money. The Dragon Ball will be yours." After finishing his sentence, Tao Pai Pai leapt straight out the window. Commander Red realized that he might lose both the Dragon Ball and the money this time, and slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Men, you must get the Dragon Ball before Tao Pai Pai does." Meanwhile, Goku spotted the Korin Tower and walked toward it, thinking about climbing up to take a look. Suddenly, the sound of artillery erupted in the air. Boom! Hearing the thunderous explosions, Goku thought, "Oh no, has the Red Ribbon Army got here first?" Without hesitating, Goku dashed toward the direction of the cannon fire. What strength! He's actually withstanding bullets. All eyes turned to the huge, primitive man, who was standing firm in the face of the Red Ribbon Army's weapon attack. Standing protectively in front of his son, Bora declared, "Humph! I will drive you out and protect our sacred land. I won't let you defile it." With lightning-fast moves, Bora quickly dealt with the entire Red Ribbon Army squad. But in the chaos, he failed to notice his son's predicament. UPA, along with the Dragon Ball, had been swept up onto a helicopter. "Looks like it's my turn now," declared Goku. In a flash, Goku soared into the air, rescuing UPA and the Dragon Ball in one swift move. Then, with a powerful kick to the helicopter's rotors, the machine was instantly wrecked. UPA, nestled in Goku's arms, gasped in amazement. That was incredible. Eyes falling on the Dragon Ball, Goku asked, "Is that the 7-star ball? Hey, little brother, are you okay?" UPA nodded gratefully. "I'm fine, big brother. Thank you." Safely setting UPA down on the ground, Goku continued heading toward Korin Tower. "Hello, I'm Bora, the guardian of this sacred land. Thank you for saving my son," Bora said. Goku nodded. "Mr. Bora, may I take this Dragon Ball?" He took out the 7-star Dragon Ball and showed it to Bora. Bora nodded in understanding. If you want it, it's yours. This wasn't really ours to begin with. UPA just found it by chance. Wukong pressed his palms together and gave a respectful bow. Thank you, Uncle Bora. By the way, could you tell me something about this tall tower? So Bora began recounting the story of how the Dragon Balls could grant wishes. I see, Wukong replied. No wonder people are so desperate for them. If you were to get one, what would you wish for? Wukong saw no need to hide his intentions and answered honestly. Those people in search of the Dragon Balls just now are a band of desperados. They kidnapped my little brother's beloved, and rumor has it they turned her into a robot. We hope to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, so my brother can rescue his love and return her to normal. What? Bora gasped. What a wicked group they must be. At that moment, Wukong walked over to the base of the tower and gazed upwards. Seeing this, Bora explained, this tower has stood here for ages, stretching into the sky. People call it Korin Tower. Wukong nodded in understanding. It's said that anyone who climbs all the way to the top on their own will encounter a sage, who will bestow upon them sacred water. Drinking it grants immense strength, many times your own. Just then, a flash of light tore through the air. Bang! Watch out! Wukong sprang forward, tackling Bora and knocking him out of harm's way. Back when Wukong was 5, he learned that among those involved in kidnapping Bulma was none other than the original Dragon Ball's chief villain. Ever since, he had nightmares of this attack, the wicked Dodone ray used by mercenary Tao. Recalling that moment always sent a chill down his spine. If Grandpa hadn't been with him back then, he might have been buried 6 feet under by now. Wukong glared coldly. Don't bite. Tao sneered, oh? You've heard of the legendary assassin, Tao Pai. You're holding a Dragon Ball, aren't you? Hand it over, or I'll kill you. Wukong let out a cold laugh. An assassin? I'd like to see what you've got. Let's see if Tao Pai is really so tough. If you can take the Dragon Ball from me. UPA cried out, Father, help Wukong. Bora was about to step forward, but Wukong stopped him. Stay back. This is a martial artist's duel. No interfering. I'll finish this quickly, and I'll make sure no harm comes to the sanctuary. Find somewhere safe to hide. Wukong didn't want Bora to get killed. That would mean using the Dragon Balls this year and then going through all the trouble again next year. How exhausting would that be? Hearing Wukong's determined refusal, Bora swiftly scooped up UPA. All right, Wukong, give it your all. We won't hold you back. With that, Bora took UPA and hurried away. No one has ever seen me and lived to tell the tale. Don't bite, jaded. You won't escape. Just as Tao's slicing hand was about to strike Bora. Bang! Wukong launched a powerful kick. Taken by surprise, Tao Pai was sent flying. Wukong, you're incredible. UPA, let's hurry and go. Wukong grinned mischievously and said, Oh, you claim that anyone who sees you ends up dead, but look at me. I'm still alive. Tao Pai was momentarily baffled. That kick from Wukong just now hadn't done him any real harm. Slowly rising to his feet, he demanded, Who are you? I don't recall ever meeting you. Wukong responded in a relaxed tone, I'm Son Goku. Tao Pai's memory flashed back to Wukong's childhood, a 5-year-old boy who defeated a grown man. That was something impossible to forget. Gritting his teeth, Tao Pai growled, Son, now I remember. You're that brat from back then. Humph. So, you remember? After what you did, kidnapping Bulma. Today, I'll make sure you never walk away from here. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong vanished in a blur and launched another kick at Tao Pai. Zulfust, to think you've trained to this level. Don't get cocky, kid. Tao Pai quickly formed a knife hand strike. A loud impact echoed. He blocked Wukong's kick. The two of them were at a standstill, evenly matched. At this point, Wukong was wearing his weighted gear. In an instant, his fighting power surged from 120 to 130, now matching Tao Pai. What heavy legs. Impressive. Now, let me show you my Dodone ray. Tao Pai forcefully swept Wukong's leg aside and immediately focused his energy. The Dodone ray was swift and devastating. A sudden blast shot out. It tore right through Wukong. Tao Pai burst into triumphant laughter. No matter how tough you are, taking a Dodone ray at this range is certain death. As the smoke cleared, there was a gaping hole in the front of Wukong's shirt. Wukong smirked and said, Dodone ray? That's it. Let me show you my Kamehameha. He gathered energy, the air crackling around him. With a brilliant cry, his Kamehameha shot forth. Tao Pai was stunned. What? In a flash, Wukong's Kamehameha struck Tao Pai, engulfing him in smoke and dust. Wukong watched the swirling smoke and called out, You're not someone that can be finished off by just one Kamehameha. Come on out. Blood dripped from the corner of Tao Pai's mouth, and he was in pitiful shape as he snarled furiously, Impossible. Came school. So you're a disciple of Master Roshi. Wukong chuckled lightly. And so what if I am? Crane School is nothing special. With people like you in it, I almost feel ashamed to call myself a martial artist. Just how many innocent people have you killed? Wukong's gaze turned icy cold as he spoke. Tao Pai Pai retorted slowly, you're just a kid. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I don't care to hear your excuses anyway. If you got any skill left, try surviving this dragon fist. With that, golden light erupted from Wukong's right fist. Seeing this, Tao Pai Pai's eyes widened in alarm. What kind of technique is that? Take this, my Dodone Ray. This next Dodone Ray of Tao Pai Pai's was unleashed with all his might. This one was thicker and more powerful than what had been used before. The Dodone Ray was a penetrating type of energy attack. Unlike the Kamehameha, its destructive power wasn't as overwhelming, but it was incredibly fast, able to slice right through a Kamehameha and reach the opponent even before the wave did. Tao Pai Pai called out provocatively, If you got what it takes, try taking this attack head on. Goku's reflexes were razor sharp. He could have easily dodged Tao Pai Pai's move, but instead he decided to face it directly and smack it aside, hoping to shatter Tao Pai Pai's confidence. With a powerful shout, Goku launched forward, just before the Dodone Ray could strike his body, and unleashed his dragon fist. With a loud smack, the Dodone Ray was sent flying by his blow. Tao Pai Pai was stunned. What? My Dodone Ray? In that brief instant of Tao Pai Pai's shock, Goku flashed to his side. Dragon fist. Goku's fist drove straight into Tao Pai Pai's stomach. The very moment Goku's fist connected, a golden dragon spiraled forth, piercing right through Tao Pai Pai. The jolt of pain made Tao Pai Pai cry out in terror, and he dropped to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Wait, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Goku turned his back deliberately, ignoring his plea. Sensing a chance, Tao Pai Pai's eyes flickered with cunning intent. Die, he shouted, whipping out a hand grenade and hurling it at Goku. Fool. Goku, always attuned to Tao Pai Pai's energy, reacted instantly and kicked the grenade right back. In the blink of an eye, an explosion lit up the battlefield. You're not coming back as some kind of cyborg. Kamehameha. Goku fired a Kamehameha straight into the heart of the explosion. By a stroke of luck, just as the grenade detonated, Tao Pai Pai fell into a deep pit and managed to escape destruction by Goku's hands. With the battle over, Goku pulled out his phone and dialed Bulma. Hello? Bulma, what are you up to? I'm out shopping with Mimi. Why? Did you find a Dragon Ball? At that moment, Bulma was in a clothing store, trying on outfits. Originally, without Bulu tailing her, she would have come to the mall to meet Miguel anyway. After waking up, she'd sent Ada to take Chi-Chi home first, then headed out to meet Miguel for a shopping spree. Hey, Bulma, I found already. By the way, being able to meet you has been the best thing ever. Bulma's cheeks flushed red. Wah, I got you on speaker. Why are you saying stuff like that so loudly? Everyone around can't hear you. Miguel chimed in. Hey, we're in the middle of shopping here. Bulma, maybe you should take him off speaker and talk privately. The shop assistant, unable to hold back her nosiness, added. That's right. Ms. Bulma, you and your boyfriend sure seem to have a wonderful relationship. After blushing, Bulma responded. Me too. Meeting you is the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me. After hanging up the phone, Goku decided to seize the moment. He would climb the Korin Tower, ask Master Korin for the sacred water, and also try to get his hands on that whole jar of senza beans. He couldn't let Yajirobe eat them all. Well, this counts as training too. Let's set the gravity belt to 100. You need pressure to keep moving forward. With that, Goku crouched down, ready to begin. At that moment, Bora walked over with UPA. Goku, did you win? Goku nodded. Yes, Uncle Bora, I won. What are you up to now? I'm going to climb to the top of the tower and meet Master Korin. Upon hearing this, Bora tried to dissuade him. Goku, you're already so strong. Countless people have tried climbing this tower, but no one who's made it to the top has ever come back down. You should really think this through. UPA chimed in as well. Big brother Goku. Don't worry, I'm not the type to die that easily. You two just wait down here. I'll make it to the top and meet Master Korin, you'll see. With that, Goku started his climb. He began his slow ascent, little by little. Soon, sweat was pouring down his face. All right, here we go. He repeated the phrase to keep pushing himself as he climbed. No telling how much time had passed, but finally, Goku reached a platform. This must be it. Time to see for myself if the legendary Master Korin is up here. He pulled himself up and found Korin's sanctuary eerily quiet. He started exploring on his own. He opened the first jar he found, and to his surprise, saw an image of Bulma appear in the water inside. At that moment, Bulma was strolling arm in arm with Miguel. Goku didn't call out. He simply watched them gently, a fond smile on his face. If I suddenly spoke, I'd probably startle her, he thought. Better to just watch quietly from here. In an instant, the image faded. Goku opened a second jar. Immediately, scenes flashed before his eyes. Their first encounter with Bulma, a fight with a diminutive thug, then moments with Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Krillin. Suddenly, the image of Android 18 appeared before him. Goku thought to himself, so this is Android 18? No wonder she's considered one of the most beautiful women in the world of Dragon Ball. Are these glimpses of the past and the future? The 7 Dragon Balls. Baba the Fortune Teller. Looks like we've really accomplished a lot. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Those are glimpses of your 3 worlds. Your present, your past, and your future. Hearing this, Goku replied, I suppose that means you're Master Karin? Oh, you already know who I am? Well, come upstairs and let's talk. Goku nodded and headed up, thinking to himself, so this is where a sage lives. It really is extraordinary. You can even see into the future from here. Once upstairs, Goku looked around and quickly spotted a white cat standing there, holding staff. Wukong asked with curiosity, Are you the legendary Karin? Karin nodded. Yes, according to the way you people downstairs say it, I am. Wukong seized the chance to ask, Master Karin, do you have the Ultra Divine Water? How interesting. You actually know about the Ultra Divine Water. I don't have it here, but it's impressive that you managed to climb all the way up to the top of the tower. Wukong didn't look disappointed when he heard this. Karin nodded again. Given your age, you're a bit tall, but still, climbing up here is no small feat, yes. I am the feline sage. More accurately, the immortal cat. Wukong bowed, pressing his palms together respectfully. He continued his questions. Master Karin, I heard the Ultra Divine Water can increase one's power. Is that really true? Are you sure you don't have it? Well, whether or not I have it depends on the answer to my question. Why do you seek greater strength? Wouldn't it be better to live in peace, away from the world's struggles? Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong replied, I want to become stronger to protect the people I care about. Maybe you haven't been watching what's happening below, but some people are trying to gather the Dragon Balls to realize their ambitions and rule the earth. You know what the Dragon Balls are? To defend those I want to protect, and to thwart these ambitions, I have to grow stronger. Living peacefully is good, but what's the point of that if the world itself is threatened? Karin nodded, stroking his whiskers. His eyes flared in surprise when he heard about the Dragon Balls. What? There are still people wanting to conquer the world? Even King Piccolo, as powerful as he was, could be sealed away, but with the Dragon Balls, someone really could do it. Wait, you're called Sun Wukong, right? What's the name of this person trying to rule the world? Let me see. Wukong answered. They're called the Red Ribbon Army. They've been after this for a long time. You're free to check on them, Master. Karin nodded and tapped his staff on the floor. A crystal ball appeared out of thin air. The Red Ribbon Army, let's have a look. So they really do exist. Human experimentation? Looks like I really ought to give you the Ultra Divine Water. After all, you're the first one in ages to climb Karin Tower. But if you want the Ultra Divine Water, you'll have to take it from me yourself. With that, Karin used a staff to lift the vessel holding the Ultra Divine Water, motioning for Wukong to come and take it. Wukong nodded, thinking to himself, so this is a test of spirit and willpower? Every time I faced the Red Ribbon Army in the past, I couldn't help but let my anger loose. This time, I'll use the opportunity to train my mind as well. He made his move and reached out to grab the water. Whoosh! But Wukong missed, coming up empty-handed. All these years, you're only the second person to ever attempt this test of inner calm. The last one was the Turtle Hermit. He's my disciple. It took him 3 years before he finally succeeded. Wukong was well aware of this. After all, the cloud-for-cloud riding were plentiful here, and it was obvious that they had been bestowed upon Master Roshi by Karin, the immortal cat. Wukong thought to himself, 3 years, huh? But I'm so strong now. 3 minutes should be more than enough for me. In an instant, Wukong unleashed the afterimage technique. Oh, the afterimage technique? Let's see if he can really pull it off, said Karin, intrigued. 10 afterimages of Wukong charged toward Karin, swift as lightning. With a sound like a flurry of wind, Wukong's silhouettes darted forward. At this moment, Wukong's fighting power had already reached 130, a level that could have easily defeated Mercenary Tao. Yet, remarkably, he couldn't even touch a single strand of Karin's fur. Karin spoke up. You're probably thinking to yourself right now, I'm so fast, so why can't I even lay a finger on him? Isn't that right? Wukong stopped and nodded. You're right, Master Karin. Could you give me some guidance? No, it's best if you discover the answer for yourself. Wukong did not lose heart. He remembered that in the original story, it was by mimicking Karin's movements that he finally managed to snatch the super holy water. It took 3 days in the original tale, but now, Wukong was much stronger than he had been back then. Surely, 1 day would be enough. Wukong mused to himself, maybe if I took off these weights, I could get it right away, but this time I have to succeed while still carrying the burden. With that decision made, Wukong resolved to climb the tower again from the base, carrying his weights. In a heartbeat, Wukong dashed outward. Corinne was quite taken aback. What remarkable intuition! Thus, Wukong climbed up and down the tower 2 more times without rest, driving his stamina to its absolute limit. His muscles aching all over, he collapsed onto the floor of Corinne's sanctuary, utterly spent. At this point, Wukong was so exhausted he had removed all his training weights. He felt that if he kept them on any longer, he would be visiting his ancestors in no time. Corinne came over, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wukong, are you risking your life for training? Climbing the tower 3 times in one day with weights that heavy. Even an iron body couldn't withstand that. Might as well call this a straight-up brush with death for power-up." Wukong gave a gentle laugh. For the sake of the people I want to protect, any hardship is worthwhile. Master Corinne, after I rest, I'll climb again. What? No, you'll die if you try it again. Aren't you afraid of death? Corinne protested. Wukong's unwavering resolve moved Corinne deeply, making him wonder if perhaps he should just give the real super holy water to Wukong right away. Seeing Corinne struggle, Wukong shook his head. Master Corinne, this is part of my training. You needn't pity me. Gazing down at the boy lying on the floor, Corinne could only think that this was someone even more stubborn than Master Rashi. Then Corinne slipped away to a secret chamber, returning with a large jar filled with senza beans. Eat this. These are senza beans. They can instantly bring someone back from the brink of death to full strength. Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked over. At last, I finally see the legendary senza beans, he thought with excitement. Without hesitation, Wukong swallowed a senza bean in a single bite. Immediately, he felt a surge of energy sweep through his body. Bang! Woo! I'm back to full strength. In an instant, Goku felt his fighting power soar once again. This time, the boost was truly significant. The number shot up by 30, reaching 180. At that moment, Goku felt like he had boundless energy. He darted through the air recklessly, venting his excitement. Master Karen, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. What's going on? His ki actually became stronger after recovering. After he had released all his pent-up energy, Goku returned to the peak of Karen Tower. He put the weighted gear back on, suppressing his fighting power back down to 140. He was carrying a full 110 pounds of extra weight. Seeing this, Master Karen finally understood. Goku had been using these weights to keep his true strength in check all along. Goku, you should be able to obtain the Ultra Divine Water now. Go ahead and give it a try. Your guardian spirit will see you through. Goku nodded and in a flash moved. Whoosh! The Ultra Divine Water appeared in his hand in an instant. Without hesitation, Goku opened it and took a drink. The icy liquid slid down his throat. Immediately, he felt that his newly elevated fighting power was now more stable, and his body seemed lighter than ever. He turned to Master Karen. Master Karen, is this the Ultra Divine Water? Master Karen nodded. Yes, that's what it is. The Ultra Divine Water strengthens your foundation and heals lingering, hidden injuries. It restored the damage you've done over many years of training with heavy weights. Senza beans can't heal these kinds of injuries. They're more like an illness that accumulates over time. I imagine you started wearing those weights when you were still young, before your body finished growing. It's a good thing you had the Ultra Divine Water. Otherwise, as your power kept growing, these hidden injuries would have slowed you down. Now that you've taken it, you won't have to worry about them anymore. Goku was stunned. So that's why. No wonder my training progress has been so slow with all this weight. With my Scion physique and all this effort, I should have reached a fighting power of 1,000 or more by now. So, it's these hidden injuries that held me back. I wonder if Chi-Chi and the others have suffered the same way. I should ask Master Karen if I can bring some Ultra Divine Water back with me. Goku asked Master Karen for a portion of the Ultra Divine Water and stored it in a container. He also helped himself to more than half a jar of senza beans. Then, after bidding farewell to Master Karen, he left the temple. At that moment, Dr. Gero was hurrying toward Karen Tower with Android 17 in tow. A fierce battle was about to begin. During his third climb up Karen Tower, the second time he descended, Goku had already told UPA about Master Karen and the secrets of the tower. Master Karen had always known the truth. There was a tribe at the base of the tower, who for generations had guarded it as a holy sanctuary. He felt guilty about this, for in reality, only an attack powerful enough to destroy the entire Earth could topple the tower. It didn't actually need constant protection, since ordinary people could never harm a place. Yet, after generations, there were only a few guardians of the Bora lineage left. Karen Hermit couldn't bear to see them like this. But since he couldn't leave the sanctuary, he had no choice but to let things be as they were. Now with Goku, someone who could climb the tower at any time, things were different. Karen Hermit asked Goku to persuade Bora, telling him that from now on, there was no need to stand guard here any longer. Goku delivered the message faithfully, but for Bora, who was born and raised here, what else could he do but defend this land? Where else could he possibly go? Just as Goku's feet touched the ground, he sensed a powerful aura. After his breakthrough, Goku could clearly sense the strength of others' energy. And now, at the foot of the tower, there was an aura even stronger than Tao Pai Pai's. Oh no, Uncle Bora, UPA. When Goku reached the base of Korin Tower, he saw Bora skewered through the chest by an old man's long spear. UPA cried out in anguish, "Father!" In a flash, Goku rushed over and retrieved Bora's body. He quickly checked for breath. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Goku yanked the spear out of Bora's body and fed him a senzu bean. Bora's body immediately revived, his strength returning and his eyes clearing from their grayness. Am I in heaven? No, Uncle Bora, you're not dead yet. With that, Goku turned a cold gaze on the old man. Who are you, and why did you try to kill Uncle Bora? The old man erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, what's a killing or two to the Red Ribbon Army? Do I really owe you an explanation? As for me, I am Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes flashed with murderous intent. So you're Dr. Gero? No sooner had he spoken than Goku blinked, instantly appearing before Dr. Gero. Startled by Goku's speed, Dr. Gero shouted, 17. Hurry up and help me. Goku hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a black-haired youth in a black jacket and blue work pants burst from the shadows. Caught off guard, Goku was kicked and sent flying. Number 17 said coolly, Dr. Gero, must you always bother me with such trivial tasks? I'm a busy man. Oomph. I remember now. I've seen that face before. That's Son Goku. 17, he's got Dragon Balls on him. Go get those Dragon Balls for me. Inside, 17 thought, Son Goku? Chi-Chi's brother? Why is he here? Of all people, the last I want to fight is someone connected to Chi-Chi. Sent flying, Goku never took his eyes off 17, musing inwardly. He's not attacking right away. Maybe he doesn't want to go all out. Could it be because he knows about my connection with Chi-Chi? That's possible. I'll test the range of Dr. Gero's remote control. Oomph. Dr. Gero, was it? I've got 6 Dragon Balls here. If you want them, you'd better catch me first. With that, Goku launched into the air with his flying technique and shot away. Upon hearing that Goku had 6 Dragon Balls, Dr. Gero immediately dropped all pretense. 17, go after him and bring those 6 Dragon Balls back at once. Surprised, 17 shot back. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll just make a run for it, Dr. Gero? Dr. Gero sneered when he heard this. Oomph. If you dare to run, what about your sister who's still at the base? Surely, you wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? I'll give you 2 days, whether you get the Dragon Ball or not. You must return to the base. Otherwise, I'll hit the detonation switch, and number 18 will be blown to pieces. Hearing this, number 17 clenched his fists. Even though at this distance he could end Dr. Gero in an instant, before leaving the Red Ribbon base, he was given a strict order. If Dr. Gero died, the switch would be pressed immediately, and number 18 would be destroyed. So he couldn't act rashly. Without hesitating, he took off in the direction Goku had gone. Dr. Gero, I'm going. 2 days from now, whether or not I have the Dragon Ball, I'll return to the base. Oomph. It had better be that way. Goku kept his speed just fast enough that number 17 could only barely keep up. He remembered Bulma mentioning that with this kind of remote detonator, the signal range wouldn't exceed 500 meters at the very most. To play it safe, Goku led number 17 almost 2 kilometers away from Dr. Gero, far beyond the device's effective range, ensuring Dr. Gero wouldn't suspect a thing and rendering the detonator useless. Once they were a safe distance away, Goku stopped and turned his back to number 17. He spoke calmly. Number 17, why didn't you go all out just now? Number 17 waved his hand dismissively. You're Chi-Chi's big brother. What would going all out even look like? Seeing that number 17 had no intention of fighting and listening to his reply, Goku turned to face him and asked, what do they do to you and Lazuli? Chi-Chi's been so worried about you both. A trace of sadness flickered across number 17's face. Back in the Red Ribbon base, he never dared show any emotion like this. He always feared Dr. Gero would subject him to brainwashing, making him forget his past entirely. Yet, number 17 was extremely intelligent, nearly a match for Bulma, so he simply pretended to be under control, putting on a flawless performance. That's one trait of androids, an exceptional capacity to learn. Just watching something once, they could master it. When he was younger, number 17 loved movies and television, so he learned to act by mimicking the performances he remembered from films. He'd passed this knack for acting on to number 18, who'd mastered it as well. Thus, of all Dr. Gero's creations, only number 17 and number 18 retained memories from before they became androids. Number 8 had been a failed prototype and didn't count. This time, number 17 poured out everything to Goku. After hearing his story, Goku couldn't help but marvel. Number 17, you really are a genius. But I still don't get it. How did you know about me? Number 17's face grew calm again as he replied. The Red Ribbon Army has files on every contestant who's ever entered the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yours, Chi-Chi's, even Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. We've seen them all, and through them, we found out you were Chi-Chi's older brother. Wukong nodded. You're a good kid, so kind, just like Chi-Chi. Don't worry, we'll get you all out of there. At this point, Chi-Chi is a year younger than Wukong. 17, 18, and Chi-Chi are the same age. Wukong is currently 14. So, it's not really strange for Wukong to call Chi-Chi a kid. 17 quickly shook his head as he heard this. That's impossible. You don't know what the Red Ribbon Army is capable of. If you set foot in their base, you'll never make it back out. Did you hear that, Chi-Chi? Your best buddy here is telling us not to try to rescue him. By now, Wukong had already dialed Chi-Chi's number, switching the call to video so he could see. Chi-Chi, seeing 17 on the other end of the call, broke into a big grin. Lapis, are you all right? 17 covered his eyes. Other than his sister, Chi-Chi was the only person he knew, and it had been 8 years since they last met. Yet Chi-Chi looked just as he remembered. Aside from growing a bit taller, nothing else seemed to have changed. Tears began to flow before he realized it. Yes, even an android can cry. Originally, Dr. Gero had removed their ability to shed tears, but somehow, 17 found himself crying anyway. 17 softly said, Chi-Chi, it's been so long. You haven't changed at all, except you've gotten a little more handsome. Seeing his old friend after so many years, Chi-Chi was moved to tears as well. Lapis, you too. You got more handsome too. I really wish I could see you all soon. Lazuli must be beautiful now, right? It's been so long. I really miss her. 17 rolled his eyes and replied, how much can someone really change? My face is still the same. Honestly, being able to see you today is already a stroke of luck. I'm telling you, don't come to the Red Ribbon base. Let's just go our separate ways and forget about us. Hearing this, Chi-Chi shouted, no way. I'm not giving up on you. That's it. Goku, big brother, the doctor's device is finished. We're coming, 17. Just hang on for me. With that, Chi-Chi ended the call. Wukong apologized at once. Sorry, my little brother's not the best with words. You're probably here on a mission, right? Here, take this Dragon Ball back and finish up your assignment. We'll follow along shortly. Wukong handed the 7-star ball to 17 as he spoke. 17 didn't seem to care about what Chi-Chi said. Instead, he looked at Wukong curiously. Son Goku, why are you giving me the Dragon Ball? You'll need it to report back. Otherwise, you'll get into serious trouble. Dr. Gero is already starting to suspect you. Be careful. 17 burst out laughing. My acting skills are top-notch. There's no way he'll notice anything. No, he'll definitely have something up his sleeve if he lets you out for so long. He does, 17 admitted. He's using 18 to keep me in line. As long as I return to base within 2 days, nothing will happen. Wukong shook his head. Think about it. Why 2 days? Why not just a few minutes or even a few hours? Do you really think if you leave number 18 alone at the base, he won't notice anything? All right, maybe you're a good actor, but what about number 18? Are you sure she can act as flawlessly as you do? Hearing this, number 17 grew a little anxious. That was true, he might have good acting skills, but that woman, when the two of them were alone, she would sometimes just stare off into space. For an android to daydream? That was no joke. I'll leave right away. Thank you, son Wukong. Hold on, take these fake Dragon Balls back with you, and also, take this. As he spoke, Wukong pressed his palm to his chest and unleashed a burst of energy, forcing it through himself. Cold sweat beaded on Wukong's forehead. Take a picture of me injured like this. As an android, you should be able to manage that, right? With that, Wukong lay down on the ground. Number 17 had never met anyone like this before. He hurried over, a complicated expression crossing his face. Why? Why are you willing to go so far for people like us? It's all for my foolish little brother. As the older one, shouldn't I do everything in my power for him? Actually, you don't have to worry. I've got sins of beans. As soon as I eat one, I'll heal right up. Well, did you get the picture? Número 17 Nadif. I got it. But show me your sins of beans are real, or I'd rather not risk seeing you die. Wukong popped a sins of bean into his mouth, and in an instant, his wounds disappeared as if they'd never been there. Number 17 could sense it. Wukong had truly recovered. Thanks, son Wukong. I'll remember this favor. With that, number 17 left with the 6 fake Dragon Balls. These fake Dragon Balls were Bulma's playful inventions after that cutthroat merchant incident. Chips inside fooled the Dragon radar, making them almost indistinguishable from the real thing. At the time, Bulma thought it was just a fun idea and handed them to Wukong. Who would have thought they'd come in handy now? When Dr. Gero saw number 17 returning with the Dragon Balls after only 2 hours, his suspicions were only half satisfied. He'd indeed found number 18 daydreaming, but once he saw both the fake Dragon Balls and the dramatic photos of Wukong wounded and near death, any lingering doubts were dispelled. If number 17 could get the Dragon Balls back so smoothly, and if number 18, with her hint of humanity, occasionally spaced out, so what? In the doctor's mind, it only proved his creations were even more remarkable. As soon as Wukong received the coordinates from Bulma, he sped off toward the Red Ribbon Army's base. After Bulma and Chi-Chi sent Ader back to the far north, they hurried over as well, all to ensure number 18 and number 17 could be rescued quickly and safely. Chi-Chi even asked Master Roshi to come out of retirement, so he piloted a plane with Yamcha and Krillin on board, joining the rescue mission. And so, 3 different groups converged at the base of Korin Tower. Because they're too close to the Red Ribbon Army's base, they'd be discovered if they got any nearer. Goku suggested, Bulma, why don't you let me have the sonic device? Even though we know where the base is, we have no clue about the exact locations of Lazuli and Lapis. We'll need to sneak in to find them. Otherwise, it'll be hopeless. As long as they stay hidden, we won't be able to track them down. Before Bulma could reply, Krillin interjected, No way, Goku. That would be way too dangerous for you. We still have other options, don't we? Aren't we missing just one Dragon Ball? If we find it, we can wish for Lazuli and Lapis to be brought out directly. As for those bombs, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, can take care of them for us, can't he? Krillin had spent a year with Goku, so he naturally knew that Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, was a brilliant inventor. Hearing this, Bulma nodded in agreement. Krillin's right, Goku. This way is not only doable, but also safe, much less risk of anything going wrong. Yamcha and Master Roshi, aside from Chi-Chi, also nodded, showing their approval of Krillin's plan. Instead of answering immediately, Goku turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, what do you think? Should we rescue Lazuli first, or search for the Dragon Ball? Chi-Chi looked at Goku, uncertainty clouding her face. Big brother, I don't know. What should I do? She was clearly confused after hearing Krillin's words. She hadn't realized rescuing Lazuli and Lapis could be so straightforward, just a matter of gathering the Dragon Balls. But she couldn't shake the feeling that if they looked for the Dragon Balls first, they'd end up regretting it. So she turned to Goku for advice. With a gentle smile, Goku said, If you're asking me, doesn't that mean you already have your answer? All right then, let's save Lazuli and Lapis first, and then go after the Dragon Balls. There's something I haven't told you all yet. Goku's tone grew serious. Lapis told me himself, he managed to fool Dr. Gero with his acting, so he wasn't brainwashed. And what is brainwashing? It means turning Lapis and Lazuli into total killing machines, devoid of any emotions. Dr. Gero might not make a move yet, but as we hunt for the final Dragon Ball, I've already checked with Korin. The last one-star ball is with Fortune Teller Baba. Master, you should know her well. Fortune Teller Baba is Master Roshi's older sister. Master Roshi was taken aback. Goku, did you actually climb Korin Tower? Goku nodded. Yes, Master. Master Roshi nodded back. Since Korin himself told you, it looks like we'll have to find my sister, Fortune Teller Baba, to get the Dragon Ball. That could take ages. I haven't seen her in years. Actually, Korin didn't mention anything about the Dragon Balls to Goku. So why did Goku bring up Baba the Fortune Teller? It's because in the original Dragon Ball, during his second quest to find the Dragon Balls, the last one was with Baba the Fortune Teller. Why could Goku mention Baba, the Fortune Teller, then? The reason is that after obtaining the 6th Dragon Ball, he checked the Dragon radar and saw no trace of the 7th ball. It was obvious. The final Dragon Ball must be with Baba. Bulma chimed in, Goku, do you mean that we have plenty of time, but for Lapis and Lazuli, time is running out? Is that right? Goku gave her a thumbs up. As expected from Bulma, you really get me? All right, that's settled then, so don't overthink it, guys. Bulma, hand me the sonic device. Once I've rescued Lazuli and Lapis, I'll wipe this place out for good. Of course, Bulma supported her man's decision. She passed the sonic device to Goku. Here, Goku. This sonic device doesn't just disrupt bomb triggers. It can even disable certain electronic equipment. Goku suppressed his energy and aura. So how do I look now? Like a ghost, right? Goku darted about with effortless lightness. There was not a single sound. Krillin gasped, That's amazing. Goku, how did you do that? Yamcha exclaimed, Seriously, it's just like he's a real phantom. Master Roshi thought to himself, Has Goku already completed his spiritual training? He's become even stronger now. Chi-Chi called out, Goku, we're counting on you. Please, bring Lazuli and Lapis back to us. And so, Goku stealthily infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, on a reconnaissance mission to locate number 17 and number 18. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero had already placed the 6 fake Dragon Balls in front of Commander Red. Overcome with excitement, Commander Red hugged the 6 Dragon Balls and showered them with kisses. My precious Dragon Balls. Well done, Dr. Gero. I'm increasing your research budget. Dr. Gero beamed with pleasure. You truly are a great commander. I will redouble my efforts on your behalf. Just then a deep voice cut in from the side. I can hardly believe it. Dr. Gero, your androids managed to snatch 6 Dragon Balls from the world's very best. Are you certain these Dragon Balls aren't fakes? His name is Blag, which sounds similar to black in English, so calling him Big Black seems pretty fitting, right? Dr. Gero sneered. Blagcoin, I've already checked these with the base's Dragon Radar. They're the real deal. Do you really think the Dragon Radar could be wrong? Or are you just jealous that I got the Dragon Balls for Commander Red? Enraged, Blag snapped. Gero, stop calling me Blagcoin. My name is Blag. Are you looking for trouble? Gero sneered dismissively when he heard this. I managed to snatch 6 Dragon Balls. And what did you do here? Where were you when Commander-in-Chief Red was being threatened by Tao Pai Pai? If it weren't for me, will we still have 50 million and the Dragon Balls? Commander-in-Chief Red, hearing about this unexpected windfall, quickly tried to ease the tension. All right, we're all on the same side. Why are you two at each other's throats? Gero, that Tao Pai Pai isn't just anyone. Are you telling me you actually managed to snatch the money back from him? At that, Dr. Gero let out a cackling laugh. Haha, that boy called Son Goku, the so-called strongest in the world, he's something else. He actually took down Tao Pai Pai. When I found the briefcase by Karen Tower, I also ran into 2 so-called primitives hanging around there. So, asked a few questions. But no matter how impressive they are, my androids are still superior. Commander-in-Chief Red was shaken to the core by this. What? Son Goku, the world's greatest, actually defeated Tao Pai Pai? Doesn't this mean that Dr. Gero's androids are now the strongest in the world? That's terrifying. No, I can't let this happen. I must seize control of the androids. Otherwise, how can I possibly control this man? Then, Commander-in-Chief Red put a smile back on and said, all right, Dr. Gero, since you managed to recover the 50 million, I'll leave it to you to handle. Dr. Gero was taken aback. What? Commander-in-Chief Red, we're talking about 50 million here. Are you really letting me control it? Commander-in-Chief Red nodded and patted Dr. Gero on the shoulder. You are my most trusted lieutenant. I can spare that kind of money. If it's not enough, I'll give you another 50 million. How about we round it up to 100 million? Dr. Gero was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. No, Commander-in-Chief. With your trust in me, what more could I possibly want? I'll get right back to work. With that, Dr. Gero turned and left without looking back. Commander-in-Chief Red feigned a stern tone and called after him. Hey, Dr. Gero, your money. Now just imagine, if your own boss suddenly bumped your salary up several folds, it would be worth considering what's really behind it. If you're one of your boss's favorites, well, there's not much to question. Just accept it as is. But if you're not, then maybe you should wonder if he's about to let you go. All these years you were overlooked, and out of nowhere, your pay gets a massive raise. When something's too strange, it probably is. A schemer like Dr. Gero would never miss such a clue. So after walking out, he became twice as alert and lingered outside, eavesdropping for a while. A few minutes after Dr. Gero had left, Dahe, who had seemed furious just moments before, allowed his expression to return to one of calm indifference. Dahe spoke coldly. Commander-in-Chief, when do we make our move? I've been fed up with Gero for a long time. Commander-in-Chief, Rhett squeezed his hand. Let's do it tonight. Seize control of the androids. And as for Gero, deal with him however you see fit. Just make sure his body remains intact for burial. After all, he served me faithfully for so many years. And as for the androids, ha ha ha. Dr. Gero, having heard all he needed, quietly departed. Odd. So you've chosen death. I didn't want things to come to this. But if you betray me, don't blame me for turning on you. At that moment, Goku had already infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army's base. After years of wandering the world, Goku had picked up many interesting tricks, such as basic hypnotism. He hypnotized a patrolling guard, extracted the security codes, and some details about the outer defenses. Once he'd gotten what he needed, Goku ended the guard's life, changed into his uniform, and donned a lifelike facial mask. Goku thought to himself, no way they'll see through my disguise skills. No wonder the authorities could never find the Red Ribbon Army. Their base is hidden right here in an ordinary village. Who would ever suspect such a terrifying group to be lurking among simple country folk? Goku suppressed his energy entirely. To a normal person, he was practically invisible. His footsteps made no sound whatsoever, like a phantom passing through the night. In this way, he made his way to the center of the base. All right, this is where that soldier's memories ended, but where could androids 17 and 18 be held? At that moment, Big Black approached. Hey, soldier, what are you sneaking around for? Goku glanced over and felt a surge of excitement. It's that big guy, the one always hanging around Red. He's got to know where 17 and 18 are locked up. Goku kept his head down and gave no reply. Hey, soldier, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering me? Big Black strode purposefully toward Goku. Goku's lips curled into a grin. Sorry, but you're my prisoner now. A gleam flashed in Goku's eyes. Green light flickered from his gaze. Indeed, Goku's hypnotism had been activated. Big Black might have been the strongest among ordinary men, but before Goku, no matter how tough he was, in the end he was still only human. Under hypnosis, Big Black led Goku down to the basement. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was completely absorbed in his work, unaware that Big Black had overheard his conversation with Ret. The doctor had locked himself away in his laboratory, focused solely on developing a powerful new weapon. He had left the task of guarding 17 and 18 to his assistant. When the assistant saw Big Black approaching, he called out in alarm, No, this is Dr. Gero's lab. Didn't Commander Ret promise that no one would be allowed in here? What are you doing? Whoosh. Dahei pulled out a silenced pistol and calmly shot Dr. Gero's assistant. There were only 2 people in Dr. Gero's experimental sector, the doctor himself and a single assistant. The level of secrecy here was simply too intense, allowing more people and would inevitably risk leaks. After all, with such things as human experimentation going on, even soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, despite living in this world, would surely start to voice objections. At their core, their ambition might be world domination, but underneath it all, they were still human. If things like this could happen right under their noses, wouldn't it mean that if they ever made a mistake, they might be hauled off for experiments themselves? Rebellion would be inevitable. That's why Commander-in-Chief Red allowed no one else to know about this place. Only General Black and that mysterious white-haired major were privy to Dr. Gero's android project. Why would a mere major be allowed in on such a secret? The answer was obvious. He must be closely related to Commander Red himself. Being transferred to Musruda was a plum assignment. If Goku hadn't shown up, he would have ruled there like a petty emperor. In his hypnotized state, Dahei led Goku straight to a laboratory. So these are the hibernation pods for number 17 and number 18? You know how to open them, right? Hurry up and get it done. Hearing Goku's words, Dahei silently approached the pods and pressed a button. The hibernation pods rumbled softly to life. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Huh? Why is Dr. Gero opening our pods all of a sudden? Lapis, do you know what's going on? Number 17, startled, quickly interjected. Wait, you're supposed to call me 17. Have you forgotten again today? Oh, you're right, what do we do now? It must be because you told me about Chi-Chi. That's why I slipped up. I never get careless like this, 17. What should we do? I don't want to get brainwashed. Her voice had the air of a beautiful but scatterbrained girl, prompting Goku to laugh gently. Hey, are the 2 of you just going to stay lying in there? At the mention of his name, number 17 instantly sat upright. Son Goku, what are you doing here? Number 18, on the other hand, leapt gracefully from her pod and offered a deep bow. Oh, are you Chi-Chi's older brother? Pleased to meet you, sir. Goku couldn't help but laugh. You silly girl. Who are you calling, sir? All right, Lapis. I'll teach you how to suppress your energy. Then you can show Lazuli. Now composed, number 17 stepped out of the pod as well. I can't believe you actually came to rescue us, but the security here is so tight. How did you get inside? Goku proceeded to tell number 17 and 18 how he had secretly infiltrated the Red Ribbon base. Number 18's face lit up with admiration. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. I can't believe you managed all that. Goku just shook his head, reaching out a broad hand to gently tousle number 17's hair. In an instant, number 17 received the knowledge that Goku transmitted to him. In the original story, Goku sensed the Jinyu Force by placing his hand on Maklin's head. If he could do that, then passing memories to others shouldn't be impossible, right? At once, number 17 acquired Goku's techniques for suppressing one's energy and the art of disguise. Number 17 nodded and passed these techniques to number 18. Since they are twins, as long as number 17 taught her something, she could instantly master it. And so, Goku knocked Dahei unconscious and disguised him to look exactly like number 17, then placed him into the hibernation chamber. Dr. Gero's assistant was made to look like number 18. Number 17 asked with curiosity, Goku, do you really think Dr. Gero is that clueless? Maybe he won't notice the difference with number 18, but Dahei is so much taller. Won't he see through it? Hearing number 17 address Goku by his full name, number 18 stopped him at once. Hey, Lapis, you shouldn't call your big brother by his full name. You can call him brother or big brother Goku, just not by his name directly, okay? Number 17 just shook his head. No way. I want to call him Son Goku. I'm not going to be like you. No, how could you say something so harsh to your own sister? I'm really hurt now. Instantly, number 18's mood plummeted. Watching the two of them bicker playfully, Goku thought to himself, is this really the number 18 I know? When did she get so silly? Isn't she supposed to be cool and aloof? It'll be fine as long as we do this. A soft, glowing light gathered in Goku's palm. He waved his hand in front of the hibernation chambers, holding to Hei and Dr. Gero's assistant. In a moment, the two figures seemed to become indistinguishable from the real number 17 and number 18. See? This trick is called an illusion technique. It's real sleight of hand, using ki to bend the light and change what people see. Even up close, nothing seems out of place. The effect lasts about a day or so, as long as nobody tries to touch them. If the illusion is disturbed, it disappears. Watch. Goku reached forward and gave a gentle tap, causing the illusion to vanish instantly. Then he restored it just as quickly. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Number 17 nodded in agreement. That's really impressive. Just what I'd expect from Chi-Chi's brother. All right, enough fooling around. Let's get out of here. If we're discovered, things could get a little troublesome. Troublesome, but nothing too serious. With that, the three of them concealed their energy and quietly slipped out of Dr. Gero's lab. Everyone launched the final assault. Meanwhile, Bulma had received Goku's message loud and clear. Everyone, Goku did it. Martial artists, go all out. This time, there's no need to hold back. Krillin exclaimed, that's Goku for you. Hasn't it only been half an hour? He already pulled it off. Yamcha chimed in, all right, let's move out. Master Roshi gave a hearty reply. This old man's not going to lose to you youngsters just yet. The three of them immediately sprang into action, heading straight for the Red Ribbon Army base. Chi-Chi hurried over to Bulma and asked, Bulma, how's Lazuli? Is she all right? She's not hurt, is she? Bulma replied, well, Goku didn't mention anything to me, but we'd better hurry over there. If you're worried about her, why don't you go see for yourself? And so, the five of them soon arrived at the front of the Red Ribbon Army base. This time, Bulma decided to employ her airborne technique, a skill she hadn't used in quite some time. She figured a place like this base would be crawling with scouts, and an aircraft would be far too conspicuous. Krillin looked at the Red Ribbon Army's base, surprised to see that it resembled an ordinary, unremarkable village. He turned to Bulma and asked, Bulma, are you sure this is the place? What if we accidentally hurt innocent villagers? Before Bulma could answer, Goku's voice rang out. Krillin, there aren't any ordinary villagers here. It's all a facade set up by the Red Ribbon Army. Every last one of them is actually a Red Ribbon soldier in disguise. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Goku, standing behind Goku, Android 17 and 18 caught everyone's attention. Bulma spoke up. You two must be Lapis and Lazuli, the ones Chi-Chi is always talking about, right? Number 17 nodded and answered. Miss from Capsule Corporation, yes, that's us. Number 18, having shed her previous air of goofy charm and now radiating an aloof coolness, replied in a detached tone. That's right. Do you need something from us? Hearing number 18's indifferent voice, Goku thought to himself, that's more like her. Was the person before her an imposter or something? Bulma, a bit irked by 18's cold demeanor, put on a show and said, I'm Chi-Chi's big sister, you know. Lazuli, is it? You better talk nicely to me, or I'll never agree to let Chi-Chi marry you. Chi-Chi quickly rushed over, her face flushed. Bulma, don't joke about things like that. Chi-Chi then turned and locked eyes with number 18. Are you all right? After being separated for so long, Chi-Chi had 1,000 things she wanted to say, but now that they were face to face, she couldn't utter a single word. Number 18 simply nodded with a cool composure. I am all right. In truth, number 18's heart was pounding wildly. She, too, had so much she wanted to say to Chi-Chi, but with so many people around, she refused to let her softer side show. When neither of them spoke, Goku stepped between the two, taking Chi-Chi's hand as left and number 18's in his right. Goku said, Chi-Chi, Lazuli, you two must have a lot to talk about. Go with 17 and take some time away from here. Both girls looked at Goku without saying a word. Chi-Chi pulled her hand back and refused, saying, Brother Wukong, I can't leave first. I want to fight alongside all of you. Number 18 also spoke up coldly. Big brother, we can't leave either. Let's stay and help out. She was only a moment away from letting her goofy side slip out. Seeing this, Wukong moved with a flash, chopping the sides of Chi-Chi's and number 18's necks and knocking them both out in an instant. Number 17 understood Wukong's intention at a glance, because he and number 18 still had bombs inside their bodies, even with some sort of sonic device to restrain them. Who knew if Dr. Gero had yet another backup plan? Driven into a corner, There was no telling what desperate actions he might take. So, in a blink, number 17 shouldered each of them on either side. Number 17 asked, "Where should we wait for you?" "Go somewhere a little further away," Yukon replied. "Once Chi-Chi wakes up, have him take you to Capsule Corporation in West City. We'll return as soon as we finish off the Red Ribbon Army." Number 17 nodded. He knew the way to West City, so he took off flying in that direction with the others in tow. "All right, everyone, enough with those puzzled looks. Let's cut loose and get to work." With that, Wukong hurled an energy blast toward a shadowy watchtower. A thunderous explosion followed, sending sparks in all directions. The chaos immediately alerted the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Without delay, Wukong's friends sprang into action as well. Bulma took charge of the eastern sector, Krillin handled the west, Yamcha swept through the south, and Master Roshi secured the north. Explosions echoed through the compound, one after the other. Ordinary ammunition from the Red Ribbon Army was no match for Wukong and his friends. It couldn't even scratch them. In a flash, several smaller outposts were wiped out. Disregarding all protocol, a guard burst into Commander Red's office. "Commander Red, something's wrong." Out of nowhere, a group launched an assault on us. Commander Red took one look at the panicked guard and forgave the breach of decorum. "Calm down. Tell me exactly what's going on. Where's General Black? Where did he run off to? You should be in charge of repelling any intruders." "No idea, Commander Red. We haven't seen General Black at all. We don't know where he went." "Unbelievable." Commander Red slammed his fist against the wall. He then rushed to the control room to check the surveillance monitors. "Who are these people?" Commander Red demanded. "Why are they suddenly attacking this out-of-the-way village?" One of the programmers hunched over a keyboard reported, "Commander Red, we've identified them. Every one of them participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. We don't know why they're attacking us out of nowhere." Commander Red was taken aback. "The World Martial Arts Tournament? Is this because Sun Wukong was killed, so they came for revenge?" "No, Commander Red. Sun Wukong is still alive. It's him leading the assault on our eastern outpost right now." Having heard that Wukong was still alive, Commander-in-Chief Ret was so furious that the blood rushed to his head, and he collapsed to the ground. "Damn you, Sun Wukong. Weren't you supposed to be dead? If you're not, then at least stay out of my way. Why do you keep opposing me?" Saruba was bad enough. Misruda was also tolerable. But even snatching the Dragon Balls, now that's absolutely unforgivable. "I already killed you once. And where's Blue? Where on earth has he gone? Such a major incident at the base, and he's nowhere to be found." One of the subordinates spoke up. "Commander-in-Chief Ret, we've completely lost contact with General Blue. We have no idea when he disappeared. We simply can't reach him." At this, Commander-in-Chief Ret's vision darkened, and he fell over again. Damn it. Get Jero here. I want to be used as androids to kill them." Soon after, Dr. Jero rushed over after hearing the commotion. After all, there had been so many explosions that even from the laboratory he could hear them. He immediately asked Red about what was going on. "Commander-in-Chief Red, what on earth has happened?" Slap. With a resounding smack, Red slapped Dr. Jero hard across the face. "Gero, what's wrong with your androids? Sun Wukong isn't dead at all. Explain to me. Why is Sun Wukong showing up in this base?" Without waiting for an answer, Red had his men drag Dr. Jero over to watch the surveillance footage. Dr. Jero stared at the screens in utter disbelief. "What? Sun Wukong is really alive? Commander, this is my failure. I'll dispatch the androids at once." With that, Dr. Jero spun around and dashed back toward the lab, all the while thinking, "Number 17, what exactly have you done? And where on earth is Dahei? Why isn't Dahei by Rhet's side?" He hurriedly opened the hibernation pod. "They're still here. Huh? Why aren't they waking up?" He reached out to check inside. Inside the pod lay his lifeless assistant and Dahei. Seeing this, Dr. Jero's mind went blank with shock. He coughed up blood. Damn it. Who on earth was it? "Wait, the Dragon Balls." Dr. Jero swiftly produced 6 Fey Dragon Balls from their hiding place. It turned out he had never handed them over to Red. What he'd given the commander were just some textiles. With a furious roar, Dr. Jero hurled the fake Dragon Balls to the ground. Crash! In an instant, the fake Dragon Balls shattered into pieces. Realizing what had happened, Dr. Jero finally understood. He'd been tricked by Wukong. Sun Wukong. But despite his anger, there was little he could do. 17 and 18 had run away, and his detonator was now useless. Still, his eyes gleamed with a new idea. If that's how it is, Sun Wukong, then I'll have you take care of Ret for me instead. Those 2 androids are lost to me anyway. Someday, I'll create an android that obeys my every command." Just then, Dahei awoke. Where am I?" Hearing his voice, Dr. Jero turned around, an ominous grin spreading across his face as a spray-like device appeared in his hand. Dahei sat up. "Gero, what are you doing?" Dr. Gero sprayed a mist toward Dahei. This was a special mind control solution he had invented, able to make someone obey his every command completely for half an hour. Oomph. Even if you kill Red, Son Goku, I won't let you have it easy. With that, he strapped a bomb to Dahei. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma had already made their way to Commander Red himself. Nearly all the Red Ribbon soldiers in the base had been cleared out by the two of them. Goku looked at the solitary Commander Red and asked curiously, "Hey, Commander Red, do you really want the Dragon Balls just to rule the world?" Now cornered and utterly defeated, Commander Red spoke slowly. "Taking over the world is only a matter of time and effort. Ever since I was little, I've been so short that no one ever paid attention to me. The girls would never even glance my way. That's why I was determined to build up my own power and rule the world. I thought maybe then those beautiful women would approach me, not out of affection, but out of fear. But when I heard about the Dragon Balls, that they could grant any wish, I realized what I truly wanted was just a powerful and imposing physique." Goku was speechless and replied, "You came up with such an outrageous plan for world domination over something like that." Commander Red, stung by Goku's words, roared, "Humph. What I hate most are people like you, tall, good-looking, and strong. Even the wealthy heiress of Capsule Corporation has fallen for you. Don't try to tell me it's not all because of your face." Just as Goku was about to reply, Bulma stepped forward and said, "That's not true at all. Sure, Goku is handsome, but when I started to like him, he wasn't much taller than you. He was only 10 years old then, a total kid, not someone anyone would normally fall for. But Goku was different. He saved my life. He's kind and his character is wonderful. That's why I fell for him. Oh, and if your Red Ribbon Army hadn't kidnapped me, I might never have met Goku so early on. Honestly, I guess I should thank you guys for that." Goku nodded in agreement. "That's right. The main reason I had a bone to pick with your Red Ribbon Army was because you kidnapped Bulma. That's something I absolutely could not forgive." Their words left Commander Red momentarily speechless. Only now did Commander Red finally understand why Goku had come at him so many times. It was all because his army had taken Bulma. Commander Red protested bitterly, "But I honestly don't remember ever giving the order to kidnap her." Goku shook his head and replied, "Maybe it was done without your knowing. That assassin Tao Pai was there that time too, but I took care of him." At this moment, Commander-in-Chief Red finally remembered what General Blue had told him 9 years ago, that under his command there had once been a man named Jia Xiaobing, who had secretly kidnapped the second young lady of the Capsule Corporation. Back then, he hadn't realized that it was precisely because of Jia Xiaobing that the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army was accelerated. Commander-in-Chief Red dropped to his knees. "I've lost. Go ahead and kill me." Goku didn't act immediately. Someone who threatens world peace like this must be executed publicly in front of the people. Just as Goku was about to seize Commander-in-Chief Red, a beam of light shot straight through him. Commander-in-Chief Red fell dead. Goku's eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked toward the source. It was Dahei who had shot and killed Commander-in-Chief Red. By now, Dahei was already under Dr. Gero's control. Dahei laughed maniacally. "Son Goku, I'll blow you to pieces." The explosives strapped to Dahei were powerful enough to level a mountain with ease. But just as Dahei was about to press the detonator, Goku shouted, "Bulma, use the holy light." Realizing the urgency, Bulma instantly unleashed the holy light. This was the power of Shenron, a divine force, not something any mere chemical potion could compare with. In that moment, Goku dashed forward and delivered a swift kick, snapping Dahei's neck. Goku was furious. This time, Bulma had come closer to death than ever before. He could sense just how terrifyingly destructive the bomb's energy was. He himself might have barely survived by relying on a senza bean, but Bulma, who was closest to the blast, surely would have been killed. Goku gently patted Bulma's head and spoke. "Are you all right, Bulma?" Bulma shook her head with a soft smile. I'm fine. Goku, you always react so fast. I didn't even have time to process what was happening, and you've saved me again." "Bulma, wait here for me, a few minutes at most. I think there's one last, worst villain left in this place. I'll finish him off and come right back to you." Bulma nodded and hugged Goku from behind. "Hurry back." Without delay, Goku set off, searching for any trace of Dr. Gero. He soon spotted Dr. Gero sneaking away at the foot of the mountain, trying to escape. Click, bah, click, bah, click. With a shout, Goku unleashed his Kamehameha. The blast struck Dr. Gero head-on. In an instant, Dr. Gero's body was obliterated, leaving only his head behind. Without looking back, Goku walked away. He thought to himself, after this, there shouldn't be any more android saga, right? But in reality, Goku had overlooked something. He didn't realize that a robot had quietly retrieved Dr. Gero's head. And so, The robot preserved Dr. Gero's brain for a future yet to unfold. The robot then emitted a mechanical sound. Son Goku, Dr. Gero, will return. Leave your head right there. I'll come back for it at any time. Could Dr. Gero really make a comeback with just a single robot? To be continued. Krillin, sensing Goku's presence, hurried over and asked, Hey Goku, why did you use the Kamehameha just now? These guys really didn't call for something that intense. Goku explained, Oh, Krillin, I just ran into Dr. Gero. He's one of those truly wicked scientists. If you only use ordinary fighting moves against someone like him, he might come back in some new robot form. That's why I used the Kamehameha, just to be safe. Krillin gasped in surprise. Goku, are there really people like that? Someone who can come back to life? Goku nodded. It's definitely possible. Dr. Gero has that kind of ability. All right, Krillin, let's head back. This time, I'm taking you, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi to a place where we can test our training. Where's that? We're going to see Fortune Teller Baba. So Goku, after finding Bulma, asked Master Roshi where Fortune Teller Baba's place was. My sister's territory isn't far from here. If you keep heading south from here, there's a village called Namu Village. She charges a fee if you want her help. I'm not exactly sure how much, but if it's to find a Dragon Ball, I imagine it'll be pretty expensive. She's got this fortune-telling crystal, and with it, she can find out anything you want to know with ease. So finding the last Dragon Ball should be simple enough for Bulma, considering how wealthy she is. Goku nodded. Namu Village, huh? Got it. Goku remembered that Fortune Teller Baba had some skilled fighters at her place. In the original story, it cost 10 million to find the Dragon Ball, 10 million just to learn where it was, and another 10 million to put Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Yamcha to the test with their ki. Bulma had always been generous with Goku's allowance, so for this kind of small expense, he didn't feel the need to trouble her about it. But when Bulma heard that it would cost 10 million, even though she was rich, she couldn't help but wonder, could this Fortune Teller Baba really find anything just with money? So she turned to Master Roshi and asked, Hey, you old lecher, can she really use money to find anything you want? Master Roshi nodded. That's right. It's a truly magical crystal ball. As long as you use a little magic, you can find the location of anything on Earth. Though, of course, anything outside the planet is beyond its reach. Bulma's eyes sparkled at the news, thinking to herself, I wonder how much it costs? If I could find the locations of all the Dragon Balls for 100 million, wouldn't that be more useful than my Dragon Radar? From now on, whenever I need to use the Dragon Balls, wouldn't it be easier to just ask for a divination and know their exact locations? There are only 7 balls, so it shouldn't cost even 100 million. Once I know where they are, I won't have to keep searching for them myself. Instead, I can just have one of my trusted people in the underworld find them. And I definitely have people I can trust. Could I really spend 100 million a year on this? Filled with excitement, Bulma spoke up, Goku, I want to meet that Fortune Teller Baba too. This time, Goku hadn't really planned to take Bulma along. He figured that he'd kept her away from home for so long. Her parents, especially Dr. and Mrs. Brief, must be starting to miss her. The truth was quite the opposite. Dr. and Mrs. Brief didn't particularly miss Bulma at all. In fact, they missed Goku much more. After all, they could see their daughter anytime, but their beloved son-in-law was always out fighting and almost never home. Bulma, I really wasn't planning to take you with me this time. Hearing Goku's refusal, Bulma's large, shimmering eyes fixed on him, her voice full of exaggerated sorrow. What? Goku, are you turning your back on me? We've never been apart until now. Are you getting tired of me? Looking for someone younger? Oh, woe is me. I'm only 18, and I have to face heartbreak already. Goku felt an immediate headache, thinking, here we go again. Fine, she can come. He hurriedly said, all right, you can come. No need to start crying. I just don't know what to do with you. Instantly, Bulma beamed and wrapped her arm around Goku's. Yay, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind, Goku. Krillin and Yamcha, watching this, couldn't help but mutter among themselves. Krillin said, wow, who would have thought that someone as strong as Goku would be helpless when it comes to Bulma? How strange. Yamcha added, the world's greatest warrior is afraid of his wife? Now there's something you don't see every day. Master Roshi nodded approvingly from the side. That's what youth is all about. All right, we should go back and meet up with Chi-Chi and the others. They've probably been waiting forever. Let's first see if Uncle can do something about the bombs they're carrying. With that, the group left the Red Ribbon Army base behind. By this time, Chi-Chi and Android 18 had both regained consciousness. The 3 of them were lying on the grass just outside West City, gazing up at the sky and chatting. 17, chewing idly on a blade of grass, remarked, Chi-Chi, your brother treats you really well. He actually came here just to save people like us. Chi-Chi glanced at him and replied, what do you mean, people like you? I see you as family, and my brother's my family too. Number 17 shook his head. We're quite close, that's true, but we're not that familiar with Sun Wukong. Earlier, you told us about what it's like being around him. He's not your real brother. Do you know why he would go so far for you? Chi-Chi thought about it and replied, Brother Wukong once told me. He had a dream where he met a girl version of me, and in that dream, he saw her as a younger sister. They were very close in the dream, so he started caring for me as well, sort of loving me on her behalf, and accepted me as a younger brother. I know it sounds a bit out there, but I guess that's the only explanation. Number 18 perked up, her tone curious and a bit mischievous. A girl version of Chi-Chi? Now that's something I can picture. She must be absolutely adorable. But hey, are you sure Big Brother Wukong wasn't pulling your leg? Stuff like that doesn't really happen, does it? She turned to Chi-Chi and gave his cheek a gentle pat. Chi-Chi's ears turned pink at her words. Huh? Lazuli, don't do that. You're making me blush. She giggled. You really haven't changed at all. You're just as bashful as ever. You know, Chi-Chi, I once thought that after Dr. Jero kidnapped me, I'd never see you again. Her voice wavered at the end, just a tremor shy of tears. Seeing this, Chi-Chi remembered something Wukong had taught him. When a girl is really upset, you don't need to say a word. Just hold her hand and look in her eyes quietly. Summoning his courage, Chi-Chi gently took number 18's hand in his own. He gazed at her with earnest eyes and said, Don't worry, Lazuli. The photo you left me was how I found you. But even without it, no matter where you were in the whole wide world, I would have found you. Number 18 nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Yeah, I know you would. Number 17, seeing the two holding hands, broke the mood with a playful protest. Hey, are you two forgetting I'm still here? What's with holding hands like that? The pair quickly let go, cheeks flushed bright red. Just then, Wukong's voice broke in. Well, you three really have a great bond. Chi-Chi, don't get shy at a time like this. When you're holding hands, you should hold on tight. At that, Chi-Chi turned, beaming, and rushed straight into Wukong's arms. Brother Wukong. Wukong chuckled, holding Chi-Chi close and ruffling his hair. Haha, aren't you a bit old to be jumping into your brother's arms? Chi-Chi laughed too. No matter how old I get, you'll always be my big brother. Suddenly, Bulma marched over. Hey Chi-Chi, let go. That spot's mine. She firmly pulled Chi-Chi away from Wukong, muttering to herself that even among women, she had never felt as threatened as she did with Chi-Chi. If Chi-Chi had been a girl, he'd be real trouble. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, Bulma, Goku, let me formally introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Lazuli, and my best buddy, Lapis. Chi-Chi gently pulled number 18 and number 17 over to stand before Goku and Bulma. Although the four had already met before, this was their first official introduction. Seeing this, Goku, ever the older brother, stepped forward with a hand extended. We've met before, but let me introduce myself properly. I'm Son Goku, Chi-Chi's older brother. You could just call me brother too, like she does. With Goku taking the lead, Bulma, as Goku's girlfriend and, by merit, Chi-Chi's sister-in-law, offered her hand next. Hello, I'm Bulma, Goku's girlfriend and Chi-Chi's big sister-in-law. Feel free to call me sister. Eager not to be outdone, Lazuli immediately reached out both hands, shaking Goku's with her left and Bulma's with her right. Hello, big brother. Hello, big sister. My name is Lazuli. This playful scene made both Goku and Bulma laugh heartily. Haha, you're so adorable. Lazuli's cheeks flushed bright red at the praise. Lapis gave a small, reserved wave. My name's Lapis. Hello, brother, hello, sister. From this point on, let's use their real names, Lazuli and Lapis, instead of number 18 and number 17. Watching all this, Krillin suddenly felt an odd pang in his chest, as if he'd lost something precious. What's gotten into me? And so, Goku, Bulma, and Chi-Chi walked Lazuli and Lapis back to Capsule Corporation. As for Krillin and Yamcha, neither of them had ever visited such a bustling city before. They decided to look around, planning to meet up with Goku afterward. Goku, it's been ages. Let me have a look at you. Mrs. Brief was delighted to see Goku arrive with Bulma. She came over and pinched his cheeks affectionately. Ma, you've gotten so much stronger. Goku mumbled shyly, not sure what to say. Quick to defend him, Bulma called out, Hey Mom, don't do that to Goku. It makes him really uncomfortable. But Mrs. Brief simply carried on, unconcerned. Yes, he really has grown a lot. Feeling ignored, Bulma protested. Hey, Mom, didn't you hear me? Oh, Bulma, you're home too. A lightning bolt of exasperation struck Bulma. Mom, this is too much. Why do you only see Goku? I'm your real daughter, aren't I? Can't you even see me? Waving her hand dismissively, Mrs. Brief replied, Oh, sorry. Isn't this my way of greeting you? Just then, Mrs. Brief noticed the trio standing behind. Chi-Chi, Lazuli, and Lapis. Oh, Chi-Chi, who are these two? Chi-Chi replied, Auntie, let me introduce the blonde girl. Her name is Lazuli. The boy with her is my good buddy, Lapis. They're twins. Mrs. Brief beamed with delight at the news. Wow, this is my first time hosting twin children. Welcome to our home, dears. Would you like some treats? As soon as Lazuli heard the word treats, her favorite thing ever, though she hadn't had any since she'd been captured by the Red Ribbon Army, her eyes lit up. She bounced with excitement. Auntie, can you really make some desserts for me? Mrs. Brief looked over, her gaze full of fondness. What an adorable little girl. Of course. Just tell me what you'd like, and I'll make it for you. At this moment, Lazuli glanced at Chi-Chi. Times like this are the perfect test. Do your friends remember what you like? Chi-Chi gave a tiny nod and spoke up. Auntie, Lazuli loves chocolate cake. Would it be possible to make some for her? Seeing that, Lazuli broke into a satisfied smile, thinking, looks like someone hasn't forgotten my favorite. Mrs. Brief exclaimed, Oh, Lazuli, we have the same taste. I love chocolate cake too. Just then, Bulma cut in, I want a strawberry parfait. Goku does too. All right, 2 strawberry parfaits. And what about you, Lapis dear? Is there anything you'd like to eat? Mrs. Brief looked kindly at the slightly reserved boy. I'll have the same as my sister, he replied softly. Being twins, Lapis and Lazuli shared the same sweet tooth. All right then, let me get to work. You children can go play in the back garden. I'll call you when everything is ready. With that, Bulma led Lazuli and Lapis off to meet Dr. Brief. Originally, Goku and Chi-Chi also wanted to join them, but Bulma stopped them at the door, insisting that there couldn't be too many people in the laboratory. Upon seeing Lazuli and Lapis, Dr. Brief pulled Bulma aside and whispered, Bulma, are these the children, those ones we heard about from Dr. Brief? Bulma nodded. Yes, Dad. Could you run a check on them? They have bombs implanted inside. Let's see if you can remove them. Lazuli, hearing this, grew anxious and tugged at Lapis's sleeve, whispering, What do we do? Lapis, Chi-Chi's dad is a scientist. Are we going to be in danger? Lapis reassured her. Don't worry. Dr. Brief is a scientist who loves peace. He would never do experiments on people. I saw stuff about him back at the Red Ribbon Army base, so relax, it'll be okay. Dr. Brief nodded and instructed, Which of you would like to go first? Let me see if I can safely remove the bombs inside you. Immediately, Lapis volunteered. I'll go first. Lapis laid down on the operating table, just like that. Dr. Brief carefully opened up Lapis's stomach. He examined it meticulously, his brows furrowing every so often and sighs slipping out now and then. Watching this, Lazuli and Bulma looked intensely nervous. When Dr. Brief sighed for the 10th time, Bulma couldn't hold it in any longer. Dad, why have you sighed so many times? Is something wrong? Dr. Brief nodded. Yes, there is. The bomb inside Lapis was firmly embedded by Dr. Gero. If even a single detonation wire is cut the wrong way, the bomb will explode instantly. I can't risk cutting it. And I suppose it's the same for Lazuli. It's no use examining her. Those poor children. Lazuli wasn't surprised by this. If it were easy to remove, she and her brother wouldn't have been subject to Dr. Gero's control at every turn. Bulma nodded. Looks like we'll have to rely on the Dragon Balls, then. Dad, please put Lapis back together. We'll head out. We need to talk to Goku. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. All right, go on. With that, Bulma took Lazuli by the hand and led her out of the lab. Seeing the two of them emerge, Goku and Chi-Chi hurried over. Goku asked, So, Bulma, were you able to remove the bomb? Bulma shook her head. No. We'll definitely need the Dragon Balls. Dad said the bomb's completely fused inside. If even one wire's cut at random, it'll explode. Goku nodded, understanding. If even your dad can't fix it, then the Dragon Balls are our only option. There's no need for such gloomy faces, Lazuli, Chi-Chi. Dr. Gero is gone. He can't threaten you anymore. Let's go find the Dragon Balls together. Just then, Mrs. Brief called out. Snacks are ready. You can all come eat now. Even then, Chi-Chi and Lazuli didn't move. Goku exchanged a look with Bulma, silently urging her to bring them to the table. Bulma, of course, caught on immediately. She took them by the hand, one in each, and led them to the kitchen. Goku didn't follow them in. Instead, he waited outside for Lapis. Before long, Lapis exited the lab. Come on, let's go have some snacks. Without waiting for Lapis to react, Goku threw an arm around his shoulder. Whoa, that was sudden. Why'd you grab me like that? You startled me. Goku chuckled. We're buddies, aren't we? What's a little shoulder hug between friends? Mrs. Brief's cake is absolutely delicious. I could eat it for a lifetime. Hearing Lazuli's enthusiastic praise, Mrs. Brief responded with a warm, motherly smile. If you like it, come as often as you want. I'll always make cake for you. Lazuli spotted Lapis walking over with Goku and rushed over, grabbing him by the arm. I'm so happy to see you, Lapis. Come here and try some of Annie's chocolate cake. It's absolutely delicious. Lapis took a bite and commented, yeah, it really is good. After everyone finished their desserts, Goku decided they would set out to find Baba the fortune teller in Nam Village right after meeting up with Krillin and Yamcha, and soon stepped out of the house. Originally, Chi-Chi had hoped to introduce Lazuli to Grandpa Gohan and Ox King, but it seemed they'd gone out, so she comforted herself with the thought there would be another chance in the future. By the time Mrs. Brief finished tidying up the dishes and returned, she realized Goku and the others had already left. With a note of regret in her voice, she said, "Oh, they've only just come back for less than an hour, and now they're off again? I was hoping to spend a bit more time with Goku. Maybe even invite her along on a little date." Dr. Brief glanced at her from the side, raising his eyebrows. Goku and the group made their way to the sacred land of Corinne, where they met UPA and Bora. Both UPA and Bora were very familiar with this area, and also knew quite a bit about Baba the fortune teller. With UPA and Bora leading the way, they continued on toward Nam Village. Baba the fortune teller's powers were renowned in Nam Village and throughout the southwest. It was said that as long as you were willing to pay her price, she could help you discover countless treasures. A crowd was already gathered in front of the fortune teller's tent. Just then, a small pink imp with a bamboo hat floated out into view. The imp announced, "All right, you can go in now. I'm going to give it everything I've got this time. This time, I'm definitely going to win and get my hands on the treasure." But as a couple of burly men stepped tentatively inside, they lasted less than a minute before trudging out, their faces covered in dust and disappointment. Eyebrows raised at the scene, Krillin stepped forward to ask, "Why is it that you all come out again after less than a minute inside? Didn't Baba, the fortune teller, grant your wishes?" One of the burly men replied, "You must be from out of town, huh? If you want a fortune from Baba the fortune teller, you need to pay at least 5 million zeni. None of us have that much cash, so we have to try and beat the fighters under her command. But those monsters are just ridiculously strong. There's no way we can win. Actually, even the Red Ribbon Army once came here, but Baba will not read fortunes for just anyone. If you're evil, no matter how much you pay, she'll refuse you. In fact, she keeps a special monster just for dealing with wicked souls. If your ambition and evil intent are off the charts, that monster's finisher can take you out instantly." The folks from the Red Ribbon Army were either brainwashed or just outright evil, all wanted to take over the world. Every last one of them died the moment they went inside, and after too many tried and failed, the whole matter was quietly left alone. This refers to that so-called devil beam from the original work, a technique governed by absolute rules. If someone like Frisia, Majin Buu, or Cell got hit by it, there would be no escape from certain death. Maybe because it was too overpowered, or perhaps Toriyama just forgot about it and left this concept behind. Still, there are other beings with rule-based powers later on, like Zeno. Their powers can erase things from existence without question. Krillin, upon hearing this, patted his chest in relief. Good thing Bulma's rich, so we don't have to mess around with terrifying folks like that. Bulma seemed unfazed, but then Goku chimed in, "We're not just here for fortune-telling and Dragon Balls. I told you, I want to take you all somewhere to test the fruits of your training. Those weirdos over there are your opponents." Chi-Chi didn't seem to mind, but for Yamcha and Krillin, who were a bit superstitious about ghosts and spirits, things weren't so easy. For a moment, Krillin finally realized, and recalling that pink ghost, he cried out in fear, "Ah, Goku, how could you be so heartless? What if those monsters end up eating me? That pink ghost looks downright terrifying." Yamcha glanced at the pink ghost, and a shiver ran down his spine. Goku looked at Chi-Chi, signaling her with his eyes to nudge those two forward. Chi-Chi, of course, understood right away. Her Goku would never put them in real danger. If there's a fight, so be it. Meanwhile, Lazuli and Bulma were chatting nearby. With a curious look, Lazuli asked, "Hey, Bulma, I thought martial artists weren't supposed to be afraid of anything. So what's going on with these two?" Bulma nodded slightly in response. "Lazuli, everyone has something they're afraid of. Think about it. When you were still human, wasn't there something you dreaded most?" Lazuli brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and thought for a moment. I used to be really scared of snakes. But after becoming an android and seeing so many of them, I guess I've grown immune to it." Bulma quickly apologized. "Oh, Lazuli, I'm sorry for bringing up such a painful memory." But Lazuli waved it off and smiled. "It's fine. No painful memories here. I get it now. Goku's basically putting them through systematic desensitization, right?" Hearing this, Bulma thought to herself, "Wait, would Goku really think it through that much? He's probably just eager to see them spar and check the results of their training." But instead of dousing Lazuli's excitement, Bulma nodded warmly. "Exactly. That's just what Goku had in mind." After that, The group stepped into the tent together. Inside, they discovered that it was much larger than the small exterior suggested, a whole world unto itself. There, a black-clad old woman with pink hair was holding a crystal ball. Well, new faces. What would you like to have foretold? Let me name my price. Goku stepped forward and spoke. Fortune teller Baba, I want to find the location of the one-star ball, the one-star Dragon Ball. It seemed as though the fortune teller granny had long known the purpose of Goku and the others' visit. She spoke slowly. Looking for a Dragon Ball, are you? Well then, you can have it for just 10 million. That's quite a bargain, isn't it? Bulma and Goku didn't bat an eye at this. After all, money was just a number for their family. 10 million was nothing to them. Clearly, Chi-Chi hadn't spent that much time with Bulma, just a few months, and didn't realize that earning 10 million was far easier for her sister-in-law than spending it. There simply wasn't anything she'd ever need to buy for that much money. Someone might argue, a capsule plane, doesn't that cost 10 million? Maybe it did, but since the capsule planes were their own family's business, she never had to pay for them. She could just take one out and go. There was a warehouse full of them. They often browsed through documents at the Red Ribbon Army's old base, and both Lazuli and Lapis were very familiar with the Bulma family's businesses. Still, would Bulma ever actually spend that kind of money on herself? When she thought about it, even selling herself probably wouldn't fetch that much. Krillin, on the other hand, was shocked and angry. What? Fortune teller granny, do you have any idea how much 10 million is? Throwing around numbers like that. Is it because you've grown tired of being broke? Goku frowned and chided him. Hey Krillin, don't talk to fortune teller granny like that. The fortune teller granny didn't seem to mind at all. She gave a gentle chuckle. Those are my rules. But if you don't have the money, there's another way. You just need to defeat my 5 warriors. Krillin then remembered the talk of a battle that the burly man had mentioned before. He pulled Chi-Chi and Yamcha aside, away from Goku and Bulma, so the two wouldn't overhear. Chi-Chi, we can't keep troubling Goku for this. 10 million is enough to buy a ton of houses. Let's not ask him for help this time. We won't let him fight either. Yamcha and I will help you. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi's always relying on Goku for everything. It's not right. We should handle our own problems. Krillin and I will have you back. Chi-Chi herself didn't want to keep burdening Goku, making him do all the heavy lifting. She felt like a vampire, constantly taking and taking. With her resolve firm, Chi-Chi turned to Goku and said, Big brother, you're not allowed to help this time. We'll fight for ourselves, and you can just watch. Goku nodded. That's the whole point. I want you all to get some training in too, so of course I won't interfere. Go ahead, follow the fortune teller granny to the martial arts arena. Chi-Chi signaled to Lazuli and Lapis. Wait for me. I'll be right out. Krillin, Yamcha, let's go. Right. Once inside the martial arts arena, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Krillin were about to face off against the vampire, the mummy, the invisible man, the devil man, and a mysterious masked man, none other than Grandpa, Gohan himself. First up, it would be Krillin versus the vampire. But when they arrived at the martial arts arena, Goku seemed to have vanished into thin air. Bulma looked around, searching for any sign of Goku. Goku, Goku, where did you go? She called. It was as if Goku had simply disappeared. In truth, it was the fortune teller granny who had cast an illusion. At that moment, she was secretly speaking with Goku. Goku spoke softly. Auntie, is that the proper way for me to address you? Fortune teller granny? The fortune teller granny nodded. Yes, your son Goku, right? My brother's student, Gohan's grandson. You really are quite impressive. Gohan talks about you all the time. As for the Dragon Balls, I've heard about it from Gohan. I can help you find them for free. Hearing this, Goku thought to himself, so grandfather's been out looking for the fortune teller granny? I was really worried, thinking he'd gone off to who knows where. Goku shook his head. No, rules are rules. Auntie, why not bring Bulma here as well? The fortune teller granny nodded, and her crystal ball flared with light. Then, in a flash, Bulma appeared right next to Goku. Bulma threw herself into Goku's arms, pouting playfully. Goku, where did you go? I've been searching everywhere for you. Honestly, Goku smiled gently and reassured her. I was just talking to my aunt. Sorry for the trouble, but we might need to give her 10 million as a fee. We can't expect her to help us find the Dragon Balls for nothing. With that, Bulma instantly picked up on what was going on. Wasting no time, she hurried over and clung to the fortune teller granny's arm, bubbling with enthusiasm. No trouble at all. 10 million is pocket change. Auntie, I'll take care of it. Fortune teller granny was startled by this, thinking to herself, Goku's girlfriend is a force to be reckoned with. She's got nerves of steel. That's 10 million we're talking about. She acts as if she's just spending 100. Can it really be that easy? Is her family insanely wealthy? Spoiler, they're worth more than billions. Although these thoughts swirled through her mind, the fortune teller granny stayed calm and only responded mildly. Do you really have that much money? Clearly, Grandpa Gohan didn't know much about Bulma's family fortune. He'd never mentioned any of this crucial detail. Of course. Credit or? As she finished her sentence, Bulma whipped out a black credit card. Seeing this, the fortune teller granny could no longer contain her composure and gasped. What? A limited edition global black card. You actually have one. Bulma, secretly pleased, thought to herself, gotcha. I was right. Those eyes are all about the money. No doubt about it. These siblings. One's a flirt, the other's greedy. A greedy type, like her, must know what a black card means. Heh, just waving it around was enough to shock her. Watching it all unfold, Goku's thoughts were uncannily in sync with Bulma's. Let's do the payment. Without a moment's hesitation, the fortune teller granny produced a POS machine. A quick swipe and 10 million transferred instantly. She opened her phone and began poring over the endless stream of digits with meticulous care. It really is 10 million. All right, whatever you want, I'll divine it for you. Bulma, right? Please, let me be your little sister. Listening to this wild boast grow more and more outrageous, Goku quickly interjected, No way. Master Auntie, don't mess around. Only then did fortune teller Baba remember her young nephew was still right beside her. She realized she'd let herself get a bit carried away. How embarrassing. She sent Bulma a telepathic message. Bulma-chan, it's me, fortune teller Baba. I'm speaking to you through telepathy. Here's my phone number. If you ever want a reading, just give me a call. I'll absolutely divine anything for you. Bulma nodded, making a note of fortune teller Baba's number. Then, fortune teller Baba revealed to Goku the location of the one-star ball. It was traveling through South City on a pink car. Since the Dragon Ball was kept in a box that blocked the radar signal, it couldn't be detected. The license plate was 88,888. Goku glanced at the crystal ball's image and thought to himself, Pilaf, huh? Just one of those comic relief types. Never mind that now. I'll go grab the Dragon Ball first. Quietly, Goku took Bulma's hand and slipped away from the scene. He wasn't worried about the others losing. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter much. The most important thing was to set out for South City to find the Dragon Ball before something unexpected happened. The tournament rules were exactly the same as those of the World Martial Arts Championship. First up in the ring stood a gaunt, sharp-fanged figure with dark blue skin, a vampire. Krillin was the first to challenge him. Standing on the platform, Krillin looked at a blue bat hovering in the air and called out, Hey, are you my opponent, Bat? You're not going to get knocked out in one punch, are you? Suddenly, blue mist swirled around the bat as it transformed into a strange, blue-skinned humanoid, complete with wristbands and short green trunks. Krillin had heard vampire legends before, but facing a real one in the flesh sent a chill down his spine. A vampire? So they really do exist. I always thought it was just a myth. Looks like I can't take you lightly, even if your human form looks kind of scrawny. With that, Krillin set himself in a ready stance. In the original story, Krillin had been careless and was instantly taken out by the vampire surprise attack. But after his bout with Jiren the Dinosaur Man earlier, he'd learned his lesson well. Never underestimate any opponent. From the side, the vampire thought, Oh, he's not dropping his guard because of how I look. Instead, he's taking me seriously? Intriguing. Finally, someone who might put up a real fight. Then, all of a sudden, the vampire dropped to his knees. Krillin stared in confusion, his face practically forming a question mark. Do vampires have to kneel to unleash their true power, or something? In truth, the vampire wasn't bowing, but rather performing some kind of ritual. Swiftly, Krillin darted forward, not caring one bit about what the vampire was doing. With a heavy thud, Krillin landed a solid kick, direct hit. With Krillin's current battle strength, fighting with an added weight of 110, his kick landed with impressive force. The vampire creature was sent flying through the air by the blow. Krillin gave a polite nod and said, Sorry. You were full of openings, so I just gave you a kick. You're not dead, are you? Down below the ring, his friends were watching. Puar cheered, Amazing Krillin. This little one always tags along with Yamcha, no matter where he goes. Yamcha grinned and added, Nice move, Krillin. Just one more kick, and you'll knock him right off the stage. Chi-Chi, observing, remarked, Looks like this fight will be over soon. Lazuli looked around and asked, Where are Chi-Chi and the others? Why can't I see them? Chi-Chi glanced about in response, then nodded, unfazed. Yeah, they seem to be gone. Who knows where they went? Maybe they just stepped out to the restroom. The vampire slowly got back to his feet, gritting his teeth. How dare you sabotage my ritual? I'll drain every drop of your blood. Clearly, the ritual had meant something important to him. A wave of brutality washed over the arena as he unleashed his rage. Krillin felt the shift in the air, but didn't seem too concerned. Suddenly, the vampire transformed into a bat, sharp fangs gleaming, and swooped toward Krillin's shining bald head to take a bite. Too slow. Watch me finish you off in one move. With that, Krillin leapt up, twisted in the air, and landed right behind the vampire. In a flash, he grabbed its tail and hurled the creature with all his might. Fortune teller Baba looked on and thought to herself, my brother's student is certainly impressive to defeat a vampire with such ease. Krillin then turned to her and called out, all right, Baba, who's next? At that moment, Baba's crystal ball flickered, and with a thud, it seemed someone had jumped onto the ring. Now let's see how you handle this. The match begins. Krillin looked around in search of his new opponent, but saw no one in sight. Baba, what's going on? Is your fighter just giving up? Just as the words left his mouth, a powerful punch struck Krillin in the stomach. The sharp pain brought Krillin to his knees. Clutching his stomach, he thought, what? Who is this? It feels like an invisible fist hit me. Looking around uneasily, Krillin braced himself, only to be socked in the face by another unseen blow, leaving a bright red mark on his cheek. Titi Wunda, an invisible man. How can we break this invisibility? Krillin raised his arms to shield his head, trying to fend off the invisible man's attacks. Now, bruised and battered, Krillin still hadn't figured out his opponent's trick. Meanwhile, Lapis and Lazuli couldn't help but grumble. Come on, little Baldy. It's pretty obvious what's happening. Can you handle this or not? Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted to Lapis and Lazuli. Even the invisible man paused his assault to look over in curiosity, silently observing them. Di fortuna that's impossible. Azu can't possibly be detected. Without missing a beat, the invisible Azu launched another attack at Krillin. Razili turned toward Chi-Chi, her tone defiant. Chi-Chi, you have to trust us. We have excellent eyesight. If we try, we can spot the outline of an ant hundreds of meters away. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes widened with sudden realization. So that's how it is. It's not real invisibility, just blending in with the environment. Rather than calling it invisibility, it's more like camouflage, right? After Razili and Lapis were transformed into androids, their eyesight became extraordinary, so that's why they could see him. Now I understand. Chi-Chi then scanned the area, spotting several fruit trees nearby. An idea struck her instantly. She quickly picked some fruit and threw them onto the arena. Chi-Chi shouted, Krillin, smash the fruit. Although Krillin didn't know what Chi-Chi was planning, he followed her instructions without question. After enduring several more attacks, Krillin had started to get used to the rhythm of his opponent's strikes. He deftly dodged a few more of Azu's assaults. Then, with swift, precise blows, he smashed all the ripe red fruit that Chi-Chi had dropped from above. The bright red juice rained down, instantly coating the whole arena. Though a bit of the juice splattered onto Krillin, he finally caught sight of Azu. Azu, now drenched, was clearly visible in bright red. Krillin's face lit up with understanding. Ah, so that's it. Camouflage, huh? Like lizards in the wild. But now, with that bright red body, you're plain as day in front of me. With those words, Krillin sprang into action. Azu, who relied entirely on surprise to win and had little real strength of his own, was no match. Krillin sent him flying with a single punch. Watching this, the fortune teller Granny thought to herself, oh dear, I didn't realize Azu had such a weakness. Looks like we can't plant any more fruit trees here, even though those fruits are really tasty. Krillin rolled his shoulders and asked, Granny, who's the third opponent? Just as the fortune teller was about to announce the next challenger, Yamcha spoke up. Krillin, let me take the next round. You've already beaten two. If you keep going, Chi-Chi and I won't get a chance. Krillin nodded at this. After all, most of the fortune teller's minions only manage to keep winning here because of their strange abilities. Without those tricks, they should be easy to beat. Krillin nodded again. All right, Yamcha, the next one's all yours. I'll take a break. Hearing they wanted to switch, the fortune teller hurriedly warned them. If you switch out, you can't go back in. Are you sure you want to stop now? Krillin waved her off. That's fine. Yamcha and Chi-Chi can handle it. I've already won 2 rounds. With that, Krillin stepped down from the arena. Fortune teller Baba nodded. All right, the next stage won't be held here. Let's move on. Hearing that the venue was about to change, Chi-Chi quickly spoke up. Fortune teller Baba, can we wait for Brother Goku? Sister Bulma hasn't returned yet. Fortune teller Baba answered honestly, without hiding anything. They've already set out to search for the Dragon Balls. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What? Krillin asked, did Goku and the others really pay 10 million? Yamcha was incredulous. That's unbelievable. A sum like 10 million isn't something to take lightly. Poir then inquired, Yamcha, how much is 10 million actually? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Yamcha replied, well, it's probably enough to buy a lifetime supply of cat food. It's worth noting that Poir is a cat-like being. Though human, he greatly prefers cat food over human fare. A lifetime's worth? That's a huge amount, Poor exclaimed. Although Chi-Chi understood why Goku did it, she still asked, Baba, why didn't Brother Goku ask us to join them in finding the Dragon Balls? Does that mean our battles here are meaningless? Fortune Teller Baba replied, he insisted you all stay and face my 5 fighters as a way to test your training. The first 2 may not give you much trouble, but what about the next 3? Are you sure you don't want to challenge them? They might even be stronger than Goku himself. Everyone except Lazuli and Lapis turned their attention to Fortune Teller Baba. Stronger than Goku? Someone asked in amazement. Meanwhile, Lazuli and Lapis were communicating telepathically. Lazuli thought, Lapis, can you believe Brother Goku spent so much money for us? We absolutely have to protect his family in the future. Lapis agreed, yeah, that's an incredible favor. I was actually thinking after we took care of the bombs, maybe we could settle on a small island, live quietly, get married, and travel the world. Looks like that plan is off for now. Lazuli's eyes softened at his words. Lapis, leave your share of the responsibility to me. Go after your dream. Travel the world. But Lapis shook his head. Nah, I'm worried you couldn't handle it alone. I'll stick with you. What? Are you underestimating your big sister? Just wait. I'll show you my unbeatable tickling technique. The 2 of them then broke into playful bickering. The others looked on, completely baffled by the strange exchange. After a few hours to process everything, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi decided to see the training task Goku left for them through to the end. Soon, they followed Fortune Teller Baba to the Devil's Latrine. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma had already reached South City. The Devil's Latrine was spanned by a bridge formed from the outstretched tongues of 2 demonic stone statues. Beneath the bridge was the so-called Devil's Saliva, a poisonous liquid that would dissolve anything that fell in instantly. It was time for the first bout, and the group decided Krillin would go up first. His opponent, the Mummy Man. Due to the earlier battle, Krillin had already suffered many injuries from repeatedly being punched by Azu. During his fight with the bandage monster, his unfamiliarity with the terrain caused him to nearly fall off the bridge. Krillin wiped the blood from his face. Oomph. Get ready to face the fury of the storm, he declared. But the bandage monster was in no better shape, his head covered in lumps after being battered by the wounded Krillin. Oomph. Do you know why I'm called the bandage monster? It's because I can manipulate all the bandages on my body as I please. As soon as he spoke, 2 of his bandages wound tightly around Krillin. Krillin tried to break free, but the soft bandages had become as tough as steel. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get loose. The bandaged monster let out a sinister laugh. Ha. Now, I'll slowly lower you into the demon spit. Think of it as punishment for the damage you did to my face. With that, Krillin was gradually lowered toward the pool of demon spit. The bandaged monster knew how strong Krillin was and didn't dare get careless. If he just dropped him straight down, Krillin might somehow manage to climb back up. Meanwhile, Krillin's friends watching from the window outside grew anxious. Yamcha called out, Krillin, hurry up and break free. Chi-Chi shouted, Krillin, you gotta think of something. Come on, you can do it. Lazuli and Lapis, on the other hand, weren't too concerned. To them, Krillin was just another acquaintance, not someone they felt urgent about saving. Just as Krillin was about to touch the demon spit, a memory surfaced. He remembered a time when he'd been tied up like this before. Back then, how'd he get out? With a little help from Goku and Bulma, of course, but the decisive blow was his own doing. Click, bah, click, bah, H-A-A-A. Krillin, still bound, thrust his hands downward, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The blue energy blast surged below him, generating a tremendous thrust. This was no force the bandaged monster could withstand. In an instant, Krillin's bald head crashed straight into the bandaged monster's stomach. Thud! The tables turned at once. Krillin had poured all his strength into that Kamehameha, so the bandaged monster was knocked clean out and toppled over, slowly slipping down. Smack! Krillin swiftly grabbed hold of the monster's bandages, preventing him from falling into the deadly pool below. Trembling, the bandaged monster looked up in disbelief and stammered, Why did you save me? Krillin smiled softly. You're just the gatekeeper here, just doing your duty. No one deserves to die for that. If I can save you, I will. Seeing this, Fortune Teller Baba gave an approving nod as her crystal ball shimmered. The demon's poisonous pool transformed into a clear river, and the nearby demon statue became a sturdy stone bridge. Everyone turned to look at Fortune Teller Baba. The Fortune Teller blinked and said, These demonic statues and the poisonous water below are nothing but a smokescreen. If every challenger who came through here really fell to their doom, how much blood would be on my hands? They're just ordinary adventurers. Anyone who happens to fall in is simply stripped of the memories of this place and sent safely away. Everyone nodded in agreement. By now, Wukong was already standing atop the car belonging to Pilaf and his 2 companions. Xiao exclaimed, huh? King Pilaf, did you feel that? It seemed like the car just bounced a bit. Pilaf shook his head at the question. What? Are you sure you're not imagining things? Ashu, did you notice anything? Ashu shook his head as well. No, Xiao, you're just getting jumpy over nothing. But right as their conversation ended, Wukong leapt in front of the car. The trio turned around in astonishment. What the? With a heavy thud, Wukong braced himself and stopped the moving car with his bare hands. Fuming, Pilaf jumped out and stamped his feet. Who the heck are you? Are you out of your mind? But then, as he looked up, his eyes locked with Wukong's. Son Wukong. The three of them huddled close together and stared at Wukong, tense and guarded. Wukong waved a hand. Enough with the act. Hand over the Dragon Ball, or things will get quite unpleasant for you. As he spoke, Wukong cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing sharply. Add to that the sudden surge of his aura. It was as if a tiger had just set its sights on its prey. Pilaf tried to bluff it off, chuckling nervously. Dragon Ball? I've never seen such a thing in my life. Oh, then what's that box over there? At that moment, Ashu was holding a small box, the one containing the Dragon Ball. Wukong nodded in its direction. Pilaf noticed and shot Ashu a glare. Then, forcing a smile, he said, Lord Wukong, that's just some spare change. But don't you have a dragon radar? Why not check for yourself? We honestly don't have any Dragon Balls here. Wukong wasn't fooled. He glanced off to the left. In a flash, a mechanical hand shot out and snatched the box right from Ashu's grip. It was none other than one of Bulma's gadgets. Bulma finit de surprise. Huh, why is there a Dragon Ball inside this box? Seeing that the Dragon Ball was now gone, Pilaf lost all hope. But Wukong didn't give him a chance to react. Even if he couldn't really hurt them, he didn't feel the need to hold back. He simply decided to blast them away. In a blur of movement, Wukong raised his hand and fired off an energy blast, sending all three flying through the air. Pilaf shouted as they soared away, Curse son Wukong. I swear I'll get my hands on those Dragon Balls someday. Watching Pilaf and his minions disappear into the distance, becoming mere specks against the sky, Wukong mused aloud. He's like that sly wolf in the cartoons. Why not just say, I'll be back? Bulma, puzzled, asked him. Wukong, who's this wolf you're talking about? Wukong explained. Just a wolf who never manages to catch the sheep. It's a story I dreamed up myself. Huh, there's a story to listen to? Goku, I want to hear it. I've already heard your stories about Snow White and Little Red Riding Hood so many times. I want something new. Goku affectionately pinched Bulma's cheek. All right, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a vast grassland with a little village of sheep. And so, Goku launched into a long tale about Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf for Bulma. Listening to the story, Bulma giggled. Hee, Goku, you're just like that Big Wolf, always so good to his wife. But I'm nothing like Red Wolf. I would never chase you around with a frying pan. But was that really the case? Perhaps it was enough just to remember those words. Many years later, when Goku fought Cell with Gohan, his son, by his side, everything began to change. But that is a story for another time. The scene shifted back to Fortune Teller Baba's martial arts arena. By now, Krillin was already locked in combat with the demon. Damn it, this guy is nothing like the opponents before. His energy is unbelievable. If only I weren't so injured, I could actually have a proper fight. But there's no point in undoing my way to gear now. It's time to call it quits. Fighting any longer is meaningless. He then looked at the purple-skinned demon and raised his hand in surrender. Fortune Teller Baba, I've lost. Yamcha, you're up. Right then, Fortune Teller Baba announced, the Demon Man has twice won the World Martial Arts Tournament. You could even call him the strongest fighter in the world. Or at least he was. Krillin thought to himself, what? He's a champion, just like Goku? No wonder his punches are so heavy. Still, they don't hit as hard as Goku did 2 years ago. Yamcha might actually have a chance here. Krillin encouraged, Yamcha, don't let her words get to you. Give it your all. You can win this. Yamcha nodded firmly. All right, Krillin, I'm going in. With that, Yamcha stepped onto the stone bridge. The Demon Man, upon seeing Yamcha, conjured a magical trident out of thin air. As a former champion, the Demon Man saw that Krillin, having already taken so much damage, hadn't given him a real fight, but with Yamcha at full strength, he decided a weapon was only fair. Yamcha asked, aren't weapons forbidden by the tournament rules, Fortune Teller Baba? How can he use one? Before Fortune Teller Baba could reply, the Demon Man spoke. This is part of my own power. I use my demonic energy to form this trident. It isn't an external weapon, boy. Be careful. It's been a long time since I've wielded it. Satisfied if you can. Yamcha's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the trident. He could sense the evil power radiating from it. With a swift movement, the Demon Man hurled the energy trident straight at Yamcha. Here it comes, Yamcha exclaimed. At this speed, there's no way that thing will hit me. Just as the demon energy fork was about to touch his body, Yamcha evaded in the nick of time, letting it drive straight into the stone bridge beneath him. Yamcha chuckled softly. With that slow of a move, you'll never hit me. At that, the demon man grinned, flashing his sharp teeth, and made a gesture with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Let's blow up my demon energy fork. In an instant, the fork shone with a red light. Boom! The demon energy fork exploded with a mighty force. Smoke billowed everywhere. The demon man loosened his grip and announced, "Who's next? I'm not letting any of you get past me." Krillin and Kairatsu remained unfazed, and together they called out, "Where exactly are you looking? Yamcha won't be beaten by some measly explosion. Look up, look above." At that moment, Yamcha was hovering midair. There was a sharp crack, followed by a determined shout. And again, another crack, answered by another fierce yell. With a forceful cry, Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha wave straight at the demon man. The demon man, startled, exclaimed, "Kamehameha!" Before he could react, the blue light of the wave engulfed him completely. Yamcha then descended slowly and said, "Humph, how will you handle this Kamehameha? Come on, show yourself. I know you're not the kind of opponent to go down so easily." As the smoke cleared, the demon man was revealed, arms shielding his head, wings wrapped tightly around him, fully on the defensive. He unfurled his wings and sneered, "Kamehameha, it's been a long time since I've seen that. A true disciple of Master Roshi, I see. This will be worth my full strength." With a blur, the demon man vanished and reappeared right in front of Yamcha, instantly materializing another demon energy fork, and struck out 5 times in rapid succession. Yamcha dodged with difficulty, thinking to himself, "He's so fast. If I get stabbed, this could end very badly." A chilling hiss as Yamcha, unable to react in time, raised his right hand to block. The demon man, showing no mercy, drove the fork straight through. Blood poured forth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yamcha seized the demon man and, with all his might, landed a formidable left hook squarely onto his foe's face. Though Yamcha had been pierced, the demon man fared little better. That super-powered punch had made the demon man bleed as well. It looked as though his nose might have been knocked completely out of place. Furious, the demon man clutched his nose and roared, "I'll blow you to pieces." With a wild swing, he unleashed another explosion from the demon energy fork, still piercing Yamcha's right hand. Poor cried out, "Yamcha!" Krillin echoed desperately, "Yamcha!" Katsu clenched his fists and vowed silently, "Yamcha, I'll avenge you. Don't you dare die now." When the heavy smoke finally cleared, it turned out Yamcha's arm hadn't been blown off by the explosion. Sensing danger, just as the demon man threatened, he'd quickly removed his weighted gear and forcibly wrenched the fork free, but still took a blast in the process. Yamcha managed a wry smile. "Looks like my right arm is out of commission now." The demon man was left gaping in shock. "What? You were supposed to be finished off by that move. How is this possible?" Yamcha wiped the corner of his mouth with his left hand and forced a smile, saying, "I managed to dodge that explosion, but my right arm is out of commission for today." Seeing this, the demon man could not afford to be surprised. He had to seize the moment and press his advantage. He charged straight at Yamcha. "Oomph. Even if I can only use one hand, now that I'm fighting without my weighted clothing, the tide might just turn. Take this, my one-handed wolf Fong fist." Swish! Despite his injuries, Yamcha instantly appeared before the demon man in a blur of movement. The one-handed Wolfong fist was unleashed, and in that moment, Yamcha's fighting strength soared to 125. Even wounded, he surpassed the demon man's 110 battle power. Wasn't mentioned before, but the demon man's strength is roughly 110, comparable to Yamcha with his weights on. In his demon ray state, the demon man's power could be seen as either 0 or limitless, depending on his foe. Bang, 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 bang. With his single hand, Yamcha's Wolfong fist brought the demon man crashing to the ground. Yamcha looked at the fallen demon man and spoke out loud, breathing hard. "Ha, ha, I did it, I won." Watching this scene, fortune teller Baba was utterly shocked. That speed, as quick as my good-for-nothing younger brother. His student has finally come into his own. At that moment, the demon man suddenly sprang up, eyes snapping open, demon ray. A purple, ring-shaped wave of energy shot towards Yamcha. When the purple wave passed through him, Yamcha was momentarily dazed, then asked in confusion, "What was that move just now? Why didn't it do anything to me?" The demon man was stunned. "What? You have not a single trace of evil in your heart." Right now, Yamcha was much like Goku was when he first left Mount Bowsy in the original story. He'd managed to overcome his old weakness of stumbling at the sight of a woman, but he still had no concerns about romance. There was only his unwavering drive to surpass Goku in martial arts. Thoughts of evil simply didn't exist in him. Scratching his head, Yamcha replied, "Huh? What's this evil in the heart you're talking about? All I have is the will to catch up to Goku in martial arts. Nothing else." If Goku or Chi-Chi were in his place, it wouldn't have gone so well. Unlike in the original story, Goku now had Bulma in his life, so his heart was no longer entirely free of distractions. As for Chi-Chi, she frequently thought of Lazuli. That meant the only one who could truly defeat the Demon Man was Yamcha. Even Krillin still harbored some impure thoughts. After all, anyone who could instantly grasp Master Roshi's true nature couldn't be all that innocent, right? The Demon Man explained, the evil in one's heart is just that, wickedness deep down inside. As long as you have it, you're caught in an illusion by my move, with the world shaped by your desires, your love, your greed. Tell me, what is it that you truly desire? Yamcha replied, my desire is to catch up with Goku, not necessarily to surpass him, but at least not to fall too far behind. Hearing this, the Devil Man nodded and fired off another Devil Beam. A wave of purple energy shot through Yamcha. Krillin shouted, "Oh no!" Yamcha, Launch exasperated, chimed in, Hey, did you really just tell your opponent your weakness?" Lazuli and Lapis exchanged glances and said in unison, "Idiot." Only Poor offered encouragement. "Master Yamcha, I know you'll succeed." The purple Devil Beam passed straight through, but Yamcha remained unfazed. Devilman began to doubt himself and cried out, "What? Didn't you just say you wanted to catch up with Goku? Why isn't this working?" Yamcha shook his head and replied, "That kind of thing is only my motivation to keep training in martial arts. It's not a real wish. So your attack can't succeed. You should give up. You've lost." Seeing this, the Devilman had no choice but to concede, and he made a point to remember Yamcha's name deeply. Supporting his badly injured arm, Yamcha walked back to the spectator area. "Kiki, my arm's too badly hurt to fight the next match. Looks like it's up to you from here." Kiki nodded and answered, "All right, I'll take on the next opponent." Lazuli offered words of encouragement. "Go for it, Kiki." Kiki smiled gently, waved, and walked onto the stone bridge. She turned to Baba and asked, "Ma'am, is my opponent still here? Or do I have to go back to the last arena?" Fortune teller Baba replied, "No, you're staying here for the next match. Your opponent is right over there." With that, Baba pointed out a figure, a person dressed in an orange floral quilted coat and a decorative mask. From the white hair trailing beneath the mask, it was clear this was an elderly man. Kiki glanced at the masked figure and thought to herself, I can't sense any energy from him at all. Who in the world is this old man? Her face full of questions, Kiki looked at fortune teller Baba. This man is a 5-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Out of the 21 tournaments held so far, including last year's, he's claimed the title 5 times. Master Roshi, my brother, also won 5 times just like him. Kiki, Yamcha, and Krillin all gasped in astonishment. F5 times. Actually, neither the original work nor various sources mention whether Grandpa Gohan ever won the World Martial Arts Tournament. But Master Roshi definitely took first place 5 times. The 21st tournament, where he defeated Goku, was his 5th victory. The first 4 were consecutive wins from the first to the 3rd tournaments, which earned him the title Master of Martial Arts. Later, at the 6th tournament, he defeated the Demon Man for his 4th win. In this novel, I've given him one more victory. Now, let's continue. In the original, judging by his record, Grandpa Gohan could easily handle Goku, which shows his true strength. At this point in the story, Goku has already completed the Korin training, so he can easily defeat Mercenary Tao, whose power level is about 110. Since Goku, who can defeat Tao without effort, would have at least a power level of 120, and since Grandpa Gohan can best Goku with ease, we can confidently put his power level at least above 130. So, with that strength, there's no reason he wouldn't have won the championship at least 5 times. I'll just give him 5 titles, no problem. Krillin quickly pulled out his phone and called Master Roshi. "Master, I have a question for you." At that moment, Master Roshi was thoroughly enjoying watching Liu Bei. Hearing his phone ring, he shot at a rather resentful glance. But when he saw it was Krillin, he picked up. "Hello, Krillin. Have you found the Dragon Balls yet?" Krillin hurried to reply, "We found them, but Goku had to spend some money first, so he went to look for them. Meanwhile, we're in the middle of a challenge against Fortune Teller Baba's 5 fighters." Yamcha, growing impatient as Krillin danced around the point, ignored his pain and nudged Krillin with his left hand. "All right, Master, do you know a man dressed in a yellow padded jacket and wearing a floral mask? I heard he won the World Martial Arts Tournament 5 times. Hearing this, Master Roshi thought to himself, a floral jacket? A floral mask? Is that Gohan? So he's gone to see my sister. Could it be for Chi-Chi's sake? Although I know who he is, I can't tell Krillin and the others. That would spoil the fun of the match. Out loud, Master Roshi answered, yes, there's such a man. He's very strong. Maybe even too strong for me. Which one of you fought him? It was Chi-Chi. Kiki, oh, hand the phone to my sister. I'd like to have a word with her. Krillin nodded and passed the phone to Fortune Teller Baba. Then he moved over to Yamcha and whispered, Yamcha, that masked man really did win 5 times. It's amazing someone that strong would show up here. On the other end, Master Roshi spoke slowly. Sister, what's going on? How did Gohan end up with you? He came to ask for my help. After all, he's your disciple, and I've known him for ages. It wouldn't feel right to charge him money. And as luck would have it, I was short-handed, so I let him stick around and take part in the matches. I'll pay him a wage. While Fortune Teller Baba spoke softly, only Krillin, not including Lazuli or Lapis, could hear her from his end. Lazuli communicated telepathically with Lapis, saying, Lapis, who is this son Gohan? I think he's the grandfather of son Goku. I've seen that mask before in the Red Ribbon Army's files. They searched for him several times, but he was always just a legend, never turning up. I never imagined a masked man would actually be son Gohan, Goku's grandfather. He's incredibly powerful. Given Chi-Chi's current abilities, there's no chance she could win against him. Upon hearing this, Lazuli's expression grew worried as she looked complicatedly at Chi-Chi. At that moment, Baba the fortune teller spoke up. All right, before the masked man and Chi-Chi start their match, let's wait a moment. My brother wants to see the fight. From beneath the mask, Gohan naturally agreed. He hadn't seen Master Roshi in over 20 years. He nodded slowly and said, Master Roshi, is it? I can wait. Then Baba looked at Chi-Chi. And you? Chi-Chi replied, that's fine. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma had already arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Goku raised both hands to the sky and gazed upward, calling out, Come forth, Shinron. Please grant my wish. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls began to glow. A golden light shot up to the heavens, and a massive green dragon slowly emerged. Shinron spoke in a resonant voice. All right, you may state your wish. Goku asked, Shinron, do you know about the androids? Shinron answered, the androids are superhuman creations made by Dr. Gero. There are currently 3. Android 8, also known as Aether, Android 17, Lapis, and Android 18, Lazuli. I know all about them. Would you like to meet them? I can summon them here in an instant. Goku hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not my wish. What I want to know is, can you turn them back into regular humans? There are bombs inside their bodies, and I think if they became human again, the bombs would disappear too. Bulma was shocked and exclaimed, Goku, you can actually ask Shinron questions before making your wish. How did you know you could do that? Goku chuckled softly. I figured if I asked Shinron directly, he'd probably answer. After all, you need to be specific with wishes. Last time things went strange because I wasn't clear enough. Bulma nodded in agreement, accepting Goku's logic. Shinron continued, those are 2 separate wishes. If I turn them into humans, the bombs inside them will still exist. If I remove the bombs, they will remain androids. I can only grant 1 wish. You must choose. Goku nodded, as if he had expected this. 2 wishes, huh? Just as I thought. Then let's start by removing the bombs. Turning them into humans can wait. It's best to deal with the immediate danger first. Then Wukong said, in that case, let's remove the bombs inside Android 17, Lapis, and Android 18, Lazuli. Hearing this, Shinron gave an okay sign. Very well. Shenron's divine power flared, his body radiating golden light. Son Goku, because you intercepted the 4-star ball in advance, it was once considered an oversight of the rules. Now, if you attempt to intercept the Dragon Balls again, they will turn to stone forever. With that, Shinron vanished, scattering into stone. Wukong had planned to pull the same trick again, but Shinron cut him off directly, forcing him to give up. Meanwhile, over at Fortune Teller Baba's domain, Lazuli and Lapis could already feel that the bombs inside their bodies had been removed. Overcome with joy, the 2 embraced, tears streaming down their cheeks. This is wonderful. We're finally free of those bombs. Their excitement drew the attention of Chi-Chi, Yamcha, Krillin, Grandpa Gohan, and Fortune Teller Baba, who were standing nearby. Chi-Chi hurried over and asked, Lazuli, Lapis, what's wrong with you 2? Lazuli pressed her lips forward, leaving behind a warmth and softness that lingered. Chi-Chi touched her right cheek, looking dazed, and then her face turned as red as a steam engine. Lazuli's cheeks also flushed as she slowly said, You should thank my brother for this. He's the one who made sure the bombs in our bodies disappeared completely. He did it all for you. I guess a little reward from you isn't too much to ask. At the mention of reward, Chi-Chi became even more flustered, and his nose immediately started to bleed. bursting forth uncontrollably. He toppled backward. Mumbling under his breath, he whispered, "Reward." Seeing this, Krillin covered his face in exasperation. "Really, this is embarrassing. Losing it in front of the girls like this. You're way too shy." Lazuli, concerned, quickly shook Chi-Chi, calling out, "Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Don't scare me, hang in there." The shaking snapped Chi-Chi back to his senses. He shook his head and stammered, I'm fine, really." Lazuli patted her chest in relief. "Phew, you gave me quite a scare. If you faint every time I kiss you, I'll end up a widow while you're still alive. I suppose I'd better not kiss you anymore." Chi-Chi panicked at that. No, I'm really okay, I promise." Lazuli, could you do it again?" Lazuli just shrugged. After all, it was only a kiss on the cheek. It's not like she'd lose a piece of herself. She leaned in and pressed her lips to his cheek once more. Suddenly, Chi-Chi felt a surge of energy running through him. "All right, I'm definitely going to win this." A short interlude. Once Master Roshi arrived, the match between Chi-Chi and Grandpa Gohan officially began. The two faced each other, each studying the other carefully. Then, in a flash, Grandpa Gohan made his move, launching a heavy punch at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was caught off guard and took a solid hit. Even so, he managed to block with both arms, absorbing much of the blow's force. Chi-Chi thought to himself, "What incredible strength! His punches are so heavy. No, I'm no match for him in close combat. I need to keep my distance and test out my winning technique, the rapid-fire energy blasts." This technique was similar to Vegeta's Prince's Barrage. Vegeta would unleash a relentless stream of energy blasts at his opponent. But at this stage, Chi-Chi couldn't attack as frenziedly as Vegeta. Instead, his strikes came in intervals. For example, when Vegeta used his signature move, he could throw out hundreds of blasts within 10 seconds. Chi-Chi, meanwhile, could manage 10 blasts in 10 seconds with one hand, and doubling that with both hands to 20. In other words, he would form an energy ball in his palm each second, and immediately hurl it. This was Chi-Chi's version of the Prince's Barrage, a rapid volley of energy blasts. With both hands glowing gold, Chi-Chi readied himself. Snap! Energy crackled in Chi-Chi's palms as he shouted, "Energy Barrage!" Even forming one energy ball per second was already impressive. Not even Grandpa Gohan would take this lightly, for in the realm of energy techniques, even a single hit could cause serious harm. Bang! 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 For a full 10 seconds, Chi-Chi unleashed 20 energy blasts in rapid succession. In that instant, Grandpa Gohan was forced to use the multi-afterimage fist to defend himself. 10 afterimages appeared at once, but Chi-Chi didn't bother to check which were real. Instead, he aimed 2 blasts at each afterimage. Surely, at least one would strike true. Boom! 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 Smoke and dust billowed in all directions. Krillin cheered excitedly. There it is, Chi-Chi's energy barrage. What a powerful move. Even after watching it 10 times, it's still impressive every time. Yamcha nodded in agreement. Yeah, I felt the strength of that technique in our fights before. I got really beaten up by it, too. As Yamcha recalled, it had happened about a year ago, when Chi-Chi began training by imitating Goku's method of squeezing eggs between his arms. With Goku's experience as a reference, Chi-Chi mastered energy control in less than 4 months. Goku had done it in a single month. According to Master Roshi, such a foundation would typically require 300 years of training, but the brothers had clearly shattered that limit. Chi-Chi then forged his own path by studying how Goku used energy during the Dragon Fist. While he couldn't replicate Goku's transformations, he learned to rapidly form energy balls. At first, he could make one every 5 seconds, but with rigorous training he graduated to one every 4 seconds, then 3, then 2, and finally, one every second with a single hand. Thus, his new signature move was born, the Energy Barrage. Meanwhile, Grandpa Gohan was deftly dodging Chi-Chi's onslaught using the afterimage fist. He held back from defeating Chi-Chi immediately. After all, he meant to test and guide his junior, not to overwhelm him. Instead, he skillfully weaved through the attacks, assessing Chi-Chi's progress. And it was at this very moment that both Goku and Bulma returned. Wukong walked lightly over to Master Roshi's side. "Hey, Master, what brings you here?" he asked with a cheerful grin. Master Roshi turned his head, about to speak, but Wukong quickly whispered, "Chill. Let them take their time with the match. Let's not disturb them." Master Roshi nodded in understanding. "Wukong, you must have recognized the masked man on the stage, haven't you?" Wukong nodded back. "Of course, I know my own grandfather. How could a grandson not recognize his own grandpa? That would be just too much, wouldn't it? And besides, that trademark floral cotton jacket makes it impossible to imagine he's anyone else." Master Roshi nodded again. "So, Wukong, who do you think will win between the two of them?" Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think Grandpa's got a pretty good chance of winning. Master Rashi was intrigued. Oh, but Chi-Chi hasn't even taken off her weights yet, or used the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. Are you that certain she'll lose? Wukong shook his head. True, Chi-Chi might have a shot if we just consider fighting strength. But in a martial artist duel, raw power isn't everything. Experience is just as important. Grandpa's experience in martial arts is far beyond Chi-Chi's. Look, at this moment, Chi-Chi is using a flurry of energy blasts. Sure, one or two might graze Grandpa, but none of them are truly dangerous. He can fend them off easily and walk away unscathed. Plus, firing those energy blasts drains way more stamina than using the multi-image attack. With Chi-Chi's current strength, how many more of those can she manage? Even if she removes her weights and gets stronger, Grandpa isn't fighting at full strength yet, either. So I'd say the odds are heavily against Chi-Chi. Listening to this, Master Rashi nodded quietly to himself, thinking, Wukong's growth is remarkable. With just a few moves, he's already analyzed the outcome between the two fighters. Just how strong has he become? Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha, watching from afar, overheard their master chatting with someone and turned to look. Krillin's eyes widened. Hey, it's Wukong. He's back. Yamcha called out too, hey, Wukong. Hearing their voices, everyone nearby, including the fighters on the stage, turned to look over. Chi-Chi cried out with delight. Wukong, big brother. She was about to dash over to give Wukong a hug, but he held out a hand to stop her just in time. Wait, don't come down. You're still in the middle of a match. If you step out of the ring, I bet Baba would count that as a loss for you. You don't want to lose, do you? Chi-Chi froze for a moment, realization dawning. She thought to herself, that's right. If I step out now, it'd be like giving up. I fought this far. Losing now would be way too lame. And Lazuli is still watching. Chi-Chi nodded firmly. Yes. Wukong, just watch me. I'll give it my all. With that, she turned to Grandpa Gohan. Grandpa, let's keep going. From here on, I'm going all out. As soon as Kiki released his weighted gear, he felt instantly refreshed, and his power level soared to 125. He began to warm up, loosening his muscles for the upcoming fight. With his restrictions removed, Kiki launched an attack against Grandpa Gohan. In a flash, Kiki darted right up to Grandpa Gohan and followed with a swift whip kick. Grandpa Gohan was taken aback. What? So fast? There's barely time to defend. What should I do? Wait, I've got it. Quickly, Grandpa Gohan unleashed his single afterimage fist. Kiki chuckled. Single afterimage fist won't work on me. My speed is on another level. Grandpa, I'm afraid you're going to lose. Kiki targeted one of the afterimages, striking at it without hesitation. The afterimage crumpled to the ground, as if stage acting a dramatic defeat. Seeing this, Kiki's heart soared with excitement. I did it. I won. But was it really as he believed? In the blink of an eye, the vanquished afterimage faded away. Kamehameha! At that very moment, Grandpa Gohan had circled behind Kiki and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. What? Kiki couldn't react in time and was blasted off the ring by the Kamehameha, suffering defeat. Had they simply clashed head-on, Grandpa Gohan might not have been Kiki's match. But when it came to tactics, this greenhorn Kiki was no match for the seasoned Grandpa Gohan. Just as Kiki was swelling with confidence, Grandpa Gohan set his plan in motion, making use of the triple afterimage fist. First, when Kiki's fist touched what seemed like Grandpa Gohan's real body, Grandpa Gohan slipped away at the last moment. He had still taken a hit, but managed to create an afterimage. The afterimage, let's call it the second, went flying from the blow. As soon as this afterimage crashed to the floor, Grandpa Gohan executed the third afterimage maneuver, appearing right behind Kiki, giving him a taste of what it truly means to be blindsided. Hit by the Kamehameha, Kiki was gently pushed out of the ring by Grandpa Gohan, who was careful not to cause any lasting harm. According to the tournament's rules, so long as you fall out of the ring, it counts as a loss, so the winner was Grandpa Gohan. The instant Kiki landed outside the ring, Grandpa Gohan lifted his mask. At that moment, everyone realized the masked man was none other than Grandpa Goku. Looking at Kiki, who seemed to be doubting reality itself, Grandpa Gohan explained, "Do you know why you lost?" Kiki shook his head. "I have no idea. It's because you had too much faith in your own strength. You got a bit arrogant. With your level of awareness, you could have noticed it was a triple afterimage fist, not a single one. But after you showcased your overwhelming power, you stopped being observant. You thought with your speed alone, you could easily defeat me. But you underestimated me, my speed, and my cunning. That's the real reason for your defeat. The Red Ribbon arc ends here. Oh, and let's add a little side story too. Lazuli and Lapis, blessed with exceptional hearing, instantly rushed over the moment they heard Goku's voice. Lazuli said, "Big brother, thank you for removing the bombs from me and my brother." Lapis echoed her gratitude. Brother Goku, thank you. You used the Dragon Balls to take out the bombs from our bodies. Goku smiled softly when he heard this, and replied in a gentle voice, I accept your thanks. As repayment, I'd like you both to guard Bulma for a while. I may be away training for quite some time. Lazuli and Lapis exchanged a glance, then looked over toward Bulma, who was currently deep in conversation with Baba the fortune teller, seemingly oblivious to Goku's movements. Lazuli, confused, asked, Brother, where are you going? Why didn't you tell your sister? Lapis followed Lazuli's gaze and looked at Goku as well. Goku answered, Bulma's been traveling with me for so long, but honestly, it's less of a vacation for her and more just tagging along while I train. She hasn't had any time to herself, and I don't want to be selfish. That's why I plan to leave for a while, so she can enjoy life a little more. As for me, I'll be going off to endure some pretty intense training. It'll be too dull for her if she comes along. During this time, Lazuli, I'm counting on you to look after Bulma. She can be a bit difficult at times, so please be patient with her. Hearing Goku mention going off somewhere remote, Lapis blurted out anxiously, Hey, you're not going somewhere dangerous, are you? Goku shook his head, not at all. There's no harm in telling you. After Chi-Chi's test is over, I'm going to seek out someone called Kami. I'll ask him to train me. By the way, he's also the one who created the Dragon Balls. Lapis nodded, still puzzled by Goku's decisions, but since Goku had saved their lives, he felt obligated to comply. Lapis then spoke up, All right, we'll take care of her together, Lazuli and I. So don't worry, go ahead and do what you need to do. I promise we'll keep her safe. And so, after leaving Baba's home, Goku said farewell to everyone and to Bulma, and set off for Kami's temple. Tears streamed down Bulma's face as she cried, Goku, why? Why won't you let me go with you? No matter where you go, no matter how harsh the training, I want to be by your side. Goku wiped the tears from the corner of Bulma's eyes and spoke softly. Come on now. The place I'm going will be incredibly dull. Once I start training, I won't be able to pay attention to you or your feelings. I don't want you to feel lonely, so this time, let me go on my own. Shaking her head, Bulma burst into uncontrollable sobs. No, even if it's boring, I still want to stay with you. Goku gently patted Bulma's hair and said, Bulma, your hair has grown a bit longer again. Bulma sniffled when she heard this. Really? I haven't measured it in so long. If that's the case, Bulma, by the next time we meet, your hair should be down to your waist. How about I propose to you then? While I'm away training, why don't you get ready to become a bride? Bulma's eyes went blank in surprise, and everyone standing nearby, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, Krillin, were all shocked by Goku's words. What? A proposal? Krillin quickly chimed in. Goku, the legal age for marriage is 18. You just turned 15 this year, and Bulma's 19. Bulma's old enough, but you're not, right? Goku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I figure if I win the World Martial Arts Tournament again, that should be enough, right? I don't think anyone would stop me then. Master Roshi nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. For a champion who's claimed the title of World Martial Arts Tournament more than once, rules like that don't seem as important. Goku, you've been thinking about this for a while, haven't you? Goku scratched his head, grinning. Haha, I was originally going to surprise her with a sudden proposal when the time came, but when I saw Bulma crying just now, I thought it would be better to let her know in advance, so she can get ready. This was the first time Lazuli had ever heard of a proposal. She instinctively looked at Chi-Chi, then clung to Bulma's arm, saying, Sister, you should accept Goku's proposal. Let's go home and learn how to be a bride together. When the day comes, you don't want to be clueless, do you? After hearing Lazuli's words, Bulma finally spoke up in a soft voice. All right, you should go now. Although her voice was calm, inside Bulma was jubilant. Goku wants to marry me? What am I supposed to do? Oh my goodness, why does he have to say that in front of everyone? Even though I've imagined this moment so many times, now that it's really happened, I'm not ready at all. This is way too sudden, but, well, there could never be anyone else for me anyway, so some preparation will do me good. As a good wife, I shouldn't interfere with my husband's decisions. If I insisted, Goku would definitely take me with him, but that might distract him from his training, right? Goku stepped forward and gave her a gentle hug. Just wait for me at home, okay? I'm off. With that, Goku immediately called for his Nimbus Cloud, departing exactly the way he had arrived. Before leaving his companions, Goku handed Yamcha a Senzu Bean, since Yamcha had been injured. Yamcha, eat this. It'll heal your wounds in an instant. Master Roshi, having trained with Karin and knowing about the Senzu Beans, spoke up, Eat it, Yamcha. This stuff really is a miracle cure. It's not an exaggeration to call it that. Yamcha nodded upon hearing this, took the Senzu Bean from Goku, and swallowed it. In an instant, Yamcha's body swelled with life, and the wound that had pierced his right arm healed as if it had never been. Amazed by the miracle, Yamcha exclaimed, Incredible. No wonder these are called Senzu Beans. Not even a single scar left behind. Goku nodded with satisfaction, then took out a few more beans and distributed them among his friends. There were 8 people present: Bulma, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Lazuli, Lapis, and Grandpa Gohan. So he gave 1 bean to each of them. "These could save your life at a critical moment," Goku said warmly. "But I hope none of you will ever have to use them." After handing out the Senzu beans to his friends and entrusting the ultra-divine water to Master Roshi for safekeeping, Goku set off for Korin Tower. Korin Tower wasn't far from Namek Village. Before long, Goku arrived at the sacred grounds atop the tower. Korin, as if expecting his arrival, stroked his whiskers and spoke. "Goku, you've already gathered the Dragon Balls and made your wish. Is there something else you'd like to ask me?" Goku grinned sheepishly. "Master Korin, I'd like to train with you for a while, if you wouldn't mind teaching me." Korin was about to politely refuse when, all of a sudden, a voice echoed directly in his mind. "Korin, send this boy to me. I will guide him myself." Korin was taken aback. In his thoughts, he whispered, "That's the voice of the Guardian. It's been centuries since he last contacted me." The last time the Guardian had spoken to Korin telepathically was during the age of Master Matedo, 300 years ago. Back then, the Guardian used Korin to impart the secret of the Mafuba, the evil containment wave, which was used to seal away King Piccolo. It was only later that the Guardian realized he hadn't considered the differences between Namekian and human physiology. The Guardian himself could use the Mafuba without risk. At worst, just some excessive fatigue, but Matedo was much frilier. He died after a single attempt. The Guardian had been tormented by guilt for a long time afterward. If only he'd known, he would have come down and done it himself, taking on human form. Stunned for just a moment, Korin replied, "Guardian, may I ask why?" The Guardian spoke slowly. "I have a premonition that King Piccolo will one day return. The rice cooker we use to seal him isn't stable, and it could be opened at any time. Right now, there is no one left in the world who remembers the Mafuba. If he escapes, countless lives will be destroyed." Korin gasped. King Piccolo's return? Guardian, you're not joking about this, are you?" "This is no mere warning," the Guardian answered, his voice solemn. "It is a very real possibility." Korin then responded, "I once trained a disciple named Master Roshi. He knows the Mafuba. Should I send him to you?" The deity quickly refused, saying, "Absolutely not. That technique is certain death for any human who tries it. That's how the old martial arts master died. I don't know how strong your disciple's body might be, but this move is strictly forbidden." Hearing this, Master Karen nodded thoughtfully. "I'll make sure to warn him. But do you really think Goku can handle it? He's talented, but defeating King Piccolo, it's just not possible for him, is it?" The deity answered firmly, "No. This boy, he truly has that power." The deity's mind drifted back to an incident 9 years ago, when Goku had transformed into a giant ape. At that time, Goku had unleashed a devastating Kamehameha so powerful that the energy reverberated all the way up to the heavens. The sheer force of it was staggering. Goku's transformed energy was at least 3 or 4 times more potent than King Piccolo's prime. If fought by numbers, a youthful King Piccolo's power level would be 240, while Goku, in his giant ape form, reached at least 900. It was a power that utterly outclassed King Piccolo, though it only flared briefly before vanishing. Back then, the deity feared Earth's destruction, only to discover, upon investigation, that all this chaos had been caused by a mere child. From that day, the deity kept a close watch on Goku from above, partly to monitor, partly out of sheer curiosity. He was fascinated by how such a small boy could unleash such overwhelming force. Over time, the deity grew more and more familiar with Goku. He finally uncovered the source of Goku's hidden strength, his tail. Yet after Goku lost his tail for the second time, it never grew back. Clearly something had happened that the deity couldn't observe. From the heavens, he could only watch Goku in the wild. But once indoors, the boy slipped beyond his sight. After relaying a few final instructions to Master Karen, the deity fell silent. Meanwhile, Goku looked up at Master Karen, momentarily stunned. "Master Karen, what's wrong? Don't you want to train me?" Pulled from his thoughts by the deity's message, Master Karen replied, "Well, there's someone else who wants to guide your training. Would you be willing to learn from him?" Goku was surprised. "What? I thought you'd be my teacher, Master Karen." "No, not me. But let me ask. Remember the power pole I once gave to Master Roshi? Have you seen it?" The moment Goku heard this, he immediately put the pieces together. "The power pole? So it's the deity who wants to train me? How'd he even notice me? Training under the deity? Huh? This could work." With that, Goku fished out a universal capsule and tossed it on the ground. From inside emerged a box containing a few of Goku's personal belongings, including the power pole. "Master Karen, here's the power pole," he said, handing it over. Karen the Hermit nodded, then with a flick of his small hand, tossed the staff up into the air. Instantly, the power pole seemed to respond, shooting outward and then landing atop Karen's sanctuary, where it began stretching skyward. Before long, it directly connected with the heavenly realm above. Karen gestured for Goku to head outside. Goku did as he was told. He looked up, craning his neck. Wow, it's so high. I can't see the top at all. Karen explained, if the distance between my place and the ground is about 30,000 meters, then from my sanctuary up to the heavens is twice that, 60,000 meters. This is also the only reason why, in the world of Dragon Ball, regular airplanes can't reach Karen's sanctuary, since the highest they can fly is about 12,000 meters. Of course, the Capsule Corporation's planes at Bulma's house aren't bound by these limits. Aside from being unable to leave the atmosphere, they can easily reach the heights of the heavens. Goku nodded in understanding. Just then, he heard the voice of the kami echoing in his mind. Young man, you cannot use the Buku Jutsu. Climb up with your bare hands. This is your first lesson in training. At these words, Goku nodded, his gaze turning serious. He thought to himself, so, I have to climb this? Climbing the Karen Tower with my hands was manageable since the stone pillar had plenty of ledges to grab onto. But this staff isn't even as thick as my arm. There's nowhere to grip. He bounded up to the top of Karen's sanctuary and grabbed hold of the power pole. What's more, the power pole was swaying with every movement. Climbing it would be even more unstable. Truly worthy of the ways of the gods. If I can climb all the way up to the heavens without breaking a sweat, my strength will soar to new heights. Taking a deep breath, Goku readied himself. All right, let the real training begin. He reached out and gripped the power pole, and it immediately began to shake violently. Watching this, Karen the Hermit muttered to himself, how is anyone supposed to climb a staff that trembles this much? Even someone as calm as me would find it tough. Wait, wasn't the power pole never supposed to sway? Did Kami make it wobble on purpose? Now, this is what real training looks like. I'll definitely conquer you. Despite the pole swaying, it was easy for Goku to move, thanks to his strength. With powerful arms, he hoisted himself upward, right arm first, then hauling himself higher with the left. Goku managed the first step with great difficulty, breaking out in a sweat. The violent shaking of the power pole made it feel as though every muscle in his right arm was being torn as he tried to support himself. Finally finding his balance, Goku pressed on. He drew in a sharp breath. Ouch! I just moved my arm a little, and the pain is already this intense. If I try this a few more times, I'll definitely get hurt. This method just won't do. I need to think of something else. Maybe I should test the limits of the power pole. With that, Wukong leaned forward, using the strength of his body to press down on the pole. The power pole bent under his weight, curving into a deep arc, but this time it held steady without wobbling any further. Wukong was overjoyed. I was right. The power pole can only bend so far. Once it reaches its limit, it stops shaking. If I can press it right to the edge, then use both feet to spring upward, I should be able to jump. Planting his feet firmly on the pole, Wukong pushed off with all his might. With a swift motion, Wukong leaped into the air. But just as he reached out to grab the pole, it sprang back like a coiled fist. Caught off guard, Wukong was struck squarely in the face, a red mark instantly blooming across his cheek. The jolt of pain slowed his ascent, and he began to tumble downward. The power pole's recoil had packed a punch every bit as powerful as one of Wukong's own fists. The force of that rebound was probably around 130 in combat power. So, hit unprepared by a fist with 130 combat power right in the face, it didn't take much imagination to know how much that hurt. Wukong felt dizzy from the blow. This is bad. I don't have time to use the flight technique, Nimbus. Wukong shouted for the Nimbus cloud. Beneath the Korin sanctuary, a whole flock of Nimbus clouds rushed up and caught Wukong in a soft, billowing embrace. Relieved, Wukong called out his thanks. Thank you, Nimbus clouds, you saved my life. Otherwise, I'd have crashed all the way down. The clouds carried Wukong back up to the top of Korin's tower. Korin asked, Wukong, are you all right? What happened? Why did you suddenly start falling? Wukong replied, I'm okay, Master Korin. I just lost my grip and slipped. Nothing serious. Korin nodded. Good. Be careful, Wukong. Meanwhile, Wukong thought to himself, that move almost worked. I really did manage to jump up, but I forgot about the rebound. If I could just grab the power pole before it bounces back, even if I drop a little, moving forward even one step counts as progress. Determined, Wukong tried again. He bent the power pole, built up energy, and sprang upward. This time, as the power pole rebounded, Wukong, wiser from experience, dodged nimbly to the side, evading the attack, and swiftly grabbed hold of the pole. The recoil made it sway violently, sending trembling vibrations up his arms. Wukong held on with difficulty, waiting until the power pole finally calmed and settled before he dared to relax. Phew. It wasn't the prettiest move, but I managed to shift forward step. Time to keep at it. Regaining his composure, Wukong began inching his way upward once again. Wukong could leap about 2 or 3 meters at a time, which meant he'd have to jump nearly 30,000 times to cover 60,000 meters. The exertion was enormous. By the time he jumped for the 3,000th time, his strength finally gave out. Kintoi. His personal flying nimbus appeared, floating gently up to catch him. Flying nimbus, would you mind holding me here for a while? I'm just too exhausted. I really need a nap. Wukong did have a senza bean in his hand, but he wasn't interested in using it. For him, training was a gradual path. Relying on outside forces to recover and then soldiering on just wasn't his way. The flying nimbus bobbed its head, as if to say, go ahead and sleep. After all, I nap in the skies too. Just make yourself comfortable. Seeing this, Wukong lay down on the nimbus, serene and at ease. At that moment, up in the heavens, Popo spoke up. Cammy, that guy's actually fallen asleep midair. Are we sure he won't catch cold, or come down with something? Kami chuklet softly. What an incredible fellow. He found an axe so quickly. As for catching a chill, I highly doubt it, don't you? And so, Wukong slipped into a deep sleep. This was only the second time he'd ever been this exhausted. The first was after drinking the ultra-divine water. Back then, he'd quickly restored himself with a senza bean. This time was different. He slept for a full 10 hours, much longer than his usual 6, which spoke volumes about how worn out he was. The first light of dawn shone across Wukong's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He let out a hearty yawn and stretched luxuriously. Noticing Wukong was awake, the flying nimbus gave itself a little shake. Wukong smiled warmly, patting his companion. Thank you, flying nimbus, for carrying me all this time. Since I'm up, I might as well have a sandwich. Even during training, Wukong never forgot Bulma's advice. Always eat breakfast after waking up. Never train on an empty stomach. With that, Wukong floated gently into the air using Bukujutsu, then opened a capsule fridge, one of Bulma's all-purpose creations. Inside were a few refrigerated sandwiches, quick and ready to eat. Bulma had prepared these herself, since Wukong always woke up before her, rising promptly at 6 every morning. Even as his girlfriend, Bulma could never manage to rise with him every day, because Wukong would immediately launch himself into a grueling training regimen. 1,000 push-ups with both hands, 500 with just one. All on an empty stomach. Bulma, being a doctor, wouldn't stand for such recklessness. She'd made sure to impress upon Wukong the importance of breakfast. Eat first, train later. Even if she couldn't get up with him, she'd always leave sandwiches for him in advance. Now, there was only one sandwich left in the capsule fridge, Bulma's last bit of breakfast care for Wukong. Wukong looked at the sandwich in his hand, lost in thought, memories of someone dear surfacing with every bite. He took a deep breath and finished the sandwich. While it was just an ordinary sandwich, it carried Bulma's heartfelt affection. With this, Wukong felt his fighting spirit surge up all at once. All right, today I'll push myself even harder. Nimbus, you go take a break. I'm climbing up by myself this time. He seized his power pole, and instead of landing on the flying Nimbus, he simply leapt into the air. With his incredible jumping ability, he easily cleared 40 or 50 meters in height. Hiya! In this way, Wukong pressed and jumped again and again. After 2 days, he finally leaped onto the floor of the heavenly realm. What kind of training was waiting for him next? Find out in the next chapter. The power-up continues. Truly, he's become unstoppable on Earth now. Now standing on the floor of the heavenly realm, Wukong looked around curiously. He thought to himself, it's exactly like in the original story. Even the air is fresher here. It really does deserve to be called the heavenly realm. Wukong took a moment to wander and explore his surroundings. Soon, he spotted Mr. Popo quietly meditating. Mr. Popo sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, with a few small birds perching peacefully on him. Wukong couldn't help but marvel. Remarkable. How can someone be this tranquil? How do you even achieve that? Mr. Popo slowly opened his eyes. Who are you, and how did you manage to come to the heavenly realm? Upon hearing this, Wukong pressed his palms together respectfully and bowed. My name is Son Goku. I've come to seek training from the Guardian. Are you by any chance the Guardian? Of course, Wukong couldn't admit that he already knew Mr. Popo. After all, the two of them hadn't met before. Mr. Popo shook his head. I'm Popo, not the Guardian, just his attendant. Young man, you're the first person from the lower world in years to set foot on the floor of the heavenly realm. The Guardian holds you in high esteem, So he sent a message to Master Karen and asked you to come here for guidance. Wukong nodded. So, can I start my training now? Mr. Popo spoke up. Do you have a token for Master Karen? Wukong shook his head at this. Huh? A token? I don't know anything about that. No token, no training. You'll need to go back down and fetch it before you can begin, Mr. Popo said firmly. Wukong felt as if lightning had struck him. Wait, what? I have to go back down? Do you know how long it took me to get up here? It took 3 whole days. Do I really have to go all the way back? Mr. Popo's tone brooked no argument. You must obtain the token. Otherwise, you can't train here. Go on now. Hurry back and get it. Just then, Wukong's stomach rumbled loudly. Growl, growl. A little sheepishly, Wukong said. Mr. Popo, could you prepare a little something for me to eat first? I'm happy to go back again, but it's been ages since I've had a hot meal. Sure, I have sins of beans, and I'm not worried about going hungry, but I'd really like to eat something delicious for a change. Mr. Popo nodded after hearing the request. All right, come over here and wait for a bit while I get things ready. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? I like some braised beef, pan-seared cod, and stir-fried noodles with meat. Popo nodded again. Oh, those are all pretty simple dishes. Just wait for a moment. By now, Popo already regarded Goku as the next guardian in waiting. After all, Goku had trained under the guardian, making him a disciple and a candidate for the next position. Feeding him was hardly a big deal. Before long, Goku started eating. Wow, this food is amazing, Mr. Popo, he exclaimed, unable to hide his delight. Seeing this, Popo chuckled softly. I'm glad you like it. Take your time. There's plenty more. Goku nodded and started eating in big mouthfuls. Before long, his belly swelled like a giant ball. I am stuffed. I feel totally recharged. Mr. Popo, I'm heading down now. With that, Goku jumped straight down from the heavens. Mr. Popo didn't stop him and quietly began clearing away the plates. Just then, the guardian walked out slowly. Popo, what do you think? What kind of person is Son Goku? Popo replied, I've only met him once, so I don't know him very well. But his smile is full of sunshine. The guardian nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Popo, do you think it was a bit much for me to ask him to climb up one more time? As it turned out, it was the guardian who had directed Popo to send Goku for proof from Korin the Hermit. Climbing up was tough, but descending was easy. Goku soon landed at Korin's tower. Seeing him return, Master Korin looked puzzled. Goku, didn't you already make it to the top? Why are you back so soon? Goku scratched his head and said, Master Korin, Mr. Popo up there told me to bring some kind of proof. You know, you sent me all the way to train in the heavens, but didn't give me anything to show for it. Now I have to climb all over again. Hearing Goku's complaint, Master Korin scratched his own fuzzy back and gave an awkward laugh. Is that so? Seems I really did forget. Seems? Come on, you totally forgot. Yes, I did. Master Korin then handed Goku a small bell. Here, this is your proof. Go on now. As soon as Goku received it, he sprang into action. Instantly, Goku flashed forward, grabbed his power pole, and began his ascent. Now familiar with the task, Goku climbed with ease, reaching halfway in no time. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Phew, still have half my stamina left. I should be able to reach the heavens today. With practiced skill, he continued his climb. Pop, pop, pop. He shot upward in bursts. Meanwhile, Mr. Popo and the Guardian watched him together. Guardian, Goku's speed is incredible. Just 3 days ago, he'd only managed a fifth of the way up. By the looks of it, he'll reach us before the day is out. The deity nodded approvingly. Very good. I am quite satisfied with this disciple. Even though the deity wasn't a Namekian warrior, his power level was still 220, more than enough to guide Goku through his current training. And so, Goku proceeded without facing any obstacles, while twilight slowly deepened into night. By the time he set foot once more upon the floor of the heavenly realm, he had no strength left in him. Goku collapsed instantly, drifting into a deep sleep. The deity strolled over and spoke softly. Popo, take him to rest. Training will officially begin at first light tomorrow. Mr. Popo nodded, hoisting Goku up and carrying him into the sleeping quarters. At dawn, the peaceful quiet of Goku's slumber was broken by the cheerful song of birds outside his window. Waking with a yawn, Goku stretched and wandered about curiously. It didn't take long before he caught sight of the deity's silhouette. Sensing Goku's gaze, the deity turned around. Son Goku. Goku hurriedly bowed in respect. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Deity. Apologies for my behavior at our first meeting. The deity nodded. You don't seem afraid of how I look. I am quite different from ordinary people, you know. Are you an alien, deity? Actually, I've met quite a few extraterrestrials myself, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Oh, from the way you speak, you seem to know what I am. Goku explained earnestly. Lord Deity, I'm not from Earth. I come from a planet in the universe called Vegeta. My people are known as the Scions. On hearing this, the deity nodded. I see. The tail is a distinguishing trait of your race, isn't it? That's right. I'm not sure how you know that. But since you're an alien yourself, it's only natural I wouldn't be afraid. Now intrigued by how much Goku seemed to know, the deity asked, So, tell me, what do you think I am? The deity's people are called Namekians. They have green skin and are skilled at creating Dragon Balls. In his heart, the deity mused, Son Goku, you are anything but ordinary. I have no idea how you learn about the Namekians, but I believe you. Well then, since you have come seeking my guidance, your training officially begins now. Popo, come here. Upon hearing the deity's instructions, Mr. Popo stepped forward. For your first lesson, Son Goku, your task is simple. Try to catch me. At once, Goku dropped into a fighting stance, fixing his gaze on Mr. Popo. In a flash, Goku sprang forward, appearing instantly before Mr. Popo. But just as he was about to grab the collar of Mr. Popo's robe, in a blink, Mr. Popo slipped away, and Goku found only empty air. Wukong thought to himself, he's so fast. I can't even follow his movements. I've seen this kind of state before with Master Karen. Back then, I only managed to catch Master Karen because I just had a breakthrough in my strength. I relied solely on sheer speed. There was no technique involved at all. What should I do now? Mr. Popo spoke up. Your speed is impressive, but catching me isn't going to be that simple. Wukong reached out again. Whoosh. Still, he couldn't touch him. How's that possible? I'll remove my weighted gear and try again. Snap. In that moment, Wukong's fighting power shot up to 180. This is my chance. Whoosh. Wukong lunged with all his might, but even this desperate grab ended in failure. Mr. Popo chuckled softly. Oh, training with heavy equipment, are you? Son Goku, you never cease to surprise me, but you still have quite a ways to go. With a casual sidestep, Mr. Popo smoothly dodged Wukong's punch and, with a flick of his finger, rapped him on the forehead. Thud! Wukong was sent flying several meters away in an instant. Ow, ow, ow. That really hurts, Mr. Popo. Could you go a bit easier on me? It almost feels like I'm about to see my ancestors. And so, a grueling training session began. Slowly getting back on his feet, Wukong asked, Mr. Popo, how do you do it? When you dodge my attacks, I can't sense a trace of your energy leaking out. Not even the slightest bit. Mr. Popo replied with a gentle smile, When your heart is calm, you can achieve what I do. When you attacked, your heart was unsettled. My energy isn't much stronger than yours, but once you reach true serenity of mind, avoiding these attacks becomes effortless. After speaking, Mr. Popo produced a black cloth and covered his own eyes, then handed Wukong a wooden staff. Attack however you like. Try to hit me with this staff. Wukong nodded in agreement and got ready to strike from the right. Before he could even swing, Mr. Popo called out, You're planning to attack my head from the right, aren't you? Wukong marveled silently. Amazing. Then let's see how you handle a flurry of attacks. This time, you won't keep up. Quick as a flash, Wukong darted above Mr. Popo and unleashed 5 rapid strikes with the staff. Oh, coming from above this time? Not bad. Now you're moving to the right, behind, left, and... oh, going for my legs at the end. The first strike came down from above, the second from the right, the third from the left, the fourth to the back, and the final one aimed at Mr. Popo's legs, but he dodged every single blow with ease, as if it was nothing. Mr. Popo explained calmly, This is the essence of serenity. You don't need to see with your eyes. By relying on your hearing and a peaceful mind, you can discern the direction of incoming attacks and move to avoid them. Wukong was in awe. He's incredible, just like the martial arts legends I've read about. How can someone achieve such a mysterious movement technique? Now it's your turn to wear the blindfold, Mr. Popo said. Wukong hesitated, Huh? We're starting already. Let's get started right away. This time, you'll memorize it with your body. I'm going to attack, so let your body remember these moves. What followed was an endless series of strikes from the staff. Under this relentless barrage, Goku endured 5 long months of intense training. Asterisk. Swish. Goku chuckled softly. Mr. Popo, I can sense your attack with just my ears now. You're planning to come at me from behind, aren't you? Mr. Popo stopped in his tracks. Goku, your progress is truly remarkable. At that moment, Goku not only had his eyes covered, but his ears were blocked as well. This was the art of tranquil heart, the state where the mind is as calm as still water. In this serene state, his senses grew sharper, allowing fleeting images to be perceived even through his pores. Just as Mr. Popo had once dodged his attacks with ease, Goku now slipped past every incoming blow effortlessly, light and unhurried. After only 2 or 3 swings, Mr. Popo stopped the attack, then gently removed Goku's earplugs and blindfold. With a warm smile, Mr. Popo said, Goku, you've completely mastered the art of a tranquil heart. Now it's time for the second lesson. Come with me. Goku nodded and followed Mr. Popo into the temple. Soon, Goku was greeted by the Guardian of Earth. Kami, it's been a while. Almost 3 months since we last met, hasn't it? Kami no det. Yes, Goku, it's been some time. The next phase of your training may put your life at risk. Are you ready? Hearing that his very life could be on the line, Goku's expression grew serious. May I ask, Kami, what kind of training is this? Kami explained, human beings all have what's known as an inner demon, a state born from negative emotions like fear, greed, jealousy, inferiority, and obsession. It's a psychological barrier, and confronting it is the most crucial step for any martial artist. Over the centuries, many have fallen at this challenge. Now that you have mastered a tranquil heart, you are ready to face your inner demon. Goku pondered, an inner demon, huh? I wonder what mine could be. Ever since I arrived in the world of Dragon Ball, I've rarely felt any negativity. Aside from the anger when Bulma was in danger, nothing else comes to mind. Mr. Popo spoke up, Goku, stand on the hexagram star over there. It will transport you to a virtual realm. Your inner demon awaits you. Goku nodded, stepping onto the six-pointed star. With a flurry of swift keystrokes from Mr. Popo, Goku's form blinked, and he suddenly found himself amidst barren sand dunes. Looking around, Goku appeared to be searching for his adversary. Hey, Kakarot, for a scion, your fighting power is pathetic. You've brought nothing but shame to the pride of our people. The voice rang out, both familiar and strangely distant. Goku turned around to see who it belonged to. Vegeta, is my inner demon really Vegeta? Ever since I crossed over to this world, I've hardly even mentioned him, right? How could he possibly be my inner demon? The inner demon Vegeta burst into loud laughter. Don't you know the reason why I appear as your inner demon? Goku shut his eyes, then snapped them open. Bulma? Vegeta curled his lips in a dismissive sneer. TCH, I suppose you guessed right. But it seems that in this world, I never stood a chance. Goku was shocked. Wait, are you Vegeta from another world? Arms crossed, Vegeta replied coolly, yeah, you could say that. But Kakarot, your strength is just pathetic right now. I really can't fathom how you managed to become a Super Saiyan. With a measly power level of 200, you barely stand a chance. When I was your age, my power level was already 8,000. Goku lowered his head and said dejectedly, is that so? My growth really has been slow. Seeing Goku's sudden look of defeat, Vegeta snapped impatiently. Hey, Kakarot, what's that look supposed to be? You're a Saiyan, a warrior race. How can you let yourself look so beaten? I don't know why I'm here, but showing a face like that, you'll never be able to protect Bulma. Come on, I'll suppress my strength down to a power level of 200. Let's fight right here, right now. This is the appearance of Vegeta from the Dragon Ball Super era. It's just a visual reference and isn't connected to the original storyline or the plot that follows. Treat this as a transitional scene. Goku was instantly snapped back to his senses. You're right. What am I doing wearing that expression? It's time I remove my restraints. Today, I'm going to fight to my heart's content. In a flash, Goku shrugged off his weights, and his power level leapt from 200 to 240. These weights, weighing 140 pounds, had been given to him at the behest of Kami. 3 months ago, Goku had already completed his mind as still water training, able to dodge Mr. Popo's staff attacks with ease. Noticing Goku's progress without any burden, Kami decided it was time to up the challenge and had Goku don 140 pounds of weights. Wearing this heavy load, every step was a struggle for Goku, but after a month of adaptation, he began his mind as still water, training underweight. Now, let's return to the battle. Vegeta raised his brows in admiration. Oh, so you already understand the benefits of weighted training? It's just like using a gravity chamber. So you boosted your power level by 40 points, huh? Then try taking my Gallic gun. Vegeta pressed his hands together, and a ball of violet energy began to form, crackling with intensity. Watching this attack, Li Chuan was filled with excitement. If he had to pick a favorite outside of Goku, it would definitely be Vegeta, so the Gallic gun felt particularly familiar to him. All right, let's see the Super Kamehameha wave. The blue energy sphere between Goku's hands was now twice the size of the Kamehameha he had used before. A deafening blast echoed out. The two energy waves collided in midair with tremendous force. Oh, you can actually match my Gallic gun head-on. Impressive. But what will you do if I power up even more? Vegeta smirked. In an instant, Vegeta's energy surged. His battle power shot from 200 to 300. Goku's move, the Super Kamehameha, was just on par with this level of strength. Watching the calm and almost leisurely Vegeta, Goku gritted his teeth in determination. Ah, he yelled, pouring even more power into his Kamehameha. The two energy blasts stayed perfectly balanced, neither giving an inch. The pressure mounted until, suddenly, neither wave could take it any longer. There was a tremendous explosion. Both Vegeta and Goku were hurled through the air by the shockwave. Goku landed hard on the ground, immediately coughing up blood. On one knee, clutching his chest, Goku gasped, "That hurts. Feels like my organs all shifted out of place. But I'm not finished yet." He forced himself up, standing tall once again. Vegeta laughed easily. "Oh, so you still got some fight in you, Kakarot? I thought you'd pass out for sure." "Of course I wouldn't. It's just an energy blast. Don't underestimate me." Goku shot back. In a blur, Goku vanished and reappeared right in front of Vegeta. He launched a supersonic punch at Vegeta's legs. But since Vegeta had suppressed his power to match Goku's, he wasn't able to take it too lightly, either. Raising his arms, Vegeta guarded his face, blocking Goku's attack. But Goku didn't give him a moment to react, following up with a rapid flurry of punches. Yet none of them landed. Vegeta blocked every single blow. With a swift movement, Vegeta grabbed both of Goku's hands, holding him firm. Even so, Goku thought to himself, with equal power levels, Vegeta shouldn't be able to dodge so easily. Wait, I must have forgotten something. Then, with a determined pull, Goku broke free from Vegeta's grip. He stared coldly at his opponent and declared, "You're not Vegeta at all. You're just a manifestation of my inner demon. All that talk about suppressing your power. Your real battle power was never as high as in the original story. Tricking me into putting on such a show. I'll get serious and finish you off, once and for all." The inner demon burst in a mocking laughter. "Ah, so you figured it out, Son Goku no Lichuan? You're nothing but an outsider. Just an arrogant trespasser. Why should someone like you win Bulma's heart? But it doesn't matter. Once I defeat you, I'll become you. With the original Son Goku's body, I'll continue training and take over this world. And Bulma, don't worry, I'll take good care of her for you." Upon hearing all this, Goku wasn't fazed by his inner demon. He simply clenched his fists, then loosened them, speaking mildly. "The heart demon, huh? You know very well that the thing I've always feared most is Bulma. Turning into Vegeta is just your trick to provoke me, to try and unsettle my mind, making it impossible for me to reach a tranquil state of heart. Isn't that right?" The heart demon scoffed. "Disturb your state of mind? Please, I don't do things like that. I am the mighty heart demon. I could defeat you head-on, easily. As if you're even worth the trouble of me, trying to distract you." Hearing this, Goku finally understood everything. He shook his head and said, "Your words just proved it. All you want is to shake my heart. Well then, from now on, I won't give you any openings." With that, Goku pulled out a strip of black cloth and tied it over his eyes. As Goku's inner demon, the heart demon instantly recognized this move. But after all, a heart demon is still a heart demon. Understanding a technique is one thing. Grasping the true meaning of inner stillness is another. After all, a demon's heart is by nature unsettled. That's what makes them demons. Ah, stillness of heart? What a childish trick. That Mr. Popo must have just been messing with me. What use could it possibly be? Once I get out of here, I'll put an end to him for good. Goku had no interest in listening to another word from his heart demon. He quickly took out a pair of earplugs and blocked his ears. Immediately, Goku fell into perfect inner tranquility and beckoned the heart demon toward him. The heart demon roared with anger. "How dare you underestimate me? Blindfolding yourself, blocking your ears. Just wait, I'll smash you to pieces." In a flash, the heart demon appeared right in front of Goku. With all his might, he swung a punch straight at Goku's midsection. But at the very instant his fist was about to connect, Goku dodged aside and, in a swift motion, struck with a knife hand. It landed squarely on the back of the heart demon's neck with a sharp smack. The heart demon staggered backward in disbelief. "What? No way. How is this possible? That inner stillness rubbish can't be real. I don't believe it." He attacked Goku with a flurry of blows, moving as swift as lightning. Yet Goku responded with ease, his footwork light and precise, never missing a step, not flustered in the slightest. The heart demon, frustrated, cried, "No, I refuse to believe this. Take my Super Kamehameha." As Goku's heart demon, he knew all of Goku's techniques, every single one. But as for the true state of inner stillness, perhaps one day the heart demon would understand. Today, however, he was destined to be defeated. The Super Kamehameha was a mighty, overwhelming attack. Its magnetic field was powerful. Goku sensed its approach in less than a heartbeat. A Super Kamehameha? Huh? Too flashy. Don't you know the higher your energy, the harder it is to control? As my heart demon, you must be aware of this technique's fatal weakness. Sure, it's powerful, but let me show you. Goku twisted his waist elegantly. The blazing wave whistled past him, missing completely. "Enough! Let's end this here and now," Goku declared, striding calmly toward the heart demon. Crunch, crunch. His footsteps echoed sharply over the shattered stones. I don't believe it, the heart demon shouted in desperation. With a thunderous roar, the demon of the heart hurled an energy blast straight at Wukong. With a crisp snap, Wukong swatted it away effortlessly. What? No way. I don't believe it. There's no way I can't hit you. One after another, bursts of energy blasts hurtled toward Wukong, a frantic, desperate tactic worthy of a fallen prince. But all Wukong did was twist his neck and swing his leg powerfully. In the blink of an eye, he dodged more than 20 of the incoming blasts with ease. No way. Impossible. How can not a single one hit you? By this time, Wukong was already standing just a meter away from the demonic apparition. Curses! The heart demon, seething with rage, swung a heavy fist. With a dull thud, Wukong caught the blow with his bare hand. Oof, you're really starting to get on my nerves. Dragon fist. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong drove an uppercut right into his foe. The heart demon was sent flying, and in that instant, Wukong unleashed his dragon fist straight at its abdomen. A golden dragon surged forth, instantly enveloping the demon. In a shimmering burst, it vanished completely. As the demon faded into nothingness, Wukong slowly opened his eyes. The guardian of heaven exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible speed!" Even Mr. Popo, usually so calm and collected, was now visibly shaken. How could this be? It's been less than half a day, and Wukong has already overcome his inner demon. Wukong rolled his neck and stretched out with a lazy grace. He let out a yawn and said, Mr. Popo, guardian, may I go out and make a phone call? The two stared, still stunned, and then nodded in unison. Go ahead, Wukong. Once he'd left the temple, Wukong settled himself at the edge of the celestial realm. He dialed a number. It was Bulma's. At that moment, Bulma was busy researching how to be a good wife. The moment she heard her phone ring, her eyes lit up. Wukong. She scrambled to her feet. There was a smack, and she let out a sharp hiss. Ow, that hurt. But there's no time to think about it now. She tripped over her own foot, but quickly picked herself up and took the call. Hello, Bulma, are you all right? Bulma, a bit exasperated, shot back. Well, if it isn't Wukong, the training maniac. Haven't called in 5 months, and suddenly you remember you've got a girlfriend? For your information, I've been keeping myself quite busy. Thank you very much. Wukong just chuckled gently, unconcerned. Bulma, I've missed you so much. At these words, Bulma could hold back no longer. She burst into tears, sobbing. Wukong, I've missed you too. I'm sorry, was my tone too harsh just now? It's all right, Bulma. Tell me, what have you been up to these past 5 months? I'm really curious. Bulma sniffled. Well, these days I've been shopping with Xiaomi and Lazuli, learned some new recipes, and I even learned how to put on a wedding dress. I looked amazing, really. When you get back, I'll wear it for you. The most important thing, though, I've been learning how to be a good wife. Hearing this, Wukong rubbed his aching, tired eyes, and gradually, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Bulma, thank you for always being so patient with me. She laughed softly. Well, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, so of course we have to look out for each other. Actually, we're about to become husband and wife. Mutual understanding is a must. Just focus on your training there, Goku. Don't worry about me. I'll be waiting for you to come back. With that, the two continued chatting back and forth, each picking up where the other left off. What? Chi-Chi and Satan are both getting married. Bulma nodded. That's right. I told Chi-Chi about your proposal, and she mentioned it to Satan. Then, 2 months ago, Satan proposed to her. Oh, and by the way, Satan is now the national champion. He didn't compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but still, so many people admire him. Wukong nodded to himself, thinking, I hope Videl wasn't born before all this. After a long, heartfelt conversation, the two reluctantly hung up the phone. Once Wukong had ended the call, Mr. Popo spoke up. Wukong, your meal is ready. Come and eat. Wukong nodded. Thank you, Mr. Popo. He went off to have his dinner. Wukong asked curiously, Mr. Popo, how come today's meal is so sumptuous? Well, never mind. Let's eat first. Without further ado, he began eating heartily, devouring everything with great enthusiasm. Huge prawns, succulent roast pig, and all sorts of delicacies were laid out, truly a feast. Mr. Popo seemed hesitant to say something, but just then, Cammy walked in. Wukong, tomorrow you'll be going somewhere special to train. Wukong knew Cammy never ate, just drank water, so with his mouth full of food he mumbled, Cammy, where exactly will I be training? Having spent 5 months together, Cammy understood his words perfectly. You'll be entering a place called the Room of Spirit and Time. A single day inside is equivalent to a year in the outside world. Wukong was, of course, familiar with the Room of Spirit and Time. After swallowing his food, he asked, "So, Cammy, you want me to go there now?" Cammy and Mr. Popo exchanged glances, and Mr. Popo answered, "Wukong, we noticed you were talking to a girl just now. Who is she?" Cammy's hearing was extraordinary. He'd overheard the conversation while Wukong was on the phone, and from what he gathered, Wukong and Bulma seemed ready to marry. Not wanting to delay such an important life event, Cammy had just decided to allow Wukong to train for a year in the Room of Spirit and Time, which would only take a single day outside, so he could return to Bulma sooner. Wukong replied honestly, "That girl's name is Bulma. She's the one I love. Is something wrong?" Next, it was the god's turn to speak. He shared his thoughts with Goku, but ultimately left the decision to enter or not entirely up to him. After asking, the god continued, "Goku, if you want to enter and train, you will have to go in alone. I've been inside once before, but I couldn't even last 3 months. The extremes between day and night are harsh, but above all, it's the solitude that's truly difficult. Are you sure you want to go in?" Goku thought to himself, the Room of Spirit and Time, it might be worth a try. I could train in there for a whole year, yet only a single day will pass outside. I really miss Bulma, but training is very important. Guess I'll just have to push through it. Then Goku spoke up, "God, I want to go in." Hearing this, the god nodded. "Very well. Goku, go after you finish your meal." "All right, then I'm going to eat to my heart's content today." Goku remembered that inside the Room of Spirit and Time, most of the food was just preserved meals. The chance to eat something fresh like this wouldn't come again for at least a year. In a flash, the table was cleared. Goku devoured every last bit of food set out before him. Mr. Popo and the god stared in amazement. Incredible. Once Goku finished eating, Mr. Popo led him to the Room of Spirit and Time. Mr. Popo said, "Goku, this is as far as I'll take you. Here are enough toiletries and supplies for a year, as well as food. Remember, you don't have to stay for the full year. If it becomes unbearable, you are free to leave at any time." Goku nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Popo. I guess we won't be seeing each other for a whole year, so I appreciate all your guidance and care up till now." Mr. Popo smiled, not believing Goku would last for so long inside the chamber, and replied, "No need to thank me." Just then, something occurred to Goku. "Oh, Mr. Popo, if a girl named Bulma comes looking for me, please tell her I've been sent far away to train, and that I'll be back in about a day." Goku anticipated that once he entered the Room of Spirit and Time, he might not be able to communicate. He and Bulma shared a kind of unspoken bond. They could always sense if the other was in danger. Mr. Popo nodded. "While I doubt an ordinary person would ever make it to the sanctuary, since you asked, I'll do as you say. If that girl comes, I'll be sure to tell her." With that, Mr. Popo took his leave. Goku then walked forward at a measured pace. The moment Mr. Popo shut the door behind him, Bulma, who was sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. "Goku!" A sheen of sweat soaked her collar, and she gasped for breath. Lazuli, sleeping nearby, was awakened by her outburst. Ever since the defeat of the Red Ribbon Army, Lazuli had stayed by Bulma's side. As time passed, the two became closer and closer. By now, she was Bulma's second best friend. Lazuli hurriedly said, "Bulma, what's wrong?" Clutching her chest, Bulma replied, "My heart hurts so much, as if something dreadful has happened to Goku." Lazuli let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. "Phew, I thought something serious had happened. Didn't you just talk to Goku on the phone? He should be training safely, shouldn't he?" Bulma nodded. "He said he's in a place called the Heavenly Realm. I suppose he should be safe there." Heavenly Realm? I've never heard of such a place. In the Red Ribbon Army's files, Heavenly Realm was never mentioned. Even the Korin Sanctuary was spoken of only in vague, legendary terms. Upon hearing this, Bulma was alarmed. "What? Lazuli, is there really no such place as the Heavenly Realm?" Lazuli nodded in response. "No, there isn't. The Red Ribbon Army's databanks contain records of every region on Earth. Even the Korin Sanctuary is in there somewhere. But this Heavenly Realm, I've never heard of it." The moment Bulma heard this, her tears started flowing. "Oh no, I knew it. Why would Goku call me out of the blue? I should have realized earlier." Now that she replayed Goku's words in her mind, Bulma grew more and more uneasy. Seeing how heartbroken Bulma was, Lazuli thought of someone. "Don't cry, Bulma. I think there might be someone who knows where the Heavenly Realm is." Between sniffles, Bulma managed to ask, "Who?" "Goku's and Chi-Chi's master, Master Rashi." "Huh, that lecherous old man." Meanwhile, Goku had already reached an empty stretch of land. All at once, the force of gravity multiplied tenfold, pinning him down. "What the? This is so heavy." Suddenly, it was as if Goku had a 1,000-pound weight crushing down on him. At 62 kilograms, with 10 times his normal weight, Goku was bearing a load of over 600 kilograms. It was more than 1,000 pounds pressing on him, perhaps even several tons. At that moment, all Goku could manage was a slow crawl forward, especially since he was still wearing all his heavy training gear. The equipment was being driven so deeply into his flesh by the relentless gravity that it seemed to become a part of him. Every small movement tore at his body. Every inch forward felt like his muscles were tearing apart. Goku was soaked in blood. Even crawling half a meter was a tremendous ordeal. No, I can't let myself die here. A sharp, jarring sound, metal grinding under pressure. A desperate grunt, animal-like with pain. Again, the tortured creak of strained equipment. Again, the raw cry of effort. And at last, one last shout for Goku. With that cry, a blue blast of energy exploded from him. Using the backward thrust from his Kamehameha wave, Goku finally managed to reach the safe zone. But he had lost so much blood that he drifted into unconsciousness, his life hanging by a thread. Bulma's premonition was right. Goku had come terrifyingly close to death. If he hadn't summoned the last of his strength for that Kamehameha, he might not have made it. Hey, Kiki. Bulma's voice rang out loud and clear, startling Chi-Chi on the other end of the line. Bulma, take it easy. Slow down and tell me what's going on, Chi-Chi said, sensing the urgency in Bulma's tone. For once, she didn't respond with her usual banter. All right, I'll try to be calm, Bulma replied, taking a breath. Chi-Chi, could you ask that old pervert if he knows anything about the heavenly realm? Chi-Chi nodded and turned to Master Roshi. Master, do you know about the heavenly realm? Even Master Roshi, who was normally unfazed by anything, put away his magazines and straightened up, taking on a solemn air. The heavenly realm? Yes, I know of it. Why do you ask? On the other end, Bulma caught his words and didn't hesitate to raise her voice once more. Old pervert, just tell me quick. Master Roshi coughed and then answered, sounding a bit flustered. Ahem. So, is Bulma who wants to know? The heavenly realm lies even higher than the Karen's sanctuary. Above it, a deity known as Kami resides. A deity? So Goku went to train with the deity in the heavenly realm? Krillin asked, astounded. Master Roshi was so shocked, his jaw nearly dropped. What? Goku actually sought out Kami for training. Yamcha and Krillin, overhearing this, turned to look at him with wide eyes. Master, what exactly is the heavenly realm? With an air of mystery, Master Roshi replied, the heavenly realm is the abode of Kami. That's what I've heard from my own master, Karen. Above the Karen's sanctuary, there lives someone called Kami. They say the Dragon Balls originated from his hands. If that's true, and Goku is training under him, then when we next meet, he might be at a level unfathomable to us. An audible gasp swept through Yamcha, Chi-Chi, and Krillin, the weight of Rashi's words hitting them hard. Training with the creator of the Dragon Balls? Goku, just how powerful can you become? Someone murmured in awe. But Bulma wasn't concerned about Goku's strength. Her only worry was whether he'd be safe in the heavenly realm. Will Goku be in danger up there? Master Roshi stroked his beard, pondering the question. Donji? Well, that I can't say for sure. Why, Bulma? Did Goku tell you something? Bulma spoke slowly, anxiety lingering in her voice. I just have this feeling Goku might be in danger. So, the heavenly realm is right above the Karen's sanctuary. Is that it? Yes. But Bulma, if you're thinking of going there yourself, let me remind you, the Karen's sanctuary is 30,000 meters up. No ordinary plane could reach that high. The heavenly realm is even further. Don't try anything foolish. Just wait for Goku to come back. Bulma's voice softened into a light laugh. Only 30,000 meters? The planes my family builds can fly anywhere, as long as it's not outer space. Don't worry, I get it. Thanks, old man. With that, Bulma hung up the phone. Master Roshi was left looking utterly bewildered, a big question mark plastered across his face. Yamcha spoke up. Hey Krillin, Kaiatsu, we can't keep dragging our feet. Goku's gone somewhere amazing to train. We can't fall behind. Let's kick off our training plan too. Krillin agreed. Yeah, let's go. We really can't slack off anymore, or before we know it, Goku will have left us in the dust. Kaiatsu chimed in energetically. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku slowly opened his heavy-lidded eyes. My body won't budge at all. Senzu bean, he muttered. He reached for his pants pocket with his right hand. He pulled out a single senzu bean. With a crisp snap, he popped it into his mouth. As soon as he ate the bean, Goku's strength surged back, a tremendous recovery from nearly dying, and his power level jumped directly to 300. Phew, forget the heavy gear. It's time to jump right into 10 times gravity training. At that moment, Goku wasn't the least bit bored. His blood was pumping with excitement, completely immersed in wrestling against the tenfold gravity. Thoughts of loneliness never even crossed his mind. And so, Goku's intense training under 10 times gravity began. Once he took off the heavy equipment, the Scion blood in his veins, revived from the edge of death, gave him yet another boost in power. Now Goku's combat power had risen to 400. He stretched out his right hand toward an empty stretch of ground, and instantly he was crushed by the weight of the intensified gravity. Apparently Goku had tried this countless times, and every attempt so far had ended in failure. "What? I won't lose to you," he shouted defiantly. At that moment, it felt as though 1,000 pounds had been dumped onto his hand, slamming his right arm down to the floor. The rest of Goku's body collapsed along with it, brought down by the sheer weight pressing on his right hand. With all his determination, Goku managed to lift his hand just a little. About 10 centimeters. This was the most he could manage. Sweat poured down his face as he panted for breath. I finally managed to lift my hand. This was Goku's 500th attempt. 10 days had passed since his injury. In a flash, he quickly retracted his arm. His trembling right hand was now completely numb. He let out a wry laugh. Phew. Man, this is tough, but there's no way I'm giving up. I'm going to conquer this place before the year is up. Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly. Heh, I'm starving. What should I eat today? Goku walked over to the storage room and started rummaging around. Let's go with canned yellow peaches for today, and a big helping of meat. As for drinks, wow, there's cola here. Haven't had that in forever. Today I'm going to treat myself. Now, for some entertainment. He pulled out a capsule, the all-purpose kind, and tossed it onto the open floor. With a pop, it turned into a small house. Bulma had left it with him earlier, but in the rush to leave, she'd forgotten to take it back. I wonder if the TV works in this place. Goku switched on the set, but all he saw was a blurry gray screen. As expected, there's no signal, but at least I've still got my game console. Goku rummaged around for a while and soon found his PS4. Capsule Corp's gaming technology really was ahead of its time. He hooked up the PS4 to the television, and the game selection screen appeared before him. Just as I thought. Let's get started. Meanwhile, Bulma was flying her plane at breakneck speed toward Corinne Tower. With her were Lazuli and Lapis. Whoosh! Lazuli cried out anxiously. Bulma, slow down. You almost hit a bird just now. Bulma replied calmly. My plane's sturdy. It wouldn't matter even if we did. Lazuli, Lapis, why don't you two go find something fun to do, instead of making a fuss? Look at Lapis. He's totally unfazed. At that moment, Lapis was quietly absorbed in a book. Hearing Bulma mention him, Lapis looked up and replied, Sis, give it a rest. Bulma's just worried about Goku's safety. No wonder she's speeding. Come look at this book. It's actually really interesting. Lazuli asked, curious. Oh, what novel is it to get you so hooked? It's called Crossing into Dragon Ball. My name is Goku. Not bad, actually. Bulma joined in. Oh, you're reading it too, Lapis? I've been keeping up with it lately myself. Before long, Bulma arrived at Corinne Tower. All right, time to ascend. Upon reaching the tower, Bulma piloted the plane upwards. Soon, they reached the lookout. Such was the power of technology. Where it used to take Goku at least an hour to climb up here, Bulma's plane did it in just 20 minutes. As the lookout came into view, Lazuli remarked, so the Corinne Sanctuary really exists. Bulma, should we go in and take a look? That's where Corinne the Hermit lives. Goku trained here, so Corinne must know a lot about him. Bulma nodded in agreement. Let's go, we'll head down. The three of them used their flight technique to exit the plane. Afterward, Bulma stowed the plane away. Unlike Goku, Bulma didn't stop to take a good look around. She called out at the top of her lungs, Master Corinne, are you home? Hearing a girl's voice, Corinne grew curious and peered through his crystal ball. Who's that? She looks familiar somehow. I can't quite remember. Corinne then called out, Little girl, open the 3 jars on the first floor and have a look inside. Maybe you'll find what you're searching for. Corinne hadn't realized Bulma was looking for Goku specifically, but he knew that whenever people from below made it up to the sanctuary, it was almost always because they needed something from him. He first suggested that Bulma take a look at the past, the present, and the future. That way, he could figure out what the visitor wanted and where they came from. Bulma nodded, glancing curiously around the first floor, and soon enough, she spotted 3 jars. She approached the one on the left and opened it. Isn't this a scene from when Goku and I traveled together? Oh, that's so embarrassing, she giggled, her cheeks flushing at the memory. Corinne, the wise cat hermit, watched everything unfold through his crystal ball. Oh, is that Goku's girlfriend? I think her name is Bulma. Is she here to see Goku? But Goku is training at the heavenly realm right now. Next, Bulma opened the second jar. The scene that appeared was of a mysterious door, leaving Bulma completely puzzled. A door? What could this be? Corinne found himself just as befuddled. A door? This girl must have come looking for Goku, so maybe he's behind it. The vision shifted, revealing the Capsule Corporation. Wah, Dad and Mom. No, I have to turn this off now. Bulma hurried to shut the lid, her face turning a deep shade of red at whatever embarrassing image had flashed on the screen. Curiosity is human nature, especially when faced with the unknown. Corinne was no exception. He was dying to know what exactly Bulma had seen. Drat, why didn't I get a look? When she opened the third jar, it revealed the scene of Bulma and Goku's wedding. One look at their backs was all Bulma needed to know it was her and Goku. At last, the pieces clicked into place for Bulma. Amazing. Although it's a little hard to believe, these visions must represent the past, present, and future, right, Master Corinne? Corinne nodded approvingly. Yes, you're quite clever. These are exactly what you wanted to see. Glimpses of the past, the present, and the future. Everything shown here is fated to happen. Relieved by Corinne's answer, Bulma felt a weight lift from her heart. She silently rejoiced. If these visions are real, then Goku should be all right. Thank you, Master Corinne, for clearing things up. By the way, is Goku really in the heavenly realm right now? Corinne answered honestly. Yes, Goku's been training in the heavenly realm for nearly 6 months now. Thank you, Master Corinne. I appreciate your help. Bulma walked outside. Lazuli and Lapis hadn't followed her inside. They were waiting patiently out front. Lazuli asked, So, Bulma, did you find any news about Goku? Bulma nodded. Yes, Goku is in the heavenly realm right now. Let's go find him. Lazuli and Lapis nodded in agreement. Bulma then flew the plane higher into the sky. Let me see what you were looking at. Corinne muttered to himself as he floated down and opened the second jar. A split second later, bam, a splatter of nosebleed shot out, and he was left utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku had already spent a month training there. At this moment, both of his hands extended into the blank zone. Now, Goku's fighting power had reached 450. Though it's still a bit challenging, my arms have gotten used to it. Next, I'll try standing my whole body in the blank zone. With that, Goku plunged his body forward. Instantly, he felt the heavy pressure bearing down on him. The weight forced Goku to one knee. Phew, my body can now withstand 10 times Earth's gravity for extended periods. I can even manage to sit and meditate for a while, entering a state of serene stillness. On those words, Goku immediately crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Now, the tenfold gravity no longer caused pain. It simply felt immense and heavy. This allowed Goku to quietly slip into a tranquil, undisturbed state of mind. And so, Goku sat there in meditation, refraining from eating or drinking for 3 whole days. With a rush, Goku opened his eyes. He stood up and began making his way back. Phew, I'm starving. It turned out Goku's hunger had finally caught up to him. Otherwise, he could have meditated even longer. At this point, Goku's fighting power had risen to 480. He had already surpassed his fighting power when he first appeared in the Dragon Ball Z saga. He originally powered up from 416 to over 800 using Kamehameha. Elsewhere, Bulma had arrived at the lookout. Hearing the commotion, Mr. Popo came over and asked, What brings you 3 to the lookout? Bulma replied, I'm here to find Goku. You must be the Mr. Popo he told me about, right? Dark skin. At that, Mr. Popo recalled Goku's earlier description. In his heart, he thought, Goku certainly described her just right. Then Mr. Popo gave a gentle smile and said, Goku's training right now. He'll be back in about a day. If you'd like to wait, you can stay here, or you may return home for now. After a day, Goku will come find you. Bulma, realizing she'd have to wait a whole day, grew impatient. She wanted to see Goku immediately. That won't do. I remember Goku is behind a certain door here. Do you know where that is? Mr. Popo couldn't help but wonder, how does this young lady know about the hyperbolic time chamber? Seeing that Mr. Popo wasn't budging, Bulma quickly pleaded, her voice sweet and imploring, Mr. Popo, please, just take me to see Goku? Just for a moment, just for one look. For someone who's lived hundreds of years, Mr. Popo had never faced such a scene before. Flustered, he waved his hands, No, please don't. No need for that. I'll take you, all right? With that, Mr. Popo led Bulma to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. This is the door. Goku is surely inside. Just as Bulma was about to push the door open, Mr. Popo spoke up. Young lady, Goku is inside. He actually asked me to keep you in the dark for a whole day, but I guess I've failed. If you see him, could you let him know I really did my best? Bulma nodded. I'll tell him, Mr. Popo. Thank you. With that, Bulma pushed the door and stepped inside. At that moment, Goku was sitting cross-legged in a blank, empty space, deep in meditation, completely unaware of Bulma's arrival. Spotting Goku, Bulma called out, Goku, are you all right? I missed you so much. He was still in a state of perfect calm, his mind undisturbed. Hearing Bulma's voice, he thought for a split second it was just his imagination. After all, how could Bulma possibly appear inside the hyperbolic time chamber? Yet instinctively, Goku opened his eyes. Bulma. Seeing him open his eyes, Bulma couldn't hold herself back and wanted to rush into his arms. But Goku cried out hastily, "Bulma, don't come over here." Not knowing why, Bulma ignored his warning and threw herself resolutely into Goku's embrace. This is bad. In that critical moment, Goku didn't have time to enjoy the hug. He quickly gathered all his strength and swept Bulma up with him. Goku's voice was urgent. "Bulma, are you alright?" Bulma slowly lifted her head from Goku's chest. I'm fine, Goku. Why are you so anxious?" Goku was taken aback. "Bulma, that area has 10 times normal gravity. How are you completely unscathed?" It was only after hearing this that Bulma realized where she was, but driven by love, she hadn't felt any pain at all. Right then, her eyes fluttered shut. I knew it couldn't be nothing. Sensing Bulma's weakening breath, Goku hurriedly placed a senzu bean to her lips. "Can't swallow." Without hesitation, Goku cupped some water in his mouth and gently transferred it to Bulma to help her swallow. In such a moment of crisis, there was just no time for embarrassment. As soon as Goku got enough water down, the senzu bean finally slid down Bulma's throat. Phew, she swallowed it. "She should be fine now," said Goku, stroking the girl's soft hair. Gradually, Bulma opened her eyes. "Goku, how'd I fall asleep?" Goku reached out and gave her nose a playful tap. "Silly girl, doesn't it hurt? I told you not to come over. Do you know you almost died just now?" Bulma just smiled, weak but carefree. "Hee, I wasn't worried about that. All I wanted was to rush into your arms. I couldn't care less about pain or anything else. Goku, I love you so much." Goku met her gaze, eyes gentle. "I love you too, sweetheart. Now, close your eyes and get some rest. You must have stayed up all night. Look, you've got dark circles under your eyes. I want you to stay with me, Goku." With that, Bulma wrapped her arms around Goku's neck. "All right, I'll stay with you." Afterwards, Goku gently scooped up Princess Bulma in his arms and carefully laid her down on the bed. Only after making sure that Bulma had drifted into a deep sleep did Goku quietly slip away. "There's still training left unfinished today. Bulma, just wait for me a little while," he murmured to himself. With that, Goku walked over to an open space and resumed his meditation. With a beautiful woman resting nearby, Goku found it even easier to slip into a tranquil, undisturbed state of mind. Still, he kept a sliver of awareness, worried that Bulma might come over again. Such a thing could easily result in unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Lazuli and Lapis had begun speaking with Mr. Popo and the Guardian of Earth. The Guardian said, "You two must be androids. I've seen you from above." The Guardian's appearance was identical to the Demon King Piccolo depicted in the Red Ribbon Army's files. This striking resemblance instantly made the two siblings huddle together in fear. The power of Demon King Piccolo was something that had left an indelible impression on their minds. At this moment, Android 17 and 18 were far from displaying the memories or strength they would possess during the Dragon Ball Z era. Back then, each was as strong as a novice Super Saiyan. But now, although fueled by limitless energy, they had yet to fully master their combat potential. Merely imitations, rather than the real thing. Trembling, Lazuli stammered, "Demon King Piccolo, how can you be here? Weren't you supposed to be sealed away?" Lapis protectively placed one arm in front of his sister, his other hand shaking. He dared not challenge the being before them, but his determination to shield his sister pushed him to stand his ground. The Guardian responded with a gentle chuckle. "I'm not Demon King Piccolo. I am a guardian of this place." Lapis blurted out, "Impossible. You look exactly like the Demon King Piccolo, I remember. How could you be the Guardian?" And so, the Guardian began to recount a story from long ago. Many, many years ago, I came to Earth. Because I was an alien, my talents in martial arts were extraordinary. The then Guardian recognized my potential and chose to train me as a successor. But, influenced by the darkness in some humans' hearts, I, too, was tainted. Evil thoughts crept into me. In order to become Earth's Guardian, I was forced to expel this evil from within. This negative energy became what you know as Demon King Piccolo. At first, I thought splitting off my wicked side would be enough to keep him under control. But I was wrong. I not only expel my evil, but also my innate gift for battle. Ever since, I've been left without any fighting ability. My actions caused untold suffering to those below. Alas, it was all my mistake. Listening to the Guardian's words, Lazuli and Lapis sensed his sincerity, a sense that he spoke the truth and was not trying to deceive them. Yet they still dared not lower their guard. Lapis spoke up. "I'm not convinced by your story. What you say sounds sincere, but it's hard to say what's real and what's not. There is something that can prove the Dragon Balls were indeed created by me. The bombs in your bodies were removed thanks to my Dragon Balls. Surely, you can believe this much, can't you?" With that, Mr. Popo took out a mold shaped like Shenron, the Eternal Dragon. This is the mold used to create Shenron. The Kami used his divine power to create 7 Dragon Balls with it. Back then, Kami planned to use the Dragon Balls to completely eliminate Demon King Piccolo. However, since Piccolo and Kami were originally one and the same, when Kami wished for Piccolo's destruction, Shenron hesitated. After all, destroying one's own creator would mean his own end as well. I, too, did not wish for Kami to disappear. So I left a number of clues about the Dragon Balls in the mortal world. Yet after so many years, only Goku has managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, twice in fact. No one else has ever succeeded. The instant their eyes fell upon the mold, Lapis and Lazuli felt the tension in their bodies melt away. Their guarded expressions eased. They believed the Kami's story at last. Lazuli then asked, Kami, do you happen to know where Brother Goku and Sister Bulma are? We all came together, but now they've disappeared. They're in a special room right now, he replied gently. There's no need to worry. They're both safe. Assured by his answer, Lazuli and Lapis relaxed further, falling silent as they waited patiently. Meanwhile, inside the room of spirit and time, Goku and Bulma had already spent 10 days together, practically inseparable. Bulma sat nearby, flipping through a magazine, while Goku trained in the unmarked open space. Perhaps it was the power of love, but Goku had managed to walk freely even in the empty area, a feat he could not do before. By now, Goku's fighting strength had surpassed 500. Just then, a deafening boom erupted in the sky. A surge of blazing red flames hurtled toward Goku. Bulma, safe in another area, couldn't see what Goku was experiencing. All she noticed was how drenched he was with sweat. She looked up from her seat and called out, Goku, you're sweating so much. Would you like to take a break? Goku braced himself, facing the flames head-on. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I'm fine. It's just the gravity pressing down on me, making me sweat a lot. You know as well as I do, breaking a sweat means I'm training effectively. I can't come over just yet. He managed a smile as he finished. Seeing Goku smile, Bulma simply went back to her magazine, unconcerned. Sensing that Bulma had looked away, Goku thought to himself, come on, flames, burn even hotter. Almost as if answering his call, the flames surged even fiercer, enveloping his body in scorching heat. Feeling the discomfort grow, Goku quickly sat down to meditate. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of perfect inner stillness, like a calm lake untouched by wind. Gradually, his overheated body began to cool. The ordeal under the blazing sun was soon replaced by a biting, bone-chilling blizzard. One moment, Goku endured the searing flames. The very next, the fire vanished without a trace. Wukong let out a long breath of relief. Phew, finally, it's over. Just as Wukong was about to get up and stretch his limbs, a sudden gust of icy wind swept in. His skin, already flushed red from the intense heat, was instantly assaulted by a wave of pain as the chill hit him. What the? Why is my whole body suddenly in pain? This is bad. He instantly realized what was happening. After the scorching heat, now came the biting cold. In his current state, his body couldn't withstand the torment of both fire and ice. Without hesitation, Wukong sprang into action. I have to get back to safety before the storm hits. A violent wind roared through, carrying snow and freezing water as it surged toward him. Oh no, there's no time. I'll have to use the Kamehameha to blast my way back. Without another word, Wukong launched an accelerated Kamehameha, propelling himself back toward the safe zone. He managed to escape, but still took part of the blizzard head-on. Hearing the commotion from Wukong's side, Bulma hurried over. As a doctor, she recognized the burns across his body at a glance and exclaimed anxiously, Wukong, what happened? You're covered in burns. Wukong gave a sheepish grin. You have no idea what it's like in there. During the day, there are raging flames that scorch you, and at night, blizzards that freeze you. I just went through a bit of both. Bulma nodded, unfazed. With Senzu beans at hand, she wasn't too worried about any long-term harm coming to Wukong. Ah, well, that means today's training is over, right? Wukong nodded. Yeah, we're done for today. Why? Do you have something in mind? Wukong, did you forget? Today is your birthday. Wukong blinked in confusion. Is it? I don't remember. Hee, the day I came to find you was April 29th. We've been here almost 10 days now, so today's your birthday. Huh, if you count it like that, does that mean I just turned 15 here, and once I get out, it'll practically be my 16th birthday, right away? That's right, which is why I'm making you a birthday feast today, so you can forget about more training. You're going to lie down and rest. With that, Bulma pulled him over, pressing him firmly into a seat. Wukong, still without the benefit of a senzu bean, winced sharply as the pain surged through him. Gritting his teeth, he could only manage a pained exhale. Once she made sure he was settled, Bulma bustled off to prepare the birthday meal. We'll skip some of the details here and jump forward to the next intensive training phase. Just like that, 3 months passed. Wukong had completely adapted to the tenfold gravity, able to stand unmoving even as flames and frost battered him at once. At this point, his arms showed well-defined, powerful muscles, a testament to how this relentless trial by fire and ice had forged his body, much like the body-tempering arts described in fantastical tales. Gradually, Wukong started to notice the benefits as well. He no longer shied away, but instead braced himself and let the two forces wash over him, facing them head-on. Even when his skin was scorched by the flames or frostbitten by the icy snow, Wukong remained unfazed. In a state of inner calm and utter tranquility, he could suppress the pain somewhat, a mastery over his 5 senses, as it were. Still, his body verged on collapse. To be safe, Wukong tied a rope around his waist and gave the other end to Bulma. If he truly couldn't hold on any longer, he would tug on the rope, and Bulma, sensing this, would pull him back. Wukong had once taught Bulma how to harness the power bestowed by the Dragon God, so her fighting strength had reached a level of 100. Pulling something weighing over 1,000 pounds was within her abilities, though it did take a considerable effort. Over time, Bulma began to treat this as a kind of workout routine. She noticed that every time she hauled Wukong back, she would break out into a sweat from the sheer exertion. Afterward, a hot shower would leave her feeling instantly refreshed, her skin taking on a vibrant, rosy glow. Bulma looked at Wukong's body, mottled with bruises, and couldn't help but feel distressed. Wukong, why did you stay in there so long this time? Just look at you, covered in blood. Even if we have sins of beans, my heart still aches for you, you know? Forcing a smile, Wukong replied, It's all for the sake of training. But I really am so much stronger now. Bulma, I'm starving. I could eat a feast. Hearing this, Bulma's tone softened. All right, just tell me what you'd like to eat. I'll make it for you. Wukong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The usual 3 dishes, but make the portions bigger this time. Lately, my appetite's been growing like crazy. Bulma nodded in agreement. All right, I'll make as much as you want. With that, she bustled off to the kitchen. After eating, Wukong pulled Bulma close and said softly, Bulma, thank you for always staying by my side. Wukong had originally wanted Bulma to leave for a while, because the atmosphere in this space was extremely oppressive. He himself didn't notice it, being so absorbed in his training that he simply didn't have time to think about things like that. But Bulma was different. Training held no interest for her, so the stifling sensation was inevitable. Concerned, Wukong tried to persuade her to step outside for some fresh air. But Bulma felt the same way Wukong did. Even though she could sense the oppressive air of this place, with Wukong here, she felt perfectly at ease. Just sitting next to him brought her happiness, and little by little, that stifling feeling faded away. That's why she declined Wukong's suggestion to go outside. She worried that if she left, Wukong would be the one to feel oppressed and unbearably alone, and she didn't want him to be lonely in this place, not even for a moment. Receiving Bulma's series of replies, Goku was deeply touched. He made up his mind that, aside from his training, he would also set aside time to be with Bulma, whether it was simply chatting or quietly holding each other close. After withstanding the ordeal of ice and fire body refinement combined with 10 times gravity, Goku's fighting power had astonishingly soared to 2,000, a truly terrifying leap. To think that just 5 months ago, his fighting power was only around 240, and now, he'd broken through by such a huge margin. At this point, there was practically no one left who could challenge him. The thought made him yearn for an actual fight. He began pondering the original story, recalling Piccolo's technique of creating clones, as well as Tien Shinhan's 4 Witches technique, and mentally reviewed them both. Inspired by these, Goku invented a move uniquely his own, the manifested avatar technique. This was a cultivation method where he condensed his energy into a tangible form and shaped it into a human figure. At present, the energy cost to create such an avatar was enormous, essentially half his own power. So, sending it to fight an opponent of equal rank would be no different from gifting them a victory. Thus, this method was more for training than practical combat. The first time Bulma saw 2 identical Gokus standing before her, it startled her a bit. Goku? How are there 2 of you? Goku grinned and explained, that guy is one of my new tricks called the Avatar Technique. Since it's formed by energy, it doesn't have a mind of its own, but it will follow my commands. Sometimes I just want a sparring partner, so when there's no one else, I have to get creative and spar with myself. In the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku would use a version of this technique, limiting the Avatar's strength to just 1/10 of his own. After all, with his current fighting power of 2,000, even holding back could allow him to breeze through the competition. With 7 months left, he aimed to boost his strength even further, planning to reach 5,000 before the tournament. Then he'd restrict his avatar's strength to 125th, around 200, and send it to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Even then, victory would be relatively easy. But Kairatsu, Krillin, and Yamcha would all undergo intense weighted training themselves, their strength underweights reaching 180 and 200 once the weights were removed. Don't underestimate that extra 20 points. It meant only Tien Shinhan, with his own fighting power of about 190, could hope to stand out. Bulma, recalling what Goku had told her about energy, marveled. This energy is incredible. It can even create a double. Goku, call it over so I can have a look. Obediently, Goku commanded the avatar to walk over to Bulma. Bulma reached out and touched the avatar's cheek with her small hand. It feels solid, just like the real Goku. Goku nodded in response. Exactly. Unless I take it back or it gets destroyed, aside from being unable to speak, it's really no different from me. After speaking, Wukong began sparring with his avatar. Thundering blows resounded through the room, each strike echoing power and intensity. That day, Wukong fought with immense satisfaction, for he had instructed his avatar to attack him with no rules or patterns whatsoever. Even Wukong himself could not predict the avatar's next move. And just like that, an entire year slipped by in the endless expanse of the hyperbolic time chamber. Slowly, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. By then, Mr. Popo and the Guardian had long been waiting outside. They were eager to learn the outcome. After all, Sun Wukong was the first man in centuries to last a full year inside the hyperbolic time chamber. This feat commanded their respect and curiosity. At that moment, the Guardian gazed at Wukong, his mind full of astonishment. Incredible. Not even I, in my prime, could have endured that. Who would have imagined that after only a single year inside, his abilities would become completely unreadable to me? What sort of training did he experience to transform from a naive boy into this formidable presence? Having endured years of harsh training between ice and fire, Wukong's appearance had changed dramatically. The once youthful face was now set with resolve. His eyes shone with determination, his brows arched confidently, and a faint, inscrutable smile curved his lips. Picture Wukong in his later years, during the Z era. That's the look. Staring at the Guardian, who seemed stunned, Wukong waved his hand and called out, "Guardian, what's wrong with you?" Bulma, following closely behind Wukong, overheard the mention of the Guardian. She circled around to get a good look at him. Bulma couldn't help but blurt out, "Huh? So you're the Guardian? Why are you so green? Are you feeling unwell or something?" The Guardian wasn't angered by Bulma's frankness. Instead, he spoke evenly, "This is my original skin. In your world, I suppose you'd call me an alien." Bulma, having met her share of aliens, simply nodded. "I see. Hey, Guardian, why did you make my Wukong stay in such a boring room for an entire year? Don't you realize how suffocating it is in there?" Bulma spoke up for Wukong, feeling it was unfair. The Guardian replied, "That was Wukong's own choice. To be honest, I expected him to come out after maybe 3 months. But he spent the full year." "Really? Was it all Wukong's choice?" With that, Bulma turned to look at Wukong. Wukong nodded. "It's true. The Guardian said that after a year in there, I'd be allowed to come out and find you. So, of course, I wanted to stay the full term." "Wukong, why didn't you tell me?" With that, Bulma ran straight into Wukong's arms. Wukong gently patted Bulma's back. "You never asked. Besides, I actually enjoyed training in there. I didn't want to leave early, so I never brought it up. You only get to enter that room 3 times in your life. Once you leave, you use up a chance." Bulma nodded and said, "Oh, only 3 chances? Good thing I didn't drag you out, or we would have wasted one." Bulma knew just how much Goku loved martial arts, and she respected and supported him wholeheartedly in his training. This scene left the Guardian of Earth completely dumbfounded. Even back when he first arrived on Earth, he'd met men and women, and it was always the same. Martial artists, given the dangers of their calling, seldom found favor with women. Even when they did, after becoming a couple, the woman would often try everything to pull her partner away from the path of martial arts. After all, martial artists lead lives filled with conflict. Injuries are common, but death lurks as the greater threat. The thought of being left a widow was enough to make most women hesitate if pursued by a martial artist. Even those men who had once stood at the top of the world, when it came to their own partners, the same problem remained. As people age, they inevitably lose their strength. The rule was harsh. Once you're overtaken by the young, you stay down. Yet, seeing how close the two of them were now, the Guardian found himself caught in a dilemma. Guardians can't have love as an option. One must be pure-hearted and free of earthly craving. Goku is so powerful, it would be ideal to pass the role of Guardian to him and teach him a way to create Dragon Balls. Then, after that, I could finally settle scores with King Piccolo and bring everything to an end myself. But Goku cares deeply for this young woman. I don't know if he'll agree. Well, nothing I can do about it unless I ask. If he says no, I won't force the matter. The Guardian cleared his throat with a firm, deliberate cough. Goku turned and asked, "Is something the matter, Guardian?" The Guardian spoke. "Goku, would you like to become the Guardian of Earth? I could pass this role down to you." Goku was taken aback. "Why are you thinking about stepping down all of a sudden, Guardian?" Bulma looked over as well. She'd heard stories. Once someone became a god, they had to sever all worldly attachments. The moment she realized what was being offered, Bulma stepped in firmly. "No, Goku can't be the Guardian." She stood protectively in front of Goku, locking eyes with the Guardian, just as one would when facing down a predator. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Goku wrapped an arm around her and gently mussed her hair, saying, "Bulma, I won't become the Guardian. If I had to stay up here all the time and never see you, I'd lose my mind." The Guardian let out a long sigh. "I see. Honestly, Goku, I just wanted to bring it up with you. Not even I can see through to the depths of your strength. You're fully qualified to be Earth's Guardian. If you agreed, I was prepared to teach you the way of creating Dragon Balls and then face King Piccolo one last time. After you took my place, you could still stay with Miss Bulma. I'd be willing to break the rules just this once. What do you say?" The deity still hadn't given up. Bulma tugged gently at Goku's sleeve when she heard this, silently signaling for him to make his own decision. If staying here in the heavens meant she could be with Goku, then it didn't matter much to her if he became the deity. "No, I'll still have to refuse," Goku replied. "You don't have to destroy yourself together with King Piccolo. I'm very strong. He's no match for me. Even if I don't take your place, I'll protect the Earth. Oh, and there's something you probably don't know. Even if I tried, only Namekians like you can create Dragon Balls. It's simply not possible for me." It's true. In the original story, only Namekians were ever shown to create Dragon Balls. Neither humans nor other aliens could do it. After Goku's explanation, the deity seemed oblivious to most of what he said, except for one thing. He'd heard him claim to be even stronger than King Piccolo. The deity was shocked. "Impossible. Even if your temperament has changed, there's no way you could be stronger than King Piccolo." Goku gently let go of Bulma. "Hang on. Be good and wait for me a bit. I'm just heading down to see Master Karen." Bulma wasn't quite sure what Goku was up to, but she nodded anyway. "All right, Goku. Go ahead, but try to come back soon." Then Goku turned and addressed the deity. "You know, Master Karen can sense how strong someone's energy is. I'll go down and release my energy so he can judge. If he says I'm stronger than King Piccolo, then you don't have to sacrifice yourself or pass your power to me. Earth will be just fine." Goku, during the Z era, could unleash just half the power of a full Super Saiyan, and Karen could sense the gap between him and Cell. Karen could even differentiate the auras of Cell and Super Saiyans. There's no reason he couldn't compare a 5,000 power level Goku to the Elder King Piccolo at roughly 240. The deity, knowing full well Master Karen's abilities, was hesitant to believe, but nodded almost in spite of himself. With that, Goku sped off. "Hey," Lazuli called out. "Goku, long time no see." Hearing her, Goku paused. "Huh, Lazuli, Lapis. What are you two doing here?" Lapis replied, "We came with Bulma. She was in such a hurry to find you. Since we didn't feel right letting her go alone, we tagged along to the sanctuary." Goku nodded. "Thanks for looking out for Bulma. Wait here, okay? I'm heading down to Karen's tower for a moment." And so, Goku arrived at Karen's tower. He found Master Karen staring intently at a second jar, not even blinking. Seeing this, Goku walked over and gave Master Karen's shoulder a friendly pat. Startled by the sudden contact, Master Karen hurriedly slammed a lid over the jar. With his back turned, he stammered, "Gee, Goku, what brings you here?" Wukong didn't notice Master Karen's embarrassment and spoke up. "Master Karen, could you analyze the difference in energy between me and King Piccolo?" Upon hearing this, Master Karen grew serious. "Oh, Wukong, have you had another breakthrough in your cultivation?" Wukong nodded. "Yes, I have." "Excellent. Then go ahead and release your energy." As soon as Master Karen finished speaking, in an instant, Wukong's surge of power blasted Master Karen off his feet. Clinging tightly to the railing to keep himself from being swept away, Master Karen cried out in shock. "What?" Wukong stopped once he'd raised his fighting power to 5,000. "How about that, Master Karen? My energy isn't bad, right? That's all my power at the moment. And if I add the Turtle School's Kamehameha, it'll soar even higher." Hearing this, Master Karen's face twitched with fright. "What? It can go up even more?" "Wukong, say no more. That Piccolo fellow doesn't even compare to a single strand of your power. You'd better be careful. One careless punch, and you might accidentally finish him off. If that happens, the Dragon Balls vanish with him." Wukong nodded. Right, I thought as much. Amazed by Wukong's sudden leap in strength, Master Karen asked, Wukong, what exactly did you do to train like this? You barely had any energy before. How did it soar up so dramatically all of a sudden? Wukong explained, well, I want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year and there's only a single day outside, so by now I've trained for a year and a half altogether. Master Karen, who knew all there was to know about Earth, of course understood about the hyperbolic time chamber. Ah, that place. No wonder you reached such heights in just a year. But surely there's more to it, right? Wukong nodded once again. There's a 10 times gravity field inside. You know how training with heavy equipment speeds things up? A tenfold gravity increase is like carrying equipment 10 times your own weight. After a month in there, I'd already surpassed King Piccolo. 10 times gravity? You're out of your mind. Why push yourself so hard? Wukong let out a cheerful laugh. Yeah, that's what your senza beans are for. Every time I got hurt, I just ate one. Step by step, I conquered the tenfold gravity, and my strength reached this level. Master Karen marveled. Senza beans or not, don't you fear pain at all? Just thinking about it sounds torturous. Anyway, Master Karen, Bulma is still waiting for me, so I'll head back to the heavenly realm. At the mention of Bulma's name, Master Karen's expression grew strange. Back when Karen the Sage caught a glimpse of some risque scenes thanks to Bulma, something changed in him. Ever since that day, he wasn't quite the same. He began to resemble his disciple Master Roshi, transforming into a mischievous old sage himself, constantly peeking through his number 2 jar to catch a look at such things. Noticing the peculiar look on Karen's face, Goku asked with curiosity, Is something wrong, Karen? Karen shook his head, snapping out his thoughts. No, it's nothing, Goku. Go ahead. Goku nodded, shrugged, and headed back toward the heavenly realm. Up in the heavenly realm, Kami and Mr. Popo had already sensed Goku's aura from afar. Mr. Popo said, Kami, Goku has become so much stronger. I'm afraid King Piccolo truly isn't his match anymore. If King Piccolo ever breaks free again, Goku will have no trouble dealing with him. Kami nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems I won't need to pass the mantle of Guardian to Goku after all. Honestly, this position hardly seems worthy of him anymore. Goku said calmly. So what do you think, Kami? You can sense my power too, right? That King Piccolo is no threat to me now. You can just relax and continue being the Guardian. Kami nodded. If you don't wish to take the position, I won't force you, Goku. Feel free to visit the heavenly realm whenever you like. Goku nodded in return. All right. Hey, Bulma, let's go home. After all this training, I really need a break. Let's head back to West City and just crash for a few days. Bulma gave him a playful nod. Sounds great. Lazuli, Lapis, let's head out. With that, Bulma took out a jet capsule. The 4 of them, Goku, Bulma, Lazuli, and Lapis, climbed aboard the plane. Mr. Popo, Kami, thank you both for everything. See you next time, Goku called, waving farewell from the plane. Kami and Mr. Popo waved back in response. Soon, Bulma piloted the plane toward West City. Inside the cabin, Lazuli was still stunned by Goku's recent power surge. Goku, that energy you released just now was incredible. Goku nodded. It's not bad, huh? All thanks to hard training, and honestly, Bulma helped a lot. Bulma giggled at his words. Oh really, Goku? Did I really help that much? Of course. If it weren't for you tugging me along, I wouldn't be anywhere near this strong. Well, I'm glad I could help. Bulma replied, delighted. As the 2 of them traded sweet words, Lapis raised his book to hide his face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lazuli, a little envious, piped up, Wow, Goku and Bulma are such a sweet couple. I can't help but wonder how Chi-Chi's doing. I kind of miss her myself. Bulma chuckled softly when she heard this. I told you a long time ago, if it's about protecting me, Lapis is more than enough. I wanted you to go to Kame's house and find him, but you just wouldn't. Now that Goku is back, all of you can get back to your own lives. Hearing this, Lazuli nodded. With Big Brother Goku around, there's no need for us to be bodyguards anymore. Lapis, where do you want to go? Setting his book down, Lapis pondered a moment before answering. I'd like to visit Kame's house and study with Master Roshi. I want to learn how to control the power inside me. I can tell it's incredibly strong, and if I don't master it, I might regret it for the rest of my life. It seemed Lapis was starting to be influenced by Goku and the others, and had begun to yearn for the path of martial arts. Lazuli, however, never cared much for fighting. When it came to using the power within her for combat, she was utterly clueless. Back in the Red Ribbon Army, it was all a facade anyway. After all, once the Infinite Energy Core was installed, her combat power shot straight to 100. Any casual punch carried the strength of a punch with a power level of 100. Who needed complex techniques at that point? For context, a hunting rifle only has a power level of 5. But hearing her brother's words, Lazuli piped up, Oh, if that's the case, I want to learn too. Goku thought to himself, that's the power inside you. At the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, you were an even match with Jiren. Honestly, for you androids to power up is as easy as drinking a glass of water. From what I sensed before, you barely had any aura at all, but now both of your power levels must be close to 200. For me to reach my level, I had to train for over 10 years wearing weighted clothes. Talk about frustration. Hey Lapis, why don't we go find Chi-Chi together? That way, we won't have to part ways. Goku nodded. That's right, Bulma. For now, let's stop by Kame House first and drop the two of them off there. Bulma nodded as she began searching the Kame House coordinates on the screen. Beep, beep, beep. All right, let's head to Kame House today. And with that, the four of them set their course for Kame House. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Krillin were out training when they ran into a strange three-eyed man who introduced himself as a practitioner of the Crane School. This would soon become the infamous Tien Shinhan. Seeing the three of them dressed in Turtle School uniforms and being the top disciple of the Crane School, he immediately took notice. He stepped in and blocked their path. Krillin looked up and asked, "Hey, who are you, and why are you standing in our way?" Tien replied coolly, "You three are for the Turtle School, aren't you? How about it? Care for a little match?" At this point, after training in their heavy gear, the trio had pushed their power levels from the previous 125 up to 150 under loaded conditions, with their true combat strength now at 160. On the other side stood Tien Shinhan, whose fighting power matched theirs at 160. Noticing the challenging air about Tien Shinhan, Yamcha was the first to step forward and speak. "Hey, before you challenge others, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself? You know we belong to the Turtle School, but what about you? We know nothing." Tien Shinhan replied coolly, his voice tinged with a faint smile. As for who I am, I hail from the Crane School." All three of them exclaimed in unison, "The Crane School!" The Crane School was the sworn rival of the Turtle School. How could they not know? Yamcha spoke up. "So, you're from the Crane School? Krillin, Kaiatsu, you two don't need to step in. Let me be the first to face this challenger and see what he's got." Krillin and Kairatsu exchanged a brief look, and Krillin leaned in to offer a word of caution. Krillin said, "Be careful. He clearly means business. Don't let your guard down." Kaiatsu added, "Yamcha, for this match, don't take off your training weights. I suspect he's just here to test our strength before the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Just spar, don't go all out." Yamcha nodded at their words. "Got it. I'll be careful." Krillin, Kaiatsu stepped back a bit. At his signal, Krillin and Kairatsu retreated, stopping several dozen meters away. Tien Shinhan, now, just like Goku, had already far surpassed his own master, the Crane Hermit, and he believed that unless the three in front of him joined forces, none could challenge him alone. Adopting a fighting stance, Tien sneered, "Oh, aren't all three of you coming at once? Don't blame me for bullying you otherwise. By the way, where's son Goku? Isn't he going to show? Bring him out. I doubt the three of you together could stand a chance against me." Yamcha just chuckled softly. "Goku? So you really are here to test us out? Let me tell you, I don't need Goku's help. I alone can take you down." Without further ado, Yamcha tossed aside the formalities of martial etiquette and, in a flash, appeared right in front of Tien Shinhan. With a burst of speed, Yamcha launched a straight punch at Tien's abdomen. Tien, underestimating Yamcha and letting his guard down, was too slow to react, and Yamcha's powerful punch landed squarely. With a sharp cry of pain, Tien doubled over, clutching his stomach and falling to one knee. "What? How is he so fast?" Tien gasped in disbelief. Yamcha burst out laughing. So this is the infamous Crane School? Not so impressive after all." Stung by Yamcha's mockery of his school, Tien grit his teeth, sprang to his feet, and retorted, "You dare underestimate me? I'll kill you for that." He dashed forward, delivering a fierce counterattack, a direct punch aimed at the same spot on Yamcha, where he'd just been struck, returning the favor in kind. Yamcha, however, now seasoned by Master Roshi's training, no longer underestimated any opponent. He blocked the attack with both hands. There was a loud impact as Yamcha was forced back several steps. Tien's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. How can this be? So that's all you've got, and you still think you can kill me? Take this Wolf Fong Wind Fist." In a flash, Yamcha's hands seemed to transform into the claws of a wolf. He threw a flurry of punches at Tien Shinhan. A burst of rapid punches cut through the air. Thanks to the surge in his energy, Yamcha's fighting power momentarily rose to 160. Caught off guard, Tien tried to defend himself, but 3 punches still landed. Looking at the now somewhat disheveled Tien, Yamcha spoke softly. "Still not giving up? If you take another hit from me, things may not go well for you." Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Tien gasped, I can't believe someone like you has actually fired me up." Taking a deep breath, Tien collected himself. A wicked grin crept across his face as he said, "That was your last chance. Now that I've felt your moves, nothing else you throw at me will work. Not with my third eye." In the blink of an eye, Tien steadied his breath and darted right in front of Yamcha. Yamcha was taken aback. "No way. That's lightning fast." As Yamcha raised his fists, Tien launched a ferocious assault. Their fists collided and echoed throughout the arena. But gradually, because of his weighted gear, Yamcha's stamina began to wane, and his punches grew slower. Tien laughed wildly. "Oh, that's it? Just like that? You're already tired? Lots of power and speed, but without stamina. It means nothing. This match is mine, but I'll admit, you've earned my respect. Since my debut, I, Tien Shinhan, have never met someone stronger than you." Even with his energy running out, Yamcha shook his head with a smile. Tien, your praise doesn't get to my head. There are two people behind me even stronger than I am, and besides, I wasn't fighting at full strength. You're not my real opponent. I don't want to fight anymore." With that, Yamcha relaxed his stance. Upon hearing this, Tien's expression changed. "Impossible. That was your full strength. Are you trying to trick me into dropping my guard?" Yamcha simply shook his head, turned away, and started walking toward Krillin and Puar. Grinding his teeth, Tien barked, "You dare look down on me? Dodon Ray." With a swift movement, Tien raised his hand and unleashed the Dodon Ray toward Yamcha's back. The attack moved too quickly for Yamcha to dodge. Startled, Krillin and Puar shouted, "Yamcha, watch out!" Just as the Dodon Ray was about to pierce Yamcha, with a dull thud, Goku appeared in the blink of an eye and effortlessly swatted the beam aside with a casual punch. "What?" Tien exclaimed in shock. Goku spoke calmly, Hey, as a martial artist, ambushing someone like that is crossing the line." Yamcha, Krillin, and Puar all heard Goku's voice. They called out together, "Goku! Big brother Goku!" Without paying the slightest attention to Tien's foolish antics, the three hurried toward Goku. "Wow, you guys have gotten really strong." With those words, Goku shot a cold glare at Tien. "Hey, Three Eyes, that was totally uncalled for." When he saw how casually Wukong swatted away his Dodon Ray with a single blow, Tien Shinhan was shocked. "Are you, Son Goku?" he cried out in astonishment. Wukong nodded, calm as ever. "That's me. What? Are you hoping for a fight?" In an instant, Wukong unleashed an aura that revealed a battle power of 300. The very next second, Tien Shinhan sensed that overwhelming energy and immediately turned to flee. This aura was the most formidable force he had ever witnessed in his life. It was simply impossible to stand against. After escaping, Tien Shinhan returned to stand before Master Shun. Master Shun, his back still turned, spoke in a deep, unreadable tone. "Well, Tien, how is it? The Turtle School." Tien was still lost in the memory of Wukong's overwhelming presence and did not respond right away. At that moment, Kaiatsu floated over and tugged nervously at Tien Shinhan's hand. "Tien, what's wrong? Your whole body is shaking." Feeling Kaiatsu's touch, Tien finally regained some composure and managed to say, "He's incredibly strong." Master Shun turned to face him. "How strong could he be? Other than that Son Goku, aren't the rest of them all beneath you?" Of course, Master Shun knew of Wukong. As the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong's name was renowned in the world of martial artists. All his matches had been televised, and Master Shun had watched them, but the screen could never convey an opponent's energy. Still, Wukong had even defeated Master Shun's former rival, so his strength could not be underestimated. Tien Shinhan shook his head. "I met 4 of the Turtle Hermit's disciples. I sparred with one of them. If I had to put it in numbers, I'd say I had a 60-40 advantage. My stamina outlasted his, and I'd have won a long bout. As for the 2 who stood out in the tournament, Krillin and Yamcha, their energy felt about the same as the one I fought, so they likely wouldn't be a challenge for me either. But then, there was one I didn't even dare to fight. I ran before I could do anything. Oh, who is it? Son Goku. He's grown so much stronger since the last tournament." The pressure from his aura alone was suffocating. I had no choice but to run. Master Shun, stubborn and set in his ways, chose not to believe this report, even from his own trusted disciple. He scolded angrily, "So you ran away. What's the use of all these excuses? Coming back without even putting up a fight. Utterly useless." At this point, Tien Shinhan still believed Master Shun's scolding was for his own good. But in truth, Master Shun's anger was purely selfish. He felt all his years training Tien had gone to waste. He'd intended for Tien Shinhan to finally surpass the Turtle Hermit's disciples, and instead, here he was, running away without a single blow exchanged. How could that not fill Master Shun with rage? Seeing this, Kaiatsu hurried to defend his friend, stammering, "Master, Tien didn't mean to. He just exhausted himself." There were 4 people on the other side. In response, Master Shin struck out with an open hand. With a thundering blow, Kaiatsu was sent flying through the air. Master Crane spoke in a cold voice. I am teaching Tien a lesson. Why are you butting in? Kaiatsu. Tien quickly rushed over to check on Kaiatsu's injuries. Of course, Master Crane didn't dare to go too far. His blow was casual and restrained. After all, Tien had already surpassed him, and if anything truly serious happened to Kaiatsu, Master Crane feared it would be his undoing. A light punishment, however, was safe enough. After all, he was still the one who had guided them on their martial path. If Tien were to strike down his own master over this, he'd never be able to show his face in the martial arts world again. Some dojos dealt out far harsher training than this. Kaiatsu managed a smile and shook his head. Tien, I'm fine, he said gently. With a sigh of relief, Tien finally allowed himself to relax. That's enough, Master Crane announced. That was just a lesson. He shouldn't have interrupted me. I don't care if you think it was just an excuse. From this day forward, your training will be strict. A year from now, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, you will defeat the Turtle School. Tien nodded seriously. Yes, Master. I'll give it everything I have. Oomph. I hope you don't let me down again. Master Crane snapped, and with those words he soared away, flying off with the sky dance technique. Meanwhile, Goku and the others watched from the other side. Krillin said, Goku, you've gotten so strong. There's not even a trace of energy leaking from you. Goku replied with a grin. I went through some pretty intense training, you know. Yamcha added, thanks, Goku. If it weren't for you, that last attack would have taken me out for sure. Goku waved it off. No need to thank me. That technique was really dangerous. If it had hit, there's no telling what could have happened. Just then, Chi-Chi blurted out, Goku, could you spar with us? I'm curious to see how big the gap is between us now. Before Goku could respond, Lazuli's voice called out, stopping her. Chi-Chi, no. Goku's way too strong now. If you can't handle the force, you could really get hurt. Chi-Chi turned to look back. Lazuli, what brings you here? Lazuli smiled warmly. Goku finished his training, so Bulma brought me and Lapis to the Kame house. It wasn't just Chi-Chi. Krillin and Yamcha echoed with a collective, whoa. Even though Lazuli and Chi-Chi were a couple, it didn't change the fact that Lazuli was an undeniable beauty. They couldn't help but admire her. Chi-Chi then asked, Lazuli, why did you come to the Kame house? If you wanted to see me, I could have come to you anytime. Lapis chuckled. Ah, Chi-Chi, you're so full of yourself. You really thought we came just to see you? We're actually here for some martial arts pointers from Master Rashi. Huh, does that mean you'll be junior disciples now? Come on, let's hear you call me senior brother. The siblings answered in unison. No way. Coming back to himself, Chi-Chi still couldn't help but ask, Lazili, how do you know? Is Brother Wukong really that strong? Lazili replied, of course I know. As androids, we can analyze the strength of someone's energy. Earlier, when Brother Wukong unleashed his power, I'd say, based on the numbers, it was around 5,000. 5,000, Krillin exclaimed. Lapis, Lazili, could you check the energy level for the 3 of us? What are our numbers? Krillin glanced at Lapis as he spoke. Lapis nodded in response. Go ahead, show us. Krillin, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi all released their energy without holding back. Having already witnessed Wukong's energy at 5,000, Lazili couldn't help but tease. That's all you've got? Only 160? That's so weak. Even without training, both Lapis and I sit at 200. You guys are really no match. Her words left the 3 of them stunned. Yamcha pouted and protested. No way. Is there really that much of a gap between us and Wukong? That's like 30 times more. Wukong just chuckled softly. Lazili's telling the truth. My energy really is that high. But you 3 can still fight. With him, for example. As he finished speaking, Wukong raised his right hand. In an instant, a glowing yellow orb of energy flickered, gradually taking the shape of Wukong himself. Try fighting him. His energy level should be about the same as yours. Staring at 2 identical Wukongs, Krillin gasped. There are 2 Wukongs. Is this some kind of magic trick? Wukong shook his head and explained, that's my doppelganger technique. You could spar with him. The 3 were taken aback, but quickly spread out, locking their eyes on Wukong's double. Chi-Chi shot a quick glance. Let's go. With a rush, all 3 charged the Wukong double. Swipe, swipe, swipe. They attacked, but the Wukong double dodged every move with ease. Krillin cried out, what? We can't even land a single hit. And this is the 3 of us attacking together. Yamcha added, his dodging is insanely fast. Chi-Chi shouted, let's use the Kamehameha. The other 2 got the idea immediately. Yes. They leaped back and simultaneously unleashed Kamehameha waves at the Wukong double in the center. The three beams of energy surged straight toward their target. The double met the attack, bracing both arms in front of his chest. Ah! In that moment, the energy level of the Wukong double rose to 200. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke erupted. The three stood there, breathing hard. Krillin gasped, "We did it!" Yamcha said, "We definitely hit him. Even if that's just a double, he can't take all three of our Kamehameha waves." Chi-Chi's eyes were fixed on the smoke, anticipation shining in his gaze. They waited for the smoke to clear and saw a blue barrier shimmering in the air. The Wukong double stood unharmed. Krillin blurted out, astonished, "What is that?" Yamcha turned to Chi-Chi and asked, "Chi-Chi, you've spent the most time with Goku here. Have you ever seen him use this move before?" Chi-Chi shook her head in response. "No, I've never seen Brother Goku use that technique." Standing nearby, Lapis chimed in with a sense of admiration. "That's a protective shield. In fact, it's an energy barrier. It can fend off really powerful attacks. To begin with, Goku's mastery of energy is far beyond all of yours. Even if your combat strength matched his, it'd still be very tough for you to break through that shield." Chi-Chi looked rather helpless. "Then how are we supposed to fight him? Doesn't that make him invincible?" Goku shook his head at that. "That's not exactly true. The energy of my avatar gets used up over time. Once it's depleted, the avatar will disappear. So you still have a chance. Using massive amounts of energy for a big attack, like just now, really isn't the smart way to go. The shield doesn't actually use much energy to maintain, but if you all cooperate well, you can still win." Just then, Bulma walked up behind Goku. "Hey, Goku, can I play with that avatar for a bit?" Goku turned, surprised. "Huh, Bulma, how did you know you could control the avatar and have it fight?" Bulma grinned. "Hee hee, I saw that glint in your eyes a moment ago. I figured you must be able to control it like that. That's why I asked. If you say yes, I'd love to try. If not, that's fine too." Goku nodded, then reached out and tapped Bulma lightly on the head. In an instant, Bulma could see the images of Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Krillin right in front of her. Then the Goku avatar spoke. "Wow, this is amazing. Shared vision. This is so much fun." Bulma started manipulating the Goku avatar, moving around as if she were playing a game. "All right, I've been dying to try this out. Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, watch out." At that moment, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Krillin hadn't realized that it was Bulma controlling the Goku avatar. The voice, too, was still exactly like Goku's. Suddenly, Bulma made the Goku avatar soar into the sky and unleash a Kamehameha. A brilliant flash, a powerful blast, a radiant explosion shook the air, echoing like thunder. Chi-Chi shouted, "What? Move quick!" Warned by Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others dove out of the way. The Kamehameha from the avatar erupted in a tremendous explosion. Goku carried Bulma up into the sky. He cautioned, "Bulma, you haven't mastered a tranquil mind yet, so you can't control the avatar and talk through your real body at the same time. Be careful, okay?" Bulma stuck out her tongue playfully. "Hee, I didn't think of that. Goku, just hold on to me tightly so I don't fall, all right?" Goku nodded. "All right, you take your time and have fun. Just don't overdo it. If you go all out, those three won't stand a chance. Take it easy on them, okay?" Bulma agreed. "Sure. Goku, I'll go easy on them." With that, Bulma's consciousness returned once again to Goku's avatar. In a flash, the Goku avatar was the first to move, darting instantly to stand right before Chi-Chi and driving a fist straight down at Chi-Chi's head. There was a heavy thud. The familiar sensation of that punch snapped Chi-Chi back to her senses. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be controlled by Bulma, would you? Punching someone in the head like that really hurts." Goku's avatar let out a light laugh. "I am myself. None of this Bulma business. Get ready." With another burst of speed, the Goku avatar flickered before Chi-Chi, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. With a power level of 200, there was simply no way for Chi-Chi to follow, much less evade. She was struck cleanly by several punches in a row. Lazuli, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel worried. "Hey, Krillin, Yamcha, can't you two do something? Are you just going to stand there and watch him take a beating?" Krillin finally snapped to attention. "Oh, Yamcha, let's go." Yamcha nodded. "Right behind you." Together, the two shot toward Goku's avatar, aiming their signature combo punch at him while his guard was down near the back door. At this moment, Bulma and the Goku avatar seemed to act as one, mentally sharper than before, instantly sensing the attacks from Yamcha and Krillin. Swiftly, the Goku avatar evaded the assault, leaving Yamcha and Krillin lunging through empty air. Krillin hurried over to help Chi-Chi. "Are you all right, Chi-Chi? What should we do now?" Chi-Chi answered quickly. "The one controlling that body right now has to be Bulma. She's never learned how to fight. This is our only chance. Let's use that technique." Chi-Chi had seen right through it. Bulma was pulling Goku's strings. Krillin understood immediately. Got it. It was time for the solar flare formation. After months of practice, the three of them had become perfectly coordinated. The plan was simple. With Krillin as the lead, they'd catch an overconfident opponent off guard with a solar flare, then follow up with their finishing moves. During training, besides Krillin, both Chi-Chi and Yamcha had mastered pinpointing an enemy's position by sound alone while keeping their eyes closed, letting them fire off attacks with lightning speed. In fact, the last time they pulled it off, a huge dinosaur was obliterated before it knew what hit it. At once, all three shed their weighted gear, with Chi-Chi making the first move as a feint. Like a blur, Chi-Chi zipped to the front of Goku's avatar. Tiger Fist! As she shouted, she lunged like a tiger, both arms slashing at the Goku avatar. But Bulma, now perfectly in tune with Goku's body, coolly directed the avatar to project a barrier for defense. With arms outstretched, the shield completely blocked the Tiger Fist. Chi-Chi pursed her lips, thinking, ugh, that annoying shield. If she keeps using that, there's no way we'll be able to pull off our plan. The Goku avatar spoke in a serene voice. Looks like even you can't break through Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi replied, exasperated. Bulma, this isn't even your own strength. What are you so proud of? Bulma remarked with a proud tone. Humph, that's my husband's strength we're seeing. Of course I'm proud. If you think you're so great, how about you beat him first? Hearing this, Goku reached out and ruffled Bulma's hair affectionately. Now's our chance, Krillin. Seizing the moment while Bulma was speaking, Chi-Chi shouted this out. Krillin immediately sprang into action, unleashing the solar flare. A blinding light flashed right into the duplicate Goku's eyes. Seeing this, Goku quickly pulled Bulma out of the copy's mind, concerned she might get dazzled by the flash. Bulma looked puzzled. Why did Goku pull me out all of a sudden? Without saying a word, Goku produced a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and gently put them on Bulma. Watch. Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha launched his Wolf Fong Fist attack straight toward the Goku copy. But Yamcha, his eyes squeezed shut, was startled. What the how can this be? Seizing the opening, Chi-Chi fired off a Kamehameha. Kamehameha! The beam hit the Goku copy squarely. Krillin cheered, we did it! In a blink, the doppelganger was blasted away, evaporating into thin air. Chi-Chi shouted excitedly, we did it! Thud! Bulma's fist came down. How dare you go so rough on your big sis? Just you wait. I'm not going to let you off easy. Whack, 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 whack. In an instant, 5 big lumps appeared on top of Chi-Chi's head. Chi-Chi pleaded miserably, but that was just Goku's copy. No way would I hit you for real, Bulma. Please, have mercy. Oomph. No can do. I was just getting into it. I need to land at least a few more punches to let off steam. Whack, whack. And so, after dropping off Lazuli and Lapis on Kame House, Goku and Bulma headed back to West City. By then, the sun was low, slowly dipping toward the horizon. Noticing the view, Bulma spoke up, Goku, we haven't watched the sunset together in ages. Can we take the Nimbus? I just don't feel like flying the plane today. Goku nodded with a smile. Sure, let's find a place to land first. Bulma soon found a clearing, and both planes came to a stop. Then Goku summoned Nimbus with a call. Nimbus! A soft golden cloud swept over, coming to rest beside Goku and Bulma. Bulma reached out and stroked the cloud affectionately. It's been so long, Nimbus. How have you been? Nimbus nuzzled up against Bulma, as gentle and affectionate as a kitten. Hee, I missed you too. Thanks for helping us out today. Together, Goku and Bulma flew off, riding the golden cloud. Goku sat at the back, wrapping his arms gently around Bulma. It had been a long time since Goku had held Bulma like this. In a soft voice, Goku said, Bulma, you really do have a wonderful figure. Bulma's cheeks flushed a little as she retorted, Stop it. It's not like this is the first time you've hugged me. What's got you saying these things all of a sudden? Goku grinned, just saying what's in my heart. I can't help it. My wife's just too beautiful. Huh? But I haven't agreed to marry you yet. How can you call me your wife? Well, you called me husband before, didn't you? How could you forget so quickly? Feigning innocence, Bulma replied, Huh? Did I? I don't remember that. Oomph. That's your punishment for forgetting. With that, Goku gently turned Bulma's head toward him and kissed her deeply. At that very moment, the flying Nimbus seemed to sense what was happening above. The little yellow cloud instantly flushed red, and, being just a cloud, it clearly had never witnessed such a scene before. What was it supposed to do when things escalated so quickly? After a long moment, their lips finally parted. Slightly annoyed, Bulma lightly thumped Goku's chest. You're terrible. Goku, you're bullying me. Nimbus, tell me, wasn't Goku being too much? She gave a Nimbus a little pat, as if to coax it into taking her side. Goku just chuckled and said, Heh, Bulma, I was only punishing you for forgetting. Nimbus, you know I'm not to blame, right? The two carried on like parents asking a child to choose between mom and dad. The flying Nimbus, never blessed with much brain power, was utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, it turned a deep, stormy gray and a little rain began to fall. Seeing this, both Goku and Bulma hastened to apologize. Goku pleaded, "Nimbus, are you okay? I am Sora. I shouldn't have asked such a tricky question." Bulma echoed quickly, "Nimbus, I'm sorry too. Are you alright, Nimbus?" They both tried everything they could think of to calm the cloud, and finally, Nimbus was soothed. Goku wiped his brow and said, "Bulma, it sure is exhausting being parents. You have to talk so much." Bulma nodded, "I know, right? Why is this kid so hard to please? It must be because you haven't taught him properly, Goku." "What? I haven't. I barely ever call Nimbus out, actually." "There you go. If you never bring the kid out, how can you teach him? What kind of father are you?" "Wait, that's not fair. What else could it be? It's not like I can call him out to play myself." Goku reached out to pat the Nimbus and said, Okay, it's my fault. Nimbus, from now on, if Bulma wants to call you out, you can go to her anytime you want." The Nimbus gave a gentle shake, as if to show it understood. "See? Bulma, from now on you can call Nimbus to go have fun anytime you like." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Sure, honey. In that case, I don't want to fly airplanes anymore. It's just too tiring." With that, she cozied up against Goku's chest. "Then that's settled, honey. Let someone else handle the airplanes from now on. You shouldn't have to tire yourself out." Just like that, with the setting sun at their backs, the two of them returned to Capsule Corporation. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye, and the World Martial Arts Tournament was just around the corner. Although Goku's strength far surpassed everyone else in this tournament, he still wanted to go, because he wanted to propose to Bulma with the whole world watching. It was only then that he remembered the 1 kilogram pink diamond he'd left with Dr. Brief 5 years ago. Yet, to make that into an engagement ring did feel like a bit of an overkill. One day, Goku went to see Dr. Brief. "Uncle, where's that giant diamond I left here with you 5 years ago?" Goku asked. Dr. Brief stroked his chin, trying to recall. "Huh? That big diamond? Where did I put it? Let me think. I forgot." Goku was stunned. "What? You forgot? That's the diamond I'm giving Bulma as a proposal gift. How could you possibly forget something so important?" "Huh? Goku, you're proposing to Bulma? Well, congratulations ahead of time," Dr. Brief replied, offering his blessing even before addressing Goku's concern. Goku couldn't figure out why his future father-in-law was so quick to congratulate him, but managed, "Thanks. Wait, no. Aren't we talking about the diamond?" Dr. Brief touched his chin thoughtfully again. I really did forget where I put it. Maybe Bulma's mother knows? You should try asking her. If I remember correctly, she was the one who hid it." Hearing this, Goku dashed out of the lab in search of Mrs. Brief. Dr. Brief shook his head and muttered after him, the way young people rush about these days." Soon, Goku found Mrs. Brief. She covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "The diamond? Oh, I remember. I hid it somewhere special, but you'll have to find it yourself. Here's a clue. It's in the place that's most memorable to Bulma. Off you go." As it happened, Mrs. Brief had found the pink diamond one day, while tidying up, hidden in a toolbox. Dr. Brief had tossed it in there by accident and simply forgotten about it over the years. Luckily, Mrs. Brief had set it aside safely. If she hadn't been around, Goku might have needed the Dragon Balls to find that diamond. Who knows if Dr. Brief would have thrown out the toolbox after 4 or 5 years. Goku couldn't help but wonder, "Auntie, wouldn't it be easier if you just told me?" She answered lightly, "Oh, didn't you say Bulma means the most to you? You must know her well, right? I think you should find it yourself. I could give you the location, but wouldn't that be a little less heartfelt?" Goku thought to himself, Bulma's most unforgettable place. I love her so much, there's no way I wouldn't know. I have to find it myself this time. He declared, "I'm heading out now." And with that, Goku took off from Capsule Corporation, moving as swiftly as the wind. Just then, Bulma happened to walk by. "Mom, why did Goku just rush out of here in such a hurry?" Mrs. Brief chuckled softly when she heard the commotion, saying, "Goku has something he needs to take care of, Bulma, so there's no need for you to worry." "Huh, but I want to go too. Goku, wait for me," Bulma exclaimed. Before Bulma could even take a step, Mrs. Brief gently pulled her back. No. Today, everything Goku is doing is for you. Why don't you stay home and let him handle it?" Bulma, puzzled by this, asked, "For me? Really?" Meanwhile, Goku had arrived at the Berry Manor in West City. If there was anything Bulma loved to eat more than anything else, it was strawberry parfait. The deluxe strawberry parfait at Berry Manor was her absolute favorite, making this place one she could never quite forget. The same waiter as before spotted Goku and quickly grabbed their pager. He's here. Bulma's boyfriend just arrived. Everyone, get ready, only sing a cappella." The waiter approached with a warm greeting. "Mr. Goku, what brings you here today? Are you here for meal?" Goku replied, "Actually, I like your help. Could you clear the place for me? I'm looking for a box. Something Mrs. Brief left here. The waiter's mind was a flurry of excitement. He's here, finally. 5 years waiting for this moment. 4 years ago, Mrs. Brief left a box with a note here. She said that if Mr. Goku ever came asking, to let him search for it himself, and when it's all done, there's a 20 million payout. Despite the enormity of the situation, the waiter's professional demeanor didn't betray a hint of emotion. Yes, Mr. Goku, please go ahead and look. There really is a box that Mrs. Brief left here 4 years ago. Feel free to search for it. With hope rekindled, Goku vanished into the manor in a flash. With his current power level, now at 7,000 after a year and a half of training, he could easily search every nook and cranny of Berry Manor within just 2 minutes. He searched the kitchen first, then every dining area, and finally, beneath the very table where he and Bulma had shared their first meal together, he found a secret compartment. Upon opening the box inside, Goku discovered a slip of paper. The note read, "If you're opening this box, Goku, you must be hunting for the diamond. If you found this, it's clear your feelings for Bulma must be serious enough for marriage. I also guessed this would be your very first stop." At that, Goku wondered to himself, how did Mrs. Brief manage to guess that Berry Manor would be my first stop? The note continued, "I imagine you're curious why I hid it here. It's because this is where you and Bulma had your first meal together, and you know how much she loves strawberry parfait. So I guess you'd start your search with something to eat, and it seems I was right. Now on to the next step. It involves the refrigerator, and I trust you know what that means." As Goku watched, a series of memories began to appear in his mind. Cooking. Huh? The first time Bulma cooked for me. That was something I'll never forget. I wonder if Bulma felt the same way. With that, Goku quietly slipped back into the Capsule Corporation. He headed for the kitchen. Goku rarely searched for anything in the kitchen on purpose, but this time, after a bit of rummaging, he found a plastic wrap sealed and frozen way at the back of the refrigerator. Goku channeled his ki, letting it gently melt the frozen plastic. Soon after, he found a slip of paper inside. He carefully removed the slip from its frosty casing. Written on it was this message: "You've passed the second round. Honestly, Bulma has never cooked a single meal for her own parents. Goku, you're the first. She never tires of it. No matter what you want to eat, she'll happily make it for you. Among her most cherished memories, cooking for you is definitely one." Now, for the third challenge, it's about birthdays. As Goku processed the note, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be at the entranceway? Since it mentioned birthdays, it only made sense to search the place where he first celebrated Bulma's birthday. But if it was about her birthday, it couldn't possibly be that straightforward. Goku searched every corner of the entrance hall, but found nothing at all. After a moment's thought, he wondered, could it be in my old room? After all, when I confessed my feelings to Bulma and we officially got together, it was just a day after her birthday, and I did confess in my room. She was even wearing a schoolgirl uniform that day. His old room had turned into a storage space over the years. Ever since he started his training on Master Roshi's Island, he almost never slept here anymore. Instead, he spent the nights in Bulma's room. After all, why sleep elsewhere when you could fall asleep holding your girlfriend? Who in their right mind would do otherwise? Over the years, there were countless times when Bulma had made her intentions crystal clear, but Goku always held back. He had a bit of a complex about marriage and felt that if he crossed that line before they were officially married, he'd be plagued with guilt. After some thorough searching, he finally found another box. Inside, another note awaited him. This was the first time Bulma was ever with a boy. Not only unforgettable for her, but also for us, her parents. Because of Bulma's personality, we always thought she'd be almost 30 before finding her true love. But then you came along, like a beam of light brightening her world. From the day you saved her, she was completely smitten, and after you two got together, she just wanted to be near you every single day. If you've made it to the third step, it means your love for her hasn't faded one bit. Now, for the fourth and final place, go to where you two first met. Our whole family will be waiting for you there. After reading the note, Goku hurried out of the house, searching all around. Just to clarify, Grandpa Gohan and the Ox King had gone to stay long-term at Fortune Teller Baba's place. So they've all left, huh? All right, time to head to Dumpling Mountain above ground. With that, Goku sped off toward Dumpling Mountain. Meanwhile, Bulma, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief had already arrived at the warehouse and were waiting inside. Bulma spoke nervously. "Mom, Dad, why are we here?" Mrs. Brief replied, "We're waiting for Goku. He wants to give you a present, so he asked us to meet here." Bulma looked puzzled. "A present?" Goku never mentioned anything about a present. He's been planning this one for a long time, since 5 years ago, actually. Goku gave it his all, and within 10 minutes had flown from West City to East City. At last, he arrived at that warehouse, the very place where he and Bulma first met. Goku walked slowly to the entrance and pushed open the heavy door. What met his eyes was Bulma, flustered and at a loss for what to do. as well as her parents, who stood there with gentle, loving smiles. Goku, what kind of present did you prepare that you needed to bring us all the way out here? Bulma asked. At that moment, Mrs. Brief handed a small box to Goku. All right, we'll leave things to you two now. Dr. Brief and I will step outside, Mrs. Brief said, taking her husband by the arm and gently ushering him out. Goku slowly walked over to Bulma. Go ahead, Bulma, open it. Bulma seemed to sense what was coming, and by reflex, nervously blurted out, I do. A gentle laugh escaped Goku as he reached out and softly patted Bulma on the head. Go ahead, take a look. This is the wedding gift I prepared for you 5 years ago. Bulma nodded and opened the box. Inside sparkled a stunning pink diamond, 1,000 carats, radiating beauty and brilliance. Bulma was completely entranced by the dazzling jewel. So, my lovely wife, what do you think? Do you like your gift? Goku asked. But Bulma, paying no attention to the diamond, tossed it aside and threw herself into Goku's arms. Bursting into tears, she sobbed, Thank you, darling, for preparing this for me. I really, really love it. I must be the happiest woman on earth right now. Goku gently patted Bulma's back and spoke tenderly. As long as you like it, sweetheart. But this is only your wedding gift. I haven't actually proposed to you yet. Bulma sniffled and protested between tears. What? That doesn't count as a proposal? With a diamond that big. I feel like marrying you right this instant. Goku chuckled. Didn't you once say you wanted me to propose to you in front of the whole world? I'm planning to make the real proposal at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma, half crying and half laughing, replied, Oh, come on. I was just talking nonsense. I don't want to wait any longer. I just want to marry you now. Be patient a few more days. The World Martial Arts Tournament is just a day after tomorrow. I don't want you marrying me in such a muddled rush, he said. Bulma responded, All right, I respect your choice. Hee, but before that, give your hubby a kiss. A gentle kiss lingered between them, lips parting only after a long moment. 3 days later, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament arrived as scheduled, unfolding grandly on Papaya Island. This time, as the reigning champion, Goku had to arrive a day early to record a promotional video. The man assigned to coordinate with Goku was the sunglasses guy. The two sat across from one another on a sofa, a camera quietly capturing every second. Since he'd never been on TV before, Goku felt a trace of nervousness as he faced the camera. Don't worry, Mr. Goku. Just treat this as an ordinary conversation, the sunglasses guy reassured him. Goku nodded. All right, Mr. Goku, as last tournament's champion, you've been specially invited today to record this program. Let's start with the first question, the sunglasses guy continued. Goku nodded again. Go ahead. Will you be participating in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament? The sunglasses guy inquired. Although he already knew Goku was here to compete, he'd simply followed the script. Goku nodded and replied, Of course I'm here. I've got something important to accomplish. The sunglasses guy's curiosity was piqued. Oh, and what might that be? I know it's a bit off script, but I can't help being personally curious. Goku shook his head, keeping things mysterious. Nope, I think I'll keep it a secret for now. Otherwise, it won't be any fun. The sunglasses guy had to let it go. What a pity. All right, next question. What are your ambitions or goals for this tournament? Goku responded, Naturally, it's to become champion. This year's title will still be mine. I'm confident about that. The sunglasses guy chuckled softly. Confident indeed. And now for the final question. Or rather, I've heard that many seasoned martial artists are participating in this tournament, most of them aiming to defeat you and claim the #1 spot in the world. What do you have to say to these challengers? Goku smiled and said, The title of world's greatest is right there. Come and try to take it from me if you can. And so, the interview came to an end. What Goku didn't realize was that the sunglasses guy, with a sly wink, had told him the interview was being pre-recorded when in truth the entire exchange was being broadcast live. In front of their televisions, the audience reacted. Oh, so that's finally last tournament's champion, Son Goku. He disappeared for so long. He looks even more handsome than before. So this is the world's greatest? Doesn't seem all that special to me. Pretty ordinary, really. Oomph. Such arrogance. If I'd joined the last tournament, I would have taken the championship for sure. Forget Turtle School or Dog School. Only my mighty martial arts dojo deserves to be called the best. On Earth, there isn't just the World Martial Arts Tournament. There are also events like the World Championship of Boxing, dojo rankings, and all sorts of competitions among martial artists. Of course, the World Martial Arts Tournament is still the most prestigious. It's not limited to just boxing or dojo events. The real test lies in the unrestricted matches and the fierce arena battles therein. Those are the true measure of the strongest in the world. Satan thought to himself, Oh no, Master Goku's entering the tournament? That spells disaster. What if, as the reigning world boxing champion, I lose, and lose badly? I have to enter the martial arts tournament, though. What am I supposed to do? Wait, Master Goku must have a way. I better go see him at the arena. Satan then pulled out his phone and dialed. Is Master Goku there? Seeing Satan's name on the screen, Goku mused. Why is Satan suddenly calling? Well, I'd better pick up. Hello. What's up, Satan? Satan scratched his head and said, Master Goku, I saw on TV that you're going to compete in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. I was hoping you could help me out. Hearing this, Goku rubbed his chin. Huh, it's a live broadcast? I figured it was pre-recorded. Anyway, what is it? Why are you so hesitant? Well, see, I recently won the World Boxing Championship, right? I'm the boxing champ, so there's no way I can skip the World Martial Arts Tournament. You're joining, and so are Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. Honestly, I might not even make it to the top 8. Can you give me any advice? Hearing this, Goku replied cheerfully, Oh, I heard about your victory. Congratulations. But how could I possibly help you? I can't exactly ask them to go easy on you, can I? Satan's eyes lit up. Sure you can. Master Goku, just tell Krillin and the others to power down until their strength matches mine and really put on a good show when fighting me. At the very least, make sure I don't lose too miserably. Of course, I wouldn't expect an hell for nothing. How does 10 million sound? With Miguel's support, after clinching the World Boxing Championship, Satan was quick to jump into business. Through shrewd management and big-name endorsements, he rapidly joined the ranks of the billionaires. Goku, hearing Satan's proposal, recalled the conversation Bulma and Lazuli had earlier. It was said that Lazuli wanted to move to a place right next to Capsule Corporation. With Bulma's help, securing the land was no trouble. The entire street basically belonged to her family anyway. But since the current tenants had paid a hefty sum in rent, they couldn't just be kicked out on a whim. If Lazuli wanted it settled, she'd have to spend a little money, about 5 million by the looks of it. Bulma had offered to help out. After all, the interest she earned in a day was more than that. But Lazuli insisted on earning the money herself and buying the place with her own hands. Thinking of this, Goku spoke up. Satan knows someone who needs that kind of money. Let me give you her number. She's Chi-Chi's girlfriend, so she's practically family. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to help you. Satan was overjoyed at this and replied, Perfect. Give me the number of Chi-Chi's girlfriend. I'll talk to her myself. But the matchups are drawn by lot, right? What if we don't get matched up with them? Goku chuckled softly. Don't worry about that. I'll use a little sleight of hand to tweak the draw. Just leave it to me. If I'm helping someone, I'll see it through. Great. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. With that, the call ended. Before Satan could act, Goku sent Lazuli a text message. When Lazuli read the message, her eyes went wide in disbelief. Was it really possible, she wondered, that in real life someone would pay 10 million just for throwing a match and putting on a good show? That would be enough to cover her little brother's wedding and even a down payment for a house. Chi-Chi might not get it, but she certainly did. Then, an unfamiliar number popped up on her phone. Hello. Satan, hearing the crisp female voice, replied nervously. Hello? Is this Miss Lazuli? Master Goku said you're Chi-Chi's girlfriend, isn't that right? Lazuli answered. That's me. You're calling about the 10 million, aren't you? I'll do it, but don't tell Chi-Chi. He's too uptight, doesn't even know how to make money. We'll keep this between us. Oh, Miss Lazuli, you get right to the point. Deal. Once it's done, the money's yours cash, no strings attached. With nothing more to discuss, they ended the call. Meanwhile, on came House. The other three were talking. Krillin said, Goku's already at the tournament grounds. Let's get moving and meet him there. I know we can't beat Goku, but I still want to compete one more time. Maybe even place pretty well this year. Yamcha exclaimed, Let's go. Lazuli commented calmly. I'm joining too. Wait, what? Lazuli's words stunned everyone training at Kame House. Over the last year and a half, thanks to Master Roshi's guidance, both Lazuli and Lapis had gradually learned proper fighting techniques. Back in the Red Ribbon Army, all they were ever taught were assassination moves. Now, their fighting power had reached 500, far surpassing Kiki, Krillin, and Yamcha. Lapis rarely engaged with them directly. But Lazuli was a different story. She often bullied the three of them with her strength, leaving them utterly miserable. Of course, Bulma benefited from this, since those three would otherwise disrupt her games. Kiki, trembling, spoke up. Lazuli, please don't make a scene. You're so strong. You'd only cause more chaos if you went. Lazuli frowned and retorted, Hey, Kiki, I'm doing this to earn some money. The prize pool has gone up. First place is 10 million, second is 5 million, and third is 3 million. You know, I've always wanted to move next door to Bulma. Goku's competing, so naturally he'll take first, but what about second? With my combat skills, is there anyone I couldn't beat besides Goku? That's 5 million. I could finally move to West City. Or do you expect me to stay here with you forever? I'm a girl, after all, surrounded by so many boys. Doesn't that bother you at all? Kiki, finding Lazuli's argument increasingly absurd, hurriedly surrendered. All right. I give in, you win, okay? Krillin gazed up at the sky and sighed. I really hope I don't run into Lazuli. If it's Goku, at least he holds back. But Lazuli, she's like a walking nightmare. A cracking sound echoed. Lazuli's joints popping. Krillin, are your bones aching again? Need me to loosen you up? No, please. Kiki, help me. Master Rashi, sipping his coffee, thought to himself, my students have far surpassed me. I think it's time I sat this one out. From now on, it's a young person's world. Meanwhile, Ten Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Master Shun had arrived early on Papaya Island. Ten Shinhan clenched his fists. Son Goku, I will defeat you. I'm not the same man I was a year ago. Get ready. Master Shun fixed his gaze on the screen and declared, Humph. Rashi, my prized disciple, will personally defeat Son Goku and claim the championship, bringing honor to the Crane School. Kaiatsu chimed in, Ten Shinhan, you can do it. You're going to win. Current power levels. Krillin 200, Yamcha 200, Kiki 210, Goku 6,000, Lazuli 500, Lapis 600, Ten Shinhan 205, Kaiatsu 170. The preliminaries were about to begin. Just then, an announcement rang out. All contestants, please assemble in the martial arts arena. Goku, Yamcha, Kiki, Krillin, and Lazuli had been waiting for some time. Together, they entered the arena. Mr. Sunglasses, the official commentator for the main event, rarely showed up at the preliminaries, but this year was an exception. Inside the arena, Mr. Sunglasses spoke slowly and clearly. Welcome, esteemed martial artists from afar. Good morning. From the crowd, someone exclaimed, Hey, look, big news. Mr. Sunglasses is actually hosting the preliminaries this year. That's a once-in-a-lifetime sight. As far as I know, the main tournament announcer never comes to host the preliminaries, so it seems this year's prelims are anything but ordinary. At that moment, Bulma was using the air dance technique to observe what was happening inside the arena. Oolong and Puar, with their transformation abilities, were also flying in the air to get a better view. Meanwhile, just outside the walls, Master Rashi and the blonde-haired Launch were left hopping in frustration. Launch, the blonde-haired version, shouted, Hey, Bulma, you're all too much just worrying about yourselves up there. What about me? I don't want to be stuck here on the ground with this old pervert. Thud! Launch's fist came down hard, for Master Rashi had just tried to sneak a grope. Clutching the huge bump on his head and grimacing with pain, Master Rashi complained, Ow! Launch, would it hurt you to be just a little more gentle? All I wanted was a little touch. Did you really have to hit me that hard? I'm in agony here. Launch brushed her hands off with a huff. Oomph. I'm not like the blue-haired me, who just stands there and acts like nothing's happening. Then she turned toward Lapis, who was idly leaning against the wall, chewing on a blade of grass. Hey, Lapis, don't you want to see how the prelims are going? How can you be so relaxed about this? Lapis replied calmly, Blondie, my twin, and I have a psychic connection. I don't need my eyes to know exactly how Lazuli's doing on her side. Why am I the only one who can't see? Launch wailed. No way, Lapis. You better find a way to get me up there, or I'll tell your sister terrible things about you. Lapis paused mid-chew. Whoa, hey now. No need for threats. Fine, I'll get you a view. With that, Lapis scooped up Launch and soared into the air using his own flight technique. Is this good enough for you? He asked deadpan. Launch nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Much better. I can see everything now, crystal clear. Thanks, Lapis. I'll definitely put in a good word for you with your sister. She's so dense, really. Hearing all this, Bulma raised her brows, sensing some gossip in the air. So, Lapis, is there something going on between you and Launch? Lapis, always straightforward and incapable of lying to those around him, answered quietly, I think I might have feelings for the blue-haired version. It's just, she's too oblivious to catch on. Over the year and a half living at Kame House, Lapis had developed feelings for the blue-haired Launch. She was gentle and always took the initiative to care for these rough-and-tumble housemates. Except for Lazuli, of course, and it reminded him of the mother he'd lost so cruelly to the Red Ribbon Army as a child. The timing was odd, perhaps, but the feeling was real. Many times, he'd wanted to confess, but just as he was about to speak, he'd sneeze and transform Launch into her blonde self instead. As things went on, the blonde side ended up knowing more about his feelings than the blue-haired one ever did. Bulma couldn't help massaging her forehead, clearly exasperated. Lapis, you really are unlucky. All your confessions end up being heard by the wrong person. Blonde Launchie protested indignantly. Hey, I didn't do it on purpose, all right? How can you blame me when every time he confesses, it's always at the worst possible moment? Seriously, I'd really like my sister to know too, you know? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Bulma's eyes. Oh, right, with Blonde Launchie and Lapis. What if I use the Dragon Balls to wish for blonde Lanchi and blue-haired Lanchi to split into two separate personalities? That way, Lapis can finally confess successfully, and blonde Lanchi gets to see her sister. A win-win, don't you think? Lapis, visibly more excited than usual, replied, Bulma, really? Is that actually possible? Bulma was taken aback. What? You actually call me sister? Looks like that girl means a lot to you. All right, I'll help you out. With that, Bulma dialed up fortune teller Baba. Baba, I need the locations of all 7 Dragon Balls. Yep, the usual price, 1 fixed payment. I'll have someone wire you the money right away. Fortune teller Baba's mouth watered with anticipation. A big order at last. But finding all 7 Dragon Balls will take a ton of my magic. It'll cost you at least 100 million. What do you say, Bulma? Fair price, right? That's fine. Just send me the details. Beep, beep, beep. Transfer complete. 100 million credited. Delighted, fortunateller, Baba eklemet, agellent. Let's get started. She began peering into her crystal ball, searching for images of the 7 Dragon Balls. The scene shifted, revealing a rice cooker nearby. For a moment, Baba found the rice cooker oddly familiar, as if it were connected to some major event, but she quickly brushed off the feeling. 100 million was at stake. No need to overthink it. She dutifully relayed the locations and coordinates of all 7 Dragon Balls to Bulma. Bulma wasted no time dispatching her team on the hunt for the Dragon Balls. This was a dangerous mission, with heavy losses along the way, but the details of that ordeal are a tale for another time. For now, the scene returns to the martial arts arena. The sunglasses announcer addressed the crowd. This year's main tournament will follow a 16-contestant format. That means only 16 can enter the final round. Next up, let's invite last year's champion, Son Goku. Goku, please take the stage. Goku gave a nod and stepped onto the platform. If you want to win this tournament, give it everything you've got. I'll be waiting for you at the top, on the throne of the world's best. No sooner had Goku finished speaking than the crowd below erupted with emotion. How arrogant. Son Goku, I'm going to beat you. You've got quite the mouth. Yeah, you're not even from a real dojo. How can you claim to be the world's best? Where are last year's contestants? Are they all gone? It's all just smoke and mirrors. You don't even know real martial arts. Let me show you what true fighting is all about. Yamcha said, Goku, even though I can't beat you, I still want to face you in a fair fight, just once. Krillin added, hey, no doubt Goku's bound to be champion again. What are you all arguing about, you bunch of little fry? Chi-Chi chimed in as well. If you're eager to fight Goku, you're just not qualified yet. Try beating us first. Sensing the excitement in the room, the man in sunglasses spoke slowly. All right, everyone, let's calm down. Since Goku utterly dominated the last tournament, he's exempt from the preliminaries this time. Anyone object to that? What? He doesn't have to go through the preliminaries? This must be an exception. I don't agree. Let me face him in a match. If I win, just give her a direct slot in the main event. But the man in sunglasses didn't bother with their protests. He simply continued. Got a problem with that? Bring out the punching machine. For people hurried in, hauling a punching machine for all to see. The man in sunglasses then spoke at a measured pace. Mr. Goku, would you give it a try and show everyone? Clearly, Goku was already prepared for this. He nodded. All right. With a swift, casual punch, Goku struck, registering 400 kilograms. That amount of force was about what you'd expect from a fighter with a power level around 220. The martial artists present were all familiar with the machine, but the number flashing on the display stunned everyone in the room. 400 kilograms? Is he even human? A typical martial artist would struggle to reach 110. Is there something wrong with this machine? This has to be rigged. But the man in sunglasses ignored the outcry around him. In his usual steady tone, he explained, this is the strength of contestant Goku. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, we never allow any rigging. Anyone who questions, they'll be disqualified on the spot. Now, for those who think Goku doesn't belong here, why don't you come up and try? You don't need to reach 400. Just break 250 and I'll let you through. Hearing that the bar was just 250, a crowd of hopefuls surged forward to test their might. 90, 100, 110, with the exception of Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Yamcha, everyone had to go. Among those, the highest score came from Satan, the reigning World Punch Tournament champion. He hit 280. The man in sunglasses was visibly impressed. Oh, Mr. Satan? No wonder you're the Punch Tournament champion. You're head and shoulders above the others. 280 is outstanding. You're through, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan? Looks like there's no foul play after all. Someone like him, the top of the biggest martial arts school and the Punch Tournament's champion, would never fake it. So does that mean Son Goku's 400 is real? Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Satan? You're here too. Satan burst out laughing. Long time no see, Chi-Chi. I'm the Punch Tournament champ. Of course I had to show up. At this point, Satan's power level was roughly 150. Note, Kaiatsu's is about 170, thanks to his psychic abilities and Dodon Ray. In a straight fight, Satan might actually have a chance to win. Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Of course, your punch just now was much stronger than it was 3 years ago." With such self-assurance, everyone took turns testing their punches on the machine. Among the top 16, Goku scored 400, Satan 280, Kaiatsu 285, Krillin 370, Yamcha 365, Chi-Chi 380, Tien 375, and Lazuli 390, though she had deliberately held back a bit of her strength. The remaining 8 contestants began the official preliminaries, and without fighters like Goku in the mix, these ordinary martial artists fought with everything they had, pushing themselves to the limit and leaving the stage bruised and bloodied. At last, the preliminaries came to a close, and the tournament for the top 16 would begin the next day. Afterwards, Goku took the opportunity to formally introduce Satan and Lazuli to each other. Bulma turned to Goku with a question. "Hey, Goku, is Satan really competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament this year?" Goku nodded in reply. "Yes, Bulma, Satan's joining the tournament." "Really? Then why haven't I seen Xiaomi? Aren't they always together?" Satan, seeing Bulma's confusion, explained, "Oh, Bulma, Xiaomi's helping me run the dojo. She's got her hands full today, but she'll be here tomorrow for the main event." Only then did Bulma remember that the man standing before her wasn't the somewhat scruffy Satan she'd once known. In the past few years, he'd become a household name through sheer determination and hard work, even rivaling Goku in fame. Bulma tapped her forehead and laughed. "Oh, my memory. Now I remember. She's your manager. She really works hard for you, always busy. She hardly even has time to chat with me anymore." Hearing this, Satan quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry about that. Honestly, I wish she could take a break too, but she always worries that if someone else managed me, I'd get swindled out of everything. Like Master Goku, I'm obsessed with martial arts and clueless about anything else. To thank her, I've put all my assets under her name." Bulma finally nodded in understanding. "That makes sense to me. Sure, what you earn doesn't even compare to my pocket change, but I respect a man who lets his wife handle the money." Satan scratched his head, grinning. "That's too kind. I've still got a long way to go." The next day, the main matches began, the top 16 tournament. Satan glanced at the number 1 draw in his hand. He quietly sidled up to Goku and whispered, "Master Goku, could you swap my number as long as I don't face anyone who's got over 300 in strength?" Goku considered for a moment and tapped Katsu. "How about him? His strength is about the same as yours." Satan followed Goku's gesture. "Kaiatsu, with a strength of 290? Yeah, he'll do." Goku nodded and discreetly swapped Kaiatsu's number to 2. Originally, Goku himself had number 2 and Kaiatsu had number 6. Watching his number change from 6 to 2, Kaiatsu quickly tugged at Tien's trouser leg. "Tien, my match number just changed. I'm pretty sure it was number 6 just a moment ago." Tien, who knew perfectly well that Kaiatsu's number was originally 6, glanced around warily. Then Tien's gaze landed on Goku. Goku caught Tien's look and responded with a friendly smile. At that moment, Tien realized what had happened and glanced over at the matchup board. "Mr. Satan, the reigning champion of the tournament? He may be about as strong as Kaiatsu, but Kaiatsu's got his signature Dodon Ray. Pure strength doesn't matter. Without control of one's energy, victory is impossible." Then Tien called out, "Goku, I don't know how you managed to switch the lots, but Mr. Satan's no match for Kaiatsu. You miscalculated this time." Goku seemed unfazed. "Huh? What are you talking about? Switching lots? Don't pin this on me. I was just about to say my number's 5. I was supposed to face Kaiatsu, but now I'm up against that grubby guy. Even if I win, I'll just get dirty for nothing. Not worth the effort if you ask me." The original holder of number 2 was that filthy king from the manga, but Goku hadn't looked closely and handed the lot back to Mr. Satan. If anyone proposed in the middle of a match like this, it certainly wouldn't be a fond memory. Tien thought to himself. Honestly, Goku would have no reason to swap with Kaiatsu. Even I wouldn't want to touch that filthy king, weakling or not. He's just too dirty. Oomph. Well, I hope that's really the case. Goku then sidled up to Mr. Satan and murmured, "Mr. Satan, that little Katsu has a move kind of like the Kamehameha. It's called the Dodon Ray. Don't try to take it head on. With your speed, you should be able to dodge it." Mr. Satan nodded in understanding. "Yes, Master Goku, I've got it. Don't worry, after all these years, I've picked up a little energy technique myself. I'll really knock your socks off, just you wait." Goku nodded back at him. "Give it your best." Then Mr. Satan stepped onto the tournament stage. The sunglasses announcer took the mic. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look who it is. Our familiar announcer with the shades. Been 3 years, and you haven't aged a day. Joe, did you hear the news? This year's World Martial Arts Tournament has Mr. Satan competing. What? The Mr. Satan? No way. I'm such a big fan. I can't believe he's here. It's too bad for Mr. Satan, though. With last year's champion, Goku, in this tournament, otherwise he probably would have won. Goku? Isn't he that magician who can turn into a dragon or a snake? Magician? Those are powerful energy techniques, not tricks. Mr. Satan's learned a few of those too. Don't pretend you know if you really don't. The announcer with the shades cleared his throat and declared, Ahem, the much-anticipated round of 16 for the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Please direct your attention to the right side of the arena. It was indeed Kairatsu. After hearing Sunglasses Guy's announcement, Kairatsu slowly walked toward the ring. He bowed deeply. Wow, what a cute little kid. He's so young and already competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Isn't it dangerous? He looks way too small for this. Hey, look at his chest. There's a crane symbol written there. Does that mean anything special? You don't know? That's the uniform of the Crane School, which is as famous as the Turtle School. The last champion came from the Turtle School, right? The Crane School is definitely not ordinary if it stands alongside them. Then Sunglasses Guy explained, Don't be fooled by Kairatsu's small size. He's already 15. All right, now let's look to the left. Mr. Satan then walked onto the stage. His black martial arts uniform was already catching everyone's eye, not to mention his big head. It's really Mr. Satan. Is this going to be a face-off between Mr. Satan and the Crane School? This is going to be exciting. Mr. Satan waved to the crowd, raising his hand in greeting. Hey there, folks. I'm Mr. Satan. Strangely enough, whenever Mr. Satan spoke, there was this odd effect over the audience. It was as if their reasoning dimmed, and they found themselves captivated by him. Maybe that was his greatest trick of all. Sunglasses Guy asked, Are both contestants ready? Mr. Satan nodded, Ready. Kairatsu also nodded, Yes. Begin. Mr. Satan immediately raised both fists in a proper boxing stance, his eyes locked on Kairatsu's every move. Kairatsu didn't say a word. Instead, he used his Crane School special flight technique, effortlessly floating up into the air. Sunglasses Guy, clearly well-versed in the martial arts world, exclaimed, Here it is, the Crane School's famous flight technique. What's going to happen next? In a flash, Kairatsu was suddenly right in front of Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan thought to himself, That's fast, but not unbeatable. I'll meet him head-on. Kairatsu came down with a heavy punch. With a smack, Mr. Satan raised his palm and caught the blow, gripping Kairatsu's fist tightly. Kairatsu was shocked. What? He caught my attack so easily. Mr. Satan burst out laughing. Not bad for a little guy. What was your score in the preliminaries? 290. Punches like that shouldn't come from someone scoring 290. Try mine for size. In a sharp movement, Mr. Satan released Kairatsu's fist and unleashed a rapid combination. He fired off 5 punches in quick succession, landing them all. There was already a big height difference between the two. After being struck by those 5 solid hits, Kairatsu clutched his chest, gasping for breath. No way. How can this be? Mr. Satan replied. Your body is too small. Even if you're strong, size really does matter. If you keep taking hits like these, you're going to get badly hurt. Sunglasses Guy shouted. There it is. Mr. Satan's signature 5-hit combo. In the World Martial Arts Tournament, almost nobody can withstand even 2 of his punches. Impressive. Only someone from the Crane School could take all 5. Satan is no longer the same as in the original story. In the original, he was simply the pinnacle among ordinary people. Guys like Cool Shades wouldn't have given him a second glance. But now, Satan is different. He's truly become a martial artist who has mastered Ki, just like Goku a few years ago. Aside from the matches in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he's been winning other competitions in utterly dominating fashion. Satan's signature moves are etched in his memory, every detail clear as day. Up in the stands. Satan's signature 5-strike combo. Wow, finally someone who can withstand all 5 punches. So, this is the Crane School technique? To take 5 of Mr. Satan's punches and still stand. The Crane School really lives up to its reputation. Bulma grabbed Miguel's hand and exclaimed, Miggs, Satan's really gotten so much better. Miguel answered gently. Yes, these past years he's been training diligently every day, all for this very moment. Just then, Master Crane shouted loudly, Kairatsu, what are you waiting for? Use the Dodon Ray. Why bother with fists? If you can't win up close, use a ranged attack. Kairatsu bit his lip and called out, Dodon Ray. He raised his right hand, index finger glowing brightly. Satan tensed up. That's some powerful energy. I've got to dodge it. If it hits me, I'm finished. Time to move. Without hesitation, Satan dashed away. The Dodon Ray certainly packed a punch, but it took a bit to concentrate all that energy. Kairatsu's glowing finger tracked Satan's every move. It was obvious Kairatsu's targeting was even faster than Satan's running. A sudden shout. A beam of light flashed. Cool Shades called out, "There it is. The Crane School's famous Dodone Ray. Can Mr. Satan evade it?" An explosion ripped through the arena, sending smoke billowing everywhere. In the stands and in the lounge. What a massive blast. "Mr. Satan, are you okay?" "That's the Dodone Ray. With power like that, even Mr. Satan couldn't possibly take a direct hit." Crane School. Crane School. Seeing her man in danger, Miguel shot to her feet and shouted, "Satan, are you all right?" In the lounge, Goku and the others watched with composed interest. Krillin remarked, "Hey Chi-Chi, Goku, your friend is really something. He actually dodged that." Yamcha nodded. "No matter how many times I see it, that move always looks terrifying." Chi-Chi commented, "That was the Dodone Ray. I'm genuinely shocked that Satan could avoid it." Tenshinhan clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Kaiatsu, give another shot. Don't let your guard down. Your opponent is strong. There's no way a single Dodone Ray will finish this fight." Goku looked on with admiration in his eyes. "Satan, what other moves do you have? Bring out your best." As the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared by Satan's left foot. Satan himself was largely unscathed. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a close call. Good thing my reflexes are quick." Dumpling was shocked. "What? Let's see if he could dodge this time." Whole wave. But Satan wasn't about to give Dumpling another chance to gather his energy. In a flash, Satan appeared right in front of Dumpling, chaining together his signature 5-hit combo once again. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Dumpling spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant. Satan took a deep breath and said, "Phew, enough of this nonsense. I won't let you charge up ever again. This is the final blow." As his words fell, Satan aimed to finish it all with a powerful kick. Psychic power! A sharp sound burst out, followed by crackling energy. The psychic attack found its mark. Satan was stunned. "What? I can't move." "What?" Dumpling gave a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha. My turn now." Bang, bang, bang. While keeping Satan restrained with his psychic powers, Dumpling unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Dumpling's punches landed without mercy, forcing Satan to clutch his stomach and fall to his knees. Sunglasses Guy announced its psychic power. Let me explain it to the audience. Psychic power is an innate ability that, when unleashed, can immobilize the opponent for a few seconds. How could this be? He was so close to winning. Psychic powers? Something like that can happen. Hang in there, Mr. Satan. Get up, you can win this. Master Crane sneered inwardly. No one can break free from Dumpling's psychic grip. This boring match is as good as decided. Oolong shook Master Rashi, asking, "Hey, old man, is there any way to break that move?" Master Rashi nodded and replied, "There is. This ability is similar to my Shockwave Palm. It can freeze the opponent, but if your energy is much stronger, you can break free. However, Mr. Satan and Dumpling are almost equals. It'll be tough to win." "What? Then doesn't that mean he can't win?" "Haha, I'm going to give you a real beating." Dumpling held out both hands, maintaining control over Satan. Then Dumpling landed another dozen punches in quick succession. Satan was reaching his limit. With each blow, he began to realize that Dumpling needed both hands to keep his psychic grip. Suddenly, as if struck by a new idea, Satan spoke softly. "What's 10 minus 4? Dumpling paused and replied, "That's 6. How could you not know something that's simple?" "Now it's my turn. What's 168 minus 39? Secretly pleased, Satan thought, "So that's how it works? You're a bit too simple-minded. Sorry, but I have to win, even if it means being a little sneaky." 129. Now, what's 189 plus 1,193? Hearing this, Dumpling started counting on his fingers. 1, 2. As Dumpling became absorbed in his counting, his psychic powers faded away. Satan seized the opportunity. Swish! In an instant, he flashed in front of Dumpling. "Take this, my energy bomb." Satan gathered energy into his right hand, forming an energy blast, and drove it straight at Kairatsu's stomach. There was a thunderous impact. After ramming the energy blast into Kairatsu's midsection, Satan quickly leaped back, putting some distance between them. 3, 2, 1, boom, he called out. Just as Satan finished his countdown, his explosive energy blast erupted, sending Kairatsu flying off the tournament stage. Of course, Satan hadn't used his full strength. If he had, Kairatsu might not have survived. After all, this was simply a martial arts tournament, not a battle to the death. The explosive energy blast was a technique developed by Satan himself. He would gather energy in his right palm, then spin it at high speed in a clockwise motion. After stabilizing the energy, he could either smash it into an opponent or hurl it from a distance. Does this move sound familiar? That's right, it's reminiscent of the spiral sphere. And so, with great effort, Satan claimed victory. In truth, without the use of special powers, there was a significant gap between their abilities. Even Goku would have found Satan's explosive energy blast tricky to handle, assuming they were evenly matched in strength. The sunglasses-clad announcer declared, "The winner is the one and only, the mesmerizing Mr. Satan." From the audience, deafening cheers erupted. Satan! Satan! No wonder he's my idol. What was that move called? That was awesome. It's the explosive energy blast. With that, Satan began making his way back to the resting area. Chi-Chi rushed up to him right away, exclaiming, "Satan, you've gotten so strong." Satan burst out laughing. "Haha, not too bad, right? Technically, you and I are martial siblings. Master Goku once showed me a few tricks. I've always been grateful for his guidance." Krillin nudged Goku and whispered, "Goku, when did you ever teach Satan? That move of his is really tough. I'm not sure I could take it head on." Goku replied with a gentle smile, "Just a few ideas about energy manipulation, nothing much. I never thought Satan would create a move like that. It's actually quite impressive." But while some rejoiced, others felt the sting of defeat. Kaiatsu and Tien weren't taking things so well. Kaiatsu, head hung low, apologized, "Sorry, Tien. I lost and let you down." Tien reached out and gently patted Kaiatsu's head, speaking softly, "You did your best, Kaiatsu. For the future, you should really study math more carefully, or you'll keep getting the short end of the stick in situations like this." Kaiatsu nodded eagerly. "I will. I'll work hard on my math." Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, Miguel hugged Bulma excitedly. "Bulma, Satan won. Look at that. Isn't he incredible?" Bulma smiled warmly and patted Miguel on the back. Yes, your man is amazing, all right." Miguel paused from her excitement at the mention of your man, and then replied, "Hey, Bulma, I heard Goku gave you that huge diamond. Is that real?" Bulma thumped her chest with pride. "Absolutely real. We have a gem expert in the family. That's a flawless, natural diamond. Let me show you some photos." After speaking, Bulma took out her phone to show off to Miguel, gleefully sharing her excitement in person. After all, sending photos earlier just wasn't as satisfying as showing off in real time to your best friend. "Wow, it's really gorgeous. By the way, Bulma, since Goku gave this to you, things must be getting serious between you two, right?" Bulma nodded and replied, "Goku said he wants to propose to me at the World Martial Arts Tournament, though I'm not sure which match it'll be." The two of them kept their distance from Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar, since private conversations between girlfriends didn't need any outsiders joining in. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was deep in thought. That move was brilliant. Incredible. This Mr. Satan really is a martial arts genius. That kind of spinning energy technique, you'd never master it without intense, dedicated training. Oolong and Puar simply followed the crowd and clapped, choosing not to add any commentary of their own. Elsewhere, Lapis was chatting with the blue-haired Launch. With cheeks flushed, Lapis nervously asked, "When did you change back, Launch? I didn't even notice." Blue-haired Launch covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "It's been a while. Looks like you get totally absorbed in the matches. You didn't even notice. By the way, where are Master Mateto and the others? Why aren't you sitting together?" "Huh, I got separated from them and have no idea where they are." "Oh, Launch, there's something I want to tell you." Blue-haired Launch looked puzzled, replying, "Oh, what is it?" Achoo." In an instant, she switched back to her blonde-haired self. Lapis, seeing this, found the words stuck in his throat, unable to say them. Looking disappointed, Lapis propped his chin on his hands and went back to watching the match. "Sigh, here we go again." Blonde-haired Launch looked around, confused. "Huh, where am I? Where are Lapis and Bulma?" Lapis simply pointed off to the right. And with that, Blonde Launch went off to find Bulma and the others. Next up was the second round, Lazuli versus a random contestant. Naturally, Lazuli won with ease. Then came Goku's match against the Filthy King. Sunglasses announcer. "Next up, let's welcome our reigning champion, Son Goku, to the stage." Goku loosened his shoulders and strolled toward the ring, catching Bulma's eye in the spectator stands and giving her a small wave. Bulma immediately picked up on Goku's mood and waved back. "Goku, I'm here." Goku nodded in return. "And now, audience members, please cover your noses and mouths. Coming to the stage is the Filthy King." At that moment, the audience didn't quite realize the gravity of the situation. Huh? Why would the announcer say something like that? Cover our noses and mouths? The Filthy King. Just how filthy can he be? No idea what that's about. I've never even heard of this guy. Goku should be able to win easily, right? With that, the announcer calmly put on a face mask. Because of Goku's warning that a filthy, foul-smelling person would appear in the arena, they had prepared 4 or 5 masks in advance. "Xiaomi, hurry and put it on." Miguel took the mask from Bulma and quickly put it on. Bang! Bang! The filthy king, standing 8 feet tall and weighing over 500 pounds, stomped onto the ground with such force it felt as though he could set off an earthquake. Cool Shades couldn't take it anymore. In all his time at the martial arts tournament, he'd seen all kinds of people, but never someone who reeked this badly. He decided to skip the introductions. He simply declared, "Both competitors ready? The match begins." Oh, the stench is overwhelming. Does the martial arts tournament not have any standards? How could someone like that even get in here? With that size and smell, winning the preliminaries should be a walk in the park for him. Mr. Goku, teach him a lesson. The filthy king grinned wickedly. Haha, I don't care if your son Goku or so-called world champion. You won't get the better of the filthy king. And I bet you won't dare touch this filthy body, will you? Goku smiled softly and replied, I certainly won't be laying a hand on you. 1 second is all I need to defeat you. The filthy king burst out laughing. Defeat me without touching me? Go on, give it a try. With that, he charged straight at Goku, aiming a big, filthy slap at his face. Goku simply shook his head and raised his hand. A violent gust of wind whipped up. This time, Goku wasn't using a clone, he was fighting in person. With his 6,000 battle power, he barely had to lift a finger to dispatch the filthy king. But Goku knew that, although this man was rather dirty, his crime didn't warrant death. He decided to just blow him away with a fistful of wind. In an instant, a whirlwind swept toward the filthy king. What the? The powerful gale sent the towering, 500-pound filthy king hurtling through the air. Whoosh! Seeing this, Cool Shade shouted, Camera crew, get those remote shots. Our filthy friend is flying. In the end, the filthy king was blasted by Goku's fist wind and sent crashing into the ocean. Cool Shades announced, we have our result. Goku is the winner. Thank goodness for that. Goku has saved our noses. At last, the final 8 contestants were decided. Satan, Lazuli, Goku, Krillin, Tin, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Damba, the same Damblin whom King Piccolo sent in the original story, who slipped into the World Martial Arts Tournament disguised as someone else. Meanwhile, a certain incident was unfolding 3,000 kilometers from Papaya Island. The squad Bulma had sent to search for the Dragon Balls had finally found one. Their captain laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, brothers, we found the orange ball. Time to head back for our reward. That's right, Captain, you're amazing. 50,000 yuan, just for this little gem. Heh, I can't wait to treat myself to a huge feast. That's right, why get back? I'm going to order 3 of them. 3? Captain, you really know how to have fun. Teach us, won't you? Just at that moment, a large, portly demon with green skin and wings appeared. A character straight out of the original story, sent by King Piccolo himself to steal the Dragon Balls. This was Dorum. Dorum smirked wickedly. Umans, hand over the Dragon Ball. The captain's name was Ahuang. Ahuang quickly shot back. No way. This belongs to Big Sister. Don't even think about taking it. Dorum's face darkened as he snarled. Fine. If you won't give it up, then I'll just... And with that, Dorum unleashed a brutal, merciless slaughter. Bodies lay strewn across the ground. Dorum tossed down a slip of paper, marked with the symbol for demon, a grim signature of the demon clan's presence, then left, taking the 2-star ball with him. But what Dorum didn't expect was that Ahuang still clung to life, barely breathing. With the last of his strength, he was determined to get a photo of that demon mark and send it to Big Sister, so she could avenge him. Summoning extraordinary willpower, Ahuang managed to transmit the message just before he finally succumbed. Beep beep. Meanwhile, the quarterfinals continued. Hearing her phone beep, Bulma took it out. When she opened it, she saw the image of that demon character. She was momentarily puzzled, unable to make heads or tails of it. For a brief moment, she stared in a daze, which Miguel noticed. Bulma, what's wrong? He asked. Bulma showed Miguel her phone screen. One of my little gang members sent me this. I have no idea what it means. It's just a demonic symbol. He hasn't replied to any of my messages. Miguel couldn't figure it out either. After all, Piccolo and his demonic clan were just ancient history, something from 3 centuries ago, so it was perfectly normal for people today not to know. Deep in thought, Miguel stroked his chin. Maybe Goku will know. Let's ask him after it's over. Bulma nodded and stowed her phone away. The quarterfinals drew to a close. Goku took Yamcha aside for a private word. Yamcha, your next opponent is incredibly strong. You'll need to be at your sharpest and give it everything you've got. Yamcha glanced over at the matchup board. Damba. He then turned toward Damblin, his upcoming opponent. Sensing the stare, Damblin met his gaze head-on, a subtle wave of killing intent radiating from him. Yamcha felt a chill. What a cold stare, and such terrifying killing intent. Just who is this man? Damblin withdrew his aura, then spoke coolly. Oh, is there something on my face? Trying to stay composed, Yamcha retorted, "You're my next opponent. Surely I'm allowed a glance, am I not?" Sensing the tension, Krillin, Kairatsu, and Launch all gathered around as well. There are 5 people here, and Damblin has the ability to sense others' energy. It's clear that starting a fight here would not end well. He then spoke up and said, "I see how it is." With that, Damblin left the venue. Meanwhile, on the other side, the aged King Piccolo held the newly acquired 2-star ball, which Doram had just brought to him, and said, "Well done, Doram. Keep searching for the Dragon Balls. My wish is to restore my body to its prime, young and strong again." Doram replied, "Yes, sir." He then turned and left King Piccolo. At this moment, the Pilaf trio were huddled together, shivering with fear. With a trembling voice, Pilaf managed to say, "Master, could you please let us go? You already have a dragon radar in the ship, so we're of little use to you now, right?" Upon hearing this, King Piccolo narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Want to leave, do you?" Ma and Shu immediately clung to Pilaf, crying out together, "No, no, master. We won't go. We'll stay right here." "Good. Then stay where I can see you," King Piccolo said. "Now, the man on that screen, isn't he called Son Goku? Number 1 under the heavens, is he? Another martial arts prodigy of this era. Once I regain my youth, I swear I'll destroy every martial arts school on this planet. Piano, why hasn't Damblin returned yet? I sent him to gauge the strength of today's martial artists. With his abilities, he should already be back, shouldn't he?" Piano, the sharp-beaked demon, replied slowly, "Father, Damblin has gone to the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's where the strongest fighters of our time have gathered. He's even taking part in the competition himself." King Piccolo rested his chin on his hand. "Oh, still loves a bit of fun, does he? Let him be, then. It's been ages since he's had a real fight. He can take the lead and test their strength for us." The scene then shifts to the arena. By now, Bulma had already shown Goku the photograph marked with a symbol for demon. Goku, having mastered a mind as calm as still water, managed to keep his expression steady, even if his thoughts raced inside. To himself, Goku mused, "Demon? King Piccolo? Has he already appeared? I wonder who sent Bulma this message. I'd better ask her for the details first." Aloud, he asked, "Bulma, who sent you this?" Glancing around to make sure no one was listening, Bulma leaned in and whispered softly in Goku's ear, "Goku, Lapis is fond of blue-haired Launch, so I thought of using the Dragon Balls to wish for her 2 personalities to be separated. That's why I went to Fortune Teller Baba to locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Since you know I have a gang, I asked some of my fellows to search for them, and this came from one of them, a guy named Ah Huang." Upon hearing this, Goku thought to himself, "This isn't good. Something bad must have happened. There's no way someone would send a message like this for no reason. Damn it. Still, I can't let Bulma worry too much. She should just enjoy her wedding day without any disruptions. I'll send one of my avatars to handle this. That old King Piccolo is nothing to worry about, just a small fry I can deal with in a snap." Goku spoke up, saying, "Bulma, I recognize this. It's writing left behind by an alien species. Maybe your little brother discovered that the Dragon Balls were snatched by aliens and sent this message to you." Hearing this, Bulma grew anxious. After all, she had asked someone to help her, and if anything bad happened to him, she'd feel guilty for the rest of her life. Suddenly overwhelmed, she burst into tears. "Oh no, Goku, what if something terrible happens? Look how many messages I've sent already, and he hasn't replied to any of them. Did I do something wrong? If my orders put him in danger, I'll never forgive myself." Seeing Bulma in distress, Goku gently ruffled her hair and said, "Don't worry, your husband will take care of this. I'll send out my avatar right away. You can relax." Bulma, still sniffling, replied, "I'm so sorry, honey. I keep dragging you into all this trouble." Goku grinned and said, "What are you talking about? You're my wife. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Stop worrying, okay? Now, could you tell me the locations of all the Dragon Balls so I could direct my avatar properly?" Bulma nodded and gave Goku the whereabouts of the 7 Dragon Balls. At that, Goku split himself into 7 avatars, each with a power level of 400, more than enough to handle any situation that might come up. Now, Goku himself still had a power level of 4,900, more than enough for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Afterward, Goku continued to comfort Bulma for quite some time until she finally managed to calm down a bit. The next day arrived, marking the much-anticipated match between Lazuli and Satan. We'll skip over the battle details here and move things along. Lazuli and Satan put on quite a show, trading blow after blow for nearly 100 rounds. The crowd loved it. They cheered enthusiastically and really admired the girl facing off in the ring. It's so touching. After all these years of the World Martial Arts Tournament, this is the first time a female competitor has made it to the top 8. I'm so sorry, Mr. Satan. You've always been my idol, but this time, I have to root for Lazuli, my fellow girl. Lazuli, you have to make it into the semi-finals. Mr. Satan, even if you lose this time, we won't blame you. That girl is just incredible. She withstood so many of your signature 5-strike combos, and even survived the explosive energy blast. You did your best. She's just unbelievably strong. Mr. Satan, I've been following you since you were unknown 3 years ago, and you've grown so much. Even if you lose this time, come back and try again next year. You can do it. To the audience, the battle between the two was as real as it gets. A genuine clash with no trace of trickery, only determination and true fighting spirit. In the end, Satan gave it his all, while Lazuli matched him with carefully restrained strikes. Ultimately, Lazuli claimed victory by a narrow margin. Satan's face overflowed with gratitude. He didn't seem disappointed by his loss at all. In fact, the audience's anticipation for him only grew, and so, without hesitation, he handed Lazuli 20 million as a reward. Seeing this, Lazuli hurriedly protested. Oh no, that's far too much. Mr. Satan, I just want to take what is rightfully mine, nothing more. Though Lazuli was in desperate need of money, she still maintained her principles. But Mr. Satan just waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, this is just a little token from me and Bu, to thank you for such a wonderful match. I feel like I'm on the verge of a new breakthrough, all thanks to you. Please, accept it. Otherwise, I truly don't know how else to repay you. Faced with Satan's insistence, Lazuli had no choice but to accept the 20 million. The second quarterfinal was set, Goku versus Krillin. Once again, it was that familiar showdown, Goku face-to-face with Krillin. But this time, Goku had something else on his mind. Goku stood solemnly before Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Lazuli. Today is the day I propose, and I'll need your help. Chi-Chi's joy was irrepressible. Really? Goku, you're finally going to do it? With arms confidently folded, Goku nodded. Yes, right after my match with Krillin, it begins. Krillin let out a sigh, a wry smile on his face. So you're using my defeat as the opening act for your proposal, huh, Goku? Goku dismissed his concerns with a wave. I prepared everything for the round of 16, but then I drew that dirty, shabby opponent. Tell me, how was I supposed to propose after a match like that? Am I right? Krillin took a deep breath. Well, all right. We're friends for, right? How do you want me to help? Yamcha joined in with a laugh. Yeah, Goku, what's the plan? Goku nodded in affirmation. Let me show you. With that, he produced 3 all-purpose capsules and tossed them out. 3 massive barrels appeared. Goku cracked them open. Once the match is over, just unseal these and scatter the petals inside. Each of you gets a capsule. Inside the barrels were petals of every color, shimmering with a magical glow. For a moment, the 3 were struck speechless by the beauty. Chi-Chi gasped. Goku, where on earth did you find so many petals? Goku scratched his chin and grinned. I prepared these well in advance. I heard about some rare flowers from the Guardian, went out and gathered them a few days back. Lucky for me, these giant barrels keep everything fresh. He returned the barrels to their capsules and handed one to each of the 3. Watching the 3 men take up their tasks, Lazuli quickly called out, Goku, I want to help too. Why isn't there a job for me? Goku, pondering, scratched his chin. After my confession, you can hand me the engagement ring, all right? With that, Goku produced a ring box and handed it to Lazuli. Lazuli took it nervously and asked, May I take a look? Goku didn't think much of it. Go ahead, he said. Once opened, there was a 5-carat pink diamond inside, radiating a warm, gentle light. Lazuli covered her mouth and exclaimed, It's beautiful. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one of Goku's avatars was already fighting over a Dragon Ball with one of King Piccolo's men. This was the 4-star ball, and for now, let's call this avatar number 1. Number 1 was facing off against Darum. Darum shouted, Human, hand over the Dragon Ball at once. Number 1, who shared part of Goku's consciousness and could speak, chose not to respond. Darum simply wasn't a threat. Talking with him would only waste time needed to return to his true body. After all, the primary goal of this mission was to seize the Dragon Ball. Without a word, Number 1 grabbed the Dragon Ball and took off, heading skyward to rejoin Goku's main body. Infuriated at being ignored, Darum bellowed, How dare you? You've got some nerve to disregard me. Taste my crimson beam. With that, a pair of blazing red beams shot from Darum's eyes, hurtling straight toward Goku's avatar. This attack was even more powerful than the Dodon Ray. Darum's power level was 210, while the crimson beam packed a punch at 300. Goku's avatar stood at 400. Even so, if hit squarely by the attack, he'd be gravely wounded. But would Goku's avatar simply stand by and let that happen? In an instant, he flashed forward, appearing right in front of Darum. Boom! An overwhelming punch smashed clean through Darum. Staggered, Darum cried out, What? Impossible. Beaten by a human monkey? As his fist pierced through Darum, Number 1 caught a glimpse of Darum slaughtering the Dragon Ball team Bulma had sent. He instantly relayed this memory to the main body's mind. At that moment, Goku was happily preparing to carry out his proposal plan. But as soon as he received the news, the joy faded from his face, and his consciousness shifted to Number 1. Goku spoke coldly. Wretched scum, I can't let you live. With that, Goku raised his palm toward Darum's head, gathering his energy. Sensing death closing in, Darum frantically pleaded for his life. Spare me. I don't want to die. Please, I don't care about the Dragon Ball anymore. Goku's expression didn't soften. Those people once pleaded with you for mercy, didn't they? Why didn't you spare them? You trample on others' lives. Look at yourself. Not quite human, not quite a demon. Want redemption? Repent in hell. A burst of energy flashed, obliterating Darum's head instantly. The moment Darum fell, on the other side, King Piccolo suddenly spat out a mouthful of green blood. Stunned, King Piccolo exclaimed, What? Darum? Killed? Impossible. Who could have done this? Piano was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. What? Darum is dead? Even 300 years ago, there were barely 5 people who could stand a chance against him. How could he possibly be dead? Father, are you sure you sensed it right? King Piccolo, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, replied, No, I can sense it clearly. Darum's energy has vanished completely. He was killed by a powerful human martial artist. Seeing this, Piano realized there was no point in doubting any further. Father, should we call Tambourine back? No need. Let him keep searching over there. I'm certain the one who killed Darum is connected to those at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Huh. With that, King Piccolo spit out 5 eggs. From each of those eggs, a winged demon emerged. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, Number 4, Number 5. All of you, use your disguise abilities and find out who killed Darum. And while you're at it, retrieve the remaining Dragon Balls. At his command, the 5 winged demons spread out, each heading off in a different direction. By now, King Piccolo already had 4 Dragon Balls in his possession. Just 3 more, and his wish to restore his youth could come true. Meanwhile, Goku had also uncovered all of this from Darum's memory, including the existence of the Dragon Radar in the enemy's hands. He thought to himself, rather than going on the offensive, I might as well wait for them to come to me. The 1-star ball is with Yajirobe, and together with my 4-star ball, we have 2 Dragon Balls. There's no way King Piccolo won't show up for them. I'll have all my clones converge on the 1-star ball. Looks like I'll be meeting Yajirobe again soon. Clearly, Goku and Yajirobe knew each other, a friendship that started during the year Goku traveled with Bulma. During that time, Goku had been roasting dinosaur meat for Bulma, and the delicious aroma drew Yajirobe in. He tried to steal the meat, but Goku caught him and taught him a lesson. It was a classic case of making friends through a good-natured scuffle. The scene now shifted back to the quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku versus Krillin. The sunglasses-wearing announcer's voice rang out. The tense and thrilling second round is about to begin. The fierce battles in the first round already had our blood pumping. Up next, please welcome the competitors, Goku and Krillin. Goku stepped onto the ring and immediately summoned a clone with a power level of 210. The announcer was gobsmacked. Wow, what's going on here? There are 2 Gokus on the stage. How is that possible? Is this the afterimage technique again? Master Roshi, can you explain? The camera quickly cut to Master Roshi, who was just about to say something when Master Shun interrupted. It's just an ordinary clone technique. Nothing special. You could have just asked me. I'm Master Shun after all. Master Roshi, upon hearing this, inwardly mused. No, this isn't some simple clone technique. This is a real, physical body, just like the avatars of legend. Goku, just how strong have you become? Although Master Crane is as famous as Master Roshi, his reputation is much worse. The guy with the sunglasses was still hoping to hear Master Roshi's trademark line. Ah, so that's how it is. Is this the technique of splitting one's body? Master Roshi, what do you think? Master Roshi stroked his beard and said, What Goku's using is called a manifestation technique. It's a real, physical body, though not as strong as the original. The illusion technique, on the other hand, is just a trick. It can't help in a real fight. It's like the afterimage fist. It looks flashy, but only the real body actually matters. Hearing this, Master Crane sneered. A manifestation? You call such a myth and legend real? Is this all you've got, Master Roshi? Meanwhile, Kairatsu was dying to tell his master. Tien can sprout 4 arms, and at his peak, he could split into 4 whole people. Truly embarrassing. But those were just thoughts. If he actually spoke up, he'd get slapped for sure. So he kept his mouth shut. Clearly, the man in sunglasses trusted Master Roshi's explanation more. Master Roshi's words make more sense. Instead of arguing, It's better to let Goku himself show us. Goku spoke slowly. This is my manifestation. Master Crane, you and my teacher aren't even in the same league. Krillin, are you ready? Try sparring with him and see for yourself. Master Crane flushed with anger. How dare you? At that, Kaiatsu spoke up. Master, that really is a manifestation. Tien knows a little of that technique. Smack. Master Crane slapped him across the face. Haven't you learned your lesson? After losing so badly, you still dare to interrupt. I said an illusion is just an illusion. Goku shook his head and walked to a corner of the arena, sitting down. Krillin, go on and spar with him. Krillin nodded, thinking to himself. A year ago, it took all three of us using tricks to defeat Goku's manifestation. Today, I'll take it on alone. Yes. With that, Krillin took the initiative, and Goku's manifestation responded in kind. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of blows echoed as Krillin was quickly put on the defensive. From the edge of the arena, Goku turned to glance at Master Crane, quietly sending him a message. If you don't have the skill to understand, just stay quiet. Even your infamous brother, Tao Pai Pai, was killed by me. As for your own abilities, frankly, calling you garbage would be a compliment. Master Crane's face drained of color. Don't bye. My brother was slain by this son, Goku. Curse you, Dodon Ray. Feeling the surge of energy from behind, Goku calmly closed his eyes, and an invisible shield deflected Master Crane's Dodon Ray. Seeing this, the man with the sunglasses shouted, Security! Security! A spectator is attacking one of the competitors. Get him out of here now! Bulma, instantly triggered, whipped out a massive black cannon in a flash. Miguel, witnessing this, cried out in alarm. Bulma, calm down. Calm down. Look, Goku's totally fine. Of course I know, but I won't let him off so easily. After Bulma finished speaking, she made a phone call. This might be the biggest impulse that Master Crane would ever come to regret in his life, because as a result of Bulma's call, every cent in his bank account was wiped out by hackers. Over 10 million yuan, gone without a trace. He couldn't even find out where it went. All those years of hard work had been for nothing. Don't pull me. Didn't you all hear it? It was that Goku who provoked me. That's why I attacked. The man in sunglasses narrowed his eyes, his usually good-natured face growing dark. Master Crane was probably the first to ever make him lose his temper. Master Crane, I don't care what happened. All I saw was you attacking contestant Goku from below the stage. Leave now and don't come back. Kaiatsu also spoke up. Master, you've gone too far. How could you attack someone so recklessly? Traitor, you ungrateful brat. I'll kill you. With a knife hand, Master Crane struck straight toward Kaiatsu's chest. Seeing this, Tien was alarmed. No. Kamehameha. Master Rashi blasted Master Crane off his feet with a sweeping Kamehameha wave. I couldn't just stand by anymore. Had to step in. Let's get the tournament back on track. With Master Rashi putting an end to the chaos, the man in sunglasses finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the farce, it was over, but the real attraction was the battle between Krillin and Goku's clone, which had the whole arena buzzing with excitement. Krillin's face bore several scrapes, and Goku's clone was just as battered. Krillin took a deep breath. Time to take it off. He released his weighted gear, and his fighting power instantly soared to 210. With a sudden gleam, in the blink of an eye, Krillin flashed right in front of Goku's clone. He launched a flurry of lightning-fast punches, relentless and precise. Goku's clone couldn't just stand there and take it. Without Goku's conscious control, the clone's abilities weren't being used to their fullest. At that moment, Goku merged his mind with the clone. With a mighty thud, Goku caught both of Krillin's fists. Krillin, give me everything you've got. Krillin shouted. Here it comes. My original move, Energy Disc. Raising one hand overhead, he began spinning rapidly. Goku thought to himself, quite the technique. That energy disc could even slice through Frieza in his fourth form. Too bad it won't work on me. With a burst of speed, Goku began to move. Catch this, Goku. Krillin hurled the bright yellow, disc-like energy disc. Afterimage technique. Goku executed the afterimage, leaving blurs in his wake. Slicing right through those afterimages, Krillin exclaimed with delight. I did it. Goku, there's no way even you could have taken that hit head-on. I finally beat your clone. Oh, really? Goku landed a kick squarely on Krillin's back, sending him flying head over heels. Kamehameha. Fortunately, Krillin was just able to withstand Goku's kick and didn't get knocked out right away. Using the recoil from the Kamehameha, he shot himself back onto the ring. Then, with lightning speed, he charged straight toward Goku. Seeing this, Goku thought to himself, is he trying to pinpoint my position with super fast reflexes? If I just move slowly, I'll be able to dodge his attack. Goku shifted his feet, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Krillin, missing his mark, couldn't help but chuckle. Goku, you walked right in my trap. That punch wasn't meant to hit you. I was just setting you up for a close-range, super fast Kamehameha. Take this. Krillin had already built up a huge reserve of energy. In a flash, his Kamehameha blasted Goku's clone right in the stomach. The clone was knocked off the ring and vanished in an instant. Goku then got up and praised him. Krillin, that was fantastic. The sunglasses-wearing announcer exclaimed. Goku's clone just fell off the ring. But there's no rule saying that losing a clone means losing the match, so Goku is still in. But does Krillin still have any stamina left? From the stands, the crowd chimed in. What a shame. If Krillin had gone up against the real Goku, he probably would have won right there. Yeah, such bad luck. He spent so much energy and only managed to defeat a clone. Goku's techniques are way overpowered. Are there any simpler moves he could use? Oh, there sure are. Krillin, get ready to start again. Krillin nodded. All right. Then, Krillin jumped off the ring. The announcer was momentarily confused. Wait, he jumped off the ring? That means Goku wins. Up in the sky, Yamcha and Chi-Chi had long been prepared. They hugged a huge barrel and sent flower petals raining down from above. Shimmering petals filled the air. Miguel saw this and immediately understood what was about to happen. He nudged Bulma, whispering, Bulma, hurry. The leading lady scene is coming. It's your turn. Bulma nodded, stood up, and slowly walked out from the audience. The announcer was taken aback. Whoa, what is this? It's raining flowers from the sky. Goku turned to the announcer. Sir, may I borrow your microphone? The announcer nodded. Of course, Goku. What's on your mind? Goku spoke softly. I want to propose, so I'd like to borrow the mic for a bit. What? This is a first. A marriage proposal at the World Martial Arts Tournament? This has never happened before. By all means, Goku, the stage is yours. The announcer's booming voice caught the audience's attention. The camera was now focused on them as well. Hey. Something big is about to go down. Wait, is this really the first time someone's proposed marriage at a tournament? Who's the leading lady? Someone's heading over. Although the two had long since called each other husband and wife, Bulma still walked forward slowly, her heart full of anticipation and her eyes brimming with tears. Goku then gently took Bulma's hand, and looking at her warmly, spoke in a measured tone. 10 years ago, our first meeting felt like an act of fate. I was just a country boy, yet I met someone as beautiful as you. From that moment on, a restless yearning was planted deep within me. We've been through so much together. Today, with the whole world watching, I'm officially asking you, Bulma, will you marry me? Just as Goku finished speaking, Lazuli rushed out and handed him the ring box. Goku then knelt down on one knee and opened the ring box. Cries of emotion and admiration broke out around them. So romantic. Proposing in front of the entire world, can you imagine? I'm so envious of that girl. I wish I could experience love like hers. That ring is enormous. It's like a pigeon's egg. Edo. With his own hands, Goku slid the ring onto Bulma's finger. At that moment, Goku and Bulma were officially wed. The quarterfinals were held 2 matches a day. Once Goku's proposal had concluded, the crowd slowly began to disperse from the tournament grounds. Meanwhile, outside the venue, Tien and Kaiotsu found themselves on the receiving end of a stern scolding from Master Crane. Master Crane snapped, Kaiotsu, because of you, I've been permanently banned from the tournament by the committee. Absolutely useless. Kaiotsu trembled head to toe at the reprimand. Master, Tien could no longer stand it. He spoke up. Hey, wasn't it you who attacked Goku from offstage? Don't blame Kaiotsu. And that move of yours went way too far. But Master Crane's rage didn't subside. He continued. Do you have any idea? Goku is the very man who killed my brother, Tao Pai Pai. He was your uncle in the martial arts. If you were me, could you possibly swallow that insult? What? Goku Kyujitong Pai Pai? Master, where did you hear this? Goku personally told me. I don't know how he managed it, but he spoke to me alone. No one else heard a thing. I suppose I did let my anger get the better of me. Tien, your next opponent is another of Master Roshi's disciples. I want you to finish him for me. When Tien heard this, he recalled his uncle Tao Pai Pai, who had once taught him a few techniques and guided his martial path. Tien nodded, a look of resolve settling on his face. I will, but only this once. I'll take down every last one of Master Roshi's disciples. But in exchange, after this is over, Kaiotsu and I are leaving the Crane School for good. It's your call. Master Crane clenched his fists in anger and gritted his teeth. What? You want to leave the Crane School? Tell me honestly. Have I ever treated you unfairly? Tien shook his head. You've always treated me well, but what about Kaiotsu? You've constantly punished him, ever since we were kids. No matter if he was right or wrong, you'd always mete out punishment. I saw what happened just now in the stands. You were going to kill him. If Master Roshi hadn't intervened, Kaiotsu would already be dead. Clearly, the bond between Tien and Kairatsu runs much deeper than a typical master and disciple connection. Crane Hermit gritted his teeth. Oomph. Outrageous. You. Hurry up and make your choice. Fine, I agree. I always trusted your words, Tien. From this moment on, you're no longer a disciple of the Crane School. With that, Crane Hermit turned on his heel and strode away. Tien took a deep breath. He let it out slowly, audibly. Noticing that Tien's spirits were low, Kairatsu reached over with his small hand and gently held Tien's. Tien, did I put you in a tough spot? You really didn't have to choose for my sake. Tien shook his head and replied, No, Kairatsu, you don't need to apologize. I've only just now realized how narrow-minded Master Crane truly is. If I'd known, I never would have brought you into this school with me. All these years, you've suffered so much because of it. It doesn't matter, Kairatsu said with a soft smile. As long as I'm with you, I don't care where I am. Meanwhile, Number 1 had already tracked down Yajirobe. Yajirobe was in the middle of roasting a member of the demon clan who had come to take over his planet. As the meat sizzled, Yajirobe's mouth watered at the sight. At that moment, Goku's consciousness merged with Number 1. Goku asked curiously, Yajirobe, do you think this thing is edible? Yajirobe replied, Goku, this one looks kind of like a pterodactyl. You could probably eat it. There's not much meat on it, though. If any more show up, you're on your own. Goku chuckled softly. All right. I won't fight you for it. Soon, an inviting aroma rose from the body of the demon. Yajirobe's eyes lit up, and he dove in, chomping down voraciously. Wow, this is delicious. Just then, Goku spoke up. Yajirobe, can I ask you something? Huh, what is it? Do you know about King Piccolo? Yajirobe paused mid-chew, then swallowed. Of course I do. Our warrior clan has records about him. Completely green from head to toe. We've even got paintings. He's terrifying. Don't you think what you're eating looks awfully similar in color to King Piccolo? The words made Yajirobe stop chewing. He stared down at the demon leg in his hand. Yajirobe instantly spit it out. Blah! Goku, you're right. It's exactly the same color as King Piccolo. Ugh, I've lost my appetite. Goku nodded. That's for the best. Tell you something else. King Piccolo's already been resurrected, and this thing you were eating was sent here by him. Nanny. Blah! Yajirobe threw up again. With tears streaming down his face, he whimpered, Goku, you owe me for this. I want a big feast, and you're paying. All right, Goku replied, but I didn't bring any money with me. How about I take you to Papaya Island? I just proposed successfully, and they've got great food there. Yajirobe's eyes lit up at the mention of food. A feast? A real banquet? Let's go, Goku. Take me there now. Goku pointed to the single star ball hanging around Yajirobe's neck. But can I have that little bead on your neck first? Oh, that? Just a trinket. Take it, it's yours. All right, here we go. With that, Goku grabbed Yajirobe, and they soared into the sky, taking flight with the air dance technique. Meanwhile, aboard King Piccolo's spaceship, because the winged demon that Piccolo spawned was the weakest of his kind, its creation couldn't harm him in any way. King Piccolo had already gathered 5 Dragon Balls. News of his return spread quickly as he seized the Dragon Balls, and word of the seal being broken traveled with the commotion. The King of Earth, gazing upon the chaos and devastation spreading across the world, sighed deeply. King Piccolo has returned. Is there anyone left who can stop him this time? Suddenly, he remembered the World Martial Arts Tournament. That's it. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The man who defeated Master Roshi and became world champion, Son Goku. Maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to defeat King Piccolo. And so it was that Goku brought Yajirobe to Papaya Island, and they feasted at the evening banquet. But meanwhile, someone else was moving in the shadows. Tien Shinhan had promised Master Shun that he would cripple Master Roshi's disciples, and now he was sneaking around, keeping an eye out for the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Yamcha was resting alone in the lounge. Tien saw his chance and struck with a sneak attack. Yamcha, deep in sleep, had no idea danger was coming. Tien attacked mercilessly, every blow intended to be lethal. Yamcha's bones were shattered in the assault. Tien shook his head and muttered, Sorry. It's something I promised Master Shun. With that, Tien left the room. Yamcha struggled to open his eyes, forcing himself to stay conscious. I know who you are, he managed to say before collapsing into unconsciousness. When Chi-Chi and Krillin returned to the lounge and switched on the lights, they gasped at the sight of Yamcha lying motionless on the floor. Krillin rushed over in panic. Yamcha, are you all right? He quickly held his finger under Yamcha's nose. He's breathing. Thank goodness. Oh, right, the Senza beans. Krillin suddenly remembered that Goku had given him Senza beans for emergencies, just in case anything ever happened to him or one of his friends. He quickly fed one to Yamcha. Yamcha blinked awake and said, I'm not dead. Is this heaven or hell? Chi-Chi exclaimed, Yamcha, you're alive. Krillin gave you a Senzu bean, and now you've fully recovered. Can you tell us what happened? Yamcha responded, still a bit dazed, my body still remembers the moves used in that attack. It was Tien Shinhan who did it. Luckily, you both got here just in time. Otherwise, I might have been done for. Hearing this, Chi-Chi clenched her fists and declared, Tien Shinhan, is it? Yamcha, I'll get revenge for you tomorrow. At this moment, Tien was searching for Goku. Of course, this wasn't the real Goku, but rather Goku's clone number 1. Now that Goku was married, he was busy keeping Bulma company. He didn't have the time to go wandering about. Seeing Goku's clone with his back turned, Tien decided to strike first and catch him off guard. With a swift movement, he launched a hand chop aimed directly at Goku's vital point. Goku's voice was cold as he said, if you want to live, stay out of my way. The overwhelming force of a 400 power level aura pressed down on Tien, forcing him to his knees. Shocked, Tien cried out, what? Such incredible energy. Just the sheer presence of it alone crushed me to the ground. Clone number 1 turned to face him and said, I know you ambushed Yamcha. Do you really think that's what a true martial artist would do? Summoning his last bit of strength, Tien struggled to his feet. How dare you, Son Goku? You killed my uncle, Mercenary Tao. I must avenge him. With that, Tien ignored Goku's intimidating aura and charged at clone number 1 without hesitation. In a single instant, Goku caught Tien's hand firmly. Oomph. Mercenary Tao was a wicked man who got what he deserved. He crossed me. Do you really think I didn't have the right to deal with him? Gritting his teeth in pain, Tien shouted, what are you saying? There's no way my uncle would do something so terrible. Goku replied with commanding calm, believe what you want. But your so-called uncle did countless evil things for money. You can't tell me you never suspected. Honestly, I could have easily killed you to avenge Yamcha, but today is my wedding day, and I don't want blood on my hands. You should go. With that, Goku released Tien's hand. Tien clenched his fists tightly, muttering, I really didn't know about any of this. Could my uncle truly have been that despicable? Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled softly. Seems you've never left the mountains. Go ask around. Mercenary Tao is a notorious assassin. His reputation precedes him. With that, clone number 1 departed. Left in confusion, Tien whispered to himself, an assassin? Mercenary Tao, if everything I've done was for the sake of a villain, then what am I supposed to do? He wandered back to the break room, dazed and uncertain. At this point, Goku withdrew his consciousness from clone number 1. Just then, a body, warm and soft as jade, pressed gently against Goku's back. Goku placed his hand tenderly over Bulma's. What is it, my dear wife? There was Bulma, wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, her stunning figure fully on display. Hee, honey, now that we're married, shouldn't we? Hearing these words, Wukong immediately felt his mind go blank with a rush of blood. He could no longer hold on to his reason. He turned around, swept the person before him up into his arms, and strode straight toward the bedroom. That day, Wukong bid farewell to his virginity. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Krillin was already waiting at the martial arts tournament grounds. Tien was the second to arrive. Krillin slowly walked up to Tien. I will defeat you and avenge Yamcha. After returning to the rest area last night, Tien couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned in bed before finally deciding to look for Sunglasses Guy, who was well-versed in the ins and outs of the martial arts world, to get some information. Why didn't he just go to Master Roshi, who was even more knowledgeable? Well, first of all, the Crane and Turtle schools had always been rivals. Even though Tien had left the Crane school, he still couldn't bring himself to speak normally with someone from the Turtle school. Besides, he had just attacked one of their disciples, and guilt weighed heavily on him. Second, Master Roshi wasn't a participant in the tournament. Tien didn't even know where he was staying, so, instead, he turned to well-read Sunglasses Guy. At this time, Sunglasses Guy was already dressed in his pajamas. Oh, Tien, what brings you here so late at night? Tien spoke slowly. Sunglasses Guy, I want to ask you about someone. His name is Tao Pai Pai, and he's known as the assassin. What kind of person is he? Sunglasses Guy nodded, stroking his chin. Yes, indeed. It's not uncommon for martial artists like Tao Pai Pai to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I remember it clearly. If I recall correctly, it was the 15th tournament, right when I first started as referee. Tao Pai Pai took a contract to assassinate a contestant, and he carried out the plan. He succeeded, made off with some money, and then vanished. Since then, I've kept an eye on his movements. With that, Sunglasses Guy produced a stack of newspapers and documents. These were background checks compiled by the tournament committee. If a contestant acted up, they'd keep tabs and even follow them, all to protect the reputation of the tournament and keep odd characters away from the arena. It was perfectly normal. Tien took the papers and read through them. They recounted the series of crimes committed by Tao Pai Pai after the 15th World Martial Arts Tournament. Because of his overwhelming strength, regular police officers would only be throwing their lives away, so he had never been brought to justice. However, all traces of Tao Pai Pai had vanished 3 years ago, the very year Wukong defeated him. Tien let out a long, deep sigh. After handing back the documents to Sunglasses Guy, he left without so much as a backward glance. Perplexed, Sunglasses Guy called after him. "Hey, what's this about? You just came to ask about someone." A tear slipped from the corner of Tien's eye. Did I really cripple an innocent martial artist with my own hands, all for the sake of a man who was nothing but a notorious criminal? Back at the arena, Tien tried to maintain his composure and said, "Oh, if you want revenge, then bring it on. I won't hold back. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Sunglasses Guy announced, "The match begins." Chi-Chi shook out his arms. "I'm going to drop my weights right away. Get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Chi shot forward, appearing before Tien in the blink of an eye. Tien's state of mind was slightly unsettled, but his strength hadn't waned. He raised his arm to counter. A sharp impact rang out, the sound of bone striking bone. At that moment, both fighters' power levels were evenly matched at 200. Neither had an edge over the other. Rapid fire beam. Tien had perfected this technique to a masterful level. Since the gathered energy wasn't overwhelming, he could unleash it smoothly. Chi-Chi had seen this move twice before and was shocked by Tien's speed. "No way." He quickly raised both hands to block. Tien grinned. "You really think you can block my rapid fire beam with your hands? Get ready to be pierced through." A flash of light shot out. Chi-Chi grinned back. "Confident in that move, are you? Well, I've seen it twice already. Time to see how I handle it." Instantly, Chi-Chi enveloped his hands in energy. Already skilled in controlling his aura, a glowing sphere formed around his palms. With a thunderous clash, he met Tien's attack head-on. "Tien verstund. What? You actually caught my rapid fire beam." Since there wasn't much energy behind the technique, it didn't last long. "Now, take this. Kamehameha." Just as Tien was struck dumb with surprise, Chi-Chi fired off a Kamehameha wave. "That move has no effect on me." Tien quickly tried to escalate his own energy to cancel out the Kamehameha, just like in the original story. But could Chi-Chi's Kamehameha really be that simple? "I've been pouring energy into this the whole time. How long do you think you can hold out with just brute force?" "Huh." With a mighty shout from Chi-Chi, the Kamehameha struck Tien hard in the gut. Immediately, Tien coughed up blood. "Arg, I can't block it any longer. This'll pierce me if I keep this up." With a fierce cry, Tien launched himself into the air using the flight technique. "Up in the air now. How will you respond?" At that, Chi-Chi remembered how Goku could steer his Kamehameha after launching it. "I've mastered energy control now. I should be able to do the same." With a swift motion, Chi-Chi bent the Kamehameha upwards. It blasted skyward. Tien had no time to dodge and was struck head-on. A thick cloud of smoke erupted on impact. Chi-Chi was gasping for breath. After channeling the Kamehameha for so long, his stamina was nearly depleted. As the smoke gradually cleared, it was clear that Tien hadn't fared much better. Taking the Kamehameha straight to the center had left him seriously wounded. Sunglasses Guy exclaimed, "Spectacular!" Right at the start, Chi-Chi seized the initiative with a massive power strike, and Tien quickly followed it up. After several rounds of fist exchanges, a volley of Dodon Ray, and a finishing Kamehameha, if we're comparing injuries, Tien seems to have taken the heavier hit. Bulma shouted, "Nicely done, Chi-Chi. Hey, honey, Chi-Chi's really putting up a good fight." Yes, today Goku hadn't gone to the contestants area. Instead, he sat with Bulma in the stands. Goku nodded. "Not bad, I'd say. Could be better, honestly." Mr. Satan had to leave Papaya Island early due to endorsement commitments, with Miguel going along. Seated with Bulma today was blue-haired Launch. Strangely, she hadn't switched personalities all day, so she finally heard Lapis' heartfelt confession. At that moment, Lapis was sitting on the other side, holding blue-haired Launch's hand. Clearly, he had finally succeeded. But even though blue-haired Launch had agreed to Lapis' confession, her face was uncharacteristically serious. Lapis asked, "Launch, what's wrong? You look so unhappy." Blue-haired Launch replied, "Lapis, I've been thinking about something. I haven't switched to my sister's personality even once today. You know, whenever this happens, it means something big is about to go down." Lapis nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, is that really so? What happened in the past when this occurred?" "Yeah, one time, I stayed to my blue-haired self all day, and then saw on the news that a tsunami had struck. Another time, a volcano near our little island, one that hadn't erupted in hundreds of years, suddenly blew. And now, for the first time, I heard every word when you confessed to me." Lapis couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wait, does that mean being with me is a bad omen? Blue-haired Launch shook her head. No, not at all. It's just the bad thing hasn't happened yet. Up on stage, Tin, flustered and angry, shouted, Fine then, let's see if you can handle this. With that, Tien shot up into the sky, pressing his hands together and spreading them wide. Master Roshi gasped, Oh no, is he about to unleash the Tri-Beam? Chi-Chi's in serious trouble. Tien's target was the entire ring. He intended to annihilate the ring itself. Without the ability to fly, Chi-Chi would be forced off the ring or could be taken out entirely by the Tri-Beam. Of course, after such a move, Tien wouldn't have a drop of strength left. Chi-Chi's powerful Kamehameha had already done him in. Let's see if you can survive this, Chi-Chi. High above, Chi-Chi squinted up. What kind of move is that? Tri-Beam. With all his energy gathered, Tien fired the Tri-Beam straight down, obliterating the arena. A golden flash shot through Chi-Chi. Bulma gasped, Honey, do you think Chi-Chi is all right? Yukon grinned and said, Don't worry, that kind of move won't be a problem for him. Panting, Tien Shinhan asked, He didn't get away from the ring? He must be dead, right? Oomph. Who are you calling dead? At that moment, Chi-Chi stood with her arms crossed, gazing straight at Tien Shinhan, exuding a striking air of confidence. Chi-Chi thought to herself, This feels so cool. No wonder Goku always likes to cross his arms. Tien Shinhan was startled. What? You actually know how to fly? Chi-Chi gave a soft laugh. That move you just pulled was too hasty. With your energy, you should have been able to spar with me a little longer. But after that last move, I'm guessing you're out of power, right? Feigning composure, Tien Shinhan replied. I still have plenty of energy left. But Chi-Chi only trusted what she saw with her own eyes. He always believed in his own vision. In a flash, Chi-Chi dashed to Tien Shinhan's side. A devastating punch went straight for Tien Shinhan's stomach. This punch is for Yamcha. Take that. Chi-Chi didn't go overboard in tormenting Tien Shinhan. After all, Yamcha survived, and he wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. So after that one heavy blow, Chi-Chi flashed above Tien Shinhan and brought down both fists hard on his head. In an instant, Tien Shinhan was knocked out of the ring. I win. But just as Chi-Chi declared victory, a voice rang out. The World Martial Arts Tournament, Am I allowed to join in? It was none other than King Piccolo himself. Blue-haired Launch piped up. He's here. Hearing this, Bulma asked, Honey, who's that green guy? He looks a lot like the Guardian. Wukong answered without missing a beat. That's King Piccolo. He's basically a big villain. Hearing this, Lapis also looked up at the sky, wanting to check on the legendary King Piccolo's strength. I thought King Piccolo would be much stronger, but his power level is only 240. Don't worry, Launch, I'll protect you. If you want, I could take him out in an instant. King Piccolo's fighting power as an old man is 240, while his younger self has 300. Blue-haired Launch, hearing this, patted her chest in relief. Phew, then I'm not worried. Lapis, you have to protect me. Okay? Ashu. In a flash, her hair turned blonde. Confused, blonde-haired Launch asked, Where am I? Lapis? Bulma. Bulma turned and looked at her. This is the martial arts tournament. You changed your hair color again. Blonde-haired Launch nodded. Then, Lapis casually remarked, Blonde Launch, blue-haired Launch already heard my confession. We're together now. Blonde-haired Launch was shocked. What? Why you didn't do anything bad to my body, did you? With a hint of mischievousness, Lapis said, Oh, something bad happened? I'd say just about everything. No way. That's impossible. My sister would never give herself away for free. Bulma, tell me it's not true. Bulma, rolling her eyes, replied, Lapis, stop teasing her. How should I put this? Your blue-haired sister only accepted Lapis's confession. They just held hands. Nothing scandalous really happened. Hearing this, the blonde Launch patted her chest in relief. Phew, thank goodness. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, sitting in the front row of the audience, stared wide-eyed in shock. King Piccolo. He's broken free from his seal. Oolong, noticing Master Roshi's horrified look, asked curiously, Hey, you old pervert, who's this King Piccolo? Why are you so scared? Master Roshi cleared his throat and spoke in a grave tone. King Piccolo lived 300 years ago, an evil being of immense power. Along with his monstrous minions, he wreaked unspeakable havoc upon the world. But in the end, my teacher, Mateto, sealed him away with the Mafuba. If he's broken free now, who could possibly stop him? Master Roshi's words, neither loud nor soft, drifted into the ears of some nearby audience members. People of this era had long forgotten the terror that was King Piccolo. At that moment, Chi-Chi spoke up, So you're King Piccolo? King Piccolo let out a quiet chuckle. Indeed, I am. What's the matter, little one? Are you looking to challenge me? Of course I am. Just as Chi-Chi was about to make her move. Bulma, wait a moment for me. This kid is getting a bit carried away, said Goku as he suddenly flashed between Chi-Chi and King Piccolo. Goku shouted, stop right there. King Piccolo smiled coolly. I haven't even made a move yet. Hey kid, your son Goku, aren't you? You were the one who killed Drum, weren't you? As the evil half of the Kami, King Piccolo had some ability to sense energy. He could tell there was something very unusual about the person standing before him. Chi-Chi shrugged. Fine, fine. If we're not fighting, I'll stand down. Goku then said, King Piccolo, you came here for these, didn't you? He produced a 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls. King Piccolo was taken aback. You have them. Hand them over now. Without another word, King Piccolo sprang into action. He launched a barrage of punches, each one slicing through the air, but Goku dodged them all with ease. As he moved, Goku was thinking to himself, how do I fight him without going all out, just enough to make him spit out Piccolo Jr.? This is way too tricky. The kind of opponent I could beat with one punch. How am I supposed to hold back enough? Although King Piccolo possessed a fighting power of 240, his age and waning strength meant that prolonged combat would do him little good. He eventually ceased his attack and proposed, Son Goku, I suggest we organize a best-of-3 match. The winner must agree to one condition from the loser. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Goku thought to himself, that works. Why didn't I think of this? If he loses, I can use that condition to make him spit out the second-generation Piccolo. Goku responded calmly, that's fine, but are we really the ones who get to decide? After all, this is the arena for the world's martial arts tournament. King Piccolo gave a cold snort and replied, humph. By using their arena, we're actually bestowing an honor on them. Without another word, King Piccolo fired a ki blast with a single hand, aiming straight for the audience stands. Goku shouted, Lapis! The blast targeted the section where Bulma was seated, and since Lapis was closest, he could easily intercept it. At Goku's call, Lapis instantly expanded his protective shield, enveloping Bulma and launched to keep them safe. A deafening explosion followed. The force of the ki blast was tremendous. Though the spectators inside Lapis's protective barrier remained unharmed, the shockwave still affected many people around them. Phew, I really thought that was the end for us. Thank you, young man. You saved our lives. Who does such a thing? To attack the audience like that? Does he have no fear of retribution? Bulma looked around and, seeing many people unconscious, immediately let her medical instincts take over. Lapis, stay by my side. A lot of these spectators have fainted. They might be in real danger. I'm the only doctor here, so I should be able to help. Honey, you'd better give that man a good lesson. He's just too vile. With that, Bulma pulled Lapis and began rescue efforts in earnest. Meanwhile, Sunglasses Guy received a message from the King of Earth. With renewed determination, he called out loudly. According to a unanimous decision from the tournament committee, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament final round will be decided by Son Goku and King Piccolo. King Piccolo's actions moments ago had utterly silenced the bystanders. It was clear to everyone that he was a merciless demon. Refusing him would only lead to disaster. Let's just go with that. Yes, there's no way we can argue with a monster like that. Besides, Goku is clearly the strongest among us. It's only natural that he should decide the outcome. Yeah, let's settle it this way. Satisfied, King Piccolo declared in a low voice, very well. In that case, I will choose my 3 representatives, tambourine, piano, drum. Goku looked surprised and asked, wait, didn't I already kill your Drum? Is he still alive? Oomph. So you admit it, Drum is nothing more than a codename. I could easily create dozens like him. Minions, set up the arena. With a wave of King Piccolo's hand, more than a dozen winged demon creatures zipped through the air, swiftly assembling a fighting stage. Once the platform was finished, King Piccolo declared, as commanders, you and I are forbidden from competing ourselves. Do you agree to this condition? Goku nodded in response. Agreed. Krillin, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, the matches are yours. Krillin, thrilled to still have a part to play, beamed. I can't believe I get my chance. All right, Goku, leave it to me. Yamcha, eyeing the figure behind King Piccolo, spoke up. Let me take the first match against that guy, Tambourine. I was slated to fight the final match in the quarterfinals anyway. Let me go first, right here, right now. Tambourine shed his disguise and flexed his fingers as he stepped into the ring, his voice cold and mocking. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. I hope you can offer some amusement, martial artist. Yamcha replied at once. Don't worry, I have more than enough skill to handle you. Just hope you survive what's coming. Meanwhile, Tien, who had been knocked from the arena earlier, was being helped to the resting area by Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu anxiously nudged the unconscious Tien. Tien, are you all right? Kaiotsu, where am I now? Kaiotsu responded. We're still at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, and King Piccolo has appeared. What? Although the Crane School often feuded with the Turtle School, Crane Hermit had told both Tien and Kaiatsu the story of their epic battle against King Piccolo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tien hurried to his feet and rushed outside, just as Yamcha and Tambourine squared off in the arena. Tien thought to himself, what? Didn't I already defeat that guy? How is he up and fighting again? Without warning, Yamcha sprang into action. This time, he wasn't wearing his weighted clothing, not out of arrogance, but because Tambourine's energy felt weak. Yamcha's power level is 190 with the weights, 200 without. Tambourine's is 210. Tambourine eyed him with a playful sneer. Oh, you're fast, I'll give you that. A split second later, Yamcha unleashed a flurry of dozens of punches. But in a flash, Tambourine caught Yamcha's hands with a laugh. Ah, quick, but not quick enough. Your strength is decent, but you can't land a hit. Now take this red-eye beam. As he finished, Tambourine's eyes blazed scarlet. Suddenly, Yamcha, unable to dodge while being held, took the attack head-on. The beam shot through his shoulder. After hitting its mark, Tambourine released his grip. Yamcha winced in agony, clutching his streaming wound. Arg, I have to seal it with energy fast. If I don't, I'll bleed out before I'm even defeated. After speaking, Yamcha gathered energy in his left hand and pressed it gently against his wound. With the aid of his energy, the pain in his wound gradually faded away. Seeing Tambourine actually allowing his opponent to heal, King Piccolo scolded him fiercely. You fool! Have you forgotten what you're supposed to be doing right now? Do you really think this is just a friendly match? Strike while he's still weak. At that harsh reminder, Tambourine realized his own foolishness. Still, noticing Yamcha's strength and speed didn't seem to be on par with his own. He laughed carelessly. Ha ha! Even if I let someone like him recover, I could still beat him easily. But was it really just as he had anticipated? Yamcha had already removed his weighted equipment. His fighting power was now only 10 points lower than Tambourine's. Wolfang Fist. As those words fell, Yamcha's aura suddenly ignited, surging around him. The sudden burst pushed Yamcha's fighting power up to 210, completely matching Tambourine's. In a flash, Yamcha appeared right in front of Tambourine, still lost in arrogance. Tambourine was struck hard before he could react. Yamcha's fists rained down like a starving wolf, relentlessly tearing into Tambourine. Tambourine shrieked in pain, arg. When the attack ended, his body was covered in gaping wounds, oozing purple blood, looking every bit as battered as Yamcha had been moments earlier. Struggling to prop himself up, trembling, Tambourine erupted in fury. How dare you, you filthy human, to injure my body like this? Unforgivable. In an explosive surge of energy, Tambourine's fighting power climbed to 220. Meanwhile, having spent his energy on the Wolfang Fist, Yamcha's power dropped back to 200. Unable to gather energy in time, Yamcha was once again pressed down by Tambourine's overwhelming force. Thankfully, having shed his heavy armor, he could just barely dodge some of the barrage. Blow after blow sliced through the air, a rapid onslaught. With a crash, Tambourine grew more enraged as he saw his storm of fists land only a couple of hits. Take this, my burst cannon. I'll blast you to pieces. Tambourine focused his energy in one hand, preparing to unleash a powerful energy blast at Yamcha. With 220 fighting power behind that energy cannon, the force was so intense, Yamcha's whole body trembled. No, if I get hit by this, I'm done for. There's only one chance. Afterimage technique. Yamcha knew his own Kamehameha was no match for the burst cannon. Originally, he'd intended to save this move for Krillin or Goku, but now, if he didn't use it, he would surely die. He had to dodge until he could gather enough energy. The scene shifted to a year ago. Master Roshi rapped Yamcha on the head with his staff, grumbling, honestly, tell me, how long have you been practicing your energy techniques? How many eggs have you burned through already? Yamcha winced in pain, rubbing the large swollen bump on his head. It's been almost a year now. As for eggs, I must have gone through nearly 1,000 at this point. This time, with the blue-haired launch present, all the eggs that Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha used for their breath control training ended up in her hands. She turned them into cakes or other egg dishes, and no matter how much they ate, they never got tired of it. Master Roshi covered his face with his hand and sighed, all right, let's take a break for now. With that, Master Roshi headed back into the house, leaving Yamcha standing there alone. In that moment, Yamcha began to doubt himself. Goku had mastered the basics of breath control within a month, Kairatsu took half a year, Krillin 10 months, and yet here he was, nearly a year in and still unable to grasp the technique. Just then, the ocean suddenly roared and surged, sending towering waves, 30 feet high, rolling across from left to right, as if pushed by two gigantic, unseen hands. Yamcha thought to himself, such enormous waves are driven by powerful gusts. It takes immense force to sustain them. What if I apply that same idea to breath control? Let's give it a try. He extended one hand, channeling his energy. There was a crackling, sizzling sound. His energy bolted around wildly, like a Mustang breaking free of its reins. No good. My right hand can't hold it. Need my left to steady it. Yamcha realized. With a determined slap, his left hand seized his right wrist, stabilizing the wild energy. Gradually, a glowing sphere began to form in his palm. Drawing this energy ball out drained him tremendously, sweat pouring down as he panted. Huff, huff. What is this? Let's see what happens if I throw it. With that, Yamcha hurled the ball of energy out over the ocean. In an instant, it erupted in a massive explosion, churning up a towering wave, dozens of meters high, into the sky. Drained of all energy, Yamcha collapsed where he stood, too exhausted to evade the surging water. He could only sit there, resigned, waiting for the great wave to sweep him away. But just then, swiftly as lightning, Master Roshi appeared before Yamcha. Kamehameha! With a thunderous blast, Master Roshi fired a Kamehameha wave, pushing back the giant wave. As he passed by, he left behind just a few words, "You've done it." Back in the arena, Yamcha unleashed his multi-image fist, bewildering Dambalin with a flurry of afterimages. Dambalin, humiliated and enraged, shouted, "Despicable! Acting like a monkey. Face me instead of dodging, if you dare." Dambalin launched 4 consecutive blasts, but each only struck an afterimage. Yamcha came to a halt. His energy was finally gathered. Raising his right hand, clamping his left over his wrist, he shouted, "Spirit Ball Attack." At his call, a yellow orb of light materialized in his palm. This single spirit ball contained all of Yamcha's energy, pushing his fighting power up to 240, now on par with King Piccolo himself. Dambalin's eyes went wide in shock. No way. I have to dodge this. If it hits, I'm finished. Heh. With a swift motion, Yamcha flung the spirit ball straight at his opponent. However, the attack was a bit slow, and Tambourine dodged it with ease. Tambourine laughed nervously, sweat running down his brow. At that speed, you'll never hit anyone. But was it really as simple as he thought? Yamcha furrowed his brows, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and flicked them back with a swift motion. Oomph. This time I won't miss. As Yamcha's fingers snapped down, the energy bullet homed in and struck Tambourine squarely in the back. A deafening blast followed. Thanks to the demonic constitution and the overwhelming force of that energy shot, Tambourine was reduced to nothing but ashes in an instant. With that, the match. Yamcha versus Tambourine. Yamcha emerges victorious. Master Roshi couldn't help but praise him. He hadn't mastered that technique fully in training, but to use it so perfectly in actual combat. Well done, Yamcha. Puar cheered joyfully. Wonderful. Lord Yamcha has won. Seeing Yamcha's victory, the crowd erupted in applause and shouts of excitement. That was fantastic. He actually won. As expected from someone chosen by Goku. Truly impressive. It's the first time I've heard of this Yamcha fellow, but he's really got some moves. Huh. But where did that Tambourine go? It's like he vanished into thin air. Who cares? A win is a win. Watching Yamcha defeat Tambourine, Tien lingered over the moment, unable to let it go. He thought to himself, what an incredible technique. Gathering all his energy in his palm, then throwing it, guiding it with his will to change its trajectory and strike the opponent. Even my third, I can't see through how that move is performed. Just how strong have you become? On the other side, King Piccolo's face turned an ashen shade. Impossible. To think he was dispatched so easily. I told him he should have attacked while he was on his knees just now, and look at the result. Useless. Piano. I hope you don't disappoint me next. With that, King Piccolo turned to look at the sharp-beaked demon Piano. Piano answered calmly, "Don't worry, father. I promise I will win." Overhearing this, Goku looked on with curiosity. "Oh, that guy looks pretty weak to me. If you send him out, you might be in for a real beating." King Piccolo gave a sly chuckle. "Heh, son Goku, don't celebrate just yet." Goku dismissed his warning and turned to Krillin. "Krillin, why don't you step in next? Stay sharp. This guy might have abilities similar to Kairatsu's." Krillin nodded. "Got it. I'll be careful." Piano's battle power was only 170, a far cry from Krillin's true power of 200. With such a gap, why was Piano so confident? In a flash, the two of them appeared on the arena stage, ready to face off. In the previous match, Sunglasses Guy didn't offer any commentary. Instead, he watched quietly. At this point, it was no longer his place to intervene. If his commentary happened to displease King Piccolo and led to trouble for the surrounding audience, his entire career would be finished. No one called for the match to begin, and seeing this, neither fighter made a move. For Krillin, this was a matter of martial artist integrity. Starting before the official announcement was unfair if no one called the match. But Piano was different. The moment he stepped onto the ring, he began flailing his arms and legs in an odd performance that left everyone puzzled. Just then, an insect too small for the naked eye quietly flew out from Piano's sleeve. Goku thought to himself, this isn't good. What's that? It's so tiny. If not for my sharp sense for energy, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. The little creature silently landed on Krillin. Krillin scratched his neck. Huh? Are there mosquitoes out here in broad daylight? At that moment, Piano spoke up. Isn't the announcer going to step in and start the match? This move was called Demon Bug. Piano could control an invisible demon insect that bit his opponent, enabling him to transfer any damage he received for the next 5 minutes back to the bitten opponent. It was a cunning, underhanded ability. In effect, any injury, even self-destruction, would be returned 1 for 1. A pointy-beak member of the Demon Clan could produce up to 3 of these bugs in a lifetime. Releasing one wasn't easy. It required a full day of energy gathering. When Piano was first freed from his seal, he received King Piccolo's orders to seize the Dragon Balls. He had secretly been preparing just in case, and didn't expect to use his final demon bug so soon. Still, there was a countermeasure. Since the demon bug was born of energy, it could be dispelled with energy as well. One would need to muster twice the opponent's strength, though. Piano's combat power was 170, so to break the curse would require at least 240. Watching Krillin's reaction, Master Roshi thought to himself, that mosquito, could it be? Sunglasses Guy glanced from Goku over to King Piccolo. Should I handle this? Goku nodded. You're the professional, after all. Of course it should be you. King Piccolo waved impatiently. Get on with it. Don't drag things out. Sunglasses Guy nodded in response. Are both of you ready? Both Krillin and Piano signaled that they were. All right then. 3, 2, 1, begin. Krillin acted first, darting forward and launching a kick at Piano. It was a heavy impact. Despite Piano's ability to reflect damage, the force of the blow was still enough to send him flying. Krillin's right leg, still rooted to the spot, suddenly felt an unbearable pain as if suffering the same injury. Ah, that hurts so much, he cried out. Clutching his ankle, Krillin thought to himself, what? Where exactly did he attack me from? This really hurts. Piano slowly got up, then leapt directly in front of Krillin, who was deep in thought, and lashed out with a kick. Thud! Still lost in thought and unable to react in time, Krillin was sent flying. Clearly, this attack from Piano was much stronger than the previous one, and it only took a second for Krillin to gather his wits as he tumbled through the air. Bang! Krillin thought, I can't just rush in anymore. I need to calm down first. He didn't make any reckless moves. Instead, Krillin fixed his eyes on Piano, carefully watching his every movement. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Goku noticed something odd. Is it that flying bug? What a devious technique. Does it reflect damage? Krillin, don't make any rash moves. Piano took action. He couldn't let Krillin figure out the secret behind his reflecting ability. He had to finish this in 5 minutes, or he'd be forced to self-destruct along with his opponent. He knew just how vital the 7 Dragon Balls were to King Piccolo. If he failed, he'd be destroyed as well. Swish, 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 swish. Piano launched a flurry of attacks, but Krillin deftly dodged each one with ease. Krillin thought that last effect disappeared. It must be some kind of special ability. I'll try a punch and find out. Wanting to confirm his suspicion, Krillin threw a punch at Piano's arm. Smack! Krillin grimaced in pain, hissing through his teeth. So that's it. It reflects damage. How am I supposed to fight that? Piano halted his assault and spoke up. Oh, so you figured out, have you? Now what will you do? You can't hurt me. I suggest you surrender. You might lose your life. Seeing this, Krillin paused, realizing he probably had no chance of winning. He was just about to raise his hand in forfeiture. Suddenly, Master Roshi shouted, Krillin, don't give up. His reflecting power only lasts 5 minutes. 2 minutes have already passed. Just hold out for 3 more minutes. You're far stronger than he is. Once the 5 minutes are up, victory will be yours. It was then that the well-read Master Roshi remembered an ancient record from a book on the sharp-beaked demon tribe under King Piccolo's command. It described a rare reflecting demon bug, and now it was obvious the legend was true. Otherwise, Krillin wouldn't be suffering from this mysterious counterattack. Hearing this, Krillin was overjoyed. Only 3 minutes? That's nothing. This guy won't so much as touch me even once. Piano panicked. No, even so, you can't possibly avoid me for 3 whole minutes. Feel my super demonic power. Sparks of lightning crackled in both Piano's hands as he lunged at Krillin. Krillin just shook his head. That kind of attack won't hit me. You'd be better off surrendering now. Piano unleashed a storm of hyperpowered attacks at Krillin, but every single one was dodged with ease. Only 1 minute remained. Steeling himself, Piano made a ruthless decision. A sharp snap echoed through the air. He sliced off his own right arm. At that moment, the pain of the backlash was transferred directly to Krillin. So though his own arm was gone, Piano felt nothing. Krillin's right arm broke off abruptly. In an instant, Krillin dropped to his knees. The agony of losing an arm was more than most could withstand. Even as a martial artist, Krillin couldn't bear such intense pain. Just then, Bulma's voice rang out. Krillin, there's only 1 minute left. Just keep dodging. I'll reattach your arm afterward. As a top-tier surgeon, Bulma was used to handling these sorts of injuries. She had reattached countless hands and feet in the past. Krillin quickly sealed the wound with his energy to stop the bleeding. I'm counting on you, Bulma. At that moment, Goku sent a thought transmission to Master Roshi. Master, what would it take to destroy that demonic insect? Master Roshi turned his head thoughtfully. Goku, as long as you have double the ki of that sharp-toothed demon clan, you can wipe out the demon bug. Goku pondered double. That's 340, right? Easy. I'll just send Krillin a full 1,000. A shimmering surge of energy. In a flash, Goku reached out to Krillin with his mind. Krillin, I'm sending this ki to you. Spread it through your whole body, and you'll be able to destroy the demon bug. Krillin's eyes lit up. Yes, I can feel the ki. Now the demon bug only had 10 seconds left to live. Seeing he hadn't won yet, Piano let out a crazed laugh. Even so, I'll take you down with me. We'll die together. With those words, Piano's body glowed white-hot, then erupted in his self-destruction. But Krillin had already used Goku's energy to eradicate the demon bug, though the explosion's force was so vast it knocked him out of the ring. Cool Shade's guy looked on in confusion. Mr. Goku, who won between those two? Goku replied, let's call a draw. King Piccolo should be fine, right? King Piccolo nodded. He didn't know how Krillin had removed the demon bug, but by the rules of the tournament, falling out of the ring meant a loss. But could a dead Piano still count as a winner? There was one more fight left. If Drum won, they could still end the match in a tie, and he could challenge Goku for a rematch. After all, he was King Piccolo, undefeated in battle. Agreed. This round's a draw. As soon as he saw Krillin fall from the ring, Yamcha rushed over and helped him up. Krillin gave a wry smile. What a mess I'm in, Yamcha. Yamcha let out a light laugh. You did great. If it had been me, I'd have ended up the same way. The guy who can bounce back damage is just too tough to handle. Bulma, seeing that the two were still fooling around, quickly spoke up. Hey, Krillin, are you still giggling over there? Hurry up and help me get my hand reattached. Or do you plan to live the rest of your life with just one arm? Krillin nodded hastily and replied, Oh. Quick, let's go. If I had to spend my life with one hand, I'd rather be dead. At this, Goku chimed in, Lapis Lazuli, I'll leave Bulma in your care. The two of you protect her. I can't leave just yet. Lapis and Lazuli responded immediately. Understood. We're on it. Goku had arranged for Lazuli and Lapis to protect Bulma as she assisted with Krillin's hand. He couldn't leave the scene at this crucial moment, for if Piccolo started causing trouble, there would be no one left to stand against him. After consuming a Senzu bean and regaining his strength, Chi-Chi was now ready to face his next opponent, Dorum. As a member of the Demon Clan, and a rather rotund one at that, Dorum could use his belly to absorb the shock from attacks, making him remarkably tough. His fighting power was 220, even 10 points higher than Damblin. Chi-Chi eyed this wolf in sheep's clothing warily, thinking, this fatso is definitely no pushover. Dorum sneered wickedly. Ha, little brat, I'm going to eat you. Chi-Chi struck a fighting stance and replied with a soft chuckle. Oh? Do you really have the skill to back that up? The sunglasses-wearing announcer called out. 3, 2, 1, fight. Chi-Chi decided to take the initiative, multi-afterimage technique. In the blink of an eye, a dozen afterimages encircled Dorum, each poised to strike at any moment. Among his various tricks, Dorum had inherited Piccolo's acute sense of hearing. From the very beginning, he memorized the sound of Chi-Chi's footsteps. Although he could always hear where Chi-Chi was, his own speed made it nearly impossible to catch up. So, Dorum waited patiently for his chance. The instant Chi-Chi launched a real attack. With a shout and a sudden move, just as Chi-Chi lunged toward him, Dorum seized the opening after the initial punch and grabbed Chi-Chi's fist in one swift motion. Dorum grinned menacingly. Ha, I'm going to twist your arm right off. Chi-Chi found his right hand caught, but his left was still free. Letting Dorum twist away would be foolish. So, Chi-Chi instantly gathered energy in his left palm. With a thunderous blast, he blew Dorum's arm off at point-blank range. Dorum was shocked. What? In this situation, weren't you supposed to be stuck, unable to put any force behind your punches while I was holding your fist? Chi-Chi chuckled softly. You didn't really think I could only focus energy in my right hand, did you? Any true martial artist knows to use both hands. Channeling energy into my left is child's play. Well, now that your arm's been blown off, what tricks do you have left? It was well known that Piccolo's regeneration abilities were top-notch. Restoring a severed arm was nothing for him, and clearly, Doram possessed this skill as well. With a mighty cry, Doram activated his power. With a resounding shout from Doram, his severed right hand instantly regenerated. Chi-Chi was stunned. What? You can actually regrow your arm, just like that. But this act of healing cost Doram a good deal of strength. Sweat already beaded on his forehead. Oomph. Don't get cocky just because you managed to blow off my hand. Let's see how you handle my continuous binding shots. Light shimmered in Doram's hands. Take this. I don't want to eat you anymore. Now, I'm going to finish you off. With those words, Doram hurled several energy blasts at Chi-Chi. Thanks to Doram's formidable strength, the blast streaked forward at breakneck speed. As he had warned, like relentless vines closing in, the blast tracked Chi-Chi's every move, no matter where he tried to dodge. Sensing danger, Chi-Chi had no choice but to brace himself, raising both arms to defend with all his might. A succession of deafening impacts echoed through the arena. Chi-Chi managed to withstand them all. After unleashing this powerful technique, Doram was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. There! That should have finished you. No one has ever taken my consecutive binding shots head-on and survived. But as the smoke began to clear, Chi-Chi was still standing, completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Doram was taken aback. You're still fine. Kakai replied calmly, Of course I am. Goku's protective shield works wonders. Luckily, I was able to gather my energy just in time to cast one. Now that Chi-Chi seemed to have the upper hand, Sunglasses Guy couldn't contain himself and broke into commentary. I can't hold back anymore. Let's talk about what just happened. I bet everyone was wondering how Chi-Chi got through that unscathed. Well, at the crucial moment, he used the technique he'd practiced before with Tien, just like when he blocked the Dodon Ray. But this time, he wrapped his entire body in energy to create a shield. Looking at both fighters, it's clear Chi-Chi is starting to take control of the match. King Piccolo, hearing Sunglasses Guy's excited but soft commentary, was so irritated he wanted to take him out with a single energy beam. But Goku wouldn't stand for it. Instantly, he grabbed King Piccolo's hand. Goku said coldly, Hey, he's just commentating. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't act rashly. I put up with you for long enough. Try that again, and I'll destroy you. With that, Goku's energy flared up. Such a powerful aura burst forth that even King Piccolo shuddered inside, his heart pounding. Whoa. Suddenly letting out all that energy. You trying to scare an old man like me to death. After this, King Piccolo found himself longing even more for his younger days. If only he were just a little younger, he told himself, he might have been able to show this kid what true power was. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in applause after hearing Sunglasses Guy's commentary. That was great. That last round was just so tense. They kept dodging the whole time. Yeah, and in the end, there was an explosion and a draw out of nowhere. It didn't make any sense. This is more like it. Real blows landed back and forth. Are we finally going to see a winner? At this moment, Master Roshi, sitting in the audience, felt Goku's energy and was no longer afraid of King Piccolo. He knew Goku could easily subdue the Demon King, so he dropped his usual stern demeanor and reverted to his cheerful self. Chi-Chi, go for it. You can do it. Beside him, Oolong looked on, utterly speechless. Are you some kind of face changer? You were all serious just now, and now you're like this? And they call you Master Roshi. In the arena, Chi-Chi suddenly powered up, her fighting strength soaring to 3,220. Her eyes grew cold as she said, Now, brace yourself for the fury of a raging storm. A yellow aura instantly enveloped her whole body. This was Chi-Chi's own technique, inspired by Goku's protective barrier after undergoing ki control training. She called it the Aura Cloak. By soothing her wild energy and letting it gently wrap around her, she could double her attack power. At this point, Chi-Chi's combat power had already skyrocketed to 300. Goku was shocked. He thought to himself, whoa, isn't this basically the Kaioken? A technique to boost fighting power. Chi-Chi, are you trying to break the limits? If you use this, not even King Piccolo will be able to keep up with you. But the technique had its limits. Encasing her entire body in aura was dangerous. If her energy went out of control, it could destroy her body. With her current strength, Chi-Chi could only maintain it for 2 minutes. But 2 minutes was more than enough to finish off Doramo. In a flash, Chi-Chi zipped to Dorama's side. You're one of King Piccolo's minions. Nothing but trouble. I hadn't planned to use this attack, but I've decided. I'll end this now, even if I can hold it for just 2 minutes. With a thunderous blow, her fist drove straight through Doramu's stomach, just as Goku had dispatched another Dorama before. She raised her hands and unleashed a sequence of ki attacks, crackling and humming with power. A brilliant wave of Kamehameha burst from Chi-Chi's hands. Amplified by the aura cloak, its fighting strength peaked at 400, vaporizing Doramu into nothingness on the spot. After releasing the Kamehameha, Chi-Chi was utterly spent, falling to one knee, her whole body aching with pain. Now the audience finally understood what had happened to the first 3 fighters. They'd all been obliterated by powerful ki blasts. No wonder they vanished without a trace. With this third match, Goku's team now had 2 wins and 1 draw. King Piccolo could hold back no longer. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Hand over the Dragon Balls." Seeing all 3 of his subordinates defeated, King Piccolo was consumed with anger and humiliation. "How dare you? Bring me the Dragon Balls now." Goku simply shook his head. "Didn't you lose? You should honor your promise." King Piccolo snapped back. "Even if I lost, I must have the Dragon Balls. Name your price." But Goku stood firm. "No deal. I can't give you the Dragon Balls. I need them to bring back all the people you killed. I won't hand them over. If you won't give it to me, I'll just take it by force." In a flash, King Piccolo darted to stand right in front of Goku. With a swift motion, he aimed a vicious blow straight for Goku's heart. Seeing this, Goku simply shook his head. With a sharp sound, Goku caught King Piccolo's arm mid-attack and twisted it in one fluid move. This was followed by a piercing scream from King Piccolo. "Yeah." Goku thought to himself, "Man, just a little bit of force and he falls apart like this? Jeez, can you hurry up and spit out Piccolo Jr.? Honestly, all brawn and no skills." With a crisp snap, Goku gave another gentle twist, and King Piccolo's arm bent a full 360 degrees. King Piccolo cried out in quick succession, "Hey, stop. I give up, okay? Let go, hurry, let go." The onlookers, all staring at the scene, broke into animated discussion. Wait, is that really the great King Piccolo being handled like a toy by Goku? Hey, I've been meaning to ask, who exactly is this King Piccolo? Never heard of him before. Wasn't he just trying to ambush the crowd? I wasn't sure either, but I just looked him up on my phone. King Piccolo was a notorious demon lord, once wreaking havoc on society 300 years ago. Caused all sorts of chaos. Not sure how he's still alive after 3 centuries, but apparently, from the records, he's a really powerful martial artist. Oh, I see. But honestly, he doesn't look like much compared to Goku. Goku's got him wrapped around his finger. Goku finally let go. Even though King Piccolo was trembling with pain, hearing the crowd gossip about him made him flush with embarrassment and anger. He snapped, "Enough. Son Goku, if you've got the guts, try lowering your energy to match mine. I promise I'll knock you flat." Goku sighed, shaking his head. "Even if we're on equal footing, you still wouldn't stand a chance against me. Honestly, fighting like this is pointless. What, are you scared now?" At this point, Goku didn't bother with more words. Lowering his energy was too much of a hassle anyway. A stand-in would do just fine. Goku glanced at number 1 and said, "Go keep him company for a bit. Don't kill him, and don't use heart like still water. Just good old-fashioned hand-to-hand." Number 1 nodded, and in a blink appeared in front of King Piccolo. Number 1 intoned in a robotic voice, "Get up and fight me." King Piccolo's face filled with disbelief. "What? The art of creating clones? How do you know that?" Goku replied calmly, "You're just too weak. I don't even need to step in. Lowering my energy is too much trouble. Fighting number 1 should be about your level." King Piccolo, having just healed his arm, erupted in anger and charged straight for Goku's real body. "Don't get cocky. Don't even think about underestimating me." But number 1 gave him no such chance. Just as Goku had done before, number 1 seized King Piccolo's wrist in an unyielding grip. What? There was a thunderous crash. Before King Piccolo could recover from shock, number 1 sent him flying with a single kick. He crashed heavily to the ground. Because this blow wasn't launched by Goku himself, King Piccolo managed to quickly regain his composure. He thought inwardly, "Son Goku's strength is overwhelming. Even just his avatar is enough to suppress me. I've lived so many years. I can't die like this. Am I really?" But number 1 did not give King Piccolo an instant to contemplate his fate. In a flash, number 1 appeared right in front of King Piccolo, unleashing a rapid barrage of super speed punches. There was no time to react. The aging King Piccolo could only take the blows, each one making him cough up green fluid. The sounds of bones cracking and anguished cries echoed one after another. His true self felt a profound sense of danger. No, this blow could finish me off. With a deafening roar, Number 1 launched a Kamehameha that pierced straight through King Piccolo, inflicting devastating damage. No, how can this be? Damn it all, Son Goku. You've gone too far. I have nothing left to lose. As he finished, King Piccolo spat out a giant egg, his thoughts filled with desperation. Child, when you grow up, avenge your father. I entrust all my life force, my fighting skills, and everything I know to you. Now go. With a resounding thud, the giant egg shot off into the distance. Seeing this, Goku let out a sigh of relief, then broke into a wide grin. Phew, out you come, Piccolo. But even after vomiting up Piccolo II, King Piccolo himself still clung to the last thread of life. He broke into crazed laughter. I'll blow this place to smithereens. Even as he spoke, King Piccolo's body began to balloon and swell, swelling with deadly intent. With a tremendous explosion, King Piccolo's self-destruction was powerful enough to obliterate everyone nearby, yet Goku was never going to let him succeed. In a heartbeat, 3 1,000 power avatars appeared, and each activated a protective barrier. The blast from King Piccolo's self-destruction was immense, causing cracks to appear on those 1,000 power shields. For a moment, Mr. Sunglasses was left perplexed and asked, Mr. Goku, what about that King Piccolo? Goku just chuckled softly, while he tried to self-destruct, but my shields held him off. That pretty much concludes this little incident. The 4 semi-finalists for the martial arts tournament have been decided. Let the audience leave for now. We'll take a short break, and the matches can resume in 3 days. Hearing this, Mr. Sunglasses was delighted and quickly relayed the message. Ladies and gentlemen, the drama has come to an end. Of course, the semi-finals of the martial arts tournament will still go ahead. In 3 days, it's Miss Lazuli versus Mr. Goku. For now, everyone, please go home and rest. You've all worked hard. There's still more matches? I thought Goku had already won the championship. I've watched so much, I'm almost numb. This is the first time I don't want to be at the martial arts tournament. It's just gone on too long. Yeah, and who knows if some other weirdo will mess things up next time. Count me out. I'm done. Seeing that the audience had lost all interest in the remaining matches, Sunglasses Guy started to get anxious. But no matter what he tried, he was just an ordinary man. His skills at keeping things under control couldn't match this situation. Just then, Sunglasses Guy's phone rang. It was the King of Earth. On the other end, the king said, Hello, I'm the king. Just announce Son Goku as the champion. He stopped Demon King Piccolo. No need for any more matches. As for the other 3 who made it to the semifinals, I'll personally compensate them out of my own pocket. That's how you should announce it. Sunglasses Guy immediately responded, Yes. Understood. As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly addressed the crowd before they began to leave. Wait up, everyone. There's an important announcement. Hearing his words, the audience paused. He then declared, The champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is Son Goku. I'm sure everyone can accept this outcome. There are no more matches. Please go home and rest. I called it. Goku was destined to win. There was really no need for more matches. Right, Son Goku definitely deserves first place. Miss Lazuli may have barely beaten Mr. Satan, but she's no match for him. And as for Chi-Chi and Yamcha, they both competed last tournament. They probably wouldn't fare any better this time. This is great. Goku has claimed victory again. Just as Goku was about to leave the arena, Tien's voice suddenly called out, Son Goku. Turning back, Goku answered, Oh, Tien, is that you? Tien quickly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Son Goku. I acted against your friends without understanding the true situation. I was in the wrong. Goku smiled warmly and shook his head. No need. If you want to apologize, it should be to Yamcha. There's no bad blood between us. You know that well. It's the grudges from the last generation, not ours. Now that you've broken away from the Crane School, you've got a righteous spirit about you. How about it? Want to be friends? Surprised, Tien straightened up. Friends? Are you sure? Not so long ago, we were enemies. Enemies? We're martial artists. Through fighting, we exchange blows and forge friendships. Haven't you heard the saying, making friends through martial arts? Well said. Goku, I'd be honored to have you as a friend. But could you take me to see Yamcha as well? I'd like to apologize in person. After all, it was wrong of me to ambush him. Goku nodded. Of course, come with me. You two should meet. You've seen his spirit ball technique, right? What did you think? Tien replied. That was a mighty move. At my current level, I couldn't have blocked it. Oh, by the way, this is Kaiatsu. Only now did Tien remember that Kaiatsu was still at his side. He nearly forgot him. Goku reached out his hand and greeted, Hello, Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu hid behind Tien, shyly extending his tiny hand. After they clasped hands, it signaled they were now acquainted. Due to the incident with King Piccolo, Goku had unwittingly won the World Martial Arts Tournament earlier than expected. But Lazuli, Chi-Chi, and Yamcha didn't seem to mind. After all, Goku's power was on a whole different level, and none of them would have been able to defeat him anyway. And so, Goku brought Tien and Kaiatsu to rejoin Bulma and the others. Seeing Goku leading Tien in, Chi-Chi stood up and blocked them, demanding, "Hey, what do you want?" Chi-Chi's tone was a bit unfriendly. Tien, knowing he was in the wrong, looked to Goku for support. Goku quickly tried to mediate. No need to get so worked up. Tien knows he was wrong before. He's come here today to apologize. Chi-Chi, we should be polite, okay? Alto reluctant, Kiki relented, answering, fine. Seeing this, Tien immediately bowed deeply and said, "I'm truly sorry for the trouble I caused you earlier. It was entirely my fault, and I hope you can forgive me. Please, I ask for your understanding." This was only the second time in Tien's life he had ever bowed and apologized to someone. Chi-Chi waved her hand dismissively. "All right, let's just drop it. But I'm not accepting on Yamcha's behalf. You'll have to talk to him yourself." Tien nodded. "Where is he?" Chi-Chi pointed. "He's in that house, taking care of Krillin, who's still recovering." So Tien and Goku walked together into the house. It was Bulma's capsule house, after all. Given there was still a medical procedure going on, it was important to have a clean environment. Inside, Yamcha was supporting Krillin. Krillin's hand had just been reattached, though it was still swathed in bandages. "Hey, Goku, you've come. Master Roshi told me you got rid of King Piccolo." Goku nodded in affirmation. "Yes, he's gone." At that moment, Bulma emerged from another room, wearing a white lab coat, her forehead beaded with sweat. Seeing her, Goku hurried over and said, "Thanks for working so hard, Bulma." Bulma chuckled lightly. "No worries. It's been a long time since I did surgery like this. Guess I'm a bit out of practice, that's why I'm sweating." Krillin, looking at his newly repaired hand, teased Bulma, "Hey, Bulma, if this is you out of practice, those so-called top surgeons outside better watch out. They'd be jumping out the window if they heard you." Then Krillin noticed Tien. "Huh, Tien, what brings you here?" Krillin's tone was far warmer than Chi-Chi's had been. "I'm here to apologize to Yamcha, and I hope you can forgive what I did before." And so, for the third time in his life, Tien bowed and offered a heartfelt apology, this one to Yamcha. Yamcha, by nature, had always been an easygoing and straightforward person. After receiving the apology, he readily forgave them. From that moment, Tien Shinhan became friends with Goku and his companions. Meanwhile, 3,000 kilometers away from prying eyes, on a riverbed, the egg spat out by King Piccolo began to crack open. Piccolo was finally born, and the newborn was soon carried downstream by the current. He was discovered by a farmer couple who decided to take him home. From here on, they will simply be referred to as Piccolo's adoptive parents. Piccolo's adoptive father spoke up. Who could be so heartless as to abandon such a tiny child here? His wife looked over and was startled to find a small, green-skinned child. "Husband, do you think this child is sick? He looks so green all over." Piccolo's adoptive father nodded. "Perhaps, but we can't just leave him here. Let's take him home first. It would weigh on my conscience to abandon him." And so, Piccolo's adoptive parents brought him into their home. At first, they thought he must be ill and tried feeding him all sorts of things, but nothing worked. He refused to eat anything. Finally, they tried giving him water. As soon as he drank, Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "Where am I? Oh, my head hurts." A flood of memories from King Piccolo surged into his mind, 4 or 5 centuries worth. Even for an Namekian, it was nearly impossible to absorb such a vast amount of knowledge at such a young age. Unable to bear it, Piccolo began to cry out loud. His adoptive mother rushed over in concern. "Look at him, husband. He seems to be in so much pain. What should we do?" Recalling that water had helped him open his eyes, Piccolo's adoptive father decided to try giving him another sip. Gradually, the cries faded away. Delighted, his adoptive father exclaimed, "He's easy to care for. Just needs water. Let's keep him, dear. After all, raising this one won't cost us much." His wife nodded in agreement. "Yes, we've always wanted a child, but we're too poor to raise one properly. If all he needs is water, perhaps we can manage. His face may be a bit green, but he's not hard to look at." And so the couple raised Piccolo as their own for a full year. Throughout that year, the malevolent will of King Piccolo, the urge to kill them, constantly echoed in the young Piccolo's mind, compelling him to murder his adoptive parents with his own hands. Yet their kindness over the past year was something Piccolo had deeply felt, something King Piccolo had never known in his life, the warmth of family. This strange new emotion kept him from succumbing to the darkness. He simply could not do it. He could not hurt them. To prevent himself from ever making a terrible, irreversible mistake, Piccolo waited for a stormy night. While the couple slept, he quietly slipped away, leaving behind the only sense of family he had ever known. On the rainy night, when Piccolo left, the couple remained awake. Over the past year, they had truly treated Piccolo as their own son and naturally understood some of his little quirks. Piccolo's adoptive mother wept, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. He's gone. He's so little. Where could he possibly go? Her husband wrapped his arms around her and comforted her. This child has always been different with his own mind. It's only natural that he'd want to set off on his own. And so 2 years passed, and in 3 years' time, he'd already grown to more than 2 meters tall. It had been 3 years since the day King Piccolo self-destructed. In that time, Goku and Bulma had finalized their marriage and become husband and wife. Lazuli and Chi-Chi had moved to a house beside Capsule Corporation. In these 3 years, thanks to Kami, Goku had gotten to know King Kai. Just then, Bulma's call came through. Seeing his dear wife appear on the caller ID, Goku broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Oh no, has my plan to use a double for myself been exposed?" He swallowed nervously and picked up, forcing a sheepish laugh. "Huh, dear, how are you doing?" Bulma smiled a little. "I'm doing all right, but if you don't get back soon, someone might be in trouble." And with that, Bulma swept Chi-Chi into her arms and began to mercilessly tickle her. Of course, Bulma was too fond of her man to truly scold him, so she vented her frustrations on Chi-Chi instead. When did she figure out Goku had been using a decoy? It had actually been 2 months ago. In bed one night, she noticed that her husband had slipped up. How could she possibly accept that? She'd rather believe Goku had snuck out for secret training than that he was seeing some other woman. So she became suspicious and secretly planted a listening device on his decoy. That's how she overheard the conversation between Goku's double and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's face was aglow with excitement. "Goku, did you finally achieve your big goal?" Controlling his double, Goku nodded. "Yes, I've mastered 2 special moves." Chi-Chi almost burst with excitement. "Goku, tell me more, quickly." After 2 years of gentle wheedling, Goku had finally convinced Kami to let him visit King Kai. And with a goofy joke about a flying blanket, he managed to make King Kai laugh and became his pupil. King Kai was astonished. "Goku, how can you move so easily on my planet, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth?" By this time, after 2 years of hard training, Goku's power level had surpassed the 10,000 mark. Goku grinned lightly. "Yeah, King Kai, I once trained in the hyperbolic time chamber with Earth's Kami. The gravity there is exactly 10 times that of Earth, and I roamed it as easily as walking on flat ground. It's been 2 years since then, but I haven't lost my edge." With his current physique, Goku could easily handle 30 times Earth's gravity. However, he hadn't yet bothered Dr. Brief to build a gravity chamber for him. He wasn't in a rush to begin the next stage of his training, as there was still plenty of time ahead. Why hurry? With his current rate of improvement, gravity training would bring about an explosive leap in power, so overwhelming that it wouldn't be interesting anymore. What's the point in being invincible to that degree? King Kai nodded and twitched his cockroach whiskers as he spoke. "You really have had some remarkable experiences, far fewer detours than most martial artists. Well then, let's see how fast you are. Bubbles and Gregory shouldn't be a problem for you." "All right, let's give it a try." "Bubbles." A great ape ambled out and let out a deep, rumbling call. "Bubbles, run fast. Don't let Goku catch you." At that moment, Goku flashed to Bubbles' side in a blur. "Gotcha." King Kai covered his face in exasperation. "I knew it would be like this. Gregory, your turn." Just then a sparkling, quicksilver insect zipped over. "Ready. Next, Goku, take this hammer and try to strike Gregory." Goku took the toy hammer and darted off again, swift as a breeze. By now, Gregory was moving at the speed of light. With a swift motion, Goku tapped Gregory, who was utterly shocked. "What? How can you be that fast?" Goku grinned. "I didn't actually reach the speed of light. I relied on keeping my heart perfectly calm. By focusing completely and listening with my ears, I read your movement and predicted your path in advance, then timed my strike just right." King Kai was left with a headache. "If you're already this skilled, Goku, why come to me for training?" Goku scratched his chin, replying, "I heard there's a special technique you know that can make people stronger. The Kaioken." "Yes, that's it." Upon hearing this, King Kai gladly replied, "So you came to learn my secret arts. With a student like you, my reputation will soar." "Very well. I'll teach you my 2 signature techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb." Goku, thrilled, responded, "Yes, sir." And so, Goku began half a year of rigorous training to master the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. The Kaioken is different from Sarutan's Aura of Chi. The Aura of Chi involves releasing energy to envelop the entire body, boosting one's fighting power. The Kaioken, on the other hand, is about storing that energy inwardly, compressing it, and then unleashing it in a burst. Between the two, the Kaioken is clearly far more dangerous. The compressed energy is volatile. One slip can cause it to explode outward, leading to the collapse of the body. Think of the Kaioken like a bomb, a metal shell packed with gunpowder and a fuse. Before you light the fuse, it's stable enough, but set it off, and boom, it detonates in a flash. The concentrated and compressed energy behaves much like gunpowder. Once stabilized, you unleash it in a powerful burst. That's the essence of the Kaioken technique. As for the spirit bomb, it's a bit simpler in comparison. It requires sensing the energy in nature, drawing it in, and then converting it into an energy sphere. With his heart as calm as still water, Goku grasped the core principles and managed to get the hang of it in just half an hour. However, Bulma happened to overhear the entire explanation, and, fuming with anger, she sought out Chi-Chi in private to confront her. That's how the opening scene unfolded. Goku heredi apologized. I'm sorry, dear. This was my fault. My training is finished. I'll come see you right away. Hearing this, Bulma let go of Chi-Chi's arm, shook her head, and said, It's all right, sweetheart. You finish your training first, and come home when you're done. I'll be here waiting. Just then, a wave of nausea hit Bulma. She rushed to the bathroom and was soon overcome by a bout of vomiting. Witnessing all this, Goku thought to himself, could it be? This sort of thing usually means pregnancy in the dramas I've seen. Without hesitation, Goku called out anxiously, Bulma, are you okay? Regaining her composure, Bulma called back, Don't worry about me, darling. This is already the 5th time, and I really don't know what's going on. At her words, delight flashed across Goku's face. Yes, that's fantastic, Bulma. Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Bulma shook her head. No, not yet. Oh, at that moment, she finally realized. How could she, being a doctor, forget such a basic detail? An elated smile appeared on Bulma's face. Honey, do you think? Goku nodded vigorously. I'm sure of it. Sweetheart, just wait for me. I'm coming home right now, and I'll take you there myself. A happy giggle escaped Bulma. All right, I'll wait for you, love. Chi-Chi watched the formerly furious Bulma, now smiling in delight, and asked with a puzzled grin, Bulma, what's gotten into you? With such wonderful news, Bulma's urge to confront Chi-Chi simply vanished. She patted Chi-Chi on the back and said, Nothing. I'm just in a great mood today. Out of kindness, I'll let you off the hook this time. Go on. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku bid farewell to King Kai and immediately set off. Watching him go, King Kai scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Goku normally loves training too much to leave like this. Oh well, I'll just ask him later via telepathy. Having mastered both the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, Goku's power level reached 25,000. His speed now surpassed that of light, and within half a day, he arrived at Capsule Corporation. Bulma, Bulma. The moment he got home, Goku called out Bulma's name at the top of his lungs. Mrs. Briefs, overhearing all this, asked in confusion, What's got you in such a rush, Goku? With barely restrained excitement, Goku replied, Mom, Bulma might be pregnant. I'm just waiting for her to come out so we can go for a checkup together. Mrs. Brief chuckled softly when she heard the news. Oh, pregnant? I thought it was something more serious. But as the realization set in, Mrs. Brief's usual composure vanished. What? Quick, 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 Goku, Bulma's in the room. Go find her. I'll get your father, and we'll all go together as a family. Goku nodded without hesitation, hurrying straight toward the bedroom. He knocked on the door. Inside, Bulma was carefully fixing her hair and putting on her makeup. Goku slipped quietly behind her and embraced her gently. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bulma. Bulma glanced up with a grin. Tell me, honey, do I look good today? Goku nodded, taking a moment to admire her. You look beautiful like a goddess. Bulma giggled. All right, I'm ready. Let's head to the hospital together. And so, with Goku's steady arm supporting her, they left the bedroom side by side. Bulma couldn't help but laugh, a touch exasperated. Honey, is this really necessary? I can still walk just fine, you know. Goku shook his head firmly. No way. You're carrying our baby now. I can't let anything happen to you. I've got to protect you. Just then, Dr. Brief's voice chimed in from behind. Goku's right, Bulma. You need to take it easy now and move gently. No more bouncing around like before. All right, Dad. I never thought you'd be this fussy. Let's go to the hospital. With that, the four of them set off for the hospital. Soon after, Grandpa Gohan received the news and hurried over to join them as well. Once at the hospital, Bulma underwent a blood test. With the advanced medicine of the Dragon Ball world and the Capsule Corporation name backing them up, the results were out in just 10 minutes. It was confirmed Bulma really was pregnant. This left Goku feeling a pang of jealousy toward his own counterpart. Even though he was in complete control, it just didn't feel the same since it wasn't his original body. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How frustrating was that? Wow, I'm going to be a dad. Then Goku pulled Bulma into a deep hug. Thank you for giving me the chance to be a father. Bulma smiled in return. Me too. I still have so much to learn about being a mom. Looks like I'll be counting on you, new dad. The sight moved Mrs. Brief to tears. Oh, I'm going to be a grandmother. Dr. Brief, a bit oblivious, commented, huh? Shouldn't you be happy, not crying? A resounding thump. Mrs. Brief, rarely so forceful, gave him a solid punch. These are tears of joy. Watching Goku settle down and with his child on the way, Grandpa Gohan spoke up warmly. Goku started a family, and there's a new child coming. I can finally breathe easy now. Hearing this, Goku dashed over and hugged Grandpa Gohan. Grandpa, you're here? It's been ages. I haven't seen you since I went to train with Lord Kai. How have you been lately? Grandpa Gohan nodded. I'm doing just fine. I'm having a great time at Fortune Teller Baba's place, eating delicious food every day and enjoying myself to the fullest. Grandpa Gohan didn't have much time left, but when he heard he was going to have a grandchild, he pushed through his illness and came to the hospital. Goku nodded. Let's go home together, Grandpa. No can do. I only got to leave to see you for a bit. I have to head back now. I'll be at Baba's place. Just drop by any time if you want to see me. Huh? But isn't your contract almost up? Grandpa Gohan then tugged Goku's ear and whispered, I'm having the time of my life over there. Why would I want to leave? And I've got my eye on someone special. I'll tell you all about it if things work out. Anyway, I really have to go now. On hearing this, Goku shook his head. Grandpa, you always say the weirdest things. Never mind. I'll go spend time with Chi-Chi first. I can always catch up with Grandpa later. Goku shared the happy news in his friends' group chat, which included Bulma, Krillin, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, Lazuli, Lapis, Blonde Launch, Blue-Haired Launch, Tien, and Kaiatsu. The last martial arts tournament Dragon Balls had been used to revive those murdered by King Piccolo. The following year, Lapis personally hunted down the Dragon Balls, ensuring there were no mishaps, and finally managed to separate Blonde and Blue Launch. Lazuli, hey, I'm at home. Why didn't you want me to come with you guys? Krillin, congratulations. Goku, you're going to be a dad, and I'm going to be an uncle. Yamcha, looks like I'll be the third uncle. Chi-Chi, now I get why Bulma was switching between being mad and happy a moment ago. Lazuli, Blockhead Pig. Latsuli, Kiki, how could you not tell me something this important? That's outrageous. Where are you? I'm coming to give you a piece of my mind. Kiki, Elp, Lapis, your sister's going to attack me. Lapis, sorry, but I'm traveling the world with Launch and Blonde right now. I really don't have time for your spat. Blonde Launch, wait, why are you ratting me out? I never wanted to come. Your sister forced me into this. Despite their different hair colors, the two Launch sisters really do share almost all the same likes. After all, they're the same person, just in different moods. Blonde Launch is more brash, but also a little more sensitive at heart. Lucky for 17, but poor 10, all he gets is to gaze wistfully at Blue-Haired Launch, with no scenes for him at all in the later series. Blue-Haired Launch. All right, little sis, I admit it. I dragged you along. Congrats to you, Goku. Blue-Haired Launch thought to herself. Hee, you silly sister. Maybe this trip will help you face your feelings. Go for it, Lapis. Blonde Launch. Oh, by the way, congratulations to you, Goku. Kiki, what? You're my only best friend ever since we were kids. How could you? How could you keep this from me? Tenshinhan, a bit clueless with smartphones, used voice chat to say, Goku, congratulations. Yamcha replied, Tenshinhan, I haven't heard from you in nearly a century. I thought you'd vanished off the face of the earth. Tenshinhan sent another voice message. I'm preparing for the next martial arts world tournament. This time, I'm going to defeat you all. Chi-Chi chimed in. All right then, Tenshinhan, see you there? With Goku not participating, maybe we can finally have a good, proper fight. Krillin and Yamcha both responded. Okay. Lazuli added. Chi-Chi, make sure you bring home the prize money this time. It'll help with the household expenses. Meanwhile, Kami kept a close eye on Piccolo Jr. ever since Piccolo's self-destruction failed to kill him. And with Goku and the others off training with King Kai, Piccolo Jr. had been left with little challenge. He could easily handle those who remained. Unknowingly, the 23rd Martial Arts World Tournament approached. This time, Goku chose not to participate. With a power level of 25,000, fighting people who barely reached 500 would have been embarrassing, even for him. Still, he decided to attend the tournament anyway, because this time, Piccolo would step into the spotlight. Piccolo's power had soared to an astonishing 490. If Chi-Chi, Krillin, and the crew hadn't trained hard and ended up losing, Goku thought he could step in and save the day, putting a stop to things if necessary. At first, Goku planned to just send Clone. After all, Bulma was 2 months pregnant, and her belly was starting to show. It just didn't feel right to leave her side at such a time. But cooped-up Bulma was desperate for a change of scenery. The moment she heard about the outing, she insisted, "Goku, how can you just send a clone at a time like this? If you really want things to go smoothly, you should go in person." Goku shook his head. "I can't. My real self needs to stay with you." Bulma grinned mischievously. "But if you're staying with me, that means we could go together to watch the match. I'm bored out of my mind here, and you'll be there to protect me anyway." He objected. "No way. It's too dangerous. If you get jostled on a plane and something happens to you, what will I do?" Bulma immediately turned on the charm. "Oh, come on, honey, please. You could just take us on your flying Nimbus, so we don't have to worry about a bumpy ride." Goku finally gave in, laughing helplessly as he ruffled her hair. Fina, you're a grown woman and still acting like this. I'll take you, all right? Yay. Moi. That's your reward." With that, Bulma gave Goku a quick peck on the cheek. Power level update. 3 years later, Goku, 25,000, Chi-Chi, 470 with training weights, real power 490, Krillin, 470, Yamcha, 470, Tenshinhan, 470, Kaiatsu, 360, Mr. Satan, 400, Lazuli, 5,000, Lapis, 5,000. And so, they arrived at the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds. Because Goku had announced his withdrawal from the World Martial Arts Tournament ahead of time, the number of participants for the 23rd tournament soared to a record high. After the preliminary rounds came the top 16 matches. There was a bit of drama in the round of 16. Tao Pai Pai, narrowly escaping death, had transformed himself into a cyborg. He fought Kaiatsu ruthlessly, and if not for one of Goku's Senzu beans, Kaiatsu's life would have been in jeopardy. In the end, those who made it to the quarterfinals were Mr. Satan, Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Cyborg Tao Pai Pai possessed by Kami, with a power level of 360. The first bout of the quarterfinals unfolded without Goku's help this time. The crowd's favorite, Mr. Satan, was eliminated in the quarterfinals, much to everyone's disappointment, though he had his own way of justifying the loss. He was defeated by Chi-Chi, who went on to become the champion of the 23rd tournament. So, as he reasoned, by rounding up, that made him the runner-up. The second match saw Tien Shinhan up against Cyborg Tao Pai Pai. Tien fought with no restraint. He would never forgive anyone who tried to harm Kaiatsu. After breaking Tao Pai Pai's mechanical cannon arm, Tien blasted him skyward with a ki blast. Whether he survived the fall would be up to fate. Krillin faced Piccolo next. Krillin truly shone in this match, displaying everything he had. Even the second-generation Piccolo couldn't help but marvel. "Little Baldy, you've truly earned my respect, but today you still lose." With the sound of Piccolo's final kick, Krillin tumbled out of the ring. Victory went to Piccolo. The two had traded hundreds of blows, and it was only when Krillin's stamina was exhausted that the match ended. A defeat, but one marked by honor. The fourth round left Yamcha somewhat frustrated. He ran into the old man, possessed by Kami. 2 successive Spirit Ball attacks were shrugged off with zero effect, and in the end, Yamcha was knocked out of the ring. Thus, Yamcha's best result after 3 world tournaments remained the quarterfinals. In the previous tournament, he might have made it to the Final Four, if not for King Piccolo's interference that brought everything to an abrupt halt. The semifinals set the matchups, Chi-Chi versus Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo against the Kami-possessed old man. Chi-Chi and Tien Shinhan squared off against each other. Tien Shinhan chuckled softly. "Chi-Chi, it's been a long time since we've matched skills. I wonder if you've improved." Kiki replied, "Oh, why don't you come and see for yourself?" In a flash, the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. The arena resounded with a succession of heavy blows. 3 years had polished Tien Shinhan's mastery of the Kikaho. The smaller version now inflicted almost negligible harm on his own body. Kikaho. Tien unleashed a miniaturized Kikaho straight at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was well aware of its power. "I can't block this with my body. Activate the shield." A blue energy barrier shimmered into existence, neutralizing Tien Shinhan's Kikaho. Chi-Chi smiled lightly. "That was pretty good, Tien Shinhan, but I'd like to see how you're going to break through this shield of mine." Piccolo looked on with a faint chuckle in his heart and thought, "Is this all the strength they have? None of them are a match for me. Goku, my aim for this tournament was to challenge you. And yet, you're not even competing. You've gone and become a mere spectator. Never mind. Once I finish dealing with these people, I'll come find you." With that, Piccolo glanced over toward Goku. At that moment, Goku was busy urging Bulma to drink more water. Although he noticed Piccolo's stare, his wife was clearly more important than anything else to him. Without a second thought, he just snapped his fingers. In an instant, Piccolo felt as if his mind had suffered a heavy blow. What? This body of mine, honed through all that rigorous training, is more than twice as strong as when I was King Piccolo. Yet just one snap of his fingers, and my spirit's wounded? This second incarnation of Piccolo had a battle intellect that placed him closer still to a fully realized deity. And faced with such overwhelming mental pressure, he couldn't muster even a thought of resistance. He bowed his head in silent resignation. Nearby, the Guardian of Earth observed this scene and thought, Goku has far outstripped him. To think that a single snap of his fingers could have such an effect. Maybe my coming down here was unnecessary after all. No matter. I'll just use the evil containment wave to seal him away. Bulma's pregnant, after all, and Goku probably has no time for such distractions. Bulma turned, having noticed Piccolo's silent, downcast face, and asked curiously, Honey, why does that Majinia guy keep staring over here at us? Goku chuckled and replied, Maybe we've met before. After all, I'm a martial artist and probably crossed paths with him a few times while training out in the world. But honestly, I don't remember who he is anymore. Oh, poor guy. My husband doesn't even remember him? He must not have been a very remarkable martial artist. But if he can actually beat Krillin, are you sure you've forgotten him? Huh, I've completely forgotten. Honestly, I've never even seen anyone like him. But if he managed to defeat Krillin, well, I'll at least give him that much credit. Both Piccolo and the Guardian, with their extraordinary hearing, picked up every word. The Guardian burst into boisterous laughter. Piccolo, a little flustered and irritated, turned to glare at him. Hey, what's so funny? The Guardian scratched his head and smiled. Oh, nothing. Just remembered something amusing. Want to hear it? Oomph. Not interested. 1-inch punch. With a sharp impact, Tien unleashed a precise punch, shattering Chi-Chi's protective barrier. Even Goku turned his attention to this scene. Nicely done, Tien. You figured out the trick to breaking through the shield. Chi-Chi was shocked. What? Tien, you? Hearing this, Tien chuckled softly. Once a move has been used on me, it won't work again. For the past 3 years, I've been working on a way to counter that technique. It might not be much help against Goku, but against you, Chi-Chi, it's far too easy. Chi-Chi nodded in response. So even the most invincible defense has its weaknesses, after all. All right, I know you like to wear heavy training gear when you practice. Go on, bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you're going to lose. Chi-Chi didn't hesitate. She quickly shed her weighted gear. Piccolo looked on in shock. What? People train like this? Wearing heavy gear to work out? Who came up with that idea? For someone like me, trying to catch up to Goku, this is a skill worth learning. After this match, I'm trying it right away. Now, unburdened, Chi-Chi dove back into battle with Tien. With a score of 490 to 470, Chi-Chi clearly held the upper hand. With a heavy punch, the two fighters crashed together, then broke apart. Tien, breathless but exhilarated, said, That was incredible. Chi-Chi, let me show you a technique I couldn't pull off 3 years ago. The Four Witches technique. Chi-Chi watched intently, unfazed. Come then, let me witness your secret move. In a flash, Tien sprouted an extra pair of arms. He had actually mastered this technique, capable of splitting into 4 bodies to fight. But splitting into 4 meant dividing his power between them. Even Goku's cloning technique couldn't overcome that flaw, and neither could Tien's. Back when he first completed this training, Tien immediately spotted the weakness. So he tested it, sending one of his duplicates to spar with Kaiatsu, and lost. The final verdict. The true mastery of the Four Witches technique was not to split into 4, but to keep the original form and grow a second pair of hands. Then, using those extra arms, practice the art of independent control, what people call the ambidextrous duel. That's the true pinnacle of this technique. Chi-Chi was stunned. What? Extra arms? Is this the afterimage technique? This isn't an afterimage. These are my real arms. Feel it for yourself. Instantly, Tien darted right in front of Chi-Chi, launching a flurry of punches. With those extra arms, Tien's attacks rained down, relentless. Chi-Chi managed to catch both of Tien's hands. Got you. But she'd forgotten. Tien still had 2 more hands free. Didn't I tell you? These arms are real. Take this. With 2 crushing blows, Tien hammered Chi-Chi in the stomach. The pain forced Chi-Chi to release her grip. Down on one knee, clutching her abdomen, Chi-Chi gasped, voice strained. Ow, that hurts. Tien, you really don't hold back at all. Piccolo thought to himself. So it looks like Tien is going to be my opponent in the finals. But with techniques like that, there's no way he can beat me. Meanwhile, Goku had also taken notice of the match. Oh, Tien's doing pretty well. But Chi-Chi hasn't shown all her moves yet, has she? With a strained smile, Chi-Chi slowly got to her feet. That was an impressive technique, Tien, but I've already figured out how to counter it. Oh, you've cracked it? Go ahead, show me then. Tien's tone made it clear he didn't take Chi-Chi's words seriously. After all, even the creator of the multi-form technique hadn't found its weakness. How could Chi-Chi have possibly seen through it? All right, watch closely. I'm going to speed things up now. In an instant, Chi-Chi powered up, her aura flaring around her. All along, faced with Tien's 4 arms, Chi-Chi had been on guard and hadn't unleashed her full power of 490. But after powering up, Chi-Chi's speed surpassed the 470 level Tien. Even so, Tien's 4 arms allowed him to react flexibly and cover this gap in speed, parrying her attacks one after another. Tien shook his head. Chi-Chi, even if you're a lot faster than me, having this extra pair of arms makes it a breeze to block your attacks. Oh, can you keep that up forever? Sure, your hands are quick, but what about your legs? With a swift slide attack, Chi-Chi caught Tien totally off guard. The arm could stop her fists, but that left his lower half wide open. He was knocked off balance and went down hard. Chi-Chi chuckled easily. Because I've trained wearing heavy gear, there's not such a big difference between our power. But I got you easily beat when it comes to speed. Maybe your hands can barely keep up, but what about your footing? That's one weakness you can't ignore. Only then did Tien realize. So that's it. Chi-Chi said softly. Goku always told me, no matter how strong you are, it's meaningless if you can't land a hit. You have to develop all around. It's true. Strength is pointless if your attacks never connect. But these extra arms of mine aren't just for punching. What will you do if I use the 4-arm Dodon Ray? Tien wasn't fazed by Chi-Chi's words. All 4 hands pointed their index fingers forward, focusing energy in their tips. Chi-Chi was alarmed. What? For at once? There's no dodging that. Deploy the barrier now. 4 brilliant beams streaked toward Chi-Chi's protective shield. A thunderous explosion followed. Tien was well aware that Chi-Chi's shield was designed to block attacks like this. After all, firing multiple shots of the same power didn't stack the energy, so blocking them all was expected. But while Chi-Chi was preoccupied with the aftermath of the explosion, Tien darted through the smoke in a flash and delivered a lightning-quick punch at point-blank range, shattering her energy barrier. Chi-Chi cried out in alarm. Oh no! Her energy flared, engulfing her entire body. The arena was wreathed in smoke. Sensing where she was, Tien used his instincts to fire another Dodon Ray right at the center. A wide grin spread across Tien's face as he exclaimed, Gotcha! As the smoke cleared, Chi-Chi had already vanished from sight. Snap! In an instant, Chi-Chi reappeared behind Tien and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Startled, Tien spun around and exclaimed, What? How did you do that? Watching from the sidelines, Goku was quietly impressed. Well done. You've mastered that move to perfection. Yes, I think it's time to wrap up this match. Chi-Chi chuckled softly. You've seen it before, the same technique I used in the past. The aura cloak? But I didn't feel a surge of powerful energy at all. I can control it freely now. The moment I raise my energy, I dodge your attack. More importantly, let me point out the second weakness in your 4 arms technique. Tien, regaining his composure, asked in confusion, What weakness? Waving his hand dismissively, Chi-Chi explained, It's your energy. Using that move eats up your stamina, doesn't it? Before you started firing your 4 consecutive Dodon Rays, we'd already exchanged a few blows, and you were sweating heavily, obviously using up more energy than I was. Maintaining that 4-arm form drains your energy at double the rate, maybe even more. I don't have to fight you head-on. I just need to use my speed and wait until you're exhausted, and victory will fall into my lap. Only then did Tien realize Chi-Chi's point. Feeling the energy left in his body, he found he was down to just a third, while Chi-Chi showed no sign of fatigue and hadn't even needed to unleash her aura cloak again. Accepting his defeat, Tien let his 4 arms technique fade away and said, I concede. And so, Chi-Chi advanced to the finals, for the first time in 3 tournaments, stepping onto the stage to compete for the championship. Cheers and praise from the audience soon followed, leaving Chi-Chi feeling as if she were floating on air. Next up was the long-awaited match, Piccolo versus Kami. Watching from the stands, Goku couldn't help but grouse. How old is that geezer anyway? Joining in with the younger folks? Can't he let us handle things ourselves? Bulma asked in surprise. Wait, honey, do you know that old man? Goku nodded. Yeah. That's just a regular person possessed by Kami. Huh? Kami? Why would he come down here? In the ring, the two began communicating with each other in a language no one could understand. Kami declared in a thunderous voice, I will seal you away for good. Mafuba. Piccolo was shocked. What? The Mafuba? So you really are Kami? With the memories of the previous Demon King within him, Piccolo certainly recognized that deadly move. I've studied that technique for a long time. Don't think you can seal me again. Reverse Mafuba. With a single motion, Piccolo redirected the Mafuba back at Kami. Seeing that Kami was about to be sucked into the jar, Goku blinked, and in that moment, the jar shattered into pieces. Telepathically, Goku sent a message. Kami, all of this should be left to us younger folks. Why don't you sit this one out? Want me to show you what I mean? At the very moment when Wukong deflected Piccolo's psychic force, he caught sight of Piccolo's adoptive parents. The god of Earth was shocked. What? Piccolo didn't kill that couple after all. So that means this Piccolo might really have a chance to change his ways. After all, every guardian is valuable to Earth. There's no need to be so rigid, someone advised. Hearing this, the god of Earth nodded and instantly lifted his possession. Regaining consciousness, the old man looked around in confusion. Where am I? I should head home for dinner. And so, Piccolo emerged victorious, advancing to face Chi-Chi for the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. After Chapter 113, we'll move on to the Z arc. The next volume is the arrival of the Psyots. After Tien Shinhan admitted defeat, the championship match between Chi-Chi and Piccolo was set to take place the following day, a battle for the title of the world's greatest. Unlike Chi-Chi, Krillin, and the others, Wukong and Bulma did not join their group for dinner. Instead, they went off in search of Mr. Satan and Miguel. Having been knocked out back in the quarterfinals, Mr. Satan arrived holding Miguel's hand. Miguel glanced at Bulma's slightly rounded belly and asked gently, "Bulma, has it been 2 months already?" Bulma nodded with a bright smile. "Hee, Xiaomi, you're in the same boat, aren't you?" Indeed, Miguel was also pregnant at the same time. With a light laugh, Bulma added, "As my dearest friend, Xiaomi, what do you say we arrange for our children to be betrothed?" Miguel covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, but we don't even know if they'll be boys or girls. What if they're both boys or both girls? Then let them be sworn brothers or sworn sisters. That's all. I have a feeling my little one is a boy," Bulma replied with a giggle. And so, the two friends nestled in for an intimate chat. It was clear that Mr. Satan and Wukong were completely left out, as if such life-changing decisions at home weren't theirs to make at all. Just like that, Bulma arranged a childhood betrothal for Gohan. Meanwhile, Piccolo found himself wandering aimlessly across Papaya Island. In the 3 years since his birth, the love and care of his adoptive parents had introduced him to the warmth of familial bonds, a tenderness that clashed with the destructive, greedy violence of the former Piccolo. Should he fulfill the old Piccolo's wish to conquer the world and defeat son Goku, or surrender himself to this gentler existence? The answer eluded him. This internal battle between two opposing desires frequently slowed his training. He was both the great demon king Piccolo and a martial artist. Striving for strength was the only purpose for someone on this path. He realized that if he wanted to grow, he would have to let go of one side. With a sharp mind, he made a decision. At every place he visited, he would stroll through the streets, experiencing the world firsthand to judge whether there was truly anything left here worthy of his affection. It was during one such walk that he encountered something unexpected. A little girl was holding her mother's hand as they walked down the street, when suddenly she remembered that she had left some of her things at the place where they had just eaten. The girl broke free from her mother's grasp. "Mom, I left my stuff at the restaurant. I'll go get it." "Hey, don't run too fast. There are cars on the road." The girl dashed across the street, just as a large truck barreled down the road at high speed. With a dreadful impact, the girl was struck and hurled aside. Seeing this, the girl's mother rushed over in a panic. "Shaolin!" As she felt her daughter's breath growing ever weaker, the mother was overcome with grief and wailed uncontrollably. "Please, someone save my child. She's still breathing. If we get her to the hospital, she can be saved." At that moment, the truck driver ran over. Looking around and noticing there were no surveillance cameras nearby, he thought nothing of tossing out a stack of cash. "What bad luck. Take this as compensation. Who told that kid to suddenly run out like that anyway?" Showing not a hint of regret, the driver got back in his truck and sped away without looking back. There were bystanders nearby, but all of them, not wanting to get involved, kept their distance and did nothing to help. Piccolo, witnessing the scene, found himself deeply unsettled. Do these humans truly refuse to help one another? Such coldness. How are they any different from the Demon Clan? Is this world really worthy of affection and longing? The mother continued to sob desperately, draped over her daughter's motionless body. As he watched, Piccolo couldn't help recalling his own adoptive mother, who was also one to weep often. Compassion welled up in his heart, and he slowly approached the little girl. He knelt beside her, placed his hand gently on her abdomen, and released a wave of healing energy. The girl's mother looked up, startled at first by Piccolo's appearance, but then she mustered her courage and spoke. "Sir, you—" Piccolo said nothing, focusing all his attention on healing the girl. Before long, the little girl's eyes flickered open. Seeing her daughter awake, Xiao's mother cried out, "Xiaoan, are you all right?" Xiaoan rubbed her eyes and replied, "Mom, I'm okay, just a little sleepy." Witnessing this, Xiaoan's mother understood that the strange green man had just healed her daughter. This was, after all, Papaya Island, a place where martial artists often gathered, some of whom were rumored to have special abilities. Healing injuries wasn't entirely out of the question. She quickly got to her feet, wanting to thank her daughter's savior, but Piccolo had vanished. Noticing her mother looking around, Xiaoan asked in puzzlement, "Mom, what is it?" Her mother answered, "I'm looking for the person who saved you just now. Xiaoan, you must never run off like that again. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup first." Xiaoan nodded. "Othie, Mama, I won't run off again. It really hurt just now." At that moment, Piccolo was secretly watching. When he saw that the little girl was safe and sound, he nodded in relief, then immediately headed off in the direction the truck driver had gone. He was absolutely not the type to let people like that off the hook. Even as the great demon king Piccolo himself, he had never denied any of his crimes. He had always owned up to them. If someone wanted to punish him, they had to defeat him fair and square. Later, when Master Mateto sealed him away, Piccolo never held a grudge. If you weren't strong enough, then being sealed was simply your fate. But a petty villain like that truck driver, who wouldn't even admit to his own wrongdoing, how could Piccolo possibly tolerate that? Piccolo's memory was extraordinary. He had already memorized the truck's license plate number. "Oomph. Found you. Your actions have really ticked me off. Get ready to die." With a blast, Piccolo sent off an energy shot, annihilating both the truck and its driver in an instant. Meanwhile, Kami was observing everything from the heavens above. "Piccolo, the old you would never have done something so pointless. Looks like Goku was right. Perhaps you really have changed." And so, the finals finally arrived. The host with the sunglasses took the stage. "Welcome, everyone, to the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Today, we're honored to have Son Goku, the reigning champion from consecutive tournaments. Goku, would you like to say a few words?" At that moment, Goku was walking arm in arm with Bulma, and he was caught a bit off guard to be called out. "Huh? Me? I didn't expect I'd be needed here." The camera turned to focus on Goku. Seeing this, Goku had no choice but to greet the audience. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see." The host whispered aside. "Honestly, I just mentioned you on a whim. Who knew Mr. Goku was actually here in person?" Goku then spoke a bit more formally. "Hope everyone has a great time watching and enjoys themselves. I wish both competitors an exciting match." "All right, that's all. Let's cut the camera back." The host continued. "All right then, let's hope for a spectacular showdown. Majinia, are you ready?" Piccolo nodded in response. "And what about contestant Chi-Chi?" Chi-Chi also signaled her readiness. "Let's begin." The host called out, 3, 2, 1, go." Piccolo made the first move. He stretched out his left arm, grabbing hold of Chi-Chi's clothes in a flash. It all happened so quickly. Chi-Chi had never encountered this kind of attack before, and was instantly pulled toward Piccolo. Inwardly, Chi-Chi thought, "What strength! I can't let him get any closer. Time for my shield." But at that moment, Piccolo chuckled lightly. "I bet you're thinking about activating your shield right now, aren't you? I know that little trick. If you think you can use it, go ahead and try." Just as Chi-Chi was about to channel her energy and activate her shield, Piccolo swept her aside with a casual flick of his hand. "In a situation like this, we are already caught. How are you going to pull off your shield move?" Piccolo didn't have Tien Shinen's famous technique, the one-inch punch, but he had his own way to counter shield moves. By grabbing hold of their body, he could cut off their flow of energy and break their defenses. "Take this, explosive demon wave." With that, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy blast straight at Chi-Chi. "I've got more than just a barrier. Turtle shell energy wave, quick shot." A deep, thunderous roar filled the air. It had been ages since they'd seen a collision of energy like this. Piccolo burst out laughing. "You think that tiny bit of energy can overpower my explosive demon wave? Plapaladidae." He poured even more strength into his attack, ramping up the intensity. Kiki responded in kind, channeling her energy to match him head-on. Another earth-shaking detonation echoed. The two energy waves clashed, locked in dead center before finally exploding apart. Kiki thought to herself, "This Majinia isn't an opponent I can beat in my normal state. It's time to activate Energy Raiment." In an instant, Kiki triggered the Energy Raiment state. Her fighting power doubled, from 490 to an impressive 560. Kiki knew she couldn't underestimate the enemy in front of her, so she immediately unleashed her full strength. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air. Her overwhelming power and speed crashed toward Piccolo like a tsunami. "What?" Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. A volley of violent explosions followed. Clutching his chest, Piccolo thought, "Unbelievable. How can this technique boost speed and strength so dramatically in a split second?" After 3 years of training, Kiki could now maintain her energy raiment for long periods, though it would severely damage her body if overused. Kiki's relentless, storm-like assault left Piccolo unable to land a single blow. He was forced all the way back to the edge of the arena. Fortunately, this type of injury could be healed by expending energy and now gasping for breath, he thought, this power-boosting move must have a time limit, but can I last long enough for it to wear off? Just then, the voice of the old demon king Piccolo echoed in his mind. Child, accept my power. Let go of those useless feelings. Lose yourself. Give in to your rage. Piccolo hesitated, thinking, but if I let go now, before my journey is complete, will I truly be ready to abandon my past? But the elder continued to whisper temptations. Why worry about that? Didn't you always long to grow stronger? Accept my power, and strength will be yours. The elder's relentless persuasion finally broke Piccolo's will. After all, one can hardly deceive oneself. Piccolo surrendered his consciousness to the elder demon king. At that moment, Kiki saw Piccolo collapse, motionless on the ground, and she deactivated her energy raiment. Hey, sunglasses guy, aren't you going to start the countdown? Sunglasses guy snapped to attention and nodded quickly. Oh, yes, of course. 1, 2, 3, 9. Just as he was about to call out 10, old demon king Piccolo took control of the young body and slowly rose to his feet, saying in a cold tone, I haven't lost yet. With that, he dramatically cast off his disguise. Under the purple martial arts uniform, that green skin gleamed unmistakably. The old demon king's laughter rang out. Ha ha, so this is what it feels like to be young again. Only then did Kiki realize, standing before her was the spitting image of the demon king Piccolo who had been defeated by Goku 3 years ago. Only now, he was in the prime of youth. You're King Piccolo. Didn't Goku defeat you? Old King Piccolo chuckled lightly. Ha. Indeed, I was defeated by son Goku, but I revived myself by taking over my son's consciousness. Ah, this young body, it feels so wonderfully familiar. With that, the old Piccolo began his warm-up. Each punch he threw whipped up a swirling gust of blue wind. As his warm-up came to a close, he announced, I'm done warming up. Let's get the match going. After seizing the younger Piccolo's mind, old Piccolo's fighting power surged to 540, just barely weaker than Chi-Chi when she first activated her aura armor. At that moment, Bulma turned hurriedly to Goku. Honey, didn't you defeat King Piccolo before? How can this be happening? Goku responded with complete calm. Relax. Your husband's right here. No need to worry. Look, even Lazuli isn't anxious at all. He then gestured toward Lazuli, standing nearby. By now, Lazuli's power level had reached 5,000, so she wasn't the least bit worried about any tricks from old Piccolo. Old Piccolo was even weaker than Chi-Chi's basic aura armor state. If he tried anything outlandish, she could subdue him in an instant, not to mention Goku, who was far more powerful, standing close by. Lazuli nodded reassuringly and said, Don't worry, Bulma. Let's just treat this as a good training opportunity for Chi-Chi. That Piccolo makes for perfect practice. Bulma nodded in agreement and refocused her attention on the match. At the edge of the arena, the man with sunglasses, though a little surprised to see King Piccolo's figure, didn't panic, reassured by Goku's presence on the sidelines. 3 years. The World Martial Arts Tournament always brings new faces. Most in the audience didn't recognize King Piccolo, so there was little commotion among them. By now, Chi-Chi had deactivated her aura armor. Her power plummeted to 490. Seeing this, old Piccolo gave a sly smile. Oh, your energy's waning, is it? Had enough? Guess it's my turn now. In a flash, with a surge of fighting power to 540, old Piccolo zipped right up to Chi-Chi, moving lightning fast. Chi-Chi didn't have time to re-engage her aura armor before being struck by a barrage of punches. Old Piccolo showed no mercy. After landing several solid blows, Chi-Chi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Chi-Chi, lacking Piccolo's regenerative abilities, felt the pain surge through her body and thought to herself, this body can activate aura armor one more time, but only for about 10 minutes. Once that's over, I'll collapse. So be it. I'll finish this in 10 minutes. With determination, she powered up, her energy soaring. Her fighting power kept climbing, ultimately reaching 580. The atmosphere shifted. Chi-Chi's expression hardened, her features set with icy resolve. In an instant, she vanished and appeared right in front of old Piccolo. Immediately, their fists clashed in fierce combat. Boom! 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 Chi-Chi's attacks were not only stronger, but noticeably faster than the newly enhanced Piccolo's moves. Old Piccolo was taken aback. Zulfust, you're even swifter than you were 3 years ago. What technique is this? Chi-Chi paid him no mind. She pressed her palms together. Ga! Ma! Ga! Ma! Ah! With her aura fully unleashed, Chi-Chi fired the Turtle School Kamehameha, its force soaring to a staggering 800. Old Piccolo, unable to dodge in time, took the blast right through his chest. Even though he was now in young Piccolo's body, The wounds he'd suffered before hadn't disappeared. Chi-Chi swiftly drew back her hands and said in a calm voice, "Are you not ready to admit defeat? Take one more hit like that, and you won't survive." Old Piccolo flew into a rage. "Unacceptable. Why is this new generation always standing against me? Outrageous. I'll raise this place to the ground." Giant form. At once, the wounds across old Piccolo's body healed, and his size swelled to 10 times his original form. Seeing this, Goku turned to Lazuli. "Things are getting out of hand. Lazuli, look after the audience." Lazuli nodded firmly. "Got it." Goku then split into dozens of avatars, each dispersing into different corners of the stands to protect the spectators. With his giant transformation, old Piccolo's power now matched Chi-Chi's perfectly. "I'll destroy you. Super Demon Wave." As he shouted, old Piccolo gathered energy in his mouth. Chi-Chi, meanwhile, prepared to release the Kamehameha with all her might. Kamehameha! A deafening crash followed as 2 massive energy beams collided in midair. Old Piccolo roared with fury. Now die." His energy wave edged closer toward Chi-Chi, forcing her to the brink. Chi-Chi was already exhausted. She could barely hold up against the oncoming wave. Ha! You can't hold on any longer, can you? The winner is me, King Piccolo." Chi-Chi thought to herself, "I'm out of energy. Is this where I fall?" With a bitter smile, Chi-Chi seemed ready to accept her fate. In that tense moment, Goku's gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Chi-Chi, you can do this. You still have strength left. You can defeat him." Chi-Chi shook her head in response. "No, I really am almost out of energy. Believe in yourself. You have much more energy than you realize. The aura cloak isn't as simple as you think. Try drawing it back. You'll see a difference." Chi-Chi was puzzled. Draw it back. She decided to give it a try and retracted her aura cloak. As it retracted, she realized she'd never attempted to do this before. But once the aura cloak was withdrawn, her ki immediately revitalized. With overwhelming joy, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "So that's it. I can't believe how foolish I was, always expending energy without restoring it. No wonder it was unsustainable." Immediately, Chi-Chi concentrated all her energy into her Kamehameha wave. The power of the Kamehameha hadn't diminished much, even though she had closed off her aura shield earlier. Once Chi-Chi unleashed everything she had, old Piccolo's super explosive demon wave was instantly pushed back. In the end, the energy clash concluded with Chi-Chi's victory. Watching the aftermath of the blast, Goku signaled to Lazuli to activate the protective barrier together, shielding the audience from harm. And so, Chi-Chi claimed the championship title of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Long after the tournament ended and the crowd had dispersed, the medical staff wanted to take Piccolo to the hospital, but he refused. Now, it was the younger Piccolo's consciousness in control. He simply wanted to be left alone. With Chi-Chi's powerful Kamehameha, old King Piccolo's presence was finally erased completely. The younger Piccolo stood in silence, gazing thoughtfully up at the sky, as if pondering something deep. At that moment, a woman's voice sounded. "Shaoan, that uncle over there is the one who saved you. Go and thank him properly." It was the mother of the little girl Piccolo had healed earlier. Eagerly, Shaoan dashed over to Piccolo, gently placing her hand on his forehead. "Thank you for saving me, uncle." With that, she gave him a quick, grateful kiss on the cheek. "All right, Shaoan, let's let uncle rest now. After saying thank you, it's time to head home. I made your favorite fish for dinner." Upon hearing that, Shaoan happily ran back to her mother's side, and together they left. Piccolo was left momentarily stunned by the little girl's gesture. What was that feeling? So strange, and yet. Just then, Goku appeared. "Piccolo, it looks like you went through something just now, huh?" Piccolo turned toward the sound. "Son Goku, what are you doing here?" Goku sat down beside him and said, "I just wanted to see what the young Piccolo Daimao is really like. Turns out, you've changed, haven't you?" "Changed? Maybe I have. That dark presence is totally gone now. Son Goku, can I ask you a question?" Goku nodded. "Oh, even the great Piccolo Daimao has questions for me? Go ahead, ask." "Well, how did you get so strong? I can't sense even a trace of your energy leaking out." "Through harsh training, and by using a few special methods along the way. Remember that heavy equipment Chi-Chi was using when she trained? That was my idea." "I see. All right, here, eat this." Goku handed a senzu bean to Piccolo. Without hesitation, Piccolo popped it into his mouth. There was a surge of energy, and Piccolo's body recovered in an instant. Feeling entirely healed, Piccolo stood up, clenching his fists. "Son Goku, aren't we supposed to be enemies? Why would you save me?" Wukong shook his head. "You? Not quite there yet. Keep training hard. Right now, you're not even worth my rivalry." Although Piccolo had changed a lot, his pride remained unchanged. He snapped, Unbelievable. As right as you may be, Goku, your words are infuriating. I'll challenge you one day. All right, I'll be waiting, Goku replied with a light tone. Without another word, Piccolo used the Bukujutsu technique and soared away into the sky. Dragon Ball Saga end. After 10 long months, Bulma gave birth to a baby boy, none other than Son Gohan. Dr. Brief cradled the newborn and marveled. Goku, your genes are amazing. Our grandson inherited your jet black hair. Everyone else in the family has colorful hair, except you. Goku scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Hey, you're too kind. Lying in bed, Bulma eyed Gohan's tail with a hint of worry on her face. Honey, about the baby's tail. Hearing this, Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Don't worry, there's no need for surgery. Kami has a way to remove the tail painlessly. Once the kid gets a bit older, we can go see him together. Bulma let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that's good. If my child had to go through surgery so young, it would have broken my heart. Realizing she no longer had to worry about her son's tail, Bulma smiled gently. Hee hee, have you thought of a name for our baby yet, darling? Goku quickly responded, how about we invite Grandpa over and discuss it as a family? This is a big decision. After all, it shouldn't just be up to me. Let's get everyone together for the naming. Bulma nodded in agreement. Of course. I'll call Fortune Teller Baba. If she doesn't want her black card frozen, I'm sure she'll give Grandpa a day off. Since Bulma had only recently given birth to Gohan, even after eating one of Goku's Senzu beans, she still felt a bit weak. She wanted her husband to look after her more. Fortune Teller Baba, could Grandpa have a day off? We want to pick a name for the baby together. On the other end, Fortune Teller Baba was busy counting the balance in her card. She answered the call. Hello? Bulma, is there something you need from me? I'm offering a very favorable price today. Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Fortune Teller Baba, I just gave birth and haven't chosen a name for the baby yet. We'd like Grandpa to join us for that. Would you grant us this favor? Fortune Teller Baba shook her head. I'm afraid not. Gohan still has work to do. Grandpa Gohan had been assigned by Fortune Teller Baba to assist King Yama in the other world. Coming back wasn't exactly something he could do at will. Over there, Grandpa Gohan can enjoy an unlimited lifespan. Most importantly, he's found someone he truly connects with, so he honestly doesn't want to come back. Oh, is there really no way to negotiate about the job? No, his job is rather special. He can't simply return as he pleases. Not even if we freeze your black card. At this moment, Bulma revealed her trump card. Hearing this, Fortune Teller Baba grew anxious and cried out, No, please. Bulma, Gohan really can't make it. He's working for King Yama now. He really can't come back anytime soon. Goku, upon hearing this, grew worried. Grandma, did something happen to Grandpa? How did he end up working for King Yama? Goku was no stranger to King Yama, since anyone heading to King Kai's planet had to pass through his palace. Fortune Teller Baba quickly explained. He's fine. All right, Goku, Gohan told me you shouldn't worry about him. He's got to be with someone special near King Yama. I think he even mentioned this to you, didn't he? After listening, Goku finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he isn't dead, that's good. But honestly, it's going to be hard to see him now. Bulma, don't trouble Fortune Teller Baba any further. She's telling the truth. Working for King Yama is not a job you can easily leave. Dr. Briefs, hearing all this, asked uncertainly, King Yama? Is that the one I know about? Goku nodded. Yes, Dad, that's the one. He let out a long sigh. Sheesh, I feel like I'm understanding this world less and less. Although Grandpa couldn't be seen in person, at Goku's repeated request and Bulma's persistent threats, Fortune Teller Baba made her way to the afterlife. Using her crystal ball, she streamed a live feed for Goku. At this moment, Grandpa Gohan was standing staunchly by Lord Taishang Laojuan's furnace of 8 trigrams, watching over it with solemn care. Incidentally, this is where, in the original story, Goku used the banana leaf fan to try to put out the fire on Frying Pan Mountain. Fortune Teller Baba called out, Gohan, are you doing well? Grandpa Gohan turned around in surprise. Fortune Teller Baba, didn't we just see each other a few days ago? What is it? Did Goku and the others ask you about me? Fortune Teller Baba nodded. Yes, they want to discuss the baby's name with you. The baby's born? Is it a boy or a girl? It's a little boy. After that, Fortune Teller Baba used the crystal ball to connect her phone to the feed. Goku saw that there was no halo above Grandpa's head, so he relaxed and greeted him. Grandpa, are you doing all right? Grandpa Gohan, looking through the crystal ball, responded, Oh, Goku, is that you? I'm great. Come on, let me see my great-grandson. Goku nodded, then turned the camera to face the baby. Look, he's quite a strong little guy. The sight of Goku's baby on the screen made Grandpa Gohan wave his arms and dance with joy. Oh. Looks like you're quite attached to Grandpa's son, aren't you? Very good, very good. Goku, I heard you want to discuss your great-grandson's name with me, right? Goku replied honestly, "That's right." As they chatted for a while, suddenly a woman's voice called out, "Gohan, hurry over. I need your help with something." Then, Taishang Laojun Anning came out and asked, "Oh, what brings the fortune teller granny here?" The tall woman immediately drew everyone's attention. Grandpa Gohan responded, "Lord Anning, my grandson asked me for a favor, so the fortune teller granny came by for a discussion." "Oh, are you two finished talking?" "All done. We've had our talk." "Then why don't you get back to work?" "Yes, ma'am." With that, Grandpa Gohan said his goodbyes to Goku. "All right, Goku, see you later. I need to get back to work, so let's end it here. You all can decide on the child's name. I won't get involved." Watching his grandfather act almost like a lovesick puppy, Goku thought to himself, Grandpa wouldn't be able to win her over anyway. Better to just let it be and not worry about it. Grandpa Gohan's voice just now made little Gohan wave his hands and kick his feet with sheer delight. It was Bulma's first time seeing her son so happy, so she thought for a moment and then spoke, "Goku." Little Gohan, upon hearing his father's name, continued to wiggle his hands and feet, though not as vigorously as before. In fact, Bulma had once thought if she had a son, she might simply name him Goku as well. She adored both Big Goku and Little Goku. She continued, "Goten." For reasons unknown, this name just sprang in her mind. At the mention of that name, little Gohan fell silent. He didn't even move his arms or legs. "Gohan." Suddenly, little Gohan burst out laughing, the sound full of joy, making it clear he loved that name. Seeing this, Bulma said aloud, "Honey, Mom, Dad, it seems this little one really likes the name Gohan, doesn't he?" The three of them turned to look, and all spoke in unison, "Gohan." Little Gohan responded with another joyful laugh. Dr. Brief nodded approvingly. "It's true. Our grandson likes this name, doesn't he?" Little Gohan waved his hands again, signaling his approval. Then Dr. Brief made the final decision. "Good. Then our family's eldest grandson shall be called Son Gohan." And so, 5 quiet years slipped by. A boy who looked very much like Goku as a child, wearing the 4-star ball on his head, wandered aimlessly through the streets of West City. Beside him stood a little girl. It was Videl, the daughter of Mr. Satan and Miguel. Thanks to Goku's sins of beans, Miguel, unlike in the original story, did not pass away. Instead, she became a top-tier agent, managing 40 or 50 companies under her name. As for Satan, with Goku and the others absent from the World Martial Arts Tournament for the past 5 years, he finally claimed the championship he had always dreamed of, truly becoming the winner in life. Videl was born a month later than Gohan. "Gohan, aren't we going home now? Weren't we invited to eat at Master Roshi's place?" Gohan gently squeezed the little girl's hand and whispered, "Sure. This time, we're going by ourselves. We're not heading out with Mom and Dad." Now, without Chi-Chi's constant pushing, Gohan was no longer aiming to become a scholar. His family was so wealthy, there was simply no need for extra studies. On the contrary, he found himself more interested in martial arts. That's why he often pestered his father, Goku, begging to learn martial arts. Watching Gohan's persistence reminded Goku of his own younger days, just after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, when he too would beg Grandpa Gohan for teaching. So of course, he agreed. After 5 years, Goku found ordinary training no longer satisfying, and so Gravity Room training became part of his regimen. With this in mind, Goku asked his father-in-law to build a gravity training chamber. After all, now that he had a wife and son, it wasn't convenient to always run off to visit King Kai. It made sense to keep his training at home. Within these 5 years, Goku became accustomed to 100 times gravity, his normal battle power breaking through to 300,000. As things stood, outside of Frieza, Goku was the strongest in Universe 7, and could use the Kaioken up to 20 times. Perhaps because Goku's abilities had grown so extraordinary, even newborn Gohan displayed a battle power of 500. At first, he couldn't control his strength, and would frequently break his own bed while sleeping. Though Bulma's family was very wealthy, constantly having to deal with the wreckage was still a hassle. So Bulma gave Goku a task, that Gohan had to learn to control his strength. Evidently, Gohan's talent in martial arts far outshone even his father's. In just 3 days, he mastered ki control, a feat that had taken his father 3 months of egg balancing drills. Those 3 days of guidance made young Gohan fall in love with martial arts training. At only 5 years old, Gohan's battle power had already reached 2,000, a number that would make anyone green with envy. Videl, hearing this, quickly shook her head. "That won't do, Gohan. Won't your parents be upset if we don't go together?" Gohan shook his head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, they won't be mad. Hee, my mom and dad treat me really well. I want to take you flying today." "Huh? Flying? You're joking, right?" "Hee, just watch, Nimbus." At that, Gohan summoned the Nimbus cloud. The golden cloud flew over and playfully nuzzled against Gohan. "It's been a while, Nimbus. can you take Videl and me to Master Roshi's house? This was the very same Nimbus cloud that had accompanied Goku since childhood. Goku had taught Gohan how to summon it. Videl, seeing this, shrank back a little, hiding behind Gohan in fear. Seeing her hesitation, Gohan reassured her, "Don't be scared, Videl. The flying Nimbus is really gentle. Why don't you come over and give it a pat?" Videl nodded, then walked forward on tiptoe and reached out to touch the cloud. "It's so soft. This is really fun." Videl was completely delighted, her initial resistance vanishing. It seemed she couldn't help but fall for its charm. Gohan then gently lifted Videl onto the flying Nimbus. Off we go. Flying Nimbus, take us to Master Roshi's place." With that, Gohan and his companion soared into the sky. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma was growing a little anxious. "Honey, where do you suppose Gohan and Videl have gone? The time we agreed on is almost up. We're supposed to be having dinner at Master Roshi's." Goku just chuckled softly. "Don't worry. I bet Gohan took Videl on ahead. Just the other day, I taught him the words to summon the flying Nimbus." "Oh, well, I suppose that's fine. Gohan's strong. He'd never let Videl get hurt." Goku, it's been so long since we had some time alone." With a playful smile, Bulma leaned against Goku's chest. "We're going to be late. Let's wait till we get back." "No way. So what if we're late? Gohan will be there first anyway. Come here, my little prince. You'd better give in to your queen now." We'll let the imagination fill in what happens next. At that moment, a spaceship descended onto Earth. Out from the ship stepped a man with black hair, a green scouter over his left eye, dressed in battle armor. It was none other than Goku's older brother, Raditz. Raditz snorted, "Kakarot, where are you hiding?" Just then, a farmer walked by carrying a hunting rifle. Who are you?" Raditz turned on his scouter. "Oh, only a power level of 5? Pathetic. Kakarot, what have you been doing all these years?" A sudden movement, and the poor farmer collapsed to the ground. "Oh, there's someone over there with a power level of 600? Kakarot, is that you?" It was Piccolo. Thanks to 5 years of intense training with heavy gear, Piccolo's power level had now reached 5,000, and he had learned to suppress his energy. Clearly, Raditz was bound to regret going there. With only a power level of 1,500, he wouldn't last a moment against Piccolo. He'd be wiped out in a heartbeat. Piccolo was meditating at that moment, sensing someone landing behind him. He opened his eyes. "Who are you?" Raditz gave a cold laugh. "Oomph. You're not Kakarot, huh? Hey, you, the one who looks just like an Namekian. Where's Kakarot?" Piccolo replied, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Who? I don't know anyone by that name." "What? You don't even know about a seance? No matter if you're a Namekian or an Earthling. I'll teach you a lesson." In a split second, Raditz struck, launching an attack at Piccolo. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Piccolo grabbed Raditz in one swift motion. "Hey, you. Do you always attack without first assessing the strength of your opponent?" Raditz was visibly shocked. "What? You with a power level of 600 actually managed to grab me?" Piccolo chuckled lightly at his words. "Oh, 600 you say? Well, I don't believe my power is limited to just that number. I suppose that's just what your device is showing, right? Why don't you check my current power now?" With that, Piccolo released his grip. Startled, Raditz quickly activated his scouter. "What? FF 4000? You. How can your power level be that high?" Piccolo thought to himself. "So the effect of heavy armor can suppress my energy. Even with the suppression, my strength is measured at 4,000? That means my true power should be around 5,000. Just then, Piccolo's eyes caught a glimpse of Raditz's tail. "Wait a minute, the tail's just like that kid's. Son Goku is son." It was clear that Piccolo had seen Gohan before, back when the boy still had his tail. There's actually a movie adaptation with this scene, though I'm not going to delve into that storyline here. After all, given Goku's power, Gohan would never have been captured so easily anyway. Let's just consider a chance encounter. Raditz noticed Piccolo es siglans. That's right, the tail. Kakarot has one too. Someone as strong as you must know him, right? Piccolo nodded. I do know him, but the person you're looking for, Kakarot, goes by the name Son Goku here. Take my advice. If you're planning to cause him trouble, you'd best give up. His power level is even higher than the 4,000 you just saw from me. You'd be better off going back to where you came from. What? Kakarot's power level is over 4,000? Take me to him, quick. Piccolo shook his head. Why should I take you? With your pathetic strength, what could you possibly do if you found him? No, you don't understand. I'm his older brother. I came here to invite him to join us. Besides, I have 2 companions whose powers are even greater than yours. Stronger than 4,000? Piccolo thought in alarm. Judging from his reaction, he isn't lying. If people like that are coming to Earth, they're sure to bring trouble. Even if this weakling has limited power, he holds a lot of valuable information. It won't hurt to check in with Son Goku about this. Over the past 5 years, Piccolo had traveled the world, and he had grown to love this planet. It had become his home. If anyone threatened Earth, he would be the one to eliminate the danger. Goku was even stronger than he was. Surely Goku would have a plan. Right then, Piccolo thought, Son Goku might be in West City, or at the home of Master Roshi on the island. The best place to check first is Kame House. I'll take you. Follow me. Thus, Piccolo led Raditz toward Kame House. And so, gripping Raditz firmly by the back of his neck, Piccolo marched them both on the path to Kame House. Raditz protested indignantly. Hey, 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 how can you treat me like this? I'm a noble scion, you know. Piccolo replied coldly. I can't let you get away. After all, someone with a power level of 1,500 could easily destroy an entire city. I won't risk being careless. Listening through his scouter, Vegeta, dressed in his blue battle armor, heard this message and scoffed. T-Sich. Useless. So the Namekian has a power level of 4,000? Things are getting more interesting by the minute. Nappa then spoke up. Vegeta, with Raditz's power level of only 1,500, there's no way he can win against that guy. Should we go and save him? Vegeta sneered at the suggestion. Why bother? He's already been captured by the enemy. Why should I risk saving deadweight like him? However, what? Vegeta continued. I've heard that Namekians possess something called the Dragon Balls, magical orbs that grant wishes. I'm heading to Earth to capture one of them and force out the truth by any means necessary. Nappa asked, puzzled. Dragon Balls? Then why aren't we going straight to Namek? Isn't it a waste of time to go to Earth? Vegeta snapped, clearly annoyed. Idiot! The Namekians are a whole race, and if it's true they have these Dragon Balls, their power level will be formidable. That's why we go to Earth first. With your 4,000 power level, Nappa, you'll be enough to handle things there. Nappa nodded, then burst out laughing. Yeah, for 1,000, pretty surprising, but I can take them down easily. By the way, Vegeta, if these Dragon Balls are real, what would you wish for? Vegeta curled his lip in a sly smile. How about eternal life? Think about it, immortality. We could enjoy the thrill of battle forever. Why didn't I think of that? As Nappa grinned foolishly, Vegeta sneered inwardly, thinking, you'd better smarten up, Nappa, or else. Meanwhile, Gohan was flying through the sky with Videl. Videl threw out her arms and shouted joyfully, Woo! Gohan, flying feels absolutely amazing. Gohan gently steadied her by the waist. Right? Isn't it awesome? The first time I flew with my dad, I felt just like this. Yeah. Just then, Gohan spotted a green figure in the distance. He thought it looked familiar and moved closer out of curiosity. Excuse me, sir. Do I know you from somewhere? Hearing this, Videl glanced over as well. Huh? Green mister, are you sick or something? Raditz burst out laughing. Ha. Namekian, that little girl just asked if you were sick. That's hilarious. Shut up. At those words, Piccolo immediately turned to Gohan. Hey kid, where's your father? So you really do know my dad, mister? Hee. We met once before, right? Piccolo gave a curt nod. Yeah, we've met. What's your name, kid? My name's Son Gohan. And you, mister? Piccolo. At that moment, Raditz broke in. Hey, brat, how old are you? You already know how to fly. Gohan answered honestly. I'm 5. My dad taught me the air dance technique, so I can fly, but I can't carry anyone with me yet. I want to take my little sister somewhere for dinner, so I called for Nimbus. As Piccolo listened to Gohan openly revealing everything about himself, he snapped coldly. Hey, kid, didn't your father tell you not to give out your personal information to strangers? Gohan shook his head. Oh, my mom did tell me about that, but I thought Mr. Piccolo was my dad's good friend. It should be fine to say it. Piccolo's norted. Even if I am some sort of friend to your father, look at this guy I'm dragging along. He's no friend of yours, and you still went ahead and spilled everything. Gohan turned, glanced at Raditz, then shook his head. That guy's way too weak. He's not even a match for me. So does it really matter if I tell him? Before Piccolo could say anything, Raditz burst out angrily. What did you say? Brat, I'm a proud scion, and you dare compare me to yourself? You're just a 5-year-old kid. Do you even know what you're saying? Piccolo had long since sensed Gohan's power. Numerically, it was 600, stronger than Piccolo himself had been just 5 years ago. And this was without Gohan even powering up. By all signs, he was stronger than Raditz. Piccolo gestured toward Raditz. Go ahead and use your scouter. That kid isn't just boasting. Raditz quickly activated his scouter, and the screen flashed the number 600. What? 600? A 5-year-old kid with a power level of 600? How is this possible? Gohan cocked his head. Only 600? And I haven't even focused my energy yet. But never mind, I still need to look after Videl. Gathering my energy out of nowhere might hurt her. Even far away in outer space, Nappa and Vegeta were both stunned into silence. Napastamaret Vegeta. A 5-year-old kid with a battle power of 600. This is... Vegeta was a bit surprised, but still spoke with his usual indifference. T-Sage. That's nothing. When I was born, my power level was already 1,000. Don't make such a fuss. I'm guessing this is Kakarote's child with an earthling, right? Only Scion blood could produce that kind of strength. It makes you realize that Kakarote's current power must already have surpassed that Namekian called Piccolo. I estimate Kakarote's power level is probably somewhere around 6,000 by now. Nappa was shocked. SS 6,000. That can't be. How could a low-class warrior born with only a power level of 10 reach that? Oof. And why not? You really underestimate how high a Scion's potential can go. Every time a Scion comes back from the brink of death, their power increases. I bet that Kakarote kid has been through a ton of life-or-death battles. Hitting a power level of 6,000 isn't impossible. Sorry, my dear prince. Goku's base power level is actually 300,000 now. Gohan immediately piped up, his mouth running a mile a minute as he chatted away with Piccolo. Hey, Uncle Piccolo, you must know some really powerful moves, right? Can you tell me about them? Why on earth would I share my best secret techniques with the enemy? Huh, but my dad always shares his moves with me, like the Kaioken and stuff. Piccolo, a little piqued at the mention of Goku having other secret techniques, quietly cleared his throat. Ahem, I could tell you, but I want to hear about your dad's techniques in return. For example, that Kaioken. Just as Gohan was about to spill Goku's secrets, Videl, who had been quietly sitting in the front, could no longer hold back her dismay. Gohan, how could you just blur out Uncle Goku's special moves? That's so out of line. Clearly, Gohan had to listen. He was helpless when Videl put her foot down. With a guilty look, he immediately clammed up. You're right, Videl. That was wrong of me. Sorry, Uncle Piccolo, I really can't say. Piccolo nodded, dropping the matter without further comment. All right, Gohan, is it okay if I call you that? Gohan nodded with a smile. Of course, Uncle Piccolo. Yes, that young lady makes a good point. No matter who you meet, never reveal your signature techniques to anyone. I know, but my dad's Kaioken really doesn't have any weaknesses. It's just a pure power-boosting technique. What? No weaknesses? Gohan. Videl interjected firmly. Right. Gohan responded swiftly. Before long, the four of them arrived at Kame House. Let's update the power levels. 5 years later, the Dragon Ball team stands as follows. Krillin at 4,000, Yamcha, having slacked off on his training to focus on romance, at 3,800, Tien at 4,500, Kaiatsu at 3,500, Piccolo at 5,000, Chi-Chi, who often uses the gravity chamber thanks to her neighborly ties with Goku, has reached a fighting power of 20,000, Lazuli at 200,000, Lapis at 250,000, Goku at 300,000, and Vegeta at 180,000. Chi-Chi and Lazuli had long since arrived at Kame House. Spotting Gohan, Chi-Chi called out, Hey, Gohan, where are your brother and Goku? How'd you get here so early? Delighted to hear this, Gohan exclaimed. Uncle Chi-Chi, it's been ages since we last met. Without another word, Gohan dashed straight into Chi-Chi's arms. Gohan was especially fond of this uncle because every time he visited next door, Chi-Chi would shower him with candies, a treat less common at home, where his mother enforced stricter rules. After all, no mother could let a 5-year-old eat sweets every day. Chi-Chi gently ruffled Gohan's hair and said, Wait, didn't we just see each other yesterday? Has it really been that long? Gohan replied playfully, Hee, a single day apart feels like 3 years. Hello to you too, Sister Lazuli. Lazuli, overjoyed, ran over to join them. Hee, hello to you too, Gohan. Chi-Chi raised an eyebrow and teased. Hey, Gohan, how come you call Lazuli sister, but I'm just uncle? Before Gohan could respond, Lazuli's fist playfully came down upon Chi-Chi's head. Smack! What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? And no, not at all. Kiki Astidi replied. Lazuli then noticed Videl and said, Oh, Videl, you're here too. It really has been ages. How's your mom doing? Videl nodded and replied. She's well, Sister Lazuli. She actually asked me to send you her greetings. Just then, Chi-Chi caught sight of Piccolo. Hey, Piccolo, what a rare visitor. What brings you to Kame Island? Piccolo replied coolly, I just brought this guy along. He said he needs to see son Goku. He claims to be a Scion, and as Goku's good friend, you probably know something about that. Scion. Not just Chi-Chi, but everyone inside. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha came rushing out at the mention of that word. Piccolo was surprised. Oh, looks like you all know then. Chi-Chi nodded. Goku told us a long time ago that he was from another planet, a Scion. Their race was almost wiped out. Only a few of them are left now. Upon hearing this, Raditz chimed in excitedly. Yes, yes. I'm one of those Scions. Where's Kakarote? I need to see him. Krillin eyed Raditz and asked skeptically. Hey, why do you look so scrawny? Are you really from the same race as Goku? Indeed, except for Master Roshi, Raditz was the weakest one there. Raditz protested. What do you mean by looking so weak? I'm Kakaroto's big brother. Where's your manners? And you, little Baldy. Let's have a match and see who's really the weakest. Krillin shook his head. Come on. Who'd even care to fight someone as weak as you? What's the point? No way. I can't be the weakest. With that, Raditz activated his scouter. Krillin 1000. What? And you're acting all cocky? Let me tell you, my power level is 1,500. Dare to compare with me? Piccolo, hearing all this, just thought to himself, do these aliens only rely on gadgets to measure their opponent's strength? They can't even sense energy? Seems there's nothing to worry about after all. Krillin shook his head again. Hey, your scouter doesn't even work as well as Lazuli's. Why not check again? Smack. Lazuli's punch might have come late, but it landed all the same. Krillin, don't make comments about girls so casually. All right. At this point, Raditz began to doubt himself. 4,000. How is it possible for a human to have such a high power level? Oh, not bad. It's actually pretty accurate. Yeah, my power level is about what it says. So, do you still want to fight? I don't believe it. The scouter has to be broken. If you've got the guts, show me what you've got. Prove whether it's real. Krillin glanced at Piccolo. Hey, Piccolo, it should be fine if I just give him a light touch, right? Piccolo nodded. Yeah, just don't kill him. We still need to wait for Goku to arrive and sort things out. In a flash, Krillin made his move. He appeared right in front of Raditz in the blink of an eye. So fast. And then Krillin flicked Raditz right on the forehead. With a whack, Raditz went flying into the ocean. Krillin immediately felt a bit nervous. Oh, maybe I overdid it. Piccolo, he isn't dead, right? No, his armor can absorb some of the impact. He won't die, but he's probably knocked out cold. We better fish him out before it gets worse. So Piccolo moved quickly and pulled Raditz back from the water. Looking down at the unconscious Raditz, Piccolo shook his head and said, too weak. Meanwhile, on the other end, Vegeta heard everything through the communicator. He clenched his fists and shouted in rage. Unbelievable. That fool Raditz actually got taken out by a human, just like that. He's brought shame to the Scion name. Nappa quickly tried to calm him down. Vegeta, the guy does have a power level of 4,000. It probably didn't take much to take Raditz out. TCH. Of course I know that. Quit worrying, I just lost my temper for a moment. Let's keep listening. Before long, Goku and Bulma arrived at Kame House. They saw a group of people already waiting for them on the island. Goku said quietly, see, honey, I told you not to worry. Look, everyone came out just to greet us. Bulma blushed slightly when she heard this. Ahem, that won't happen again. Darling, let's go down. They must have been waiting a long time. The two of them landed together. Gohan immediately rushed into his mother's arms. Mom. Bulma stroked Gohan's head with a smile. Hey there, sweetheart. So, how did it feel flying with Videl? When I was little, your father used to take me flying just like that. Huh, really? I didn't know that. Bulma nodded. Yes, it's true. All right, Dad, there's a man who wants to see you. Hearing this, Goku thought to himself, so he's here. My brother, Raditz. Goku nodded. All right, I know who he is. Gohan, take me to him. Gohan eagerly took one of Goku's hands and one of Bulma's, leading both of them over to where Raditz was. Goku saw that Raditz had lost consciousness and turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, what happened? Why did he pass out? Piccolo gestured toward Krillin. Krillin here knocked him out with a single flick. Krillin hurriedly tried to explain. No, Goku, it's just he insisted on fighting me, so I gave him a little flick. Who knew he'd be so weak? Goku nodded and walked over to Raditz, gently holding out his pinky finger to pass him some energy. With his power level at 300,000, Goku was careful not to overwhelm Raditz and only used the smallest amount from his pinky. In a short while, Raditz began to stir and regain consciousness. Krillin, why don't you take everyone for lunch? I'll talk to him for a bit. Bulma, you come too. Krillin said, all right. Piccolo, do you want to join us? Piccolo nodded. Let's go. Of course, Piccolo's hearing was excellent, so even from inside he could still listen in on their conversation. Bulma, still confused, asked, Honey, who is he? Why do you need to talk to him one-on-one? Goku smiled. He's my brother, my real brother. I've told you about him before. Bulma's eyes widened in understanding, and she nodded quickly. Oh, I see, that explains it. Hello, brother, I'm Goku's wife. Raditz looked somewhat bewildered, gazing at Goku, whose face was the spitting image of their father, Bardock. After a moment, he nodded. Hello. Gohan chimed in as well. So you're my uncle. It's nice to meet you, uncle. Gohan was about to say more, but Bulma gently pulled him away toward the house. Gohan, don't interrupt Daddy and Uncle while they're talking. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Okay, I am starving. Raditz fell silent for a moment. Kick. Goku said softly, "Go on. What's the real reason you came to Earth?" Raditz quickly replied, "Kakarot, you must be the strongest on Earth by now, right? Come with us. We're planning to sell this planet." Wukong shook his head. "No way. Earth is my home now. There's no chance I'll let you take it away." Kakarot, stop being so stubborn. True, you're strong, but you're no match for my two companions. If you know what's good for you, join us. Wukong remembered that Raditz's scouter could connect to Vegeta's side. He gestured for Raditz to hand over the device. "Hey, that's my scouter. What do you want with it?" Without giving Raditz a chance to object, Wukong spoke directly into the scouter. "Hey, Vegeta, I know you can hear me. Let's have a talk." "Oh, Kakarot, you know who I am?" Vegeta's voice came through the device, clear and cold. Raditz thought to himself, "What the? I'm being monitored. I'm finished. If Vegeta finds out I've been humiliated here on Earth, he'll kill me, for sure. I know who you are, Vegeta. Word is you want to conquer Earth." "Oh, and if I do? And if I don't?" Wukong's tone suddenly shifted from his usual affability to a calm threat. "If it's true, you'll die by my hand. If it's not, you're welcome to come to Earth. I've got some things you'll want to hear." Vegeta burst out laughing, his voice ringing with pride. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, do you really think your pitiful fighting power could ever compare to mine? I don't know where your confidence comes from. As for your so-called news, are you sure you want to discuss it here? You can use a scouter to monitor Raditz, but don't you think Frieza might be listening to you too?" Vegeta's voice grew tense. He checked his device and realized Wukong was right. "What? Frieza? Lord Frieza? How do you know about him?" "Kakarot, as far as I know, you never even met him when you were sent to Earth." Wukong couldn't help but smile to himself. As expected of Vegeta, he picked up on what I really meant. He answered coolly, "I once trained under a great master. I heard about the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, from him." Vegeta replied, "Earth will be mine. I don't know how you learned about Lord Frieza, but I'll make sure to eliminate you." With that, there was a sharp crack. Vegeta crushed his scouter and destroyed Nappa's device as well. He clenched his fist. "Damn you, Frieza. Why are you doing this? Why are you spying on me?" Nappa quickly interjected. "Hey, Vegeta, now that the scouters are broken, how are we supposed to find Kakarot?" Vegeta whispered, "Don't speak too loudly. I suspect there are Frieza's listening devices hidden on the ship as well." Nappa, don't go thinking Frieza is some benevolent master. Him pulling this stunt means he doesn't trust us anymore. There's no turning back to Frieza now. Regardless of whether Kakarot's information is true or not, what he's told us is extremely important. This time, we must make a trip to Earth. On Earth, Goku heard a cracking sound. It meant that Vegeta had already destroyed his scouter. "Here, take it back," Goku said as he handed the device to Raditz. Raditz asked, "Kakarot, do you know something about Frieza?" Goku nodded. "Not only do I know, I also know that it was Frieza who destroyed planet Vegeta. Imagine working for the very man who wiped out your own people." Raditz was astonished. "What? But King Frieza said it was a meteor collision." "Don't be so naive," Goku retorted. "What Frieza fears most is our Saiyan warrior race. Our people were growing stronger, and he was terrified that a Super Saiyan would appear and overthrow his rule. That's why he destroyed planet Vegeta. The best proof is me. The very day after my father sent me to Earth, planet Vegeta was destroyed by a so-called meteor. Doesn't that strike you as just a bit too convenient? Frieza is a galactic emperor. Do you really believe there's any asteroid he couldn't wipe out with a single breath?" Hearing Goku's words left Raditz, doubting everything he thought he knew. "Gah, Kakarot, have you known all this since you were a child?" Goku nodded. "I've known from the beginning, which is why I push myself so hard, training every day for revenge. My power level has now reached 300,000. As long as Frieza hasn't transformed into his final form, I could finish him off if I use my full strength." Raditz only half believed what he heard. He was convinced that Frieza really was the one who destroyed planet Vegeta, but Goku's claim of having a power level of 300,000, that leap from 10,000 to 300,000 just sounded impossible. Goku gave Raditz a friendly pat on the back. "All right, you better stay put on Earth. With Vegeta destroying his scouter, you shouldn't go wandering off either. Stay on Earth, and I can even help you train. After all, with a power level of only 1,500, you're weaker than my 5-year-old son. How can you let yourself live with that?" Raditz asked in disbelief. "Is that really possible? I've never experienced any real training before." "Of course. Now let's get inside and eat. The food here on Earth is 1,000 times tastier than anything you've got on other planets." With that, Goku led Raditz into Kame's house for a meal. Meanwhile, inside the house, Piccolo was sitting in meditation, quietly eavesdropping on Goku's conversation. Hearing the number, 300,000 combat power, Piccolo shuddered, muttering, "What? 300,000? Goku, what on earth do I have to do to catch up with you?" Though if we're just talking about normal form, there's still a chance. But as soon as he goes Super Saiyan, all bets are off. Noticing this, Gohan curiously asked, Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong? Piccolo shook his head and replied, Nothing, I'm fine. At that moment, the door clicked open. Goku entered with Raditz by his side. Goku cheerfully began introducing him to the others. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Raditz, my real brother. Krillin, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi all gasped in unison, disbelief written across their faces. What? Goku's real brother? Krillin couldn't help but ask, it's hard to believe. Raditz, are you really Goku's real brother? You don't usually train or anything, do you? Raditz bristled at the implication, but given his own power was probably the weakest in the room, he could only admit, I am. As for training, honestly, I've never really tried it. I just know how to fight. Krillin nodded thoughtfully. Fighting, huh? So you all still fight, even out in space? Raditz nodded back. That's right. We Scions are a warrior race by nature. It was a long time ago, but even back then our technology let us travel across the stars. We battled the inhabitants of different planets, and after winning, we'd seize those worlds and then sell them off for wishes or cash. Goku, who'd overheard this before, and Piccolo, who'd just been eavesdropping, weren't particularly surprised by this revelation. Kiki frowned. Sell them off? Isn't that just like being an invader? Raditz, you didn't come to Earth planning to conquer it, did you? Raditz shrugged, unimpressed by her tone, and answered frankly, Yeah, at first that's exactly what my two companions and I had in mind. But seeing your strength made me abandon that idea, especially Kakarot here. Just now, he claimed his combat power is 300,000. Maybe he's exaggerating, but I'm sure he's stronger than my partners. Everyone, except for Gohan and Bulma, was stunned. 300,000? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Lazuli exchanged glances. Is Goku really that strong? Kiki asked in Dizbidyeth. Lazuli nodded. He is. If you go by numbers, my combat power is about 200,000. Goku often asks me to spar, and since I don't have much else to do, I usually agree. Lazuli, who lived next door to the Capsule Corporation thanks to Bulma, never had to worry about rent or utilities. She often joined the Briefs family for meals, and aside from buying clothes, she spent most days at home. The prize money from Chi-Chi's championship, 10 million, and the 5 million Mr. Satan gave them all went to Bulma for investments. Over 5 years, those investments had already doubled. Hearing Lazuli's words, Krillin suddenly started doubting his whole life. Goku, haven't we always trained together? So how come your progress is so much faster than mine? Before Goku could answer, Gohan chimed in, Uncle Krillin, when you and Dad train together, you're only using the gravity room at 10 times Earth's gravity. Even I can handle that now, but you're still stuck at the same level. But when Dad trains by himself, he uses 100 times gravity. Just looking at those numbers, can't you imagine how enormous that pressure must be? 100 times? Yamcha said in wonder, Krillin, what is that gravity room? I don't get what you mean by 10 or 100 times gravity. Honestly, I don't really know the details either. I just follow along during training. Lazuli, exasperated, said, Dummies, it's obvious from the name alone. 10 times gravity means it's 10 times stronger than the gravity on Earth. It's not so different from your old weighted training, except that in this case, say Krillin weighs 50 kilograms. Inside a 10 times gravity room, it'd feel like carrying 500 kilograms of weights pressing down at all times. Does that make sense now? Oh, now I get it. The group nodded in enlightenment. With the conversation heating up, Bulma hurriedly got to her feet, dragging her husband and her big brother over to the dining table. All right, that's enough chatting. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Big bro, try some Earth food and see if it suits your taste. Raditz nodded and picked up his chopsticks, taking a bite. Delicious. Kakarot, have you really been eating all this good stuff during your years on Earth? Raditz felt a bit envious. He almost wished he had landed on Earth himself back then. After years wandering through space, he'd never tasted food like this, and now his appetite was thoroughly awakened. Goku grinned. If you like it, eat as much as you want, big brother. Something occurred to Goku just then, but he decided it could wait until after the meal. Once everyone was full, Goku spoke up. Krillin, Piccolo, Krillin again, and Yamcha, my brother's other two companions, are really strong. Do you guys want to challenge them? See how you fare. Krillin asked with curiosity, how strong are they? Well, one has a fighting power of 7,000, and the other is at 28,000. So anyone interested? Yamcha nearly jumped out of his seat. What, 28,000? There's no way we can beat someone like that. Maybe Krillin could handle the one with 7,000, but for the one with 28,000, we wouldn't stand a chance. Goku shook his head. All you need is some training, right? You still have a whole year before they show up. Sure, I could beat them easily now, but don't you all want to try? Or are you giving up before the fight even starts? Krillin looked uncertain. But Goku, it's only a year. Even with hard training, I don't see how we'd get that much stronger. I'd recommend training with Kami, Goku said encouragingly. That's the same training I went through. Krillin and Yamcha naturally knew that ever since Goku went to train with Kami, he'd made rapid progress. So much so that they couldn't even catch a trace of his shadow anymore. Krillin exclaimed, "Really? In that case, I want to go too." Yamcha chimed in, "Kami, huh? Then count me in as well. A year from now, I want another match, this time with those two Scions." As for Piccolo, now that he had found compassion within himself, the name Kami didn't carry much weight for him anymore. He spoke up without hesitation. "With a power of 7,000, in a year I should be fine. But hitting 28,000, that's a real challenge. I'm off to train. Gohan, if fate allows, we'll meet again." After saying his goodbyes to Gohan, Piccolo promptly took off into the sky. Gohan nodded and waved. "See you next time, Uncle Piccolo." Right at that moment, Goku turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, would you like to train together with your Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Yes, I think he's really cool." "Then why not go and invite him to train at our place?" Goku suggested with a grin. Gohan was overjoyed. "Really? I can do that." Goku tousled Gohan's hair affectionately. "Of course you can. But before you go, be sure to say goodbye to Videl. Mom and Dad will take her home." With that, Gohan said his farewells to Videl and hurried off after Piccolo. As Bulma saw Gohan soar away, she realized it had been a long time since she and Goku had had the house to themselves. She quickly spoke up, "Everyone, Goku and I have some things to take care of, so we'll be heading out first. Videl, let's go home." "Sure, Auntie," Videl replied politely. Goku then turned to Raditz. "Big brother, come with us." "Oh, all right." With that, everyone began to disperse. And so, Goku and Bulma took Raditz back to Capsule Corporation. Mr. Satan was already waiting outside the doors. He called out, "Videl, did you have a good time?" Videl nodded. "Yes, I did. Dad, let's go home." Mr. Satan swept Videl up onto his shoulder, turned to Goku, and expressed his gratitude. "Master Goku, thank you for looking after Videl today. We'll be heading off." Goku replied, "No need to thank me, Mr. Satan. See you around." Bye. As soon as they got inside, Bulma tugged at Goku, eager to pull him to the bedroom, but Goku gently declined. "Honey, my brother is still here. Let's wait till tonight, and then I'm all yours." Bulma pouted, but relented. "Fina, why don't you take your brother around? I'm going to rest for a bit." With that, Bulma headed to her room. After she left, Raditz leaned in close to Goku and whispered, "Little brother, your wife's really something. Can you handle her?" Goku just chuckled softly. "I manage. Come on, I'll show you the gravity chamber." Raditz's interest was immediately piqued. "All right, Kakarot, show me what you got." Goku led Raditz to the gravity chamber. At that moment, Dr. Brief was inside, working on something. Goku stepped forward and asked, "Dad, what are you working on?" "The gravity chamber is already perfect." Dr. Brief turned around when he heard this. "Oh, Goku, I'm adding a music feature to it. Training all the time must get pretty dull for you, so I thought I'd spice it up a bit. The gravity chamber is ready to use." "Huh? And who's this?" It was only then that Dr. Brief noticed Raditz. Goku explained, "Oh, Dad, this is my older brother. I brought him home to stay with us for a while." Dr. Brief greeted him warmly. "Oh, so you're Goku's big brother?" "Hello there." Raditz, a little shy, replied, "Hello, sir." After a few pleasantries, Goku led Raditz into the gravity chamber. Raditz looked around, his eyes wide with amazement. Incredible. The precision of this technology is just as good as anything in Frisia's army. "Kakarot, is this your father-in-law's latest invention?" Goku nodded. "Yeah, you could say my dad is the best scientist on Earth. Those capsule gadgets we use, they're his work too. I bet even across the universe, nothing else is this convenient." Raditz nodded in agreement. "Impressive, truly." Goku then activated 10 times gravity. Raditz glanced at the control display, which now read a 10, and, feeling nothing unusual, asked curiously, "Kakarot, why doesn't 10 times Earth's gravity put any pressure on me at all?" Goku chuckled softly. "That's because planet Vegeta's gravity is exactly 10 times greater than Earth's. Plus, a lot of other planets in space have stronger gravity than Earth's, so you're just used to it. For me, though, I was sent straight to Earth before I ever experienced 10 times gravity. That's also why aliens tend to be much stronger fighters than Earthlings. The environments we grow up in are worlds apart." Raditz nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is." Goku continued. "Next, I'll set it to 20 times gravity. That's like 10 times heavier than even planet Vegeta. Try staying on your feet now." He adjusted the setting to 20 times gravity. In an instant, Raditz was slammed to the ground. "What? It's so heavy. So this is what high gravity feels like. I can't even move." Goku grinned. "Hey, Good thing your battle armor is made from lightweight materials. If it were any heavier, this gravity would crush you, armor and all. When I tried this my first time, I was wearing a full set of iron gear. Just thinking about it gives me chills. That trip to the hyperbolic time chamber was the closest Goku ever came to death. All right, big brother, try sitting down cross-legged. Let yourself get used to the gravity little by little. Raditz, uncertain, asked, Kakarot, what's sitting cross-legged? I've never heard of it. Wukong nodded, feeling a pang of discomfort inside. Big brother, this just isn't right. It really looks like he's never trained before. How pitiful. Following Vegeta and only knowing how to invade planets, without even understanding what it means to train. Then Wukong spoke gently. Come, big brother, let me show you. Sit cross-legged like me. Place your hands together in a meditative pose, then close your eyes. Try your best to control your breathing. Long, slow inhales and exhales. Raditz nodded and followed his instructions. It was clear that Raditz possessed a natural talent for cultivation. He simply never had anyone to guide him. He mimicked Wukong's posture, clumsily assuming his meditative pose, trying to follow as best he could. Wukong nodded approvingly. Very good, just like that. Under the burden of gravity, breathing becomes chaotic. When you can breathe smoothly under this pressure, that's the time to stand up and try walking. Raditz had never experienced such warmth and kindness, and an ache grew in his heart. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Kakarot, my brother. Wukong sensed Raditz's emotions were overflowing. We're real brothers. Helping each other is only natural. Raditz choked back his sobs. Yes, I'm sorry, Kakarot. I need to apologize for what I did before. I never should have made up my mind to invade Earth. Wukong didn't say anything more. One heartfelt embrace settled everything that needed to be said. It's all right. Admitting your mistake is what matters. Give this training your best, and maybe you'll even have a chance to surpass Vegeta. To Raditz, Vegeta was a figure that seemed forever out of reach. Could I really do that? That's Vegeta we're talking about. Of course you can. As the eldest, you ought to set an example for Gohan. If you can withstand 30 times gravity, surpassing Vegeta is certainly within reach. Yes, I'll give my all. Meanwhile, Gohan had tracked down Piccolo by sensing his energy. Seeing Piccolo meditating, Gohan hurried forward. Piccolo slowly opened his eyes. Gohan, what brings you here? Gohan grinned. Hee hee, Uncle Piccolo, I wanted to invite you to come train at my house with me. Piccolo shook his head. No, thanks. I've always been one to go it alone. But Gohan wasn't about to take no for an answer. He tugged insistently at Piccolo's cape. Come on, Uncle Piccolo, it'll make you super strong. Aren't you even a little interested in gravity room training? Piccolo was tempted. Training in a gravity room was undeniably effective. But someone as proud as he was would never say so out loud. No, that's your father's training ground. I shouldn't take advantage of it. Huh? Take advantage? Dad's not the only one with a gravity room. If he was, Uncle Krillin wouldn't have gotten so much stronger, would he? Gohan, aren't you totally selling your dad out here? Upon hearing there was an extra gravity chamber, Piccolo's eyes lit up. Really? Are you sure, son? Goku would let me use it. Gohan explained. Of course. Dad gave me permission to come, and he's busy coaching Uncle Raditz in training. Uncle Krillin will definitely be here too. With so many people, we can't all cram into a single gravity chamber. Without hesitation, Piccolo stood up. All right, Gohan, I'm in. Let's go. All that talk. And in the end, he couldn't resist after all. Led by Gohan, Piccolo made his way back to Capsule Corporation. By coincidence, Bulma had just woken up and was stretching with a yawn. Ah, Gohan, you're home. Huh? Piccolo, what brings you here? Gohan replied promptly, Mom, Dad asked me to bring Uncle Piccolo along for training. Just like that, Gohan threw Goku under the bus. Internally, Bulma fumed. Goku? Another one? There were barely enough moments for the two of us already. Having your brother here is fine, but now Piccolo, too? And next it's going to be Krillin. Are you doing this on purpose? Despite the complaints swirling in her mind, Bulma managed a polite smile. Oh, your dad should be over at the gravity chamber. Go ahead and find him. Gohan nodded. All right, Mom. Uncle Piccolo, let's go. I'll show you the way. Piccolo nodded as well. Okay. Once Gohan and Piccolo had vanished from sight, Bulma finally said with exasperation, honestly, Goku is just too much sometimes. It wasn't long before Gohan led Piccolo to the gravity chamber and knocked on the door. Dad, can we come in? Hearing them, Goku called out, come on in. But Gohan reminded Piccolo, at 20 times gravity, he needs to take off his weighted gear or he's going to have a rough time. Gohan replied, got it. Uncle Piccolo, you should take off your weighted gear. Piccolo nodded. I know. I take it off even if you didn't remind me. After shedding his heavy gear, Piccolo stood revealed in his distinctive purple martial arts uniform. Gohan's eyes sparkled. Uncle Piccolo, that GI is so cool. Piccolo, hearing this, gently placed his hand on Gohan's head. In an instant, Gohan found himself dressed in an identical Piccolo-style GI. Gohan exclaimed in delight. This is amazing. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo gave a soft laugh. I'm glad you like it. I picked out a sharper-looking set just for you. As they entered the chamber set to 20 times Earth's gravity, Piccolo was immediately pressed down by its immense weight. Wow, this is intense. But with his warrior's strength, he managed to stand and move, if only just. Hearing the commotion, Raditz opened his eyes. Namekian, is that all your power can do? Just barely stand up under this gravity? Piccolo replied. It's definitely a challenge. Goku, I have to hand it to you. This kind of training is sure to make us stronger. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Gohan, don't come in here. This is way too tough for you. But Gohan, unfazed, simply opened 2 bottles of soda and handed them to Raditz and Goku. Uncle, Dad, you've worked hard. Have something to drink. Raditz took the bottle and nodded. Thank you. Goku accepted his soda without hesitation. This tastes really good. Gohan, you can start off with some one-handed push-ups. Yes, sir. Raditz stared at Gohan, who seemed completely unbothered by the gravity, and exclaimed in shock. Kakarot, your son can move like it's nothing under these conditions? How is that even possible? Piccolo, too, was watching Gohan with great curiosity. Goku looked at Gohan and nodded approvingly. Gohan explained, Uncle, I've had incredible strength since I was little. I just couldn't control it at all. I'd often break my own bed while sleeping. Mom was pretty frustrated about it. Even though our family is well off, it's not right to keep troubling the housekeepers to clean up after me. So to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mom asked Dad to teach me how to control my power. I've been used to 10 times gravity for a while now, and only recently have I managed to handle 20 times. Piccolo listened and asked with a frown, but Gohan, your energy doesn't actually feel that strong. How come? Goku responded, exactly as Gohan said. I taught him to contain his energy. In reality, Gohan's true fighting power isn't much different from yours, Piccolo. Raditz ground his teeth and blurted, What? Kakarot, are you saying that I've been surpassed by a 5-year-old kid? Note, Gohan's battle power as a 5-year-old is 5,000, different from the original story where he never trained before the age of 5. With Gohan's talent and gravity training, hitting 5,000 at this age seems possible. Goku nodded. Yes, you could put it that way. Gohan's far ahead of you now. As they talked, Gohan had already started his training, doing one-handed push-ups. Goku watched his son with pride and said, I'm really proud of this kid. Seeing that even a 5-year-old could reach this level, Piccolo gritted his teeth and began pacing around the training area, thinking he couldn't just sit back and watch. At that moment, Raditz suddenly remembered something, puzzled by the absence of the unique Saiyan tails on Goku and Gohan. Kakarot, what happened to your tail and Gohan's? That's the source of our Saiyan power. Gohan perked up in confusion. Huh? Dad, did I have a tail? Goku nodded. You did, right after you were born. But later, I went to see Kami and had your tail removed. Removed? Kakarot, how could you? Wukong shook his head. Big brother, you know as well as I do. When the full moon rises, that tail turns us into giant apes. I didn't want to ever hurt your sister-in-law, Bulma, so I had mine surgically removed back when I was just 9. But Gohan's situation was different. I asked Earth Guardian to remove his painlessly with a bit of divine help. Raditz stared, unable to comprehend Wukong's drastic actions. How could you do that? It's unthinkable. Wukong replied. It's perfectly possible. Look at me, I got rid of my tail, but that's never stopped my training. I'm living proof that a Saiyan doesn't need a tail to grow stronger. You should cherish yours while you can, big brother, because in a few days I'm taking you to get rid of it too. Raditz instantly felt like he'd stepped into a den of wolves. No, Kakarot, if only I'd known, I'd never have come to Earth. This is outrageous. Goku just chuckled totally at ease. Earth is my turf. You're not the only one. I'm going to make sure Vegeta and Nappa lose theirs too. I won't allow anyone or anything that threatens this planet to stick around. As he spoke, Wukong let a hint of menace slip into his tone. Seeing that, Raditz broke out in a cold sweat and blurted, Kakarot, don't look at your own brother like that. Fine, I'll get rid of it. Gohan was used to hearing Bulma's stories from when he was little, how kind his dad always was to his mom, and even about the whole tail thing. He'd heard it so often that it almost made his ears ring. The thought that his father had made such sacrifices at just 9 years old was humbling. Gohan knew he could never have managed the same. Yet if anything ever threatened his mother or family, of one thing Gohan was sure. He'd fight back with everything he had, no matter who it was. Losing his tail was a small price compared to that. Piccolo shook his head. Raditz, you just don't get it. The bonds people share can make them do almost anything. That's something I've learned from roaming this world for the last 5 years. Raditz nodded. All right, I get it. I'm going back to meditate. Piccolo, big brother, keep the gravity at 20 times for now. That's enough, said Wukong. Don't raise it without me around. It's dangerous. Gohan, you've done enough for today, too. It's time for some rest. 2 hours a day. That was all Goku allowed Gohan for training. His son was still young, and spending longer in high gravity would harm his development. Gohan nodded. Already? Is training over? Today just flew by. Wukong smiled. Say goodnight to Uncle Piccolo and your uncle, Gohan. It's bedtime. Gohan turned and called, Good night, Uncle Piccolo. Good night, Uncle Raditz. Piccolo nodded. Good night. Raditz replied, Yeah. With that, Wukong took Gohan to the bathroom to wash up. Then they returned to their room. Bulma turned to the side, her posture suggesting she was a little miffed. Goku, fully aware of his sweet wife's temperament, immediately wrapped his arms around her from behind. Sorry, honey, I made the decision on my own to invite Raditz and Piccolo over without discussing it with you. Bulma opened her eyes and shook her head. It's fine, dear. I don't mind you having your friends over. But if it's too many people, we hardly get any time to ourselves. Ever since Gohan was born, those moments have already been so rare, and now, with this crowd, it makes me really upset. They had always been open with each other, saying what was on their minds and never bottling things up. In the many years they'd been together, they never once had a serious argument. Hearing this, Goku burst out laughing. So that's what it is. Don't worry, Bulma. In a few days, once Raditz and Piccolo have settled in, I'll just use my copies to look after them. It's been ages since we last traveled. Let's make some plans for a trip, just the two of us. Bulma turned her head, face lighting up with delight. Woohoo! Really, honey? That's wonderful. You're right. If they're not that strong, your duplicates can keep an eye on them. We'll have Gohan stay with Mom and Dad. Hee hee, you're the best, sweetheart. Goku pulled her close, holding her in his embrace as they drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, Goku went straight to the gravity chamber, where he found Raditz and Piccolo meditating. Goku called out, Hey Raditz, Piccolo, did you guys really meditate in here all night? Piccolo replied in his usual calm tone, I don't sleep, so I just sat here through the night. Raditz, on the other hand, did get some shut-eye. Judging by his state, though, I think he pretty much passed out. Goku scratched his head. I completely forgot to show Raditz's room. That's my mistake. On a whim, Goku took out some Senza beans. After all these years, he would often go to visit Corinne to restock, and although he already had a big jar of them, you could never have too many. After he fed a Senza bean to Raditz, Raditz's power, dormant for so long, suddenly surged, breaking through from 1,500 to 3,000. Raditz stood up, flexing his hands. Whoa, so this is what a breakthrough feels like. Kakarot, the gravity feels so much lighter now at 20 times the normal level. What's going on? Apparently, Vegeta had never told Raditz that when Scions recover from a near-death state, their power levels dramatically increase. Goku looked puzzled. Raditz, hasn't Vegeta ever told you about this Scion secret? Raditz shook his head. We Scions have secrets like that. I just thought we were way stronger than people from other planets. That's all I ever knew. Wukong spoke slowly. Then let me tell you a bit about what it means to be a Scion. Scions are a warrior race, born to fight. And the more we battle, the stronger we become. There's also the matter of Scion blood. Every time a Scion fights to the brink of death and then recovers, our strength increases dramatically. Right now, your power is leagues above what it used to be. It wasn't just Raditz. Even Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Wukong, is that really true? Wukong replied, Absolutely. How else do you think I've gotten so strong? Training is part of it, but bloodline plays a crucial role too. Piccolo let out a wry chuckle. Scions really are a terrifying race. You just keep getting stronger the more you fight, huh? Raditz nodded, clenching his fists tightly. So that's how it is. I can actually feel an incredible surge of power coursing through me now. Excellent. Today, I'll take you to get your tail removed, big brother. Krillin and the others will be there. You can spar with them. All right. Raditz's stomach then made an emphatic growl. Face flushing with embarrassment, Raditz said, Kakarot, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving right now. Of course. It just happens to be breakfast time. Let's go. Piccolo, would you like to join us? Piccolo said, No thanks, I don't really eat food. Some water will do for me. You go ahead, don't worry about me. So, Wukong led Raditz into the kitchen. Because both Wukong and Gohan trained hard and had enormous appetites, breakfast was specially prepared for them. In the center of the dining table stood a huge platter piled high with tomahawk steaks, surrounded by an array of side dishes, vegetables, fruits, and more. Gohan was already there, fork and knife in hand, happily digging in. When he saw Wukong walk in, his face lit up and he called out, Dad, Uncle, you're here, come on, come on. The steak is delicious today. I've already eaten 4 pieces. Oh, we're having steak today? Gohan, don't just eat meat. You need your vegetables too for a balanced diet. I know, but I just love meat. Vegetables are the worst. Yukong shook his head with a smile. Big brother, make yourself at home. Since it's just us, I won't bother with utensils. The aroma was so tempting that Yukong's mouth was watering uncontrollably. He grabbed a steak with his hands and began wolfing it down, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Raditz, still feeling a bit like a guest, hadn't used utensils before but was quick to learn. He watched Gohan and copied his way of eating. Looking around and noticing only Yukong and Gohan, Raditz asked, puzzled, Kakarot, where are your wife and the others? The uncle and aunt from earlier? Why aren't they eating with us? Yukong stumbled through his reply. Well, Gohan and I eat so much that this place is just for the 2 of us to have an extra meal. We already ate a bit earlier, just the 2 of us. Gohan nodded. Yes, Uncle, Dad says the family should eat together. So after we finish breakfast with Grandpa and Grandma, we come here for an extra meal. As for Mom, well, she loves to sleep in. Haven't her get up early for breakfast? Impossible. Suddenly, the air seemed to grow colder. Goku lowered his head and kept eating, saying nothing, because Bulma was already standing behind Gohan. Sensing the chill, Gohan turned to look. And Mom, isn't this my beautiful mother herself? Good morning. Bulma narrowed her eyes and said, Oh, Gohan, I heard some little rascals been talking behind their mom's back. Do you happen to know who that might be? Cold sweat beaded on Gohan's forehead as he stammered. Ahem, I really don't think that's possible, is it? How could a son ever say anything bad about his own mother? Bulma let it go without much fuss and glanced at the steaks on the table, then spoke up. That's better. Huh, all we have today is steak. Seriously, cutting corners again, especially with Big Brother visiting today. The food is way too plain. Raditz let out a light laugh. Don't worry, sister-in-law. This is already delicious, and there's plenty to go around. Goku swallowed his bite and chimed in. Honey, have you eaten yet? Want to join us for a little bit? Bulma shook her head. No need, dear. Little me is calling me over for breakfast. She says she wants to thank us for looking after her yesterday. She let out a yawn. Honestly, making a phone call over such a small thing ruined my beauty sleep. I'm heading out now. Goku called after her. By the way, honey, I'll be taking Big Brother to the lookout later. Just letting you know. Okay, got it. Gohan, Big Brother, see you later. In the past 5 years, Bulma had grown out of her childhood habit of sticking close to Goku, no longer insisting on following him everywhere he went. After the meal, Goku set off toward Korin Tower with Raditz, while Gohan stayed home to train with Piccolo. Today, Goku had specially given Gohan permission for extra-long training, which Gohan happily agreed to. The real reason being that Goku was a bit concerned if Dr. Brief or Mrs. Brief saw Piccolo's face, they might be startled, so having Gohan around could help smooth things over. Since the lookout was directly above Korin Tower, Goku had already informed Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Kairatsu ahead of time. With Chi-Chi's power level now at 20,000, even Kami had nothing more to teach her, so she would continue advancing by training alongside Goku at 30 times gravity. As long as she could remain steady and composed during meditation, she could even surpass Vegeta. At the base of Korin Tower, Tenshinhan and Kairatsu were the first to arrive, with Yamcha following as the third. Tien spoke up. Yamcha, Goku, and I talked on the phone about that Scion, but it was all so rushed. Who exactly is this mysterious figure? Yamcha nodded and retold everything he had seen and heard earlier at Kame House for Tien. What? 7,000 in fighting power? And someone with 28,000? No one like that would come to Earth for anything good. Hearing this, Kairatsu asked in confusion, But isn't Goku with us? Shouldn't we be safe from that? Scion, whoever he is. Yamcha replied, With Goku here, of course nothing big will happen to Earth. But aren't you even a little curious to match your skills against such a powerful opponent? Tien considered this and said, I see. No wonder Goku wanted us to seek out Kami for guidance in our training. So this was his plan all along. Someone with 7,000. With my abilities, plus Kami's training, I might actually have a shot. But as for the one with 28,000, I'll leave that to Chi-Chi. Yamcha nodded in agreement. All right then, when the time comes, let's settle who gets to fight whom with a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Soon after, Krillin and Chi-Chi also arrived at Korin's sanctuary. Yamcha noticed Chi-Chi was alone and asked, a little puzzled, Where's Launch? Did you two have a fight or something? Chi-Chi sighed and explained, No, she went out to dinner with Sister Mai, and Bulma's there too. She just couldn't make it here with us. You know, unlike Goku, Launch just can't get into these training sessions. Her power is so far above ours that, from her point of view, our training must look like kids playing make-believe. Watching us isn't nearly as fun for her as hitting the town with her girlfriends and catching up. Yamcha let out an awkward laugh. Ahaha, I get it. Just then, Goku arrived as well, bringing Raditz along with him. Krillin turned to Raditz in shock. Whoa, Raditz, your power has gone up, and it's only been a day. Raditz curled his lip. Hey, I'm Kakarot's older brother. What's so strange about getting stronger? Krillin protested. But it's only been a day. Actually, not even a full day. This defies all logic. Raditz answered smugly. Cry if you want, for not being born a scion. For us scions, breaking through limits is as easy as drinking water. Goku shook his head and stepped in before things got out of hand. All right, enough bickering. Let's go. I'll take you to Kami's lookout. He led Krillin and the others, and they began to rise up toward the skies. On the way, they passed by Korin's tower. Goku spotted a chubby man in orange martial arts clothes. It was Yajirobe. Face-palming, Goku thought to himself, I never even brought him here. How did he end up in this place? Then Goku saw Korin, the squinty-eyed sage cat. Goku, I know why you're here, Korin said. Take this lazy glutton up to Kami's lookout with you. He needs some serious training. Yajirobe protested. Hey. I told you, I'm not going. Why are you old cat sage, forcing me like this? Korin lifted his staff and rapped Yajirobe on the head. You scoundrel. All you do is laze around and eat. You've already devoured a mountain of sins of beans in one sitting. If you keep this up without training, you'll explode from overeating. Clutching his head, Yajirobe cried out in pain. Ow, stop hitting me. Fine, I'll go, all right? I guess you can't say no after someone feeds you. Goku, I can't fly. You have to carry me. Luckily, Goku had managed to grab a few sins of beans in advance, so Yajirobe hadn't managed to polish them all off. After all, receiving Senzu beans from Korin meant they owed him a favor. Refusing such a small request was out of the question. All right, climb onto my back. I'll carry you up, Goku offered. Without hesitation, Yajirobe leaped onto Goku's back and made a silly face at Korin. See you, old cat. Nye. He even stuck out his tongue for good measure. Krillin called out, Goku, what are you doing? Aren't we heading up? Yeah, let's keep going. Just follow the power pole all the way up. It leads straight to the heavenly realm, Goku replied. When they arrived, Mr. Popo was already waiting patiently. He greeted them with a gentle smile. Welcome. Kami has been expecting all of you for some time. Please, come with me. It was Krillin and the others' first time meeting Mr. Popo, and he seemed endlessly mysterious to them. Krillin hesitated. Goku, should we? Goku nodded reassuringly. Come on, don't be scared. Mr. Popo is really kind. With Goku leading the way, the others followed him into the room. Before Krillin and his friends managed to say anything, Chi-Chi blurted out, almost involuntarily, Huh? Piccolo, what are you doing here in the heavenly realm? Suddenly, Goku smacked her lightly with his fist. Don't be silly. Haven't I told you before that Piccolo is Kami's dark half? Chi-Chi, that was really rude. The rest of the group breathed a sigh of relief that they hadn't spoken up. Rubbing her head, Chi-Chi yelped, Ow. Goku, I just forgot, okay? I'm sorry, Kami. It won't happen again. Kami shook his head with a gentle smile after hearing her apology. No need to worry. I'm not offended. Goku, are these the ones you've brought for training this time? Goku nodded. Yes, these are the ones who will be training under you. Krillin, Yamcha, Kairatsu, and Tin. Just the four of them. He quickly introduced the group to Kami. Chi-Chi, puzzled, asked, What about me, Goku? Do I not get to stay here? Goku shook his head. No, you don't need to. Your fighting strength is already high enough. There's very little left you can learn from Kami. I'll handle you myself. As for my big brother, I'll mentor him personally. Kami understood and nodded. I see. So, Goku, you're here to have me remove your brother's tail, is that right? Goku replied, That's right. I'll leave it to you. Big brother, go ahead. Hearing this, Raditz hesitated, somewhat reluctant. Huh? Kakarot, do you really have to get rid of my tail? Wukong firmly refused, saying righteously, No, it has to be done. If you want her tail, that's fine too, but you can only keep it after you defeat Vegeta. Until then, I'll keep cutting it off every time it grows back. There's a year and a half before Vegeta gets to Earth, so you might have to lose your tail 4 times in the meantime. It's up to you. Make your choice. Raditz was shaken to the core by what he heard, his confidence faltering. What? You want me to beat Vegeta in a year and a half? That's impossible. Wukong shook his head. All the more reason for you to get rid of your tail once and for all. I can't just kick my own brother out, so I have to be tough with you. Every time your tail grows back, I'm cutting it off. You'll see how cold and painful it is. Maybe that'll help you decide. Raditz still couldn't bring himself to do it, biting his lip as he made his choice. Kakarot, you do it. I can't do it myself. Wukong nodded. You'll regret this decision. A sharp slicing sound rang out. Ark! Raditz felt the agony of losing his tail, a pain so intense, it was as though his very life was being torn from him. He collapsed to his knees, unable to get up, his beliefs completely shattered by the overwhelming pain. It hurts too much. I can't take it, Kakarot. Please ask Cammy to get rid of my tail for good. I never want to see it again. Wukong nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Cammy, I'll leave it to you. Cammy nodded back and raised his hand, laying it gently on Raditz' head. Gradually, beams of light began to shimmer and dance. Krillin whispered under his breath, Wukong is seriously scary. I'm never making him mad, ever. Everyone else nodded in silent agreement. Soon enough, Cammy finished his work. From that moment on, Raditz would never grow his tail again. Though Raditz had tried to be resolute, as he looked at his severed tail, a wave of sorrow washed over him. While Raditz was lost in his grief, far away in the depths of space, Frisia's presence loomed. Frisia smiled coldly. Zarbon, send Shui to wipe out Vegeta. How dare they destroy my bug? They should have wiped out the Scions entirely. So Shui will finish Vegeta in Nappa, then head to Earth to kill that Kakarot fellow. While he's at it, have him investigate those Dragon Balls, the secret to eternal life. Find out if it's real. If it is, our next destination is Planet Namek. The green-haired Zarbon bowed. Yes, Lord Frisia. I'll make the arrangements right away. Following Frisia's order, Zarbon relayed the command to Chui. Chui, how are things between you and Vegeta? Thinking he was being tested, Chui answered calmly. Lord Zarbon, Vegeta, and I have always gotten along famously. Sabo let out a gentle laugh. Stop pretending you don't know the truth. Everyone knows about your feud with Vegeta. Even Lord Frisia is well aware you two are at each other's throats. Shio, he straightened up and bowed solemnly. I apologize. I spoke out of turn. Lord Sabo, could you perhaps put in a good word for me with Lord Frisia? I promise I'll do better. I won't do anything that could threaten our unity. Sabo shook his head. Shio, you're not being honest with me, so I'll be direct. Lord Frisia has given you an order. You are to find Vegeta and kill him. After that, travel to Earth and locate a Scion called Kakarot. He must be eliminated as well. While you're there, investigate something known as the Dragon Balls. If they truly exist, report back immediately. If you accomplish this mission, or even exceed expectations, Lord Frisia will promote you. You'll be on the same level as me. Who knows, I might even have to call you Lord Chioi then. At those words, Chioi's mind practically exploded with excitement. What? Lord Sabo, I swear I'll see this mission through. Inwardly, Chioi thought, Sabo is Lord Frisia's personal aide, equal in rank to an admiral in the fleet, but his privileges are far greater, with an endless number of planets at his disposal. If I can pull this off, even if I don't get too many, just having 3 of my own worlds would be incredible. Sabo gave a firm nod. Excellent. Here's the location of Vegeta's ship, which is equipped with a tracking device. Once you arrive, strike him down immediately. Your power level is 20,000, and Vegeta's is only 19,000. It should be a simple task for you. Don't let me or Lord Frisia down. Yes, sir. After finishing the conversation, Chioi wasted no time. He boarded his spaceship and set his course straight for Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just laid waste to an entire planet. Watching the dust settle, Vegeta spoke coolly. Nappa, how long until we reach Earth? Nappa nodded and replied, we still have about a year to go. Vegeta frowned. That long? Nappa explained. Earth is quite a distance away. Raditz was lucky. He happened to be nearby on a mission, which is why he got there so quickly. All right then. Wake me when we approach the next planet. I'll get some sleep. And so, Vegeta and Nappa traveled quietly through space for another month. Raging in his ship, Chioi growled, Curse it. Vegeta's so far out. He's wasting so much of my time. I swear I'll grind him to dust. Vegeta landed on a new planet to resupply his gear. Little did he know that the greatest crisis of his life was looming closer than ever. Chioi's species could survive and breathe in the vacuum of space. Hovering in the silent void, Chioi sneered. Ha, Vegeta, I can't believe you've landed on a place like this. Out here in space, this will be your grave. With that, Chioi gathered energy in both hands, unleashing a mighty ki wave with a force of 29,000 towards the nameless planet where Vegeta was located. Boom! In an instant, the nameless planet was shattered, blown apart into fragments. Caught completely off guard, Nappa and Vegeta were engulfed by the blast's radiant light, their fate left uncertain. Intent on completing the mission perfectly, Chioi searched the blast zone meticulously. A trace of sympathy crossed Chioi's face as he murmured, Vegeta, in your next life, don't oppose Lord Frisia. Resistance is futile. Even though we are adversaries, you have my respect, Prince of the Scions. With these words, Chioi turned without looking back and re-entered his spaceship, setting course for Earth. But is that truly how the story ends? Fortune favored Vegeta, who had caught sight of Chiyo Yi's key wave in the nick of time. He hadn't yet mastered sensing energy, but ever vigilant as he was, there was no way he could ignore such a massive disturbance. Had he been any less alert, the proud prince of the Scions would surely have perished. The moment he recognized the attack, only one person came to mind, a nemesis from the stars, Chiyo Yi. Enraged, Vegeta shouted, "Nappa, get back to spaceship now." Nappa, equally alarmed, did as he was told and hurried aboard. Activating the communicator, Nappa asked, "Vegeta, what's happening?" Vegeta replied grimly, "It's Frieza. He got wind of our plans and sent someone to take us out. That move just now was Chiyo Yi's. He and I've always been at odds. Looks like the ship was bugged as well. There's no time to launch. Nappa, let's see which of us is luckier in surviving what's next." A blinding flash swept past, and by sheer luck, both Vegeta and Nappa were carried by the explosion's shockwave to the same destination. It was a lush green planet with a beautiful name, Star of First Meeting. It just so happened that Jocko, the Galactic Patrolman spaceship, was parked right there. A striking figure appeared, strolling at a leisurely pace. "Huh? What's this?" she wondered aloud. It was none other than Bulma's older sister, Tights. 8 years ago, after her sister's wedding, she decided to embark on a journey through space. At the time, Earth's technology reached only as far as Jupiter. Both Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief had tried to dissuade her, but her rebellious spirit prevailed. Tights set off for the stars alone. With her own resources and extraordinary talent, she built a spaceship and ventured into space. Along the way, a devastating meteor strike left her life hanging by a thread, but she was rescued just in time by Jocko, a patrolling galactic police officer. Afterwards, she boldly chose to join the Galactic Patrol, becoming Jayco's partner. As fate would have it, today Tights and Jocko were on duty when their mission brought them to the Star of First Meeting. And so, an unexpected yet magical encounter began. Tights strolled toward the spaceship, carrying Vegeta and Nappa. Just as she was about to open the hatch, Jocko hastily stopped her. Jocko hurriedly said, "Wait, Tights, this spaceship is from Frieza's army. There are probably Frieza's soldiers inside. I didn't bring any weapons with me this time. If anything happens, I won't be able to protect you." Tights shook her head upon hearing this. "Don't worry, I just want to take a look. Nothing major will happen. See, the spaceship's already broken. Maybe everyone inside is dead." Ignoring Jayco's warnings, Tights opened the hatch. Frieza Force ships are equipped with an automated emergency system that protects their operators. As long as the ship isn't completely destroyed, this system remains active. As the hatch swung open, Tights saw Vegeta and Nappa. Puzzled, Tights asked, "Huh? Jocko, didn't you say the people in Frieza's army all look strange? How come these two look just like Earthlings?" Jocko was surprised too and stepped forward to take a closer look. "Huh? Could there actually be other Earthlings out here besides you, Tights?" After scrutinizing them for a moment, Jocko spotted their tails. Jocko panicked. "Tails, Tights, run. These two are Scions. I can't believe this mission led us to bump into Scions." The Scions' ruthless conduct is known across the universe. Their method is always invasion. Even though their race is nearly extinct, their signature tails give them away instantly. Tights approached curiously. "Tails, huh? I remember Bulma telling me that Goku had a tail when he was little. Could these two be from the same clan as Goku?" Jocko exclaimed in shock, "What? The person you mentioned before, the one who's your brother-in-law. Is he a Scion too? He hasn't done anything terrible to Earth, has he?" Tights shook her head and smiled lightly. "Nope, my brother-in-law is actually really handsome and very kind at heart. He's nothing like the savage Scions you described. If Bulma hadn't gotten to him first, I might have made a move myself. Maybe then he wouldn't have left Earth." As she finished, Tights was swept up in memories of her life on Earth. 8 years have passed. She wonders how her family is doing now. Jocko nodded, astonished. "That's incredible. Are there really Scions who can be kind?" Tights believed Jocko had it wrong. Not all Scions are brutal. At that moment, Vegeta slowly opened his bleary eyes and, trembling, murmured, "Help! Help me!" In his half-conscious state, Tights appeared as an angel to him, a last ray of hope. Tights exclaimed, "Oh, you're alive? But I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to treat you." Then she suddenly remembered the Senzu beans Goku had given her, reputed to heal any injury instantly. 8 years ago, Goku was the first to realize Tights wanted to leave Earth. After all, as family, he couldn't stand in the way of her dreams. Wukong spoke calmly. "Sister, it's far too dangerous beyond Earth. Do you really have to go?" Tights gave a gentle laugh. "Wukong, I have to. This life, all I want is to see what lies beyond Earth. That's my only wish. Please, let me go." Hearing this, Wukong shook his head and sighed. Ah, as your little brother, of course I can't stand in the way of your dreams. Here, take this with you. Since he realized he couldn't dissuade her, Wukong produced a glass bottle filled with a dozen or so senza beans and handed it to Tais. Tais looked puzzled. What is this? These are senza beans. No matter how badly you're hurt, as long as you're still breathing, eating one will restore you instantly. I can't do much else for you, so let me give you these. You must keep them close. In a crisis, they could save your life. Tais accepted the gift, then pulled Wukong into a heartfelt embrace. Thank you, little brother. I'll keep them safe. Goodbye now. Go home and take good care of Bulma. Wukong nodded and turned to leave. In the same way, Tais left without looking back. After returning to Capsule Corporation, Wukong immediately sought out Bulma. Bulma asked, Honey, has my sister really left? Wukong nodded. Immediately, Bulma threw her arms around Wukong, bursting into tears. She's really gone. She's out in the universe. What if something happens to her? I'm so worried. If anything goes wrong, I wouldn't even know what to do. Wukong gently stroked her hair. Don't worry. I gave her a jar of senza beans, infused with my own energy. If anything happens to her, I'll sense it right away, and I can send my own avatar to rescue her in time. Bulma nodded through her tears. I understand. Thank you for protecting my sister. Wukong playfully tapped her nose. Silly girl, she's my sister too. There's no need for thanks among family, right? Hee hee. But I'm your one and only silly girl. Meanwhile, Tais opened the jar of senza beans. Far away on Earth, Wukong immediately sensed it. At that moment, he had just brought Raditz back to Capsule Corporation and was in the middle of a conversation with Bulma. Suddenly, Wukong's expression grew serious. Bulma, my sister has opened a jar of senza beans. She might be in trouble. I need to send my avatar to her right now. After 8 years, Bulma finally had news of her sister and exclaimed anxiously, My sister? Go, please. You have to bring her back safely. In a heartbeat, Wukong's avatar appeared on the planet where they had first met. Tais gasped at the sight. Wukong, how did you get here? Jocko was equally stunned. Huh, someone just appeared out of thin air. Wukong looked around and asked, Sister, it seems nothing major has happened to you. Did something happen? This is the first time you've opened the senza bean jar in 8 years. Tais hurriedly replied, still shocked. Wukong, I happened to run into these two people. They're from your race, right? They're on the brink of death. At that moment, Wukong noticed Vegeta. Vegeta, what's he doing here? Looks like he's seriously injured. Tais nodded at Wukong's words. Oh, so you know each other. By the way, Wukong, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly show up by my side? Wukong chuckled softly and replied, It's because of this senza bean jar. I just can't help but worry about you out here in the universe all alone. I left a trace of my energy in the jar. If anything happens, I can sense it right away and create an avatar to help you out of danger. Tais burst into laughter. Ha ha, so that's how it is. Thank you for protecting me. Wukong, I am okay. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my teammate. His name is Jocko. Wukong nodded and reached out his hand. Nice to meet you, Jocko. I'm Son Wukong, Tais' brother-in-law, and, well, her little brother too. It's an honor to meet you. Jocko looked at the gentle Wukong and shook his hand. Son Wukong, are you really a scion? You're totally different from what I've heard. Wukong smiled lightly. I am, but I'm a kind-hearted scion, not like the ones from those stories. I live on Earth now. The people there show me warmth, and I've come to love that life. A rough cough from Vegeta broke the flow of their conversation. Tais glanced at Wukong. Little brother, is he at death's door? Should we save him? Wukong nodded in agreement. Let's help him. This guy still wants to come to Earth and challenge me. He may be a bit weak now, but it would be a shame for him to die here. Sister, why don't you feed him a senza bean? I'll take care of the big dumb fellow next to him. Tais nodded and gently placed a senza bean in Vegeta's mouth. Vegeta felt the small pill being placed inside. Without waiting to check if it was poison, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, the senzu bean's healing power surged through his body. Vegeta's eyes snapped open wide. I am fueled. Right then, Vegeta caught sight of a strand of golden hair. At this point, he was no more than 10 centimeters from Tais. Staring at her delicate features, Vegeta found himself momentarily captivated. Noticing this, Tais waved her hand in front of his face. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Haven't you recovered yet? Realizing his lapse, Vegeta replied quickly, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. He wasn't sure why, but unlike before, when Vegeta would have killed anyone without fighting strength in a heartbeat, seeing this face in front of him made it impossible for him to raise his hand. Tais nodded. It's good you've recovered. Goku senza beans really work wonders. Vegeta caught the word Goku and asked, Kakarot. Tais replied, I'm talking about Goku. What do you mean, Kakarot? You need to properly thank him. If it weren't for the sins of being he gave me, things could have turned out really badly for you this time. Vegeta nodded. All right. On the other side, Nappa was waking up as well. When he saw Goku's face, he exclaimed in confusion, Raditz? Aren't you supposed to be on Earth? What's going on? Goku answered gently, I'm not Raditz. My name is Son Goku, Raditz's younger brother. You can call me Kakarot. Nappa was shocked. What? Kakarot? Why are you here? Goku pointed in Tai's direction. I came because of my sister. Who'd have thought I'd run into you all? Care to tell me how you both got injured so badly? Upon hearing this, Nappa tried to recall what happened. I'm not really sure. All I remember is after Vegeta and I landed on that planet, there was an explosion. The blast threw us all the way here. But anyway, thanks for saving us. Kakarot, would you consider joining our team? Goku shook his head. Let's talk about that when you get to Earth. Right now, I'm just a projection. Think of it as a kind of body double technique. These details are better discussed with my real self. Nappa nodded. I see. There are plenty in the universe who can use such techniques. You're right. It should be discussed with your true self. Nappa. When he heard Vegeta call his name, Nappa quickly hurried over. Vegeta, you've recovered too? Vegeta nodded and gestured toward Tai's. Yes, and this young lady here is the one who saved us. Thank her. Nappa looked over. He had always followed Vegeta's orders, so he bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving us. Then he leaned close to Vegeta and whispered, Vegeta, is Kakarot really here? What? Vegeta jumped to his feet the moment he heard this and instantly laid eyes on Goku. Goku crossed his arms and greeted him. Nice to meet you for the first time, Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Kakarot, why are you here? Goku shook his head. Of course I came for my sister. You two always act recklessly. What if she gotten hurt in the process? Thais blushid, imbahasid. Goku, what are you saying all of a sudden? It's true. Jocko was right. Those two are always invading other planets. At this stage, they're not exactly saints. Thais looked remorseful. Did I do something wrong? Oh no, did I really just save two villains? Vegeta grew agitated at this. Kakarot, what are you talking about? We are not villains. How dare you slander my reputation? I won't stand for it. Vegeta suddenly erupted with violence, charging straight at Goku. Goku shook his head and said, still too weak. Even after surviving a near-death experience, your power's only gone up a little bit. Bang! With a single blow, Goku knocked Vegeta to the ground. Tights hurried over. Goku, are you alright? You really went overboard. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have saved them. Jocko, let's go. We're done here. Jocko nodded rapidly. Yes, let's go. Immediately, Jocko piloted the space cruiser, taking Tights and the disguised Goku away with him. At that moment, Vegeta was overcome with humiliation. Damn it, this disgrace, Kakarot. I swear I'll pay you back for this. Nappa was completely confused by the sudden brawl. What's going on with you, Vegeta? Don't talk to me. Damn that Kakarot. He's infuriating. We're going to Earth. Right now. I'll destroy that place. Meanwhile, aboard Jayco's ship, Tights asked in confusion, Goku, why did you have to provoke him like that? It was only after boarding the ship that Tights seemed to regain her composure and spoke clearly again. Goku laughed softly. Ha ha, I was just teasing him for fun. Who knew he'd be so sensitive? Sis, didn't you notice the way he was looking at you? Wow, he was practically staring holes in you. He even wants to be my brother-in-law. At this rate, he doesn't stand a chance yet. Hearing this, Tights' cheeks turned crimson. Goku, what are you talking about? Brother-in-law? We just met for the first time. How can you even think of that? Goku rubbed his chin. Sis, when I first met Bulma, it was the same. I stared at her for a long time. I know that look. It's the look of love at first sight. Tights pouted. I'm not talking to you anymore. As she recalled their 10-centimeter face-off, Tights' cheeks grew even warmer. What's his name again, Goku? Goku knew that Vegeta was utterly devoted when it came to his future wife, even if he couldn't express it properly. And soon enough, his strength would be second only to Goku's. With him as a protector, what more could his sister need? So, Goku quietly made up his mind to play matchmaker for the two of them. The universe was too dangerous, and right now, he couldn't even turn Super Saiyan. If they ran into Frieza, there'd be nothing but tears. If Vegeta married into the Brief family, his sister Tights would be set for life. What a great plan. If he talked things out with Vegeta before, maybe Vegeta wouldn't even want to go to Earth. He had to provoke him, so he'd head for Earth. Goku thought to himself, Vegeta, one day you'll thank me for this. Then, speaking up, Goku said, Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan people, you know? What do you think, sis? Does that get your heart racing? This exclaimed, the prince? He's so noble. Someone like me, a poor girl, could never hope to be worthy of him. Come on, don't say that, came the reply. If you like, once we return to Earth, we can give you the title of princess. Wouldn't that make you his equal? Nonsense. You're dragging Goku into your tricks again. Who said I wanted to be with him? After that, they didn't talk about Vegeta anymore, but turned to everyday matters and to her beloved nephew, Gohan. Sis, I'm off now. I poured some fresh energy into the Senza bean jar. As long as you have it, just open it if there's any trouble, and I'll come running right away. Tice nodded. All right, Goku, goodbye. Give my regards to Bulma and my dear nephew Gohan. I'm planning to go back and see them. It's been too long. Goku nodded, and his image faded away. Tice gave a command. Jocko, set a course for Earth. Jocko looked utterly confused. Tice, are you kidding me? It'll take at least a year to get to Earth from here. Are you sure you want to go? I'm sure. I can't wait another moment to see my dear nephew. After fighting Vegeta, just now, Goku had already discovered who had attacked Vegeta and Nappa. Gui, one of Frisia's henchmen, daring to come to Earth? I won't show you the mercy I showed Vegeta. If you set foot on Earth, be prepared to be utterly destroyed. You're no good person, either. Let's return to the heavenly realm, 2 hours earlier. Having just lost his tail, Raditz suddenly felt a tremendous lightness throughout his body. He turned to Goku. Kakarot, now that my tail is gone, I feel so much lighter. My movements are so much quicker, too. Saying that, Raditz began a round of warm-up exercises. Goku scratched his chin. I'm not entirely sure why. I lost my tail when I was still very little, so I've always been like this. Maybe if you keep your tail for a long time, it acts as a kind of training weight. But honestly, I'm not certain. Why don't you try sparring with Krillin? Raditz nodded eagerly. Sure. Krillin, let's have a match. Krillin looked at him with surprise. You just lost to me yesterday. Are you asking for another beating? Raditz hesitated. Krillin's move from yesterday had left quite a mark. Seeing this, Goku patted Raditz on the shoulder and whispered a few words to him. Raditz was stunned. What? You can do that? Goku nodded confidently. Just try it. Trust me, the results will surprise you. Yes, Goku had just told Raditz how to increase his energy. In the original story, after the life-and-death battle with Goku, Vegeta returned to Frisia's base. Upon recovering, he learned how to increase his energy, mastered energy sensing, and easily defeated K, who'd once been his equal, as well as Dodoria and even a base form Zarbon. Raditz clenched his fists. Krillin, come on. This time I'm going to beat you. Krillin just chuckled softly. All right, let's play a little this time. Raditz closed his eyes, focusing on the flow of energy within him. He thought to himself, so this is it. This is key. Now, just like Kakarot said, I need to unleash it. With a powerful shout, Raditz released his energy, and a violet aura burst forth. His power, originally at 3,000, surged up to 4,000 with this explosive outpour. This was what it meant to be a Saiyan. Krillin turned to Yamcha in shock. What? His energy just spiked. What's going on? Raditz laughed triumphantly. Ha! Krillin, can you still boast now? My ki is as strong as yours. Come, let's fight. Krillin swallowed hard, then gritted his teeth as cold sweat ran down his face. All right, let's do this. The Guardian of Earth spoke up. Very well. Come to my realm of illusions and test your skills there. With a tap of his staff, the Guardian instantly shifted the arena to a mountainous terrain. He spoke slowly. In this place, no matter how much power you use, nothing will be destroyed. Since it's a duel, fight as if your life depended on it. This marvelous sight left everyone present astounded. Krillin exclaimed, amazing. The scenery changed in an instant. Yamcha added, as expected of the Guardian, he can manage something like this. I can't wait to train here. Tien and Kaiatsu chimed in together. Same here. Goku clapped his hands. Don't just stand there amazed. This is the Guardian's realm of illusions. In simple terms, it's a kind of illusionary space. It links all your consciousness together, and the Guardian can control the setting as well as anything inside. Here, you can fight to your heart's content. Think of this as a chance to experience real combat. A once-a-day life-or-death duel isn't something you get to enjoy all the time. Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, you three should fight too. As for Chi-Chi, let the Guardian create a Scion opponent with equal strength for her. The Guardian nodded. With a flash from his staff, a Scion with Nappa's face and a Scouter appeared. Raditz was stunned. What? Nappa? Earth's Guardian can do even this. The Guardian explained calmly. It's just an illusion, conjured from the image in your mind. Don't overthink it. Each of you will have your own match. I'll split you up accordingly. A sudden flash of light scattered everyone across the terrain. Krillin and Raditz faced off amid rocky mountainsides. Krillin called out, All right, Raditz, I'll make the first move. In a lightning-quick burst, Krillin launched his attack, vanishing from his spot and reappearing right in front of Raditz. Raditz's eyes sharpened, and he swiftly raised his hand. He caught Krillin's punch squarely. Raditz let out a soft chuckle. Is that all you've got? Seems you've lost your earlier strength. Krillin replied. Oh, this is just the beginning. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two plunged into a fierce tussle, evenly matched and hard to separate. Krillin, take this, my purple lightning blast. Gathering energy in his right hand, Raditz summoned a swirling purple aura. Krillin immediately sensed danger. No good. I absolutely can't get hit by that. I'd better dodge it as best I can. He darted away with blinding speed, weaving and dodging to evade Raditz's attack. But Raditz, powered up and hyper-focused, tracked Krillin's every move. Even if Krillin managed to dodge, Raditz figured he could still catch him with an explosion shockwave, so long as he predicted his movements. With a sudden motion, Raditz hurled the purple lightning blast. An earth-shaking bang erupted. Krillin cried out in alarm. What? The blast's shockwave clipped him. Raditz's strategy had worked. Meanwhile, Tien was holding his own impressively in a 2-on-1 battle. With a power level of 4,000, he had more than enough strength to handle opponents with 3,500 and 3,000. Yamcha, though he'd slacked off in training, was barely able to withstand Tien's attacks and functioned as the main striker, with Kairatsu supporting him. Despite not having fought side by side much, their top-level martial artist instinct allowed them to coordinate seamlessly and swiftly. So you two are teaming up now? Try facing my four bodies technique. After 5 years of grueling practice, Tien had mastered this move to near perfection, barely expending any energy to maintain it. With 4 arms at the ready, he fended off both their attacks with ease. A heavy thud echoed as their fists met, all three then leaping back. Yamcha winced, breathing hard. Phew, Tien, you're crazy strong now. Your punches are heavy as iron. Ow, you nearly broke my hand. Kairatsu piped up. Tien really is amazing. Tien laughed softly. All these years, I've been honing my skills under crashing tides and waterfalls. Every punch I throw now carries the force of raging waves. Yamcha, it's no small feat you can take so many hits. And Kairatsu, don't hold back. Use that psychic power of yours. This is a real fight. Kairatsu replied, got it. He tapped into his psychic abilities, lifting a massive boulder and hurling it at Tien. With Kairatsu's psychic power behind it, the boulder's force was more than Tien's fist could normally break. Kikaho. In an instant, Tien's blast pulverized the boulder to dust. Yamcha stared in disbelief. What? Tien, doesn't that move damage your voice? Tien nodded. It used to, but after some insane physical conditioning, I can handle a single shot just fine. Anything more than that, though, and it gets tough. Even now, if I fire off 4 Kikaho blasts in a row, I'll be completely spent. Yamcha nodded. What a terrifying guy. Luckily, we're on the same side. If someone on the enemy team took that hit, they'd either be dead or crippled for sure. The scene shifts to Chi-Chi, now facing the mirror image of Nappa, whose power level is 20,000. Nappa's original power level was 7,000, enough that, with a casual ki blast, he could wipe out a city. His favorite technique is the energy burst. The energy burst is an explosive move. By channeling ki in a unique way, he spreads it across the ground, and once it hits the threshold, he detonates it. Suddenly, blue orbs of energy sprouted up from the ground beneath Chi-Chi's feet. Sensing the danger, Chi-Chi gasped. What is this monstrous power? What kind of technique is this? I need to dodge, or I'm going to be seriously hurt. Using her keen sense of ki, Chi-Chi pinpointed the energy flowing through the ground and nodded. I see. As long as I get out of this radius, you won't be able to hit me. 500 meters? With my speed, I only need 5 seconds to escape. Chi-Chi knew the attack was already underway. There was no chance to interrupt it now. Her only hope was to escape. Whoosh. Boom. The energy burst detonated, sending out an earth-shaking shockwave. At 20,000, the ki unleashed had already surpassed the limits of what a Guardian could control. Even teammates on the other battlefield felt the force of Mirror Nappa's unleashed strength. Krillin exclaimed, Raditz, is it your teammate going all out? He's so strong, I don't even have the courage to fight him. Raditz, stunned by the surge of power, shook his head. No, that's not Nappa's power. I've known him for over 20 years. This energy burst is way beyond anything I've seen from him. It surpasses the limits of a 7,000 power level. No need to worry, it must be some effect of that Guardian's ability. By this time, the outcome between the two had already been decided. Krillin edged out a win, thanks to his spirit cutter technique. Raditz was beaten by his own carelessness. Breaking clear of the energy burst's range, Chi-Chi immediately closed her eyes. Ola Kruk, second phase. In an instant, Chi-Chi was wrapped in a cloak of blazing red energy. This was a technique born from her training in the gravity chamber and her observations of Goku's Kaioken, an inspiration that brought her own aura cloak to the next level. By storing more ki in her core and compressing it countless times, her originally yellow aura gradually shifted toward a fiery red. Now, having adapted to 20 times gravity, her ki had fully transformed into a brilliant crimson. Chi-Chi called this form Aura Cloak, Phase 2. This move doubled Chi-Chi's strength and speed, boosting her fighting power to 28,000, putting her on par with Vegeta. With a flash, Chi-Chi moved like lightning, and in an instant, Mirror Nappa was decapitated. Weak. With that, Chi-Chi dissolved her aura cloak and withdrew her aura once more. The gods watching this scene from outside were utterly astonished. Wukong, no wonder you wouldn't let him train in the heavenly realm. With such strength, only you could possibly guide him on Earth. Wukong chuckled softly. This kid is pretty clever for his age. Not bad. It's no surprise he managed to defeat Nappa, who had a battle power of 20,000. I expected as much. Cammy, let them come out now. You already know Krillin and the others' abilities. I'll leave them in your hands. Kami no det. Understood. I'll put them through the most rigorous training. Afterward, Wukong returned home, taking Raditz and Chi-Chi with him. 2 hours later, they arrived at Capsule Corporation. By then, Wukong's consciousness had fully returned to his body. Bulma hurried over and asked, Honey, how's my sister? Is she all right? Wukong nodded. She's fine. She ran into 2 people in distress and opened up the jar of senzu beans to save them. Hearing that, Bulma patted her chest in relief and let out a sigh. Phew, that's good. Wukong, do you know how far your sister is from Earth now? Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. From what she said, it's about 300 light years. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. What? 300 light years? Can anyone even reach a place that distant? Even 1 light year could let you circle the Earth 200 million times. Wukong replied, That's true, but there's no need to be so astonished. Alien spacecraft are extremely fast. The ship my brother took to Earth can travel 3 light years in a single day. So for Sis, the journey home will take about a year. At this, Bulma's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, where's the spaceship your brother used? Take me to see it. I'm really interested. Alien technology, right? If we could study it, maybe we could build a ship that flies at that speed ourselves. Wukong nodded. Sure, I'll ask my brother about it later. Hurry up, okay? After agreeing, Wukong sprang into action immediately. Raditz chimed in. Oh, you want to use my spaceship for research? No problem, since I'm staying at your place and enjoying your hospitality. Take it as my way of paying you back. Let's go. So, Raditz and Wukong set off together, soon arriving at the spot where the spaceship had landed. As Raditz was about to go pick up the ship, Wukong stopped him. Big brother, there are listening devices and trackers on this ship from Frisia's forces. You know these things better than I do. We need to remove all of that before we talk. If we're overheard, it could spell big trouble. Raditz listened and nodded. Kakarot, you make a good point. But how did you know? I just met Vegeta, and he was tracked. They almost killed him. Raditz was taken aback. What? Kakarot, that's impossible. You were just here with me and Krillin. How could you have seen Vegeta? Goku then spent some time explaining everything to him. What? Raditz blurted out again. Gui, that guy's coming to Earth. There was so much information to process that Raditz found himself at a complete loss. If Kuei was coming to Earth, that could only mean Frisia had started paying attention. Having worked under Frisia for years, Raditz knew all too well how that tyrant operated. The fact that Frisia had sent Kuei meant there was something on Earth that truly interested him. Feeling that something was very wrong, Raditz cut off his conversation with Goku and immediately checked over their spaceship. After some searching, he finally uncovered a surveillance device planted there by Frisia. He stomped it to pieces, shouting in a panic, Kakarot, this is really bad. Kuei coming to Earth means Frisia already sees this planet as a thorn in his side. We're finished. Raditz's voice trembled as he spoke. He had once witnessed Frisia destroy an entire planet with a single finger, releasing a thin beam of energy that obliterated everything in its path. Now, having learned to sense energy himself, he recalled the way Frisia moved. There was no way someone with only 40 or 50,000 in battle power could do what he'd seen. That kind of strength must be over 100,000, perhaps even the same league as his little brother Kakarot. Over 300,000. But Goku just chuckled softly. Don't worry, big brother. Even if Frisia himself shows up, I have a secret weapon ready for him. With the Kaioken raised to 20 times its normal power, Goku's battle strength could reach 600,000, easily surpassing the 530,000 that marked Frisia's first form. If he moved quickly, before Frisia had a chance to transform, one all-out Kamehameha at full power could finish him for good. Frisia, who hadn't learned to sense energy, was sure to underestimate him. He'd always looked down on the Psiots. There was no way Frisia would go all in from the start. This was Goku's one chance, but the gamble had to succeed on the first try. If anything went wrong, everything would be lost. Besides, he still had a whole year ahead. After finishing his training under 200 times gravity, he'd make the breakthrough to become a Super Saiyan. To reach that level, one needed long-term training and a serene heart. Goku knew he had to build up his S cells. Then, with a powerful surge of emotion, anger was the most common trigger. A Super Saiyan transformation would be possible. Wouldn't passing the 200 times gravity test be enough? And with a grudge as deep as watching his entire race wiped out, who could possibly remain unaffected? 1 year might be a bit short, and besides, whether Frieza actually shows up or not remains to be seen. If he does, Goku still has the hyperbolic time chamber at his disposal. Entering it would give him another year, and within 2 years, he's certain he can ascend to Super Saiyan. By then, it won't be Frieza coming after him. It'll be Goku himself seeking vengeance. He won't just settle scores for the destruction of his clan and the death of his father. He'll pay them all back, personally. But Raditz couldn't hear Goku's thoughts. Instead, he exclaimed, "It's impossible, Kakarot. Frieza is just too powerful. I don't know why you're making such bold claims. But in the meantime, please train me as harshly as you can. I don't want to be wiped out, lost and clueless like what happened to Planet Vegeta. Please, I beg you." With a slap, Goku placed his broad hand reassuringly on Raditz's shoulder. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you don't need to push yourself so hard. I really am that strong." Looking at Goku's gentle smile, Raditz felt an unexpected urge to trust him. All right. Far away in space, Vegeta's mood shifted back and forth as he traveled, an occasional and unguarded smile contrasting sharply with his usually cold and stoic expression. He recalled that recent moment of eye contact with Tais. "Damn it," he muttered annoyed. "I don't even know the name of my savior. Why didn't I ask just now? How careless. Damn you, Kakarot, tarnishing my good name. I won't let you get away with this." Just then, Nappa's voice came through. "Vegeta, Vegeta, I found out what you asked me to investigate." Vegeta nodded. "Go on. Who is this savior of ours?" Nappa continued. "The ship was from the Galactic Patrol. I did a quick check. There's a girl who looks kind of like us. Her name's Tais, and she's from Earth. What a foolish woman, saving Scions like us. As repayment, we'll spare Earth. The Galactic Patrol isn't a force we want to mess with." Vegeta erupted in anger at that. "Nappa, how dare you insult the one who saved my life? Are you looking for trouble?" Nappa panicked. "Vegeta, I didn't mean it, I swear. I'm Sora. Please don't be angry. It won't happen again. Not another word." Frightened, Nappa hurriedly ended the transmission, terrified of provoking Vegeta and getting himself killed. Seeing that Nappa had cut the line, Vegeta let out a soft chuckle. "So your name is Tais? That's a rather pleasant name. As repayment, I'll protect Earth for you. Nkue, dare to ambush me? You won't live to regret it." Meanwhile, Goku piloted the spaceship back to Capsule Corporation. As soon as he entered, Dr. Briefs caught sight of it. "Goku, what is this? It looks incredibly advanced." Goku replied, "Dad, this is the spaceship my brother used when he came to Earth. Bulma wants to study it." Hearing that it was alien technology, Dr. Brief's eyes went wide with astonishment. "Is this a spaceship? It's so tiny. Compared to those massive Earth spacecraft, this one looks so much sleeker and lighter. Goku, just how fast can this spaceship fly?" "I think it can travel about 3 light years in a single day." Dr. Brief was thoroughly amazed. "What? You mean it's measured in light years? That's unbelievable. Bulma wants to study it? At her current level, she wouldn't be able to figure out yet. Goku, why don't you let me take a look instead? I'll research it." Goku nodded, but hesitated for a moment. "But shouldn't we talk to Bulma about it first? What's to talk about? I'm her father. What's wrong with borrowing something of hers for a while? Hurry, Goku. I want to start the research right away." At that, Goku scratched his head a bit sheepishly. "But Dad, I was actually hoping to have you help me increase the gravity in the training room. Maybe now that you're busy, you'll forget all about it." Dr. Brief nodded thoughtfully. "Increase the gravity, you say? Even 100 times gravity isn't enough for your training? Not a problem. Just tell me the number. Give me an hour. I'll have it set up and it won't delay studying the spaceship at all." "Oh, then Dad, let's raise it to 200 times gravity this time." 200? Well, that's a challenge. Goku, I'll go take care of it right now. Wait here, I'll have it sorted out in no time." With that, Dr. Brief made his way to the gravity chamber, promptly shooing out Piccolo and Gohan, who were both in the middle of their training. "Gohan, Grandpa's got to make a few upgrades. You and, Piccolo, step outside for a bit." Piccolo gave a simple nod and left the room first. Gohan rubbed his head in frustration. "Ah, Grandpa, I was just starting to really enjoy the training. How could you interrupt like this? I'm just helping Goku with some adjustments. Besides, there's another training room you can use for now." Without paying Gohan's complaints much mind, Dr. Brief ushered him out of the chamber. Gohan pouted. "Honestly, the gravity chamber already works great. Why even make more changes? I suppose a break won't hurt. Piccolo shook his head and offered, Gohan, Dr. Brief is probably upgrading the gravity settings. I think Goku wants to take his training to the next level. Take this moment to rest, anyway. I've been cooped up in there all day, and I could use some fresh air. Gohan looked puzzled. Huh? Dad's stepping up his training again? He's only been gone for a few hours. Is something big about to happen? Just then, Goku called over, Gohan, there's nothing major going on. I just want to push myself, see if I can break through my limits by trying out 200 times gravity. Gohan was taken aback. What? 200 times? Do you really have to go that far, Dad? Something big must be coming up. Don't worry, son. As long as your old man is around, you just focus on enjoying life and let me handle everything else. Gohan sighed and said helplessly, All right then. After ruffling Gohan's hair, Goku went off to find Bulma. He explained that Dr. Brief had borrowed the spaceship. Upon hearing this, Bulma pouted and said, Dad snatched it away? Ugh, I wanted to study it too. And you, honey, why didn't you hide it somewhere? Looking at Bulma, Goku noticed that she was making exactly the same gesture Gohan had just made. So he gently took Bulma's hand and said, Aren't we going on a trip? The spaceship isn't going anywhere. We can study it when we get back. Hearing this, Bulma slapped her forehead as the realization dawned. Look at me. I've got such a bad memory. We just talked about this yesterday. Our trip is way more important. Just the two of us. We'll let Dad play with the spaceship for now and take a good look at it when we return. So, where do you plan on going this time? Bulma thought for a moment. How about the seaside? It's been so long since we've visited the ocean. Yesterday, we went to Master Roshi's place for dinner and left before we could even see the sea. Let's make the first stop of our trip the coast, the south coast, near South City. We can even catch the sunset there. Goku nodded eagerly. MHM, that sounds perfect. Our first stop will be the south coast. Let's start packing. We'll head out tomorrow. Right. After chatting for a while, Goku went to check on the progress of the gravity chamber. Hearing noise outside, Dr. Brief called out, Is that you, Goku? The gravity chamber's all set up and calibrated. Go ahead and give it a try. Goku nodded and stepped inside the gravity chamber, setting it straight to 100 times gravity. Feeling the pressure, Goku commented, At this level, it's nowhere near enough for me. Let's jump straight to 200 times. With a few quick adjustments, the chamber glowed red. The pressure of 200 times gravity immediately forced Goku down to the ground. Whoa, that's heavy. Struggling to keep himself upright, he gritted his teeth. This is intense. Let's see if I can take a few steps. I should try to get to the control panel, just in case no one else should enter at this level of pressure. Using friction to inch himself along, Goku slowly made his way to the control panel. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Still as water, still as water. Goku slipped into a state of perfect inner calm. After quite a while, Dr. Brief opened up the external comms. How's it going in there, Goku? How do you feel? Goku nodded and answered, It's great, Dad. Thanks so much for your hard work. This really helps a lot. Good. Just be careful. Don't stay in there too long. It's important to take care of your health. Oh, and I've added a little voice control function. Why don't you try it and see if it works? Goku said, What should I say? Like this, Miss Wan. Miss Wan responded, Hey, I'm here. Please deactivate the gravity device. All right, the gravity device has been turned off for you. Dr. Brief said, That's just how Goku is. Do you understand now? Goku was puzzled and thought to himself, Wan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Then he replied, I understand, Dad. You go ahead and take care of your work. I'll be fine on my own. Dr. Brief nodded at this. All right, Goku, you shouldn't have any pressing matters recently, right? I'm going to work on the spaceship now. If you have anything to say, speak up now, or I won't have time later. Goku shook his head. No need, Dad, go ahead. Bulma and I are about to go on a trip, so we won't get in your way. Oh, a trip for two? A little time alone together. Well, enjoy yourselves, Goku. Gohan will be taken care of by his grandmother, so have as much fun as you like. Yes, sir. After Dr. Brief left, Goku called out, Wan, please set gravity to 200 times normal. Wan replied, Understood. You've chosen to activate 200 times gravity. Please be aware, such intense gravity can be dangerous to your life. So proceed with caution. As soon as Wan finished speaking, the pressure of 200 times gravity came crashing down in an instant. Goku drew a sharp breath, then declared, The training begins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan and Piccolo were sitting together on the peak of a mountain. Gohan gazed up at the sky, deep in thought about something. Seeing this, Piccolo spoke in a low voice. Gohan, that's not the kind of expression a child your age should wear. I may not know what your father is hiding, but he's right. You should be enjoying your childhood, not troubled by so many worries. Gohan nodded. I understand, but I still want to know why Dad is training so hard. I'm just so curious. It doesn't make me sad, just intrigued. Piccolo went on. I suspect your father encountered something on the way to the other world with Raditz. If he's keeping it from you, he must have his reasons. Maybe it's for your own good, or maybe something else. Your uncle might know something about it. Of course, uncle. But Dad would never let uncle tell me anything. So what should I do? Piccolo stroked his chin and said, do you know what Goku cares about the most? If you distract him, you could get the answers you want from your uncle. What my dad cares about most is probably Mom. They're really in love. Suddenly, an idea struck Piccolo. I've got it. What if you asked your mom to go on a trip with your dad? That way, Goku would be out of the way, and you could talk to your uncle. Honestly, I'm a bit curious about what Goku is trying to hide too. Suddenly sending them on a trip would seem weird. And besides, if there's a family trip, I want to go too. I've never gone on vacation with both my parents before. Piccolo spoke gravely. Go on. Do you truly want to know the secret? Or do you want to go on the trip? You have to decide for yourself. A man needs resolve. There's no way to have both. Make your choice. Gohan fell in a deep thought. On one side was the chance to learn the truth. On the other, the trip with his parents. No matter which he chose, he knew he would regret missing the other. Uncle Piccolo, isn't there some way to find a middle ground? No way. If you try to take the middle, you might end up with nothing at all. After pondering for a moment, Gohan finally made up his mind. With steely determination, he said, all right then, I've decided. I want to know the secret. As for the trip, there'll be other chances. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan jumped into action. His target, Goku's secret. First, Gohan headed for the gravity chamber to see where Goku was. He whispered softly, is Dad training? Perfect. Now's my chance. I'll go find Uncle Raditz first. If I can get answers from him, there'll be no need to bother Mom or Dad both. But Goku's senses were razor sharp. The moment Gohan neared the gravity chamber, he sensed him and thought, Gohan? Why'd he show up and then leave all of a sudden? Whatever. I'll let it go for now. Man, 200 times gravity. This really hurts. Gohan wandered around the house, uncertain where Raditz slept. I don't even know which room Uncle's in. Who should I ask? Just then, he ran into Mrs. Brief. A realization struck Gohan. Of course. Grandma's the one who takes care of these little things around the house, like arranging rooms. If I ask her, I'll definitely get the right answer. He asked, Grandma, do you know which room Uncle Raditz is staying in? Mrs. Brief smiled gently and replied, oh, you mean Mr. Raditz? He's upstairs, second room from the left. Is there something you need, Gohan? Scratching the back of his head, Gohan replied, Grandma, I just want to go play with Uncle. Oh, all right, go ahead. After chatting with Mrs. Brief for a bit, Gohan made his way to Raditz's door. He knocked. Thump, thump, thump. Inside, Raditz was napping. The knock roused him, and he grumbled, still half asleep. Who is it? I'm trying to take a nap. Gohan quickly apologized. Sorry, Uncle, it's me. Didn't mean to wake you. Hearing it was Gohan, Raditz sighed. Oh, Gohan, is something wrong? Gohan asked, Uncle, did something happen between you and Dad just now? As soon as he got home, he went straight to training. I'm really curious. Raditz hesitated, his hand on the doorknob. He'd intended to tell Gohan something, since the boy was a scion too, but then he thought of Goku. He mused to himself. Kakarote's started training already? He's working hard. As for Gohan, he's only 5 years old. There's no need for him to know too much. Let him enjoy his childhood. His father can handle whatever comes. Raditz immediately spoke up. It's nothing, really. That Kakarote kid has probably hit a bottleneck in his training and is trying to break through. Since you're also a descendant of the Scions, Gohan, you got to work hard on your own training and become even stronger. All right, your uncle needs a bit more rest, so don't bother me anymore, or I'll really get angry. Gohan thought to himself. As expected, asking directly doesn't work. Dad must have already given everyone a heads up. Looks like I'll have to send Mom and Dad off on a trip together, then try to find out the truth little by little. Okay, I'll go talk to Mom now. Gohan replied out loud. Sorry to bother you, Uncle. I'll get going. Go ahead, Gohan. At this moment, Raditz had already gotten out of bed and quietly approached the door to listen in. Only when he heard Gohan's footsteps fade into the distance did he open the door and step outside. In Bulma and Goku's room, there was a state-of-the-art computer, and suddenly, an unfamiliar email popped up on the screen. At the time, Bulma was busy packing both her own clothes and Goku's. Beep, beep, beep. Bulma looked over in curiosity. What's this email? There's no signature, just a pile of gibberish. Could be a virus? No way, I'd better delete it quickly. But just as Bulma was about to hit delete, the file opened on its own. It was a video call. On the other side of the screen, countless stars sparkled in the background. It was Tights contacting Bulma through Jaco's equipment. Tights complained, Jocko, are you sure this old piece of junk can really connect to my sister's computer? Jocko, a bit annoyed, retorted, Tights, I paid a small fortune for this thing, so don't doubt it. As long as you have the coordinates and the right code, you can connect from anywhere. I already gave you Earth's galactic coordinates, so just plug those in, then locate your sister's specific spot, and you're set. But look, I followed your instructions exactly, and there's only video, no sound. Is it broken? With that, Tights pointed to the computer screen. Jocko glanced over and facepalmed. You dummy, you left it on mute. And why is the camera facing the front? Shouldn't it be pointed at you? All right, silly me, just a second, haha. With a few clicks, Tights turned the camera toward herself. On the other side, Bulma was startled when she saw Tights' face. Sheesh. Sister, say something. Why can't I hear you? Tights had already said a lot, and although she could hear Bulma's voice loud and clear, it seemed Bulma wasn't able to hear her at all. Jocko couldn't take it anymore. You didn't turn on the microphone. Honestly, Tights, are you just messing with me? All right. As soon as Tights flipped on the microphone, she spoke. Bulma, can you hear me? Bulma nodded. I can hear you. Sis, how did you manage to contact me? Goku said you were way out in deep space. Tights replied with a cheerful tone. I'm using my teammate's computer. According to him, it's a supercomputer. As long as you know the coordinates, you can connect to electronic devices on your end. Pretty amazing, right? Alien technology sure is something, huh, Bulma? Bulma nodded again. It really is impressive, I know. Sis, are you alright? Goku just told me you were in trouble, and I've been worried sick. Tai shuklet. Hehe, I'm fine. Goku should have told you already. I just used 2 sins of beans to save someone, that's all. Oh right. Bulma, go call Gohan over, would you? I want to see my precious nephew. I've never even laid eyes on him. Bulma nodded at her request. Alright, sis, just give me a moment. I'll go get him. Don't hang up, okay? Okay. Bulma was about to head out and look for Gohan, completely unaware that Gohan was already standing right outside the bedroom door, lost in thought about how to persuade his mom to bring up the idea of a family trip with his dad. Click. Huh, Gohan, this is what I was looking for. Cool mean. Mom, Before Gohan could get a word in, Bulma grabbed him and ushered him straight in front of the computer. And just like that, Gohan found himself face-to-face with a woman whose blonde hair, blue eyes, and facial features bore a certain resemblance to Bulma. He'd seen the family photo before. This had to be his aunt, someone he'd never met in person. With a hint of shyness, Gohan greeted, and Tai's voice lit up with delight. Oh, my dear nephew, you actually recognize me. I'm over the moon. Gohan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Well, Annie, I've seen that old family picture at home. It has your photo on it. Thais nodded knowingly. Oh, Goku just told me about you. Hee, you're quite the handsome little guy. Gohan managed to tuck away his embarrassment and asked curiously, wait, Auntie, my dad's always been on Earth, so why did you mention him helping you out? Thais replied, your father left me with a few tricks, just in case I ran into trouble out here. A little while ago, there was a bit of an incident. 2 Scions got hurt, and I helped them. Your dad thought I was in danger, so he rushed in to rescue me. Hearing this, Gohan began to piece everything together and thought to himself, Scions? Has Dad been training so hard just for those 2? But Uncle said those guys weren't even a match for Dad. No need to train so desperately. Or maybe there's something more going on. Could it be? Suddenly, Gohan remembered what Goku had said back at Master Roshi's house, the one responsible for destroying Planet Vegeta. Gohan uttered softly, Frieza? Could it be Frieza? Tais and Bulma looked puzzled when they heard this. Huh? Gohan, what are you saying? F-R. Something F-R what? Gohan realized now. His father had been training so hard all this time to prepare for Frieza. So it wasn't just Vegeta and the other one who would arrive on Earth a year later. Frieza himself would come as well. Gohan smiled gently. Oh, it's nothing, just something I said off the top of my head. I'm really happy to talk with you, Andy. I'm happy too. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to make a trip back to Earth soon. Is there anything you want, Gohan? The universe is full of amazing toys. Before Gohan could answer, Bulma chimed in immediately. Wait, are you coming back, sis? Yep, I'm coming back to see Gohan and the family, but I'll have to leave again soon after. Bulma, your big sis is now part of the Galactic Patrol. You could even call me a space cop now. Isn't that cool? Bulma gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. A gulp. Wow, sis, it's hard to imagine you in such an important job. Are you sure you can handle it? Jocko, who had been listening, burst out laughing. Your little sister is really funny, Tais. Hey, sis, who's that next to you? Tais sounded a bit annoyed. Oomph. Jocko, how dare you laugh at me? I work really hard on these missions, you know? And Bulma, do you really have to reveal your big sister's secrets in front of outsiders? Jocko spoke up. Oh, Miss Bulma, my name's Jocko. I'm a galactic patrolman. Basically, I'm what you'd call an alien from your perspective and currently your sister's partner and boss. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Oh, Jocko, right? My sister's a bit impulsive, so I hope you'll be patient with her. If you ever come to Earth, let me treat you to a meal. The food here is delicious. Seeing everyone so caught up in conversation, Gohan said, Andy, Mom, I'm heading out for a bit so you two can catch up. Bulma nodded. All right, Gohan, go have some fun. We'll chat a little longer with your Annie. Tai spoke up. Gohan, if you want any toys, just tell Annie, okay? Gohan nodded back. Okay, Annie, I'll let Mom know later. It's been a long time since you two talked. Enjoy your catch-up. Gohan left the bedroom, piecing together a clue from Tai's words. During one of Annie's missions, she ran into Vegeta and Nappa, who had been ambushed by Frieza. She wanted to help them with sins of beans, and then Dad sensed what was happening and used his duplication technique to appear at Annie's side. By examining Vegeta and Nappa's wounds, Dad deduced that Frieza was the one responsible. Then, from what Vegeta told him, Dad learned that Frieza would soon be heading to Earth. He didn't know Frieza's plans, but it couldn't be anything good. That's what drove Dad to train so desperately. In order to keep the family from worrying, Dad decided to hide the truth and began training hard, preparing to shoulder the burden all on his own. Gohan thought to himself, no, I can't let Dad face everything alone. I must also take responsibility for protecting the Earth. It's time to start training. With determination, Gohan went to find Piccolo. He recounted all the clues he had gathered after his conversation with Tights. As Piccolo listened, his expression grew serious. Gohan, your theory could very well be true. There might be some differences in the details, but the only one who could make Goku act this way is him. Gohan nodded firmly. That's why, Uncle Piccolo, I don't want to just stand by, unable to do anything when the time comes. I want to help Dad. I want to train. Dad won't let me train for long, so Uncle Piccolo, I want you to teach me. At this, Piccolo spoke up. Oh, you want my guidance? You do realize that once you start training with me, you'll have to endure much greater hardship. You won't be able to run into your parents' arms for comfort anymore. At just 5 years old, you really shouldn't have to bear so much. Without hesitation, Gohan thumped his chest with one hand, resolute. I'm willing to train. I still want my parents' hugs, too. But if Frieza really comes to Earth, what would those things matter anymore? For now, I choose to train. When I drive Frieza away someday, I'll still rush into Mom and Dad's arms like any ordinary kid. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Gohan's eyes, Piccolo could not help but be impressed. Very well. Once we've completed our training under 20 times gravity, I'll start teaching you actual combat skills. Be prepared, though. I won't go easy on you. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Goku had already spent 2 hours training under 200 times gravity. Phew, that's enough training under 200 times gravity for today. There's still plenty of time. I should relax a little and pick training up again after a trip. Though, I really should check in with Gohan. It doesn't sit right to leave him out of this. With a faint pop, Goku took out a Senzu bean and swallowed it, instantly restoring his strength. Stepping out of the gravity chamber, he saw Piccolo and Gohan training together. Goku walked over and said, Gohan, you're still training? You've been at it for quite a while today. Maybe it's time for a break. Looking up at Goku, Gohan replied, Dad, I'm not tired yet. I want to keep going a little longer with Uncle Piccolo. Goku shook his head and lightly scolded, Gohan, you're still young. Why push yourself so hard? Trying to imitate Goku's mysterious tone, Gohan chuckled mischievously. I just want to become a bit stronger, that's all. One day, I'm going to challenge you, Dad. For real, a serious match. Goku smiled gently at this. Oh, you want to spar with me? Haha, I'd like to see that. Your old man will be waiting. Oh, right, tomorrow your mom and I are heading out on a trip. Want to come along? Upon hearing this, Gohan's face filled with longing. But almost instinctively, he received Piccolo's telepathic message. You still have the chance to be an ordinary kid for now. Decide, do you want to travel with your parents, or continue your training? Gohan's expression grew uneasy. In his heart, he thought, Mom, Dad, I really want to travel with you, but Dad, I want to help you. I can't go this time. He forced a smile and said, Dad, it's okay. You and Mom should go together. She's always wanted some time for just the two of you. I've always known that. I'll sit this one out. I went with you several times when I was little, didn't I? Next time, promise you'll take me, okay? Piccolo looked at Gohan's smiling face and thought to himself, for Gohan to act so calm, if I didn't know him better, even I might have been fooled. His mental strength is truly remarkable. Goku puzzled asked, Huh? Gohan, how did you know what your mom was thinking? Gohan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Hee hee. I overheard once when I was passing by the bedroom. Dad, let Mom have her wish this time. I'll sit this one out. Goku thought to himself, really? This isn't like Gohan at all. Normally, he always gets excited to go on trips with us. What's going on? Gohan, are you sure you don't want to go? We're heading to the seaside this time. Seeing Goku fall silent, Gohan hurried to say, Dad, I just want you and Mom to spend some time alone together for a change. Enjoy yourselves, really. Come on. Can't you see I'm being thoughtful? Goku gently patted Gohan's head. Silly kid, we're your parents. If you want to go, you should just come with us. It's no big deal. Family trips are fun with all three of us. Unable to contain the ache in his heart any longer, Gohan threw himself into Goku's arms and burst into tears. Dad, I really, really do want to go with you. But I want to be more mature. I shouldn't always be selfish and cling to you guys. Goku shook his head, his voice soft and warm. Selfish? What are you talking about? We're your parents, and you're only 5. Of course it's normal for you to want to be close to us. At that moment, Bulma's voice called out. Oh dear, whose child is crying now? Hearing her, Gohan turned. Mom! Bulma walked over and gathered everyone into a hug. The three of them embraced as a family. It's my fault, dear. I should have been more careful with my words, or the child wouldn't have overheard. Gohan's just being sensitive. Let's all go on this trip together as a family. Goku nodded in agreement. That's what I was thinking too. See, even Mom is inviting you, Gohan. Are you really still going to say no? Gohan sniffled through his tears. Huh, At that moment, Piccolo spoke up. Gohan, just go and have fun. Your Uncle Piccolo will be fine training by himself. No need for you to stay behind. Piccolo had come to Gohan's rescue. Upon hearing this, Bulma finally understood. Oh, so that's why you didn't want to come with us, Gohan. You wanted to train with Piccolo instead. Are you two really that close? You've only been together for less than 2 days, maybe 3. Seeing that Piccolo was helping him out of this predicament, Gohan quickly played along. Yes, Mom. The reason I turned you down is because I want to train with Uncle Piccolo. He's always been alone. It's kind of sad for him. As soon as Gohan said this, a gentle warmth flowed through Piccolo's heart. His expression softened without him realizing it. Bulma suddenly saw the light. Oh, I thought you were upset because I said I wanted some time alone with your dad and didn't want to bring you along. So that's how it is. Well, in that case, I'll respect your choice. Do you want to go train with your Uncle Piccolo, or would you rather travel with your dad and me? Goku spoke up as well. So that was it. Gohan, you really want to train with Uncle Piccolo? Knowing how much you love martial arts, I get it. It's a tough call between training and a family trip. Realizing that his parents weren't going to force him to tag along, Gohan steeled himself. Dad, Mom, I think I'll choose what I love most, training. We can always take a trip next time. Bulma knew all too well about Gohan's dedication to the martial arts. It reminded her exactly of when Goku was young. That's what Goku and Bulma both believed. But what about Gohan himself? He was different. He chose to train so that, in the future, he could help defeat Frieza. If he had more power to aid his father, their chances of victory would be that much greater. Bulma, seeing how determined Gohan was, turned her eyes thoughtfully. All right, but keep in mind, you'll have to wait for your aunt to come back next time. Then our whole big family can go and have some fun together. Goku's face showed genuine surprise. Huh, your aunt? You mean your older sister? She's coming back. Bulma nodded. Yes, my sister just called. She told me she's coming home. It'll probably take her about a year to reach Earth. Goku, hearing this, pondered himself. Going back to Earth? That route. No, I have to stay focused. What if she runs into Frieza's forces along the way? There's a good chance Frieza sent Shui here to find out about the Dragon Balls and making wishes. She really could get caught up in something. I need to keep a close watch on her situation, ready to jump in at any moment. Snapping back to the moment, Goku looked at Piccolo. Piccolo, this kid wants to train with you. I'm trusting you to look after him. Piccolo nodded solemnly. Don't worry. After all the kindness I've received from your family, I'll make sure he's well protected. You two enjoy your trip. In the end, Gohan decided not to travel, but to stay home and train under Piccolo's guidance. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma chose to respect Gohan's wishes and didn't force him to travel with them. But after Goku and Bulma had gone a good distance, Gohan couldn't hold his tears any longer. I really want to go, he cried. So, the very next morning, Goku and Bulma had already finished packing and were ready to set off. Gohan, Piccolo, and Raditz came out to see them off. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair and said, Gohan, we're heading out now. Train hard at home with Uncle Piccolo, all right? When I return, I'll check up on your progress myself. Gohan nodded. Yes, don't worry, Dad. I'll do my best. Bulma pulled Gohan into a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. Oh, Gohan, this is the first time your mom's had to say goodbye to you. Promise you'll think of me, okay? Gohan nodded sincerely. How could I not, Mom? You're the one I love most. Bulma sniffled with a little laugh. What a sweet boy. All right, dear, let's head out. Yeah, replied Goku. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out. Goku, Bulma, where are you two heading off to? It was Chi-Chi. Hearing her, Goku turned and replied, Oh, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and I are going on a trip together. What's up? Kiki esse ais widened in surprise. What? But you only just got back from the lookout. When did you make these plans? With a swift smack, Bulma's fist came down. Really, kid? Do we have to report every single thing to you? Like you're our supervisor? Kiki rabd, Erarum, wincing. Ow, ow. That's not what I meant, sis. If Goku's leaving, who am I supposed to train with? Another quick smack. Kiki, I must have gone too easy on you lately. Trying to ruin my couple's getaway with Goku. What nerve. Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson. Bursting into tears, Chi-Chi wailed. I'm not. I'm really not. You two go, I can train by myself. At this, Bulma clapped her hands. That's more like it. Why do you always have to cling to my husband? Lapis's power is impressive too, isn't it? Why not train with her? Chi-Chi scratched her head awkwardly. Lapis just can't control her strength as well as Goku can. Every time we spar, I end up black and blue. What's the point in that kind of training? Goku nodded and then called out a shadow clone. Number 1, you'll train with Chi-Chi for the next few days. I promised her, and I won't go back on my word. Gohan, Piccolo, and Raditz, this clone's battle strength is about 50,000, so you can ask him anything. Number 1 replied, understood. I'll guide them well. Raditz looked intrigued. Oh, Kakarot, so you master tricks like that too? Yukon replied, this move is called the body doubling technique. I can convert a portion of my energy into a physical form. Number 1 has a fighting power of 50,000, which means I separated out 50,000 worth of my power. Raditz said, 50,000? Fine, I suppose I can just follow his training from now on, right? Yes, you can follow his instructions. His knowledge of training is just like mine. If you don't understand something, just ask him, Yukong answered. Piccolo, already familiar with this move, glanced at Gohan and spoke without surprise, Gohan, no more dawdling. Let's start training under 20 times normal gravity right now. Yes, sir. Gohan responded enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly interjected, Piccolo, remember that Gohan is still a child. Don't push him too hard, okay? Piccolo replied, I understand. I'll be careful. Then, Wukong handed the senzu beans to Piccolo. By the way, Piccolo, here's some senzu beans. I'm counting on you to keep Gohan safe. There were 20 beans in total. Piccolo accepted the senzu beans. After that, chatter ceased. Wukong and Bulma set off immediately, embarking on a journey together that would last more than 2 months. On one hand, Wukong and Bulma enjoyed themselves, basking in the sun and feasting on seafood. Life was more than comfortable. Meanwhile, things were much tougher for Gohan. A month had passed since Wukong and Bulma had departed. Every day, Gohan underwent over 15 hours of training. He spent 8 hours a day enduring the trial of 20 times Earth's gravity, with the rest of his time dedicated to Piccolo's hands-on combat lessons. After a month of this, Gohan's body bore all the scrapes and bruises that came from such sustained high-gravity training. But Gohan felt no pain. If anything, he remained strong and steadfast, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this, Chi-Chi could hardly bear it and said, Piccolo, Gohan is only 5 years old. Isn't this training too harsh? Look at how many injuries he has. Piccolo shook his head and replied, this is all Gohan's choice. He wanted to train hard, so I agreed. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. But still, Raditz spoke up, Chi-Chi, this is just how Saiyans are. When we set our minds to something, we finish it, no matter what. If Gohan wants to help Kakarot a year from now, he has to push himself this hard. Otherwise, when Frisia's troops come, there's Chui, who I've told you about before, about as strong as Vegeta, with a power level of 19,000. And there are even stronger ones, like Dodoria at 25,000 and Zarbin at 25,400. Beyond even them is the Jinyu Force, the true demons we can scarcely hope to challenge. Their captain alone surpasses 100,000 in fighting power. Do you understand what that means? If Frisia ever decides to send the Jinyu Force to Earth, apart from Kakarot, we'd all be done for. Even if Gohan's fighting power doesn't soar in a year, any progress counts. During these 10 days, having watched Gohan put himself through such grueling training, Raditz had already inquired about the reason behind it. So even though, as Gohan's uncle, Raditz felt a sharp pang of pity watching his nephew work so hard, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold back. Upon hearing the explanation, Chi-Chi let out a long sigh. Oh, how could something like this happen? Are there really such terrifying people coming to Earth? Raditz nodded in affirmation. That definitely will. According to what Kakarot said, Chui will arrive on Earth before Vegeta does. He's coming to investigate a certain rumor. With that, Raditz turned his gaze toward Piccolo. Piccolo looked puzzled. Why are you staring at me? Raditz replied, I'm talking about you, Piccolo. There's a legend that Namekians can create beads that grant wishes. Once Chui sets foot on Earth and finds out about your existence, it won't even matter whether the story is true or false. If Frisia gets wind of even the slightest rumor, he'll take action. Eternal life, it's what he's craved above all else. He might come straight to Earth, or perhaps set course for Namek instead. Now, as for Namek, it's at least got some unique methods of defense, and maybe some warriors with unusually high power levels. But Earth? It's almost entirely defenseless when it comes to warfare between worlds. Earthlings, on average, have extremely low combat strength. Piccolo, if you were Frisia, which would you choose? Piccolo wasn't particularly shocked by Raditz' words. Instead, he sank into contemplation. To be honest, there really is a thing on Earth capable of granting wishes. It's called the Dragon Balls, created by the Kami. And I must both be what you call Namekians. But our Dragon Balls are probably not as powerful as the original Namekian ones. So I was thinking, what if we move the battlefield to Namek instead? What would you think of that? Raditz was stunned by this suggestion. What? Piccolo, you'd bring the battle to your own home world? Aren't you afraid Frisia will just destroy your planet outright? Piccolo nodded calmly. I'm not afraid. I don't actually have any deep attachment to that so-called home world you mentioned. Truth be told, I love Earth far more. Biologically, I might be Namekian, but in my heart, Earth is what I choose. Still, when the time comes, I'll go to Namek personally and unleash all my power to destroy the planet myself. If it comes to that, let both Namek and me vanish into dust together. That's the best solution I can think of. Once I'm gone, Kami will die as well. And with him, the Dragon Balls will disappear forever and never be created again. Upon hearing this, Gohan opened his eyes wide. No, I won't let Uncle Piccolo die. That's not a good solution at all. Piccolo shook his head. It's the best option we have. Besides, it isn't as if there's no hope for victory. Isn't Goku still around? When the time comes, Goku can go to Namek and defeat Frisia himself. In the span of a year, I have faith that man can work a miracle. Chi-Chi responded, Piccolo's absolutely right. With Goku around, there's nothing he can't handle. He's always been so confident, ever since he was a child. All those grueling trainings under heavy gravity, those were his ideas. Honestly, if I just practiced the normal way without Goku's help, my strength would probably be a tenth of what it is now. If Goku dares to make such bold claims, I trust he has a good reason. He might even have a way to deal with Frisia. But, Piccolo, are you really sure about moving the battlefield to Namek? No regrets. Piccolo nodded firmly. I won't regret it. But how should we actually go about the plan? Chi-Chi pondered for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. How about this? After Koei comes to Earth, here's what we do, like this and that. She leaned in and whispered her plan to Piccolo. Piccolo nodded approvingly. Great idea. That's how we'll do it. All right, enough chit-chat. For now, it's time for Gohan's practical training. Chi-Chi, call number 1 in, and you can start your own training now. With that, Piccolo grabbed Gohan and soared away. Raditz looked on, curious. Chi-Chi, what sort of plan did you come up with? Chi-Chi answered, when the time comes, Piccolo and I will get there ahead of everyone else, arriving before Goku finds Koei. Then, we'll have Piccolo reveal the secret of the Dragon Balls to Koei. If it comes from someone native to Namek, Frisia's forces will definitely believe it. We'll make it clear that immortality truly is possible, but with a twist. I'll exaggerate that Earth's Dragon Balls can't achieve it at all, but Namek's can. It's the birthplace of the Dragon Balls, the ancestor of them all, really. And after Piccolo explains that, I'll sneak up and take Koei out. That way, Frisia will be drawn to Namek first. With his arrogance, Frisia would never suspect anyone would dare deceive him. When that happens, we'll all travel to Namek together and face him in the final battle. The plan ties up every loose end. Piccolo landed with Gohan atop a hill. Piccolo spoke slowly. Gohan, your training today is all about survival in the wild. From this moment, you're on your own for food. Everything you eat, you have to find or catch yourself. I'm not giving you any help. Gohan trembled a little as he heard this. He'd never slept outside on his own before, and the wilderness seemed a little scary to him. Uncle Piccolo, do I really have to stay here all by myself? Piccolo spoke gravely. Yes, you have to learn this. You've spent your life in comfort, never having to survive out there. You'll be going to Namek someday, and if you want to go, you need to master these skills. This is just an alien place on Earth. I'm not familiar with it either, and there might not even be anything decent to eat. But you must find something. Your body is different from mine. I can get by just drinking water, but as a human, you need food to replenish your energy. Even Goku can't go without eating. If you don't eat, you'll die. You might think Goku will always look out for you, but what if he's not there one day? What will you do then? Gohan lowered his head and clenched his fists. All right, I'll do my best. Uncle Piccolo, you should go. I'm going to begin my survival training now. Piccolo nodded. Good. I'll come back to check on you at this time tomorrow. If you're holding up well, your training is over and you can go home for 3 days of rest. But if you're not, you'll have to stay out here until you fully master all the survival skills. With those words, Piccolo turned and left. Gohan encouraged himself softly. Come on, I can do this. After Piccolo left, Gohan was at a bit of a loss. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. He sprang down the hillside in one leap. With his current power level, though not at full strength of 3,000, it was still nothing for him to handle such a small drop. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Gohan recalled, I remember Dad telling me he used to catch fish in the river to eat when he was little. Maybe I should try fishing too. Making a fire won't be a problem. I can use my energy for that. Now let me close my eyes and sense with my energy. Having learned martial arts from a young age, Gohan had been taught these little tricks by Goku, and his ability to control his energy was excellent. He slowly focused his energy into his mind, and suddenly, countless glowing points appeared before his eyes. Gohan thought to himself, Dad really is amazing. I didn't notice much when I used to sense energy before, but now, out here in the wild, these points of light are like street lamps, showing me where to go. Dad, I promise I'll master how to survive in nature as soon as I can. I won't let you down. Meanwhile, enjoying his vacation, Goku suddenly sneezed. Bulma looked over, concerned. Are you all right? Did you catch a cold? Goku shook his head. No, it's just my nose suddenly got really itchy. Maybe someone's talking about me. All those glowing points Gohan saw existed because they contained energy, be it fruit or small animals. A little-known fact, Goku's Spirit Bomb draws a large portion of its power from the natural world, although it's strongest when drawing from humans. That's precisely why, in this story, Gohan is able to find things by sensing energy. And so, using his ability to sense energy, Gohan made his way towards the river. Suddenly, he noticed 2 points of light shining brighter than all the others. Gohan looked up at the treetop in astonishment. Wow, those apples are huge. They look so red and delicious. My mouth is watering just looking at them. It turned out to be a red apple tree. With a gentle leap, Gohan plucked the 2 biggest apples from the branches. Wow, these must be really tasty. Let's give them a try. Without hesitation, Gohan took a big bite of one of the apples. Juice burst forth, filling his mouth with a sweet, fragrant aroma. This is unbelievably delicious. How could apples be this good? Amazed, Gohan polished off both apples in just a few swift bites. Burp, so tasty. But I really can't just eat fruit. Dad always said I need a balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. By now, all his previous fears of the wilderness had melted away, replaced entirely by excitement. This place was so much fun. Gohan was loving every moment of it. With a happy heart, he continued making his way toward the stream. Meanwhile, Piccolo, watching everything unfold from the shadows, began doubting his own judgment. What's this? This isn't how I pictured it all. Is Gohan really just a 5-year-old child? Shouldn't he be throwing a tantrum, rolling around, and crying in the wild by now? After walking for quite some time, Gohan finally arrived at the bank of a gentle river. He sensed, using that unique energy awareness, that the water teemed with little fish darting to and fro. But Gohan didn't even try to catch any. No, these fish are way too small. I want one of those big, fat fish. Just then, splash. A disturbance rippled through the water in the distance. Gohan's eyes lit up instantly. There, a big, fat fish. Just you wait. Son Gohan is on his way. Come on, right into my belly. With that, he dove straight into the water. For some reason, it seemed that Saiyans were born knowing how to swim, and though Gohan had never learned, he began gliding through the water effortlessly. Like a flash, he sped toward the big fish. With a point of his finger, the fish fell still in an instant. Without delay, Gohan carried his prize back to the shore. He gathered his energy and made a small fire. Finding a sturdy branch, he skewered the large fish and propped it over the flames to roast. As he watched the fish cook, Gohan muttered to himself, "Come on, big fish, cook a little faster. My stomach's counting on you." And so he sat, quietly keeping his gaze fixed on the roasting fish for nearly an hour. Though only 5 years old, as the Capsule Corporation's young heir, Gohan had tasted all kinds of gourmet food. Roasted fish was something he'd had plenty of times before. This was his first try at cooking for himself, and although a bit clumsy, he used everything he remembered about the charred flavor of grilled fish to judge when it would be ready. But this was a wild fish, and what if undercooked meat made him sick? Smart as ever, Gohan used a burst of energy to slice several slits into the big fish. As he suspected, the skin was charred, but inside, blood and juices still flowed. It wasn't cooked through at all. Gohan nodded. So, it's really not cooked yet. Good thing I checked and cut it open. If I had just judged by how the outside looked and eaten it, I'd definitely have a stomachache right now. So Gohan decided to wait a little longer. He'd rather overcook the fish than risk getting sick from eating it raw. Gradually, the fish began to firm up. Gohan realized the fish is cooked now. He reached out and grabbed a piece, giving a taste. There's a bit of a burnt flavor. Must be the skin. Even though I was as careful as I could be for my first time cooking, I still managed to burn the outside. Guess I'll just leave the skin aside. But the flesh is actually pretty good, still tender. I'll tough it out and eat it. I can't let food go to waste. With that thought, Gohan focused on getting through the smoky flavor and finished off the whole fat fish. After he was done, he patted his now round little belly. Ah, I'm so full. The fish was actually pretty tasty. Now that I'm fed, I should find a place to sleep. But where should I go? Gohan began to search for a place to take shelter. Before long, he spotted a cave in the distance. This should do, he thought. Better use my energy sensing to check for any danger inside first. Gohan was still somewhat cautious. After all, caves this dark were known to hide things like snakes, according to what he'd seen on TV. He activated his energy sensing, and once he was sure there was nothing unusual inside, he made his way in. All right, I'll sleep here tonight. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, I'll head over to the hills. When I get back, I'll show everyone how well I did. But I don't want to go home just yet. I want to stay out a bit longer. Once I really master my fish roasting skills, I'll cook some for Mom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bulma suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Someone must be talking about me. My husband's probably thinking of me. Even I just sneezed. Goku nodded thoughtfully and spoke slowly. I bet it's Gohan. This is the first time we've left him on his own. I wonder how he's holding up. It's been a month since he set out, and I can't help but worry about him. Bulma sighed. Oh, honey, that must be Gohan missing us. Ever since he left, I've been so down. Next time, let's make sure we go as a family. After being apart from him for so long, I really miss our little boy. Night slowly deepened, and as often happens, reflections run deepest in the dark. Gohan felt tears trickle down the corners of his eyes. Life out here isn't fun at all. There's no TV, no toys, and no dad or mom. Honestly, it's really no fun at all. The ground is so hard. I can't even sleep. I miss my soft bed at home. Though he wrestled with his feelings, Gohan didn't act on his discontent. The cave buzzed with the sound of mosquitoes, a relentless drone, despite the enclosed space, reminding him he was still out in the wild. The noisy swarm started to wear on Gohan's nerves. All of a sudden, Gohan remembered something his father had told him. He was 3 years old at the time, and the whole family had gone camping together. The mosquitoes back then had been just as much a nuisance as they were now. Immediately, Goku covered his body with the energy, and as soon as the mosquitoes touched him, they vanished without a trace. Back then, Gohan hadn't really learned how to use his energy. Goku had helped him. Thinking of this, Gohan quickly recalled how his father did it, and began to draw out his own energy, following his memory. Soon, a ball of yellow energy appeared in Gohan's right hand. Gohan muttered, "So what I need to write down is to cover myself with the energy. I remember Dad said energy is wild and unstable. To wrap it around your body takes extremely precise control. Ah, whatever. I'll just smear it on." With that, Gohan rather clumsily smeared the energy all over himself, and by sheer accident, he managed to form a basic version of the energy shield. This move was something Chi-Chi had developed only after an enormous effort, risking permanent damage to her own abilities. Yet, Gohan had picked it up unwittingly, almost by accident. Watching in secret, Piccolo was deeply shocked. What? Did he really just create an energy shield? Isn't Gohan just fooling around? Surrounding yourself with unstable energy is hardly a wise move. Well, I'll just keep an eye on him. If things go wrong and his energy goes out of control, I'll step in and save him. A senzu bean will fix him up in no time. But in reality, Gohan wasn't hurt by the energy at all. In fact, he lay down peacefully and started to rest. He mumbled contentedly, "This feels great. So warm and cozy. Even lying on the floor like this is comfortable. All right, time to sleep." And with that, Gohan drifted off. Seeing that Gohan was unharmed, Piccolo finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, this kid is always full of surprises. Ah, never mind. Just imagine Chi-Chi's face if she knew Gohan had pulled off the energy shield. Maybe I'll keep this to myself and let her be amazed some other day. The night passed quietly. Elsewhere, Chi-Chi, enduring 30 times normal gravity, sat with her eyes tightly closed, training in complete inner calm. Suddenly, number 1 struck out with a wooden stick, aiming an attack at Chi-Chi. In a swift movement, despite sensing something, Chi-Chi couldn't dodge in time. 30 times gravity made everything sluggish. She was struck. The blow landed with a dull thud. Clutching her head, Chi-Chi complained, "Number 1, that was too sudden. You didn't even warn me before sneaking up on me." Number 1 shook his head and explained, when the original body was cultivating the state of unshakable calm, Mr. Popo did the same. He never told the original when he'd attack, stealth was constant. Whether it was during meals, sleep, even in the bathroom, Mr. Popo would strike at any moment. Until the original mastered true inner calm, every sneak attack landed. Chi-Chi was astonished. What? No way. I met Mr. Popo before, and his energy didn't seem anything special. He could really sneak up on Brother Goku. Number 1 nodded. That's right, but that was back when the original had a power level of 2,000. You're at 20,000 now, so of course, it's not quite the same. Chi-Chi nodded. So that's how it is. But even so, it would be really difficult for Mr. Popo to sneak attack Goku when he's at 2,000 power. Back then, when I just mastered the outer aura state, my power level was only 4 or 500 at most. Number 1 said, that's why keeping your heart as still as calm water is so important. You can see for yourself, Mr. Popo's actual combat power isn't that high, but by reaching that state, he can ambush someone with 2,000 power. So instead of complaining, if you want to grow stronger, you need to face these attacks head on. Chi-Chi responded helplessly, but number 1, if that last attack had happened outside, I could have dodged it for sure. The thing is, here we're under 30 times Earth's gravity. There's no way I can move at top speed. Number 1 shook his head. You still don't understand what it means to have a heart as calm as still water. It's not about physical speed. It's about reacting instantly, dodging any attack on pure instinct alone, without relying on the body's speed. But I really don't get it, Chi-Chi said. How about I try sneaking up on you instead? You should be able to achieve that calm water state too, right? Let me experience it up close. Although I'll need to do it in 0 gravity. At 30 times gravity, I can't move fast enough. Number 1 replied, all right, let's go outside to practice. If we break anything in here, no one will be able to fix it, and Dr. Brief is already busy with his research. With that, Number 1 switched off the gravity device and led Chi-Chi outside to an open space. Chi-Chi picked up a wooden staff. Ready. Number 1, here I come. Number 1 shook his head. You've already announced your attack. How can it be a sneak attack now? I don't even need to enter the calm water state. Just regular instincts are enough to see right through your intentions. If you blindfold yourself, then you won't be able to sense anything, will you? Number 1 replied. So you want to take away my vision before your sneak attack? Very well, I'll play along. He pulled out a black cloth from who knows where and tied it securely over his eyes. Come on. Whoosh. In a flash, Chi-Chi darted behind Number 1. You're making way too much noise. Trying to attack from behind? Even without my eyes, I can use my ears to track every movement. Chi-Chi knew this perfectly well. After all, his Goku brother had amazing hearing. Even sightless, he could always react in time. Back then, Goku had been thinking of teaching him this skill, but before they could begin, he set out on a journey. Chi-Chi thought to himself, I'm deliberately making noise. My real attack is aimed at your legs. Whoosh. In a split second, Chi-Chi switched his attack and swung low at Number 1's legs. Whoosh. Number 1 leaped nimbly and avoided the strike. Chi-Chi cried out in surprise. What? You dodged my feint attack combo too. Number 1 chuckled softly and said, I told you, I possess all the training experience of my true self. I can enter a state of serenity at will. No matter what kind of diversion you attempt, once I'm in this state, unless your attack physically touches my body, I'll treat it as if it never happened. That's the effect of a tranquil mind. Listening to this, doesn't it sound a bit like Ultra Instinct? You're right. It's basically an early form of Ultra Instinct. To put another way, Ultra Instinct is a tranquil mind used in conjunction with divine power. Kiki protested. I don't believe it. If I activate Phase 2 of my energy armor, I'll definitely land a hit. Huh. With that, Kiki powered up to Phase 2 of the energy armor, her aura blazing a brilliant fiery red. Immediately, Kiki launched into a storm of attacks. Number 1 dodged every single move effortlessly. Shaking his head, Number 1 explained, I told you, you can't hit me. Even now, it's the same. I can attack you while maintaining this state too. Whoosh. After dodging one of Kiki's heavy blows, Number 1 closed the distance in a flash, driving a flying knee right into Kiki's stomach. Thud. In an instant, Kiki's Phase 2 armor dissolved completely. She dropped to her knees, clutching her stomach, unable to stand. Number 1 spoke evenly. So what do you think? Just now, I kept my energy perfectly matched with yours, without using any overwhelming power. That's the essence of the tranquil mind state. Do you understand now? Kiki nodded, frustrated and amazed. I get it. You're basically cheating. Seriously, Goku. How do you come up with such incredible moves? How am I supposed to learn something like this? Number 1 replied calmly. My true self needed 3 months to master this technique. Do you think you could do it faster? There's no need to rush. Take it step by step. Kiki shocked blurted out what? It took Goku 3 whole months? Won't it take me even longer then? That's right. If you want to train more efficiently, do it under 30 times gravity. It'll push you to your absolute limits. Just imagine, if you can dodge my surprise attacks even in that environment, even if you haven't fully attained the tranquil mind state, your awareness and reflexes will be off the charts. Combine that with your current energy armor state, and your fighting power could increase by at least 8-fold. With those words, Number 1 clenched his fists in encouragement. Kiki, still a bit incredulous, said, 5 times? You really think I can do that? Number 1 patted her on the shoulder. Trust yourself. You can. Come on, let's go back and keep training the tranquil mind under 30 times gravity. Yes, teacher number 1. The next morning, Gohan arrived at the hilltop where he had arranged to meet Piccolo. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction and spoke warmly. Gohan, you've done very well. I've been watching you all along, and I'm proud of your progress. Gohan smiled softly and said, "Ah, Uncle Piccolo, did you see? I just did my best, though there's still quite a few things I need to improve." Piccolo replied, "For your very first time surviving in the wild, you did great. Don't worry too much about your shortcomings. Those can be worked on later. Come on, as agreed, you're in really good shape. You can head home now." Hearing this, Gohan shook his head. "No, I want to stay a little longer. I'm not ready to go back just yet." "Huh? You're actually asking to stay here longer?" "Yes. Please let me stay a while more. I have to master the art of grilling meat. I'm not going home until I learn it." Piccolo couldn't help but smile at the reason. It was almost comical. "But your grandparents must be getting worried. Are you sure it's all right not to go home?" "That'll have to be your responsibility, Uncle Piccolo. Since you brought me here, you'll have to figure it out." Meanwhile, back at Capsule Corp, Mrs. Brief was getting more and more anxious. Gohan had been missing for nearly a dozen hours already, and in her worry, she called Bulma. "Bulma, Gohan's been out of the house for more than 10 hours already, and I have no idea where he's gone. Your father has locked himself in the lab again, and I can't even get inside. What should I do?" Hearing this, Bulma turned anxiously to Goku. "Honey, Gohan is missing. Mom says she can't find him anywhere." Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Piccolo probably took him out for training. Tell your mom to check the gravity room to see if Piccolo's there. If not, he likely took Gohan out with him." Bulma repeated over the phone, "Mom, go and check the gravity room to see if Piccolo's there. If he isn't, Goku says they probably went out to train together." Mrs. Brief hurried to the gravity room and peered in for a while. She saw number 1 inside, guiding Chi-Chi in her training. Mrs. Brief, puzzled, asked, "Goku, weren't you supposed to be traveling? How come you're here?" Just the day before, Mrs. Brief had gone to look there too, but number 1 had just stepped outside to demonstrate composure to Chi-Chi, and Raditz had disappeared somewhere. Number 1 came out and explained, "Mom, I'm Goku's doppelganger. I'm here to help Chi-Chi with her training. What's going on?" Mrs. Brief, though not quite understanding, decided to treat him as if he were Goku himself. "Goku, do you know where Gohan is? He's been missing." Number 1 nodded and replied, "Yes, I do. He went out with Piccolo yesterday. I noticed when they left. Has he not come back yet?" Mrs. Brief let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, so that's what it was. I thought they might have gone somewhere unusual. But Goku and Gohan haven't come home for an entire night. Could something have happened? Gohan has never stayed away from home for so long since he was little. You'd better go out and look for them." Number 1 nodded. "All right, I'll head out right away." After learning where Gohan was, Mrs. Brief immediately called Bulma. "Bulma, our Goku said he went off to train with Piccolo, and now he's gone out looking for them." Bulma nodded in understanding. "Oh, Mom, you've got me all worked up. I almost forgot we have Goku's avatar at home. Don't worry, as long as he's with Gohan, nothing will happen." After a couple more words, Bulma hung up the phone. She turned to Goku and asked, "Honey, why did Piccolo want to take Gohan out training?" Goku thought for a moment before answering. "Maybe he wants Gohan to learn some survival skills in the wild? Honestly, I can't think of any other reason Piccolo would take Gohan out for special training." Hearing this, Bulma finally couldn't hold back her tears. "What? Oh, my poor Gohan. Honey, I don't want to travel anymore. Let's go back and see Gohan, please." Goku gently stroked Bulma's beautiful hair and spoke softly. "All right, whatever you want. We'll go back. I am sorry, honey. We've only been out for a month, and now I'm asking to turn back. Do you think I'm being fickle? Silly, you're my wife. Why would I blame you for that?" Bulma gave a playful laugh. They tumbled together. Let's leave the rest to imagination. Meanwhile, number 1 appeared next to Piccolo. "Piccolo, what's going on with Gohan?" At this moment, number 1's consciousness was being controlled by Goku himself, so there was no difference between him and the real Goku. Piccolo answered aloud, "Number 1, Gohan wanted to develop his wilderness survival skills. Honestly, he's already done quite well. He learned everything in just one day, but now he wants to learn how to roast meat. Says he wants to make something for his mother. Number 1, you may be just an avatar, but you're still part of Goku. Hearing something like that must make you proud, right?" Goku nodded. "Is that so? What a sweet kid. Piccolo, thank you for everything you've done teaching Gohan these past days. Bulma and I are coming back now." Hearing this, Piccolo glanced at number 1's eyes. "Is this really you, Goku?" Goku nodded. "Sort of the consciousness guiding number 1 is mine now. But even though I'm coming back, if you want to keep training Gohan, please do. I trust you with him completely." Piccolo had been a little disappointed to hear Goku was returning, But when he heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Really? You mean it? Wukong replied, of course. This child is a little too kind-hearted, which is why he needs you to toughen him up. As his father, no matter how hard I try, I just can't bring myself to be strict with him. I know about your plan to move the battle to Namek. Honestly, I'm glad you made this choice for Earth's sake, and I'll help you save Namek. But Gohan, he's just too sentimental. When he finds out what you're doing, he'll insist on going along. Piccolo's expression changed upon hearing this. What? Wukong, how did you know? Wukong smiled gently. Don't forget, number 1 is my manifestation. You had a long conversation in his presence. The moment you entered his consciousness, I started receiving all that information. Piccolo nodded in understanding. All right, I'll take responsibility for training him. But what about Bulma? If Gohan really goes to Namek, she'll definitely object, right? Wukong gazed up at the sky. You're right, she will. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. But we'll deal with things as they come. If it comes to it, we'll just bring her along, too. I'm not worried about Gohan, but with Bulma, we'll have to ask Lazuli and Lapis to protect her. With their power, aside from Frieza, no one could stand against them. And as for Frieza, he's mine to handle. With those words, Wukong clenched his fist tightly. Piccolo was about to respond, but Wukong cut him off, saying, oh, right. I should tell Bulma first. It'll be much better than explaining after the fact. There's never a good outcome when things are handled too late. Piccolo, goodbye. With that, Wukong withdrew from number 1's consciousness. Wukong pulled his awareness back into his own body. Bulma asked, Wukong, did you manage to find Gohan? Wukong nodded. Yes, I found him. He's training with Piccolo right now, and number 1 is keeping watch, so there's nothing to worry about. Bulma patted her chest in relief. Phew, that's a relief. Suddenly, Bulma glanced at Wukong, as if she had something on her mind but hesitated to say it aloud. After so many years together, even the slightest frown or change in his demeanor was enough for her to sense that something was up. Bulma asked in confusion, Honey, something's happened, hasn't it? Wukong nodded. You're right, something has come up. And this time, I'll have to trouble you again, dear. Wukong then explained everything that had transpired with number 1 regarding Frieza, Piccolo's plan, and the situation with Gohan. First, Bulma was moved to tears by Gohan's filial devotion. Oh, my sweet Gohan. Even in such circumstances, he's still thinking about his mother. All my care for him hasn't been in vain. Wukong said gently, yes, Gohan really is a very considerate child. Only after this did Bulma and Wukong begin to discuss the situation with Frieza. Bulma asked in puzzlement, Piccolo's and Chi-Chi's ideas are good, but do you even know how to get to planet Namek? I've never even heard of that planet before. It's certainly not one of the 8 major planets in our solar system. With the technology we have now, just to get past Neptune, the 8th planet would take us at least 10 years. We don't even have a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. How are we supposed to get a whole group of people to Namek? Goku stroked his chin and thought to himself. If I remember from the original story, they found a spaceship left behind by Kami. After Dr. Brief got his hands on it, he managed to design a spacecraft that could reach Namek in just 7 days. Now that Dr. Brief has already started studying my brother's ship, I bet he'll figure out a way for us to get to Namek soon enough. Goku spoke up. Isn't Dad already working on the spaceship my brother left behind? With his skills, I'm sure he could build a replica, an exact copy. It's just that the materials would probably be really expensive. Bulma recalled she'd thought about that possibility in the beginning too, but just by taking one look at the spaceship's materials, she could tell they definitely weren't things that could be mass-produced with ease. But there's no way to mass-produce them. At best, with the technology we have now, 2 ships would be the absolute limit, Bulma replied. Just then, the voice of Kami sounded in Goku's mind. Goku, I still have the spaceship I used when I first arrived on Earth. If you're not afraid of a little trouble, you can come get it and hand it over to Dr. Brief. My ship is pretty big. It can fit 7 or 8 people. If it could bring me all the way to Earth, I'm sure it can reach Namek in a short time. Goku's eyes lit up at that revelation. Perfect. Bulma, Kami just told me he's still got his old spaceship, big enough for 7 or 8 people. Let's go have a look right now. If it works, we'll only need to build one, and everyone going to Namek can squeeze in together. Bulma blinked a little confused. Got me? All right, let's go check it out first. This is even more important than seeing Gohan right now. If something happens to Earth, then nothing else will matter. Though Bulma was hopelessly romantic and doted on her son, when it came down to crucial moments like this, her rational side always won out. Without wasting time, Goku scooped Bulma up his arms and took to the sky. Oh, Goku, I can fly by myself, you know. No need this time. Let me do the honors. That way, we'll get there a bit faster. All right then. And so, Goku carried Bulma straight to the lookout. Mr. Popo was already waiting patiently for them. Goku, Bulma, you're here. Come on. I'll take you to see the spaceship. Kami's expecting you already. Exchanging a brief glance and a nod, the two of them followed Mr. Popo toward the docking area for the ship. On the way, Goku asked, "Mr. Popo, how's Krillin and the others' training coming along?" Previously, Popo replied, "Compared to you, Goku, they lag behind a bit, but they still have potential. As for training, right now they're going through the inner demon trial." Goku asked, a bit puzzled, "Huh? Don't they need to learn to keep their hearts calm, like still water?" Mr. Popo shook his head. Given their aptitude, well, it's a bit harsh to say, but honestly, they have no talent at all. Breaking through their inner demons could help them improve in martial arts, though. By the way, that young man you brought last time, Chi-Chi, I think he might actually be able to learn a bit. Why not let him join us? Goku chuckled softly. As for him, I prefer to teach him myself. When he gets strong, he can get carried away and reckless. I'm afraid if he comes to the sanctuary, he might not show proper respect to you, Mr. Popo. So it's better if I guide him. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. With that, Mr. Popo led Goku and Bulma to a model that looked a bit like an insect, but also not quite. This is the spacecraft. The Kami is already inside, so I won't go any further. Goku nodded, then gently took Bulma's hand, and they stepped into the ship. Inside, they saw the Kami staring at a screen, looking thoroughly baffled. He had some wisdom, but when it came to such advanced technology, he was completely lost, like a rookie facing brand new gear. Bulma looked around in awe. What precise instruments? Kami turned and asked, "Oh, Bulma, do you actually understand all this?" Bulma nodded. "Ido. The gadgets here are much like those on Earth spaceships. What I'm not sure about is how to operate them, or what they use for fuel. My guess is they run on liquid fuel, but I can't make sense of these symbols. I've studied almost every Earth language, but these look like total gibberish to me." Kami said softly, "I always thought these were words only Kami could read. But come to think of it, this must actually be Namekian. Bulma, I can teach you. Plus, here's a notebook as well, which probably contains the ship's data. Once you pick up the language, you'll be able to understand what's recorded here." Bulma eagerly nodded. "Yes, please teach me, Kami. With my ability to use ki, if I channel it into my mind or eyes, I can remember anything at a glance. Time is short, so I hope it's not too hard. No matter how difficult the language, I should be able to handle it in 3 days. No need to teach me conversational phrases yet. Let's start with the characters in this notebook. Please, teach me one by one." Bulma was so determined because she didn't want to owe Piccolo any favors. Even though she was just an ordinary woman, she was willing to give her all for Earth. When it came to intelligence and knowledge, she'd handle it. When it came to fighting, she'd leave that to her husband. Combining her wits with his strength, they could achieve extraordinary things together. The god was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe such a thing was possible. "Excellent. Bulma, let's begin learning right away. This notebook is yours now. I can't leave the realm of the gods anyway, so I might as well give it to you." Without any pretense, Bulma accepted the notebook and instantly channeled her ki into her mind. Her eyes shone with a golden light. That divine energy surged once more, and now Bulma was surrounded by a radiant, holy aura. She began flipping through the notebook rapidly. Her eyesight was so keen she could read 40 lines at a glance. Within just 30 minutes, she had committed the entire contents of the notebook to memory. The sheer volume of words nearly made her faint. Goku was quick to catch her and immediately fed her senzabin. In an instant, Bulma felt invigorated and refreshed. "Thank you, darling. I was about to pass out. Honestly, there's just an overwhelming amount of content in this notebook. Kami, I've memorized it all, so you can start teaching me right from the very first character." Kami, a bit at a loss, nevertheless nodded and began teaching her word by word. Bulma's brilliance was unparalleled. She grasped every point in no time. With only half the lessons given, she could already follow along with ease, memorizing the characters as she went, all the while astonished by what she was learning. This is truly terrifying technology. No wonder these things were invented by aliens. Reading this feels just like the sci-fi novels I used to love. Such an advanced cosmic civilization could obliterate Earth without effort. But it says here that much of the universe has already been mined out, and almost all of Earth's resources correspond to those listed in the notebook. Even fuels are considered rare substances. If those aliens ever learn about Earth, they'll definitely descend upon us in droves. The more Bulma studied, the greater her fear of aliens grew. Technologies like time travel, interstellar cannons capable of blasting through the Earth with a single shot, spaceships traveling at light speed. Even an ordinary laser pistol could erase a life in the blink of an eye, leaving no physical trace behind. Cannons and the like would be beyond devastating. At that moment, Bulma realized just how insignificant Earth truly was. It was like a helpless, bleeding lamb awaiting whatever fate might come. But then she spotted something crucial. and her attitude shifted instantly. The dread in her heart gave way to hope. A passage explained that powerful martial artists could stand fearless against these horrors. Martial artists must refer to people like Goku, those who can wield ki. Having spent so much time with Goku, she knew one thing for certain. Ki could overcome anything. Bulma turned to Goku, her gaze softening with tenderness. Honey, I'm really grateful to have you. As long as you're here, Earth will surely be safe. But we also need Earth to master the technology and weaponry described in here. We can't rely on you alone to solve every crisis. Bulma made up her mind in silence. She was going to arm the Earth. When they arrived on Namek, she would have a surprise in store for Frisia. The super cannon she saw in the notes fascinated her most of all. A single cannon shot could wipe out an entire fleet. If she could just launch one of those super cannons into Frisia's army, now, wouldn't that be something to see? In just half a day, Bulma had already learned to read and write in the Namekian language, though she couldn't speak it yet. Still, when it came to recognizing and writing the symbols, it was a breeze. The Guardian of Earth couldn't help but marvel. You two as a couple, a prodigy in martial arts and a genius of intelligence. Truly a match made in heaven. Bulma gave a soft laugh. Oh, it's nothing special, really. You flatter us. But could you two please not distract me now? Let me take a look at how this ship works. Goku perked up at her words and nodded. Sure, honey. You take your time and have fun with it. Cammy, let's go outside and give Bulma some space. Cammy responded readily. Of course. And with that, Goku and Cammy left the ship's interior. With nobody around to disturb her, Bulma's excitement bubbled over. Consulting the notes, she started exploring the inner walls of the ship. She soon stumbled upon a hidden compartment. Found it, she murmured to herself. According to the notes, pressing here should activate the ship's power system. Bulma pressed down gently. Instantly, the interior of the ship lit up, a dazzling display of alien technology. She nodded in satisfaction. Impressive, alien engineering at its best, even after lying dormant for so long. The power system is completely intact. Now, time for yours truly to have some fun. With that, she strode to the console and began tapping away at the controls. Almost immediately, a line of text appeared on the screen. This is incredible. It's even faster than Goku's brother's ship. That one's 3 light years a day was already astonishing. But this one can cover 5 light years in a day. The coordinates for Namek are right here, too. It's about 65 light years from Earth, which means we can get there in just 13 days. Let me check what this ship uses as fuel, though. If we can't find the right fuel on Earth, all of this is pointless. Bulma searched for the fuel options. Suddenly, she let out a cry of surprise. Wait, just methane? That's just natural gas, and we have more than enough of it at home. But what's this petroleum option? Let me take a look. Ding! A new message appeared on the screen. If the ship is powered by petroleum, its speed will increase to 10 light years per day. In other words, with petroleum, the journey to Namek would take only 7 days. Oil. How could it be so much faster? The notes mention that oil is the most precious resource. I hadn't given it much thought before, but now it makes sense. The outside world must be quite short on oil, right? That's probably why they settle for using methane as fuel instead. Having found the answer she was searching for, Bulma shut off the power. The spaceship wasn't too badly damaged. With a bit of simple repair work, it would be ready for use in no time. Bulma then stepped out of the spaceship. Seeing this, Goku quickly came up to her. So, honey, how is it? Is the spaceship usable? Bulma nodded. Yes, after a bit of quick fixing up, it'll be good as new. And guess what? This spaceship's from Cammy is insanely fast. It'll only take us 7 days to reach Namek. Goku gave her a big thumbs up. 7 days? Honey, you've really hit a home run this time. Bulma beamed. Hee hee, looks like I've outdone even you now, haven't I? Goku grinned. Nothing I do can compare. My brilliant wife is always the best. Darling. The two hugged each other tightly. Off to the side, Cammy cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. Ahem. Realizing Cammy was still there, both their faces flushed red in embarrassment. Cammy nodded with a gentle smile. Now that everything's settled, consider this spaceship my gift to you. When you two got married, I never gave you a proper present. So let this be it. Bulma was taken aback. What? Cammy, you really mean to give us this spaceship? It's far too valuable. We just needed to borrow it. There's no way we can accept something like this. Cammy shook his head. This is all for protecting Earth. If it stays with me, it's just gathering dust, no different than a pile of scrap in my eyes. But in your hands, it'll serve a real purpose. Better to let it rust in your care than rot away with me. Seeing how insistent Cammy was, Bulma could only accept. Goku didn't say much. Since it was a gift for Bulma, he left the decision to her. And so, Goku and Bulma took the spaceship and brought it back to West City. At that moment, Dr. Brief had just stepped out his lab. Stretching with a satisfied yawn, he said, a At last, my research is finished. I can now build an exact replica of this, down to the last detail. Just then, he spotted Bulma and Goku. Bulma? Goku? You're back already? I thought you'd be gone a while longer. Goku pointed behind them, and Dr. Brief's eyes went wide in disbelief. What? Another spaceship? Goku, Bulma, how do you two keep bringing home all these crazy things? First it was small, now you're back with a massive one. Next time, what? Are you going to drag in a battle cruiser? Goku scratched his head, unsure what to say at all. Bulma spoke up, Dad. This time we've uncovered a huge secret, something about alien technology. You must have realized just how incredible alien civilizations are after studying Goku's spaceship, right? Dr. Brief nodded in agreement. That kind of precision in design is remarkable. At our current rate of technological development, we probably wouldn't reach that level even in 500 years. Bulma seized the opportunity and said, Dad, we don't need 500 years. Just give us 1 year and we'll get there. Come on, let me explain it to you. She pulled Dr. Brief aside and began to unravel the mysteries of the spaceship, sharing some alien knowledge as well. The explanation took nearly 2 hours. At first, Dr. Brief was astonished. Then, gradually, his awe gave way to nonchalance and finally, mild disappointment. Is that all? He mused. Compared to the secret formula of his universal capsules, this was nothing special, just scrapped by the roadside. After all, capsule technology was essentially spatial compression. The aliens had merely advanced in weaponry. If he had focused his research in those areas, who's to say he couldn't have achieved something similar? Bulma watched the change in her father's expression, from shock to indifference, with a puzzled look. Dad, what's with all the dramatic mood swings? Dr. Brief easily picked up on what she meant. Bulma, to me, this so-called alien technology isn't nearly as refined as my universal capsules. The theories behind their mechanics and energy usage are only a bit ahead of ours. If I'd set my sights on those fields, Earth might be ruling the whole galaxy by now. Honestly, I thought these spacecraft were something extraordinary, so I was extra careful. In fact, I could have come out 5 days ago, but I was worried I'd missed something, so I checked and checked. After listening to your explanations, I see now, alien tech doesn't really have much on us. Bulma was stunned by the boldness of her father's words. Dad, are our capsules really that amazing? How come I never realized? Dr. Brief shook his head. Silly girl, I've told you to get more involved with the company, but you never listen. Now see what happens. You don't even know the products of your own family business. How am I supposed to hand things over to you? Bulma's face flushed bright red. Oh, Dad, I'm involved. It's just, I figured if aliens could make spaceships that traverse the universe, then shrinking things to fit in a capsule could be that hard, right? Dr. Brief raised an eyebrow. Are you sure they can do that? Goku spoke up slowly. As far as I know, they can't. Your dad's capsule technology is one of a kind in the universe. If word got out among those aliens, even someone like Frieza might give up immortality just to get his hands on it. Think about it. If you could pack a spacecraft like the one I arrived in, plus some dangerous weapons, all into a capsule, invading a planet would be easy as pie. Dr. Brief and Bulma both felt a chill down their spines when they heard this. A spaceship capable of traveling 3 light years per hour, combined with capsule technology, would spell absolute disaster if it ever fell into the hands of evil beings from outer space. Seeing the father and daughter frozen in place, Goku spoke slowly. All right, don't overthink it. I was just speaking off the cuff. Bulma shook her head at his words. No, you're right, dear. My brother's ship didn't have capsule technology on board, but if it had. Dr. Brief made a prompt decision. There's no time to lose, Bulma. Share the development paths for those alien weapons from your notes right away. Starting today, we'll begin researching these extraterrestrial weapons ourselves. Even if we never have to use them, it's better to be prepared. We might not need them, but we can't afford not to have them. Bulma nodded. Yes, Dad, I'll share everything. I'll work on this with you. She stepped forward and hugged Goku. It looks like it might be a long time before we see each other again. Don't forget to think of me, and please tell Gohan that his mom misses him. Goku nodded with a gentle smile. I will. Now go on, take care. I need to start my own training, too. As he finished speaking, Goku's gaze hardened with determination. Within a year, he was certain he'd master the Super Saiyan transformation. Then, it would finally be time to settle the score with Frieza. Without delay, Bulma followed Dr. Brief into the laboratory, and thus began their extended isolation, a research marathon lasting over 3 months. Meanwhile, Goku made his way to the gravity room, where he found Chi-Chi and Raditz in the middle of a heated argument. Raditz insisted, Kiki, it's my turn today. You've already used up your share of training time. It should be mine now. Kiki rabid nos, figing innocence. Huh, really? But I thought I'd only just started. Raditz huffed. Don't try to weasel out of it. I've been keeping strict track of the time, and you've definitely had your turn. It's mine now. Kiki pleaded. O come on, Raditz. Just let me train a little longer, won't you? You live here anyway. You can use the gravity room anytime. Raditz wouldn't budge. No way. If you want extra time, you can have some tomorrow. But I'm up now, so out you go. Ah, can't we just switch it around today? The argument was escalating, and seeing this, Goku finally intervened. All right, you two. That's enough arguing. Raditz, thinking it was number one speaking, quickly pulled him over. Hey, numero uno. You can vouch for me. Chi-Chi's time is up, isn't it? It should be my turn to train now, right? Chi-Chi protested. That's not true. I just wanted to squeeze and a little more practice. Besides, Raditz, you've been here much longer than me. Surely you can train whenever you want. Let's not get so worked up about it. I only believe in reason. I'll go in when it's my turn. Nothing more, nothing less. Number one, you decide. After all, you're the embodiment of Kakarot, so whatever you say goes. Goku scratched his head, then tossed out a universal capsule. All right, now we have one more. No need to argue. Everyone can train. Seeing this, Raditz asked in confusion. Huh? Number one, you had another one? Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Goku replied. Huh? I'm the real one. Obviously number one didn't have it. Chi-Chi was overjoyed when she heard this. Brother, you're back? Weren't you off traveling? Goku poked Chi-Chi on the forehead and scolded. What's with you as an uncle? Gohan's been gone from home for who knows how long, and you didn't even notice. Still busy training, are you? Out you go. This time is reserved for big brother's training. I'm only supporting the person with the best logic. As punishment, you're not allowed to train here until tomorrow. Chi-Chi was shocked to hear that Gohan was missing. What? Gohan's not home. That's right. He's been gone for 2 days already. That's why I came back earlier than planned. What? I'll go out and look for him right now. Goku stopped him. Forget it, there's no need. I knew where he was. He went off to train with Piccolo. You can't even notice that and want to keep training. Phew, thank goodness. Raditz, you didn't know Gohan went to train with Piccolo either, right? By rights, you shouldn't be allowed to train either, as a punishment. Raditz laughed heartily. Huh, Chi-Chi, you've got it all wrong. Gohan is my nephew. How can I not care about his whereabouts? The very moment Piccolo took him away, I knew. I even followed for a while to take a look, outdoor survival training. I could see he was doing just fine. I imagine you've seen him too, Kakarot? Goku nodded. I have. Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. What? Even I didn't know? Raditz, that's not being much a friend, is it? Why didn't you let me know? Keeping it from me like that. Raditz shrugged. Let you know? We're not that close that we'd share everything, are we? Besides, you didn't ask me. And so, Chi-Chi left Capsule Corporation, realizing deep down he couldn't out-argue Raditz when he was clearly in the wrong. Now that the two brothers were alone, Raditz didn't rush into training. Instead, he asked, Kakarot, did something happen? Why did you come back in such a hurry? Goku replied slowly, you know about Piccolo and Chi-Chi's plan to head to Namek. Bulma and I came back early for something about the spaceship. When the time comes, big brother, we'll definitely need your help. Raditz nodded. All right, let me know when. It'll be our journey together. Oh, and Kakarot, I've already adapted to 20 times gravity. Can I move on to training at 30 times gravity? Goku answered, really? Come in and show me your progress. All right. And so, Goku accompanied Raditz into the gravity chamber. Raditz had a remarkable talent for training. In a short span, he had already adapted to 20 times normal gravity, and that was even with him deliberately pacing himself instead of pushing to the limit. After just 1 month, he had reached a level comparable to Piccolo, with his combat power rising to around 5,000. Goku nodded. Big brother, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly training in the gravity chamber. Raditz grinned. Not bad, huh? So, I guess I could try 30 times gravity now. That way, I won't have to juggle training slots with Chi-Chi anymore, and you won't have to worry about making tough choices. Goku chuckled softly. So that's why you suddenly wanted to increase the gravity. Given your current condition, it's worth a try. With that, Goku got up and switched the chamber to 30 times gravity. In an instant, Raditz was crushed to the ground under the new pressure. Goku didn't rush to help him up, instead speaking gently, just like your first time with 20 times gravity, sit, breathe, and focus. Raditz nodded and did as instructed. Goku remained for a while, watching in silence. Then, he quietly left, thinking to himself, 200 times gravity training. Here I come. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan's wilderness survival training had entered its 3rd day. Piccolo didn't interfere much. He simply sat cross-legged, meditating, as he too needed to train. Clearly, Gohan was already much more skilled than on day 1. Roasting meat had become second nature to him. Staring at the perfectly grilled meat in his hands, Gohan realized it was time for this experience to end. Any more days like this wouldn't help him progress further. He called out loudly, I think it's about time to wrap up this survival training, Uncle Piccolo. Can we go back now? Piccolo opened his eyes at the sound. All right, but actually, I'm not letting you go home just yet. Today, I'm going to teach you real combat training. I'll fight you with the intent to kill, and you must fight me the same way. Hearing this, Gohan asked in confusion, Huh? Uncle Piccolo, why are you suddenly doing this? It was Goku who asked me to show you what a true fight to the death is. Gohan's face lit up with delight. Daddy's back. Piccolo nodded. Yes, Goku's home right now, and not just him. Your mother's there too. So if you want to go home, you'll have to give it your all and attack me with everything you've got. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. At those words, Gohan didn't hesitate for a second. With a sudden surge of energy, he charged at Piccolo. At this point, Gohan's combat power was 4,000, while Piccolo's was 6,000. The difference of 2,000 meant that, in Piccolo's eyes, Gohan's movements were painfully slow. Despite the slow speed, what truly stood out was the lack of killing intent. Gohan's eyes betrayed no murderous will. With a heavy heart, Piccolo thought, "Forgive me, Gohan." Then, with a powerful swipe, he struck straight for Gohan's chest. Gohan sensed the murderous intent, but he didn't try to dodge. Piccolo, seeing Gohan standing perfectly still, hesitated for a moment, his hand veering off course, yet a mark of blood still appeared. Gohan cried out in pain, "Uncle Piccolo, that really hurts. Are you actually being serious?" "Oomph. I warned you I wasn't holding back. You were the one who let your guard down. Next time, I won't be showing any mercy." With that, Piccolo launched another fierce attack. Gohan realized, this time Piccolo truly wouldn't hold back. Even though he knew Piccolo wouldn't kill him, he understood that unless he took things seriously, he would be in real trouble. His gaze turned resolute. Gohan raised his arms to defend himself. With a tremendous crash, Gohan was sent flying by Piccolo's blow, slamming hard into the mountainside. Inside, Gohan thought, this can't go on. Uncle Piccolo is way too strong. How on earth can I land a hit on him? Piccolo didn't give Gohan a moment to catch his breath. He hurled an energy blast straight at him. Seeing this, Gohan took a deep breath. Forget it. Time to give it everything I've got. Summoning his energy, Gohan deflected the blast and immediately launched a fierce kick in return. With another powerful impact, Piccolo raised his hand to block and, smiling with satisfaction, declared, "Excellent, Gohan. Show me the full extent of your power." With that, the two engaged in a heated duel. Gohan's strength grew with every moment, his attacks becoming more and more ferocious. This was the trait of all Saiyans. The more they fight, the stronger they become. Having never truly fought in a proper battle before, this first real encounter thrilled Gohan. It felt entirely new and exhilarating. As dusk began to fall, Piccolo stopped the sparring session. He left a single senzu bean for Gohan before departing. Gohan took the senzu bean and swallowed it. Phew, that was exhausting. Am I going to have to go through this every time? But no matter what, I could never really go for the kill. How can anyone attack someone they care about? It's just not possible for me. Just then, Chi-Chi's voice called out, "Oh, what's our Gohan up to?" Hearing the voice, Gohan turned. "Uncle Chi-Chi, what are you doing here?" Chi-Chi replied calmly, "I've been here since you started sparring with Piccolo. Do you know why I didn't step in to stop him?" Gohan shook his head. "I don't know, Uncle Chi-Chi. If you were in my shoes, could you truly attack someone close to you?" Kiki answered, "Nater koldi." But I understand Piccolo's intentions. He wants to teach you that when you're facing a true enemy, you must give it your all. There can be no hesitation or mercy. But I don't have any real enemies right now. Well then, let me take you somewhere. With that, Chi-Chi took Gohan by the hand. Just then, Piccolo emerged from the shadows. "Chi-Chi, where are you planning to take Gohan?" Chi-Chi answered slowly, "Piccolo, your methods aren't something Gohan can fully grasp at his age, unless, of course, he encounters a real enemy." Piccolo said, "I understand, but where am I supposed to find an enemy for Gohan to fight?" Chi-Chi replied, "Piccolo, you might not know this, but when I visited the lookout earlier, I discovered that Kami's staff has the ability to create illusions. In those illusions, you can engage in battles with imagined opponents, even life or death fights. I'm planning to take Gohan up to the lookout. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo thought to himself, so that old Kami actually has such a power? Not that I get along with him. Oh well, if it can help Gohan grow, then I guess it's worth it. He spoke up. "All right, Chi-Chi, you take Gohan to the lookout. Helping him grow is always a good thing." "Great. Gohan, let's head out now. Piccolo, could you drop by Capsule Corp later and let Goku know I've taken Gohan to the lookout?" Piccolo nodded. "Sure, I'll tell Goku." And so, Gohan was taken by Chi-Chi to the lookout for intense combat training. Chi-Chi brought Gohan to the hallowed grounds of the lookout. Mr. Popo greeted them, surprise in his voice. Aren't you Chi-Chi?" Why have you brought Gohan here? Somewhere in the depths of his memory, Gohan felt like he'd seen Mr. Popo before, but the details escaped him. He asked, "Excuse me, sir, have we met? I feel like I know you, but I can't remember it all." Mr. Popo chuckled gently. "Oh, we met, all right. When you were just 1 year old, Goku brought you to the lookout to deal with, well, a certain problem involving your tail. I even held you in my arms back then. You can call me Mr. Popo." Gohan immediately bowed and said, "So you're Mr. Popo? My dad talks about you all the time and tells me how incredibly powerful you are." Mr. Popo replied with a modest smile. "He gives me too much credit. I simply taught Goku what I knew. I'm not that remarkable." Chi-Chi interjected, "Was it the technique of keeping your heart as calm as still water?" "That's the one. Goku has truly mastered that technique. In fact, when two people are equally matched, no one can defeat him. So, what brings you all here today?" Chi-Chi explained, "Mr. Popo, I'd like Gohan to experience what real combat feels like. Would it be possible to let him use the illusion training ground for a while?" Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. "Of course. Krillin and the others use it every day. A little more practice won't hurt. I'll just inform Cammy real quick." Feeling this was his responsibility, Gohan gave a respectful bow and said, "Please, I'd really appreciate your help." After reporting to Cammy, Mr. Popo led Chi-Chi and Gohan into the inner chamber. This was Gohan's first time meeting Cammy, and inwardly he thought, "He really does look a lot like Uncle Piccolo." Cammy spoke slowly. "Gohan, you wish to use the illusion training ground, right? All you have to do is stand on the hexagram there." Gohan looked over and saw Krillin and the others seated cross-legged, eyes closed, deep in meditation. "Uncle Krillin? You look really upset. What happened?" The Celestial pointed at a nearby screen. "If you want to know what they've been through, just turn on that screen and take a look." Gohan walked over, while Chi-Chi stared at the dense jumble of keys, her eyes already feeling dizzy. "Gohan, do you even know how to use a computer?" Gohan chuckled softly at the question. "Of course I do. My mom often teaches me about computers. It's my second favorite thing. Martial arts comes first." Gohan's fingers flew skillfully across the keyboard, leaving Chi-Chi wide-eyed with amazement. As Gohan worked, scenes from Krillin's imagination slowly took shape on the screen. At that moment, Krillin stood with a serious face, confronting 5 aliens with scouters on their eyes. 2 were Scionts. The other 3 were bizarre-looking extraterrestrials, conjured by the Celestial's imagination as members of Frisia's army. Krillin said gravely, "What's going on today?" 2 Scionts, and who are these weirdos? Their power feels even higher than the Scionts. No time to worry. This time, my goal is to take out at least 2 of them. Krillin's power level was now 4,000, facing the combined force of 2 Scionts and 3 equally matched aliens. In truth, except for Dodoria, Zarbon, and the Jinya Force, most of Frisia's troops maxed out at a power level of 3,000. Usually, he'd face 5 Scionts, so Krillin had no idea what scheme the Celestial was brewing this time. He braced himself and charged in. Krillin thought to himself, just like before, take one down with a Destructo Disc right at the start. In a flash, Krillin's right hand gathered the swirling energy of his signature attack. One of the aliens suddenly shouted, "That move is dangerous. Don't try to block it. Spread out." Krillin was shocked. What? Normally, Scionts would just try to take the first hit head-on, and that alien actually analyzed the strength of my attack. "But you're still not fast enough. The real way to stop me would be to interrupt my energy gathering. With my speed, I can unleash 2 Destructo Discs in rapid succession. So get ready. Here it comes." Without another word, Krillin hurled the Destructo Disc forward. The 5 enemies darted away in all directions. That first attack missed its mark, but Krillin had already prepared another. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Krillin appeared beside the nearest alien, releasing the Destructo Disc and taking him out instantly. Gohan gasped in awe. "That's amazing. He took one down in just 2 minutes." The Celestial nodded in approval. "Not bad. He was quick with the first one. But what will you do now that the remaining 4 are ganging up on you?" At that, one of the Scions snapped. "His technique can't be used in quick succession. Our next move should be to break his focus, so he can't use it again." In a flash, the 4 spread out, forming a square to surround Krillin. Krillin swept his gaze around the room. "So, you're trying to surround me and stop me from gathering my energy? The moment I try to charge up for an energy slash, the 4 of you would attack together and finish me off." In a flash, the 4 opponents moved. They weren't going to give Krillin any more time to think, launching their assault immediately. Since all the fighters were evenly matched, their punches were just as fast. Even if Krillin relied on his agility to dodge 2 of them, there was no way he could avoid all 4 at once. And every single one of their moves was aimed to kill, showing not a shred of mercy. With a series of brutal thuds, Krillin went down, defeated. Krillin snapped back to reality. This time I only managed to take out one. What's going on? What's going on? Their teamwork wasn't even supposed to be that good. Gohan spoke up. Uncle Krillin, your initial move was really impressive. But after that, why didn't you fight back? Krillin turned to look at him. Huh? Gohan, how did you end up here? Gohan replied gently. I'm here for training too. Oh, Gohan, you don't know. Those five I faced, their energy was as strong as mine, and their cooperation was perfect. As soon as I took down the first one, the others got alert. For fighters with equal strength working together. I'm not like Goku or Chi-Chi. I don't have any techniques that boost my power. If I can't dodge, I've got no chance. I just get beaten. Gohan shook his head. That's not right. When you were surrounded just now, there were tons of ways you could have broken free. If I were in there, I guarantee those four wouldn't have escaped me. Krillin protested. I don't buy it. Gohan, I've been at this for a month, and can only barely take down two. You're saying you could beat all four after just watching once? You're joking, right? Gohan shook his head again. Nope, I really have a way. Let me show you. With that, Gohan ran over to the six-pointed star formation and sat down. Guardian, I'm ready to start now. Please help me. The Guardian nodded. He was curious, too. In his view, defeating five equally strong opponents working together seemed all but impossible. So, Gohan entered the simulated arena. The setup was exactly the same as Krillin's earlier challenge. 5 evenly matched fighters. Gohan looked around. First, I'll destroy all your scouters. With a sharp flash in his eyes, the 5 scouters were destroyed in an instant. The Scion labeled O was furious when his scouter was smashed. Damn it, my scouter. You'll pay for this. Oh, really? Then come and get me if you can. With that, Gohan began to dodge and weave. Since their fighting power and speed were identical, Gohan quickly discovered a loophole in this simulated arena. It was just like a computer game. If all speeds are equal and I run first, those chasing me from behind simply can't catch up. The infuriated Scion hurled a ki blast at Gohan, shouting, Curse you, you little brat. I'm going to destroy you. Gohan's senses were extraordinarily keen. With a casual twist of his body, he dodged the ki blast with ease. At that moment, Gohan grinned and declared, You've fallen right into my trap. I was only dodging to gather my energy. You androids will never understand how humans think. Masenko. With his hands aglow, Gohan unleashed a Masenko, the beam firing straight at Scion A. Gohan dispatched his opponent with surprising ease. Meanwhile, the alien strategist who had appeared above Krillin earlier called out, Stop chasing. If we keep this up, we'll just get strung along. Attack from all 4 directions and drive him to the ground. Once he's there, we'll surround him and finish him for good. Yes, sir. With that, the 4 attackers unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, all aimed at Gohan. Gohan chuckled softly. This is nothing for me. You want me on the ground, do you? All right, just as you wish. He landed lightly and was immediately encircled by the 4 foes. From the outside, Krillin watched anxiously. Here we go, all for closing in. Gohan, how are you going to break through this trap? Gohan glanced up at the sky, calling out, Watch closely, Uncle Krillin. I've got 3 ways to get out of this, you know. Here comes the first. In a flash, Gohan swept his foot across the ground, billowing up a thick cloud of dust that quickly shrouded him, making it almost impossible to see. He explained in a calm voice, This was my plan from the start. These guys always rely on their scouters. They have no idea about sensing energy, something I learned from my dear uncle. So destroy their scouters, hide myself in this dust, and outside the haze, the 4 enemies were in disarray. Can't see a thing. Whatever. Let's just aim for the center and let loose a ki blast. He can't possibly get away. As the 4 unleashed their ki energy in unison, Gohan had already leapt high into the air. He then fired a Masenko straight downward. Masenko. The blast rocketed to the ground, wiping out all 4 of his opponents in a single stroke. How was that for my first method? Simple and effective, don't you think? Afterward, Gohan snapped back to his main consciousness. Krillin commented, But Gohan, that only worked because you were on dirt. What would you do if you found yourself surrounded on a solid cement floor? Gohan nodded confidently. Don't worry, I have a solution for that too. Kami, reset the stage for me. Skip the cement floor, and let's go with a steel plate instead. Kami nodded, tapping his staff on the ground. Suddenly, Gohan found himself back in the moment when he'd been surrounded. Here come the ki blasts from all 4 sides. Gohan grinned. Barrier. He remembered what Goku had told him. This technique could withstand attacks from an opponent 4 or 5 times stronger than himself. Holding off these ki blasts, equal in power to his own, would be a breeze. Uncle Krillin's protective shield move is really practical. You should learn it. With equal strength, no one can break through my defense. Not even with their fists. All 4 of them threw punches, but every single blow was blocked by Gohan's shield. It wasn't just Krillin. Even Chi-Chi's eyes were wide with surprise. A protective shield? This kid can do that too. Once I block, it's time to power up. Ah. Gohan slowly began to gather energy throughout his body. After blocking, it's my turn. Watch my explosive wave. Ah. With a shout, Gohan unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending the other four flying before they even had time to react. Seizing the moment, Gohan launched his attack and ended the game in an instant. Gohan's consciousness returned to the main reality. Krillin said, "Is there a simpler move? Shields, power bursts. These are too complicated. Can't you show me something easier?" Gohan replied, "Of course there is." Hearing this, Kami instantly sent Gohan back to the steel-plated arena. Looking around, Gohan said, "Strike first to seize the advantage." He gathered energy into his hands, ready in an instant. When in doubt, use the Prince's Tactics. This Prince's Tactics move was reckless in spirit, but incredibly swift in execution. In just 2 volleys, Gohan shattered the 4-man formation, leaving them scrambled. After that, it was a simple matter of picking them off one by one. Victory, Gohan. Gohan's consciousness returned to the main world. Watching this round, Krillin was utterly dumbfounded. Krillin exclaimed, "Now, that is a simple move. I can do that. I can do that." Eagerly, Krillin entered the simulation training arena, mimicking Gohan's techniques. Sure enough, it was easy. The 1 versus 5 challenge that had troubled him for a month was suddenly solved. Kami, watching Gohan's performance, asked with curiosity, "Gohan, don't you find it scary? Those were 5 alien warriors, and their power wasn't low. How did you remain so calm while facing them?" Gohan answered honestly, "Well, to me, they weren't living people. They were just illusions. Besides, seeing everything on a computer screen makes it feel like a game. I love playing video games, so those 5 felt just like bosses in a game. My goal was to figure out their patterns and strategies in order to defeat them. That's why I was able to win so easily." Kami nodet tog fully. "I see. Looks like my simulated arena has quite a few loopholes. I'll need to update it in the future." As he finished speaking, Kami's staff flashed with a gleam of light. With a gentle laugh, Kami said, "All right, things are different now. Gohan, go back in. This time it won't be so simple." But to Gohan, a game is a game. No matter how it changes, it's all the same to him. Once again, he stepped into the virtual arena. The scene shifted, a barren cliff on a rocky wasteland. This time, only a single figure stood before Gohan. Gohan grinned softly and said, "Oh, a solo boss battle? Let's see what you're really capable of." Standing before Gohan was none other than Vegeta himself, dressed in his blue battle armor, radiating arrogance. Who knows where Kami had gotten the precise details? Even Vegeta's personality matched the real deal. The Phantom Vegeta raised his hand and pointed at Gohan. "So, you're Kakarot's son. Come on, let's see what you've got. I'll play with you for a bit." This illusionary Vegeta had a power level of 6,000, while Gohan's was 4,000. The situation was identical to Gohan's earlier fight against Piccolo. Although Gohan had never actually met Vegeta, in all the video games he'd played, the solo boss was always much stronger than the main character. Gohan watched the Phantom Vegeta warily, shifting into a defensive stance. A kid is still a kid. Your strength is nowhere near mine. You think you can spot an opening just by defending, and then counterattack? Let me tell you, in the face of overwhelming power, all those little tricks are nothing but wishful thinking. In an instant, the Phantom Vegeta flashed in front of Gohan, showing no mercy as he landed a savage blow straight to Gohan's stomach. The sensation of pain was all too real. Clutching his abdomen, Gohan dropped to his knees, thinking, "That hurts. Even though I know this is just a simulation, the pain is unbelievably real. Now let me show you whether this feels like a game or not." With that, the illusionary Vegeta grabbed Gohan by the collar and unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Gohan was utterly unable to fight back. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade. For the first time, Gohan experienced what it was like to die. Even in this illusion, he never wanted to go through it again. It was truly agonizing. Back in reality, Gohan snapped awake, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. "Wow, I didn't even get a chance to fight back." Chi-Chi rushed over in alarm. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan nodded. "I'm fine. It's just, I wasn't prepared for that sensation of dying inside the illusion." Only now did Gohan truly understand why Piccolo insisted he had to learn what it meant to fight for his life. If he ever took things lightly like it was just a game, he wouldn't get a second chance when facing a real enemy. Without hesitation, Gohan prepared to re-enter the illusionary training ground. Seeing this, Krillin quickly stepped in to stop him. "Gohan, don't go back in. You've already entered 4 times, and you died once. Your mental energy is running dangerously low. If you push yourself any further, you could be in real danger." Hearing this, Gohan looked at Kami, unsure. Is that true, Kami? The god nodded. That's right. Entering the illusionary field does require a great deal of mental energy. If you exhaust your mental strength, you might die. Gohan, in your current condition, you really shouldn't go back in. It's too dangerous. All right, Mr. Popo, prepare a room for Gohan so he can rest a bit. He's clearly exhausted. No sooner had the god finished speaking than Gohan collapsed to the floor. Chi-Chi rushed over to check on him. Just as I thought, he's depleted his mental energy. Good thing I haven't used my Senza Bean yet. After Chi-Chi fed Gohan the Senza Bean, Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Uncle Kiki, I'm so tired. I really just want to sleep. Kiki nodded. Of course. Go ahead and sleep. I'll take you to your room. With that, Chi-Chi gently lifted Gohan into his arms, settled him in, and then quietly left the heavenly realm. At that moment, elsewhere, Goku was meditating. He furrowed his brow. Gohan? His energy feels faint. What's going on? As it turned out, Goku had long ago left a trace of his energy on Gohan. If anything happened to his son, he would sense it instantly. Just then, the god's voice echoed out to him. Goku, Gohan's all right. He's just overstretched himself mentally and has fallen asleep now. Goku was confused for a moment. What? Wasn't Gohan training with Piccolo? How did he suddenly end up in the heavenly realm? The god explained. Chi-Chi brought him here, it seems. She wants to help him develop the ability to face life and death situations. After listening, Goku nodded. I see. Thank you, God, for looking after Gohan for a while. My training here is just about finished, so I'll head to the heavenly realm shortly. All right. So, after Goku finished his meditation, he left Capsule Corp and made his way toward the heavenly realm. Arriving there, Goku went straight to find Gohan. Seeing his son fast asleep, Goku's expression softened, a gentle smile appearing on his face. The kid's gotten himself into quite a mess. If your mom finds out, she'll be heartbroken. Half asleep, Gohan heard that familiar voice and, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes. Dad? Am I dreaming? Goku ruffled Gohan's hair. Silly boy, of course it's your old man. No dream here. Piccolo told me how well you've been doing. I'm really proud of you. Hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened. Tears streamed down his face as he threw himself into his father's arms. Dad, I missed you so much. Dad's missed you too. Oh, by the way, your mom's been wanting to see you, but she and your grandpa are busy right now and can't come just yet. Gohan sniffled. Really? That's too bad. I wanted Mom to try the barbecue I made. Goku got straight to the point. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. I heard you've been training in life and death situations. Do you have any questions? Let me help you out. Gohan nodded after hearing this. Dad, you don't know. I actually died once just now in that illusionary arena, and that sensation is something I never want to experience again. That helpless feeling is unbearable, so I want to train and get stronger. Dad, can you teach me how to become more powerful? And what about things like killer intent? I can't seem to show any of that at all. How do I make it happen? Goku answered gently. There's no shortcut to getting stronger. It all comes from diligent training, step by step. Gohan, considering you're only 5 and already have an impressive battle power, with your innate talent, as long as you keep practicing seriously, becoming stronger is just a matter of time. But I just lost to someone whose battle power was 2,000 points higher than mine. Gohan protested. Goku sounded surprised. 2,000? Is that even considered a real gap? With your abilities, Gohan, you should have been able to win. Gohan scratched his head uncertainly. Huh, Dad, that doesn't count as a big difference? I could have one. How come I didn't realize that? Goku shook his head. Silly kid, we Saiyans are a race that gets stronger the more we fight. I'm guessing you didn't actually fight. Did you just go straight into defensive mode? Gohan's eyes widened. How do you know, Dad? That's exactly what I did. I lost so badly. Goku continued. Listen, I'm going to teach you something important. When you're up against someone with higher battle power, attacking is the only way forward. Defending? If they're stronger than you, just blocking or dodging isn't going to win you the fight. If it were me, I'd power up and charge in full force. The winner isn't decided yet. A stronger opponent doesn't necessarily mean they're that much faster. And remember how I taught you to channel your energy? Your battle power is nowhere near your limit. Raising it by just 2,000? That's not even close to what you're capable of. Okay, Dad, I get it. But what about raising my energy? Have you actually seen me do it before? I don't remember learning that. Goku immediately reached out and tapped a spot on Gohan's lower abdomen. Then it clicked for Gohan. Oh, so that's how you boost your energy? I thought it was just a warm-up exercise. By gathering a large amount of energy into his lower core, compressing it, then releasing it in a burst, Gohan's battle power could increase dramatically. As for killer intent, that's something you need to conjure up in your mind. Since you don't really dislike anyone, imagine this. Think about your favorite thing being destroyed by a bad guy. For example, suppose someone tried to hurt Videl. What would you do? Gohan played out the scenario in his mind and instantly felt a rush of emotion. I'd be furious. I want to go after them and make them pay. Watching Gohan's reaction, Goku nodded approvingly. Good. The first step to evoking killer intent is hatred, and you've already taken it. Now imagine if someone was going to destroy our home. What would you do then? Gohan replied, I'll bring it back in kind and kill it. Goku nodded approvingly. Good. That means you have killing intent. When you convey that drive through your eyes, that's what we call murderous aura. Surprised, Gohan asked, Oh, is that murderous aura? That's so simple. Dad, did I show it just now in that moment? Goku nodded and answered, Yes, that was murderous aura. See, it's easy when you think about it, right? Once you get used to that feeling, you won't need to imagine anything. You'll be able to unleash murderous aura whenever you want, just like I do. As he finished speaking, Goku's gaze instantly turned icy, and a wave of killing intent filled the air. Gohan trembled in fear. That's terrifying. I couldn't even muster up the will to fight under that kind of aura. Then, with a gentle laugh, Goku withdrew the murderous aura and returned to his warm self. So how was it experiencing it up close? How do you do that, Dad? One moment you're cold as ice, the next you're so warm and gentle. Isn't that a bit much? Goku grinned and said, That's a higher level of training. It's called serenity of heart. If you master it, you'll be able to defeat someone twice as strong as yourself. So, Gohan, do you want to learn it? Gohan's eyes widened with excitement. Twice as strong? Of course I want to learn. And so, Goku brought Gohan back to Capsule Corporation and began guiding him in the serenity of heart training. Thus, Gohan was taken back to Capsule Corporation by Goku. Piccolo, meanwhile, seemed to have vanished. Ever since Chi-Chi had taken Gohan away, he hadn't shown up at Capsule Corporation at all. Gohan looked around in confusion. Huh? Where's Uncle Piccolo? Hasn't he come back? Goku replied, He's probably out training on his own. Puzzled, Gohan asked, But with the gravity chamber here at home, why would he go out? Goku ruffled Gohan's hair affectionately. Your Uncle Piccolo isn't used to training with lots of people. He's always preferred solitude. The fact that he came to train with us at all shows how much it meant to him. Gohan, you won't ever forget him, will you? Gohan shook his head. Never. He's taught me so much. I'll always remember. Although Gohan regretted Piccolo's sudden departure, after just a month together, the withdrawal wasn't overwhelming. Gohan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Dad, what are Mom and Grandpa working on anyway? Goku replied, They're tinkering with some alien technology. Gohan asked, Why are they suddenly interested in that? Wukong said, You must already know that we're about to face Frieza. Your mother received a special notebook from the Guardian, and in it are records of some incredibly powerful weapons, supposedly strong enough to destroy an entire planet with ease. So, in order to guard against an invasion by Frieza's army, your mother and grandfather have been researching these weapons and a few alien technologies mentioned in that notebook. On the one hand, it's to protect Earth, and on the other, it's to be prepared for the unexpected. After all, who can say when aliens might try to invade Earth? Gohan asked, Dad, is Frieza really coming to Earth? With all his arrogance, Frieza wouldn't bother coming himself. But he's already sent someone ahead to Earth. That person's sole mission is to investigate whether the Dragon Balls can truly grant wishes. I've told you this before. The Dragon Balls are real, and they can grant many wishes. One of Frieza's deepest desires is to obtain everlasting life. So if that alien discovers the truth about the Dragon Balls, Frieza will certainly come charging in with his whole army. That's when Earth will truly be in danger. Hearing this, Gohan thought to himself, So this is why Dad has been training so hard. Even Mom is doing what she can to help. I have to pitch in too. I can't let everyone down. Wukong continued, But your Uncle Piccolo has a plan. He intends to tell the alien who's coming to Earth the truth about the Dragon Balls, but only part of it. He'll say that Earth's Dragon Balls can't grant eternal life, and to find more powerful ones, Frieza will have to look elsewhere. In other words, we'll steer Frieza toward Namek. The people of Namek are the original creators of the Dragon Balls. If the truth comes from Piccolo, they'll believe him. That way, the threat to Earth will decrease a little. When Gohan heard that Uncle Piccolo was willing to risk his own home to save Earth, he grew worried. But Frieza is so powerful. If he goes to Namek, he'll definitely press the Namekians. What if Frieza actually gets his hands on eternal life? Wouldn't that make him even harder to defeat? That's when it becomes our responsibility as adults, Wukong replied. Piccolo, Chi-Chi, and I will travel to Namek ourselves to face Frieza in a final showdown. Gohan listened, feeling a pang in his chest. Dad, can I come? I want to help too. Wukong shook his head. No, you're not ready. With your current abilities, it would be difficult for you to help us on Namek. Besides, your mother would never agree to let you go. Really? Then Dad, please train me hard. I promise I'll be much stronger in a year. If I work at it, will I be able to go then? After nodding, Goku shook his head. You're right that you can go, but how are you going to get past your mother? She definitely won't let you go. Even though I support you, I care even more about your mother's opinion. So really, you shouldn't be asking me. You should talk to your mom. If she agrees to you going to planet Namek, I'll be completely behind you. But if she's against it, there's nothing I can do. Gohan's frustration showed as he replied, Dad, aren't you supposed to be the head of the family? Aren't you letting Mom decide everything just because you're so in love? Goku shook his head again. I'm definitely not the head of the household. Don't get twisted. Your mother's word is law in this family. Not even your grandparents can argue with her. Honestly, your grandparents don't even trust me for things like this. That's why this is up to you. With that, Goku patted Gohan on the shoulder before quietly heading off. He was about to resume his training under 200 times gravity. If he hadn't sensed Gohan's weak energy, he would have kept training all night. 3 months passed in this way. During that time, Bulma, Dr. Brief, and a reliable team made up of their most trusted people saw their research begin to bear fruit. They successfully managed to build a spaceship capable of traveling 10 light years in a single day. As for weaponry, only one was complete so far, the super energy cannon. The super energy cannon was not like an ordinary cannon that required shells to fire. Instead, after a series of intricate designs and the use of special metals, this weapon only needed energy to operate. By channeling energy into it, one could unleash a powerful laser blast. For example, if you infused it with energy equal to a power level of 200, the super energy cannon would use its mechanical systems to magnify that force by 5 times. Of course, the maximum amount of energy it could hold was equivalent to a power level of 10,000. When its force was multiplied, it could unleash a laser blast with a power of 50,000, enough to obliterate almost any warship in a single shot, unless it was protected by some kind of anti-cannon device. Since gunpowder is almost non-existent in space and energy sources are scarce, aliens developed weapons that only needed energy to fire. Author's imaginative touch, please don't mind. Fortunately, Bulma had once made a wish on the Dragon Balls, learning how to fly, and, thanks to the dragon's blessing, she could masterfully control energy. This made her indispensable to the project. Her involvement made everything progress as smoothly as a fish gliding through water. In just 3 short months, the super energy cannon was developed. Bulma installed it on the spaceship she'd obtained from Kami, and soon after, put to the test. Even without training, Bulma's own power level had already reached 1,000. The dragon's blessing remained effective. She then channeled her energy into the super energy cannon and fired a shot. Thankfully, the cannon's test wasn't conducted on Earth. Instead, the blast sailed into space, targeting a drifting meteor. The super energy cannon was not only devastating in power, but its range was astonishing as well. It could shoot as far as 100,000 kilometers. Of course, hitting a target is one thing, but even aliens couldn't possibly spot something 100,000 kilometers away with the naked eye. That's why they developed an all-encompassing radar system, able to detect combat power reactions within 70,000 kilometers, as well as sense electromagnetic signals. As long as someone is carrying a weapon, a combat power reading appears. Even spaceships with no offensive abilities will still display a combat value. In terms of radar, Bulma and the others hadn't managed to develop anything like that yet. But with Earth's current science and technology, their radars could reach up to 20,000 kilometers. So Bulma decided to compromise. She found a giant meteorite and gave the cannon a test shot. The result was immediate. The meteorite was reduced to dust, showing just how powerful the weapon was. With ordinary Earth technology, destroying something like that would have taken 40 or 50 nuclear bombs. Bulma nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I only used a little bit of my energy and managed to blow it to pieces. If Goku were to use it, Frisia's army wouldn't stand a chance. Now that the cannon is complete, next I'll make a device to block radar detection and attach it to the spaceship. That way, nothing can go wrong. But in the future, I'll let my husband try it a few more times, just to be safe. I need a few days of rest anyway. Dad, uncles, I'll leave the rest of the protective equipment and such in your hands. I'll be away for a bit. After leaving the laboratory, Bulma wandered around the house, looking for any sign of Goku. Maybe my husband's training, she mused. I'll check the gravity chamber. Bulma made her way into the backyard, where the gravity chambers stood. Both gravity rooms were humming with activity. Bulma didn't call out for Goku. Instead, she approached one chamber and activated the monitor. Oh, it's Big Brother and Chi-Chi in there. So Goku must be in the other one. The other gravity chamber, sure enough, was where Goku was training. Bulma saw not just Goku, but Gohan as well. She didn't interrupt them. Instead, she watched quietly as the father and son trained together. Inside, Goku was instructing Gohan in the art of serenity, fostering a stillness of mind. With Gohan's natural talent, In just 3 months, he had already mastered this technique, and his combat power had surpassed 8,000. Even when Goku unleashed an attack with 15,000 combat power, Gohan, keeping his mind calm and undisturbed, dodged easily. Though Goku hadn't been serious, it was still a real surge of 15,000 in fighting energy. No small feat for Gohan to avoid. Goku chuckled softly. Gohan, you've really mastered this move. I am impressed. Gohan grinned and replied happily. Dad, this technique is amazing. Why get into that state? It feels like I can handle anything. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair. All right, your mom's here. Go out and see her. She's probably missed you. Mom. Hearing that, Gohan turned toward the doorway, his eyes brightening. Bulma smiled softly and said, Gohan, are you all right? Immediately, Gohan rushed out of the gravity chamber and threw himself into Bulma's arms. Tears streaming down his face, Gohan cried out, Mom, you're finally out. I missed you so much. Sniffling, Bulma replied, Yes, it's been 4 months. My Gohan's gotten so much stronger. Have you been eating well? Gohan grinned. Of course, Mom. I've been training really hard, too. Oh, right, come with me. I want to show you something. With that, Gohan eagerly pulled Bulma away. Goku waved to them and followed behind. Naturally, Gohan led Bulma straight to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and took out some meat. Muttering to himself, he said, It's been ages since I cooked. Hope I haven't gotten rusty. Without wasting any time, Gohan set to work. Bulma watched him curiously. Honey, what's Gohan up to? Goku slid an arm around Bulma's slender waist and replied, Did you forget? Gohan wanted to make barbecue for you. I think he's just getting started. Gohan looked a little lost. After all, he'd only ever used firewood to grill meat. He'd never touched these modern kitchen tools before. He felt completely at a loss. Seeing her son so bewildered, Bulma walked over and spoke gently. Gohan, do you need some help from Mom? Gohan glanced back quickly. No, I want to do it myself. But Mom, I don't know how to use any of this stuff. I only know how to barbecue with firewood. How do you work all these gadgets? Without hesitation, Bulma took out her phone. Hey, Ada, please send the finest fruit wood over to my house. Yes, just bring it over. Don't worry about anything else. She hung up. All right, Gohan, let's wait a bit. I've arranged for someone to deliver the wood. I'll teach you how to use these kitchen tools another time. Gohan nodded. Okay, but won't this be too much trouble for Uncle Ada? Bulma waved a hand dismissively. Not at all. Ada used to be my bodyguard, but with your dad around, there's no need for him anymore. Still, I'm someone who values old friendships, so I gave him other jobs. The pay hasn't changed. For things like deliveries, it's better to trust someone from the family. It wasn't long before Ada showed up at Capsule Corp, unloading a whole truckload of fruitwood. Bulma was speechless at the sight. Why deliver so much? Ada, how am I supposed to deal with all this? Oh, never mind, just move it all inside. Of course, she didn't blame Ada. After all, she hadn't specified a quantity. And really, a little extra was fine. Her husband and son both had hearty appetites. She could always have a chef's use the fruitwood more often. Gohan grabbed a few logs of fruitwood and started up the barbecue in the garden. His eyes stayed glued to the grill, watching anxiously to make sure the meat didn't burn. Bulma and Goku didn't go over to disturb Gohan. Instead, they watched him quietly from a distance. Before long, the meat was cooked through, its succulent aroma filling the air. Gohan took the first taste. Delicious. Mom, Dad, come quick. The meat's ready. You'll be amazed. Bulma and Goku exchanged a glance and walked over together. Each took a bite. In truth, without any seasonings, the roasted meat didn't taste particularly special. The grilling was good, but something was still missing. Bulma still put on a bright expression of surprise. Delicious. Gohan, you really have a chef's touch. Not bad at all. Goku chimed in, it's tasty. Gohan grinned sheepishly. Hee, I was afraid you wouldn't like it. After finishing their meal together, the three of them leaned back against a large tree. Gazing up at the sky, Gohan spoke softly. Mom, I want to go to Namek. Bulma, a bit startled, rubbed her eyes. What did you say, Gohan? Gohan's eyes shone with resolve. I want to go to Namek. I want to help Dad and Uncle Piccolo fight Frieza. No way. Gohan, you're only 5 years old. How could I let you go to such a dangerous place? Absolutely not. Bulma immediately refused Gohan's request. No matter how long he'd trained with Goku, in her eyes, Gohan was still a child, not someone to be sent in mortal danger. But Gohan pressed on. But Mom, I'm already really strong. I know I can help Dad. Why can't I go? No means no. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a kid. If anything happened to you, what would I do? Oh dear, my Gohan won't even listen to me now, and you're still so young. What am I going to do when you grow up? Bulma's voice trembled, and suddenly she burst into tears, her performance truly masterful. Then, she shot Goku a subtle glance behind her tears. Goku almost burst out laughing at the scene. He thought to himself, Gohan, your mom has already given her permission. Now it's just up to you. How determined are you? Bulma was an open-minded mother. She didn't want to control where her son went. She herself was going to Namek with Goku, even though she'd probably just be a burden there. Why shouldn't Gohan go? With all his training since childhood, he'd be much more capable than she was. Gohan was taken aback. Why had it suddenly come to tears? He was completely bewildered by this little emotional trick. He tried to speak, but only managed, "Humph. Gohan, I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, Bulma stormed off without looking back. Goku spoke up, Gohan, whether you go or not is up to you. I'm going to check on your mom. With those words, Goku left to find Bulma, leaving Gohan standing there alone. Gohan thought to himself, I have to go. I'm sorry, Mom, for letting you down. It's not that I don't want to listen to you, but Uncle Piccolo has been so good to me. I must go to Namek. As he finished speaking, Gohan clenched his fists with determination. Meanwhile, Bulma and Goku were watching quietly from the shadows. Honey, it looks like Gohan is determined to go, Bulma whispered. You have to protect him, okay? Don't let him get hurt. He's still just a little boy. Goku nodded. Don't worry. I'll have Lazuli and Lapis come with us. The two of them, working together, are strong enough that even I'd have a hard time. They'll be more than enough to keep you and Gohan safe. Bulma gasped in surprise. Wait, honey, how did you know I want to come with you? Goku playfully tapped Bulma's nose. Silly, it's obvious. For something as amazing as traveling through space, of course you'd want to come. It's always been that way. Every time I go somewhere far, you're right there beside me. I can't imagine you not joining me on our journey to Namek. Besides, now that you've been out of the lab, I'm sure you've invented some incredible new weapon. Honestly, without you operating them, us muscleheads wouldn't even know where to start. Bulma blushed, her cheeks turning rosy. Oh, I didn't realize you knew me so well. Speaking of inventions, let me tell you about that new super cannon I built. A month had passed since Gohan had stubbornly declared his intention to go to Namek. All this while, Gohan had remained quiet, wanting to apologize to his mother, but not knowing how to say it. He sat peacefully on the hill where he used to train with Piccolo, chewing on a blade of grass as he lost himself in thought. Just then, Piccolo appeared. Piccolo sat down beside him. Sensing someone approach, Gohan turned around. Uncle Piccolo, what are you doing here? Piccolo smiled softly. I was just passing by and saw you sitting here alone. Is something troubling you? At these words, Gohan lowered his head. Uncle Piccolo, I argued with my mom. Piccolo said nothing, choosing instead to listen quietly. Gohan continued, I want to go to Namek, but Mom wouldn't let me, so I talked back, and it made her cry. I wanted to apologize, but she went straight to the lab, and I haven't had a chance. Piccolo nodded in understanding. I see. Gohan, why do you want to go to Namek so much? Of course I want to help Dad. And you, Uncle Piccolo, you've always been so good to me. Your home is in danger. How could I not go? Piccolo smiled. Oh, you want to help? Then let's see what you've learned. Show me how much you've improved, Gohan. Huh, that's sudden, but I've gotten a lot stronger now. Uncle Piccolo, you'd better watch out. Haha, confident are you? With those words, they leapt into action, launching into a friendly spar. Gohan's power level was now 8,000, while Piccolo's was 7,500. To Gohan, his Uncle Piccolo seemed to be moving as slow as a snail. He effortlessly dodged every one of Piccolo's attacks. After a round of sparring, Gohan was still in great shape, while Piccolo was left drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. Piccolo exclaimed, Gohan, it's only been 4 months, but you are a different person from before. If someone like you can't help Goku, then I honestly don't think anyone can. Hearing Piccolo's praise, Gohan smiled gently and said, Uncle Piccolo, you're being too kind. All right, Gohan, that's enough sparring for today. I don't know exactly what happened between you and your mother, but even though I've only met her a few times, she's not unreasonable. If you approach her sincerely and apologize, just say what's on your mind. Maybe, just maybe she'll say yes. Hearing this, Gohan looked uncertain. Do you really think she'll agree? Later, when Gohan returned home, he made his way to the laboratory. By chance, Bulma was about to bring something inside, and the two of them ran into each other. Mom! Hearing his voice, Bulma turned around with curiosity. Gohan, what's up? Do you need something? I'm really busy right now and need to get back to my experiments. Seeing her calm expression, Gohan thought to himself, why doesn't Mom look angry at all? Never mind, better apologize first. Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you that way earlier. Bulma's face immediately lit up with realization. She thought to herself, oh no, has this child gotten so sensitive now? I should have just said yes instead of pretending to be mad. Bulma cleared her throat and said, Ahem, well, I accept your apology. But as for going to Namek, Before she could finish, Gohan interjected, Mom, I really want to go. Bulma felt a headache coming on. Let me finish before you interrupt. What I'm trying to say is, I agree. Huh? Why did Mom say yes so easily this time? Just the other day, she was in tears, begging me not to go. Bulma stuck her tongue out with a playful grin. Hee. Earlier, I just got carried away and wanted to tease you for a bit. But then, when you spent 2 or 3 days ignoring me, I just couldn't bear it. We've got so much to do in the lab. Anyway, I've got to get back to my experiments. Hearing this, Gohan felt a flush of frustration rising inside him. Mom, why would you do that? You made me worry for days. Bulma gave Gohan a gentle hug. I'd never stop you from doing what you want. I just wanted to see how determined you were. After all, even I'm coming along. You're even braver than your mom. Why would I stand in your way? Gohan's face changed as soon as he heard that his mother was going to Namek. Mom, you're going too? That place is way too dangerous. Can't you just stay here? Bulma, hearing this, pulled herself up and gave Gohan's forehead a playful poke. Of course I'm going with your father. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to be there. Gohan, you can't stop me. What? Did Dad agree to this? You're making decisions on your own again. Gohan immediately tried to bring Goku into the argument, but right at that moment, Goku's voice sounded. Yes, I agreed. Why? Gohan asked. Goku stepped forward and said, because your mother just can't be apart from me. If I'm going so far away, she won't feel at ease. She's been like this since we were young. Wherever I go, she follows. Besides, we're heading to Namek and we'll be riding in a spaceship. If anything breaks down on the way, who's going to fix it? Honestly, we can't do without your mom this time. And as for those weapons on board, none of us knows how to use them. We'll need her to explain everything to us. Bulma laughed softly. Come on, Gohan, I've got you too, don't I? When the time comes, you'll protect me, right? You wouldn't let your own mother get hurt, would you? Gohan nodded earnestly. As long as I'm here, nothing will ever happen to you, Mom. Good boy. Well, I'm heading back to the lab now. Who knows when I'll be out again? In the meantime, you make sure to train hard, all right? Yes, I promise. With Bulma's reassurance, Gohan felt a wave of happiness. Just like that, a year slipped by, and Kiwi arrived on Earth right on schedule. As Kiwi stepped out of his space pod, he activated his scouter. The environment here on Earth is actually pretty nice. No wonder Vegeta wants to conquer it. Heh, now let's see where those Namekians are hiding. Where could you be? Beep, beep, beep. But before Kiwi could make his move, Chi-Chi and Piccolo appeared right before him. How did the two of them know where Kiwi's ship would land? Naturally, it was thanks to Goku, who had looked into the future using Karen Hermit's 3 Lives jar. The jar could glimpse Earth's past, present, and even its future, though only up to 10 days ahead, just enough to stay balanced, not too overpowered. Knowing the precise time and place Kiwi would show up, Goku passed this info on to Baba, who used her divination skills to pinpoint the exact location. It was an exceptionally handy method, especially since all 7 Dragon Balls were already at Bulma's house, and it saved them the trouble of using one. Once Goku shared the landing site, Chi-Chi and Piccolo got there first, just in time to meet Kiwi. Chioi looked at Piccolo with a slight smile and said, Oh, Namekian, you actually came to find me? Battle power 4,000? And that Earthling over there is at 3,000? No wonder that Raditz lost. His scouter went completely silent. I suppose you two were the ones who finished him off, weren't you? Piccolo nodded. Indeed, it was us. Who are you, and why have you come to Earth? Kifronit. Barbarians will always be barbarians. Don't even recognize Lord Frisia's spacecraft, do you? Enough with the nonsense, Namekian. Tell me about the wish-granting orbs, and perhaps I'll spare your planet. Piccolo replied calmly. Wish-granting orbs? You must mean the Dragon Balls. Yes, there are such wonderful things here on Earth. On the other end, Frisia grew excited upon hearing this news. So, do they really exist? Sabo, tell Chio-E to have that Namekian reveal everything he knows about the Dragon Balls. Sabo nodded. Understood. Chio-E, Lord Frisia, orders you to question the Namekian about the Dragon Balls. Get every detail. At that moment, Chi-Chi spoke up. Frisia? Are you talking about the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia? Receiving the message, Chio-E heard Chi-Chi's words and broke into a smile. Oh, so you know Lord Frisia. Earthling? Of course I do. When I defeated Raditz, he left me his dying words, that his Lord Frisia would come to avenge him. On the other end, Frisia was delighted by what he heard. How amusing! Sabo, switch the transmission to me. I want to speak directly to this Earthling. I find him very interesting. Sabo nodded. Right away. Chio-E, hand the scouter to the Earthling at once. Chio-E dared not disobey Frisia's order and handed the scouter to Chi-Chi. Kiki spoke first. Hello, you must be Lord Frisia? That's right. Now, Earthling, tell me the secret of the Dragon Balls. If you satisfy me, I'll reward you by granting Earth to you, making it your very own private planet. Kiki replied honestly, yes, Lord Frieza. The Dragon Balls are orange spheres. There's 7 of them in all. Each one has a number of red stars on it. The 4-star ball has 4 red stars, the 1-star has 1, the 2-star has 2, all the way up to the 7-star ball, which has 7. Hearing the description, Frieza made sure to memorize every detail about the Dragon Balls. Excellent. And how do you make a wish? Chi-Chi answered, gather all 7 and your wish will be granted. That's simple. Frieza asked, clearly intrigued. Of course, Chi-Chi didn't tell Frieza about the incantation needed after collecting them. It really is that simple. Frieza pressed further. And if I want the wish for eternal life, what should I do? You just make your wish. Stand before the Dragon Balls and say, I wish for eternal life. And it will come true. Frieza was overjoyed at the news. Aha! Eternal life and immortality. Here I come. But the tone suddenly shifted. The word Frieza hated most was but, though he still managed to keep his imperial composure as he replied coolly. But what? The Dragon Balls on Earth can't actually grant that wish, came the reply. Chi-Yu can testify to this. On Earth, the strongest among us humans have a power level of only about 3,000, and Piccolo, who's a Namekian, has a power level of 4,000. Think about it. How reliable could a wish for eternal life be when granted by Dragon Balls from a planet whose mightiest only have a power level of 3,000? On hearing this, Frieza shouted, Chi-Yu, is this true? Chi-Yu hurried to respond. Yes, Lord Frieza, humans truly lack any significant combat power. The kid's not wrong. I mean, come on, how could the Dragon Balls of a planet with just 3,000 in fighting strength possibly be linked with granting real immortality? Chi-Chi thought to himself, humph, I saw right through you from the start. You only know how to use your scouter to gauge someone's power. Humph, Frieza, surely you wouldn't doubt the word of your own men? Frieza drew in a deep breath. So my dream of immortality is nothing but an empty fantasy, then? Chi-Chi quickly interjected, no, Lord Frieza, it's not pointless. Maybe Earth's Dragon Balls can't do it, but Namex definitely can. Frieza grew irritated. TCH, human, speak plainly, or I'll order Chi-Yu to destroy Earth this instant. Tell me, why would Namex Dragon Balls be able to fulfill the wish for eternal life? Chi-Chi answered slowly and carefully. Please don't be upset, Lord Frieza. The reason I say the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant such a wish is because the Namekians were the original creators of the Dragon Balls. As the progenitors, their Dragon Balls can make any wish come true. If you don't believe me, just ask Piccolo. He's a Namekian right here. At that, Piccolo quickly chimed in. The Dragon Balls of Namek are the best there is. Granting immortality is child's play for them. Frieza was now completely convinced by both of them. In his world, no one would dare lie to him. And besides, Namek was closer than Earth, so why go the long way for some lesser Dragon Balls? Settling the matter, Frieza made his decision. Excellent. What's your name, Earthling? Chi-Chi. Very well, Chi-Chi. You please me today. From now on, Earth belongs to you. No one will dare to invade it. With that, Frieza cut off the transmission. As the dull tone of disconnection echoed, Chi-Chi realized Frieza had taken the bait. Namek was in grave danger now. They have to get there as quickly as possible, or all would be lost. Crack! Chi-Chi crushed his scouter in an instant and then unleashed a powerful energy wave, destroying Chi-Yu's spaceship as well. Chi-Yu was dumbstruck by the scene before him. What the? Chi-Chi didn't give Koei a moment to react. In the blink of an eye, her energy surged, and her power level soared to 34,000. With a swift movement, Chi-Chi flashed in front of Koei and struck with a hand chop. There was a heavy thud. Koei's left hand was chopped off in an instant. Koei clutched his wound and fell to his knees in agony. It hurts. You. There's no way someone with only 3,000 in power level could move that fast. You must be over 10,000 at least. Chi-Chi responded with a cold, detached smile. For trash like you, of course I had to hide my true strength. Otherwise, how could I fool Frieza and lead him away to Namek? Koei, his whole body trembling, pointed at her. You dared deceive Lord Frieza. How could? Piccolo's kick landed squarely on Koei's back. Right now, Piccolo's power level had reached 18,000. He couldn't sever Koei's arm in a flash like Chi-Chi, but while Koei was distracted by pain, he could still launch an attack. After sending Koei flying, Piccolo immediately charged up his signature move. Special Beam Cannon. The crackling beam pierced Koei straight through. Yet even now, Chi-Chi could sense that Koei's energy hadn't completely faded. With lightning speed, she appeared before him again. Koei, desperate, pleaded for his life. Don't kill me. Let's team up. With our strength combined, Frieza would be nothing to us. Why would I ever ally myself with worthless scum like you? You're better off turning to dust. A sharp snap followed by guttural cries echoed as Chi-Chi unleashed her Kamehameha at full force, utterly obliterating Koei. She nodded in satisfaction. Piccolo, our mission is complete. Let's head to Goku's place right away. We must reach Namek before Frieza does. Piccolo nodded gravely. Let's go. And with that, Chi-Chi and Piccolo made their way back to Capsule Corporation. After their departure, 2 more ships streaked through the sky. Vegeta and Nappa had finally arrived. What new twists awaited? Could Goku and friends reach Namek ahead of Frieza? Stay tuned. Vegeta slowly approached the crater where Koei's ship had landed, a crater left by Chi-Chi's fierce battle. He picked up a fragment from the wreckage, bringing it to his nose. TCH, Koei's scent, and someone else's. The ship's been destroyed. Was he killed? A strained cough answered him. Koei was still alive, unbelievably, clutching to the last breath of life with only his upper body remaining after Chi-Chi's Kamehameha. Vegeta walked over, his gaze ice-cold. Well, if it isn't Lord Koei, what a pitiful sight. Koei trembled as he spoke, his voice barely more than a whisper. Vegeta, you're still alive. Vegeta burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Chui, thanks to you, I'm finally free from Frieza's surveillance. For that, I ought to thank you. Chui, his voice trembling with excitement, cried out, That's right. Vegeta, I helped you. Now you have to save me. If you save me, I could take you to Earthlings. You've heard of Dragon Balls, right? Wouldn't you be interested in eternal life? Although Vegeta wanted nothing more than to kill Chui on the spot, at the mention of immortality his lips curled into a grin. Oh, Chui, tell me more. Were these Dragon Balls? Eternal life, you say? Perhaps if you explain, I might just let you live. So Chui repeated what he had just overheard from Chi-Chi, making sure to keep one thing to himself. He deliberately didn't mention Chi-Chi tricking Frieza. Chui's plan was to fool Vegeta into rescuing him first, then pit the 2 sides against each other in a dog-eat-dog battle. Nappa, upon hearing all this, asked, perplexed, Vegeta, are we really going after these Dragon Balls? Without any scouters, how are we supposed to get them from the Earthlings? Vegeta replied slowly, Earth is Kakarot. I fought him last time. He's no weaker than me. If we try to take the Dragon Balls, what if they destroy them? Instead, we'll head straight for Namek. The Dragon Balls, they're even better. As for you, Chui. With that, Vegeta gripped Chui by the torso, hurled him into the air, and pointed 2 fingers upward. A sharp blast rang out. Filthy fireworks. Anyone who tries to stab Vegeta in the back doesn't live to tell the tale. Chui was erased from existence. Meanwhile, all the way in West City, Goku instantly sensed what had happened. He chuckled softly. So Vegeta's arrived? Well, I don't have time to play with him. Becoming a Super Saiyan is just within reach. Only 3 more days. Frieza, your days are numbered. Turning, Goku called out, Gohan, go spar with those 2 Saiyans who've come to Earth. With your level now, that big guy won't pose a challenge, but the short one might be interesting. Test your strength against him, just to warm up. Once you're done, we're heading for Namek. Gohan nodded. Okay, Dad, I'll give it a try. By now, Gohan could walk easily under 40 times normal gravity. His base combat power had reached 22,000. Vegeta's was 28,000 at its peak. But with Gohan's enhanced ki and serene mind, the difference of 6,000 could easily be bridged. Sensing Vegeta's energy, Gohan began moving in his direction. No sooner had Gohan left than Piccolo and Chi-Chi appeared. Piccolo, puzzled, asked, Gohan, where are you headed? Gohan answered calmly, I'm going for a fight. Piccolo started to follow, but Chi-Chi grabbed his arm. Piccolo, let's find Goku first. It's more important to explain the situation. Gohan's strong enough now. Piccolo nodded, and together with Chi-Chi headed for the gravity chamber. At this moment, the 2 of them watched Goku from outside, but they couldn't sense even the slightest trace of his energy. Clearly, Goku's power level had already surpassed theirs by a huge margin. Piccolo spoke quietly. Chi-Chi, what's happening with Goku? I'm not really sure either. I've never seen Goku in this state before. Chi-Chi replied with uncertainty. Goku's voice slowly emerged, calm and resolute. Piccolo, Chi-Chi, has your plan succeeded? Chi-Chi responded with excitement. Yes, Goku. We've already tricked Frieza into heading to Namek. But we need to hurry. Even though we don't really know how far Frieza is from Namek, we can't afford to be late. Otherwise, we won't be able to stall him for long. Goku opened his eyes, sharp and determined. I'll need another 3 days to finish my training. After that, I'll have the power to defeat Frieza. Piccolo, Chi-Chi, I want you to take Gohan and Raditz and go to Namek first. Just in case, I've had Lapis return ahead of you. If anyone except Frieza shows up, you all should be safe with him around. Chi-Chi couldn't hide her joy. Goku, have you finally succeeded in your training? Is that the legendary Super Saiyan? That's right, Goku replied. That's exactly it. So I need you to keep Frieza busy and keep collecting the Dragon Balls. Remember, if you destroy their scouters, the aliens won't be able to sense your energy. That's your chance. Hide the Dragon Balls well. I'll arrive on Namek on the 3rd day after you get there. All you need to do is hold Frieza off for 3 days. Just 3 days, and everything will be resolved. With those words, Goku closed his eyes again. Piccolo nodded firmly. 3 days? All right, Goku. Leave it to us during that time. You can count on us, Chi-Chi added. By the way, Gohan's gone off to challenge Vegeta. Tell him to keep it quick. Once he's done, have him come right back. Piccolo and Chi-Chi nodded, not disturbing Goku any further. Instead, they went to gather Raditz and set out together to look for Gohan. Raditz glanced at his younger brother and smiled with quiet pride. Kakarot, your big brother can't avenge our race, but I'll leave this in your hands. I'll do whatever it takes to buy you those 3 days, even if it costs me my life. With a heavy landing, Gohan stood before Vegeta and called out, "Hey, you must be Vegeta. I challenge you to a duel." Vegeta, hearing this, turned around in surprise. "Oh, an Earthling who knows who I am." Gohan answered coolly, "I'm Son Gohan. And yes, I know you're the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta. So, as in Kakarot's boy? Listen, kid, why don't you run along home? I have no interest in playing games with children. I've got business on Namek," Vegeta replied dismissively. Gohan's eyes flashed with anger. "You're planning on wrecking Uncle Piccolo's home, aren't you? If you want to go to Namek, you'll have to get through me." As the words left his mouth, Gohan unleashed a ki blast, destroying Nappa's space pod in a burst of energy. Seeing his ship in ruins, Nappa was furious. "You little brat, how dare you wreck my ship? I'll teach you a lesson." Gohan chuckled softly and said, My dad was right. You're all brawn and no skill. You're too weak. I have no interest in fighting someone like you." Vegeta couldn't quite figure out where Gohan's confidence was coming from, but out of respect for Goku, he chose not to make a move against Gohan himself. Instead, he tried to stop Nappa. But Nappa had never suffered such humiliation before, and he charged straight at Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan initially intended to finish Nappa with a single blow. But before he could, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha suddenly appeared in front of him. In a coordinated move, the 3 of them struck Nappa together, sending him flying. Right now, Nappa's battle power was 8,500, Krillin's was 7,500, Tien's was 7,300, and Yamcha's was 7,000. Gohan looked puzzled. "Uncle Krillin? Uncle Yamcha? What are you all doing here?" Krillin responded with a gentle laugh. "We sensed a strong force over here, so we came right away." "Hey, you two must be Scions, right? Because of your tails." Tien spoke up. "We're here to defeat you." Nappa burst into raucous laughter. "You think you can go up against me with that level of power? You need to train another 100 years. Hearing this, Vegeta poured out a handful of Cyberman seeds onto the ground. "Never mind. Nappa, before we head to Namek, why don't you have some fun with these Earthlings?" Seeing what Vegeta was up to, Nappa grinned. Still up for games, Vegeta? More Cybermen? Fine by me." With that, Nappa moved back beside Vegeta. 7 Cybermen clawed their way out of the soil. Krillin and the others looked at them with confusion. "That's all? Such weak creatures." Each Cyberman's battle power was only about 2,500. The weakest among Krillin and his friends was Kairatsu, with a power level of 6,000. It was clear they considered the Cybermen no threat at all. Yamcha stepped forward eagerly. "All right, Krillin, Tien, you two take care of those guys over there. Leave these to me." Krillin chuckled and agreed. "Fine by me. 7 of them, but they're nothing much." Tien nodded. "Sounds good to me." Without hesitation, Yamcha sprang into action. Wolf Fong Fist. He unleashed his signature move, the Wolf Fong Fist, tearing through the Cybermen with expert skill. In just 10 seconds, Yamcha wiped them all out. This display left Nappa stunned. What? He beat all 7 Cybermen in only 10 seconds? Those things have the power of second-rate Scions. Their battle power must all be over 2,500. TCH, it's so hard to judge someone's strength without a scouter. Vegeta, too, was left uncertain for a moment. At that point, he still hadn't learned how to sense energy, making it impossible to gauge his opponent's true strength. Immediately, Tien Shinhan stepped forward. "All right, Yamcha did great. Now, it's my turn to take the stage. Hey, you big Scion over there, I'll be your opponent." Just then, Gohan spoke up. "Wait, Uncle Tien, I need to tell you something." Tien looked puzzled. "Oh, Gohan, what is it you want to say to me?" Gohan then shared with Tien the Scion's weakness, their tails. If you grab a Scion's tail, they instantly lose all ability to resist. Gohan, of course, had no intention of using such a trick himself, but for Tien and the others, it could make all the difference. After all, he could tell these 2 Scions were even stronger than Krillin and the rest. Tien nodded. Really? That's good to know, Gohan. Thanks for the tip. But first, I want to face him head on. With those words, Tien leapt into action, appearing in the blink of an eye right in front of Nappa. Nappa grinned. Oh, you want to fight me? Fine. I'll play with you for a while. Nappa, now boasting a power level of 8,500, had his strength mostly focused on energy attacks, but he hadn't trained up his speed. Tien, with a power level of 7,300, was a well-rounded fighter, balancing speed and power, though he hadn't developed any particularly strong energy techniques. A fierce exchange erupted, blows landing one after another. After several rounds, Tien actually managed to hold Nappa to a standstill. Nappa was astonished. What? You can actually keep up with me? I have a power level of 7,000. Of course, Nappa didn't know his true power had already risen to 8,500, since Vegeta hadn't told him about the Scion's secret of recovering strength after near death and gaining a boost. Vegeta kept this detail hidden to keep control over his subordinates. If Nappa found out, he might hide away and keep using this trick to boost his power, maybe even turn against Vegeta one day. There was no way Vegeta would reveal such a huge Scion secret to Nappa. Vegeta watched in silence, thinking to himself, hurry up just a little longer. I'm about to figure out how to sense someone's strength without a scouter. Oomph. Nappa is so dense. He hasn't noticed his battle powers obviously increased. No matter. If he gets killed, I'll take care of it. A new round of attacks thundered forth. Feeling desperate, Nappa realized ordinary moves wouldn't work against Tien, so he decided it was time to unleash his ultimate attack. Ki Blast! Gohan yelled out, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Katsu, get out of the way! Seeing the power behind this attack, Krillin and the others quickly darted to safety. Tien thought to himself, this is bad. I'm too close. There's no way I'll make it out in time. I have to come up with a way to counter this attack. All of a sudden, Tien noticed that Nappa was charging up and that the center of his body was completely exposed. What if he landed a four-fist Kikaho right to Nappa's chest? That was it. He'd give a shot. Tien quickly set his plan in motion, wasting no time to unleash the Four Bodies technique. Four Bodies technique. With that, Tien brought forth the ultimate skill he had mastered through relentless training. Quadruple Kikaho. Thanks to his devoted practice, Tien could now combine 4 simultaneous Kikahos, one from each hand, merging their force for 4 times the destructive power. This maneuver demanded exquisite control of his energy. Not only did he have to focus identical energy into all 4 hands, but upon merging the beams, he also had to rein in the furious tide of their combined force. Right now, Tien's power level had soared above 8,000. Even though Nappa's power level stood at 8,500, if he took this attack head-on, he'd be finished for sure. At this moment, Nappa was still gathering energy, preparing to fire his own blast, and laughed boisterously. You think a trick like that could possibly defeat me? Watch my blast activate. But just then, Vegeta's voice rang out in a sharp shout. You idiot! Stop charging up and dodge now. Nappa heard Vegeta, and the quadruple Kikaho was nearly upon him. He still couldn't sense energy the way others could, but by sheer sight alone, he realized the dangerous force bearing down on him. Without regard for the backlash of abruptly halting his own attack, he dove out of the way in a panic. Boom! Tien's attack struck home. Nappa was just a heartbeat too late in breaking off his charge, and the devastating quadruple Kikaho tore straight through his shoulder. Nappa roared in pain. Aya! Clutching the gushing wound, he dropped to one knee. Tien's voice was cold. You over there. You broke the rules. If Vegeta hadn't shouted, you'd already be dead. In your current state, you're not even worth fighting anymore. The battle is over. With that, Tien turned and walked toward his own companions, leaving his back completely exposed to Nappa. Infuriated, Nappa bellowed. You'll pay for this. How dare you injure me like this? I'll destroy you, mouth blast. Nappa threw his jaw wide, drawing in all his energy to his mouth. The force behind this attack had reached a power level of 10,000. None of the others like Krillin could possibly withstand it. At that instant, Gohan leapt in front of Tien, shouting shield. With a rush of energy, Gohan's barrier sprang to life, enveloping Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kairatsu within its protective glow. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted around them. Nappa's laugh resounded above the noise. Ha ha! Ha ha! You're all finished now. But as the smoke cleared, true to the no harm from smoke rule, the blue shield shimmered, intact. Krillin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Gohan. That shield came just in time. I know that move well. Never thought you'd have mastered it, Gohan. Tien nodded in agreement. Gohan, your energy is incredible. How have you trained? Aren't you only 6 years old? Gohan scratched his head and chuckled. It's all thanks to Dad's training. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this strong. All right, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, leave this next part to me. I'll make sure that sneak attack and cheap shot don't go unpunished. I won't let him off easy. As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan's eyes turned cold, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Krillin exclaimed, "That's some serious bloodlust. Isn't Gohan only 6 years old? Where did he even learn that?" Yamcha said, "I'm not sure, but this seems like Goku's doing." Tien chimed in, "Makes sense. Aside from Goku, who else would come up with the idea of teaching a 6-year-old child to unleash killing intent?" Kayatsu nodded. "Same here." Watching Gohan, Vegeta was shocked. "What? Kakaroto's son can actually emit killing intent. Is even 10 years old." Nappa, trembling at the sight, cried out, "Stay away. You monster." "Oomph. Attacking from behind. What kind of warrior is that supposed to be? Scion? You don't deserve the name." With a thunderous kick, Gohan sent Nappa flying, his fate uncertain. Having finished the move, Gohan locked eyes with Vegeta, his gaze icy and unwavering. Vegeta sneered, "Kid, are you sure you want to fight me? You might have defeated a weakened Nappa, but I'm on a whole different level. My power is 32,000. That number scare you? Why don't you go fetch your father, Kakaroto? You don't stand a chance." Gohan scoffed, You're not even worthy of facing my dad. I came here today for you. Once I'm done, I'm heading to Namek. As a favor, I'll let you keep your life. I actually held back on Nappa. Want to see for yourself?" Vegeta's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Kakaroto, how dare you send a brat to humiliate me? Absolutely unforgivable. Fine. If you're so eager to fight, then let's do it. I hope you can back up that talk with your strength." With that, the two of them flew off to a desolate wasteland, the very same place where, in the original story, Goku and Vegeta first faced off. This time, it was Gohan's turn. Vegeta smirked and said, "Kakaroto's son, I'll let you have the first move. Don't say I'm picking on you." Gohan shook his head. "Vegeta, I know your power is higher than mine, but there are some techniques you haven't seen before. You'll regret it if you don't make the first move, Masenko." With that, Gohan raised his hand and gathered a surge of energy. Even without fully powering up, Gohan's battle strength had already reached 25,000. This Masenko upped it by another 3,000, taking it to 28,000. Vegeta nodded with a hint of admiration. "Not bad. If I'd been my old self, I'd have to struggle to block that attack, but With a crash, Vegeta caught the blast with both hands, stopping it in its tracks. "Oomph. Not bad for a kid. You actually made my hands go numb. Now it's my turn. Vegeta exploded with rage in an instant, launching himself at Gohan. At this moment, his power level surged to 28,000. A barrage of violent attacks stormed toward Gohan like a fierce tempest. Seeing this, Gohan's figure flickered briefly. With a flash, Gohan slipped into a state of perfect inner calm. Every blow from Vegeta was effortlessly dodged. Dozens of rapid punches came crashing down, yet Gohan evaded them all. Impossible. How could I not land a single hit? Gohan chuckled lightly. "What do you think? Have you ever seen a technique like this? Clearly, my power level is much lower than yours, but I can still dodge every one of your attacks. I don't believe it. How could there be such an absurd technique? There's no way I can't hit you." With this furious roar, realization dawned on Vegeta. "So that's it. Now I understand." Vegeta's aura began to rise steadily. He had finally learned how to enhance his energy. 30,000, that was now his true power level. With his Gallic gun added in, his battle strength could reach up to 30,000. "Oomph. Kid, you should be grateful. I've finally learned how to power up, and as a reward, I'll attack you with everything I have. Masenko, was it? Let me show you my ultimate technique." Bang! Vegeta floated upward, his energy swelling anew. "Let's see if you can dodge this. Gallic gun. If you even try to dodge, the earth will be obliterated." A bolt of crackling purple energy shot downward. Gohan clenched his fist, letting out a sound of determination. He steeled himself, focusing his strength. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha, clashing directly with Vegeta's fully charged Gallic gun. Vegeta was stunned. "What? You're actually holding back my Gallic gun?" Gohan thought to himself, "This is bad. Finding inner calm doesn't make me stronger. What should I do? I still haven't mastered the Kaioken." Vegeta sneered. "No matter what bizarre dodging technique you use, what about the earth behind you? Sure, you can dodge this blast, but what happens then?" "Oomph. I don't believe you'd really destroy the earth. Could you even survive in space with your body? Fine then. I'm known for doing as I'm told. Go ahead." Gohan swiftly pulled back and dodged out of the way. He was gambling that Vegeta wouldn't dare actually destroy the planet. Vegeta was shocked. "What? You dare?" The truth was, Vegeta really couldn't go through with it. Not only could he not survive long on Earth if it was destroyed, but there was also a trace of someone's image lingering in his heart. Reluctantly, Vegeta eased off, reducing the power of his Galacon. After restraining himself, Vegeta said coolly, "You guessed I wouldn't destroy the Earth?" Gohan smiled lightly. "I wasn't sure, I just took a chance on it. And it turns out I was right. Oof. Things won't be so easy for you now. Spiral binding shots, coming up. The Prince's Tactic Official Edition. Although it's not as powerful as the earlier Galacon, this technique is the most suitable for hitting Gohan without harming the Earth. Vegeta's energy blasts finally struck Gohan. Because the blasts were so densely packed, even if Gohan dodged, he would still be caught in the fallout. Several scrapes appeared on Gohan's body, and he thought to himself, even though this still water state lets me dodge all of the blasts, the residual shockwaves from their collisions still injured me. This guy is no ordinary opponent. No wonder Dad wants me to fight him. Looks like I need to finish this quickly. If I drag this out, I'll run out of energy. Now focus all my power in my core and unleash it. Then dash behind Vegeta and grab his tail. The fight will be over. With that thought, Gohan closed his eyes, gathering energy into his center. Watching Gohan close his eyes, Vegeta laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Oh, have you given up?" In a flash, Gohan's power level soared to 28,000. All right, round 2 begins. Gohan moved, careful not to make his true goal too obvious. He mimicked Vegeta's movements, unleashing a flurry of entangling blasts. Vegeta remarked, "Oh, using the same move as me? Umph. Imitation is still just imitation." Vegeta hurled a barrage of entangling blasts right back at him. Multi-afterimage technique. In an instant, a dozen Gohans appeared, surrounding Vegeta. "Oh, after images, is it? Not bad. It's making me guess where the real one is." There, in the blink of an eye. But Gohan had entered the tranquil, still water state. So even though Vegeta guessed the right spot, Gohan dodged it effortlessly. Swiftly, Gohan flashed behind Vegeta and grabbed his tail. What? Suddenly, Vegeta seemed drained of all strength, collapsing to his knees, powerless. Through gritted teeth, Vegeta demanded, "Why? Why can't I use my strength?" Gohan replied evenly, "Vegeta, you really are much stronger than I am. But Saiyans have a weakness even a prince like you doesn't know." Weakness? It's the tail. If you grab a Saiyan's tail, they instantly lose all fighting ability. Vegeta was in disbelief. What? Why didn't I know about this? Then, he looked behind Gohan. Swallowing his humiliation, Vegeta forced himself to ask, "Kakarot's son, were you born without a tail?" "I used to have one, but I got rid of it. Dad told me to, and though I didn't understand then, now I do. Luckily, I don't have a tail anymore. It truly is a fatal weakness." Vegeta thought to himself, "What? Kakarot? With his abilities, there's no way he doesn't know that the tail is the very source of our Saiyan power. Even if it's a weakness, with enough training, it can surely be overcome. Is it really necessary to get rid of the tail altogether? But now, do I still have a chance to train my tail again?" At this moment, Vegeta seemed to accept his fate. "Go ahead and kill me." He'd rather be killed outright than beg for mercy. Gohan shook his head when he heard this. "I have no intention of killing you. Like I said, I only came to test myself against you. I still have to go to Namek. Uncle Chi-Chi, Uncle Piccolo, and Raditz. Are you all done hiding? You've been watching for quite a while now." Chi-Chi sheepishly scratched his head as he stepped out. "What? You caught us already? Gohan, you really have sharp senses." Gohan nodded. "I noticed you all pretty early on. Uncle Chi-Chi, Uncle Piccolo, are we heading out now?" Piccolo nodded. "Yes, we need to get moving. Goku will have to come later. He's at a crucial point in his training. We have to reach Namek first and hide the Dragon Balls." When Vegeta overheard the mention of the Dragon Balls, he was intrigued. "Dragon Balls? Are you all going to Namek to fight Frieza for the Dragon Balls?" No one replied to Vegeta's question. Seeing this, and recalling their time together, Raditz decided to speak up. "Gohan, let him go." "Vegeta, I've never seen you in such a state before." At this, Gohan quickly released Vegeta's tail and leapt back. In an instant, Vegeta recovered, slowly getting up and looking at Raditz, not raising his guard. "Raditz? You're not dead? The Earthlings didn't kill you." Raditz nodded. "No, y surviva. After some training, my power level has reached 15,000. How's that? Just 1 year of training, and I'm stronger than Nappa, right? Speaking of Nappa, where did that guy go?" Vegeta pointed at Gohan. "Ask him. He sent Nappa flying. I have no idea where he landed." Raditz turned to Gohan. "Gohan, where's Nappa?" Gohan replied, "I know, but why are you looking for him, Uncle?" Raditz said, "Of course, I want to bring him and Vegeta to Namek as well. With both of them on our side, we'd stand a chance of holding Frieza back for a while. Every extra pair of hands helps. Also, Gohan, are you really okay with these two just roaming around freely on Earth?" Gohan nodded. Honestly, they are Scions too, and they should play their part. Uncle Chi-Chi, I'm leaving Vegeta to you. I'll go find Nappa. Chi-Chi nodded. Leave the directions to me. When Vegeta heard this, he was immediately displeased. Oh, so for what he said, you think you can keep me restrained just like that? Chi-Chi replied, I can. Want to give it a try? Bring it on. In just 3 seconds, Chi-Chi managed to knock Vegeta to the ground. This was the third time he'd been floored today. The first time, it was Goku, the second, Gohan, and now Chi-Chi. Vegeta suddenly began to question his entire existence. I'm supposed to be the Prince of Scions, and yet, time and again, I'm utterly defeated. How could this happen? Forget the other Scions. Even an Earthling can take me down. After all these years of training, what was it all for? This is intolerable. With a hopeless fury, Vegeta pounded the ground. After Gohan brought Nappa over, he immediately returned to Capsule Corporation. Back at Capsule Corp, Bulma had already prepared a spaceship for Gohan and the others. Bulma hugged Gohan and gave him a reassuring pat on the back. Gohan, once you're out there in space, you must listen to your Uncle Chi-Chi. He may fool around now and then, but when it really matters, you can count on him. Hearing this, Chi-Chi thumped his chest and said confidently, Don't worry, sis Bulma. As long as I'm around, nothing will happen to Gohan. Bulma shook her head. You alone aren't enough insurance. Lapis is already on his way. He'll be going to Namek with you, and with him there, I'll feel truly at ease. Gohan looked puzzled. Mom, who is Lapis? Bulma chuckled softly. He's your sister Lazuli's younger brother. He's actually even stronger than Lazuli. You haven't met him because he's always off traveling. Gohan nodded thoughtfully. Even stronger than Sister Lazuli? I can't wait to meet him. Chi-Chi's face softened in nostalgia. Lapis, huh? It's been ages since I last saw him. Bulma went on. The most important thing is there needs to be a mechanic on a ship. If something goes wrong in space and Mom isn't there, you could be in real danger. I've sent all the technical details of the ship and repair instructions to him, just in case. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, he arrived at Goku's gravity training chamber. Sensing Vegeta's presence, Goku smiled lightly. Vegeta? Long time no see. Vegeta sneered, then gave Goku a quizzical look. TCH Kakarot, I heard your plan from Raditz. You really think you can beat Frieza? That's nothing but empty dreaming. I have no idea where your confidence comes from. Goku didn't argue. He replied calmly. Vegeta, have you ever heard of the legend of the Super Saiyan? Vegeta was stunned. Super Saiyan? That's the legendary warrior of the Saiyan race, isn't it? Kakarot, you? I'm getting closer and closer to that realm. Vegeta gasped, what? Impossible. Goku smiled faintly. It's not impossible, because I've discovered the way to break through and become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was utterly shocked in his heart. A Super Saiyan? How could Kakarot, a low-class warrior, dare to make such a claim? Even I, a master of advanced techniques, wouldn't boast like that. Kakarot, just what are you? Goku continued. Vegeta, I'm guessing you suffered a loss when you fought Gohan, didn't you? Vegeta averted his gaze and scoffed. TCH, that was just me being careless. I didn't even consider the weakness of the tail. Kakarot, I heard from Raditz that you removed your tail when you were a child. Why would you do that? Isn't the tail the source of a Scion's power? Goku replied patiently, his voice calm. That was my own choice. Of course, I know the tail can boost my strength, but I didn't want to transform into a giant ape during the full moon and end up hurting the people around me. Does that answer satisfy you? Vegeta exclaimed, what? You got rid of your tail for such a ridiculous reason. Goku shook his head. It's not ridiculous, Vegeta. When you one day understand the heart that I have, you'll discover the way to break through and become a Super Saiyan. Consider that a piece of advice from me. Take it or leave it. Still, that elusive Super Saiyan. The very idea caught Vegeta's attention. He thought to himself, could it really be possible to reach that realm through feelings like his? Goku suddenly suggested, let's make a bet. Why get to Namek if I manage to transform into a Super Saiyan? Then you have to agree to one condition of mine. Of course, if I fail, I'll accept one condition from you. Vegeta thought Goku was just spouting nonsense and figured this was a bet he could never lose. Why wouldn't he agree? Vegeta clenched his fist. All right, Kakarot, I accept your challenge. If you lose, you'll become my subordinate. Goku gave a nod. Agreed. If I lose, I'll work under you. But if you lose, then you have to get rid of your tail for good and stay on Earth. What do you say? Do you dare to accept? Vegeta waved a dismissive hand. Fine, I agree. With a swift motion, Vegeta cut off his own tail right then and there. Oomph. That thing does interfere with my fighting ability. If I get caught by Frieza's men on Namek with it, things could turn ugly. Kakarot, I'll buy you 3 days. Make good use of them. With that, Vegeta turned and left. Goku shook his head and chuckled to himself. Vegeta really is something else. I'm looking forward to seeing how he lives on Earth from now on. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and the others wanted help as well, so they turned to Bulma and asked, Bulma, can we go too? Bulma glanced over and said, No, this spaceship can hold at most 7 people. With Piccolo, Chi-Chi, Big Brother, Gohan, and Lapis, that already makes 5. Originally, there would have been room for you, but Big Brother insisted on bringing those 2 Scions along. This time we're going to help Goku take his revenge, so I agreed. Those 2 Scions have every reason to be part of this. They have their own scores to settle, too. That means there's no space for you. Krillin lowered his head upon hearing this. We really wanted to help, though. No, it's my spaceship, so I get to decide who goes. That's final, Krillin. And in case anything unexpected happens, Earth may need to use the Dragon Balls. I'll contact you with this communicator. It's got unlimited range, developed with alien technology. No matter where I am, you'll receive my signal, and we can keep in touch. As Bulma spoke, she handed Krillin the unlimited communicator. Krillin accepted it and nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll be ready to answer anytime. Sadly, in the grand scheme of things, Krillin had just missed out on a fateful opportunity. Not long after, Lapis arrived at the entrance of Capsule Corp. Both the blonde-haired and blue-haired versions of Launch were right behind him. Lapis turned, saying, Blonde Blue, I'm off for now. I'll return safely, I promise. Blonde Launch cried out, Lapis, you have to come back unharmed. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you, not as long as I live. Blue-haired Launch chimed in, Take care of yourself, dear. Lapis pulled both of them gently into his arms, held them close for a moment, then headed inside. Once Bulma saw Lapis, she spoke up, All right, everyone's here. We've stocked enough fuel for 3 round trips. This time, all you have to do is hold out until Goku arrives. Yes. Nappa was about to say something, but the fierce looks from Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Lapis pinned him in place. Their expressions made it clear. If he dared to object, he'd face serious consequences. Swallowing hard, Nappa hurriedly replied, Yes. And so, Gohan and the others set out for planet Namek, flying into space ahead of the rest. Thanks to Bulma and Dr. Brief's expert touches, the spaceship's interior was impressively spacious, 100 square meters, like a cozy little apartment. With so much inside space, the ship itself was even larger overall, making it an easy target for enemy detection. To counter that, it came equipped with cloaking technology and could also block radar scans. By now, Gohan and the crew had left Earth almost an hour ago. At Gohan's determined request, Bulma had added a gravity generator to the spaceship. Gohan, unlike most 6-year-old children, didn't feel a particular fascination with the starry sky. Thanks to his Aunt Ties, ever since he gained access to Bulma's computer, he would often receive interesting pictures from time to time. Naturally, Gohan had already seen quite a bit, so at this moment, he found himself bored. He decided to get up and look for the gravity chamber. With 100 square meters divided into 7 rooms, plus a kitchen and a bathroom, the gravity chamber was really not that large. Gohan had no trouble finding it. Just then, Chi-Chi, who had come out to use the bathroom, noticed Gohan and asked curiously, Gohan, what's going on? Gohan replied, Uncle Chi-Chi, I'm looking for the gravity chamber that Mom built for me. Just sitting around for 7 days is way too boring. Might as well get some more training in. The gravity chamber? I want to join too. And so Chi-Chi followed Gohan into the gravity chamber. Gohan nodded. Sure, it's just right for 2. Uncle Chi-Chi, I'm about to begin training under 40 times normal gravity. Are you ready? Chi-Chi responded without hesitation. I'm ready. With my constitution, I can handle that level of gravity. After Gohan fiddled with the controls for a bit, the 2 of them began their training under 40 times gravity. Meanwhile, Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta had gathered in one of the rooms for a conversation. Nappa said, Raditz, we haven't really had a proper chat before. How has your year on Earth been? Raditz replied, You must have had some idea from your old scouters. I was captured by Piccolo, who brought me in front of Kakarot. After a long conversation, I was moved by Kakarot's words and decided to stay on Earth. He taught me how to train, and my strength has improved. Right now, my battle power is around 18,000. Nappa and Vegeta both looked utterly astonished. Nappa exclaimed, What? 18,000 in just a year? You used to have only 1,500. What kind of training can boost your strength so fast in such a short time? Although clearly shocked, Vegeta didn't say much. He just spoke in his usual calm tone. Raditz, what kind of training is it? I'm quite interested. Raditz explained slowly. It's a method called gravity training. For example, Earth's gravity is considered as level 1. All the planets we visited before have higher gravity than Earth. Planet Vegeta's gravity is 10 times that of Earth, and that's the main reason why we Scions are naturally stronger than people from other worlds. Vegeta nodded in understanding. I see. Kakarot really is innovative. I suppose you pushed the gravity even higher here on Earth during your training to reach this level, right? Raditz replied, yes, I started off training under 20 times normal gravity. I almost died in that state, but Kakarot used something called a sense of being to save me. That's when I discovered the special trait of Scion physiology. Every time a Scion recovers from the brink of death, their combat power increases dramatically. Back then, my strength shot up from 1,500 straight to 4,000. Hearing this, Nappa asked in confusion, Raditz, is that really true? I almost died once myself, so why did my power increase? Raditz stroked his chin and said, maybe it's because you didn't push your energy higher? Vegeta interjected, that's exactly right. Nappa, you're just too dense. You probably didn't even notice your own strength improving. I'm done caring about how you managed to train this far. What I want to know is why Kakarot is so determined to defeat Frieza. As far as I know, the two of them have never met. Raditz spoke slowly. Next, you both need to promise me you won't lose your tempers when you hear this. Otherwise, this spaceship might not be able to withstand your fury. If you wreck it, we'll all die out here in space. Both of them nodded in agreement. Vegeta said, go ahead. Now you've got me curious. What could possibly make me so furious? With that, Raditz shared everything he had learned from Goku. The scene shifted. Bardock was eavesdropping when he overheard Frieza's plan to destroy Planet Vegeta. Without delay, he reported it to King Vegeta. Yet King Vegeta, ever the loyal vassal, refused to believe him. He was convinced Frieza would never destroy Planet Vegeta, and instead of listening, he scolded Bardock harshly and threw him out. Understanding all too well that Frieza's threat was no idle boast, Bardock took matters into his own hands and sent Goku away to Earth. In truth, the very day after Bardock sent Goku off, Frieza began to act. Floating in space, Frieza spoke in a chilling voice, let all Scions perish. Frieza gathered energy into a single fingertip, forming a massive energy sphere. He hurled it at Planet Vegeta. Bardock, witnessing this, summoned all his power to resist, but he was nowhere near strong enough to stand against Frieza. In the end, Bardock and Planet Vegeta were both obliterated. Back then, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz managed to escape disaster simply because they were off-planet on a mission. From that day, only 4 Scions remained. Broly and Vegeta's brother will be written in later, if there's a chance, but for now, let's leave it at this. When Raditz finished telling the tale, Nappa's face turned red with rage. Impossible. Wasn't Planet Vegeta destroyed by a meteor strike? Frieza, does that mean all these years we've been working for the very one who wiped out our race? Damn it. Bang. With a roar, Nappa smashed the table in front of him to pieces. Unlike Nappa's impulsiveness, Vegeta spoke in a calm tone. Raditz, does Kakarot have any proof for what he said? Raditz nodded. According to him, while he was being sent to Earth, he saw Frieza's army appear right before Planet Vegeta with his own eyes. I doubt he'd make up something like that. Nappa burst out. It must be true. That damn Frieza. Vegeta himself was seething with rage inside. No wonder Kakarot is determined to find a way to surpass the Super Saiyan level. So it's because of this? Unforgivable. Frieza. But then Vegeta put on an air of indifference and said, enough, Nappa. Our trip to Namek is to stop Frieza from making his wish. I have to get ahead of him. Make my wish first and claim eternal life. That's the key to beating Frieza. As for Kakarot turning into a Super Saiyan, let's set it aside for now. Help me seize the Dragon Balls, and there's still a chance for us. Hearing this, Raditz shook his head and replied, sigh. I'll leave this operation to you. I plan to stall Frieza until Kakarot arrives. Only then will we have a real shot. With that, Raditz stood up and left Vegeta's quarters. Nappa watched him go, clearly frustrated. That fool. Trusting Kakarot instead of Vegeta? With Vegeta's power and eternal life, there's no doubt we could take revenge. Don't worry, Vegeta. I'll help you see this plan through. Meanwhile, in his own room, Lapis was checking the surveillance monitors. These two really can't be trusted. So you want the Dragon Balls? Well, even if you get them, you don't know the incantation, so it'll be useless to you. Bulma had specially designed this room for Lapis, so he could monitor everything and prevent unexpected incidents. Though the ship had been tested many times and its performance was outstanding, you can never be too careful. By chance, thanks to Bulma's efforts, Lapis discovered Vegeta and Nappa's true motive for wanting the Dragon Balls. But with you two causing such a mess, maybe things will drag out a bit longer. Fine, I'll just let you run wild for now. With that, Lapis shut off the surveillance, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted off to sleep. The scene shifts back to Earth, where it's the first day since Gohan and the others have left the planet. Bulma's older sister, Tights, happened to return to Earth that day. The doorbell rang with a crisp chime. Bulma, a bit surprised, wondered aloud. Who would be visiting at this hour? It can't be Xiaomi. She already moved to Orange City. Could it be Lazuli? With 5 years passing since Goku and the others stopped participating, the World Martial Arts Tournament had become Mr. Satan's playground. There was simply no one left who could rival him. His fame had reached its peak. By becoming the unprecedented champion of every event, Mr. Satan saw his first dream come true, to be the world champion. The first dream had come true, and now it was time to fulfill the dearest wish of his life, to revive the Orange Plains Martial Arts School, which had meant so much to his late father. And so, with triumph, Satan returned to his hometown, leaving behind the bustling western capital. He came back to the less developed Orange Plains city, determined to rebuild the martial arts school, recruit new disciples, and restore its former glory. Satan's fame was so great that the little Orange Plains city was renamed in his honor, Satan City. Bulma opened the door, startled. Sister, you're back. Tights gave a light-hearted laugh. Surprise. My dear little sister, I wanted to give you all a nice shock, so I didn't message ahead this time. Without another word, Bulma rushed forward and hugged Tights tightly. Everything that needed to be said was conveyed in that embrace. Just behind Tights stood Jocko. Bulma glanced over and exclaimed, "Oh, Jocko, you're here too. Please, come in, come in. My sister must have troubled you so much. Stay, let me treat you to some of our planet's finest food." And with that, Bulma pulled Jocko into the house. Without hesitation, she prepared a magnificent feast for him. Jocko didn't stand on ceremony. He remembered how one of his colleagues had once raved about the delicacies found on Earth, tales he had held in his heart ever since. Finally, he had the chance to taste them for himself. At Bulma's command, a stunning array of rare dishes was prepared and air-delivered to the house in just 5 minutes, effortless and immediate. Witnessing this, Jocko was utterly astounded. Tights' family can actually do this. This kind of privilege. On most planets in the universe, only princes or princesses enjoy such treatment. Incredible. The enticing aroma made him forget everything else. With his appetite fully awakened, he tasted every dish. Delicious. Earthlings truly have a remarkable talent for cuisine. Bulma, hearing this, smiled gently. I'm glad you like it. If it's not enough, just order more. Tights, too, hadn't enjoyed Earth's food in a long while. Her appetite now fully awakened. She looked around, puzzled at Gohan's absence. Bulma, where's Gohan? Why isn't my favorite nephew at home? Has he started school? 6 is about the age for that. Bulma shook her head at the question. Gohan isn't at home. He went to Namek. The day after tomorrow, Goku and I will be leaving too. Sister, your timing is something. We're heading out the day after tomorrow. Before Tights could reply, Jocko interjected, Namek? That's 65 light years away from Earth. With current Earth technology, it'd take at least billions of years to get there, right? Bulma shook her head again. Not at all. Thanks to Dad and my research notes, I managed to develop a spaceship that can travel 10 light years a day. It'll only take us a week to reach Namek. What? 10 light years in a day? Even with our special galactic patrol vessels, we can barely cover 5 light years a day. How did you manage that? Hearing this, Bulma glanced around, wary. Jocko, you galactic patrol guys wouldn't invade other planets without a good reason, would you? Jocko bristled at that, clearly annoyed. We're the galactic patrol. In your Earthling terms, we're the police. Would the police just randomly invade planets? To be part of the galactic patrol, you must have a kind heart and a commitment to peace. Anyone who breaks those rules would have the entire universe hunting them down. At that, Bulma let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Well then, let me tell you, do you know what petroleum is? Petroleum? What? Even Jocko couldn't help but glance around in alarm. Lowering his voice to a hiss, he said, Hush. How could you just say something like that out loud? If those wicked aliens ever caught wind of this, Earth would be doomed. When he finished, Jocko nodded thoughtfully. With that kind of resource, making a ship travel 10 light years a day isn't impossible after all. That explains it. Still, I can't figure out why you're so determined to get to Namek. Tights, too, looked at Bulma in confusion. Is something wrong, little sister? Bulma spoke quietly, her words carrying weight. Let me give you just one name, Frisia. Jocko was thunderstruck. Frisia? Now it makes sense. So that's why you want to go to Namek. I can understand. But let me warn you, if you go through with this, you're signing your own death warrant. Tights was completely bewildered. Frisia? Death warrant? I understand those words on their own, but what do they mean together? Jocko then explained everything he knew about Frisia and the Psiots. The Galactic Patrol's intelligence network stretches across the entire cosmos. The destruction of planet Vegeta was hardly even a secret. Frisia wipes out so many worlds every year, no one's counting anymore. Compared to that, planet Vegeta was just another casualty. Frisia has even obliterated races far more powerful than the Psiots. And in this vast universe, there are beings beyond even Frisia, like the Angel Whis and others. Compared to them, Frisia destroying a single planet hardly even registers as news. When Jocko finished his explanation, Tights finally understood the whole story. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried in sympathy. Poor Goku. He lost his home planet. And Bulma, I want to go with you. I want to help too. Jocko quickly tried to stop her. Tights, you're part of my crew now. I absolutely forbid you from risking your life like this. Tai shook her head when she heard this. Even if I were on your team, you still couldn't interfere in my family matters. Wukong is my family, so I have to do my part too. Besides, didn't you just say that a Galactic Patrol member should have a heart that protects peace? Someone like Frisia, who disrupts peace, isn't he exactly the sort we should deal with? Jocko was already beginning to regret his earlier words. But, he's just way too powerful. The two of us don't stand a chance. Bulma shook her head at this. I'm not asking you two to step in. My husband alone is more than enough. That Frisia guy is no match for him anyway. But since my sister wants to get involved, let me give you both a crash course. We haven't just developed spaceships, we've got weapons too. Have you heard of the Jocko super cannon? We've already made it. In order to wipe out Frisia's entire fleet on Namek, I'll need your help. The moment Jocko heard there was a super cannon involved, his demeanor completely changed. All right, Ties, let's go. The super cannon was considered one of the top weapons in the universe. As a seasoned pro, Jocko was extremely familiar with this kind of planet-destroying technology. Ties asked doubtfully, huh? Just a single cannon is enough to change your mind, Jocko? Jocko shook his head and replied, Silly, that's what you get for never reading the notes I put together. If you'd listened, you'd know all about this stuff. The super cannon is detailed right in there. Let me give you the gist of it. The super cannon is a planet-annihilating weapon. When they say it can destroy planets, it's not just talk. Load even a tiny bit of energy in it, and it'll fire a laser blast that wipes out part of a planet's living creatures in one shot. With tech like that, even if we can't kill Frisia, at the very least we can obliterate his fleet. I've had it up to here with Frisia's constant troublemaking. If this mission succeeds, the both of us will get a major promotion. Haven't you always wanted a flyer of your own? As long as this operation works out, your flyer's as good as yours. When Tai saw that, Jocko agreed. And thinking of the flyer she'd been dreaming of, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect. With my brother-in-law's help, Jocko, you just watch. A promotion's coming your way this time. And don't forget, my flyer. Seeing this, Bulma led them to the room beside the gravity chamber. Jocko, have a look. Are these gadgets to your liking? At Bulma's words, Jocko glanced over and saw a wall lined with weapons he'd never even laid eyes on before, though he'd heard descriptions of them in the past. Whoa, is that really a phaser handgun? I've always wanted to try one of these. The phase shift pistol is a type of handgun enhanced with spatial force. When fired, each bullet creates a small vortex. To put it plainly, if you were to hit someone's arm and they weren't on their guard, that swirling force could twist their limb right off. Truly, it's a staggeringly powerful weapon. There was no time for explanation. As he stared at the wall lined with alien weaponry, scenes of his own promotion flashed through his mind. If Goku really did manage to defeat Frisia, he could hardly imagine the rewards awaiting those who took part in this operation. Surely, his rank would soar to new heights. At the very least, becoming a general wouldn't be out of reach. This was definitely a gamble worth taking. Jocko's only subordinate was Tights. Above him, there was a squad leader responsible for Jocko and 9 others. Beyond that, there was the Centurion, then the regional commander, and above them, the division commander. Sitting at the very top, of course, was the general. It was well known that taking down Frisia was a feat that would earn heroic honors, enough to be awarded the title of general. As for Bulma's phase shift pistol, Jocko couldn't put down. He turned it over in his hands, utterly captivated. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind. Bulma, where's Goku? I haven't seen him anywhere. Bulma replied, Oh, he's training. We didn't go with Gohan and the others because Goku hasn't finished his training yet. Jocko stroked his chin thoughtfully. Training, huh? Bulma went on. Yes, once Goku completes his training, Frisia won't be a problem at all. Jocko's curiosity was piqued. What kind of training could make someone strong enough to challenge Frisia? What sort of training is that? I'm dying to know. Bulma smiled. Want me to show you? Jocko nodded without hesitation. Bulma reasoned to herself that, as a galactic patrolman, Jocko's web of contacts across the universe must be extensive. It would be wise to win him over in advance. Her treat for dinner this time counted for something, and helping him rack up merit was another favor banked. With 2 favors owed, if he did rise to greatness, she'd have just the leverage she needed. After all, she could sense that, following the trip to Namek, trouble would find its way to Earth again and again. It was best to plan ahead, And for that reason, whatever Jocko wanted to know before then, she'd try her best to oblige. And so, Bulma led Jocko over to the gravity training chamber. At that moment, the magnetic fields surrounding the chamber pulsed with a ferocious aura. Jocko shivered from head to toe as he watched. What terrifying energy! Just standing here for a second, I feel like I'm about to. Thanks to the blessing of the dragon, Bulma was naturally resistant to this violent energy. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, Jocko, why are you trembling all over? Jocko, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, Bulma, can't you feel it? There's a strange aura radiating from that odd device. It's terrifying. That's my husband's training chamber. What terrifying aura. I don't feel anything at all. The chamber was, indeed, Goku's masterpiece. By now, he could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. His power level had already soared past 800,000, reaching the threshold required for the transformation. He'd also achieved the inner peace necessary for it. Under the crushing pressure of 200 times Earth's gravity, his S cells were nearing saturation. All he needed now was a surge of rage to break through, and he'd become a Super Saiyan in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the force field around Goku seemed ready to crackle with lightning. He understood immediately. It's ready. I can't transform here, or the house will be wrecked. It's time to head outside. Once transformed, his combat strength would leap to 10 million, a true quantum leap. Goku steadied his energy, powered down the gravity machine, and stepped out of the chamber. There, waiting for him, were Bulma and Jocko. Goku blinked in surprise. Honey, why is Jocko here? Before he could say more, Bulma hurried over and slipped her arm through his, laughing softly. Honey, my sister came back. Jocko came to Earth with her. Goku nodded. Oh, your sister's here? But aren't we about to leave for Namek? I'm afraid we won't be the best hosts. Bulma shook her head. No worries. I've been serving up the best food we've got. Besides, they'll be coming with us to Namek. With all the gadgets I've invented, I'll need help handling everything. Your sister and Jocko are just the teammates I need. We're all going together. Goku said. That works. Lazuli should be able to keep you all safe. I'm at the very last step of my training now, though, and I'll need the spacecraft to test it out. It's best if I do this away from Earth. Things could get a little dicey. Bulma tapped her chin thoughtfully. All right, but don't go too far. Don't worry. I'll just make a quick trip to the moon. 10 minutes tops. With that, Goku greeted Jocko, then headed for the spacecraft, the very pod once used by Raditz. Dr. Brief had fixed it up and even fitted it with capsule technology. Jocko was still reeling from what he'd just witnessed, patting his chest as he tried to calm down. Bulma, I finally understand why you said Goku could defeat Frieza. That power, I've only ever seen that from our generals. Taking the spacecraft, Goku traveled to the moon. He disembarked and drifted far away from his landing site, seeking solitude. Now, it was time for the transformation. Recalling the sensations from earlier, Goku gathered his energy and closed his eyes. The S cells slowly began to converge along his back. Goku's eyes suddenly narrowed. Frieza! He roared with every ounce of the fury he had held for the destruction of his people, the grief for his slain father, pouring all of that pain into this single shout of rage. At last, Goku's hair began to glow with a faint golden light, and bolts of lightning flickered and danced around his body. The Super Saiyan made his legendary entrance. Goku's transformation sent out a wave of energy that reached as far as the spaceship carrying Gohan and the others, already 10 light years away. Piccolo gasped in astonishment. What in the world? This energy, could it be Goku? Gohan's face lit up with joy. Yes, it must be Dad. He's finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Raditz clenched his fists in excitement. Kakarot, you've done it. Excellent. Brother, I'll risk everything to buy you these 3 days. Vegeta tightened his grip, fists shaking. What is this? Where is this overwhelming strength coming from? Goku's breakthrough even reached all the way to King Kai's planet. King Kai, who had been out for a drive with Bubbles and Gregory, suddenly froze as the shock of that energy washed over him. That's Goku's ki. What has happened? Even though Goku hadn't visited King Kai's planet for a long time, King Kai recognized that familiar energy instantly. After all, Goku was the first human in thousands of years to set foot on his world. How could he ever forget? He casually extended a cockroach's antenna to sense Goku's location, and through his mind's eye, glimpsed Goku, now with shining golden hair. Goku, what's going on with you? Your energy just skyrocketed. Right then, Goku seemed still lost in the fury of becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time. He began to warm up, focusing wholly on his body. When Goku didn't respond, King Kai wasn't angry. Instead, he watched with growing concern. He could sense it. Goku was holding onto immense fury, his mind clouded in the storm of emotion. Goku's power right now is truly fearsome, but if he can't keep control, it'll be like a madman throwing punches. What happened to him? But in truth, Goku had long since mastered the inner calm of a still lake. How could he possibly lose himself to blind rage? Instead, the exhilaration of this newfound strength had ignited his fighting spirit, so he simply chose not to answer King Kai, busy as he was learning to command this power. King Kai's thoughts turned to Earth's Kami. He was the one who had first recommended that Goku train on King Kai's planet. Surely Kami would have an idea. Kami on Earth. Of course, Kami heard King Kai's voice at once. Are you calling about Goku's sudden surge of energy, King Kai? Yes, King Kai replied. Did something serious happen to Goku? Kami shook his head gently. I'm afraid I don't know. The instant I felt that incredible power, I checked for Goku's presence. He is not on Earth. Does Wukong have anyone important in his life? That person should know what Wukong is up to. The Celestial replied, yes. Wukong's wife, Bulma. She should know what happened to him. King Kai nodded and used his antennae to contact Bulma. Bulma, can you hear me? It's King Kai. Bulma sounded a bit puzzled when she answered. King Kai, aren't you the master who taught Wukong how to train and use special techniques? Wukong has told me before that you're able to communicate in these mysterious ways. What's going on? Did something happen? My question is, do you know where Wukong went? His energy suddenly soared. His hair turned golden, and he looked so furious he nearly lost his mind. Hearing this, Bulma was overjoyed. Yes, he did it. My husband's finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Haha, he's going to be exhausted after this. I'd better get his favorite meal ready. King Kai was completely bewildered. Super Saiyan? What does that even mean? Bulma chuckled softly. Oh, King Kai, to put simply, it's a transformation Wukong can use to boost his fighting strength. As for the rage and loss of control, he told me that the first time someone transforms into a Super Saiyan, they tend to stay angry for a bit. But don't worry, he has a technique called calm as still water that helps him snap out of it easily. Anyway, King Kai, I have to go now and start cooking for him. Let's talk later. King Kai protested, but why does he keep ignoring me when I try to talk to him? Bulma replied, he's an absolute training maniac. I guess he's so thrilled with his new strength that he just has to burn off some steam. Trust me, when Wukong is like this, he doesn't listen to a word from anyone. I've seen it happen dozens of times. If you really want his attention, you just have to scold him loudly. That always does the trick. They say you really understand someone after years of sharing the same bed. With just a few words, Bulma had seen right through Wukong. King Kai was instantly riled up. Wukong, you rascal. So you're just going to ignore me? Huh? Outrageous. Wukong, I know you can hear me. Unbelievable. You had me so worried. Wukong stopped what he was doing and stuck out his tongue with a sheepish grin. He got caught. Don't be mad, King Kai. Let me tell you a joke. Why did the blanket fly away? Even though it had been ages since he'd heard one, King Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Wukong, you really are something else. Always a comedian. But, seriously, what's the story with this Super Saiyan? As the universe's know-it-all, how could I not know Saions could transform like this? Wukong listened and answered honestly, this is something of a secret. When Saions live in peaceful places and dedicate themselves to long-term training, they're able to awaken the S cells inside their bodies. Once their strength reaches a certain peak, those S cells reach saturation. Then, with a surge of extreme anger, one can transform into a Super Saiyan. Of course, the first time transforming, it's almost inevitable to lose reason in a state overwhelmed by rage. However, I learned a skill called calm as still water. Because of it, I was able to avoid that side effect on my first transformation. Honestly, I just wanted to try out a move, itchy for a spar. Lord Kai, I truly wasn't deliberately ignoring you. I just got a little too caught up in it. After hearing Wukong's explanation, Lord Kai nodded. So that's how it is. But surely you must have some goal behind this Super Saiyan transformation. Yes, Lord Kai. I'm preparing to head to Namek and settle the score with Frieza. With this new form, do you think I'll be able to win? At Wukong's words, Lord Kai was first shocked to hear Frieza's name. Still, remembering the old grudge between the Scions and Frieza, he could understand why Wukong was so determined. He quickly sensed the direction of Namek. Clearly, at this moment, Frieza hadn't reached the planet yet, but about 50 light years away, Frieza's presence could actually be detected. Judging by his course, he was indeed heading for Namek. Who could tell what might happen? With a sigh, Lord Kai said, Wukong, with your current strength, compared to Frieza, you're at about 1/64th his power. But remember, the Frost Demon Clan can undergo super transformations. Before he transforms, do your best to defeat him quickly. If he gets desperate and destroys Namek, things could get ugly. The frost demons can survive in space, but you cannot. Consider this my advice to you. Wukong nodded in understanding. I will. I won't give him even a sliver of chance. With that, Wukong powered down, ending his transformation. Good. After disengaging from the form, try transforming again. This time, don't use too much strength, just enough for even you to sense it, Lord Kai. Wukong wanted a few more tries, hoping to master the shift from his normal state to Super Saiyan within this brief span. So, after pondering and practicing for 5 hours, with his calm as still water, such a bug-like skill, Wukong finally found the key. It was all about gathering S cells at his back, then pushing them forth with a surge of anger, unleashing the transformation in one go. That's the way to become a Super Saiyan. The first time, because he didn't properly restrain his power, his energy erupted all at once. But after dozens of attempts, Wukong finally mastered the change, shifting fluidly between his normal form and Super Saiyan at will. This entire training routine took Goku a whopping 6 Senzu beans to complete, since at his current maximum power, he could only sustain 2 quick transformations before his energy would be nearly depleted on the 3rd attempt. Goku returned to Earth. Bulma had been waiting at the door for some time, and the moment she saw Goku arrive home, she rushed up and threw her arms around him. Honey, you're back. Hee hee, you must be exhausted. I've already got dinner ready. Come on, let's eat. Goku nodded and rubbed his stomach. I've been away so long. I'm really starving. What's on the menu tonight, dear? Hee, tonight I did the cooking myself. The classic trio, and I made plenty. Awesome. My mouth's already watering. Meanwhile, far out in deep space, Gohan and the others had run into an alien with a curious greenish complexion. Feeling a surge of compassion, Gohan wanted to help the stranger aboard, but was promptly stopped by Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and Raditz. Chi-Chi hurriedly interjected, Gohan, don't stop. We need to hurry. Little detours like this will hold us up. Gohan protested, but that person really doesn't look well. Piccolo canned in Gohan. Remember, this is outer space. We can't just let an unknown alien on board. Besides, Bulma said this ship can only hold 7 people. There's no space for an 8th. But, Raditz shouted, Gohan, ignore him. I know what kind of alien that is. He's a Decivirian, a notorious race that survives in space by pretending to be sick, luring in passing ships for rescue. Once on board, they'll do anything to take over your ship. They're some of the worst scum in the galaxy. People who fall for their tricks end up tossed out into the vacuum, suffocating in space. Trust me, your uncle's been around the stars for over 20 years. There's no mistake. Hearing this, Gohan had no choice but to let the matter drop. After all, it was his uncle's word, and he wouldn't doubt that. Chi-Chi broke out in a cold sweat. Phew, I nearly felt the same as Gohan. If we weren't in such a hurry, maybe I would have tried to help too. Luckily, Raditz explained it in time. Piccolo nodded. Good thing you're here, Raditz. Saved us a world of trouble. But that Decivirian is still out there. If another ship passes by, we try to take that one too? Raditz replied, absolutely. Decivirians will try every trick in the book to steal spaceships. Selling them brings in sky-high black market profits. Even the worst spaceship fetches 1 million Federation credits. Converted to Earth money, that's about 100 million. At this, Chi-Chi and Piccolo were left utterly speechless. Even the cheapest ships are worth 100 million? For ships like theirs, the numbers must climb into the tens of billions. Gohan frowned in confusion. 100 million? That's not really that much money. Chi-Chi and Piccolo shot back in unison. That's because your family is the richest on Earth. Spending 100 million is as easy as drinking a glass of water for you. Of course you'd think it's not much. This was the first little incident along the way. To prevent this swindler from causing any more harm, Piccolo simply blinked, and in the next instant, the con artist vanished in a red mist. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa were busy working out their own plan of action. Nappa, Vegeta barked. As soon as we land, we split up. No following the rest of that lot around. Let Raditz keep playing his little game. As for the Dragon Balls, the one who finds them will be me. But before that, I need to teach you something about sensing energy. Once you have this skill, you'll be able to judge someone's fighting power on your own. Nappa nodded eagerly. Right, Vegeta? Teach me. If even Raditz managed to learn it, there's no way I'm dumber than him. Vegeta went on to explain the essence of sensing energy. Nappa, a natural talent, picked it up in just 15 minutes. Vegeta, I got it. Go on, let's talk about the rest of the plan. I'll back you up. Vegeta nodded with approval. Not bad at all. Good. Here's what we'll do. Once we reach Namek, I'm heading straight for Frieza's camp. I'll look for a chance to destroy their scouters. That way, they won't be able to track our every move. Nappa was thrilled. Brilliant. What then? Vegeta continued. From there, we pick them off one by one. With my current strength, Zarbon and Dodoria are no match for me. With Frisia's arrogance, he certainly won't come after me himself. He'll send those two instead, and when he does, I'll finish them both. Your job is to handle the fodder. Use your energy sensing to keep your own power completely suppressed. In that state, I'm confident even Frisia won't notice you're there. You don't need to steal too many. Just snag one Dragon Ball and bring it to me. From what I hear, you need all 7 Dragon Balls to get a wish. If we take just one, Frisia's plans will go up in smoke. Hearing that Vegeta was entrusting him with such an important task, Nappa responded with conviction. Yes, Vegeta, I won't let you down. I promise I'll steal 1 Dragon Ball for you. Vegeta nodded. Good. I like that answer. Now, leave my room, and don't come in again until we reach Namek. Wouldn't want the others to get suspicious. With a nod, Nappa turned and left Vegeta's quarters. At this moment, Lapis had already seen through the entire plan of Vegeta and Nappa. The surveillance device Bulma had installed was a pinhole camera, utilizing alien technology. Unless someone intentionally searched for it, it would remain undetectable. Lapis nodded approvingly. A solid plan. I'll let you 2 fetch the Dragon Balls for me. I'll just wait and reap the benefits. Once we have the Dragon Balls, I'll rendezvous with Gohan and the others, and we'll wait for Goku's arrival. This was nothing more than a minor incident along their journey. Later on, Gohan and his group almost landed on a planet that looked strikingly similar to Namek. Fortunately, thanks to Raditz' warning, they remembered their course was pre-programmed. Any planet encountered before reaching their set destination had to be a fake Namek.